Zheng Zhi is an undergraduate student at a communications university, specializing in video editing and production. By the invitation of a mysterious online acquaintance, he began editing videos related to the world of Pokémon on Station S. Thus, motivated by the prospect of compensation, he casually edited a video titled "The Top 10 Most Powerful Divine Beasts in the Pokémon World" and submitted it to the website. To his astonishment, the video he edited began to play in a parallel dimension of the Pokémon World. This sparked a veritable storm across the globe. Following this, a series of videos edited by the protagonist burst forth into existence. The top 10 most powerful trainers, revealing the 10 hidden manipulators in the Pokémon world. Chapter 1. An overview of the top 10 most powerful divine beasts in the Pokémon world. In a dimly lit room, only the computer screen emanated a soft blue glow. Seated before the screen was a young man, perhaps in his 20s. Gazing out at the now completely darkened sky, the young man, Zheng Zhi, let out a sigh. He was not originally from this world. Merely 3 days prior, he had awoken to find himself here, on the parallel world of Blue Star. Everything here is identical to the original Blue Star. In terms of culture, film, anime, music, finance, and so forth, there are no differences whatsoever. The only distinction is he, Zheng Zhi. He had transformed from a video editor with a 6-figure savings and 1 million fans on Station S into a university student with merely a few hundred yuan, struggling to afford meals. And the school term was about to commence. In this world, Zheng Zhi is a junior at a second-tier communications university in Province A, majoring in video editing and production, his area of utmost expertise. After confirming that nothing had changed in this parallel world, Zheng Zhi resolved to return to his former vocation, video editing and production. He believed he possessed considerable talent in this field. He could capture the audience's attention with remarkable speed. However, I currently lack the time to gradually build an audience. It would be ideal if there were any websites offering activities for newcomers. Zheng Zhi was acutely aware of his current position. He needed to earn money as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, his existence in this parallel Blue Star would become untenable. The activities he mentioned typically offered generous rewards and did not span lengthy periods. The challenge lay in finding them. Just as Zheng Zhi was searching for relevant websites like searching for a needle in a haystack, he suddenly received a message in his inbox. Let me take a look. Concerned it might be an important notification, he clicked on it immediately. Upon opening it, Zheng Zhi encountered an invitation that resembled a small advertisement. Congratulations! You have been selected to become the sole video editing creator for the Blue Star of the Multiverse Dimension website. The Multiverse Dimension website is a brand new video platform that will provide you with a vast stage to promote your videos to the Multiverse Dimension. We will also offer you generous rewards. Would you like to proceed to join the Multiverse Dimension website and claim your creation fund? Yes or no? Zheng Zhi hovered over the mouse and clicked the X in the upper right corner. Such exclusive beta testing slots were nothing but deception. He had no faith in it whatsoever. However, to Zheng Zhi's surprise, the page disregarded his command and redirected him. Instantly, a brand new web page appeared before him. The words Multiverse Dimension website gleamed in gold on the homepage. Clearly, this was the website mentioned in the earlier advertisement. A virus. Zheng Zhi instinctively muttered. Just as he was preparing to run a full antivirus scan, new text popped up on the page. Welcome. You have become the sole supreme user of the Multiverse Dimension website. Please claim your creation fund. Please enter your phone number and card details to receive your funds. Zheng Zhi hesitated for a moment. Since I've come this far, why not give it a try? Observing the straightforward interface, Zheng Zhi hesitated briefly before deciding to proceed. After all, he was currently penniless and eager to earn money, so he had no fear of being deceived. He directly entered his phone number and card details. Just as he clicked submit, his phone chimed with a text message. Your bank account has received 20,000 yuan. Your current balance is 20,000 yuan. Staring at the newly received message, Zheng Zhi exclaimed. Really? There's actually money? And it's 20,000. Zheng Zhi was astounded by the generosity of the Multiverse Dimension website. When he had 1 million fans, he could barely scrape together this amount for a single video. Most times, it was only in the thousands. The Multiverse Dimension website was essentially giving it away. Zheng Zhi no longer hesitated. Given the financial backing and generosity of this website, he was convinced that there lay a promising future ahead. So what if it was a new website with no reputation? As long as it offered substantial rewards, that was all that mattered. Casting a glance at the desolate homepage of the website, Zheng Zhi remained unfazed, acknowledging that new websites often appear this way. He navigated to the author's backend and clicked inside. Welcome to the video editing author backend. The current theme read, The World of Elves. During this period, you may submit video clips related to the world of elves. Video earnings will be distributed based on your video's viewership. Initially, a few lines of bold text appeared, followed by a dense array of detailed descriptions regarding activities and benefits. Zheng Zhi meticulously absorbed the information regarding thematic activities and novice benefits, recognizing their direct correlation to his income. Editing relevant videos within the designated time frame of the thematic activities would yield bonuses in both earnings and benefits. Moreover, these could be enjoyed concurrently with novice perks. When all added together, earning over $10,000 a month seemed quite feasible. This new website and its designated activities are truly lucrative. Zheng Zhi immediately resolved to take action. With no reputation to speak of, he pondered where to publish his work. As long as the benefits provided by this website were genuinely substantial, he would seize the opportunity. Videos related to the world of elves. Zheng Zhi contemplated this theme, several ideas already flickering through his mind. To enhance the video's popularity, it's essential to discuss some controversial topics. He swiftly established his target. Compiling a list of the top 10 most powerful divine beasts in the world of elves, he unearthed all related videos. This endeavor stretched into the late hours of the night. The world of elves boasts a lengthy narrative, along with numerous special edition films and a game version. Zheng Zhi meticulously compared and edited across these versions. Finally, he crafted a product that met his satisfaction. Accompanied by an exhilarating soundtrack, the visual experience was utterly explosive. The dynamic visuals and precise timing perfectly showcased Zheng Zhi's caliber as a video creator with millions of followers. Excellent. However, I need to segment it. Reflecting on the funds in his creative account, Zheng Zhi felt reassured that he could afford to relax. As an experienced creator, he understood that segmentation was essential to captivate the audience. Thus, after introducing the 6th-ranked divine beast, the video abruptly halted just as the 5th was about to make its entrance. This should suffice. It's a perfect opportunity to test the waters and see how it performs. Zheng Zhi clicked on the World of Elves section. He added the video. In the title field, he entered, ranking the top 10 most powerful divine beasts in the world of elves. Upload. The entire process was seamless. Having completed all of this, Zheng Zhi finally felt the weariness wash over him. I should get some rest. I'll check it after waking up. Yawning, Zheng Zhi collapsed on a bed. The only sound in the room was that of the computer's CPU whirring. The author backend, which had not been closed, displayed a few lines of text. Your work is under review. Your work has been approved. The work is being uploaded, ranking the top 10 most powerful divine beasts in the world of elves. Successfully uploaded in the world of elves. Chapter 2. The chat room connecting the Pokémon World to Pokémon World. The Cerulean Gym. Congratulations, Ash. This blue badge is now yours. The gym leader, Sakura, handed the blue badge to Ash. Although Misty felt she hadn't truly lost, she nonetheless acknowledged Ash's acquisition of the badge. Considering you protected everyone, I suppose it's acceptable. At that moment, Brock hurried over, and upon seeing the badge in Ash's hand, he burst into laughter. Wow, you've already secured your 2nd badge. That's fantastic. Now, let's set off towards our next destination. Just as Ash, Misty, and Brock were preparing to depart, a white screen suddenly appeared before them, silently and unexpectedly. Wow, what is this? Ash exclaimed, taking 2 steps back in astonishment. Could it be Team Rocket again? Brock and Misty exchanged wary glances. The 3 sisters of the Cerulean Gym stood by, curiously observing the white screen without moving. Pikachu jumped from Ash's arms and charged straight at the screen. Pikachu! Ash reached out, attempting to stop Pikachu, but watched as it passed directly through the white screen. Pika Pika? Pikachu tilted its head in confusion, emitting a curious sound. Ash's eyes widened in surprise. Unable to resist, he reached out and passed through as well. How incredible! What is this thing? Is it a hologram? It doesn't quite seem like one. Ash. Misty was equally startled by Ash and Pikachu's recklessness. Brock, however, was less reactive and approached with curiosity. It doesn't look like the work of Team Rocket. This is intriguing. The group from the Cerulean Gym completely lowered their guards and began to investigate what this white screen was all about. Meanwhile, across the world, countless white screens materialized before various individuals, drawing them into the same chat room. In a conference room of the Indigo League. I'm back. So it's true. Everyone has this white screen, right? Upon receiving the news, Go rushed back on his Dragonite and entered the conference room, where he found the president of the Pokemon League. Damaranch. Ah, Kina, Shiba, and Kikuko, you're all here. Go found a seat. The large white screen that had been floating beside him merged with the most prominent screen in the room. It seems this white screen is meant to ensure we can all see it, Damaranch asserted. But what exactly is it? Is it a new tactic by Team Rocket? Go furrowed his brow. This nefarious organization was expanding rapidly, always causing trouble, much to his annoyance. That's unlikely. You all see this chat room, right? Kina refuted Go's suggestion. Go cleared his throat and fell silent. Not long ago, a white screen appeared before all of them, pulling them into a chat room that only they could see. The names here must include all the regional champions and Elite Four members. Kina remarked with a hint of nostalgia, not to mention the countless Pokemon trainers, gym leaders, and various regional villainous organizations. Shiba pointed to several names within. Mizuki, the leader of the evil organization Team Aqua from the Hoenn region, and Ryu, the leader of Team Magma from Hoenn as well. These are just the ones I'm familiar with. There are many others I don't recognize. What kind of power must one have to achieve this? Let us observe for now. I'm more curious about the Pokemon. Damaranch's gaze swept over names like Charmeleon, Bulbasaur, Gyarados, and Dragonite, before resting on the legendary birds and beasts, Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres, Suicune, Entei, and Raikou. And there are even some Pokemon I've never heard of. Latias, Latios, Groudon, Kyogre, and so on. Aren't these just legends? Are these divine beasts truly in this chat room? Can they also see this white screen alongside us? Damaranch could hardly fathom such a notion. Meanwhile, Ash discovered the chat room and gasped in astonishment. Wow, can we send messages? Let me try? Before Brock and Misty could stop him, Ash's message was sent. Can everyone see my message? Does anyone know what this is? Misty. Ash, you big dummy. Go. Haha. Are you the Pokemon trainers of this year? Full of energy. Go. Is that Go, the top Elite Four member from the Kanto region? This chat room is truly marvelous. Misty stared in shock at the conversations unfolding within. Meanwhile, in the headquarters office of Team Rocket, Sakaki stroked the sleek fur of Meowth. His expression serious. This white screen appeared in my office without a sound. It seems that everyone in the chat room can see it. What is the Pokemon League up to? Find out how many people can see this white screen. Yes, boss. Everyone was eagerly discussing. Pokemon trainers were filled with curiosity about this white screen. What advanced technology could this be? It looked harmless enough. Let us poke it a few more times. Suddenly, a cheerful melody rang out, and the large white screen lit up. Many were startled. Their attention was quickly drawn to the ornate text displayed on the screen, ranking the top 10 legendary Pokemon. What? The top 10 legendary Pokemon? Ash, holding Pikachu, stared in astonishment at the title. Misty and Brock were equally surprised. Is this for real? The three sisters of the Cerulean Gym, Sakura, Iris, and Peony, huddled around the white screen. It sounded impressive. The group held their breath, eyes glued to the screen, fearing they might miss the most exciting moment. The creator of this video is quite audacious. Go chuckled in the conference room. Ranking the strongest legendary Pokemon. Who does this creator think they are? How can one rank the strongest without witnessing all the legendary Pokemon in battle? Most legendary Pokemon appear only once in centuries, not to mention filming their battles. Unless the creator of this video is truly a deity. The legendary Pokemon, upon seeing this line of text, had varied reactions. Roar. Entei bellowed. The top 10 legendary Pokemon. My name must be on that list. Haha. Only the strongest legendary Pokemon are worth capturing. Ho-Oh's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the white screen. Hurry up and start. I can't wait any longer. Regardless, everyone's attention was firmly captivated. As the exhilarating music played, the video finally began to play. The first figure to appear was Chapter 3, Hoopa, the Mischief Pokemon. The golden text slowly faded away. A burst of intense music filled the air. Hoopa, the Mischief Pokemon. The camera zoomed out, revealing a small, pink and gray Pokemon. 2 horns on its head and a golden ring hanging from its waist. Outside this frame, 3 lines of dialogue appeared. It is a Pokemon from the Kalos region. It is a mythical Pokemon. It is the Mischief Pokemon. Upon reaching this point, many were filled with excitement. A mythical Pokemon? The Mischief Pokemon? It sounded incredibly powerful. Hoopa? I've never heard of this name before. In the conference room, Go rifled through his memory, but could not recall this name. The eldest of the group, Josie, let out a soft chuckle. This is a legendary Pokemon, at your age. How could you possibly have heard of it? After her sharp-tongued remarks, you long do, Josie continued. There have been whispers of a wondrous creature in the Kalos region. From a small village hundreds of years ago, known as Hoopa, who could speak and claimed to be a Pokemon. It was said that this Pokemon possessed immense power. Not only could it grant any wish like a deity, but it could also vanquish any malevolent Pokemon. As a result, the villagers revered it as a divine being. And then, both Shiba and Kina were captivated by this tale. I've heard of this too, Demalanki remarked. In the end, that village vanished. The other three in the room fell silent. How did it disappear? Surely it was due to Hoopa. As for the more specific reasons, they remain unknown. In the desolate city of Carlos, Mayali and the Balza siblings widened their eyes in astonishment. Is that Hoopa? Hoopa itself gazed curiously at the images displayed on the white screen. Hoopa formidable? Hoopa said, removing its golden ring, attempting to grasp the white screen but to no avail. The siblings held Hoopa as they watched the screen, uncertain of what would unfold next. Their voices were heavy with concern. Not just them, but the gaze of everyone in other regions was fixed upon the screen. Suddenly, the image on the white screen shifted. Hoopa tossed the golden ring into the air, which instantly enlarged. Out flew a Lugia. Wow! Exclaimed Mikoli, who was preparing for a grand contest. What a stunning Pokémon. A legendary one at that. Lugia, due to its overwhelming power, had always resided in the depths of the ocean. Yet now, it was summoned forth by Hoopa, and it seemed to obey Hoopa's commands. Mikoli was no longer composed. But that was not all. The footage continued to play. Hoopa, bring forth something fast and able to fly. The screen revealed Ash, holding a Pikachu. Hoopa nodded. Hoopa, fetch. It then hurled 3 golden rings. One by one, the rings opened. 3 more legendary Pokémon emerged. Latias, Latios, and an alternate-colored Rayquaza. The 3 legendary Pokémon affectionately descended beside Hoopa and Ash. My goodness. Shiba and Yulong Du's eyes sparkled. Those were Latias, Latios, and Rayquaza. To encounter even one was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Yet this Pokémon named Hoopa could summon them at will. Furthermore, it was evident that these summoned Pokémon obeyed Hoopa's commands. That was its true strength. Just the fact that Hoopa could accomplish this made Shiba completely understand why it was chosen as one of the top 10 legendary Pokémon. After all, to defeat Hoopa, one must first overcome the legendary creatures it summoned. Wait, who was that boy in the hat holding Pikachu? He seems to have a close relationship with Hoopa. Yulong Du discovered another point. Damalanki noticed it too. He appears to be a Pokémon trainer from the league. We must investigate quickly. This boy seemed to have an exceptional bond with the legendary Hoopa. It was imperative to uncover his identity. Meanwhile, Brock and Misty's expressions were filled with disbelief. Wait, Ash, was that you commanding Hoopa? Misty glanced at the video, and then back at Ash, feeling life had become exceedingly thrilling. Ahaha, it seems to be me. But I don't know any Hoopa. Ash scratched his head, speaking in a naive manner. Could this be a glimpse of the future? However, how could that be? Brock and Misty's expressions turned serious. Not necessarily. They were well aware that Ash was merely a novice, having just obtained 2 gym badges. Where did the Ash on the screen come from? It could only be the future, but whether it was true or not remained to be seen. Misty and Brock exchanged glances, deciding to continue watching before making any conclusions. Ash still wore a foolishly puzzled expression. What is happening? At the headquarters of Team Rocket, Sakaki was equally transfixed. Where was Hoopa, and could he capture it? As the leader of Team Rocket, Sakaki was more concerned with whether Hoopa could be of use to him. Such a powerful legendary creature should shine under his command. Everyone assumed Hoopa's role would soon come to an end. Legendary Pokémon must have their limits, right? But that was not the case. The image shifted again. This time, it was no longer the diminutive Hoopa but a massive, menacing Hoopa with 6 arms. As Hoopa's arms multiplied, the golden rings also transformed into 6. A gasp echoed through the crowd. Wait, could it be that summoning 3 legendary Pokémon was not Hoopa's limit? With 6 golden rings, theoretically, it could summon 6 legendary creatures at once. Damu analyzed. But can Hoopa truly accomplish this? That would be utterly extraordinary. Is it so easy for this Pokémon named Hoopa to summon legendary beings? Those watching the video recognized this point, making it even more astonishing. The enormous Hoopa stood at the center. Hoopa, fetch! Its gruff voice boomed. 6 arms shot outwards. In the next moment, 6 enlarged golden rings floated beside Hoopa. Then, 6 legendary Pokémon emerged, stretching their heads and half-bodies from the golden rings. Groudon, Kyogre, Dialga, Reshiram, Zekrom, Kyurem. They all encircled Hoopa like stars around the moon. Stunned, the onlookers could only feel awe at the sight. Chapter 4. The shock induced by Hoopa. All were legendary Pokémon. All were creatures of myth. What they had never dared to dream was realized by a single Pokémon. In Chaosiang town of the Carlos region, Serena, who had been waiting for her childhood friend Ash, saw him appear on the white screen ahead of time, her hands clasped in prayer as she watched the first scene. It's Ash. I want to find Ash. Compared to the shock of Hoopa's abilities, Serena was more worried about Ash. It seems like Ash is in danger, she said anxiously. Just having obtained his 3rd gym badge, Green also widened his eyes in amazement. Aren't we all novices? When did Ash encounter so many legendary Pokémon? Green was utterly baffled. But this Hoopa is truly powerful. Then, the camera on the screen suddenly zoomed out. It was no longer a scene of Hoopa summoning Pokémon, but rather the legendary creatures battling under Hoopa's command. All the Pokémon summoned by Hoopa obeyed its orders. One was a massive, sinister-looking Hoopa, while the other was a smaller, mischievous version. Others could not discern the difference between the two Hoopa, assuming it was merely a form evolution. However, Mayali and Balza's expressions changed. The Hoopa in the video was the unsealed version. Why did it appear so malevolent? And why was it battling with the current Hoopa? Mayali and Balza understood that the Hoopa they were familiar with would never behave as it did in the video. Hoopa, I do not know. Hoopa shook its head. Certainly, the judgment pot must be malfunctioning. After watching the video, let us investigate it. The video is still playing, and Mayali and Balza have chosen not to leave. They wish to view it in its entirety before deciding on their next course of action. The visuals continue to unfold. The legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, Latios, and Latias, directly mega-evolve. Within the golden rings of Hoopa, they can instantly appear from one end of the city to the other. Countless buildings are devastated in the wake of their battle. As the climactic fight finally draws to a close, the two Hoopa reach a truce, leaving only the charming Hoopa they initially observed, standing beneath the golden dawn. All the legendary Pokémon soar into the sky. Below, there is Hoopa. Accompanied by the spectacle of the legendary Pokémon taking flight, the final credits appear on the white screen. A recap of the top 10 most powerful legendary Pokémon in the Pokémon World. 10th place. Hoopa, the Mischief Pokémon. Reason for ranking: can summon dimensional doppelgangers of legendary Pokémon to battle alongside its original form. It stands undeniably at the bottom of the list. The first segment of the video concludes, and the audience erupts in excitement. The Mischief Pokémon. Hoopa. This name is etched indelibly in everyone's minds. Perhaps many were unaware of Hoopa's existence before, but from this day forth, Hoopa is officially renowned. Hoopa is truly remarkable. Mayali gently pats Hoopa on the head, expressing her admiration. After watching the video, both Mayali and Balza feel a mix of concern and relief. It seems the judgment pot was indeed the source of the issue. Fortunately, it has been resolved in the end. This video appears to depict the future. Yet we can alter the course of events in advance. Mayali is unwavering in her belief regarding the scenes depicted in the video. Balza shares her conviction. Only those who truly comprehend Hoopa's capabilities can unreservedly trust that the events portrayed are indeed within Hoopa's reach. Upon receiving praise, Hoopa joyfully takes to the air, spinning in delight. Hoopa, how impressive! In its exuberance, it turns its head and nearly tumbles to the ground. Fortunately, Mayali catches Hoopa just in time. Gazing at the bashful expression on Hoopa's face in her arms, Mayali can't help but smile. Indeed, Hoopa is extraordinary. Therefore, it is imperative that Hoopa remains unaffected by the powers within the judgment pot. She and her brother must devise a plan. The Pokémon League conference room is engulfed in silence. There are so many legendary Pokémon that I can hardly recognize them all. Yolongdu stands in stunned disbelief. This Hoopa is simply too formidable. Damalanki's face reflects an unmistakable astonishment. Indeed, it is time to begin worrying. Do you think those nefarious organizations might be tempted? This is what concerns Damalanki the most. No matter how powerful the legendary Pokémon are, there will always be unscrupulous humans attempting to capture and control them. Meanwhile, the chat room is abuzz with discussion. Brada Newell. Was that scene of the legendary Pokémon evolving just now the mega evolution I researched? Is this video a glimpse into the future? Xiao Zilong, Ash and Pikachu? Why are they appearing in the video? Musashi hence. Our Team Rocket's foresight was not misplaced. Capturing them would mean possessing all these legendary Pokémon. Meowth, precisely. Promotions and pay raises are just around the corner. Sakaki's forehead is throbbing with tension. Tell those three fools to return. They must report all information immediately. In the Pokémon League conference room, through the name mentioned by Xiao Zilong, they finally identify the boy from the video. A newcomer from Osera Town? Are they serious? Yolongdu is astonished. A newcomer, indeed. Shiba glances at this dim-witted individual, who fails to grasp the crux of the matter. That is not the main point. The focus is that he is currently a newcomer. Yet in the video, he appears to have undergone numerous battles and is quite familiar with these legendary Pokémon, something unattainable for him at present. This video depicts the future, events that have yet to transpire. Yolongdu concurs. Damalanki pinches the bridge of his nose. This complicates matters further. Who is the mastermind behind this video? Damalanki feels that he has never experienced such shock in his life as he has today. And this Ash boy, does he truly possess such immense potential? Ash's mother. I thought I was mistaken. Ash, is that really you? Ash, Mom, I have no idea. I don't even know what Hoopa is. Let alone have I seen those legendary Pokémon. Ash's words confirm what many astute individuals were already thinking. This video indeed showcases the future. Misty, Brock, and the three sisters from Cerulean City gaze at Ash with newfound respect. Can it be that one day you would come to know such formidable legendary Pokémon? Misty looks at Ash with a complex expression. This guy can't even afford to replace her bicycle. She has made up her mind. She will definitely stick by Ash's side from now on. Sakura smiles brightly, adding, though Misty may not be a beauty, her discernment is certainly commendable. Shui Wutong. Did Hoopa summon the water-type legendary Pokemon Kyogre? And the land's creator, Groudon? Shui Wutong. Haha, that is wonderful. I absolutely must obtain Hoopa. Chapter 5. Hoopa's Reward, Summoning Ninetales. The atmosphere in the chat room instantly shifts to one of tension. Yolongdu, dream on. I will never allow you to take Hoopa. The evil organizations have barely watched a video and are already plotting to seize it. Yolongdu is deeply concerned. Meanwhile, Daigo, who is mining, furrows his brow. The evil organizations in the Hoenn region? This is problematic. Champions and Elite Four members like Sharona and Karenai also wear worried expressions. This is not good. The evil organizations, having seen this video, will undoubtedly take action. If a mere 10th-ranked Hoopa possesses such tremendous power, what of the remaining 9 legendary Pokemon? The regional champions and Elite Four members are on the brink of insanity. They would love nothing more than to drag the creator of this video out into the open. Why would you show these evil organizations the legendary Pokemon? They are unworthy. Chi and Song, I will definitely find it before you. I'm sending everyone from the Magma team out right now. Chi and Song pays no heed to Yolongdu's words. Threats are of no concern. Once captured, it is his. Sakaki, upon seeing the Hoenn region's evil organizations spring into action, can no longer remain seated. He immediately calls those 3 fools. There's no need to return. Go find Hoopa right now. Hoopa's abilities are simply too enticing. If he obtains Hoopa, he will have access to all the legendary Pokemon. Musashi, capture Hoopa? Just one appearance from Hoopa would summon all the legendary Pokemon. Xiao Zilong, boss, we really can't do it. Meowth, we know nothing. Observing the messages in the chat room, Sakaki is both amused and infuriated by his incompetent subordinates. Undermining their own ambitions only serves to elevate others. How disgraceful. Hoopa strong. You all dream on. To everyone's astonishment, Hoopa has also spoken in the chat room. Damalanki immediately sits up straight. If Hoopa can send messages in the chat room, does that imply? Damalanki's gaze scans the list of legendary Pokemon names, gleaming with excitement. Moltres. Ho-Oh. Is it possible to communicate with them as well? However, thus far, only Hoopa has spoken. Damalanki remains uncertain. Nevertheless, the possibility is exceedingly high. Damalanki's heart races with anticipation. Ash, although I do not yet know you, Hoopa, you must be cautious. Do not allow yourself to be captured by any nefarious individuals. Hoopa, Ash, thank you. Witnessing the exchange between Ash and Hoopa, Yolongdu couldn't help but chuckle. What a kind-hearted trainer. No wonder he is destined to have such a close relationship with Hoopa in the future. Even as the president of the Pokemon League, Damaranch holds great admiration for a trainer as upright and benevolent as Ash. Professor Oak, excellent Ash. A true Pokemon trainer must possess a sincere heart. This is an essential quality for any outstanding Pokemon trainer. Observing the limitless potential that awaits Ash from Pallet Town, Professor Oak felt immense joy. The League had already begun to monitor various villainous organizations, and the chat room buzzed with excitement. At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out, audible to all watching the white screen. Congratulations, Hoopa, on earning the title of one of the top 10 legendary Pokemon. Esteemed Hoopa, greetings. All who are successfully featured in our Multiverse Dimension website videos will receive a bountiful reward package. You will be randomly provided with skills, weapons, food, and more, all guaranteed to suit your needs. Do you wish to accept? Hoopa, rewards? Upon hearing this voice, Hoopa turned with curiosity. Hoopa desires a reward. Mayali and Balza did not hinder Hoopa's decision. Only Hoopa possesses the authority to choose what they need. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, you have obtained Summoning Technique. With this summoning technique, you can call forth otherworldly beasts to sign contracts, and then utilize them in battle. Note, simply touching the summoning contract will initiate the signing process. Once contracted, you can summon them at any time by shouting the name of the summoned beast. All those watching the white screen were taken aback. Summoning technique? The ability to summon otherworldly beasts to sign contracts? What on earth is this? Just as the League and the villainous organization scrambled to uncover information, the image on the white screen shifted. Hoopa, that is Hoopa, Ash exclaimed. Having just witnessed Hoopa in battle, everyone recognized him. Hoopa gazed curiously at the open summoning scroll that had suddenly appeared before him, adorned with peculiar little tadpole-like drawings. Hoopa? Tilting his head, Hoopa reached out his tiny hand under the anxious gazes of Mayali and Balza. At the moment Hoopa's hand touched the summoning contract, the entire contract shattered into golden light, merging into Hoopa's body. Boom. A crimson glow filled the entire white screen. Dust and debris swirled. Madara. A thunderous roar echoed. As the smoke cleared, a colossal orange-red fox, hundreds of meters tall, appeared before the crowd, its expression fierce, wildly waving 9 enormous tails. Tailed Beast Bomb. The giant fox furiously lifted its head, and a tremendous energy gathered within its mouth. The oppressive force of this energy was so potent that even through the screen, one could sense its might. If unleashed, the entire desert city could vanish from the map in an instant. Hoopa. Without flinching, Hoopa shielded Mei Yali and Balza behind him, directly removing a golden ring. The dark red, energy-laden tailed beast bomb surged through the golden ring. It then materialized high above the distant ocean, striking a massive reef. Explosion. Not even a speck of dust remained. The sea and air were warped. All those watching the video, including the legendary beasts, were left in shock. What kind of Pokemon is this? Damaranch's eyes widened. Unheard of. And what an attack. Quickly send someone to assess the casualties. Damaranch felt as though he could hardly breathe. With such a Pokemon, the world might be on the brink of destruction in the next moment. Calm down, President. That area is uninhabited. No one will be harmed. Kona hurriedly contacted all the known Elite Four members, providing an accurate response. Only then did Damaranch slump back in his chair, exhaling in relief. Meanwhile, the image on the white screen reverted to its original form, ceasing the live broadcast. On the other side, the Ninetales finally confirmed that this creature before him was not the detestable Madara. Two entities of entirely different sizes and types had finally established communication. Hoopa, I acknowledge you. Ninetales shrank to Hoopa's size and leaped to his side. No longer needing to be a human sacrifice, he could also enjoy the wonders of another world. The contractor is a being akin to him. Ninetales felt that this kind of life was simply delightful. Ninetales, Hoopa, let us play together. Hoopa was equally thrilled. As a Pokemon skilled in summoning, Hoopa cherished this reward immensely. Chapter 6, the 9th Legendary Pokemon. Wherever it goes, a rainbow follows. Hoopa and Ninetales were now able to casually watch the white screen, shoulder to shoulder. Mei Yali and Balza glanced at the amicable Ninetales beside Hoopa. The two little creatures, now diminutive in size, squatted together, appearing utterly adorable. It was hard to imagine the immense power they could unleash once provoked. The potential for devastation was unimaginable. Mei Yali and Balza exchanged glances, feeling a bit more at ease. Although they were still unsure about this multiverse dimension website, the generous gift bestowed upon Hoopa surely indicated no ill intentions. The two could finally watch the video with peace of mind. After all, they too were eager to discover the might of the legendary Pokemon that surpassed Hoopa, while Mei Yali and Balza felt reassured. The Pokemon League and villainous organizations were anything but. The otherworldly beast that had just appeared seemed far too terrifying. The disparity between the Pokemon of the Pokémon World and the beasts of the Ninja Realm was staggering. At Team Rocket's headquarters, check it out. We must uncover what just appeared. Sakaki exclaimed loudly after witnessing the arrival of Ninetales. Yes, boss. After observing the might of Ninetales' attack, Sakaki began to hesitate. Any Pokemon, regardless of type, could surely be captured. Ultimately, Sakaki reluctantly ordered his men to withdraw. Gazing at the now inactive white screen, Sakaki's mind remained imprinted with that astonishing figure. It was simply incredible. Exactly the legendary Pokemon he had envisioned. The image displayed cities and trainers. Hoopa and that ninja beast must be in some region of the Pokemon League. He must possess it. Meanwhile, Damaranch had also taken action. This multiverse dimension website has truly unleashed a powerful bombshell. The League is on the brink of chaos. Damaranch appeared utterly fatigued. He could fully anticipate the ensuing surge of activity and audacity from the villainous organizations. The expressions of the regional Elite Four were equally grave. That shock. I never imagined Pokemon could be so fearsome, Yolanda murmured. The children are bewildered. The flickering white screen redirected everyone's attention, signaling the next video was about to commence. After witnessing the stunning revelation of the 10th ranking, no one wished to miss out. Quickly, let us see who ranks 9th. The video had yet to showcase the form of the legendary Pokemon when a clear, melodious cry resonated. Twists and turns, crisp and resounding. Those who heard this sound were invigorated. It was as if all the weight and worries pressing upon their hearts vanished entirely. What a beautiful sound. The Hualan trio's eyes sparkled. This must be an extraordinarily splendid legendary Pokemon. Xiaoxia expressed her certainty with great enthusiasm. Just the sound alone is so melodious. The mythical beast must surely possess an equally enchanting appearance. Could it be the legendary Ho-Oh? Yolanda speculated. Such a crisp and resonant voice is not something just any Pokemon can achieve. The first flying Pokemon that sprang to Yolandu's mind was indeed Ho-Oh. After all, it was Ho-Oh that ignited the sacred flames of the Johto region. Yolandu was confident in his deduction. Not necessarily, Damaranchi replied, shaking his head with a grave expression. He had a different name in mind, but could it truly be possible? 3 lines of text appeared on the white screen. He symbolizes absolute life. He possesses the power to resurrect the deceased. Wherever he goes, rainbows follow. Ho-Oh. It truly is Ho-Oh. Damaranchi's eyes widened in astonishment. From the moment he heard the voice, he felt it was indeed Ho-Oh. Yolongdu, Shiba, and Kona exchanged incredulous glances. Ho-Oh? Surely this is no jest. Hasn't Ho-Oh been missing for centuries? Shiba refrained from voicing his thoughts, as this was a painful chapter in history. Were it not for the eternal flames of Ho-Oh still burning at the Silver Conference in Johto, humanity might have begun to doubt Ho-Oh's existence. That sound just now was the cry of Ho-Oh. No wonder it left one feeling utterly rejuvenated. Macaulay held a profound admiration for Ho-Oh. Wherever Ho-Oh flies, rainbows are left in its wake. Truly a magnificent and dreamlike Pokémon. The scene on the white screen shifted. First, there was Ash and Pikachu lying on the ground, and through his eyes, one could glimpse a unique radiance. Then the camera dramatically ascended. It revealed a vast, clear sky beneath the azure expanse. Ho-Oh spread its wings and soared majestically. The clear, ringing sound, coupled with the seven-colored rainbow trailing behind, crafted an exquisite panorama. The video was accompanied by a fast-paced yet unobtrusive melody, enhancing the beauty of Ho-Oh's voice. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared over forests, rivers, and mountains. Until finally, Ho-Oh's figure vanished from sight. No one knew where Ho-Oh had gone. Yet, gazing at the seven-colored rainbow left in its wake, one could feel a warmth emanating from deep within. This is the legendary Ho-Oh. The Alliance conference room fell silent once more. Part of it was due to Ho-Oh's stunning form, and another part was because of Ash's second appearance. Why is it always that boy? Yolongdu was the first to break the silence. A newcomer named Ash, right? How is it that he was present during both the battle with Hoopa and Ho-Oh's flight? Do the legendary Pokémon have such a fondness for him? Ho-Oh appears before trainers who are righteous and passionate about Pokémon, and Ash must embody those very qualities. Humanity has been forsaken by Ho-Oh for centuries, but from the video, it seems we still have a glimmer of hope. We must protect this young man named Ash. It seems Team Rocket has set their sights on him as well, hasn't he? We must take action. Damaranchi was on the brink of tears with excitement. This is Ho-Oh. Unlike any other Pokémon, Ho-Oh represents a belief. At the conclusion of the video, amid the reluctant gazes of all present, Ho-Oh's figure grew smaller and smaller. Only the flickering spectrum of colors remained to testify that Ho-Oh, the Pokémon of legend that brings happiness to those who behold it, had once graced the world. With Ho-Oh's departure, the lingering echoes of its cry remained. The white screen then displayed an introduction to Ho-Oh, ranking the top 10 legendary Pokémon in the Pokémon World. 9th place. Ho-Oh. Reason for ranking. Symbolizes absolute life, reborn through fire. Chapter 7. Ho-Oh Reward, a 1,000-year-old phoenix tree. The chat room was abuzz with excitement. The regional champions could no longer contain their discussions. Macaulay, truly, Ho-Oh is magnificent, possessing such a beautiful form, a melodious voice, and the power of rebirth through flames. Adake, compared to Hoopa, Ho-Oh's power leans towards the positive. This 9th place is well-deserved. Sharona, Ho-Oh is indeed beautiful, and there are many myths and histories associated with it. I hope to witness Ho-Oh in person one day. It must be even more breathtaking than what we saw in the video. Daiwu, but that boy named Ash is incredibly lucky. Even Daiwu, preoccupied with mining, couldn't he help but express his jealousy towards Ash. After all, it's Ho-Oh. How many people go their entire lives without encountering such a legendary being? Yet in the video, Ash had already appeared alongside the legendary Pokémon twice. So far, only 2 legendary Pokémon have been counted. Professor Oak, so Ash. What you told me about seeing Ho-Oh was indeed true. Ash, exactly. You always said I was mistaken. This video proves me right. Ash exclaimed with pride. How could Professor Oak have doubted him? But this video is so remarkable. Only Pikachu and I should have seen Ho-Oh at that moment. Ash curiously gazed at the white screen. Pikachu, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a pipe and struck a detective-esque pose. Pika Pika. Xiaoxia and Xiaojing beside him were utterly speechless. Do you even know what you're saying? This is Ho-Oh we're talking about. Xiaoxia and Xiaojing were nearly in stitches at Ash's antics. Xiaomao, you're just relying on luck. I'll definitely beat you at the Indigo Conference. Though he said this, Xiaomao's expression grew less favorable. Xiaomao was feeling sour. How frustrating. Ash, who often appeared foolish, had such incredible luck. He too wished to see Ho-Oh with his own eyes. Lord Xiaomao is the strongest. He just hasn't had the chance to encounter Ho-Oh. If he did, he would surely capture it. The girls in Xiaomao's cheerleading squad chimed in, each remark piercing Xiaomao's heart. Uft, he just doesn't have that luck. Cheery, Ho-Oh looks quite impressive. However, it's hard to find one since it flies everywhere. Kikisi, there are other methods to consider. Lubo, isn't it just Ho-Oh? Lubo held back from voicing the rest of his thoughts. He had no intention of revealing anything yet. Lubo was well aware of Ho-Oh's power, as he had long harbored the idea of capturing it. The Team Flare of the Sinnoh region and the Plasma Gang of the Unova region had also emerged. Ho-Oh's fame was already considerable, and after watching this video, their interest was even more piqued. Why does Lu Bo sound so peculiar? Macaulay furrowed his brow. He completely ignored the remarks from those nefarious organizations. Capturing Ho-Oh is no simple feat. Without the bell tower, Ho-Oh would not linger in one place. To date, aside from this video, they hadn't seen Ho-Oh for centuries. To catch Ho-Oh, one must first encounter it. With Ho-Oh's elusive abilities, capturing it is indeed a formidable challenge. In the Pokemon League, Damaranchi merely scoffed. With the rise of various organizations, they may end up clashing among themselves, presenting us with an opportunity to act. As long as they dare to make a move, we will apprehend them all. Damaranchi silently scoffed at the statements from these evil organizations. They were all thinking too highly of themselves. This Lu Bo seems rather suspicious. In response to Yolondu's remarks, Chairman Damaranchi expressed his agreement. Let us investigate together to ascertain whether this individual poses any threat. In these extraordinary times, we must exercise heightened caution and prudence. The tranquility was abruptly shattered by the cheerful announcement that resonated moments ago. Congratulations to the Phoenix King for receiving the title of one of the 10 strongest divine beasts. Esteemed Phoenix King, the Multiverse Dimension website has also prepared a generous reward package for you. May I inquire if you are interested? Instantly, silence engulfed the crowd. It was once again time to unveil rewards. The various evil organizations across regions were envious. The divine beasts were already so formidable. This entity, claiming to be from the Multiverse Dimension website, is further enhancing their abilities. Truly, it is a case of comparison breeds envy. Phoenix King, yes, I would like it. Thank you very much for your generosity. The Phoenix King, with his elegant demeanor, spoke. Upon viewing the video from the Multiverse Dimension website praising him, he found himself quite taken with this unfamiliar presence. The accolades in the video were so flattering that he nearly felt embarrassed. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations. You have received a segment of Millennium Phoenix Wood. This wood, sourced from a higher realm, is the most suitable habitat for phoenixes. All bird Pokemon can utilize it. Resting atop the Millennium Phoenix Wood for an extended period can enhance attributes, with no upper limit. Note, for convenience, you may store the Millennium Phoenix Wood within the Multiverse Dimension website space at any time. This description seemed almost miraculous. From a higher realm? Many listeners displayed thoughtful expressions upon hearing this. Hoopa's reward also originated from another world, especially upon learning that it could enhance attributes. Every individual's eyes gleamed with excitement. The kind of brightness that could illuminate. Quachisi, no upper limit. Attribute enhancement. How could the Multiverse Dimension website produce such an extraordinary item? Is he truly not mad? Chi-Ri, we must acquire the Millennium Phoenix Wood. It is usable by all bird Pokemon. Shui Wudong, none of you shall dare to contest it. Our water fleet is determined to obtain it. Chi Yen Song, dream on. It will undoubtedly belong to our magma team. The evil organizations erupted in chaos. Was Hoopa's summoning of the Ninetales shocking? Indeed. Yet, the Millennium Phoenix Wood left them even more astounded. All bird Pokemon could utilize it, an item that enhances attributes without limits. Its value was on par with that of divine beasts, perhaps even surpassing them. Every evil organization, without exception, felt their interest piqued. Even Damaranchi was briefly tempted. However, when compared to this so-called Millennium Phoenix Wood, earning the Phoenix King's acknowledgement remained paramount. Yet, the evil organizations, which had only just quieted down, erupted once more like water splashing in hot oil. Damaranchi, your endeavors will not succeed. Yolondu, as the leader of the Kanto Elite Four, I shall do everything in my power to thwart you. Kana, indeed. Do not even think about it. Dawu, you are all merely dreaming. Xiaozhi, this is the Phoenix King's reward. Do not even dare to think about it. I will give my utmost effort to stop you. Chapter 8, The Divine Beast's Excitement. Just moments ago, Damaranchi had felt that matters were under control, but now he exhibited a look of distress. This reward had only served to further motivate the evil organizations. The white screen did not shift the live broadcast camera this time. This was the only solace for the Pokemon League. Meanwhile, the Phoenix King had been watching the live stream since the appearance of the white screen. However, he had no interest in participating in the chat. Humanity. There are those as righteous as Xiaozhi, persistent as Damaranchi, and there are also the wicked villains. The Phoenix King had initially intended merely to observe, until the video titled, Ranking the 10 Strongest Divine Beasts in the Pokémon World, emerged. All divine beasts and Pokémon were captivated. It appeared to be quite intriguing. The Phoenix King's calm demeanor persisted until the very moment the reward was revealed. In the next instant, the Phoenix King beheld the enormous segment of Millennium Phoenix Wood, measuring over 20 meters in length and 5 or 6 meters in diameter, suddenly appear before him, causing his feathers to bristle in alarm. Such a colossal piece, and it is merely a segment? The Phoenix King had no time for astonishment or vigilance. as an expression of sheer delight involuntarily graced his features. What a marvelous sensation. The Phoenix King was utterly captivated by the Millennium Phoenix wood. This magnificent wood exuded a rich fragrance that made him long for a blissful slumber. Is this what Millennium Phoenix wood is like? The place he had previously resided in was nothing but trash. Regaining his senses, the Phoenix King found himself reclining upon the Millennium Phoenix wood, his entire being enveloped in a blissful stupor. Furthermore, he sensed a tangible enhancement in his attributes. How astonishing! Unable to contain his excitement, the Phoenix King emitted a melodious and resounding cry, an expression of his exhilaration. The Phoenix King glanced at the chat room. Are they arguing? Do they wish to capture him? Humans. He had long since grown accustomed to such antics. They desire his Millennium Phoenix wood? They must be dreaming. Phoenix King. Experiencing rest upon the Millennium Phoenix wood is delightful. Absolutely splendid. The Phoenix King's first-hand account ignited excitement among all humans and divine beasts alike. It turned out that communication with divine beasts was indeed possible in this chat room. Trainer Xiao Song from the Yuanzhu Gym was overwhelmed with tears of joy. Xiao Song, Phoenix King. It is truly the Phoenix King. Just moments ago, Xiao Song had been unable to believe the video. However, now that he witnessed the Phoenix King's actual presence in the chat room, he was so elated that he hardly knew what to say. As a trainer from Yuanzhu City, Xiao Song had grown up listening to tales of the Phoenix King. To him, the Phoenix King was extraordinary. Damaranchi let out a long sigh. It was not just Xiao Song who was exhilarated. The entire Pokemon League was stirred. The individual behind this chat room and video left Damaranchi at a loss for words. The influx of genuine information had rendered his mind nearly incapable of processing. The divine beasts, who had remained silent even after the first video concluded, suddenly sprang to life. This was the Phoenix King, universally acknowledged for his good nature and kindness. He surely could not be deceitful. Shualabai, is it truly that wonderful? Phoenix King, could you elaborate? Phoenix King, it is that indescribable sensation. The entire being feels at ease. One can distinctly perceive the growth of power. Phoenix King, in summary, it is simply magnificent. Should you have the chance, you must experience it for yourselves. Latios, the Phoenix King would not lie. It must indeed be remarkable, and I wish to be on the list. Latias, I wish to be on the list. Groudon, I wish to be on the list. Kyogre, I wish to be on the list. The divine beasts instantly became a chorus of echoes. This was simply due to the Phoenix King's description sounding too enticing. Was the Ninetales summoned by Hoopa not astonished? Indeed. Yet, the powerful divine beasts felt confident in their capabilities. The more gentle-natured divine beasts, however, found it challenging to interact with the Ninetales. Thus, many divine beasts were not stirred by this reward. Their purpose in viewing this video was merely to ascertain whether they ranked among the 10 strongest divine beasts. After the Phoenix King's reward was announced, things took a different turn. The enthusiasm of the divine beasts was entirely ignited by the Phoenix King's description. To think the reward could be so extraordinary. If it could evoke such excitement in the inherently gentle Phoenix King, it must surely be remarkable. Whether it be the desire to grow stronger or to lead a more comfortable life, each divine beast found aspects of interest. One by one, the divine beasts fixated intently on the white screen before them. Let us hasten to begin the next segment. It must contain their names. Ho-Oh, let us all share together. We are all divine avian beings. Articuno, support. Zapdos, support. Lugia, not interested, farewell. No one dares to covet the ancient Phoenix wood. Lugia cherished the ancient wood for a moment, relishing its comfort. I must seek a place to rest peacefully, one that is utterly undetectable. Reluctantly, Lugia stowed the ancient wood into the dimensional space provided by the multiverse network. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, it soared into the sky. Farewell, friends. Today, I embark on a grand voyage. The once bustling chat room fell silent, a palpable excitement enveloping everyone. Ash gazed at the legendary beings emerging in the chat, reflecting on the extraordinary scene. It is quite normal. They are legendary Pokémon. Misty was equally exhilarated. The sight of so many divine beings felt like a dream. Ash was not alone in this sentiment. The members of the evil organization were also struck by how these divine beings communicated so differently from their expectations. Jesse, is this really a divine being? James, divine beings possess intelligence, and the rewards are undeniably tempting. Meowth, sounds like a meow. Ash, Lugia is right. Otherwise, would you wait for them to come knocking? Ash joyfully pumped his fist. Lugia should act this way. Team Rocket and those malevolent organizations should not even think about it. Professor Oak, I wonder if Lugia could spare a bit for my research. The ancient wood is rare and possesses unique abilities. What is the reason behind that? Professor Oak's inquiry shifted the tone of the chat room. Truly a specialist in Pokemon research. The white screen illuminated once more, capturing everyone's attention. Is it about to begin? The capture of Ligia, the ancient wood. Watching the video is of utmost importance. The allure of the 9th place reward was so enticing. What about the 8th? Everyone watched with rapt attention. The divine beings were even more fervent. This time, it must be me. The reward shall undoubtedly be mine. Groudon roared triumphantly. I will surely make the list. That Groudon fellow may not. Kyogre silently competed in his mind. Not only did he want to make the list, but he also hoped Groudon would remain unrecognized. This video platform's rewards had stirred excitement among both humans and divine beings, making them even more invested in the upcoming video. The white screen lit up. What was about to play was a countdown of the 8th place divine being in the Pokémon world. Chapter 9, 8th place divine being, a clone that rivals the divine beings. Daigo, I'm quite curious about who the 8th place might be. Alder, haha. Indeed, we are all eager for enlightenment. Let the video play on. Quickly, take notes. These videos are more significant than I imagined. Meanwhile, Professor Oak had already pulled out paper and pen to document the characteristics and habits of the divine beings showcased in the video. These are creatures that ordinary people could never hope to encounter in a lifetime. Perhaps he could even discern some of their habitats through this information. Alas, the video could not be recorded with electronic devices. Otherwise, it should be preserved. Professor Oak's attempts to record yielded only blank frames, forcing him to abandon his efforts in frustration. While he was also curious about the rewards, his focus remained on the divine beings. He yearned to witness more extraordinary Pokémon. Many divine beings were closely monitoring the chatroom and the white screen. Roar. Groudon was quite displeased. Why was he the summoned one? It was a disgrace to his status as a divine being. Just as everyone anticipated, the screen finally lit up, accompanied by intense music. 2 phrases echoed through the dim visuals. The strongest Pokémon trainer is about to descend upon this realm. All eyes were drawn in. Brock squinted, curiously stroking his chin. This voice sounds oddly familiar. It resembles Nurse Joy's voice. Brock, who could accurately identify each Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny in the future, was beginning to showcase his abilities. Others, however, did not recognize the voice. Nonetheless, Giovanni and Cyrus narrowed their eyes. This description. Giovanni twisted the large ring on his finger, sensing something amiss. It was still supposed to be under experimentation. Before Giovanni could dispatch someone to investigate, the video continued to play. The white screen displayed 3 lines of text once more. He is born from the genes of Mew. He is a product of human ambition. Though a clone, he stands shoulder to shoulder with the divine beings. It is Mutwo. At this moment, both Cyrus and Giovanni immediately realized. It must be Mutwo. They quickly instructed the researchers on New Island to monitor Mutwo's status. No issues could arise. Giovanni sat up straight. How could the creator of this video know about his acquisition of Mew's genes? Furthermore, Mutwo still lacked consciousness. Did his research on Mutwo yield such formidable results? Giovanni felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. This was the 8th place. He must control Mutwo. There must be no errors. In the Pokémon League conference room, how dare anyone privately use Mew's genes to create Pokémon? This is utterly outrageous. Dr. Fuji was on the verge of exploding with rage. Sylin and Iris wore equally grim expressions. As Pokémon trainers, they cherished Pokémon dearly. Continue watching. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Dama Lanchi glared at the white screen, recognizing the gravity of the situation. It must not be taken lightly. Those evil organizations are truly despicable. The scene shifted, the camera rising high. It revealed a deserted, desolate island. Suddenly, the camera zoomed in, unveiling a massive research facility. Hundreds of bustling scientists and titanium alloy doors flashed across the screen. Finally, it settled in front of a gigantic incubation chamber. Inside lay a small Pokémon curled up, its long lavender tail trailing behind, connected to intricate infusion tubes at its head and limbs. The next moment, those eyes snapped open. The incubation chamber shattered. Boom. The entire island and laboratory were obliterated. How could they treat Pokémon in such a manner? Professor Oak was infuriated. Team Rocket. That island bore the insignia of Team Rocket. Ash was equally enraged. He had always known Team Rocket was villainous, but he never imagined they could stoop so low. Indeed. However, that Mutwo seems a bit unattractive. Sakura agreed, but ultimately, her attention diverted to its appearance. Misty buried her face in her hands in despair. In such a significant moment, dear sister, is your only concern the Pokémon's looks? Truly you. The scene then shifted again. The grand research facility transformed into an opulent castle. This is the world's strongest Pokémon trainer. Simultaneously, the mightiest Pokémon. Mutwo. The woman before Mutwo introduced it to all Pokémon trainers around the globe, astonishing everyone. Such arrogance in her words. Dr. Fuji could neither smile nor express anger, reflecting on Mutwo's introduction, and then recalling the Mutwo scene in the incubation chamber. This Pokémon was created due to human ambition. It is understandable that Mutwo would possess such a temperament. Damalanchi's gaze remained fixed on the white screen, fearful of missing a single detail. However, just as the scene shifted, it transformed into the moment of battle with Mutuo. It was truly astonishing how feeble it appeared. As Mutuo spoke, it effortlessly blocked the onslaught from Gyarados, sending the Rhydon flying as well. Remarkably, Mutuo remained perfectly still, not even shifting its stance. This psychic Pokémon, endowed with the genes of Mew, had captivated the attention of Sceptile, whose eyes gleamed with excitement. Clearly, this video bore some significance. It was evident that this depicted a scene from the future. He realized that upon awakening, Mutuo would act in a certain manner, allowing him to commence preparations to control it in advance. Moreover, he could claim the rewards that rightfully belonged to Mutuo. After all, it was indeed his Pokémon, and such rewards should naturally be his. Nevertheless, Mutuo's demeanor was rather fierce. Sceptile remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. He was not concerned about Mutuo viewing the video. He had already contacted the research facility, and Mutuo remained in a state of slumber. What Sceptile did not know was that on New Island, within the bustling laboratory, the scientists had confirmed multiple times that Mutuo was still in a deep sleep before retreating. As the door closed, Mutuo's eyes, tightly shut in the petri dish, twitched ever so slightly before returning to tranquility. Humanity must pay the price for their actions. Mutuo was unaware of how it had awakened. However, the images playing in its mind and the dialogues from the chat room made Mutuo realize that this could perhaps be its opportunity. First, it would watch until the end. Then, it would await its moment of vengeance. The video continued to unfold. Mew appeared. Everyone gasped in astonishment. This was indeed the mythical Pokémon Mew. Chapter 10. The Transformation of Mutuo. Mew had always existed only in legends. No one had ever laid eyes upon it. Prior to this, no one even knew Mutuo's name. Yet, the moment they appeared together, no one could doubt the connection they shared. Sceptile, exhausted, no longer wished to speak. The notion of restructuring Mew's genes was something only Team Rocket could conceive. All they did was create chaos for the Pokémon League. The existence of clones was meant to surpass the original. Accompanied by Mutuo's furious voice, a fierce battle erupted between Mutuo and Mew. The camera angle elevated. Below, the battle raged on between clones and their originals. Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charizard, Pikachu. As long as the conflict between Mutuo and Mew persisted, so would their skirmishes. The clash of psychic powers. Whether Mew or Mutuo, both could wield nearly every ability of Pokémon. The scene spun once more. The battlefield for Mutuo and Mew returned to its initial location. Both Mutuo and Mew radiated a dazzling red-purple glow. Boom. Their attacks were about to collide. The outcome would soon be revealed. Ash's silhouette emerged. He intercepted the combined assault of Mew and Mutuo, his entire being turned to stone and fell to the ground. No matter how much Pikachu discharged electricity, the petrified Ash remained unresponsive. In an instant, tears began to flow. When did this happen? Ash scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Was that person who charged forth really him? Misty and Brock were equally stunned. How could it be Ash again? The only one who was not stunned was Pikachu, who was furiously agitated. Pikachu. Thunderbolt. Ash was completely singed, his hair standing on end in disarray. Pikachu finally nodded in satisfaction. Pika Pika. Confirmed, Ash was fine. The scene transitioned again. The petrified Ash was finally freed from his stony prison amidst the tears of all Pokémon, both original and cloned. All the originals and clones embraced each other in jubilation. Observing this scene, Mutuo seemed to finally relinquish its hatred. You are right, whether you or I. We are all living Pokémon. What occurs here should perhaps remain a secret from all. The figures of Mutuo and Mew began to fade into the ether. The cloned Pokémon soared into the sky. Mutuo, where are you going? Ash called out loudly to Mutuo, looking up, to find our rightful place. Since we have come into this world, let us continue to exist. All memories were erased from everyone's minds. Yet this moment would forever remain etched in their hearts. The sea calmed. An array of sunlight pierced through the clouds. Mutuo led all the Pokémon into the clouds, disappearing until they were no longer visible. It was only then that everyone regained their senses. Professor Oak, is this Mutuo? It looks more like a kangaroo. Sceptile, perhaps Professor Oak is right. Mutuo might be watching too. Ahem, although it does resemble a kangaroo somewhat, such comments shouldn't be made in the chat room. Sceptile was eager to agree with Professor Oak's statement. Yolongdu and Kona glanced sideways at Sceptile. Oh, who would have thought you were such a president? Sceptile continued to cough, attempting to redirect everyone's attention. Then, an introduction appeared on the white screen, capturing everyone's gaze. Ranking the top 10 legendary Pokémon in the Pokémon World. 8th place. Mutuo. Reason for ranking. A legendary Pokémon born from human ambition, possessing both X and Y Mega Evolution forms. As soon as this evaluation was revealed, the chat room erupted into a frenzy. Macaulay, so there are other battle forms? It's such a pity we couldn't see them all. Steven,
I'm more curious. Is the experiment still ongoing? What is Mutewo's current state? Yolongdu. Only I am concerned. Why does Ash keep getting involved with Mutewo? Cynthia, and the others shown in the footage, those three must be from Team Rocket. Could it be that Mutewo was created by Team Rocket? Voices chimed in, revealing the deeds of Team Rocket, nearly exposing everything. Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth had never anticipated that they had, in fact, come so close to these two legendary beings. Serena, woe is Ash. Although I know what he did was right. It's still so heartbreaking. Serena couldn't hold back. Ash, still scratching his head in confusion, clearly hadn't remembered Serena, but he said, Ash, honestly, I feel fine after watching. I must have volunteered back then, but it certainly looked painful. Pikachu gave Ash a thunderbolt, and it worked. He.S. alive. Pikachu's words left everyone in a mix of laughter and tears. Well, they felt sorry for Ash too. Ash is a sincere, innocent, and kind-hearted Pokemon trainer. And it is precisely because of this that Mutewo was touched. To even summon Ho-Oh was truly enviable. Kono remarked with a smile. In truth, she had felt like crying just moments ago, especially when Ash fearlessly charged in, ultimately moving all the Pokemon. Kono resonated with that sentiment. Recklessly, only to halt the battle between Mutewo and Mew. Shuei Wudong, created by Team Rocket? How about we all share it together? Kachiki, I can trade something for it. The evil organization's thought process had gone awry. They believed that since one Mutewo could be created, countless Mutewos could be produced. Sceptile, the Pokemon League prohibits all clones and experiments that harm Pokemon. The Pokemon League has made its stance clear. They would never allow such occurrences to transpire again. Just as tensions rose and both parties were about to clash, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed once more. Congratulations to Mutewo for being awarded the title of one of the top 10 strongest legendary Pokemon. Esteemed Mutewo, greetings. The Multiverse Dimension website has also prepared a generous reward package for you. May I inquire if you are in need of it? It has been detected that your current environment is unique. If the rewards are skill-based, they will integrate directly into your being, while tangible rewards will be automatically stored in your space for your convenience. Mutewo's eyes remained closed. Mutewo, I need it. Mutewo silently declared in his mind. Yes, of course. After viewing all the videos, Mutewo's perspective had shifted. Not all humans are malevolent. There are those like the boy named Ash in the video, who is rather foolish. Hence, he made a sudden decision. He would alter his plans. The first step begins with claiming the reward. Chapter 11, Mutewo's Reward, Ability to Learn Legendary Pokemon Skills. The moment Mutewo's message appeared in the chat room, Sakaki leapt up in excitement. Mutewo is conscious. What have those individuals in the laboratory been doing? Are they utterly useless? Sakaki immediately prepared to head to New Island. However, he was swiftly halted by his subordinates. Boss Sakaki, you cannot go now. The Pokemon League is surely monitoring Mutewo. Your presence would reveal your identity. Sakaki's expression darkened. This was indeed a dilemma. On the surface, Sakaki was still a gym leader in Tokyo City. As long as he did not expose himself, the Pokemon League would remain oblivious to his true identity. After all, it is Mutewo, the one endowed with the genes of dreams, and ranked 8th among the top 10 legendary Pokemon. Sakaki was truly reluctant. Please bear with it a little longer, Boss Sakaki. Sakaki could only pet his cat-like companion with fervor. All these legendary Pokemon will eventually belong to me. Mutewo, however, paid no heed to Sakaki's thoughts. He had already heard the chaotic sounds outside the laboratory. The voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed once more. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations. You have received the ability to learn legendary Pokemon moves. Note, the legendary Pokemon eligible for learning must possess a strength inferior to Mutewo's and cannot learn exclusive moves. Everyone was astounded. Just how many extraordinary items does the Multiverse Dimension website possess? Ryudo widened his eyes in astonishment. The spirit communication technique and the Millennium Wudong would both originated from other realms, and they had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. However, Mutewo's reward was different. It is said that Mew possesses the genes of all Pokemon and can utilize all Pokemon skills, with the exception of legendary ones. Now, it seemed only natural for Mutewo to possess even greater abilities based on this foundation. Natural? Nonsense. Dharma Lanchi felt an urge to roar. This is utterly abnormal. Such a grand gesture. It is truly extravagant. Karuna remarked with envy. Mutewo and Mew? Dogao gazed at the now blank white screen, his heart brimming with passion. This is the Pokemon he had long yearned for. Only such a being is worthy of my aspirations. Mutewo directly merged with the skill ball, breaking through the cultivation dish. Then Mutewo saw outside the dish, where Mew was curiously tilting its head while holding its slender tail. Mutewo instinctively felt the urge to strike. But then Mew suddenly appeared beside him. Mew? You are Mutewo? Mutewo recalled the scenes from the video, gazing at the seemingly benign Mew, and refrained from attacking. I am the mightiest Mutwo. Mutwo proclaimed with great pride. After watching the videos from the Multiverse Dimension website, Mutwo's mindset had transformed. Just look at the assessments of him. He is stronger than Mew. Yet, he still ranks 8th. The voice of Mew echoed irritatingly in Mutwo's ears. Silence. Mutwo exclaimed in indignation. Miss Joy from the New Island Pokémon Center. There's been an incident. Our Pokémon Center has suddenly been invaded by hundreds of scientists with no memories. Moreover, New Island has suffered considerable damage. Brock, New Island? Could that be where Mutwo resides? Is the Miss Joy from the video you? Miss Joy from the New Island Pokémon Center. Yes, that is indeed me, but I have no recollection of that event. Dharma Launchi, the Pokémon League must send personnel immediately. Please ensure the scene remains orderly. Dharma Launchi was in a state of panic. Macaulay, I didn't expect it to be New Island. It seems to be an uninhabited island on the edge of the Johto region. Daigo, everyone who can go, please assist. Daigo had also abandoned his mining pursuits. With the explosive nature of the videos being released on the white screen, who had time to mine? It was long gone. I am no longer the champion of the Hoenn region. I am merely a busy individual. Daigo remarked with self-deprecating humor. After all, he was still a Pokemon trainer, and he could not simply ignore everything. Dharma Launchi paced restlessly in the room. Chairman, the situation has unfolded, and everyone knows the cause. They will not blame the League, Kona reassured him. However, she was aware that some individuals would still harbor grievances against the League, believing it had failed to manage the evil Team Rocket adequately. Yet, their circumstances were challenging. I am truly worried about Mutwo. Do you think he will continue to harbor hatred toward humans? Because the video was released early, the bond with the boy Ash had been severed. Dharma Launchi was genuinely concerned. Mutwo's power was evident from the video. It was immensely formidable. Now, having acquired the skills of legendary Pokemon, just the thought of Mutwo seeking vengeance made Dharma Launchi feel breathless. You need not worry about that, Chairman. Suddenly, a call interface from Professor Okido popped up. The world outside appears perilously dangerous. Ash expressed his heartfelt sentiments. You are fortunate. It is of no concern. Misty looked at Ash with envy. I have consumed far too many lemons today. Misty was at a loss for words. Surely, Ash would encounter many legendary Pokemon in the future. He must have a chance to capture one. What would Ash's future strength be? Observing Ash's silly demeanor while holding Pikachu, Misty suddenly felt she had been overthinking. How could she have the sudden impression that he would undoubtedly win the league championship? It must be the result of watching too many videos. Yes, it has to be a mere illusion. After a period of waiting, Mutwo had indeed caused destruction to New Island, but had taken no further actions. Only then did Dharma Launchi finally exhale in relief. The troubles caused by Team Rocket must ultimately be borne by us all. These evil organizations operate this way. For the sake of ambition, they never regard the potential harm to others. Professor Okido was equally helpless, but the next moment, he became excited. Nevertheless, I have gathered a wealth of fascinating data. Speaking of his expertise, Professor Okido's face lit up. Granny Kikuko let out a cold laugh. Old man Okido, it seems you can only research these things now. Your combat abilities are utterly lacking. Ryudo, Shiba, and Kona exchanged glances at the normally sharp-tongued Granny Kikuko. Unleashing a barrage of critiques at Professor Okido, Dharma Launchi remained unfazed. The expressions of the three individuals morphed into something peculiar. What a complicated web of love and hate. It cannot be helped. Professor Okido was not offended, for Granny Kikuko was right. It seems the video is about to start. Let us watch. Professor Okido cheerfully redirected the conversation. All eyes were drawn to the screen. The video detailing the 7th-ranked legendary Pokémon in the Pokémon World was about to commence. Chapter 12, 7th place, the leader of the 3 dragons of the way. Others in the chat room began speculating about the true identity of this 7th-ranked Pokémon. Mutwo. I too wish to behold the formidable beings that rank above me. Ash, I can't shake the feeling that Mutwo's tone is laced with threats, Upon reading Ash's message, Professor Oak found himself at a loss. That Ash, he speaks so candidly, seemingly unafraid of offending Mutwo. Professor Oak had long recognized Ash's inherent naivety. This child even forgets the time to leave his home. Nevertheless, judging by the video, Mutwo appears to have a relatively favorable impression of Ash. Surely, Mutwo wouldn't he become irate so easily? Yet, Mutwo's demeanor indeed carries a somewhat menacing undertone, as if proclaiming, once I ascertain your identities, I shall vanquish you all. And then I shall reign supreme. Remarked Yulongdu. He then chuckled at his own imagination. After all, Mutwo is a legendary Pokemon. How could it harbor such childish thoughts? Speaking ill of legendary beings behind their backs is ill-advised. Well then, let us see who ranks 7th. Damaranchi fell silent for a moment. Yulongdu immediately grasped the meaning behind the chairman's expression. The few individuals in the conference room exchanged glances, ultimately redirecting their focus to the white screen once more. Achoo! Mutwo suddenly sneezed. Mew appeared beside Mutwo in an instant. Are you unwell? Do you have a cold? Mutwo maintained a stoic expression. No, as the god of Mutwo, I cannot succumb to human ailments. Someone must be maligning me from the shadows. Mutwo declared emphatically. Noticing that Mutwo was fine, Mew resumed playing with its own tail. Mutwo shot Mew a look of exasperation. How could I have ever desired to compare myself to this creature? It is clearly a trivial, aimless legendary Pokémon. I, as the god of Mutwo, am undoubtedly superior. Mutwo thought with pride. I am ranked 8th on the leaderboard. I am eager to discover just how formidable those who precede me truly are. Mutwo's gaze shifted to the white screen. Mew, curious, watched alongside. The air was filled with an exhilarating battle theme, igniting fervor in everyone present. I shall challenge you. Oh, it sounds like a confrontation is imminent. All held their breath, momentarily unable to recognize what was unfolding. Yet, they knew the white screen would soon unveil the mystery. The screen did not disappoint. 3 lines of text gradually appeared. He is the mightiest dragon-type Pokémon. He is the only Pokémon capable of learning the move Ice World. He is the leader of the 3 dragons of the path. The moment the first line appeared, Yulongdu and Alice's eyes sparkled with recognition. They both discerned the true identity of this legendary Pokémon. Kyurem. It must be Kyurem. In different locations, 2 identical voices echoed in confirmation. I had always believed Kyurem was merely a legend. I never imagined I would witness Kyurem in battle one day. Yulongdu's cheeks flushed with excitement. He was simply overwhelmed. Shiba cast a glance at this fellow, truly reluctant to acknowledge him as the champion of the Kanto Elite Four. Are you excited because he is a dragon-type Pokémon? Or because he can fly? Yulongdu was momentarily speechless. Kona, fanning the flames, chimed in. Indeed, when one considers that Yulongdu's Pokémon lean more towards flying types, it is surprising that he is so thrilled by a legendary dragon-type Pokémon. Listening to Kona and Shiba, Yulongdu cleared his throat awkwardly. Flying types? He seemed not to possess any. Reflecting on Gyarados, Aerodactyl, Charizard, and Dragonite, Yulongdu found himself at a loss for rebuttal. It is indeed Kyurem. In the Unova region, Alice, who dreams of becoming a dragon-type Pokémon master, has always held a keen interest in all dragon-type Pokémon. Yet, Kyurem was a concept Alice had never contemplated. Although she felt trepidation, her curiosity was piqued. The camera panned upward, the scene shifted. A deep voice resonated. Challenge me. Do you possess the qualifications? In an abandoned mine. Kyurem, concealed from sight, disdainfully queried. Then passed through this door. Countless ice crystals erupted from the ground. 2 massive icicles on either side converged to form an archway. The audacious Cobalion, unfazed by danger, charged straight through. In the next moment, more ice crystals erupted. The once derelict mine transformed into a colossal circular arena. Roar. Kyurem finally made its appearance. Is this Kyurem? How imposing. Yulongdu gazed at the gray-blue, bipedal Pokémon, nearly leaping for joy. Yulongdu's hefty Dragonite shot him a disdainful glance. You wish for Kyurem? Dream on. The scene transitioned once more. Interfering combatants shall not be forgiven. The defeated Cobalion lay sprawled on the ground. Kyurem soared into the air. A unique radiance emanated from Kyurem. It transformed into white Kyurem. With a single move, it encased 3 swords of justice in ice. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Sceptile observed the video, his eyes narrowing. This Kyurem appears to lack any guardians nearby. Perhaps Team Rocket could seize the opportunity to capture it. An abandoned mine? And the swords of justice? A thorough investigation would surely yield results. Sceptile watched as legendary Pokémon appeared one after another, witnessing them grow increasingly powerful, his heart aching with desire. I want them all. Is this the power of Kyurem? How formidable. Yulongdu was completely engrossed in the video. Kyurem is so cool, and white Kyurem is equally impressive. A one-hit knockout. That fellow you must be wide-eyed with excitement. Dawu, who knew Yulongdu quite well, chuckled softly. However, Kyurem's habitat is quite discerning. This mine certainly incites a desire to excavate. Yet the footage did not cease. It shifted yet again. Kyurem transformed once more. Black Kyurem. Thunder crackled. Flames erupted. The entire mine was filled with ice crystals. After evolving, Cobalion chose to protect its mentor and friends. Ultimately, it fell to Kyurem. Yet, this time, Kyurem merely chuckled. I can see that you are my worthy adversary. Cobalion, having chosen companionship over victory, earned Kyurem's acknowledgement. Cobalion learned the move Sacred Sword and became a true Sword of Justice. Kyurem, under the watchful gaze of the Swords of Justice and Ash's group, gradually retreated into the frozen world it had created. Once more, it succumbed to slumber. Chapter 13. The Grudge-Holding Mutwo. As everyone observed Kyurem's departing figure, reality dawned upon them. Alice, wow. Does this mean I will one day encounter Kyurem alongside that Ash boy? Kyurem is so cool, but also quite intimidating. Yulongdu. Now that is the legendary Pokémon a man should aspire to have. I too. wished to encounter Kyurem in the future. Yulongdu genuinely envied the girl named Alice. Even Ash making a reappearance could not capture Yulongdu's attention. The bond between Ash and legendary Pokémon is truly extraordinary. Damaranchi, uncertain whether to feel envy or relief, or perhaps both, acknowledged that as the president of the Pokémon League, he harbored deep affection for Pokémon. Witnessing Ash's continuous encounters with legendary Pokémon, though perilous, embodies the dreams of many throughout their lives. This child, Ash, undoubtedly possesses immense potential. Professor Oak chuckled. This is the mark of a true trainer emerging from Pallet Town. Regardless of the circumstances, we must ensure Ash's safety, regardless of his future achievements. His extraordinary ability to bond with mythical beasts cannot be underestimated. As Damalanki spoke, an introduction appeared on the white screen, drawing the attention of everyone and the mythical beasts. Ranking the top 10 most powerful mythical beasts in the Pokémon world. 7th place. Kyurem. Reason for ranking. The leader of the Tau Trio. Capable of transforming into white Kyurem and black Kyurem. No one disputed this assessment. Cynthia. So it's white Kyurem and black Kyurem? Both forms possess remarkable offensive capabilities. Alder. Indeed, Kyurem is not only a dragon type, but also an ice type, boasting unique abilities. Water Wudong. That Knight of the Holy Sword, Keldeo, also seems impressive. Though Keldeo is not yet a Knight of the Holy Sword, right? Kikis. It certainly has great capture value. And, I see you're dreaming. N regarded Kikis's comments with an impassive expression. Compared to Kikis, N opted for Pokemon. The members of the Pokémon League were unaware of N's true identity. They merely smiled upon seeing N counter Kikis and Water Wudong's remarks. Truly our trainer. This is how we deal with those evil organizations. They will dream up their own fantasies day by day. Macaulay felt immensely gratified. The Pokémon League had upright new trainers like Ash, as well as countless trainers like N who protect Pokémon. The evil organizations will surely not succeed. Kona, well said. Plasma and Team Aqua, right? Whether it's Keldeo or Kyurem, you will never acquire them. Yolongdu, Kona is absolutely correct. Hiba, all you can do is echo others' words. Yolongdu shot a fierce glare at Hiba, ready to undermine him. Gaheo, speaking of which, mythical beasts are also Pokémon. We mustn't allow evil organizations to acquire them, but we can capture them ourselves, thus rendering them immune to the evil organization's grasp. Gaheo, take Mewtwo and Mew, for instance. They have been exploited by wrongdoers, and we can provide them protection. Gaheo, we don't seek rewards from mythical beasts, so isn't this a win-win situation? Observing the standoff between the evil organizations and the Pokémon League, Gaheo felt it was time for him to shine. His reasoning was flawless. Mythical beasts are powerful Pokémon. It is only natural for them to be trained and to battle. He was more than suitable. Gaheo brimmed with confidence. Whether it be Hoopa, Ho-Oh, Mewtwo, Mew, or Kyurem, he desired them all. Keldeo could be set aside. Could he possibly capture them all? However, it seemed that Ho-Oh's combat prowess was somewhat lacking. Gaheo muttered to himself, even beginning to pick and choose. Daiwu, the premise is, if you can truly defeat a mythical beast. Yolongdu, for instance, Hoopa's mythical beast assembly, Ho-Oh's rebirth, Mewtwo's psychic attacks, Kyurem's frozen world. Hiba, here's a suggestion. You might as well wash up and go to bed early. You can find anything in your dreams. Gaheo, damn it. Gaheo felt utterly crushed. The damage was minimal, yet the insult was profound. After being subjected to such a barrage of ridicule, Gaheo finally fell silent. He chose to retreat into himself. In the Pokémon League conference room, this trainer, Yolanda, felt helpless. Do you think mythical beasts can be captured at will? Haha, I remember that kid Gaheo. Professor Oak chuckled in the call interface. He is a trainer with a deep understanding of Pokémon, and it seems he has encountered Mew, hence his persistent passion. Or perhaps, Professor Oak believed that Gaheo's ability to remain silent until now was quite remarkable. He must have been astonished upon seeing Mewtwo and Mew. It seems he is only now processing it. Damalanki chuckled at Professor Oak's words. After all, he is still a young trainer. Having ideals is commendable. As for whether he can realize them, well, let us observe the skills possessed by these mythical beasts alongside the rewards offered by the Multiverse Dimension website. Damalanki was not concerned. Such an overly arrogant and confident child would come to understand in due time once he embarks on his journey. Damalanki nearly voiced it outright. Kid, society will teach you how to be a person. Mewtwo caught sight of Gaheo's messages in the chat room and scoffed disdainfully. This guy thinks he can capture the God of Dreams? Dream on. I'll take care of him right now. Mewtwo appeared fierce, yet was ultimately restrained by Mew. Wonderful. After all, he won't encounter us anyway. That is not the point. The one who just spoke ill of me in his heart must be this guy? He must be plotting how to enslave me, the God of Dreams, which is why I sensed him. Mewtwo did not forget the sneeze he had just made, and promptly placed the blame on Gaheo. Mew, feeling exhausted, chose to remain silent. It was tiring. After flying around, he suddenly appeared beside the white screen and continued watching the video. The familiar, light-hearted voice resonated. Congratulations. Kyurem has earned the title of one of the top 10 most powerful mythical beasts. Esteemed Kyurem, the Multiverse Dimension website has also prepared a generous reward package for you. Would you like to accept it? In an abandoned mine, Kyurem quietly watched the white screen, letting out a heavy sigh. Kyurem, yes. Kyurem lazily swished its tail. As the leader of the Tao Trio, Kyurem possessed the pride of a dragon-type mythical beast. He believed he was the strongest. As for the reward, Kyurem was indifferent. Whatever it is, it's certainly one to be given away. Chapter 14, Kyurem's Reward, Simultaneous Transformation Ability. All attention shifted back to the white screen. Trainer A, I wonder what the reward will be. Trainer B, Kyurem will surely become even stronger. Trainer C, other trainers also engaged in speculation. The video on the white screen sent the audience into a frenzy. Countless trainers could hardly fathom that one day they would witness mythical beasts in battle. Even if it's just a video, it suffices. Yes. It feels like everyone is more motivated now. The impact is even more significant. The scenes of mythical beasts battling are astounding. Some of the slightly weaker trainers recoiled. Misty and Brock glanced at Ash in response to the chatroom's barrage. Kyurem looks so magnificent. Truly a dragon-type Pokémon. I want one too. Ash seemed largely unaffected, continuing to praise Kyurem's might. A fool's luck shouldn't be scrutinized too closely. Misty snarked. The three sisters, Sakura, Iris, and Lily, couldn't help but chuckle. Ash seems quite impressive. Misty, you're not exactly a beauty yourself. You shouldn't always criticize others. Sakura cheerfully jabbed at Misty, who was fuming. Just as she was about to retort, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations. You have received the ability to simultaneously transform into White Kyurem and Black Kyurem without merging with Reshiram or Zekrom. Note, normally, transformation requires merging with Reshiram or Zekrom and can only possess one form. After receiving the reward, you can transform independently, allowing White Kyurem and Black Kyurem to coexist. This reward, Yolongdu. This reward has directly elevated Kyurem's potential. Yolongdu. Although the method of transforming alone in the video remains unclear, it is evident that Kyurem's original transformation was heavily constrained, and it could only assume a singular form. Alisu, has the limitation been lifted? Moreover, after the transformation, both White Kyurem and Black Kyurem can manifest simultaneously. Yolongdu. Indeed, and the previous weakening due to the combination of dragon and ice types has been rectified. Kyurem's shortcomings have been entirely addressed. As the reigning champion of dragon-type Pokémon, Yolongdu's words carry significant authority. Alisu, driven by her aspirations, possesses a certain level of understanding regarding dragon-type Pokémon. After viewing the revelations, a clear notion settled in everyone's minds. That is, Kyurem has become stronger. Furthermore, its sole flaw has been remedied. Kyurem, I am quite satisfied with this reward. Even within the depths of the cave, Kyurem, who initially held no expectations, expressed contentment with the reward. It had long found the transformation process cumbersome. Moreover, only one form could exist at a time. It appears that this Multiverse Dimension website is indeed remarkable. With Kyurem's newfound strength, there are no immediate concerns. Damalanshi let out a long sigh of relief. Indeed, the area where Kyurem resides is now fully revealed. Those with intent can certainly search for it. Professor Oak nodded in agreement. Although it would demand considerable time and effort, the nefarious organizations will undoubtedly resort to unscrupulous means to acquire the legendary Pokémon. Now that Kyurem is visibly more powerful, anyone attempting to subdue it must first evaluate their own capabilities to withstand simultaneous assaults from both White Kyurem and Black Kyurem. At Team Rocket's headquarters, the rewards dispensed by this Multiverse Dimension website are quite bothersome. Bamu also sensed this. Why can't they simply release videos? It would be best if they could also disclose the legendary Pokémon's habitat. Bamu furrowed his brow. Why all this troublesome business? Meanwhile, En quietly gazed at the white screen, grappling with inner turmoil and conflict. Is what I am doing truly right? Upon witnessing the videos of these legendary Pokémon, En was suddenly struck with a different perspective. Thus, he had previously challenged his trusted foster father. He refrained from checking the messages sent by Ichisu. En's gaze remained fixed on the white screen, hoping it would reveal something different. Mutuo Kyurem? It appears to be just that. Kyurem, are you attempting to provoke me? If you dare, come forth. Mutuo, if you want me to come, I will. Who is afraid of whom? Mutuo and Kyurem directly challenged each other in the chatroom, leaving everyone astonished. Is it truly permissible to engage in such a manner? Mutuo, possessing the genes of Dream, is a psychic-type legendary Pokémon. If it desires, combined with the information willingly provided by Kyurem, It should possess a means to genuinely locate Kyurem. Professor Oak quietly analyzed the situation, arriving at a conclusion that Zheng Zhi was reluctant to accept. Pain. So much pain. Why must he confront such human tragedies? Kyurem has long been regarded as a harbinger of disaster, and Mutwo, due to humanity's ambitions, is exceedingly volatile. Such impulsiveness seems somewhat understandable. Yurlong, still oblivious to the atmosphere, inadvertently placed even more burden on Damalanchi. Indeed, neither of these two legendary Pokémon is easily dealt with. If they were to engage in combat, the true victims would be the nearby residents. Du, you must handle this matter. In response to Longdu's astonished expression, Damalanchi coldly declared, "You foolishly revel in this misfortune. This task is now yours. As the president, I." The sweat on Yurlongdu's forehead began to bead. Two legendary Pokémon. If they truly were to fight, could he intervene? Following this news, even Yurlongdu's hefty Dragonite decisively abandoned him. This trainer is no longer viable. Let us find another. Damalanchi continued with an air of righteousness. You are the foremost champion of the Kanto region. Moreover, as a flying type, dragon type champion, your speed is unmatched. You can respond and manage emergencies at any time. Only by entrusting this matter to you can I feel at ease. Yurlongdu, President, do not assume that your change of tone has gone unnoticed. You are indirectly suggesting I am a flying type champion. You merely covet my ability to soar through the skies. But what can Yurlongdu do? He cannot simply allow Mutwo and Kyurem to run rampant. I understand. Yurlongdu's expression was one of utter resignation. However, I believe there is no immediate rush. After all, Mutwo and the others should still be quite intrigued by the video. Once it concludes, we can initiate our actions. Yurlongdu turned, observing the 6th legendary Pokémon, which was slowly preparing to be unveiled. Chapter 15. The 6th legendary Pokémon, the Legendary X, Xiaodru, Professor Oak. Who do you think the 6th legendary Pokémon is most likely to be? Damu Teboshu. Ha! I am merely a scientist persistently studying Pokémon. I cannot make accurate predictions, as there are simply too many formidable legendary Pokémon. The Pokémon League. Upon seeing Professor Oak's statement, Damalanchi chuckled. Indeed, I initially believed I was well-versed in legendary Pokémon, but after watching today's video, I realized there are so many I am unaware of. The world of Pokémon is far more fascinating than we had imagined. Damalanchi refrained from commenting in the chat room, wanting to maintain some semblance of dignity. Today's revelations have been overwhelmingly astonishing. Are we not all gradually exploring? It is precisely because there are countless unknowns that numerous trainers continue to embark on adventures. Professor Oak and Damalanchi exchanged knowing smiles. Xiaodru and Pikachu remained eagerly fixated on the white screen. How exciting! I wonder what legendary Pokémon we will witness this time. Xiaogang, after a moment of silence, interjected with a quip. I am particularly curious about how Xiaodru will make his entrance this time. Xiaoshab, unable to contain herself, chuckled alongside. Indeed, in comparison to the shock brought by the legendary Pokémon, what astonishes me more is that my companion will actually intersect with so many legendary Pokémon, especially considering many of them are water-type legends. Xiaoshab's eyes brimmed with envy. Xiaodru's luck is truly remarkable. As they engaged in light-hearted banter, the white screen flickered to life once more. However, this time, the image clearly took everyone by surprise. Plop! It was a diminutive green creature, seemingly no larger than a palm, with one eye notably larger than the other. It exuded an oddly endearing charm. This was a Pokémon not listed in the Pokédex. The scene depicted 4 individuals gathered together, with Xiaoru, who had already made an appearance, unable to obtain any information about it from his Pokédex. In the Kalos region. Brother, look! It's my brother, Enyo Lija. The youthful Lijav, not yet 10 years old, widened her eyes in astonishment. Strong-willed and deeply enamored with Pokémon, due to her youth, has yet to possess her own Pokémon. The sudden emergence of the white screen opened a new world for her. So this is what the outside world is like. It is also fraught with danger. This must be a glimpse into the future, with a high degree of credibility. Shiturlong adjusted his glasses. I have yet to ascertain the technology behind this white screen. Let me study it further. Shiturlong wished he could split himself in two. He yearned to comprehend the principles of the white screen while simultaneously witnessing the legendary Pokémon. Why can't he sprout 2 more eyes? Yoli Jia continued to watch the video with enthusiasm, while Xilong wrestled with his intellectual dilemmas. Selena was so astonished that she nearly tumbled from her bed. Is Ash traveling with Selena? In an instant, Selena recognized the short-haired version of herself. She touched her own long hair, feeling a twinge of conflict. If I cut my hair now, will I be able to meet Ash? The scene shifted, revealing 3 lines of text. He is the legend of the Kalos region. He is the overseer of the ecosystem. He is the legendary X. The Kalos region. Zygarde. This must be Zygarde, exclaimed Professor Bratano with excitement. This video is simply extraordinary. It has also instilled confidence in me. Professor Bratano recalled witnessing the mega evolution of the mythical Pokemon Hoopa previously summoned. He had been researching Ultra Evolution for quite some time, without any significant breakthroughs. However, after viewing this video of the mythical Pokemon's Ultra Evolution, Professor Bratano was once again filled with optimism. The potential for Ultra Evolution in the future undoubtedly affirms the validity of my research. I must persevere. And Zygarde, all along, I believed it to be merely a legendary Pokemon of the Kalos region. But does it truly exist? The camera panned, revealing the same little green bug from the beginning. It had a red gem on its belly. Surrounded by a group of individuals in red attire, its vision suddenly transformed. In an instant, it beheld forests, land, and cities. Then, several beams of green light converged upon it. In a flash, it transformed from a small bug into a form reminiscent of a Doberman. The black-green canine radiated power. What kind of evolution is this? Professor Oak pondered curiously, unable to fully comprehend the transformation. It seemed this was still not Zygarde's complete form. How impressive! Yulika exclaimed, exhilarated. She still did not possess her own Pokemon. However, in this video, she saw that this Pokemon shared a profound bond with her. The specifics of the mythical Pokemon were irrelevant. What mattered most was that it could very well become Yulika's future companion. The thought brought her immense joy. Brother, let us go find Little Soft ahead of time. Yulika had already named the core in its bug form. The scene transitioned once more. A serene lake appeared, with a Pokemon slowly emerging from its depths. Unlike the appearances of the bug and Doberman, this form resembled a gigantic Z-shaped sea serpent. Its mouth unleashed immense energy. In Hualan City, is this all Zygarde? Its appearances are so diverse. Ash exclaimed in astonishment. Misty and Brock were equally taken aback. As for seeing Ash again, that was now perfectly normal. They were no longer surprised. I wonder if Ash will encounter the remaining mythical Pokemon in the future as well, Misty quietly remarked. Only Brock, standing beside her, caught her comment. He nodded in agreement. I share that sentiment as well. Ash has a promising future ahead. The scene transformed once more. The sea serpent form of Zygarde appeared to be cornered. Finally, Zygarde unveiled its complete form. Zygarde's visage underwent yet another transformation. Its mutated wings and tail enabled it to stand upright like a human. It resembled a colossal Gundam. After a fierce battle, Zygarde split back into its previous forms. The final scene depicted the sea serpent form of Zygarde alongside the bug form, as Yulika made a promise. When I am able to travel on my own, I will come find you, Little Soft. All right, I will be waiting for you. The shimmering lake and lush forest framed a bittersweet farewell between Yulika and Little Soft. Ash also bid farewell to his Greninja. The camera lingered on the faces of the group, capturing a moment frozen in time, preserving all the beautiful experiences in the hearts of the viewers. Chapter 16, The Core and Cells of Zygarde. The screen faded to white, revealing several lines of text, ranking the top 10 most powerful mythical Pokemon in the Pokémon World. 6th place, Zygarde. Reason for inclusion. Based on the varying quantities of its core and cells, it can manifest different appearances and powers in its 10 or 50 forms. It also possesses the ability to suppress both Xerneas and Yveltal. Wow. Upon seeing the reason for its ranking, everyone suddenly understood the nature of Zygarde's different forms. It turns out it can transform according to its needs. Moreover, everyone noted the final statement. Professor Bratano, Xerneas and Yveltal are the Fairy-type and Dark-flying-type legendary Pokemon, respectively. Professor Bratano, in the Tales of Legends, they possess extraordinarily powerful energy. Yet, Zygarde can suppress them. This further illustrates the formidable strength of Zygarde. Yulongdu, Zygarde is also a dragon type, right? That girl in the video is truly impressive. When she embarks on her journey, her initial partner will be one that can evolve into a mythical Pokemon. Are you envious of that young girl? Kona chuckled. Haha, I just feel that I started with a novice Pokemon. Yulongdu shyly flicked his cloak. To say I'm not envious would be a lie. However, Yulongdu felt more joy than anything else. They are all good kids of the Alliance. The stronger, the better. But starting with a mythical Pokemon does tend to create a sense of imbalance. Yulika, Little Soft. Does our promise in the video still hold? Yulika really likes Little Soft. Even if he is not a legendary Pokemon, it doesn't matter. Zygarde, core of course, even if it is in the future, it remains valid. This is our promise. The red core, affectionately referred to as Little Soft, smiled as it watched the video. It too cherished the little girl who always protected it. Although the future had been altered, it was still willing to honor this promise. Mamaki, this is our Flare Team S. Claire, now that we understand Zygarde's battle style, acquiring him will be much easier. Damaranchi's brow furrowed instantly. The Flare Team had appeared in the video, had they not? They are the evil organization of the Kalos region. They must not be allowed to grow any stronger. Damaranchi said solemnly. Zygarde guards the Kalos and Alola regions. Therefore, we must protect Zygarde, the guardian deity. However, before the Pokemon League could issue a warning, the evil organizations began fighting among themselves. Jesse, the mythical Pokemon belong to our Team Rocket. What are you Flare Team members even worth? James, we are the great Team Rocket. Flare Team? Never even heard of it. Meowth, that's right. Flare Team is just a small organization. Jesse, James, and Meowth huddled tightly together. Hopefully, Boss Giovanni will take into account our unwavering dedication to the organization and refrain from punishing us. Our salaries are about to be completely deducted. The two of them shed tears of despair. Then, they received a call from Giovanni. Well done. You're not as dim-witted as you seem. This is precisely how it should be. Show off the spirit of Team Rocket. Jesse, James, and Meowth instantly perked up, each eager to grab the phone. Time to flaunt their achievements. Then they heard Giovanni continue speaking on the other end of the line. When it comes to actions matching words, you shall henceforth seek the traces of the mythical beasts across various regions, based on the content provided in the video. If you fail to find them, do not return. With a decisive snap, Sakaki hung up the phone. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Immediately, they began frantically blaming each other. It's all your fault. Whose idea was it anyway? It has nothing to do with me. I'm merely a little meow. In Hualan City, a sudden realization struck Xiaoxia that the Rocket Team might actually serve a purpose. Those three are always engaging in foolish antics. They are far easier to deal with compared to that high-tech Flare Team from the video. Xiaoxia genuinely praised the Rocket Team. Evil organizations are all villains. We must not allow them to exploit the mythical beasts. Ash declared earnestly. Xiaoxia sighed, forget it. It's impossible to reason with this guy. However, Ash is not entirely wrong. Evil organizations are indeed villains. Whether it's the Rocket Team or the Flare Team, neither is any better. She pondered when the Pokemon League would finally suppress them completely. In the Pokemon League conference room, it was indeed a matter of letting them engage in their internal strife. You must remember to keep a close eye on any subsequent developments. Damaranchi understood that the evil organizations were not as united as they initially appeared, nor were they as tense. The greater the number of evil organizations, the more likely they are to engage in infighting. After all, every evil organization harbors its own ambitions and intends to monopolize all the mythical beasts. Rest assured, President Yulong Du declared, shaking his cloak and thumping his chest with resolve. Leave it to me. The cheerful and lively voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed, and everyone knew that rewards were on the way. All conversations ceased. Congratulations to Zygarde for being awarded the title of one of the top 10 most powerful mythical beasts. Dear Zygarde, the Multiverse Dimension website has prepared a generous reward package for you. Would you like to accept? Across various regions, the 50 form of Zygarde contemplated the white screen and the inquiry from the Multiverse Dimension website. Zygarde, 50 yes. Thank you. Zygarde did not decline. The feedback from the other mythical beasts indicated that this reward was indeed of significant value. He was already quite powerful, yet Zygarde had his own regrets. He hoped for a reward that he truly needed. Most were eagerly awaiting Zygarde's reward, with one notable exception. Hanzo, did I just see heroic Greninja? Xiao Ninja, I think I saw it too. It really looks just like the heroic Greninja from our village. In the ninja village of the Kalos region, Hanzo recognized Greninja at first glance. Is it truly possible? In the future, will our heroic Greninja appear by that boy's side? He encounters so many mythical beasts. It seems plausible that he could also capture heroic Greninja. Dapu remarked. No. I still can't accept this. That is heroic Greninja. Hanzo cradled his head, feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 17. Zygarde's Reward. Shadow Clone Technique. Heroic Greninja? Damaranchi also noticed that Greninja, but since he wasn't well versed in the legends of the Kalos region, he hadn't paid much attention before. Now it seems that the Greninja from the video is truly remarkable. Ash's future is indeed limitless. Damaranchi mused. He is very optimistic about Ash. In the future, encountering so many mythical beasts, most of which become friends, and possessing such powerful Pokemon, indicates that Ash's intellect and strength are both highly promising. While this is true, it has become glaringly evident that evil organizations are undoubtedly fixated on him. Granny Kikuko is quite stubborn. Although she secretly admires Ash, she refuses to utter a few kind words. She always expresses her thoughts in a roundabout way. However, those present have known Granny Kikuko for more than a day or two. They are well aware of her sentiments. I am not oblivious to this either. But truly keeping Ash directly protected would be detrimental to his growth. After all, he is still a child. One must be mindful of his rebellious psychology. And without external motivation, he may fail to achieve the corresponding growth. Can President Damaranchi not feel the weight of this? The mythical beasts are crucial. The future of the Pokemon League is equally important. At this moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website rang out. It is Zygarde's reward. Reward has been distributed. Congratulations. You have obtained Shadow Clone Technique. The Shadow Clone Technique is a skill, and once learned, it can be utilized. Note: Due to the characteristics of Zygarde's cells and core, using the shadow clone technique will not consume Zygarde's energy. The limit for clones is 4 for the 10 form, 3 for the 50 form, and 2 for the complete form. Everyone fell silent. Ash remained bewildered. Ash, it sounds confusing, but it seems quite powerful. Shota, powerful is an understatement. This is practically divine. Zygarde is already a mythical beast, and now it can become several. Professor Oak, I would love to see an attack from multiple Zygardes. It sounds incredibly valuable for research. Invaluable for research, indeed. At the Flare Team base in the Kalos region, Flodali was currently in a furious state. The Multiverse Dimension website is such a nuisance. Such a nuisance. Flodali, clad in red, paced anxiously in his room. After watching the video, Flodali's impression of the creator and this Multiverse Dimension website plummeted to an all-time low. Whether it is Xerneas or Yveltal, the Flare Team is currently searching for them. These two mythical beasts have previously appeared in the Kalos region. Flodali is confident he can locate these two mythical beasts and subsequently modify and employ them. And then there's that Zygarde. All of this will belong to the Flare Team. All he needs is time. Now, everything has been shattered by a sudden video. Zygarde has grown stronger. Acquiring him has become even more challenging. No, this is the direction of my dreams. I cannot give up now. Zygarde, thank you. With this power, I can better protect this land. Within the Terminal Cave, Zygarde in its Z form received the reward from the Multiverse Dimension website. This skill automatically merged into Zygarde's body and was inscribed within every cell. Then, with a thought, 3 identical Zygardes appeared within the Terminal Cave. Zygarde also sensed that each clone was in perfect sync with his mind, wholly obeying his commands. One can easily imagine the might of employing this technique in its complete form. This scene was faithfully captured by the white screen, briefly revealing itself before the audience. Yulong-Du, just from behind the screen, witnessing 4 identical Zygardes, I still felt a sense of shock. Daiwu, not just shock, but also a sense of reassurance. Cynthia, indeed, it is quite reassuring. Anyone thinking of targeting Zygarde must be prepared to face 3 or 5 of them. Dogao, capturing this one mythical beast is akin to capturing several, is it not? One mythical beast is already formidable. Facing multiple identical, telepathically connected mythical beasts is something no human could achieve. Yet, Doghao's focus always diverges from that of others. I believe I can accomplish it. As the mightiest Pokemon trainer, it is only fitting that I possess the most formidable legendary Pokemon. Dogao brimmed with confidence. The fact that Zygarde could forge a pact with a little girl who has yet to embark on her journey signifies that Zygarde is also willing to emerge. As for being unable to prevail, Dogao was filled with self-assurance. Zygarde, as the guardian of ecology, leans towards the benevolent side, and that is more than sufficient. Daiwu gazed at the white screen before him, astonished by the enhancement of Zygarde's powers. The technique of Shadow Clone allows for the creation of a number of clones with equivalent strength without compromising the original's prowess. What exactly is this Multiverse Dimension website? What could its purpose be? Daiwu found himself pondering this question. As for Dogao, Daiwu resolved to ignore him entirely. This trainer's incessant antics had wearied him. At Team Rocket's headquarters, Sakaki, who had initially decided to temporarily abandon Zygarde, found himself intrigued by Dogao's words. Capturing one would equate to capturing several legendary Pokemon. Such an opportunity is not something one stumbles upon casually. Moreover, Zygarde's location is relatively well-positioned compared to other legendary Pokemon. The Kalos region is somewhat distant. Yet having such a powerful legendary Pokemon is worth the investment of additional time and effort. In the Pokemon League conference room, Yulan looked utterly speechless. Shiba raised an eyebrow. Professor Oak, were it not for your prior assertion that you were acquainted with this trainer, I would be compelled to suspect him of being affiliated with an evil organization. An evil organization would certainly not let his words go unchallenged. Kono was equally irate. Isn't this just inviting trouble? Professor Oak rubbed his nose, appearing somewhat embarrassed. He truly had not anticipated that Dogao would evolve into such a character. Haha, let us continue watching the video. Professor Oak decided to deflect the situation with humor. The next video was about to commence. Just pretend we saw nothing earlier. To everyone's astonishment, the white screen flickered twice and failed to continue playing as it had before. Could it be? Had the video vanished? Panic ensued among the crowd. Chapter 18. The Essence of Humanity, a repeater. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the white screen remained unresponsive. Now, anxiety gripped everyone. There was no option but to act. Ash, what about the subsequent videos? Yulan, must we linger at such an impasse? Adak, hurry up and continue. Everyone is waiting. Cynthia, we are all waiting. Mikali, we are all waiting. Shui Wudong, we are all waiting. At this moment, both the Pokemon League trainers and the members of the evil organization stood united on the same front. They demanded the immediate release of the subsequent videos of legendary Pokemon. Humanity's essence? It is that of a repeater. People across the globe express their outrage in their own ways, flooding the screens with their fervor. They yearn to witness the forthcoming videos. Meanwhile, the legendary Pokemon on the other side were also expressing their discontent. Groudon, I still want to know if I appear later. Why did it stop here? Are you trying to rob me of my rewards? Kyogre, what rewards could you possibly have? Can you soar like I can? Articuno, just a spectator. Since Ho-Oh ascended the rankings, we have no chance now. Suicune, just a spectator. Shalebi, this seems quite interesting. Hoopa, Ninetales, how amusing. Mewtwo, nothing extraordinary. The legendary Pokemon were lively and diverse. Some believed they would undoubtedly make the list, while others continued to stir the pot. These legendary creatures had only heard rumors of one another, but rarely met face to face. Suddenly presented with an opportunity for dialogue, they exchanged words in a spirited manner. The chat room buzzed with excitement, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Darkrai, do you see the glass bottle icon beside the white screen? Darkrai, too, was eager to see the next video and wished to join in the revelry. However, as the president of the Pokemon League, he could not. Darkrai felt a pang of frustration. He could not voice his thoughts. With the last remnants of his willpower, Darkrai finally discerned a clue. Was that a 15 inside the bottle? Kona leaned in to take a closer look and confirmed Darkrai's observation regarding the bottle. Trainers from various regions in the chat room fervently debated, most expressing their protests and hope for the swift release of the next video. The discussions were charged with emotion. Then, visibly, the bottle filled a little more. Darkrai's expression relaxed. I believe I have a hypothesis. This bottle appears to be collecting various emotions. And once it is completely filled, the video should commence. The Multiverse Dimension website had not provided any explanations. Watching the progress bar in the slowly rising glass bottle, Darkrai felt increasingly confident in his conjecture. After all, showing us these videos and offering rewards indicates that they surely have ulterior motives. With this realization, Darkrai felt a sense of reassurance regarding the white screen and the so-called Multiverse Dimension website. He was unafraid of making a deal. Rather, he feared the notion of something falling from the sky, for there are no free lunches in this world. The more something is free, the more costly it is. Shall we temporarily disregard this? Observing everyone's heightened emotions, it seemed unlikely that they would calm down anytime soon. Yulon remarked with a smile. With the president reassured, he too felt at ease. Emotion value collection successful, reaching 20 million. The second part of the video will soon continue playing. The cheerful voice of the Multiverse Dimension website finally resonated once more. The chat room fell into an immediate hush. What had just been said? Emotion value? What could that be? At the Hualon Gym. Hello? May I inquire if you can communicate with us normally? Ash scratched his head, curiously asking. Ash. Misty and Brock exchanged disapproving glances. Who knows what sort of entity this might be? What if something adverse occurs? Misty's words remained unfinished. Affirmative. The voice of the Multiverse Dimension website startled Misty. Sakura and the others beside her stifled their laughter. Misty puffed up her cheeks, further incensed. Wow, how intriguing. What is the purpose of collecting this emotion value? Will it affect us in any way? Uncommonly, Ash had not forgotten his initial objective. Rest assured, the emotion value is merely a collection and summary of your feelings. It is the energy and currency we require. It will not affect you in any way. If there are no objections, shall we proceed? The Multiverse Dimension website chose to respond to Ash's inquiry. President Darkrai sighed. It seems that Ash truly holds more significance than we initially perceived. The Multiverse Dimension website has not been particularly amiable towards him. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, they had obtained the information they sought, and that sufficed. Mikali, I can hardly contain my excitement. Carnivine, indeed, eagerly awaiting. Musashi, I'm curious about which legendary Pokemon will appear. Kojiro, likewise curious. Meowth, it's starting. The white screen illuminated. And all chatter ceased, as everyone focused intently on the video. Let us hasten to watch. This is already the 5th entry. The divine beasts that have emerged are each more formidable than the last. The rewards presented by the Multiverse Dimension website have captivated everyone's attention. Though they cannot possess them, at the very least, they can observe them. The white screen gradually illuminates. The first scene resembles a classroom, followed by a gentle voice of a girl. He illuminated the entire world with his radiance. This brilliance is imbued with incredible power, and thus, Alola was born. However, the glorious deity, having exhausted its own strength, transformed into darkness and fell into a prolonged slumber. Alola region, Melee Island. Oh, is that Lily? The girl with milk golden long hair shyly covers her face. It is unmistakably her voice. But could the 5th divine beast be the glorious deity? Lily's cheeks are still flushed. Yet she cannot help but glance at the white screen. This is the most famous legend of the Alola region. It is also Lily's bedtime story. The thought of one day meeting the glorious deity fills Lily with excitement. Professor Kukui opens his coat, curiously gazing at the images on the white screen. The glorious deity. Huh, quite intriguing indeed. This is the light of Alola. How could it only rank 5th? Professor Kukui's focus strangely shifts, stroking his little mustache. He begins to watch intently. Chapter 19, The Fifth Divine Beast, the embodiment of sun and moon. Dr. Burnett also approaches. Who would have thought that one day we could learn the true form of the glorious deity? Professor Kukui nods, and the two of them turn their attention to the white screen, where 3 lines of text appear. He is the legendary cosmic Pokémon. He is the glorious deity that illuminates Alola. He is the embodiment of the sun and moon. How Ali City Jim? The embodiment of the sun and moon? That sounds incredibly impressive. Ash's mouth drops open in astonishment. Misty and Brock nod in agreement. It feels as though there are countless Pokémon they have yet to encounter. Today truly broadens their horizons. The scene transitions. Later, the embodiment of the sun and moon appears, sharing its radiance with him. Then the glorious deity awakens, soaring to the edge of the sky. It is still the narration of that girl. The girl with milk golden long hair, Lily, smiles as she speaks. The embodiment of the sun and moon must refer to Solgaleo and Lunala, right? The edge of the sky should be in the ultra wormhole. At school, a group of children are engaged in animated discussion. The scene then shifts to nighttime. The moon appears to have a gaping hole. Lunala emerges from within. Following Lunala is a Pokémon, cloaked in darkness. Pokémon League conference room. That must be Lunala, right? And the one behind it, could it be the legendary glorious deity? The tone of Dr. Yulong is filled with incredulity. No. A divine beast that enters in such a manner and resembles a villain is the embodiment of the sun and moon? It certainly does not appear so. It seems rather peculiar. Let us continue watching. Perhaps it's a matter of form. Divine beasts generally possess more than one form. Professor Oak also finds it somewhat strange. It remains within the realm of acceptability. Professors Kukui and Burnett also sense something amiss. No, that pitch-black Pokémon cannot be the Ultra Beast, can it? It seems to be attacking Lunala. Is that still the glorious deity? It doesn't resemble the image at all. The Alola region has always been filled with legends about the glorious deity. While perhaps not as detailed as depicted in the video, they all lean towards a positive portrayal. The name glorious deity is derived from the belief that he radiates immense light. This indeed resembles the state of the glorious deity after his light has been extinguished. Professor Kukui remarked, "Let us continue watching. The truth is already before us, and there is no need to rush." The camera pulls back, and the scene transitions once more. Under the pursuit of the dark Pokémon, Lunala lacks the strength to retaliate. Ash, Lily, and their companions' attempts to assist Lunala prove futile. Lunala is forcibly consumed, just as it is about to be captured by Team Rocket's elite squad. Solgaleo appears. With Solgaleo's aid, Lunala breaks free from control, but is gravely injured. Its strength has been devoured. Then, the dark Pokémon directly consumes Solgaleo and flees. The scene shifts back to the laboratory. We are unable to ascertain its true form. For now, we can only refer to it as UB, Black. The trio of Jesse, James, and Meowth erupts in disbelief. Wait, what was that just appeared on screen? Is someone truly attempting to usurp our position? Jessie exclaims, her eyes wide with incredulity. No, I absolutely cannot allow that woman to replace me. The Team Rocket trio is instantly rejuvenated with determination, for the sake of their standing, to preserve their jobs. Charge forth. Alola region. The brows of Professors Kukui and Burnett furrow in concern. It seems that UB, Black can also absorb the auras of humans, Solgaleo, and Lunala. They are now hesitant to confirm. Could this truly be the glorious deity? The abilities appear so dark. The scene transitions again. In order to save Solgaleo, Ash and Lily's group decides to follow Lunala into the Ultra Wormhole. They then encounter a desolate world and countless poisoned babes. Through Ash's poison babe, they successfully glean the truth from the jaws of a 4-headed needle dragon. UB Black? Are you referring to Necrozma? I implore you to cease your pursuit and spare him. Only his light can save this desolate world. Pokémon League conference room. Necrozma, the glorious deity. So, it turns out Necrozma is the glorious deity that has lost its light. Dama Lanchi instantly connects all the legends. Thus, it becomes understandable why he is pursuing Solgaleo and Lunala. He seeks to restore his own light. Does the legend not also state that the embodiment of the sun and moon bestowed its light upon the glorious deity? Professor Oak nods, clarifying the relationship alongside Dama Lanchi. Gazing at Necrozma, their expressions grow somewhat poignant. Necrozma is in pursuit of light. Light is both his sustenance and his energy. Dr. Yulong watches the images on the white screen, caught in contemplation. While everything seems accurate, must the outcome necessitate a life-or-death struggle? It truly presents a daunting choice. Macaulay expresses with a sigh. The luminous, glorious deity and the light-deprived UB, Black, indeed. Alola region. The 4 Island Guardians are also observing the white screen. Necrozma. The glorious deity. I firmly believe that the glorious deity shall once again illuminate Alola. Hala proclaims with unwavering confidence. The inhabitants of Alola shall never abandon the glorious deity. In the video, neither Solgaleo nor Lunala stand a chance against Necrozma. The lightless Necrozma remains overwhelmingly powerful. Ash and his friends begin to devise a plan to help Necrozma regain its light. They decide to share the light of humanity, along with that of all Pokémon. With Necrozma, only in this way can Necrozma be restored. Across the island, everyone performs the Mannerite gesture. Even the Guardians. All are sharing their light with Necrozma. The final burst of light comes from Solgaleo and Lunala as they utilize their Z moves. In the pitch blackness, Necrozma has finally transformed into the resplendent deity of Alola legend. Radiating brilliance, a beam of light shoots skyward, breaking through the ominous clouds. The world of the poison baby is instantaneously restored to the melody of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Light radiates forth. It cascades upon every corner of the Alola region. The radiant deity bestows its blessings upon Alola. Marshadao. Chapter 20. The Wrath of the Dogao. Gazing at the images on the white screen, the people of the Alola region fell into a profound silence. So, the radiant deity had been slumbering all this time due to a loss of power? Hala and Merdan exchanged glances. As the Island Kings, they were somewhat familiar with the legends surrounding the radiant deity. However, they never anticipated that the truth would be thus. During this Monaro festival, let us share our radiance with the radiant deity. Even if we cannot truly awaken it, this is our heartfelt intention. The current visage of the Alola region is indeed a result of the light bestowed by the radiant deity. No matter the cost, they must offer their strength. Very well. As the Island King of Alola, Merdan had no objections to Hala's proposal. This was their rightful duty. Finally, words appeared on the white screen, counting down the top 10 most powerful divine beasts in the Pokémon world. 5th place. Necrozma. Reason for inclusion. The embodiment of the legendary sun and moon. Possessing the dawn wings, dusk mane, and the ultimate Necrozma form. This 5th place is well-deserved. In the Alola region, ultimate Necrozma is akin to a true deity. Yulong, I was mistaken. The title of radiant deity truly belongs to Necrozma. Daiwu. The darkness of Necrozma does not stem from itself, but rather for the survival of humans and Pokémon. Cynthia. Truly admirable. Mikoli. The radiant deity, aglow with brilliance, is simply stunning. It emanates the combined light of humanity and Pokémon. How dazzling. Mikoli was deeply captivated by the form of ultimate Necrozma. It is this radiance. The splendor of Pokémon transcends mere appearances. It is an elevation of essence. Truly, it is the Pokémon of my dreams. Mikoli gazed with fervent envy. Yet, he was self-aware. A divine beast like Necrozma? Perhaps not for him. He should just wash up and sleep. Ash, the radiance of Necrozma is breathtaking. But speaking of which, am I in school? Lily, that is correct. That is the Pokémon school of Melemele Island, where I am a student. Misty, it seems we are destined to have a bright future, witnessing such a magnificent divine beast together. Should we head to the Alola region now? Ash, indeed. However, I would prefer to travel first, but it suddenly feels quite dangerous. Ash chuckled, scratching his head. School seems rather dull, doesn't it? Yet with so many companions and Pokémon, it appears quite interesting. Ash grinned foolishly. Misty, beside him, remained silent. Although she believed she had mentally prepared herself, witnessing Ash battle alongside Solgaleo, using their ultimate moves still made her feel a pang of envy. Misty experienced firsthand the reality of disparity. Ash's future truly seems to shine brighter, having encountered so many divine beasts. Some may not be so formidable, but they are divine beasts nonetheless, let alone battling together. Merely meeting one in person is an achievement many can only dream of. For Ash, it seems as easy as eating and drinking. Eating lemons. Brock, on the other hand, felt indifferent, as he aspired to be a Pokémon caretaker. He wished to see if the food he prepared would be to their liking. They all seem rather picky. Brock ignored Misty's teasing, narrowing his eyes in serious contemplation. Not only Misty was eating lemons, but also how was devouring them ravenously. How does Ash manage to meet so many divine beasts in the future, and to battle alongside them? The cheerleaders cannot soothe How's sour feelings either. He must strive harder. He cannot afford to lose to Ash. Dogao is the most envious of them all. What is up with him? So many divine beasts. Yet he remains unmoved, not capturing any. Dogao could not comprehend. Especially upon witnessing Ash commanding Solgaleo in battle, his inner turmoil reached its zenith. He could no longer contain himself. Dogao, so many divine beasts. You Haven T captured a single one. The future you is utterly useless. Dogao, if I were you, the future me would ensure they all became my Pokémon. Doghao's remarks shattered the harmonious atmosphere of the chatroom. Mikoli immediately frowned. This boy is far too reckless. Does he think divine beasts are mere trifles? To speak such words in the presence of so many divine beasts. Professor Oak shook his head. Lily, interrupted mid-conversation, was also extremely irate. Who is this guy anyway? What does he have to do with anything? This was a level of indignation that could only be expressed in a fit of anger for Lily. The trio of Team Rocket also regarded Dogao's remarks with disdain. Pikachu is already quite impressive. Those divine beasts belong to us. Don't even think about it. This guy is simply out of his mind. The Aqua Gym. The Aqua sisters also furrowed their brows. This guy is quite brash. Don't pay him any mind, Ash. Such a person is simply envious of you. Misty nodded. I envy you for encountering so many divine beasts, but I do not believe you should capture them all. Of course, you may not even possess the capability to do so. Misty added a few barbs at Ash. Ash, however, was unfazed. It's all right, Ash, but I believe the future me is doing quite well. Ash, everyone becoming friends and partners, embarking on adventures together is wonderful. If not, that is fine too. Such matters cannot be forced. Ash patted the Pikachu nestled in his arms, smiling. Just like how Pikachu dislikes Pokeballs, as long as Pikachu is happy. That is all that matters. Pikachu nuzzled Ash's cheek. Pika Pika. That is exactly right. Misty and Brock looked on, unable to suppress their laughter. Well, this is precisely why Ash is Ash. Pokemon League Conference Room. Damaranch couldn't help but chuckle. What a fine child. It is precisely because of his kindness and respect that he has garnered the recognition and affection of so many divine beasts. Young Ash. One can sense his fervent passion for Pokemon just from his messages. This is the most essential quality of a Pokemon trainer. Damaranch then turned his gaze to Dogao's comments, frowning. Damaranch, selecting only divine beasts has never been the criterion for a trainer's relationship with Pokemon. Chapter 21. The Reward of Necrozma, Divinity. Initially, Damaranch thought Dogao was merely a slightly overzealous Pokemon trainer. However, after observing the exchanges between Ash and Dogao, Damaranch's impression of Dogao plummeted to rock bottom. Such a person does not deserve to be called a Pokemon trainer. A Pokemon trainer should treat all Pokemon with equal regard. Even if one cannot achieve this, they should not be as extreme as Dogao. A person like you does not deserve to possess Pokemon. All Pokemon ought to be free. Passionately asserts that they should coexist with Pokemon, providing them with happiness and liberty. This is the rightful course of action, and is exceedingly infuriated. His philosophy is clear. Pokemon constrained within Pokeballs cannot truly exist, and consequently, they cannot be truly happy. Yet, this individual wishes to capture these free and joyful legendary beings. How despicable. Dogao, is it? That name is now etched in his mind. He pulls out a small notebook to remember this grievance. Damaranchi remarks, Good child, you are absolutely correct. We should regard Pokemon as friends, rather than considering how to exploit them. This child is commendable. After being incensed by Dogao's arrogant proclamation, Damaranchi feels a wave of relief upon witnessing N's words. Excellent. The Pokemon League still holds a promising future, with a principled youth like Ash already in place. And now discovering another trainer brimming with love for Pokemon, a smile graces Damaranchi's face. Yolanda nods in agreement, exclaiming, Well said. To nurture exemplary Pokemon, we must treat them as partners and friends. Wouldn't you agree? He attempts to pat the head of his Dragonite in a gesture of camaraderie, only to be met with 2 gentle taps on the head from his Pokemon. Yolanda gazes in astonishment, noticing a hint of exasperation and affection on Dragonite's face. Oh, I have already indulged you. What more do you desire? Although Dragonite cannot speak, Yolanda distinctly interprets the sentiment in its eyes. Ha! The nearby Shiba and Kona are amused by this exchange. That fellow named N is truly meddling in matters that do not concern him. Dogao remarks nonchalantly. Why should he care about others' thoughts? He even dismisses Damaranchi's words. I must capture Mew. This is Dogao's obsession. Yet, I shall also ensure the capture of other legendary Pokemon. Dogao declares with unwavering confidence. The trio of Team Rocket observes the fervent atmosphere in the chat room, secretly engaging in hushed discussions. Did you see that? Someone actually aspires to replace us in the future. We are the elite of Team Rocket. Musashi exclaims with displeasure. No one shall usurp her position. Especially not that watermelon-headed girl with glasses. We must take tangible actions to prove our worth. Absolutely, Meow. Kojiru and Nyasu, spurred on by Musashi's fervor, are filled with determination. The trio resolves to seize the opportunity while everyone is engrossed in the video to spring into action. First, we must capture Ash's Pikachu. Ideally, we should take it back with us. Boss Sakaki will surely commend us for our efforts. Haha. As the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoes, all attention shifts towards it. Even the stealthy Team Rocket cannot resist stealing glances at the white screen. Congratulations, Necrozma, for earning the title of one of the top 10 strongest legendary Pokemon. Esteemed Necrozma, The Multiverse Dimension website has prepared a generous reward package for you. Do you wish to receive it? The shadowy Necrozma gazes at the white screen, unable to articulate his emotions. Light is both his sustenance and his energy. Upon glimpsing his future self on the screen, Necrozma feels no particular stir. However, a reward? Necrozma. Yes, please. It would be best if it were something that could satiate his hunger. Necrozma cannot help but think. He is already quite satisfied with his power. He can even coexist with both forms. Thus, there is no issue of insufficient combat strength. Everyone holds their breath, eager to discover what reward Necrozma will receive. The cheerful voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resonates once more. The reward has been issued. Congratulations. You have received the divine powers of the sun and moon. A crystal from the higher realms, containing the powers of the sun and moon, along with the faith of its followers. Non-disposable, can be used long-term. Note, the rules of the higher realms have been eliminated. The one who obtains divine powers becomes a deity. The divine powers solely possess pure strength. The image on the white screen transitions to a pitch-black cavern that seems devoid of sound. Everyone's eyes widen. The inhabitants of the Alola region are particularly transfixed by the white screen, their fingertips trembling with excitement. In the scene, light emerges from the dark cave, radiating from the divine power. It illuminates the lone resident within, the entirely dark Necrozma. The divine power seamlessly integrates into Necrozma's being. Countless beams of light erupt forth. It is a brilliance more dazzling than that seen in previous videos. Alola region, the glorious deity. This is the light of the glorious deity. The glorious deity has awakened. The divine power bestowed upon Necrozma is astonishing. Professors Kukui and Burnett watch in awe at this miraculous spectacle. They do not need to peer through the white screen. They can simply look up to behold the glorious deity shining down upon the Alola region. Lily raises her hands in prayer, her mouth agape in wonder. The radiance of the glorious deity is simply breathtaking, so beautiful that it is overwhelming. The image on the white screen fades to black. The crowd, having just begun to appreciate such beauty, feels a surge of anger at losing the chance to continue watching. Macaulay, how infuriating. Could they not allow me to see it for just a moment longer? Daigo, indeed, I concur with your sentiments. Cynthia, I wish the white screen would redirect the footage. Is it not merely an emotion? If you desire it, then take it. Ash, is Necrozma awakening right now? I imagine Poipole will be quite pleased. Ash, I also hope Necrozma remains safe and protects itself. Lily, we can still see the light of the glorious deity here in Melee Island. Hala, the glorious deity shines upon the Alola region. Feeling an overwhelming surge of power, the ultimate Necrozma expresses heartfelt gratitude. Necrozma, thank you for your gift. It is exceedingly useful. Chapter 22, the fourth legendary Pokémon, the King of Abundance. Necrozma's gratitude is sincere. He has never felt this good before. Suddenly, he comprehends the feelings of Ho-Oh from before, as he now shares a similar sentiment. After making an appearance in the Alola region and experiencing the abundant energy coursing through him, Necrozma vanishes from the sight of the onlookers. The Alola region does not require him at this moment. The island kings and queens of the Alola region watch Necrozma's departure with a mix of reluctance and blessings. It feels as though today is but a dream. Mofin, everything transpired too swiftly. I could scarcely process it. However, we now understand what we must do for this year's Manalo Festival. In the Pokémon League conference room, Damaranchi is equally astonished by the grand gestures of the Multiverse Dimension website. Divine powers? The power of rules. To possess them is to ascend to godhood? This concept has never before existed in the Pokémon world. The abrupt encounter leaves even Damaranchi, the president of the Pokémon League, profoundly impacted. He feels overwhelmed by the rapid developments. Yet, there are those who have not given it much thought, such as Ash, who just finished challenging the Cerulean Gym. This outcome is truly delightful. Necrozma has prematurely reverted to its radiant form, and both Solgaleo and Lunala are no longer in peril. The world of Poison Baby can also be restored, Ash exclaimed with a smile. Pikachu incessantly chimed in agreement, clearly echoing Ash's sentiments. Is this all you can see? The restoration of Necrozma, the shock of the legendary Pokémon, and that divine essence. Misty felt as though her mind had been inundated with a torrent of information. She was nearly overwhelmed. Yet, Ash seemed preoccupied with other concerns. What else? Ash scratched his head, appearing utterly confused by Misty's words. Brock chuckled at the exchange between the two. That's Ash for you. At Team Rocket's headquarters, Giovanni incessantly drummed his fingers on the chair, a manifestation of his inner agitation. What exactly is the Multiverse Dimension website? I must find a way to acquire all these legendary Pokémon and rewards. In the Unova region, at the headquarters of Team Plasma, and looked upon the multitude of legendary Pokémon, his eyes gleaming with desire. This cannot fall into the hands of others. Contact N. He will surely have a solution. Unbeknownst to N, who believed he was liberating Pokémon, was the true intent of N's ambitions to claim all Pokémon for himself. These legendary creatures possess immense power. They must belong to me. The white screen flickered to life once more, capturing the attention of all present, regardless of their thoughts. Ash, the fourth legendary Pokémon, should be revealed now. I can't wait. Green, I hope I don't have to see you again. Go. I share that sentiment. Your constant appearances without capturing anything are utterly pointless. With Go's interruption, tensions in the chat room began to escalate. But the white screen commenced playback. What are you arguing about? Instead of quarreling, we should be watching the video. Nevertheless, all the champions and elite members were left with a poor impression of Go. As the scene unfolded, silence enveloped the atmosphere. A vast expanse of white, akin to a snowy plain, dominated the view. Suddenly, a figure riding a white horse emerged in the distance, traversing the icy terrain, transforming the surroundings into a lush paradise. At the Cerulean Gym, Misty remarked, "What kind of legendary Pokémon is this? It looks rather peculiar. Does it have a large bulge on its head? It resembles a Bulbasaur somewhat." Ash excitedly tugged at Misty and Brock. In the Crown Tundra, Piero stroked his chin, pondering. This reminds me of the legend I discovered about the frozen village. The camera shifted back, revealing 3 lines of text on the white screen. He is the king of the Galar region from ancient times. He can see through the past, present, and future. He is the king of abundance. As the words gradually faded, the majestic figure riding the horse galloped across the snowy landscape. With a wave of his right hand, he brings forth blooming flowers and verdant meadows. With a wave of his left hand, he enriches the fields, ensuring bountiful harvests. 2 lines of smaller text appeared beside him. As the camera zoomed in, the audience finally discerned the identity of this Pokémon. A massive, crown-like dark green bud adorned its head, strikingly prominent. Its blue eyes radiated an air of authority. In the village chief's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the scene on the white screen. After all these years, everyone had assumed the tale of the King of Abundance was merely a myth, including the chief himself. However, the sight before him made it clear that this was not just a legend. The scene shifted again. The white horse transformed into a shadowy steed. The King of Abundance exuded love towards all humans and Pokémon, welcoming their approach. Yet, any enemies daring to obstruct his path would be swiftly vanquished. None could halt the King's advance. In the aftermath of battle, the defeated foes would be healed by the King of Abundance. This was the benevolence of the king. At the Cerulean Gym, Brock mused, "I wonder what kind of legendary Pokémon this is. It seems to possess 2 transformation forms." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is its sustenance also unique? After watching the previous video, Brock realized that many legendary Pokémon indeed had the ability to transform between forms, such as Kyurem and Necrozma, merging with different Pokémon to manifest 2 or 3 forms. Moreover, many legendary Pokémon had specific and fastidious dietary requirements, which perplexed Brock. He yearned to delve deeper into the dietary habits of these legendary beings. The scene transitioned once more, depicting the figure riding the white horse entering a grand palace. Presumably the royal palace of the King of Abundance, his chosen final sanctuary. In the concluding frame, the Crown Tundra was engulfed in a flurry of snow, and the presence of the King of Abundance vanished. In the frozen village, the Crown Temple, the King of Abundance still resides within the Crown Temple. The village chief yearned to rush to the ruins of the Crown Temple immediately. However, at the moment of departure, he hesitated, gripped by fear and uncertainty. Should he truly venture forth after abandoning his faith in the King of Abundance for all these years? The chief wavered. Chapter 23. The Reward of the King of Abundance. Compared to the previous legendary Pokémon, the video of the King of Abundance was remarkably brief. Yet, the audience could still feel the grandeur that belonged to this benevolent monarch emanating from those scant moments and stirring music. Dan Emperor, as the champion of the Kalos region. Why have I never heard of the legend of the King of Abundance? Dawson, few tales from ancient times have survived to the present. It's quite normal. Yulong, it's a pity. He clearly appears to be a kind and benevolent ruler. The members of the Pokémon League were filled with goodwill towards this ancient monarch of the Galar region, lamenting his slumber and decline. Some matters are beyond their capacity to alter. At this moment, the white screen gradually displayed a summary of the King of Abundance, ranking the top 10 legendary Pokémon in the Pokémon World. 4th place. The King of Abundance. Reason for ranking. The ancient monarch of the Galar region, possessing the unique ability to gain power through the absorption of faith. So his name is the King of Abundance, is it? Damaranch murmured. The ability to convert faith into strength? At the pinnacle of ancient times, he must have rightfully been a king. Damaranch understood the reasoning behind the King of Abundance's ranking. This unique ability is extraordinarily potent. The more faith one possesses, the more energy one can wield. The enhancement of faith translates directly to an increase in energy. It is regrettable that the legends of the King of Abundance and the King of Abundance have long since faded. Dan Emperor gazed at the white screen, his expression stern. The legendary Pokémon of the Galar region? At the Cerulean Gym, Brock stroked his chin, squinting his eyes as he spoke. Actually, it's not impossible. Through this video, everyone has become aware of the King of Abundance's existence. While there may not be as much faith as before, or as sincere, we can still garner some degree of belief. Misty found Brock's reasoning quite sound. Ash glanced around, pondering faith? That sounds rather complicated. Pikachu echoed Ash's sentiments. Pika Pika. It indeed sounds quite complex. At Team Rocket's headquarters, the legends of the Galar region? Go investigate. Sakamoto promptly made his decision. These mythical creatures, with their fixed clues, must be located with utmost urgency. The search has already revealed that they are in Frosty Village. Even faster than Sakamoto is the Plasma Gang. Although they are in the Unova region, within a round, acquiring such trivial information is hardly a challenge. We cannot allow others to take away the Gloriosa King. It deserves to be a free and unrestrained sovereign. And declared earnestly, perhaps one could observe how the Multiverse Dimension website will respond. And glanced at Quicksilver on the video call interface and stated coldly, and held a favorable impression of the Multiverse Dimension website, as it had consistently aided the mythical creatures. Quicksilver's brow furrowed. N's aspirations had never aligned with his own. Only someone like N, who lacked sound judgment, would believe that Pokemon should be treated as equals. Just to be safe, the Rocket team and the Flare team are not like us. Quicksilver, intent on utilizing N, would naturally refrain from revealing the truth. Shui Wudong. It seems that this Gloriosa King has not demonstrated any remarkable abilities. Is this mythical creature truly so formidable? Chihai Song. This isn't even a water-type Pokemon. Why dwell on it? It doesn't concern you. The leader of the Flare team remained silent. What is there to argue about? The ultimate fate of these mythical creatures will undoubtedly belong to the Flare team. Only we can forge a beautiful new world. The chatroom buzzed with curiosity about the Gloriosa King, as they had yet to witness its true splendor. It all felt somewhat regrettable. The Gloriosa King gazed at the white screen. Cam. To his astonishment, there were others who acknowledged his existence, having lost faith in followers. The Gloriosa King was reluctant to appear before humans and Pokemon alike. Even the leaderboard displayed on the white screen held little significance for him. Everything felt disconnected from his reality, until he beheld the description and evaluations of him on the white screen. Those were the feats of his past. They were his former pride. This video recorded the essence of his reign as a king. The Gloriosa King felt waves of pride surging within him. With this white screen's display, there were still those who remembered him. They even recognized his true name. The Gloriosa King felt genuine joy. Gloriosa King, your video is splendid. I truly appreciate it. The Gloriosa King suddenly spoke, startling everyone in the chat room. Weren't mythical creatures supposed to be aloof? While some did engage in conversation, most were indifferent. Yet, the Gloriosa King had taken the initiative to speak. Ash, Gloriosa King, are you awake now? Yulongdu, are you still in the Galar region? Damalanchi, please take care of yourself. Do not let the evil organization take you away. Frosty Village Mayor, Gloriosa King, we are deeply sorry. Gloriosa King, all is in the past. I have accepted this reality. It is all right. The Gloriosa King remained calm. Years had passed, and regardless of his previous thoughts, he would not blame anyone now. It was not anyone's fault. The mayor of Frosty Village was in tears. Boo-hoo, great King of Abundance. The mayor felt immense regret towards the Gloriosa King and was even more hesitant to appear before him. Simultaneously, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resonated. Congratulations, Gloriosa King, on receiving the title of one of the top 10 most powerful mythical creatures. Esteemed Gloriosa King, greetings. The Multiverse Dimension website has prepared a generous reward package for you. Would you like to accept it? The Gloriosa King heard this voice and fell into contemplation. The previous mythical creatures had all received what they desperately needed. Cam, but what do I desire? The Gloriosa King sank into thought. Everyone awaited his response, eager to witness what reward he would choose. They were all curious about what astonishing reward would leave them in awe. Yet, after a considerable pause, the Gloriosa King remained silent. The voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed once more. Would you like to accept? This time, the Gloriosa King finally responded. Gloriosa King, unknown entity, I sincerely thank you for the video you created. Gloriosa King, however, what I seek cannot be provided by you. All I desire is companionship. Gloriosa King, therefore, I have decided to forego the reward. Chapter 24, A Shock to the World. The Gloriosa King's choice left everyone astounded. Sakamoto, has the Gloriosa King lost his mind? Yulongdu, while it is perplexing, it is not entirely incomprehensible. And, I can understand, but it is always better to hold on to what one can obtain. Shui Wudong, Is this Gloriosa King not in his right mind? Why refuse a reward offered to him? Ash, this is the Gloriosa King's own choice. It is surprising, but as long as it aligns with his heart's desire, it is acceptable. Groudon, a well-fed person cannot fathom the hunger of the starving. Do not take what I wish to reject. Articuno, my demands are modest. I would be satisfied with a millennium-old Wudong would akin to that of Ho-Oh. Now, not only were the members of the Pokemon League and the evil organization shocked, but even some mythical creatures shed tears of envy. They too yearned for rewards. Yet, they lacked the qualifications to even be ranked. Here was someone acting superior, claiming to desire nothing more than pure companionship. Nonsense, he needed no rewards. In the Pokemon League conference room, ahem, this Gloriosa King possesses quite the personality. Shiba coughed lightly, unable to suppress a chuckle while clenching his fist against his lips. He was the first mythical creature they had encountered who turned down a reward. The Gloriosa King is indeed a king. Damalanchi did not support the Gloriosa King's choice. After all, the previous rewards had proven to be genuinely valuable. However, Damalanchi could empathize with the Gloriosa King's feelings. He could only let out a long sigh. This was a choice he had made himself. He could only hope the Gloriosa King would not regret it in the future. At the headquarters of Team Rocket, has he lost his mind? What? He doesn't want the reward. He desires followers? We, Team Rocket, would gladly welcome him anytime. Sakamoto was nearly driven to madness. He also forgot to maintain a low profile, ensuring he did not attract attention in the chat room. Furious, utterly enraged, Sakamoto had long regarded these mythical creatures as his possessions. Now, witnessing the Gloriosa King decline the reward, his heart ached as if he could not breathe. This was all his loss. A king? Really? Quicksilver was equally incensed. At the Cerulean Gym, Misty's face was written with disbelief. A reward? Why refuse it? Ho-Oh and the others did not decline. Misty felt heartache. Yet, her sorrow was for the Gloriosa King. The rewards from the Multiverse Dimension website were all splendid items. Were it not for the fact that they were all bestowed upon mythical creatures, Misty would have been unable to suppress her envy. Perhaps the Gloriosa King simply felt it unnecessary? Ash embraced Pikachu. Although he found the Gloriosa King's choice somewhat unexpected, he was still within the realm of acceptance. Brock concurred with Ash's sentiments this time. As the once king of the Galar region, his perspective differed from ours and those of other mythical creatures. We cannot impose human reasoning upon Pokemon. As long as they are content, that is sufficient. Misty puffed out her cheeks, acknowledging Ash and Brock's statements. Ah, this is just splendid. The three sisters smiled brightly as they spoke. Dogao was equally exhilarated. Dogao, do you wish to battle alongside humans? I am more than capable. I am undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Rayquaza, no. I shall take my Blizzard Horse and Ghost Horse for a stroll elsewhere. Rayquaza decisively declined Dogao's invitation, due to his noble character. He did not feel offended. It merely seemed that fate had not yet aligned. Were this trainer standing before him, capable of defeating him, Rayquaza might indeed have chosen to embark on a journey together. However, that was not the case. The remote location of Frozen Village meant that, aside from a few exploration teams and trainers intrigued by Rayquaza's legend, few would venture there. Now that the video had aired, the number of interested parties surged, and that was no longer aligned with Rayquaza's desires. Thus, he resolved to leave this place. Rayquaza held no resistance to being captured. Why should he not be captured by me? Dogao remained obstinate. While I yearned from you, obtaining Rayquaza would suffice. And there are the Blizzard Horse and Ghost Horse. Whether in tandem or in solitary combat, they are both excellent choices. Alas, this King of Abundance truly possesses a character as admirable as the legends suggest. Daitawa shook his head. He could hardly tolerate Dogao's remarks, yet Rayquaza managed to engage with him amiably. Such is the disposition of a true king. How commendable. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed. Reward distribution failed. Temporary storage. You may claim it at any time you desire. Is this another possibility? Macaulay's eyes widened in surprise. Haha, if that is the case, even if Rayquaza were to regret his decision later, it would not matter. Others were equally astonished that the Multiverse Dimension website was so accommodating. Even after Rayquaza's refusal, they could still offer him a chance to reconsider. Tears of envy streamed from the corners of their mouths. Sakamoto's eyes reddened further. Those three fools better get moving. Indeed, you all should prepare for action as well. He was eager to assemble an elite team for Team Rocket. He could no longer remain still. Rayquaza, thank you. I still do not regret my choice, though I will consider it. Groudon, spare me your hostility. I do not wish to see you. Your presence is bothersome. Suicune, indeed, your presence is vexatious. Lugia, quite annoying indeed. The legendary Pokémon could only collectively express their disdain for Rayquaza's unintentional display of arrogance. Go away. We do not wish to see your envious visage. The lively interactions among the legendary Pokémon left countless spectators in awe. Wow. So legendary Pokémon can bicker like humans too. Indeed. After all, if a real fight broke out, it would be catastrophic. Some Pokémon wouldn't fare well at all. The sisters, Sakura, Ferome, and Shangpu, watched these legendary beings with excitement, yet their thoughts were limited. Legendary Pokémon. Can they be consumed? Are they visually appealing? If not, then so be it. As long as they do not engage in a scuffle that affects them, that is sufficient. As a laid-back gym leader, it is indeed remarkable that the Hualan gym has persisted until now. Misty could only cover her face in embarrassment. I truly do not wish to admit that I know them. Rayquaza, akin to a being awakening from slumber, silently departed from Frozen Village. The village chief watched as the blizzard horse trod upon the land, which blossomed with vibrant flowers and lush grass, tears streaming down his face. King of Abundance. Frozen Village shall continue to venerate and believe in you, even if Rayquaza's strength cannot return to the pinnacle of ancient times. Please allow them to contribute in some way. Chapter 25. The third legendary Pokémon, Sky Dragon. Rayquaza vanished from Frozen Village. The chat room fell silent. Everyone gradually returned to their original demeanor. ADEK, shouldn't the video resume shortly? If even the lower-ranked legendary Pokémon are this formidable, the top 3 must be even more incredible. Cynthia, you've piqued my curiosity. Macaulay, indeed, you are quite the clever one. I am eagerly anticipating it. Indeed, upon seeing ADK's words, many began to grasp the significance. If the video resumes, it will feature the top 3 legendary Pokémon. What manner of beings could possibly rank among the top 3? Anticipation swelled among everyone. Their eyes were glued to the white screen, reluctant to look away. Team Rocket. Sakamoto, previously fuming, straightened his posture. The top 3 legendary Pokémon. Let me witness their true might. As everyone awaited in anticipation, the white screen slowly began to play the next video. Who would the third legendary Pokémon be? Everyone's hearts brimmed with excitement, eager to behold what was to come. The white screen illuminated. The scene revealed a breathtaking height, piercing the clouds. Roar. A colossal sound reverberated. A figure barely visible. Pokémon League. Is that Rayquaza? Yulongdu blinked in astonishment, hesitantly stating, Rayquaza, a dragon and flying-type legendary Pokémon. This is a Pokémon that aligns perfectly with his aesthetic, even surpassing Kyurem. Yulongdu was nearly drooling. Pathetic. If you have the skill, go capture it. Shiba rolled his eyes at Yulongdu. Hearing this made Yulongdu want to curse. Does he truly think capturing a legendary Pokémon is that simple? He is not a trainer like Dogao, overflowing with confidence. Even if he is the champion, facing a legendary Pokémon of Rayquaza's caliber would merely result in him being a meal for it. In an instant, 3 lines of text appeared on the white screen. He is an ancient legendary Pokémon. He resides in the sky and outer space. He reigns supreme in the skies, rivaling the gods, the Sky Dragon. Rayquaza. It must be Rayquaza. Only Rayquaza can soar to heights beyond human perception. Macaulay exclaimed excitedly. Unlike Necrozma and Rayquaza, which are considered legendary, Rayquaza's name is not far behind that of Ho-Oh. Hualan Jim, are you saying that Rayquaza is the one summoned by Hoopa? Ash appeared somewhat confused. The colors seemed different. Although Rayquaza's silhouette flickered briefly, it was evident that its predominant hue was green. Rare colors do not imply their absence. However, if it is Rayquaza, it seems less powerful than the earlier legendary Pokémon. Misty hesitated in her response. Yet, the rankings displayed by the white screen are generally reliable. The rewards offered are indeed generous. Let us continue watching. The camera shifted, the scene transforming. Rayquaza. Rising from the water, Rayquaza opened its mouth for a powerful attack. Boom. It obliterated its foe. LaRue City. It is Rayquaza and Deoxys. Dr. Dolan instantly recognized the scene. They even have this footage. Dr. Dolan was astounded. Who could possibly be the creator behind this video? The scene shifted once more, now depicting a snowy landscape. 2 familiar legendary Pokémon clashed within the earth and sea. Primal Groudon. Primal Kyogre. Groudon. Kyogre. The 2 legendary beings fought fiercely. The intensity reached its peak. In the sky, a legendary Pokémon appeared. It was Rayquaza. The mega-evolved Rayquaza. A prominent jawline adorned with long, golden whiskers. This embellishment enhances the majestic appearance of Rayquaza. Yet, the purpose of these golden whiskers extends far beyond mere aesthetics. After evading the assaults of Groudon and Kyogre, the formidable Rayquaza commenced its own offensive. An unstoppable force. The Pokémon League. This must be the Hoenn region, remarked Drayton with a hint of hesitation. If his memory served him right, both Groudon and Kyogre were legendary beasts of Hoenn, coupled with a mega-evolved Rayquaza. The region seemed poised for cataclysm. Indeed, Daigo was equally astounded. He had heard tales of the legends Groudon and Kyogre. Moreover, he had witnessed these 2 deities during Hoopa's summoning. Yet, He had never anticipated that one day they would converge in Hoenn alongside a sky dragon like Rayquaza. It was overwhelming. Although he was no longer a member of the Elite Four, he could not simply disregard the turmoil affecting Hoenn. The envisioned days of peace were shattered by the emergence of this video, leaving Daigo in a state of unease. The scene shifted once more. The primal forces of Groudon and Kyogre, united, proved utterly no match for the Mega Rayquaza. Even amidst the combined onslaught of these two legendary beings, Mega Rayquaza sustained only minor injuries. Yet, in the next moment, Rayquaza retaliated. It reverted the primal forms of Groudon and Kyogre back to their original states. The golden whiskers released particles that tore through the dark clouds, allowing sunlight to illuminate the somber battlefield. Is that my Flare team? It seemed that Flannery had spotted individuals clad in Flare team attire, her eyes narrowing in concentration. Why do Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza appear simultaneously? Flannery, not merely astute but exceptionally clever, understood that reaching her current position required a keen analytical mind. There must be something of immense value at play, something capable of captivating even the legendary beasts. And she, too, felt drawn to it. Thus, the presence of the Flare team was no coincidence. Even if she could not obtain the legendary beasts, she could still conduct preliminary investigations. Flannery recognized that acquiring a legendary Pokémon was no simple feat, however. She could explore alternative avenues for substantial gains. Daigo also caught a glimpse of his own reflection. Though it was but a fleeting moment, he was certain. Was this truly a scenario where three legendary beasts clashed? One that I could resolve? Daigo felt utterly drained. What were the Elite Four of Hoenn doing? Groudon and Kyogre had been vanquished by Rayquaza. The sun shone brightly over Hoenn. Mega Rayquaza dispelled its Mega Evolution form and ascended into the cloud-laden skies, returning to that realm invisible to all. Chapter 26. The Reward of Rayquaza, True Dragon Blood. Damalanche. So, Rayquaza can undergo Mega Evolution. This form and its abilities are remarkable. Flare Team Executive. This seems rather intriguing. Claire, it appears to be our Flare Team's territory. Daigo, regardless of your intentions, I will thwart you. The appearance of the Flare Team and Daigo in the footage foreshadowed their inevitable confrontation in the future. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What were the Flare Team's true intentions? It seemed prudent to investigate. Daigo furrowed his brow. He had previously harbored reservations about the Flare Team. Now, he was even more vigilant. Whatever the Flare Team aimed to accomplish must be stopped. Their objectives could not be allowed to come to fruition. Merely a former elite of the Hoenn region, seeking to impede my plans? Impossible. Flannery took note of Daigo's words, merely chuckling derisively, dismissing him entirely. The white screen flickered to life once more, ranking the top 10 most powerful legendary Pokémon. Third place, Rayquaza. Reason for ranking: the sky dragon capable of manipulating weather for battle. The renown of Rayquaza was known to virtually every trainer. After viewing this video, they gained a deeper understanding of Rayquaza's formidable prowess. Drayton, truly deserving of its rank, Rayquaza is in the top 3. Cynthia, are you not captivated by Rayquaza's attributes? Is it not the Pokémon of your dreams? Daigo, the fusion of dragon and flying types indeed aligns with Drayton's aesthetic. Adric, unable to contain his amusement, he remarked, Drayton, you truly cannot escape the title of flying type master. Champions and elite members from various regions emerged to tease Drayton. Cough, cough, it seems everyone has noticed. Yet I alone remained oblivious. Drayton felt somewhat foolish. At the Moss Deep Gym, their camaraderie appeared splendid. He wondered if one day he might stand alongside them on the same battlefield. Ash's eyes burned with fervor. After watching so many videos and learning about the future, he felt a mix of fear and excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness. Misty and Brock smiled at Ash, filled with determination. You must strive hard. These are champions and elites, and only by growing stronger will you earn the right to challenge them. Yes, I will surely become stronger with Pikachu by my side. Pikachu. Water Wudong, Primal Kyogre? So, Kyogre possesses this form too? Water Wudong. But Rayquaza is astonishingly powerful? Groudon and Kyogre together cannot defeat it? Water Wudong's focus was scarcely on Rayquaza. The moment Primal Kyogre appeared, he was utterly entranced. This was the legendary Pokémon he sought. It felt as though he was closer to Kyogre than ever before. During Hoopa's summoning, he had hardly glimpsed Kyogre's capabilities. But this time was different. Indeed, Kyogre is the Pokémon I yearn for. The Aqua Team exists for this very reason. Having witnessed his long-desired Kyogre, Water Wudong felt his life nearing fulfillment. He would closely monitor the movements of the Flare Team. Since they were involved, by following in their footsteps, he was certain to find Kyogre. Unbeknownst to the Flare Team, an internal struggle belonging to the evil organization was about to commence. In the Pokémon League, Damalanche rubbed his forehead, feeling overwhelmed with knowledge, yet sensing an underlying emptiness. Overall, it was utterly exhausting. Elder Qcon chuckled nearby. The creator of this video evidently focused on these legendary beasts, relegating all related matters and individuals to mere background roles. It was unavoidable that they were included due to the lack of alternatives. Indeed, could there not be a bit more context? At the very least, we ought to understand why the Flare team appeared. Kona voiced his complaints. Nevertheless, being able to recognize so many legendary Pokémon and grasping even a fragment of the truth was already a stroke of luck. Damalanche truly exemplified the leadership of the Pokémon League, swiftly regaining his composure. The familiar, cheerful voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resonated. Congratulations, Rayquaza, for acquiring the title of one of the top 10 legendary Pokémon. Esteemed Rayquaza, the Multiverse Dimension website has prepared a generous reward package for you. Would you like to accept it? Amidst the clouds, in a realm unseen by others, Rayquaza quietly observed the white screen before it. Rayquaza, yes, I would like to accept it. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Rayquaza's response in the chat room. Thank goodness, a sovereign of rewards has emerged, and I dread the arrival of yet another such divine beast. My curiosity piques at the prospect of the rewards that await. They are simply too enticing. Yolongdu could not help but chuckle. In that moment, the Grand Champion was no longer a figure of glory, but merely an ordinary trainer filled with curiosity. Who could blame him? Even I, at my advanced age, find it difficult to contain my excitement. Damalanche shook his head. This segment showcasing the divine beasts and their rewards is indeed addictive, despite knowing that the rewards bestowed upon these legendary creatures bear no relation to us. The urge to discover is irresistible. Fortunately, Rayquaza did not refuse. They were once again treated to the spectacle. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations. You have received the reward, True Dragon's Blood. Derived from a higher realm, akin to the ancient Wudong tree. It automatically transforms according to the rules of the Pokémon World. Upon consumption, it enhances all attributes and carries a chance to activate new evolutionary paths. Note: usable by all Dragon-type Pokémon. It can be stored in the Multiverse Dimension website and accessed at any time. Rayquaza gazed in astonishment at the large orb of golden blood, equal in size to himself, that had suddenly appeared before him. Roar! From this blood, he sensed an overwhelming energy. A primal urge to consume surged within him. Rayquaza's sustenance consists of the water and particles in the atmosphere. Under special circumstances, he might consume meteorites from the stratosphere. Yet, never before had he encountered a food source that ignited such a fierce desire to eat. If only he could ingest it. The very thought of becoming stronger was an instinctual compulsion. Unable to resist, Rayquaza took a small gulp. In an instant, he radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Amidst the clouds, undeterred by threats, Rayquaza underwent a mega evolution. His entire being glowed with a golden luminescence, transforming the clouds beneath him into a shimmering golden hue. Chapter 27. The Second Divine Beast, Nightfall. Numerous trainers witnessed this miraculous scene. Rayquaza, thank you. Just a tiny bit, and I feel an immense transformation within my body. Rayquaza expressed profound satisfaction with the reward. The greater his contentment, the less he could comprehend the choice made by the sovereign of rewards. Such a magnificent gift could never be deemed excessive. Rayquaza's words were nonchalant, yet those with eyes could discern the satisfaction therein. It was evident that he felt exceptional, which is why he spoke thus. Furthermore, who was the last to receive such an all-encompassing enhancement? If memory serves, it was Ho-Oh, the Pokémon League. From a higher realm? It must originate from the same place as Ho-Oh's reward. Yolongdu felt a pang of envy. If anyone yearned for this reward, it was undoubtedly him. After all, it could be used by all Dragon-type Pokémon. Yolongdu, renowned as the Dragon-type champion, was eager. Damalanche patted Yolongdu's shoulder. Rest assured, Chairman, I am merely contemplating. Yolongdu affirmed that he remained grounded in reality. Kyurem, I too, am a Dragon-type. Why was this reward not bestowed upon me? Latios, I believe I am worthy as well. Latios, count me in. Envy. Their eyes burned with longing. Yet, they could only watch. Hualon Gym. Dragon-type Pokémon seem exceedingly formidable. Alright, I've made my decision. From now on, I shall capture Dragon-type Pokémon. Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu were bubbling with excitement. Misty wore a look of helplessness. How could he be so full of energy? At the headquarters of Team Rocket, Giovanni stroked Meowth's fur. Now, he was able to approach the unfolding videos with a calm demeanor. What else could he do? Personally intervening was out of the question. After all, these divine beasts were far too powerful. Meanwhile, Jesse and James, the bumbling trio, were being skillfully directed by him. He urged them to spring into action swiftly. Otherwise, they would be replaced by the elite team. The elite team of Team Rocket was ready. Giovanni was poised to have them compete with organizations like Team Flare and Team Plasma for the divine beasts. The next video was about to commence, wasn't it? Quickly, After viewing the divine beasts that appeared on the leaderboard, I intend to capture them all. Giovanni's eyes burned with ambition. The white screen began to tremble, capturing everyone's attention. Excitement. The upcoming feature was the second-ranked divine beast. What kind of creature could it be? Macaulay watched the white screen with eager anticipation. The white screen, under the gaze of the crowd, began to play. The scene opened with a view from an airplane window soaring amidst the clouds. Through the small window, a massive, skeletal, purplish-red silhouette flickered into view. Inside the airplane, Ash and Go widened their eyes in astonishment. Outside the white screen, Go also stared in disbelief. I knew it. I am destined to encounter a divine beast. Go clenched his fists tightly, his voice brimming with excitement. This is fantastic. I must clearly discern what this divine beast is. And when I encounter it in the future, I will surely capture it. Go's heart burned with fervor. Pokémon League. Upon seeing Go's figure, Professor Oak's eyes widened. Is it possible that Go will travel alongside Ash in the future? Their personalities seem entirely different. Professor Oak expressed his confusion. The others did not recognize Go. But upon hearing Professor Oak's words, they mirrored his astonishment. Indeed, Ash is a youth of integrity. Even Ho-Oh is willing to appear before him. Undoubtedly a virtuous boy. Yolongdu had never met Ash in person, yet from his messages in the chat room, he formed a remarkably high opinion of him. Others readily concurred. In contrast to Ash, Go seemed more flamboyant. Such a disposition might lead to misfortune. Life cannot always be smooth sailing. From Damalanki to the other champions, none held high hopes for Go. The boy is too young. He has faced too few challenges. The white screen displayed 3 lines of text. He once brought endless calamity to the Galar region. He is the source of Dynamax. He is the shadow enveloping the Galar region. Galar region. Sonia's eyes widened in astonishment. Nightfall. Could this legend truly be real? The legend of Nightfall in the Galar region is ancient. Outside the Galar Stadium, a statue of a golden hero defeating Nightfall stands tall. Yet, isn't this merely a tale? Sonia suddenly found herself intrigued by the legend of Nightfall and curious about the legendary hero. However, rather than investigating now, she preferred to see what the video had to say. Curious as she was, Sonia's gaze remained glued to the white screen. After all, if it pertains to a divine beast, the video will surely reveal all in due time. The scene shifted, the camera zooming in. From the sky, it suddenly transitioned to a room. A group of individuals bustled around a massive sphere, with a man who clearly exuded authority standing nearby. The time for Eternatus to awaken is near. He is the harbinger of disaster for the Galar region. Yet, upon awakening once more, he shall become the hero of the Galar region. Galar region. Chairman Rose's expression darkened instantly. It is Laws, his sponsoring boss. He is also a remarkably renowned entrepreneur. Dandy never anticipated that he would appear on the white screen, unmistakably embodying a villainous persona. What on earth is Laws scheming? The footage continues. Dan D makes his entrance, witnessing the colossal, purplish-red Wu Ji Tai Na shatter the light cocoon. It then proceeds to devastate the entire base. Countless streams of purplish-red energy burst forth from his being, scattering throughout the Galar region. Even Meowth from Team Rocket was struck. In the next moment, the feeble Meowth transformed into a Gigantamax form. Huh, is that really me? Meowth gazed incredulously at the video, witnessing his paw take down Musashi and Kojiro. How dashing. Dashing. My foot. We were all attacked by you. Musashi and Kojiro were furious. The trio, embroiled in a conflict over a scenario that currently held no reality, began brawling. As for the mission, is there one? It hardly matters. Let's fight first. Chapter 28. The fury ignited by Dogao. The scene shifts once more. The entity known as Wu Ji Tai Na spirals ominously in the sky. The entire firmament darkens. Dandy strives to halt and capture Wu Ji Tai Na. Yet, it proves far mightier than anyone could have imagined. With a mere flick of its tail, several members of Team Rocket are flung aside. All the Gigantamax Pokémon revert to their original forms, rendered incapable of Gigantamaxing again. Wu Ji Tai Na unleashes its Gigantamax cannon from its maw. Dandy's Pokémon are utterly no match for Wu Ji Tai Na, exacerbating the destruction of the base. Laz observes this spectacle, his arms crossed. Could it be that even Dandy is no match for Wu Ji Tai Na? Laz's brow furrows deeply. The broadcast of this video has left Laz the most dissatisfied. His research into the darkness had commenced long ago, and his investment in Dandy was motivated by this very reason. I must finish watching this video. Even if my future self should fail, knowing why I falter in advance offers me a chance to alter my fate. Laz is a remarkably patient individual. Otherwise, he would not have spent so many years strategizing for a singular purpose. Meowth gazes forlornly at its reverted form, then down at its diminutive physique. Resigned to bow its head, acceptance of reality is inevitable. The camera pans upward. Dandy finally seizes the moment to throw a Pokeball at Wu Ji Tai Na. But before anyone can relax, the Pokeball explodes. The already Gigantamaxed Wu Ji Tai Na undergoes another transformation, appearing immensely colossal. A significant portion of its body spirals above, casting a shadow over the land. Dan Di has forced Wu Ji Tai Na into its ultimate form, yet he lacks the strength to continue fighting. Wu Ji Tai Na incessantly absorbs particles from the Galar region, a relentless influx of energy flooding into its being. The Galar region is on the verge of ruin. Sonia clasps her hands tightly. Surely, he will be all right. Dan Di is so powerful. At the Hulbury Gym. Wow. It looks exceedingly perilous. Ash cannot help but widen his eyes. Pikachu, nestled in Ash's arms, nods vigorously. Pika Pika. This is truly too dangerous. Is the outside world really this terrifying? This is no longer merely a legendary Pokémon. It threatens to annihilate everything. In the footage, Ash and Dogao stand before the unconscious Dan Di. It is their turn now. Ash's Pokémon, Pikachu and Lucario, alongside Dogao's Shiny and Inteleon, unleash Thunderbolt, Aura Sphere, and Flamethrower upon Wu Ji Tai Na. Yet, their efforts are utterly futile. Wu Ji Tai Na remains unfazed. It turns, and with a swift motion, unleashes its Wu Ji light beam. In an instant, Ash and Dogao are crushed. It is at this moment that the decayed sword and shield in their hands emit an unusual glow. In the next heartbeat, two legendary Pokémon materialize, Zamazenta and Zamazenta. In the Galar region, Sonia anxiously holds her breath. The sword and shield? A thought flickers across Sonia's mind, only to be swiftly grasped. Could it be? These two Pokémon are the heroes from the legendary tales? It was not humans who drove away the darkness, but these two Pokémon, or rather, legendary beasts. In the footage, through the decayed sword and shield, Zamazenta and Zamazenta transform into their forms as the Sword and Shield Kings. Immediately, they launch an attack on Wu Ji Tai Na. Ash and Dogao do not remain idle either. Seizing the moment. Capture. Wu Ji Tai Na is finally successfully ensnared. The final scene captures the joy-filled faces of everyone, alongside the now tranquil Galar region. Wu Ji Tai Na, sealed within a Pokeball, lies hidden deep within a box. In their lifetimes, they shall likely never allow Wu Ji Tai Na to surface again. The video finally concludes. Silence envelopes everyone. The chat room remains inactive for a considerable time. Ultimately, it is Ash who breaks the eerie stillness. Ash, so there are such legendary Pokémon. I always thought most legendary Pokémon were communicative and benevolent beings. Drayton, well, one cannot generalize. Different legendary Pokémon possess distinct personalities. And he is correct. One cannot impose human notions upon Pokémon. Had that human not harmed it first, it would not have retaliated. At the Pokémon League, Damalanche recalls N. Why does this child seem off? Previously, I believed him to be a trainer who genuinely cares for Pokémon, but now it appears he may be somewhat misguided. Damalanche has noticed some suspicious traits in N, only to be distracted by the remarks of the approaching evil organization. Laws, huh? The existence of Wu Ji Tai Na is valuable and significant. Laws, sealing Wu Ji Tai Na away is undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Dan Di, silence. Your approach is fundamentally flawed. Water Wudong. Although Wu Ji Tai Na resides in the Galar region, its strength is undeniably formidable, and it certainly holds value. Hiram, only one can attain Wu Ji Tai Na, and that is our Plasma Gang. Dan Di and Laws, at an ideological impasse. Teeter on the brink of a split. The uproar in the chat room gives Damalanche a throbbing headache. At that moment, a lighthearted voice rings out. Top 10 strongest legendary Pokémon in the Pokémon world. Third place. Wu Ji Tai Na. Reason for ranking. The darkness enveloping the Galar region. The source of Gigantamax. As the source of Gigantamax, Wu Ji Tai Na's ranking raises no objections. Macaulay, wait. Did you not notice that Wu Ji Tai Na was ultimately captured by that boy accompanying Ash? Macaulay, even with Ash and their assistants. Comparing it to the scene where Dan Di captured it, isn't it a bit excessive to catch it with just one ball? Maxie, congratulations, blind boy, for uncovering the flaw. Cynthia, a single ball capture? That does seem a tad excessive. It is only upon Macaulay's reminder that the group recognizes this detail. Primarily, the overwhelming visual impact of Wu Ji Tai Na had captivated their attention, leaving them little room to notice other aspects. At this moment of reflection, who was that youth? Goheo, huh? I knew it. I am surely capable of achieving this. Goheo, I shall capture all the Pokémon. Chapter 29, The Reward from Wagatena, Interdimensional Passport. Goheo was exuberantly ecstatic, as if driven to madness. I knew it. I will undoubtedly realize my dream. To capture every Pokémon. Even the legendary ones shall not elude me. Goheo clenched his fists tightly. Though this had always been his aspiration, the sensation of witnessing one's dream materialize is a profoundly different experience. Goheo was enveloped in this exhilarating fervor. If he could capture Wagatena, what legendary creature could possibly escape his grasp? Daiwu. However, this cannot truly be considered Goheo's Pokémon. as it was captured through the combined efforts of two individuals. Sharona, agreed, there's no fault in that. Adek, agreed, there's no fault in that. Shomu, agreed, there's no fault in that. Musashi, agreed, there's no fault in that. The champions and elite members of the Pokémon League, alongside the trainers, wholeheartedly concurred with Daiwu's sentiments. Even members of the villainous organization emerged, having foreseen the future. They could not allow Gaheo to capture Wagatena. Wouldn't it be more beneficial for them? Despite often suffering defeats at the hands of that little brat, only they could vanquish him and seize Pikachu along with all the legendary Pokémon. Musashi proclaimed with righteous indignation. You are absolutely right, Musashi. Indeed. If just anyone could surpass Ash, what would they do? As champions of justice, they too possess a code of ethics. Gaheo. Heh, you are merely envious of me. Gaheo, the legendary Pokémon I can capture will surely exceed this one. Gaheo, most importantly, Mew will undoubtedly become my Pokémon. Gaheo's triumphant declarations left all those observing the chatroom utterly expressionless. Brock, my fists are itching to move. Mizuki, should I send someone to take action? This brat is quite arrogant. A person who shows no respect for Pokémon is unworthy of possessing them. Mewtwo, you wish to obtain Mew, do you? Very well, Gaheo, I shall remember you. Wagatena, I have also taken note of you. At the Hualan Gym. Brock couldn't help but laugh at the parade of individuals emerging behind him. He suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Gaheo. Surely, he must have become a Pokémon trainer by now. Before even stepping outside, he had already garnered the attention of so many legendary creatures. Unless Gaheo refrains from revealing his name in the future, he will undoubtedly become a target for numerous legendary Pokémon. Umash scratched his head, unsure of what to say. He could not comprehend Gaheo's dream, and was equally incensed. It is precisely because of individuals like him that Pokémon gradually lose their freedom. As a trainer, one can only utilize 6 Pokémon, so what becomes of the others once they are all captured? Are they to forever dwell within Pokeballs? And seethed with fury at the mere thought, he instructed everyone in Team Plasma to not show this individual any courtesy. If necessary, they could seize all of his Pokeballs. I must protect these Pokémon. Mew observed the furious Mewtwo, shimmering beside him. I am not angry. Why should you be? Humans. A species rife with inherent flaws. Mewtwo declared. Oh, how infuriating. This will not do. I cannot simply harbor my own anger. This so-called Gaheo must pay the price. Wagatena remained in a state of partial slumber. Within the dark expanse, these videos were projected into his mind. The fury and rage of Wagatena were soothed. To be released, captured, and sealed by others? Despite appearing irrational upon his emergence, Wagatena was capable of rational thought. Having foreseen his own future, what course of action should he take next? Wagatena fell into deep contemplation. Sealing is simply not an option. As he pondered, a light-hearted and cheerful voice rang out. Wagatena recognized it as a unique existence. Congratulations, Wagatena, on receiving the title of one of the 10 strongest legendary Pokémon. Esteemed Wagatena, the interdimensional website has prepared a generous reward package for you. Do you wish to accept it? Pokémon League. Damaranchi's expression was grave. From the video, it was evident that Wagatena was not an easily manageable legendary creature. Yolongdu nodded solemnly. Wagatena was inherently formidable, whether in Gigantamax form or beyond. It was not something that could be easily resolved. If rewards were granted, Wagatena could potentially annihilate the Galar region. Would the heroes of Sword and Shield stand a chance against Wagatena? Everyone harbored grave doubts. Amid the concerns of the Pokémon League's elite, Wagatena made a choice. Wagatena, yes, I do not wish to be sealed. Wagatena, bringing forth darkness is my nature. One I cannot control. I have never believed I have done anything wrong. Wagatena's words sent a jolt through Damaranchi's heart. His predictions had come to fruition. Wagatena's actions and character were undoubtedly a calamity for humanity. Yet for Wagatena, this was merely a facet of his essence. Damaranchi was compelled to acknowledge this truth. However, they could not simply allow Wagatena to act as he pleased. Damaranchi fixed his gaze on the white screen, having resolved to confront Wagatena in a decisive battle at all costs. At that moment, the voice of the interdimensional website echoed. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations. You have received interdimensional passport. It has been bound exclusively for Wagatena's use. According to Wagatena's characteristics, it may only access worlds on the brink of destruction. Note, with this passport, there is no need for accidents or convenience stores to traverse alternate realities. This annotation left everyone perplexed, yet it did not hinder their understanding and astonishment regarding the interdimensional passport. Pokémon League. Is this not what I had imagined? Damaranchi's voice trembled, betraying none of the authority one would expect from the president of the Pokémon League. Yet no one paid attention to his unusual demeanor, for they were all in the same boat. Professor Oak's eyes gleamed with excitement. Is there truly an alternate world? Can one actually enter it? Is this for real? Professor Oak was left in a state of bewilderment. The interdimensional website seemed to anticipate their thoughts as the white screen illuminated once more. The live broadcast displayed the scene. Chapter 30. Video Creator, a God with a Twisted Sense of Humor? In the live broadcast on the white screen, the interdimensional passport merged into Wugatena's body. Then, in the next moment, Wugatena opened a black hole. Law's Conspiracy? The Gala region? Songxiang and Zangrenmat? The Darkness? Gigantamax? What do these have to do with Wugatena? Without hesitation, Wugatena entered the black hole before him. In the next instant, Wugatena found himself in another world. It was a realm riddled with scars, where zombies howled, teetering on the brink of annihilation. The appearance of Wugatena threw the inhabitants of this world into a state of panic. What is this? A new breed of skeletal dragon zombie. What in the world is this? Wu Jitai appears utterly indifferent, launching an immediate assault. Roar. The infinite light beam. A deep crimson glow envelopes the entire sky. Humanity once again experiences the paralyzing dread of impending catastrophe, yet they remain composed. Run. Quickly flee. Meanwhile, those zombies, having lost their sanity, become mere specters under Wu Jitai's formidable attack. No one in this world can halt Wu Jitai. All they can do is flee, watching as the zombies are vanquished one after another. Until Wu Jitai is satiated and withdraws from this realm, these people remain in a state of disbelief. Should we erect a monument for this skeletal dragon? Let us do so. After all, it has saved us. Thus, in another world, Wu Jitai becomes the legendary savior. The live broadcast on the white screen comes to an end. Gulp. Laz hears the sound of his own swallowing. Is Wu Jitai's power truly this terrifying? Laz begins to doubt the validity of his research. If the Dan Emperor does not stand by him in the future, will he truly survive under Wu Jitai's mighty onslaught? Damalanki. I am utterly astonished. I am also immensely grateful to the Multiverse Dimension website and the creator of this video. Damalanki merely made this statement, offering no further explanation. Some grasped the situation, while others remained bewildered. In the Hoenn region, it is indeed true. Is the creator of this video truly a deity? Preserving the peace of our world and presenting us with such astounding rewards. Dogao is incredibly curious about the individual behind this video production, or perhaps a deity with a peculiar sense of humor. In the parallel world of Blue Star, half awake, Zheng Zhi sits before his computer. Let us see the earnings. Have we actually received a distribution of 300,000? Zheng Zhi instantly awakens. Humanity is worth it. Coach, I want to create video edits. Since it's truly this profitable, I must seize the time to produce a couple more. In his excitement, Zheng Zhi fails to notice the news automatically intercepted in the bottom right corner of his screen. Today, a colossal Godzilla has been spotted in the center of B City. In the world of Pokemon, at the Hualan Gym, this should be considered a good thing, right? The emergence of Wu Jitai in that world is inconsequential. Ash, gazing at the otherworldly images on the white screen, finds himself utterly dazed. My goodness, so there truly are other worlds, and they appear so terrifying. It is entirely unlike the idyllic and vibrant Pokémon world. Although he feels a twinge of sympathy for the humans of that world, he cannot deny that Wu Jitai's presence prevents further destruction in our realm. Moreover, that world is likely already fraught with danger. Isn't it? It seems Wu Jitai's appearance might have inadvertently aided them. Brock notices that those sluggish beings resembling humans are likely not human at all. At Team Rocket's headquarters, Jean Yao observes the silent leader with growing unease. Boss Sakaki, can your elite team handle this? Sakaki interrupts Jean Yao. Jean Yao is left speechless. Boss Sakaki, we are merely ordinary humans. Wu Jitai is far beyond our capabilities. Even Dynamax is within Wu Jitai's realm. I believe you could consider letting Musashi and the others give it a try while our elite team provides backup as needed, Jean Yao states earnestly. It is time for you to contribute. There is no shame in taking it easy. Serena, suddenly, I feel that our place is truly peaceful. Lilia, indeed. It is wonderful to have such a peaceful existence. Misty, and now, the crisis posed by Wu Jitai has been resolved. This is simply marvelous. In the chat room, no one dares to express any clear intentions regarding Wu Jitai. There is no choice. Wu Jitai now possesses an interdimensional passport. He can escape at any moment. The already formidable Wu Jitai now has the ability to evade effortlessly. Capturing? Sealing? How laughable. It is utterly impossible to contend with him. Wu Jitai is satisfied. He has attained freedom, no longer subject to human capture or confinement. The Pokemon League is begrudgingly content. With Wu Jitai able to traverse to another world, he is unlikely to wreak havoc in this one, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Only the evil organization remains dissatisfied, profoundly so. How infuriating. The duck that was almost in their grasp has flown away. Kiki C slammed his fist against the control panel before him, and was already prepared to act. Who would have imagined that everything would revert to its original state, and even be more difficult to control? Amid these conflicting and complex thoughts, the white screen gradually illuminates once more. Everyone, regardless of what they were doing or complaining about, instantly halts their actions. Ash, now, only the final Pokémon remains to be revealed, right? I wonder what legendary creature it will be. Cynthia, the top legendary Pokémon must be incredibly powerful. Gary, the #1 legendary Pokémon. I will definitely pay close attention. Guahao, I managed to capture the second-ranked legendary Pokémon without knowledge of the future. Now that I know what has to come, I will undoubtedly be even stronger and can surely capture it. Guahao's remarks earn eye rolls from all the trainers gathered before the white screen. Here we go again. This guy is at it once more. Humph. He is merely luckier than the rest. Clearly, Ash is quite formidable too. Exactly. He only exploits loopholes and acts all smug about it. If it weren't for me, I would prefer that Ash be the one capturing these legendary Pokémon. Countless trainers engage in fervent discussions. Everyone desires to become the strongest. If they cannot achieve that, when compared to the arrogant Guahao, they would rather choose the newcomer Ash, who frequently appears in the video edits. Even if Ash is just a novice, with Guahao's presence as a rival, he instantly becomes a more fitting figure in the hearts of many Pokémon trainers. They may accept defeat, but Guahao must be vanquished. There is no room for negotiation. Chapter 31. The #1 legendary Pokémon, the creator deity. The chat room is bustling with noise, all focused on denouncing Guahao. Guahao remains unfazed. Those who are not envied are mediocre. These individuals are merely expressing their jealousy, as they harbor envy towards him. However, the mere sight of Ash's name ignites discomfort within Guahao. Why must this person be everywhere? How annoying. Regardless, before the imminent reveal of the #1 legendary Pokémon video, silence descends upon everyone. The screen opens to a peculiar device. This device enables us to observe our world and that of the Pokémon. We do not inhabit the same realm. Each world operates under its own laws. Yet now, as Arceus, the creator, is on the verge of awakening, the worlds of Giratina and Dialga overlap. Midna, Sheena, and Caben widen their eyes in astonishment. That is our voice. The top legendary Pokémon is Arceus. Sheena gazes at the white screen with fervent excitement. Caben is equally thrilled. Is this a glimpse of the future? Can we return the life orb to Arceus? In Desert City, it is indeed Arceus. Mei Yili and Balza clutch the artifacts against their chests. These are the remnants left by Arceus. What they possess is Arceus's power. It is also the power of protection. Hoopa? The little Hoopa, with its large eyes, gazes at the white screen in wonder. What? Is this fellow truly the one who has limited and sealed his own powers? Hoopa is eager to witness the extent of his might. Ninetales beside him lazily swayed its tail and yawned. The power of this world seems rather intriguing. A white screen shifted, revealing 3 lines of text. He, born from the void. He, the creator of the entire universe and world. He, the deity of creation. Arceus, the Pokémon League. Yulongdu widened his eyes. Created the entire world? Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? The figure of Professor Oak on the adjacent screen shook his head. Not at all. In fact, legends have long spoken of Arceus. As a Pokémon professor, Professor Oak is well versed in these accounts. Within the lore of the Sinnoh region, there are records of Arceus creating the world and all Pokémon. This is even more astonishing than merely creating the world. Did Arceus truly create all Pokémon as well? What kind of divine beast possesses such extraordinary abilities? I long to witness it with my own eyes. Not only Yulongdu, but also Kona and Shiba shared the same sentiment. Even the usually calm and sharp-tongued Granny Jeezy appeared to harbor some anticipation. The scene transitioned once more. The same voice resonated, revealing the storyteller. A man and a woman, identified as Xena and Crow. Among them was someone familiar to all, Ash, accompanied by Brock and Dawn. Midna was once a desolate land, transformed only because Arceus could not bear to see it suffer. He extracted water, grass, soil, along with the powers of thunder and dragons from the source of his own life, merging them into the life orb. Even when faced with a crisis that endangered his own powers, Arceus remained unfazed, lending the life orb to Damos. Thus, Midna blossomed from barren wasteland into a land of abundance. Yet Damos did not return the life orb as promised, and even attacked Arceus. Enraged, Arceus obliterated Midna's temple. Stripped of the life orb and having sustained injuries, Arceus was forced into a deep slumber. The day he awoke once more would herald the catastrophe of Midna. At the Hualan Gym. Is that me and Ash? And who is this lady? Brock's attention shifted. Misty glared at him in annoyance. Shouldn't you be paying attention to this story? Poor Arceus. He meant well yet received no reward. How infuriating. You all get to witness the divine beast, but not me. Misty, too, had veered off course. No, she was exceedingly concerned and angered. Why do Ash and Brock get to meet the top-ranked divine beast, while she does not? It must be because you abandoned me. You will not continue on this journey without me. I feel so sorry for Arceus. It's all Damos's fault. With the unreliable Misty and Brock as a backdrop, the usually oblivious Ash appeared to be the only reliable one among them, still earnestly watching the story unfold. Team Rocket's headquarters office. The Life Orb? What a splendid item. It is indeed the power of the deity of creation. Sakaki's eyes sparkled. It's undoubtedly a treasure. I desire it. The scene shifted again, abruptly pulling the camera from indoors to outdoors. Above the river-surrounded Midna, a peculiar divine beast emerged. It resembled a horse-like Pokémon. Its body, mane, tail, and the dark sides of its face were outlined with gray vertical stripes. Its hooves were golden. A cross-shaped wheel named the Celestial Arm was connected to its abdomen. An air of magnificent authority emanated from it. In response to Xena and Crow, who sincerely sought to return the Life Orb and rectify their ancestors' mistakes, Arceus's voice was filled with fury. My Life Orb shall not shatter. A direct attack shattered the green Life Orb, proving Arceus's words true. This was merely a counterfeit Life Orb. Arceus glared angrily at the humans below. You shall pay the price. Arceus unleashed his attack. A tremendous surge of energy coalesced instantly. Xena could hardly believe her eyes as she gazed at the white screen. What? The Life Orb we have safeguarded was indeed a fake. Xena struggled to accept this outcome. How is that possible? This was a treasure passed down for a millennium. Steadfastly protected. Who could have swapped it? Calm down. All we can do now is watch the future unfold. Crow was slightly more composed than Xena, for he had seen Ash in the footage. Wherever that boy is, it seems he can communicate with divine beasts, much like you, Xena. I believe that in the future, he will help us navigate this crisis together. And his Pikachu, could it be akin to the legendary thunder deity and hero? Crow confidently remarked, looking at Ash. Xena felt a sense of comfort. It indeed seems so. This boy must not be an ordinary person, as he has interacted with so many divine beasts. Trust in him. Chapter 32. Humanity, a power comparable to the divine. In the face of Arceus's attack, merely Ash and his Pokémon were insufficient. At this moment, Dialga, Giratina, Palkia, the three divine beasts appeared. They stood before Ash and his companions. Even if you aid humanity, as beasts, you must be eradicated. Enraged, Arceus categorized them as enemies. He sought to annihilate humanity. Anyone who obstructed him must be destroyed. Pokémon League. Damaranchi raised a hand to his forehead. Of the 10 divine beasts, how many desire to annihilate humanity? I am weary. I do not wish to speak. At least 50-50. Compared to these formidable divine beasts, humanity is truly fragile. So fragile that Damaranchi felt like crying. Giratina, Palkia, and Dialga, representing time, space, and annihilation, the three divine beasts of Sinnoh's legends. Before Arceus, they offered no resistance. No matter how fierce their attacks were, they could not touch Arceus. Their strikes merely grazed Arceus, only to be dispelled. Yet Arceus's attacks were unerring. No divine beast could evade Arceus's wrath. Even more astonishing was that Pikachu's Thunderbolt managed to strike Arceus. Arceus's fury escalated. Hualon Jim. Pikachu, so you are this powerful. Ash gazed in astonishment at the Pikachu in his arms. Pika Pika? Pikachu scratched its head with its tiny paws. It was unsure. Perhaps it truly was that formidable. And narrowed his eyes at the spectacle. It must be due to the portion of Arceus's life essence that has been lost. Observing the glimmering panels floating beside Arceus, and instantly deduced the truth. Arceus possesses all attributes. Thus, he can nullify all attacks. For these attacks are but fragments of his life essence. Daisuke quickly grasped the situation as well. The lightning was separated, allowing electric-type Pokémon to inflict damage upon Arceus. If Arceus were in his complete form, Daisuke pondered. If Arceus were to assume its complete form, it would render any Pokémon attack incapable of inflicting harm upon it. Wouldn't it? Xiaowang murmured as she gazed at the images on the white screen. She never anticipated that she would appear in the video herself, alongside a boy named Ash, no less. And Arceus, it truly looked both powerful and majestic. It was undeniably the fault of humanity. Xiaowang's emotions were a tumultuous mix. On the white screen, the three legendary Pokémon were left only to endure the onslaught. Although Pikachu's Thunderbolt could inflict some damage on Arceus, it paled in comparison to the latter's assaults. Witnessing this, Dialga resolutely decided to harness the power of time. Ash, Brock, Xiaowang, and Hino were instantly transported to the past. Machina, the past, indeed. Hino watched the white screen and distinctly saw how her ancestors deceived Arceus, who had come to meet them. She witnessed how they swapped the Life Orb and incited all electric-type Pokémon to attack Arceus. Disappointment washed over Hina's face. Nothing has changed after all. Hina, continue watching. They haven't given up yet. Kobin encouraged. The scene revealed Ash and his companions being transported back to an even earlier time. They still had a chance. As the camera panned upward, the same image of the 3 legendary Pokémon being dominated by Arceus reappeared. The trio of Jessie, James, and Meowth were also caught up in the chaos, with the 3 of them flinging their Pokeballs aside. Jessie even picked up a staff. Wait, didn't we just see the life orb inside that staff? Jessie felt as if she could hardly breathe. Yes, we struck gold. Our future selves will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. James was even more excited than Jessie. I'll finally be able to surpass Boss Giovanni's Meowth. Meowth was equally thrilled. The scene trembled once more. Hina had misjudged. It was not her ancestors who betrayed Arceus, but rather the priests. As Arceus faced the impending onslaught from the Mercury and Electric-type Pokémon, Ash sprinted desperately towards Arceus, nearing exhaustion. For if Arceus were to perish, the future would be irrevocably altered. Until Damos awakened Arceus, the life orb was truly returned to Arceus. The Pokémon League. A perfect conclusion, indeed. Yolongdu remarked with a smile. His gaze towards Arceus was filled with reverence and respect, devoid of any desire to capture it. Such a formidable deity. The creator god. He was not ready to meet his end. Damaranch also smiled contentedly. Splendid. Young Ash is truly a remarkable child. We must protect him. Safeguarding young Ash is tantamount to protecting the world. With so many legendary Pokémon in troubles, this young man can resolve them all. What a benevolent and upright trainer he is. In the footage, the past was altered, and the future life orb vanished. Enraged, Arceus unleashed a barrage of attacks. But upon seeing Ash and Pikachu, it finally regained its composure. Thank you, young Ash. Arceus gently ascended to the temple above. With Arceus' aid, the ravaged temple was restored to its former glory. Hina raised a question. Without the life orb, shouldn't Team Machina revert to a desolate wasteland? The past was altered, and Machina had lost the life orb for a millennium. Yet, why was there no change in Machina? Upon hearing Hina's query, Arceus surveyed the land of mountains and rivers. Finally, Arceus addressed Hina and Ash. This land has not been restored by my power. It is through your strength, your hands, that such prosperity has been achieved. Damos from 1,000 years ago, Arceus from 1,000 years hence. They beheld the same scenery. The only difference was the span of a millennium. Beneath the vast sky, Arceus' voice carried a hint of tenderness. I must take my leave. Stepping into a realm unseen by all, Arceus departed Machina as lightly as the wind. The land's prosperity and abundance would henceforth be independent of Arceus. Everything was to be created by the strength of humanity alone. Chapter 33, Arceus' Special Treatment. Ranking the top 10 legendary Pokémon in the Pokémon World. First place, Arceus. Reason for ranking, the creator god of all attributes. Reason? None is needed. As the deity that forged the world, Arceus is undoubtedly the rightful first place. Hina, Lord Arceus, I have found the true life orb. Please reclaim it as promised. James, the life orb? Indeed, the video depicts a future scene. The current life orb remains within that staff. Jessie, what? That's mine. Meowth, that's right, Meow. Ash, Team Rocket, stop dreaming. Arceus, I understand. Damos has not wronged me. I will only reclaim the life orb. In the void, there lay an infinite cosmos. Aside from Arceus, no other life form inhabited this space. Arceus quietly observed the white screen. Not long ago, it had been awakened by a peculiar entity. Initially, Arceus believed its energy had been fully restored, only to discover an inexplicable video. Rather than rush into vengeance, Arceus watched each scene unfold on the white screen, including the appearance of Ninetales, the excitement of Ho-Oh, and the hatred of Mewtwo. Kyurem, Zygarde, Necrozma, and Rayquaza. Finally, there was he. None of the previous videos had stirred Arceus's emotions until the last one appeared. Arceus's expression finally shifted, not due to the discovery of the life orb, but because it had learned the truth. So that was it. Damos. Arceus recalled the long years shared with its friend. It sincerely thanked the creator of the video for allowing it to learn the truth in advance, preventing it from committing irreparable acts. In the parallel world of Blue Star. Achoo. Zheng Zhi rubbed his nose. Why does it feel like someone is talking about me? After editing the second video, Zheng Zhi decisively uploaded it. Let the money flow and more fiercely. Then, he rose to seek sustenance, oblivious to the text message that pinged on his phone. Our city has encountered a demon. With an estimated 9 hours remaining, all residents without combat capabilities should prepare for protective measures. At the Hualan Gym, Arceus is truly gentle. Ash remarked in awe. Gentle? All I see is danger. Misty's eyelid twitched. She found it impossible to perceive Arceus as gentle. Such destructive power, and its attacks are ineffective. Combined, they are invincible. To be an opponent of Arceus must be the most torturous experience in this world. Hina wiped away her tears. She had found the true life orb. Machina would be sealed off, prohibiting anyone from entering. Until Arceus retrieves the life orb. Kobin wore a grave expression. He understood. No matter what, this time, the life orb must be returned to Arceus. Xiao Guang, I'm so happy to see that I've helped Machina and Arceus. Little Guang, your name is Xiao Zhi, isn't it? Traveling with you is truly delightful. Would you like to continue the journey with me? Xiao Zhi. I am still in the Kanto region. I wish to participate in the league competition. However, it suddenly feels quite challenging and perilous. Yulongdu, go for it, young Xiao Zhi. I await your return here. Dowu. Yes, the Hoenn region is also eager for your arrival. Xiao Zhi indeed. Xiao Zhi is now brimming with enthusiasm. Serena lay on her bed. Observing Xiao Zhi's conversation with other girls, her cheeks puffed up in displeasure. There are so many girls Xiao Zhi will encounter in the future. I long to find Xiao Zhi soon. Yet, they are not in the same place, and their meeting requires time. Shui Wudong. Other things may be difficult to snatch. But the life gem. This is indeed a splendid item. It possesses the power of the foundational 3 types. Moreover, it was carved from the being of the creator. Arceus. Are you certain? Arceus is watching you. Shui Wudong immediately vanished. Feeling frightened. The other Pokémon are inconsequential. After all, they are merely Pokémon. But Arceus is different. The powers of all are not on the same level. Arceus. I have taken the life gem. Do not dwell on it any longer. Arceus is acutely aware that its power has always been under scrutiny, thus decisively took the life gem. This brought a sigh of relief to Xena and Kubin. Gazing at Arceus, who resembles the one in the video, the two could hardly contain their tears of excitement. This is the promise they have guarded for 1,000 years. It is also the apology from Deimos, delayed by a full millennium. Finally, they need not worry about any potential issues. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed. Congratulations to Arceus for receiving the title of the top 10 most powerful divine beasts. Esteemed Arceus, greetings. The Multiverse Dimension website has also prepared a generous reward package for you. Do you wish to accept it? Everyone held their breath. Arceus is already a god-level divine beast. What could the Multiverse Dimension website possibly offer to entice Arceus? Macaulay felt a twinge of curiosity. This Multiverse Dimension website is truly unfathomable. Regardless of the divine beast, the Multiverse Dimension website can provide rewards that satisfy them. How vast must their resources be to achieve this? Moreover, the current top rank belongs to the creator god, Arceus. Did it not create the entire universe and world? Is there anything it cannot obtain? Not only Macaulay thought this way, many others shared the same sentiment. Arceus also fell silent for a moment. Arceus, I appreciate your kindness. I shall accept it. The first half of the sentence raised everyone's hopes. They all believed Arceus would decline. To their surprise, Arceus agreed. The speed of the Multiverse Dimension website remained astonishingly swift. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations. You have received the Feast of the Supreme God, Power of Rules. The Feast of the Supreme God, a banquet open only to the creator gods from various worlds, where exchanges, gifts, etc. can occur. Please explore at your leisure. Power of Rules. Different abilities in different worlds will face various restrictions. It can be extracted to enhance abilities as the Power of Rules, which no world can affect. Power of Rules has been extracted. As the creator god, in any world, no ability from this world can cause you harm. Lock everyone and all the divine beasts. No, I have evidence to suspect that this is unfair. Why do we only receive one reward while Arceus has 2? Even if we die, we will shout loudly with decayed voices. Unfair. Chapter 34. The Dogao with full hatred value. Dialga? Palkia? Giratina? The chat room was inundated with question marks. Regardless of whether they made the list or not, all divine beasts shared the same thought. Giratina, no, we can overlook not making the list, but why must we watch Arceus receive so many rewards? Dialga, if I am guilty, let the Pokemon trainers punish me, rather than forcing me to watch Arceus become a demigod. Mutuo, who is calling my name? The chat room descended into chaos. Finally, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resounded. All first-place rankings can receive double rewards. In that case, it seems not impossible. Yet, it remains unacceptable. The chat room continued to buzz with noise. Arceus, I feel undeserving, yet thank you nonetheless. In the Pokemon League conference room, Damaranchi rubbed his forehead in exasperation as he watched the incessantly flashing messages in the chat room. So there are other rankings? Damaranchi was also curious about the rewards Arceus received. However, he was even more intrigued by the implications of the Multiverse Dimension website statement. Apologies. The information is too extensive. The system has crashed. Dogao gazed at the white screen, his eyes sparkling. This Pokemon is simply too cool. I must possess it. Dogao's expression turned immensely conflicted. No, my true love is still Mew. But what if Arceus is also incredibly handsome? Dogao clutched his head, spiraling into a state of inner turmoil with nothing to anchor him. Fortunately, no one knew of Dogao's current thoughts. Otherwise, they would surely exclaim, I have yellow urine. Wake you up. Want a key? How many do you need? Dogao, I will capture all these Pokémon. Dialga, young lad, who are you? The quarrel among the divine beasts was interrupted by Dogao. The divine beasts looked at Dogao's bold declarations in the chat room, their heads adorned with question marks. No, little one, where does your confidence come from? Arceus cast a disinterested glance, not regarding Dogao as significant at all, merely a human with a twisted mind. As long as he does not prance before him, Arceus cannot be bothered. However, Dogao felt insulted. Dogao, even the second-ranked Ultra Necrozma can be captured and sealed. I possess that strength. Dogao, anything below Ultra Necrozma is trash. I might even stand a chance against Arceus. In the Pokemon League conference room. Hurry and find him. Is he out of his mind? Damaranchi could scarcely catch his breath. He has gone mad, utterly berserk. Yes, this trainer named Dogao has indeed gone too far. Yulongdu also recognized the gravity of the situation. With so many divine beasts and Pokemon in the chat room, Dogao's 2 sentences were a direct mockery. Even if one wishes to capture all Pokemon, it should not be done recklessly. I stand by my assertion. Only Arceus may be considered. Any other divine beast I encounter, I can surely capture. Dogao has become entranced by the scene in the video where he captured Ultra Necrozma with a single Pokeball. I am that amazing. Proudly posing with hands on hips. In the desert city, Hoopa is unhappy. Dogao is bad. Hoopa pointed at Dogao's name in the chat room, her small face sulking. Mylia and Balza also furrowed their brows. This fellow named Dogao has gone too far. Clearly, capturing Ultra Necrozma was not solely his accomplishment. Do we want to teach him a lesson? I can join you. The 9-tailed fox licked its paw and nonchalantly remarked. The Phoenix King glanced at the name Dogao with disdain. Mutwo erupted with fury. This time, even Dream Eater was unwilling to restrain him. I must teach this human named Dogao a severe lesson. He shall pay for his words. Dogao has amassed the enmity of all the legendary Pokemon on the top 10 leaderboard. Even those legendary Pokemon who are not on the list harbor deep animosity towards him. This brat must be taught a harsh lesson. He needs to learn that while one can eat recklessly, one must not speak carelessly. From this day forth, Dogao shall be regarded as the most detested trainer among all Pokemon. At the Hualan Gym, Mr. Dan D is also quite formidable. This is not solely Dogao's achievement. Ash became acquainted with Dan D and Dogao's group through video. Ash found Dogao's remarks utterly incomprehensible. Misty held her forehead, realizing that this foolish boy was oblivious to the crux of the issue. Brock nodded in agreement. Indeed, didn't he also contribute significantly? Ultimately, the capture at the end was inconsequential. It mattered not whether it was Ash or that Dogao fellow. The only distinction lies in Ash's absence of a competitive spirit. Misty and Brock exchanged glances, understanding. They must make this naive Ash comprehend that some losses are simply intolerable. Unbeknownst to Ash, his 2 companions were concocting some outrageous scheme. He was engrossed in the chat room. Ash, clearly, Mr. Dan D exerted considerable effort in the video. Without his prior contributions, we would never have captured the Wujida. Dan D, thank you for the compliment. You 2 have worked hard. Do-woo. All right, you 2, enough with the mutual flattery. Compared to those who claim all the credit for themselves, both of you have shown great diligence. You long do indeed. Young Ash, have confidence in yourself. Achieving this at your age is already remarkable. Cynthia, continue to strive forward in the future. Musashi, ahem, the little brat is indeed quite impressive. Kojiro, only in this way does he qualify to become our Team Rocket's ultimate goal. Champions and elite trainers from various regions stood up to commend Ash. Even the comical members of Team Rocket were cheering for him, overshadowing Dogao's foolish remarks. Dogao, compared to a humble and upright Pokemon trainer like Ash, he is nothing. Many legendary Pokemon, upon seeing Ash's statements, calmed down. Yes, as fellow young Pokemon trainers, how is it that this Ash speaks so eloquently? What a vast difference there is among individuals. Humph, I am well aware. They are merely envious of me. Dogao crossed his arms, a look of disdain on his face. What Ash? He is nothing but a simpleton. Despite encountering so many legendary Pokemon, he has failed to capture even one. I alone am the strongest. Chapter 35, A Punch for Every Little Monster? Dogao, brimming with confidence, remains oblivious to the fact that countless legendary Pokemon are preparing to pay him a visit for a sound thrashing. This is primarily due to his ignorance of their whereabouts. The chat room remains a cacophony of noise. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resonated. The countdown of the top 10 legendary Pokemon in the Pokémon World has concluded. An emotional value of 10 million is required to play the next video. A sandglass appeared on the white screen. Damaranch glanced at it. The emotional value has already reached 2 million? It shouldn't be long before the next video plays, right? Emotion. After watching the entire video, it is truly uncontrollable. The shock of the legendary Pokemon's power. The concern for evil organizations. The anger over Dogao's foolish remarks. Damaranch initially believed he had seen it all and would not easily be swayed. However, that is not the case. Du, Shiba, and Kina should take this opportunity to act. Damaranch took a deep breath. Forget it. No more thinking. The more I think, the more exhausted I become. It is an opportune time to take action without delaying the viewing of the next video. Ahem. He is not addicted to the video. It is merely that he can gather much useful information from it. Besides the movements of the legendary Pokemon, young Ash must also be cautious, lest Team Rocket exploit any openings. Damaranch earnestly advised. Everyone nodded in understanding. As for Dogao, Damaranch could not be bothered. Having spoken such reckless words, he deserves whatever beating comes his way. Thus, unbeknownst to Dogao, not only is he being targeted by the legendary Pokemon, but he is also completely abandoned by the Pokemon League. Brave young man, go forth. In the real world. Finally, after finishing the editing of the second video, Zheng Zhi stretched. Upload. Okay. Compared to his previous skepticism, Zheng Zhi is now filled with confidence in this website. It is evidently profitable. With tuition covered and living expenses sorted, what comes next is. Zheng Zhi was lost in thoughts of a bright future when suddenly, a violent tremor shook the room. Sitting in his chair, Zheng Zhi stared in shock at the bizarre, towering monsters wreaking havoc outside the window. His eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Is this parallel world of Blue Star infused with elements of magical beasts and cultivation? Why was there no information about this when he researched earlier? This is outrageous. Zheng Zhi's face turned pale. Does this mean he can only wait for death? The two grotesque monsters outside were causing destruction, seemingly about to attack Zheng Zhi's room. He could not simply await his demise. In a moment of desperation, Zheng Zhi felt a surge of energy within him. His entire being felt invigorated. Just before the ugly monster's massive paw swung down, Zheng Zhi leapt up with all his might. Am I mutated? Discovering that he could effortlessly jump dozens of meters, nearly colliding with the monster, Zheng Zhi was engulfed in a new wave of astonishment. Could it be that he was still dreaming? Had he not woken up? Where did this ability come from? Yet the monster seemed provoked and reached out, intending to crush him. Zheng Zhi reacted just before the enormous paw descended. Every movement of the monster appeared to be magnified in his eyes. His first instinct was to run, but then he realized there was nowhere to flee. The house was on the verge of collapse. The windows were completely blocked by the two monsters. Then let us deal with it. Zheng Zhi gritted his teeth in determination. If he couldn't escape, death was inevitable. Now that it seemed he possessed extraordinary abilities, why not take a chance? Perhaps he could find a path to survival. Zheng Zhi charged forward instinctively. The heat surged within him. Zheng Zhi retaliated fiercely against the attacking monster. Boom. Zheng Zhi gazed in bewilderment at the monster he had just punched into the ground. What? Is this it? Immediately afterward, another monster rushing toward him was also sent flying by Zheng Zhi's punch. Problem solved. Time to flee. What on earth is happening? Zheng Zhi remained utterly bewildered. Whatever. Survival is the priority. In any case, there was nothing of value in the rental apartment. Zheng Zhi, with his already tattered coat cast aside and clad only in a shirt, nonchalantly departed with his phone and identification in hand. Finally, he had the time to contemplate the transformation occurring within him. Running felt effortless, as if he could leap 10 meters with a mere spring of his legs. With a bit of exertion, he could easily shatter world records. The sounds around him resonated clearly in his ears. Had both of those monsters been defeated? Impossible. He hastened over to investigate. Was there someone specifically assigned to handle this matter? Zheng Zhi, still bewildered by the situation, deemed it prudent to keep his distance for the time being. He found a hotel, retrieving his bank card and ID. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Fortunately, he had earned some money. Otherwise, he would have been forced to sleep on the streets today. It was a pity about his computer, though, that had been the most valuable possession in his apartment. But now it was gone, and all he could do was reminisce. The hotel room was equipped with a computer, and once seated, Zheng Zhi finally opened his phone and laptop. Soon, a myriad of questions flooded his mind. Was this world not merely a parallel universe of Blue Star? Global monsters awakening? The revival of spiritual energy? Zheng Zhi was at a loss for words. Yet his heart brimmed with excitement. Had he awakened some extraordinary ability? First, he needed to check how much money he had left. His plans had been thoroughly disrupted. Zheng Zhi's emotions were a tangled web. He had initially thought he was merely receiving a second chance at life, but it had turned into a saga of extraordinary powers rising. As he pondered this, he logged onto the website. Upon accessing the backend, he was astonished once more. The video showcasing the top 10 divine beasts of the Pokémon World has been released. Audience emotional value has reached 10 million. Fusion ability available. Saitama from One Punch Man, beginner level. Detected that you are in danger. Automatic fusion initiated. Withdrawable amount, 2 million. This website. Zheng Zhi read it again, rubbing his eyes to confirm he wasn't hallucinating. So my abilities stem from this multiverse dimension website? Could it be true? Did my edited video actually get shown to the likes of Master Zhi? Zheng Zhi found it hard to believe, yet the reality before him asserted otherwise. Everything was indeed real. This website could truly transcend dimensions. Chapter 36, a review of the 10 invisible puppeteers. Before today, Zheng Zhi had never anticipated the world could be this perilous. However, he now felt emboldened. Emotional value? Did it refer to the fluctuations in emotion experienced by those who watched the video? If that were the case, he needed to put more thought into the upcoming video edits. In less than a day, Zheng Zhi's mindset had undergone a tremendous shift. All of this was closely linked to his enhancement in strength and his newfound wealth. Nevertheless, the video he had just edited should suffice. Glancing at the uploaded video in the backend, Zheng Zhi's face lit up with anticipation. He wondered what delightful surprises this video would bring him once it concluded. Unveiling the 10 hidden puppeteers of the Pokémon World. Pokémon World. Yolongdu. All regions have been staffed. Everyone can watch the video with peace of mind. The evil organization won't stir up any trouble. Dao, well done. Macaulay, I've set aside preparations for the grand festival. It better be good, or I have nothing to say. Musashi, we've located the little brat and Pikachu. Kojiro, it's a hassle to go to other regions, but finding just the little brat and Pikachu is relatively simple. Meowth, exactly. Pikachu is the strongest. Selena, Ash, are you alright? Asha, not a big issue. Feels like Team Rocket is just here for comic relief. Ash looked helplessly at the 3 members of Team Rocket, who had fainted under Pikachu's thunderbolt, scratching his head. So what were they even here for? They hadn't accomplished anything of substance. Whatever, let them be. Ash hurriedly noted that the emotional value was already sufficient. Brock pointed at the white screen before them. Indeed, in just half a day, 10 million emotional value had been amassed. Ash quickly redirected his focus. He wondered if he would be able to see so many powerful Pokémon this time. With a look of longing, Ash remarked. Misty rolled her eyes beside him. Yes, reviewing the 10 divine beasts might as well have become a one-man show for you. You're practically in every segment. Truly, a man of tumultuous endeavors. Come on, I'm curious too. Misty could not help but chime in. Who wouldn't he be intrigued by what might unfold in the future? After a moment of silence, the white screen illuminated, revealing the same elegant calligraphy as before. Reviewing the 10 hidden puppeteers of the Pokémon World. Hidden puppeteers? The Pokémon League. Damaranchi stared at the title, momentarily taken aback, before his expression soured. Hidden puppeteers? Does that refer to the leaders of various evil organizations? Such terminology is not suited for just anyone. A foreboding sense began to brew within Damaranchi. It would be beneficial if they could ascertain the true identities of these hidden puppeteers in advance. Yolongdu felt there was no issue. The nearby Kinna shot him an incredulous glance. Yolongdu, please engage your brain. Rewards. This ranking will grant rewards. Kinna's expression mirrored his displeasure. It seems that this multiverse dimension website is aware that their early screening of the future would adversely influence the top 10 characters, hence the provision of rewards. 10 hidden puppeteers. All enhanced. Kinna felt drained. Yolongdu's eyes widened. Isn't this just stirring up trouble for no reason? I suddenly have no desire to watch anymore. Team Rocket's office. Sakaki reclined on the plush boss's sofa, his expression peculiar as he gazed at the title. The top 10 hidden puppeteers? In the shadows. I am the leader of Team Rocket. In the open, I am still the gym leader of the Tokiwa Gym. Surely my name will appear on this ranking. If my identity were to be exposed, the thought of the rewards the divine beasts received left Sakaki hesitant. He craved the rewards, but he was also reluctant to reveal his identity so easily. What a delightful dilemma. Let me ponder this. The unfolding events were beyond anyone's control. The white screen gradually lit up under the expectant gazes of the multitude. Then, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Why? Because the image that appeared was in black and white. The scene depicted a familiar laboratory. Everyone donned white coats. The expansive lab was filled with various instruments. At the center of the frame stood an elderly scientist. The genetic samples of dream cells were insufficient to complete the research on Mutuo. The elderly man wore a furrowed brow, genuinely concerned about the experiment's success. The Pokémon League. Cough. Isn't that the leader of the Red Lotus Gym, Xiaobo? Damaranchi exclaimed in shock. As the president of the Pokémon League, Damaranchi was intimately familiar with every gym leader. It was part of his duties. Yolongdu and Shiba, too, were taken aback by Damaranchi's revelation. No way. Is he truly the leader of the Red Lotus Gym? Yolongdu found it hard to believe. Upon successfully conquering the Honglian Dojo, one is bestowed with the Deep Crimson Badge, and numerous trainers are eager to accept the challenge. Now, this individual has unexpectedly become entangled with Mutuo? Could it truly be? Daigo stroked his chin, gazing pensively at the bald researcher displayed on the screen. This fellow appears strikingly familiar. At the Hualan Dojo Mutuo? Wasn't Mutuo a creation of Team Rocket? Ash inquired dismissively. Could it be that this individual was also involved in the research of Mutuo? Unaware of Xiaobo's true identity, Ash managed to maintain a rational demeanor. However, Misty and Brock were not so composed. Misty, who could be considered the gym leader of Hualan, and Brock, the leader of the Shunhui Gym, possessed a fair understanding of the other gym leaders. This person is the gym leader of the Honglian Dojo, if all goes as expected. Ash, you will undoubtedly need to acquire the Deep Crimson Badge from him. Ash exclaimed, what? Is he not a villain? He pointed incredulously at Xiaobo on the white screen. Pikachu was equally taken aback. Pika Pika? This is something that happened many years ago. Xiaobo himself appeared utterly astonished. Where on earth did this multiverse dimension website source such information? Mutuo crossed its arms, fixating its gaze on the imagery displayed on the white screen. Is this the individual responsible for its creation? It took note. The vengeful Mutuo once again retrieved its little notebook. Yes, it was now in the same league as Dogao. Should it encounter these two individuals, it would ensure that none were spared. Chapter 37. The 10th Hidden Manipulator, Mutuo? I created it. The imagery on the white screen continued to play. Thus, I integrated my cells into Mutuo's genetic makeup. This was the only remedy Xiaobo could conceive. The camera split its focus between Mutuo, enveloped in nutrient solution, and Xiaobo. The scene froze at this juncture. Damalanchi, care to explain? Mutuo what? You bald old man dared to incorporate your cells into the genes of the illustrious Mutuo? Prepare to meet your doom. Shui Wudong, impressive. Brother. Xiaobo, I did not. I did nothing. Please, allow me to explain. Xiaobo, accused, found himself in a dire predicament. Oh no, he had long since lost his hair. There was no possibility of balding further. In earlier years, he had indeed conducted research on Muse cells for Team Rocket, extracting its genes to create Mutuo. However, Mutuo was ultimately not birthed under his control. Xiaobo lamented fervently. What could he do? In his youth, he was merely an ordinary, impoverished scientist, devoid of even a wealthy benefactor. Until the emergence of Team Rocket. Finally, Xiaobo could afford any equipment his heart desired. Yet, upon gazing at Mutuo in the petri dish, he felt a pang of conscience, leading him to abandon the project at the last moment. Nevertheless, even in his absence, Team Rocket's financial resources continued Mutuo's research, yielding tangible results. Thus, Mutuo became renowned within the ranks of legendary Pokémon. Xiaobo sighed deeply. Truly, one wishes to remain inconspicuous, unless one refrains from wrongdoing. At that moment, the cheerful voice of the Multiverse Dimension website chimed in, counting down the top 10 hidden manipulators of the Pokémon World. 10th place. Xiaobo. Reason for ranking. Former primary researcher of Team Rocket, single-handedly created Mutuo. Well then, no need for further explanation. This is a definitive confirmation. Musashi, haha. Team Rocket is indeed formidable. Kojiro. Just a former researcher can achieve 10th place. Do we not have hope as well? Nyarth. I want a reward, meow. The trio from Team Rocket was in a state of ecstatic jubilation. Look, even this elderly fellow, who has already stood out, managed to secure the 10th position. As one of Team Rocket's most crucial members, I am surely destined to make the list. The first place must belong to the boss. Surely I deserve the second. Musashi declared with her hands on her hips, laughing heartily. A bright future lay before them. Then I shall claim the third. Kojiro, unable to surpass Musashi, refused to fall behind. Then I will be the fourth, meow. The trio from Team Rocket cupped their faces, emitting eerie laughter. Clearly, they had entered a delightful reverie. Shigeru, the gym leader of the Honglian Dojo, is it? I've decided, my next challenge will be there. Ash, huh? Shigeru, are you going there? Those are individuals from an evil organization. Could it be dangerous? Shigeru, what if it is dangerous? These villains must be taught a lesson. The youthful Shigeru, brimming with confidence, felt no trepidation regarding a former researcher. He was determined to earn the Deep Crimson Badge from Xiaobo with utmost integrity. In the headquarters of Team Rocket, Sakaki seethed. Xiaobo? This old coot dared to entertain such thoughts? Infuriating. He grasped the armrest of his chair tightly. To think of integrating Xiaobo's genes into Mutuo's cells? Even if it were necessary, it should have been the genes of the Team Rocket boss himself. I am the supreme leader of Team Rocket. Sakaki's anger intensified. He even ventured to become the gym leader of the Honglian Dojo. His rage surged further. As for the true reason for his ire, whether it was due to Mutuo or Xiaobo encroaching upon his persona, who could say? Shui Wudong, the Pokemon League actually allows a member of Team Rocket to become a gym leader? Impressive, impressive. Ha! Korea, laughing madly. Momi G, the Flame Team extends its congratulations. The evil organization reveled in uproarious laughter. Only Xiaobo himself found no joy in the matter. Alas, what a worry. Could it be that Mutuo would truly seek me out? Xiaobo had not forgotten Mutuo's earlier threats. From this brief encounter, It was evident that Mutuo was not a deity of gentle temperament. Would he survive the wrath of Mutuo? Xiaobo was filled with doubt. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resonated. Congratulations, Xiaobo, on receiving the title of the top 10 hidden manipulators. Greetings, Xiaobo. We have prepared a random reward gift pack for you. You will receive random Pokemon, weapons, random eggs, and more. Would you like to proceed? As a scientist capable of creating Mutuo, Xiaobo, with his meticulous memory, could distinctly recognize that this script was different. The Multiverse Dimension website ought to show more respect when addressing deities. Why? Is it merely because he is a villain? Regardless, an unsolicited reward is not to be spurned. Xiaobo clenched his fists. Xiaobo, yes. Ideally, I would like to receive a legendary Pokemon directly. At the very least, this would alleviate my concerns for safety. Xiaobo was genuinely filled with trepidation. He felt that one misstep could lead to his demise at the hands of Mutuo, the Pokemon League, or even Team Rocket. Reward has been dispatched. Congratulations, you have received Legendary Pokemon NEI. Legendary Pokemon NEI. In a certain timeline, you may share a special bond. Note: bound, non-transferable. Can be released. Xiaobo was overjoyed. NTI, a fire-type legendary Pokemon. Though it pales in comparison to those fabled Pokemon, for Xiaobo, it was undoubtedly the best choice. As the master of the Crimson Lotus Dojo, Xiaobo is a master of the fire element. The legendary NEI is the most fitting divine beast for him. The white screen shifted to Xiaobo's side. Everyone witnessed a Pokeball descending from the heavens. Then Xiaobo tossed it forth. It was none other than NTI. In the Pokemon League conference room, the worst fears had indeed materialized. Damalanki rubbed his temples in frustration. This was truly the most dreadful scenario. Xiaobo had received accolades, and the other puppeteers behind the scenes would also reap rewards. The only course of action left for us is to memorize all their names. Once the video concludes, we may very well be on the brink of war. Yolongdu's expression was grave. Witnessing these villains receive such splendid rewards was deeply disheartening. Kona was equally incensed. Divine beasts aside, how could these destructive individuals deserve any rewards? Chapter 38, Xiaobo and NTI. Firebird, Ho-Oh, you're falling short. Isn't that just your little brother? Ho-Oh, it is entirely normal for humans to establish bonds with Pokemon. I do not object. NEI has the right to make his own choices. NTI, I consented of my own volition. NTI's declaration astonished all present, both humans and divine beasts alike. NTI agreed to this. Why? In Yuanju City, Reiku, NTI, and Suakun were all resurrected divine beasts, willingly serving as Ho-Oh's emissaries to observe humanity. Yet, why would NTI choose to ally with a villain? Ash, he looks so formidable. I can't wait to battle him. Gary, idiot. Xiaobo is a villain. Whether NTI is truly in good hands is still uncertain. Yolongdu, I truly wonder how the creator of this video managed to have NTI willingly follow a human. Most regarded the video creator as the one bestowing rewards, all inwardly expressing their admiration. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. Who would not desire such divine beasts? This is NEI we're talking about. Even if he pales in comparison to Ho-Oh, one cannot deny NEI's status as a divine beast. Dogao, it's just NTI. Dogao, that is only because I haven't encountered him, otherwise. Be it NEI, Reiku, or Suakun, I could easily capture them. Dogao declared with unwavering confidence. Divine beasts of this caliber are merely marginally stronger than ordinary Pokemon. Capturing them would be a walk in the park. Daigo, you haven't been beaten up yet? Where are you that you're so safe? Dogao, why would I get beaten? Of course, I'm just waiting. You're trying to trick me. Adak, well, the kid has grown wise. Daigo, you're utterly useless. Damalanki, everyone, just shut up. In the Pokemon League conference room, a group of disgraceful fools. Damalanki lamented in exasperation. What is the purpose of all this bickering? Yet, how regrettable for Dogao. If only he had the courage to reveal his location. I would dispatch someone to confront him. I would have that child-ass video of being thrashed by various factions recorded and crafted into a lesson for all Pokemon trainers. Xiaobo, though I am merely ranked 10th, I am already quite satisfied to have obtained NTI. Xiaobo, I have not been a puppet master for many years. As long as you do not provoke me, I believe I will refrain from any wrongdoing. You can rest assured. Xiaobo's words were primarily directed at the Pokemon League. In the past, he was indeed not a good person. However, no matter how malevolent he was merely a scientist, one who had to operate under Team Rocket's banner. Alone, Xiaobo could accomplish little. Damalanki, I will keep a close watch on you. Damalanki understood Xiaobo's intentions. Did he wish to comply? Could he comply? He wanted to, but he could not. So many Pokemon trainers were watching in the chat room. The adult approach cannot be applied here. One step at a time, Xiaobo himself posed little danger. If all else fails, there's still Mutuo keeping an eye on him. Yolongdu and Shiba concurred with Damalanki's sentiments. Mutuo. Heh. Do you think the Pokemon League will overlook this? Mutwo scoffed, truly believing he was beyond reckoning. How delightful. Ah, Mutwo certainly holds grudges. He shot a glare at the casually commenting Mew, who promptly took flight. Mew, I know nothing. I said nothing. The Pokemon League felt a wave of relief. Suddenly, Mutwo's meticulous and spiteful nature seemed a blessing. Daigo chuckled. Of course. Such sentiments could never be expressed in the chat room. Mutwo would bear a grudge. Dogao scoffed dismissively. Humph. It's just NTI. I'm not envious. In the future, I might even capture a Wuxita. Dogao fervently encouraged himself. Believe in yourself, Dogao. You are the best. In the next moment, Dogao shivered, his bravado faltering. Ugh. I have an eerie sensation that someone is scheming behind my back. Xiaobo wore a helpless smile. He patted NTI's head, gazing at the white screen that had already concluded the live broadcast. Mutwo was indeed formidable, yet I shall not remain idle. For instance, I must ensure Mutwo does not discover me. Just as Xiaobo pondered how to evade Mutwo, the white screen flickered back to life. The crowd's eyes brightened. This must be the next video about to play, right? In the Team Rocket headquarters office, aside from myself, who else deserves to be on the list? Those villains from the Hoenn and Unova regions? Sakaki scoffed disdainfully. It's not boasting. These evil organizations, aside from him, are nothing but garbage. Not aimed at anyone in particular. It's simply how Sakaki perceives it. At the Cerulean Gym, it seems this ranking will wield even more terrifying power than the last. Misty murmured. Compared to those divine beasts, which most Pokemon trainers might never encounter in their lifetimes, the malevolent figures behind the scenes pose a far broader and more immediate threat. The creator of this video is truly remarkable. I am eager to meet the person behind it. Brock shared the sentiment. Only Ash, still somewhat bewildered, gazed blankly. Pikachu patted Ash's arm. Don't worry. Although you may be a bit slow, the great Pikachu will always stand by your side. Pikachu, you're so wonderful. Ash, oblivious to what Pikachu had said, remained deeply bonded with his partner. The white screen flickered twice before gradually commencing the next video. Who could it be? Everyone fixated their attention on the screen. In the Pokemon League conference room, who could it be? Surely at ISNT another infiltrator within the league? Damalanki expressed his concerns. We absolutely cannot afford another. Otherwise, the League's reputation would be tarnished. In the Hoenn region, two bases of entirely contrasting colors echoed with voices. It must be me. I must overshadow that fool giant song. No, it must be me. Ideally, I could also push Suicune aside. The dual voices resonated from their respective bases. The objective was singular. To seek recognition. To eclipse their old rivals. Even if they could not surpass them, at the very least, their rankings must be higher. In this tense atmosphere, the elusive ninth mastermind is about to emerge. Chapter 39. The ninth and eighth masterminds. Entangled adversaries of fate. The images on the white screen begin to play slowly. Groudon. Submerge this world beneath the waves. Boisterous words accompany the tumultuous waves of the sea. Hoenn region. Ha! I knew I would definitely make the list. Shui Wudong cackled with glee. The future me must have obtained Groudon. After his initial excitement, Shui Wudong quickly regained his composure. In the video, it was evident he was commanding Groudon. Shui Wudong gazed at the white screen with fervent anticipation. I would be even more delighted if Team Magma fails to make the list. At Team Magma's base, Qi Yinsong's expression was evidently grim. A cadre from Team Magma, Huiyan, immediately remarked, Boss, you must be on the list. This is only the 9th position. You are certainly capable of eclipsing the water fleet. Qi Yinsong's mood was complicated. He was eager to see his ranking, but feared it might be too low if revealed too early. Most dreadfully, he feared not making the list at all. That would be utterly embarrassing. Let's wait and see, Qi Yinsong said with a stern face. The screen transitioned again, still only audio. I am nothing like that rogue group. The Water Fleet. My intentions are for the betterment of humanity. Water Fleet headquarters. Damn, that old bastard Qi Yinsong. What gall does he have to label me a rogue group? How much better is he than me? Shui Wudong was filled with questions. Huanmei coughed twice beside him, but remained silent. Indeed, this matter is quite troublesome. In the Pokemon League conference room, these two cannot possibly be the same person, can they? Yulongdu furrowed his brow, realizing the source of the issue. I've heard of both the Water Fleet and Team Magma. They are both based in the Hoenn region. Yet their relationship has always been fraught with animosity. They frequently clash. Is it really so strange for them to be featured together? Shiba stroked his chin thoughtfully. This explanation seems quite reasonable. Kona nodded in agreement with Shiba's assertion. The white screen displayed a fascinating split screen. On the left and right, one blue and one red. Each side bore 3 lines of text. He is one of the malevolent organizations lurking in the Hoenn region. He is one of the malevolent organizations lurking in the Hoenn region. He is deeply trusted by his subordinates. He is willing to make any sacrifice to achieve his goals. He seeks to pursue Groudon. He seeks to pursue Kyogre. This must refer to the leaders of the Water Fleet and Team Magma, right? I've heard that these two organizations have always been in a state of rivalry. Their ideologies are completely at odds, Inghua said, tilting her head. As leaders of evil organizations in the Hoenn region, they must frequently cross paths in whatever they do. Xiaojing nodded in understanding, recognizing why these two figures would be presented together. The scene shifted again, the camera pulling back. Suddenly, it revealed the Water Fleet and Team Magma capturing Groudon and Kyogre. We must obtain Kyogre. Then I can control it with the red orb and fulfill my dreams. Shui Wutong, clad in a blue and white form-fitting uniform, let out a maniacal laugh. Meanwhile, Qi Yinsong had captured Ash and his companions, revealing his plan to exchange Kyogre for Groudon. That shadow in the background looks somewhat familiar, Daigo remarked, covering his mouth as he observed a fleeting figure in the video. Pokémon League Conference Room. Is that person from Team Magma you? Shiba suddenly inquired, eyeing a subordinate in uniform behind Qi Yinsong. Yulongdu scratched his head. It does seem a bit like me. Yulongdu also felt a strong resemblance to that individual. Perhaps it was indeed him. After all, both the Water Fleet and Team Magma had captured the ancient Pokémon Groudon and Kyogre. The League could hardly remain unresponsive. Kona rationally assessed the situation. Damaranch and Professor Okido nodded in agreement. Indeed, given such circumstances, even in the Hoenn region, the Pokémon League could not possibly remain uninformed. This was indeed a troubling predicament. As he gazed at the two figures in the video, Damaranch's brow furrowed deeply. He could already envision the aftermath of the video's conclusion. What kind of rewards would the leaders of the Water Fleet and Team Magma receive? The camera shifted once more, showcasing the scene of Kyogre, controlled by the red orb, conjuring tumultuous waves. Submerge everything. Kyogre, turn all the land into ocean. Shui Wutong bore a crazed smile, reveling in the thrill of commanding the ancient Pokémon. Under Kyogre's onslaught, the entirety of Dream Island was shrouded in dark clouds and was on the brink of being submerged. At that moment, Qi Yinsong appeared. Shui Wudong, who had previously been brimming with excitement, nearly deflated upon seeing the familiar face of his arch-rival. Damn, why is that bastard Qi Yinsong everywhere? Shui Wudong exclaimed in utter disdain. Kwame chuckled beside him. Lord Shui Wudong, shouldn't you be pleased? In the future, you truly succeeded in controlling Kyogre. Her words instantly revitalized Shui Wudong. Yes, exactly. Look, that guy Qi Yinsong hasn't managed to control Groudon yet, so I must be superior. Reminded, Shui Wudong shifted his focus elsewhere. Initially, he had hoped Qi Yinsong would not make the list, but since he had, there was nothing to be done. However, his ranking must be higher than that of Qi Yinsong. Qi Yinsong was equally filled with doubt and concern. If that guy controlled Kyogre, then what about Groudon? Qi Yinsong was uncertain of the specific future events, but based on the information gleaned from the video, Groudon should be in Shui Wudong's possession, right? Did he intend to exchange Kyogre with him? Had this guy ambushed me, stolen Kyogre, and refused to hand over Groudon? As a rival, Qi Yinsong never hesitated to speculate on Shui Wudong with the utmost malice. Because if I were in such a situation, I would undoubtedly do the same. This was Qi Yinsong's self-awareness. He had no inkling that in the future, he would indeed act in such a manner. It was merely a matter of one misstep. Shui Wudong had outmaneuvered him. Qi Yinsong murmured, I can accept defeat to anyone, but I cannot bear to lose to that treacherous Shui Wudong. Chapter 40, the abruptly concluded video. The images on the white screen shifted once more. Accompanying Qi Yinsong was none other than Groudon. Pikachu was perched atop Groudon's head. Beside them was Yulongdu providing commentary. With his cloak billowing in the wind, Yulongdu wore a serious expression. These two orbs were crafted by ancient humans specifically to control Groudon and Kyogre. However, the powers of Groudon and Kyogre far exceed those of humanity. If they fall into the hands of malevolent individuals, they would instead be controlled by Groudon and Kyogre and become even more wrathful. Kyogre conjures tumultuous waves while Groudon brings forth scorching sunlight. The fierce clash of these two legendary beings unfolds. Behind them stand Shui Wudong and Qi Yinsong. The video concluded. Everyone was left in a state of confusion. Yulongdu, what? The video just ends like this? What about the outcome? Groudon and Kyogre have engaged in battle. How fares the Hoenn region? Shui Wudong. Clearly, the Kyogre I wield is far superior. Qi Yinsong, huh? Did you not hear the words of that champion from the Kanto region in the video? The wicked shall ultimately be controlled by the legendary Pokémon themselves. Qi Yinsong, do you consider yourself a good person? Shui Wudong was momentarily taken aback. How infuriating. Why not release the complete video? So this fellow could understand that I alone am the strongest in the real world. Achu. Zheng Zhi rubbed his nose. Did someone seem to be speaking ill of me? Alas, there can be no further edits. The video he was working on had precisely paused at a curious moment. Why did it end here? Obviously, it was because the subsequent content was utterly unremarkable. As a master video editor, Zheng Zhi's task was to extract the highlights of the characters. As for the rest, having been repeatedly humiliated, Simply ignore it and continue working, striving to sustain himself in this perilous world. In the Pokémon world, Shui Wudong and Qi Yinsong were both oblivious to the truth behind the events, harboring some dissatisfaction. Qi Yinsong, but how will this ranking be determined? Surely it cannot be that I am tied with him. If so, I would rather reject this ranking. Shui Wudong, huh? As if I would be particularly concerned about you. Want to refuse? Go ahead, be quick about it. No one is begging you. In the chat room, the leaders of the two villainous organizations, Shui Wudong and Qi Yinsong, were embroiled in a fierce argument. Ash, do I perceive my Pikachu standing atop Groudon's head? And is that Brock beside him? May, and I see myself and my brother too. Max, what is happening here? Will our future selves truly encounter such dangerous situations? I'm feeling a bit frightened. Ash, actually, it's not too bad. I am merely concerned about Pikachu. Pokémon League. Dama Launchi chuckled. Whenever the weight of the world feels heavy, a glance at Ash's youthful and spirited remarks brightens my spirits, reminding me that the future of the league is indeed promising. Ryudo nodded in agreement. Indeed. However, I am now more concerned about those two orbs in the video. The Aqua and Magma teams have learned of items that can control ancient Pokémon in advance. Can they truly resist the temptation? Ryudo was filled with doubt. And organizations that manipulate Pokémon for selfish ends should not exist. It is an affront to Pokémon. Pokémon should be free and unencumbered. Shui Wudong, nonsense. Even without us, others would capture the legendary beasts. If so, I might as well take matters into my own hands. Humans should be eradicated. Ryudo, discussing such matters in our presence, do you truly believe the League is powerless against you? Aqua Team, it would be wise for you to behave. Ryudo narrowed his eyes. If necessary, I shall summon more allies and utterly obliterate the Aqua Team. The fight against villainous organizations is a collective responsibility. If the actions of these nefarious groups grow too audacious, there will be no reason to endure any longer. In stark contrast to Shui Wudong, who was causing a ruckus in the chat room, Qi Yinsong remained exceptionally calm. Only a fool would act flamboyantly at such a time. Qi Yinsong raised an eyebrow. Reclining in his chair, the events have transpired, and my future ambitions have been largely exposed. What can I do now? Certainly, I must gather my strength anew. Then, when the time is right, strike with precision, rather than squander time like Shui Wudong in the chat room. As composed as an AI, Qi Yinsong devised a new plan and arrangement within mere minutes. Let the Aqua Team charge to the front and draw all the hatred away. Show MO, however. Those red and blue orbs do appear quite enticing. To possess them would mean controlling legendary Pokémon. Dogao indeed. They seem far more effective than Pokeballs. I wonder if they can be widely utilized. Ash, did you not see what the video indicated? It is exceedingly dangerous. If one harbors ill intentions and loses control, they may find themselves controlled instead. Dogao, haha, you timid coward. This is merely a lack of trust in yourself. If the red and blue orbs were in my possession, such a situation would never arise. Dogao crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at the screen. Such editing techniques cannot deceive me. Shui Wudong and Qi Yinsong, the antagonists? Their ultimate plan is bound to fail. Otherwise, why not simply showcase their vision of world domination? The red and blue orbs, are they energy extracted directly from the legendary beasts? Dogao stroked his chin, feeling intrigued. I wonder if this method can be applied to other legendary Pokémon. If so, the dream of capturing all Pokémon would become significantly simpler. Macaulay, do not even entertain such thoughts. The League will never consent. We shall impose stringent prohibitions. Adak, precisely. Furthermore, we will find a way to control the red and blue orbs in advance. Cynthia, these ancient Pokémon have their own way of life, under normal circumstances. We should not disturb them. Dawu. In summary, anyone with a brain should refrain from harboring such nefarious thoughts. The proper course is to capture and train Pokémon. Cultivating genuine partnerships. Chapter 41. Dawu, I have a dream. The hearts of the people are restless. Despite the champions of various regions issuing warnings, many still covet the red and blue orbs. They can be used to control Groudon and Kyogre. Just thinking about it makes one salivate. Latios, Groudon, Kyogre. So you are truly that feeble? A mere little orb can bring you under control. Latios, you are commanded to go left, you go left, commanded to go right. You go right, more obedient than a Manectric. Groudon, silence. Latios, why should I be silent when it is so amusing? Especially when Kyogre is in the water. You can only approach it step by step. How embarrassing. You cannot even fly. Lugia, you cannot even fly. Kyogre, you cannot even fly. Groudon, everyone, be silent. The legendary Pokémon relentlessly tormented Groudon and Kyogre. Ultimately, the focus shifted entirely to the persecution of Groudon. In the Pokémon League conference room, Ryudo wore a highly approving expression, nodding his head. Indeed, It is quite troublesome to not be able to fly during such battles. Otherwise, Groudon could have soared directly above Kyogre, undoubtedly gaining a significant advantage. Did not the video show me and Ash riding on a Dragonite, soaring through the skies to evade Kyogre's attacks? Ryudo spoke with confidence. Granny Kikuko rolled her eyes beside him, filled with disdain. Enough, Ryudo. No need to explain. We have long known that you are indeed the flying-type champion. Damalanchi, it is a burden for all, especially the child. Please assist him. Granny Kikuko's words were sharp as a needle. Shiba and Kona could not help but burst into laughter, while Professor Oak shook with mirth. Ryudo, I am not. I am not speaking nonsense. Being the flying-type champion is nowhere near as impressive as being the dragon-type champion. If you truly entertain such thoughts, it is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Upon realizing this, Damalanki indeed began to contemplate, but Yolongdu promptly interrupted him. President, let us continue watching the video. Their rewards must be distributed by now. Damalanki, fully aware that Yolongdu was attempting to divert his attention, nonetheless turned his head away immediately. Indeed, it must be time for the tally. The Wanjie Dimension website did not disappoint them, as a cheerful and light-hearted voice resonated, cutting through the incessant probing from various factions and the chaos within the chatroom. Counting down the top 10 unseen puppet masters of the Pokémon World. 9th place. Shui Wudong. Reason for ranking. The leader of the evil organization, Team Water, in the Hoenn region, with the intention of transforming the entire world into an ocean. 9th place. I am merely in the 9th position. Shui Wudong erupted in fury. That scoundrel Qi Yin Song is ranked above me. On what grounds? I refuse to accept this. Shui Wudong was incensed, and Quan Mei furrowed her brows. You are absolutely right. Your rank should be higher. This designation does not suit you. The voice of the Wanjie Dimension website continued, counting down the top 10 unseen puppet masters of the Pokémon World. 8th place. Qi Yin Song. Reason for ranking. The leader of the evil organization, Team Magma, in the Hoenn region, intent on transforming the entire world into land to expand human activity. Extremely rational in demeanor. In the Pokémon League conference room, the astute individuals noted that Qi Yin Song's evaluation contained an additional remark compared to Shui Wudong's. The more rational a person is, the more unfathomable actions they are capable of undertaking. It is indeed imperative to remain vigilant. At the Hualan Gym, no wonder they paired these two together. Their color schemes are not only contrasting, but their dreams are entirely divergent. Xiaoji felt a profound sense of reflection. As a newcomer trainer who had recently left Jinshin Town, Xiaoji's understanding of the world remained rather simplistic. Whether it was Shui Wudong's aspirations or Qi Yin Song's ambitions, Xiaoji found himself unable to comprehend. Isn't the current world already quite satisfactory? Why complicate matters so unnecessarily? Xiaoji, you must understand. There will always be individuals who consider themselves saviors. In truth, they are nothing but utter fools. Xiaoxia gently uttered these chilling words. Both Xiaojiang and Xiaoji gazed at her in shock. Oh, I never imagined you were such a Xiaoxia. At the headquarters office of Team Magma, compared to Shui Wudong's rage, Qi Yin Song was in high spirits. How could he not be happy? He had managed to suppress his arch-nemesis. This video has informed Pokemon trainers worldwide that Shui Wudong pales in comparison to Qi Yin Song. Likewise, Team Water is no match for Team Magma. The flames beside him flattered. Shui Wudong should be grateful just to be on the list. It is only natural that his rank is lower than yours, boss. The members of the evil organization were particularly adept at flattery. Even Qi Yin Song, who prided himself on rationality, found great joy in the aftermath. Indeed, this is only to be expected. Amidst his elation, Qi Yin Song took the opportunity to share his joy with Shui Wudong in the chatroom. Qi Yin Song, so, how do you feel now? This is a matter recognized by the video's creator. Shui Wudong, you. Shui Wudong, rendered speechless with rage. Damn it. His expression contorted in fury. That video creator, Shui Wudong, was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses. However, recalling the previous ranking, the undisclosed aspects of those divine beasts, he swallowed his words. No. The video's creator was clearly not an ordinary individual. I cannot afford to offend him. Otherwise, Qi Yin Song would reap the benefits. Unbeknownst to Zheng Zhi, he had been envisioned as an unparalleled villain. The enmity between Qi Yin Song and Shui Wudong, as well as the discord between Team Water and Team Magma, presented an excellent opportunity. Dawang stroked his chin, ideas brewing in his mind. There was no escaping it. As the former champion of the Hoenn region, he could not simply turn a blind eye to these matters. Moreover, the rise of Team Water and Team Magma was not something he could control. The only course of action for Dawang was to devise a way for these two evil organizations to engage in infighting. This way, they would have no time to threaten the Hoenn region. Feeling overwhelmed, these matters should be entrusted to Yuan Ji and his team. Dawang let out a long sigh. He harbored a dream. Please allow him to mine in peace, rather than being compelled to step forward to protect the Hoenn region. Chapter 42. Shui Wudong and Qi Yinsong's Rewards. Are you playing with me? No one knew of Dewang's weariness. At this moment, the voice of the Wanjie Dimension website echoed once more. Congratulations, Shui Wudong, on receiving the title of one of the top 10 unseen puppet masters. Hello? Shui Wudong, we have prepared a random reward gift package for you. Would you like to accept it? At the headquarters office of Team Water. Damn, no way. I'm still furious. Shui Wudong fell silent for a moment before suddenly unleashing a curse. Kwame coughed twice, lowering her head. As a trusted member of Team Water, Kwame understood Shui Wudong's thoughts all too well. It was merely that he felt embarrassed to be asked first. He could afford to lose face before anyone, but not in front of Qi Yinsong and Team Magma. Boss, you should hurry and agree. What does being angry matter compared to the reward? Who knows? You might even get a Kyogre. Kwame accurately grasped Shui Wudong's concerns. Yes, I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Let us claim the reward first. That was the most crucial aspect. Shui Wudong. Yes. Hurry up. Shui Wudong's brash demeanor caused many to furrow their brows. Trainer A, can being a villain be so enjoyable? Trainer B, what nonsense are you spouting? You wouldn't want that, would you? The League will certainly not let these evil organizations off the hook. Trainer C, exactly. Evil organizations will ultimately be defeated. We are the righteous Pokemon trainers. Upon seeing these comments in the chat room, Shui Wudong scoffed disdainfully. They were merely sour grapes, unable to attain the grapes they desired. Do they truly believe that an evil organization can simply be formed? What nonsense. Shui Wudong dismissed their words entirely. The voice of the Wanjie Dimension website swiftly redirected Shui Wudong's attention. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, you have received Summon Kyogre 3. You can summon Kyogre 3 times, each lasting between 3 to 6 hours, random within that range. Note, once the time elapses, Kyogre will automatically return to its dwelling, and Pokeballs cannot capture it. At the Pokemon League, the speculation had come to fruition. Damalanki rubbed his forehead. He had long sensed that the rewards bestowed by the Wanjie Dimension website were typically what each divine beast or individual desired most deep down. Only those like Arceus, who were born at the pinnacle and were devoid of desire, received truly random rewards, and such existences were rare. Therefore, it was without question that Qi Yinsong's reward would undoubtedly be Groudon. Just imagine, 2 individuals suddenly appearing in the Hoenn region, capable of summoning divine beasts at will. 3 to 6 hours? While it might fall short of annihilating the entire world, merely wishing to stir up trouble in the Hoenn region would be an effortless task. At the Hualan Gym, can it only be summoned 3 times? It appears that this situation is not as favorable as that of Xiaobo's reward. After all, Xiaobo directly acquired NEI. Ash exclaimed in astonishment. Pikachu seemed to share Ash's sentiment. Brock and Misty shook their heads in disapproval. This matter is not as it seems. NTI and Kyogre are not on the same level. Though both are legendary Pokemon, there exists a distinction of strength. Neither NTI nor Kyogre ranks among the top 10 legendary Pokemon, yet it is undeniable that Kyogre surpasses NTI. Even if it can only be summoned thrice, with proper utilization, it can unleash unforeseen power. This formidable strength now rests in the hands of the nefarious organization's leader. A significant crisis looms. Macaulay has also sensed the impending danger. Xiaobo is merely an ordinary researcher who has long since withdrawn from Team Rocket. However, Shui Wudong and Qi Yinsong are a different story. Not only have they not withdrawn, but they are also the very leaders of the evil organization. The Multiverse Dimension website is utterly oblivious to the concerns of the Elite Four and champions from various regions of the Pokemon League, continuing to dance with a carefree and cheerful tone in their hearts. Congratulations to Qi Yinsong for receiving the title of the top 10 unknown puppet master. Greetings. Qi Yinsong, we have prepared a random reward gift pack for you. Would you like to accept it? Unlike Shui Wudong, who hesitated moments ago, Qi Yinsong responded with utmost decisiveness. Qi Yinsong, I've been looking forward to this. As long as he can obtain Groudon, even if it is not permanent, he will achieve a portion of his goals. This is for the survival space of all humanity. A glimmer of ambition and pride flickered in Qi Yinsong's eyes. Everything he does is for the survival of humanity. It is meaningful and valuable. Unlike that dim-witted Shui Wudong, reward has been distributed. Congratulations. You have received a bloodied 3-legged golden crow. Inherent skills of the 3-legged golden crow, flight, fire, capable of incinerating all in bloodied state. Power is halved and then halved again, requires long-term recovery after one battle. Note, the 3-legged golden crow, an embodiment of the sun from a higher realm. At its zenith, 10 3-legged golden crows could desiccate all lands beneath the sun. Qi Yinsong. What on earth is this? A 3-legged golden crow? A new Pokemon? I've never heard of it. Qi Yinsong was left baffled. However, The Multiverse Dimension website offered no clarification. Subsequently, the screen shifted to Qi Yinsong, displaying his bewildered expression mercilessly on the large screen. Before Qi Yinsong could feel anger, a dazzling golden chest suddenly appeared before him. Is this where the three-legged golden crow resides? Observing the chest that materialized in the center of his office, Qi Yinsong's expression turned grave. What could possibly fit in a chest that barely accommodates half of his body? This reward immediately reminded him of the one given to Hoopa, that massive celestial fox. It was evident that it was extraordinary, even Groudon, with its imposing and robust stature. In summary, Qi Yinsong held little hope. He would prefer a limited summoning of Groudon. He wouldn't mind at all. Qi Yinsong was far from indifferent. He had long since devised a plan for how to maximize Groudon's value. He was nothing like that brainless Shui Wudong. Yet all these plans and ideas were shattered by the chest before him. Taking a deep breath, Qi Yinsong repeatedly reassured himself. This is a reward from a higher world. It surely cannot be too shabby. It's just that the gap between expectation and reality is a bit too vast. He truly couldn't accept it at first. Chapter 43, Three-Legged Golden Crow vs. Kyogre. Water Fleet Headquarters Office. A smile finally broke through the clouded expression on Shui Wudong's face. Haha, let him gloat. I have obtained Kyogre. But that guy Qi Yinsong lacks my good fortune. Shui Wudong was exceedingly pleased. He and Qi Yinsong were both after their respective legendary Pokémon. One seeking Kyogre while the other sought Groudon, because these Pokémon could best assist them in realizing their dreams. Now that I have obtained Kyogre, although it has limitations on usage, compared to Qi Yinsong, I have emerged victorious. Shui Wudong's chest puffed out with pride. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. What if my ranking is higher than his? His luck is dismal. He cannot even draw a good reward. However, beside him, Izumi did not share his elation, harboring some concerns. That description seems to suggest it is also a formidable Pokémon. However, the term bloodied casts a shadow on the three-legged golden crow's strength. It is indeed difficult to ascertain its true value without witnessing it firsthand. It clearly states that its power is halved and then halved again. It certainly cannot be anything remarkable. By the way, taking advantage of this opportunity, let us launch an assault on the Magma team. Shui Wudong's eyes suddenly brightened. This is an excellent opportunity. Because of this ranking, everyone believes that Qi Yinsong is superior to me, Shui Wudong. Therefore, I shall use the live broadcast from the Multiverse Dimension website to show everyone that Qi Yinsong is nothing in front of me. Ignoring Izumi's protests, Shui Wudong was determined to teach Qi Yinsong a lesson. With Kyogre at his side, what is there to fear? Izumi could not dissuade him and was compelled to accompany Shui Wudong. Meanwhile, Qi Yinsong slowly extended his hand, his expression remaining unchanged, primarily due to his lack of expectations for the three-legged golden crow. Even if the three-legged golden crow is akin to a legendary Pokémon from a higher realm, he's still. Damn. The moment Qi Yinsong's palm touched the chest, it erupted in a golden glow. Like a special effect, it transformed into shimmering golden particles, with some merging into Qi Yinsong's body before he could evade. In the next moment, Qi Yinsong felt as if he was connected to something. It was a wondrous sensation, indescribable in words. Before Qi Yinsong could fully comprehend it, he heard a cawing sound. Looking down, Qi Yinsong's breath momentarily halted. Why? Because the three-legged golden crow before him was more magnificent than he could have ever imagined. Its resplendent golden feathers sparkled with dazzling brilliance even without sunlight. The three-legged golden crow's pupils were also golden, standing only to Qi Yinsong's knee. Yet inexplicably, Qi Yinsong could sense that this three-legged golden crow looked down upon him from a position of superiority. Upon standing, Qi Yinsong finally noticed that it indeed had 3 legs. The dark bird legs did not hinder the three-legged golden crow's movement at all. Is this the three-legged golden crow? It appeared regal and splendid to the utmost degree. Its beauty was unlike that of Ho-Oh. While Qi Yinsong anticipated Groudon even more, he had to concede that, in terms of appearance alone, the three-legged golden crow was definitely top tier. However, what he desired was a battle-capable legendary Pokémon. Qi Yinsong, come see my Kyogre. Today, I will eradicate the Magma team from the Hoenn region. Just as Qi Yinsong was examining his reward, Shui Wudong's audacious voice echoed from outside the Magma team's base. Qi Yinsong's expression darkened. He knew it. This guy must be here to kick him while he's down. Shui Wudong and Qi Yinsong had no time to glance at the chat room, where discussions were fervently underway. Dogao, I believe the reason for Mizuki's low ranking may be attributed to his rather lackluster intellect. Sharona, I concur. I have yet to encounter a subpar reward from the Multiverse Dimension website. This three-legged golden crow is indeed perplexing. Kanaru, primarily due to that feeble state. Aside from its aesthetic appeal, it seems rather unimpressive. Mizuki promptly summoned Kyogre. Watching Kyogre obediently follow his commands, Mizuki was elated, nearly soaring with joy. This sensation was truly exhilarating. Seizing the moment, he resolved to eradicate the magma team from the Hoenn region. Only one villainous organization is needed in Hoenn. Observing the utterly ghastly expression of Qi Yin-song on the white screen, Mizuki felt a surge of excitement. If you had indeed obtained Groudon, I might have had to regard you with caution. However, you possess merely a feeble, nameless Pokémon from another realm. Thus, I need not be concerned. Mizuki was blissfully unaware of the adage that villains often perish due to their verbosity. With a grand gesture, he commanded, Kyogre, unleash Hydro Pump. Manipulate the waves and tsunamis. And completely obliterate this base. Kyogre thrashed about in the ocean. Kyogre, for the rewards promised by the Multiverse Dimension website. Charge forth. Qi Yin-song's face paled. Only Groudon could stand against Kyogre. But where could he possibly find Groudon now? Was he merely to await his demise? Just then, the three-legged golden crow spread its wings. Its resplendent form was unparalleled. To Qi Yin-song's bewilderment, the three-legged golden crow ascended, directly breaching the magma team's base. Indeed, the base was not destroyed by Kyogre's hydro pump, but rather by the three-legged golden crow. As Qi Yin-song appeared dazed and Mizuki looked on in disbelief, the three-legged golden crow opened its beak wide. Caw-caw. The searing red flames, no thicker than a thumb, blazed fiercely. Yet, not even the ocean could extinguish these flames. They even engulfed Kyogre. Kyogre rolled in the water, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames upon its body, emitting mournful cries. Ash, is this three-legged golden crow a fire-type divine beast? What kind of flame is this? That it can burn even in the ocean? Yolongdu, young Ash, you have touched upon a critical point. A flame that can burn in seawater indeed signifies the formidable prowess of this three-legged golden crow. Groudon, haha, Kyogre, without me. You have truly bitten off more than you can chew. You deserve it. Ho-oh, this flame should possess a characteristic akin to that of my own. Mine is rebirth, while this is destruction, thus destined to remain unquenchable by any means. In the Pokémon League conference room, silence reigned. The worst was about to materialize once more. Damaranchi was fatigued. He gazed at Yolongdu. Perhaps it was time for him to retire. Chapter 44, Temporary Annihilation. Mizuki was astounded. His Kyogre was unable to best a mere three-legged golden crow, even in a weakened state. Qi Yin-song was equally astonished. He had stumbled upon quite the fortune. If a three-legged golden crow at merely 1/4 of its power was so formidable, what might a fully realized form be capable of? Qi Yin-song could hardly contain his excitement for the future. He recalled the Multiverse Dimension website's description. That 10 three-legged golden crows ascending simultaneously could transform all within their reach into land, correct? In an instant, Qi Yin-song envisioned numerous strategic applications for the three-legged golden crow. Yet, before he could revel in his thoughts, the flames of the three-legged golden crow began to wane. Caw-caw. The three-legged golden crow flapped its wings. Unable to sustain flight, Qi Yin-song hurriedly rushed forward to catch the descending creature. His face darkened with disappointment. Its endurance was simply abysmal. Meanwhile, Kyogre sensed the flames upon it gradually extinguishing and plunged into the depths of the sea. Time is up, I must flee. Kyogre. Mizuki was furious, yet powerless to act. For he too had begun to regard the three-legged golden crow with trepidation. It appeared unimpressive, yet its true strength far exceeded his expectations. You wait. I shall not relent. Only one villainous organization is needed in Hoenn, Mizuki declared with conviction, departing in a huff. Qi Yin-song had not merely drawn a bad hand. He had drawn an ace. Kyogre excelled in stability, while the three-legged golden crow, despite its weakened state, possessed an innate superiority in base stats. At the Hualan Gym, it seemed that these two were evenly matched. As long as they maintained this status quo, the League need not worry about any disturbances from them for the time being. Analyzed Brock calmly. Misty nodded in agreement. Indeed, one was a limited-time summoned fully realized divine beast, while the other was a weakened legendary Pokémon. The outcome of a confrontation between them was far from certain. Although Kyogre had not evolved into its primal form, its strength remained unquestionable. Unless matched against a divine beast of equal or greater caliber, the odds of victory against Kyogre were exceedingly slim. For now, the status quo was acceptable. If annihilation could be avoided, so be it. As long as the villainous organization stirred up trouble for a time without causing significant issues, the Pokémon League would undoubtedly implement corresponding measures. The three-legged golden crow appeared to have sustained injuries. It remained uncertain whether it could be healed. While Brock and Misty analyzed the water and magma teams, Ash's thoughts diverged entirely from theirs. He furrowed his brow, recalling the scene of the three-legged golden crow's descent into weakness. Pikachu, don't worry. That red-haired fellow seems quite affluent. Pikachu patted Ash's cap reassuringly. The white screen returned, and no one knew what would unfold next. They could not help but marvel. Even a weakened legendary Pokémon is so powerful. Just how much influence does this multiverse dimension website wield? It casually bestows such rewards. And to these shadowy figures, Macaulay felt an overwhelming headache. Would this grand tournament not be indefinitely postponed? The mere thought of those villainous organizations acquiring potent Pokémon and other resources left him breathless. The impending future of their endeavors was all too predictable. No, I must continue watching. I will memorize the faces of these shadowy figures. One by one, they shall all be dealt with. Mizuki, it seems we have reached an impasse. Qian-song, next time you shan't be so fortunate. Keep a close watch on your three-legged bird. Do not let it perish inadvertently. Qian-song, you need not concern yourself with that. Instead, ponder how to utilize your remaining 2 opportunities to summon Kyogre. Daigo, it appears the Magma team poses a greater threat than the Water team. Mizuki and Qian-song continued to provoke one another in the chat room. This was their daily routine. Seizing the opportunity, Daigo stoked the flames. Even though the two were already at odds, he deemed it prudent to continue sowing discord. They must not realize the necessity of uniting against him. Daigo's strategy bore fruit. Mizuki, already irritable, exploded upon witnessing Qian-song's repeated taunts. Then, seeing the former champion Daigo of the Hoenn region dismissing him so casually, Mizuki erupted in fury. Mizuki, do not revel in your triumph. Qian-song, you shall pay for this. Water Wudong, and you members of the Pokémon League. I will command Kyogre to transform the entire world into an ocean. You shall all pay the price. At the Hualon Gym. This Mr. Daigo must be doing it on purpose, right? Ash hesitantly remarked. Both Brock and Misty looked at Ash in astonishment, leaving him utterly bewildered and even beginning to doubt himself. Did I say something wrong? Ash awkwardly scratched his head. No, you did not err. Mr. Daigo is indeed doing it deliberately. He aims to sow discord between the Aqua and Magma teams. I am surprised that you noticed, Ash. Brock stated with utmost seriousness. It's truly remarkable to find someone even denser than you, Ash. Misty chimed in, rallying in support of Brock. I'm not that dense, okay? Ash exclaimed. Drenched in sweat. What image do I even portray in their eyes? The white screen slowly illuminated, and all the clamorous sounds were subdued. Who could be the 7th mastermind? At the Rocket Team headquarters office. My name is definitely on that list. No need to rush. The first to appear isn't necessarily the best. Sakaki murmured. Yet, simultaneously, a flicker of concern shadowed his heart. It was inconceivable that his name would not be included. In the Pokémon League conference room, several individuals, including Gyarados, stood on high alert. There's no way we could have predicted this outcome. Let us continue watching. I suspect those evil organizations are eager to expose each other's secrets. Gyarados' words did little to comfort Damaranchi. Rubbing his pale hair, Damaranchi sighed. I hope so. Gyarados isn't entirely wrong. What else can they do but watch? Concurrently, their assessment of the Multiverse Dimension website and the creator of this video underwent yet another transformation. Profound and inscrutable. Their stance is hard to discern. Chapter 45. The 7th Mastermind. The Cold-Hearted Ambitious. Regardless of how various factions perceive the Multiverse Dimension website and its creator, the video continued to play methodically. The white screen began to unveil. Today, I wish to discuss the liberation of Pokémon. Many believe that Pokémon and humans are indispensable partners. However, an increasing number of trainers wield their Pokémon at will, treating them with disdain. We must liberate Pokémon. We must achieve true equality with them. At the Hualon Gym. I sense this person isn't malevolent. Ash stroked Pikachu, finding the statement rather reasonable. Pokémon are indeed our good companions. Those trainers who mistreat Pokémon are unworthy of being Pokémon trainers. Ash was unaware of the identity of the speaker, yet he resonated with the sentiments expressed. Ash, some matters are not so simple, Brock and Misty reflected, feeling a headache. Ash is far too naive. They pondered how to begin their explanation. How should I put this? Individuals like you, who wholeheartedly regard Pokémon as equal companions, are truly the minority? Brock and Misty exchanged glances, while they wished for Ash to grow. It should not be a case of hastened development. Ash's innocence and determination deserve protection. Let us continue watching for now, Ash. Misty said, rubbing her aching forehead. Her voice weak. Pikachu stood firmly on Ash's shoulder in support. In the Unova region, others could not discern who uttered those words. However, as the true identity, Reshiram could not be oblivious. Yet, Reshiram's expression was far from pleasant. I can only rank 7th. Reshiram seethed with rage. This inexplicable white screen and video have ruined countless plans of mine. Now they even reveal what I might do in the future. To end up ranked 7th is nothing short of a disgrace. 3 lines of text appeared on the white screen. He is the leader of the evil organization in the Unova region. He treats the children he raised as monsters. He harbors a true ambition that remains unspoken. And furrowed his brow upon reading this. A true ambition that remains unspoken? What could it be? Could it be that Reshiram does not genuinely wish to liberate all Pokémon? N felt deceived. He had to finish watching the video to ascertain the truth. and had long known that Reshiram was exploiting him. But was he not also using Reshiram? He had long since ceased to care about this matter. However, what he could not accept was being misled and deceived ideologically. The scene transitioned again. Ash, we meet once more. The plasma team may be conducting some sort of experiment on this mountain, causing the Pokémon within to become frenzied. The self-proclaimed handsome international police officer smiled as he addressed Ash and his companions. The group decided to ascend the mountain peak together to investigate. The scene swiftly shifted to a dimly lit room. A Beartic was ensnared in a device, undergoing relentless stimulation. The expression of the Beartic was one of utter agony, while the scientist's desire for research intensified. At that moment, a phone projection emerged. Lord Reshiram, in the Pokémon League. Is this the plasma team of the Unova region? What experiments are they conducting? They treat Pokémon in such a horrifying manner. Gyarados glared at the Beartic, consumed by rage. Nearby, other listless Pokémon showed signs of having endured similar abuse. Initially, Gyarados thought that the plasma team's ideology stemmed solely from humanity and would not adversely affect Pokémon. To his astonishment, the Unova champion, Alder, frowned as well. Aren't they supposed to liberate Pokémon? What is he doing now? The white screen continued to display scenes. What do you think, Dr. Akroma? Thanks to you, things have been manageable thus far, and the experiment is progressing smoothly. Behind their conversation, Pokémon were being tortured by powerful electric currents, rendered powerless. The enraged Pokémon would indiscriminately attack foolish humans. Soon, the world would begin to change. It would transform into the world that the plasma team desires. At the Hualan Gym. Damn it, these individuals do not genuinely wish to coexist with Pokémon as equals. They are even more despicable than those morally corrupt Pokémon trainers. Ash was furious, feeling that his emotions had been manipulated. He had initially thought favorably of Reshiram. Pika Pika. Pikachu echoed Ash's sentiments. This Reshiram is truly odious. If we ever encounter him, we must not let him go. N's brow also furrowed. So, Reshiram was secretly conducting such experiments, developing Pokémon's potential, researching how to control and enhance their strength? In the Pokémon League conference room, if this experiment succeeds, and all Pokémon go berserk, attacking humans, the trainers will undoubtedly choose to abandon, release, or even fear these Pokémon. Sillin instantly recognized the true purpose of Reshiram's experiment. However, it was precisely because of this that her disdain for Reshiram grew. As more individuals engage in such actions, those who continue to hold on to their Pokémon in the future will be ostracized and attacked. The vast assembly of Pokémon trainers, upon releasing their Pokémon, found themselves engulfed in fear, and even the united efforts of the Pokémon League could not rectify this dire situation. It had indeed reached a lamentable state. However, with the release of this video, all Pokémon trainers currently watching would undoubtedly come to understand the ambitions of that rascal, Quixie. Worry not. I surmise that Quixie must be furiously stomping his feet in frustration behind the scenes. Yet, Yolongdu can still muster a cheerful smile. What is there to fret over concerning future events that have yet to transpire and can still be altered? Their Pokémon League's strength is not merely for show. Speaking of which, my greater concern lies with the young Ash. Previously, in the videos featuring Shaber, Shui Wudong, and Shi Yin Song, his figure was also prominently displayed. Was it not? Chapter 46, Exposed Ambitions. Shiba and Kona fell into silence. The elderly trio of Dama Lanchi, Grandma Jeezy, and Professor Ohm also pondered this matter. Could it be that young Ash is indeed the so-called Chosen One? Thus, whether it be legendary Pokémon or shadowy masterminds, they would ultimately converge upon him. Yolongdu speculated. Shiba rolled his eyes at this. Do not forget that you are the champion of the Kanto region. Spare yourself from indulging in such childish fantasies that might lead to mental deterioration. Yolongdu chuckled lightly. After all, he was merely engaging in a bit of speculation. Although Du's words may have been somewhat exaggerated, it cannot be denied that young Ash is indeed exceptional. Dama Lanchi set the tone, placing greater emphasis on Ash. This young lad is destined to alter the very fabric of this world. The images on the white screen continued to unfold. The previous experiment lacked subsequent footage. However, what they witnessed was a maniacally enthusiastic Quixie. My resolve remains unaltered. It shall never waver. Why liberate Pokémon, such convenient beings? It is merely a pretext for establishing the Plasma Gang. Indeed, controlling Pokémon can expand human potential. For this reason, only I should wield the power of Pokémon. Quixie laughed heartily as the video gradually drew to a close. All present were left speechless in shock. What had just transpired? It was all too swift. They could hardly process it. Ash, wait, does that mean you do not truly wish to liberate Pokémon, but rather intend for only yourself to have the ability to use them? Is that the essence of your intent? That appears to be precisely his meaning. Ash, how can there exist such shameless individuals in this world? Ash was consumed by intense fury. Yet, the one truly deceived by Quixie, remained remarkably calm and rational. Engaging in a quarrel with him in the chat room at such a moment would not be prudent. In reflected on Quixie's assessment, recalling the latter's usual demeanor towards him, and contemplated numerous matters without exhibiting significant emotional upheaval. He was simply that kind of person, composed and rational, only genuinely relaxing in the presence of Pokémon. How can I repay him? And began to ponder what he could do. The Multiverse Dimension website did not keep them waiting long, counting down the top 10 unknown masterminds in the Pokémon world. 7th place. Quixie. Reason for ranking. Leader of the malevolent plasma gang in the Unova region, who seeks to create a world where only he can control Pokémon. The chat room erupted with a flurry of question marks. Cynthia, may I inquire as to the size of your face? Alder, is it as vast as the entire world? Karen, how have you managed to survive with such a mindset? Stephen, given your intellect, I have reasonable doubts that you are acting alone. Stephen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Quixie appeared to possess questionable intelligence. One could hardly believe that the Plasma Gang had achieved its current scale solely through Quixie's leadership. Stephen was left utterly speechless by Quixie's ambitions, which seemed profoundly inhumane compared to those of Shaber, Shui Wudong, and Qian Song. A world where only he could utilize Pokémon? What a fanciful daydream. Quixie, everyone shut up. Green, what's the matter? Feeling guilty? Your excuses have been exposed before all the Pokémon trainers in the world. What will you use to justify yourself now? Green, with that ridiculous hairstyle of yours, you'll be remembered wherever you go. Green crossed his arms and let out a derisive laugh. Huh. Unable to contend with Ash, I can at least take down this villain. Green maintained a stoic expression. No, I mustn't think of Ash. The mere mention of his name ignites a fire within me. How is it that so many legendary Pokémon and nefarious masterminds have all crossed paths with him? I'm so envious. As a boy of merely 10 years, who doesn't he aspire to be a righteous hero saving the world? Even someone as proud as Green cannot escape this trope. Simultaneously, Guheo was also seething with jealousy. Why is it him again? Guheo glared at Ash, utterly exasperated. He wished to avoid the sight of that boy. It should be I who is the protagonist of destiny. Humph. Since everyone is engrossed in watching the video, I can seize this opportunity to venture forth and capture legendary Pokémon. Guheo, consumed by envy for Ash, concocted a brilliant plan. He resolved to stealthily depart from the Withered Leaf City alone. He would quietly capture legendary Pokémon while everyone remained oblivious, growing stronger in solitude. By the time they noticed, he would already be a Pokémon trainer commanding legendary creatures. In his left hand, a supersonic Rayquaza. In his right, a Nihilego. Beneath him, Arceus. The mere thought of this scenario made Guheo chuckle with glee. Achoo, achoo, achoo. In an unknown realm, Rayquaza, Nihilego, and Arceus all sneezed in unison. Can legendary Pokémon fall ill? Surely, someone must be coveting me from the shadows. The legendary beings collectively focused on their target. Ho-Oh, the diversity of humanity truly astounds me. Although I have grown accustomed to it. Humanity possesses both good and evil. Articuno, Ho-Oh, where are you? Are you free to join the chat room? Do share your location. The three of us, the sacred birds, would love to visit you. Ho-Oh, away with you. In an unintentional turn of events, Ho-Oh and the sacred birds redirected everyone's attention. Just moments ago, Quixie had been the center of attention. Now, he had become yesterday's news. Quixie's anger intensified. Who is the creator of this multiverse dimension website and the video? If I uncover their true identities, they shall pay dearly. Now, the entire world knows my true intentions and will no longer assist me. What course of action should I take next? Quixie's braided hair bobbed in frustration. I must receive a particularly generous reward from the Multiverse Dimension website. Otherwise, I shall hold them accountable for exposing me so thoroughly. Quixie had no means to confront the Multiverse Dimension website and ultimately redirected his focus toward the reward. He must attain a reward superior to all others to compensate for the emotional trauma he has endured. Chapter 47. Quixie's Reward, the Black Pokeball. Quixie fervently shouted within, and the Multiverse Dimension website did not disappoint him. Congratulations to Kikisi for being awarded the title of one of the top 10 unknown puppet masters. Hello, Kikisi, we have prepared a random reward gift pack for you. Do you wish to accept it? Heh, unless I were a fool, I wouldn't refuse. Kikisi rolled his eyes dramatically. Kikisi, yes. It is an absolute necessity. This is the compensation you owe me. Kikisi, it must be something good. Otherwise, I'll have to question the secrecy I've maintained for so long. Daiwu, are you taking pride in this? What is so commendable about it? Yolongdu, as the leader of an evil organization, where does your sense of superiority come from? Kikisi, heh, I'll just assume you are envious of me. After all, you can only watch as I claim rewards while you have nothing. Kikisi paid no heed to the words of Daiwu and Yolongdu. These individuals were enemies, after all. The only regret Kikisi felt was regarding Anne. Perhaps he could consider trying again to see if he could deceive that clever kid. and was truly intelligent. He could communicate exceptionally well with Pokémon, unless absolutely necessary. Kikisi genuinely did not wish to relinquish such a useful tool. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations. You have received 100 Black Pokeballs, Mutuo Edition. Black Pokeball, Mutuo Edition modified by Mutuo. This Black Pokeball can disregard rigid regulations, which state it can only capture unowned, wild, or released Pokémon, forcibly capturing all Pokémon weaker than Mutuo. Note, as long as you can manage it, you may even research the Black Pokeball to replicate it. In the Pokémon League conference room, one suddenly felt that this multiverse dimension website had a markedly different attitude towards these evil organizations. It was difficult to articulate that sensation. Yolongdu stroked his chin, attempting to find an appropriate term to describe it, ultimately deciding to abandon the effort. To put it another way, it felt as if it, too, were a living entity with its own preferences and aversions. For instance, Kikisi, how did I perceive such a strong undertone of mockery in that last note? Yolongdu's words sounded somewhat absurd. Yet, the others in the conference room remained silent. They shared the same sentiment. At the Honglian dojo, Xiaobo laughed heartily while stroking the NTI. Although I only received NTI, which pales in comparison to what they obtained, I am nonetheless satisfied. However, that Black Pokeball is indeed extraordinary. If it could be produced in unlimited quantities, Kikisi's Plasma Gang would have the means to capture every Pokémon in this world at will. In other words, Kikisi's dream was being realized through an alternative means. Kikisi's eyes sparkled. The Black Pokeball, Mutuo Edition? Wasn't he that the one used when Mutuo made his appearance? Kikisi's memory, while not as sharp as N's, retained the recent video he had watched. That Pokeball was incredibly effective. It could even reclaim Pokémon that had already been captured by trainers. It's a pity that Mutuo only ranked 8th. Kikisi, if only Mutuo could secure the first position on the list of divine beasts. Mutuo, don't assume that I, Mutuo, am unaware of your thoughts. Dream on. Mutuo, the Pokeball crafted by me is something you can wield? Watch as I reclaim it right now. This is not good. Mew felt a sense of urgency. This was entirely reasonable. Mutuo remained indifferent. This Pokeball was originally modified by my future self. Just because I no longer have intentions of altering it does not mean that anyone can possess what belongs to me. Mutuo turned away, unwilling to listen to this complacent individual any longer. Just think of how many plans he altered because of Mew. Otherwise, Mutuo would have long since rushed out to thrash Dogao, and Dogao remained blissfully unaware of how fortunate he was to repeatedly escape the wrath of the divine beasts. Shui Wudong, can this even be allowed? This is a reward. Are we really going to seize it? Xiaobo, why not? It's not a Pokemon. Once captured, it belongs to you. If you have the ability, you can seize it too. Musashi, it seems that is correct. It's not stated as bound. So anyone who receives it can use it? Kojiro, it sounds incredibly enticing. Meowth, we're already on our way. Kikisi, don't even think about it. I've already relocated the experimental base. Mutuo, I am also en route. Dogao, such a powerful Pokeball, I want one too. Although the Black Pokeball is not a Pokemon, if utilized well, one could acquire more than just a single Pokemon. As for the seemingly mocking final note, Kikisi was utterly unconcerned. He must have Dr. Akroma commence immediate research and analysis on this Black Pokeball, aiming to decipher its composition in the shortest time possible. Then he could mass-produce the Black Pokeball. Ultimately, he would be able to capture every Pokemon. The flame of ambition flickered in Kikisi's eyes. The realization of his dream was now within reach. At the Hualan Dojo, I wonder if Mutuo can seize these Black Pokeballs. Ash furrowed his brows as he spoke. Misty glanced at him in surprise. I thought you would believe that since Kikisi received this reward, it rightfully belongs to him. In Misty's mind, Ash was such a simple-minded fellow. Well, although I think this approach is somewhat questionable. In comparison to the future scenario where Kikisi exploits these Black Pokeballs to recklessly capture Pokemon, I find it acceptable. Poor Kikisi, benefiting Pokemon for the entire world. Such a deal could not be more advantageous. Pika Pika. Ash was right. All the villains are in for a rough time. Pikachu clenched its fist, looking extremely excited. Observing the bashful Ash and the exuberantly excited Pikachu, Brock silently closed his mouth. It seems they do not understand Ash deeply enough. Ash is hardly a fool. In fact, he embodies the wisdom of appearing simple-minded. A truly clever individual. In the Pokémon League conference room, the next video should be starting soon, right? As Damaranch spoke, several individuals looked up at the white screen. The sixth puppet master slowly began to play. Chapter 48. The sixth puppet master. The human heart is imperfect. Ash, who could the sixth puppet master be? It feels like every region has its own evil organization. It's truly disappointing. Can't everyone just get along? Yolongdu. Young Ash, your thoughts are commendable. However, there are discrepancies in the thinking of individuals. Cynthia, there will always be some who, in their own minds, act in ways that are detrimental to both humanity and Pokemon. Cynthia let out a long sigh. And what about those evil organizations? Galactic Team? Flare Team? Rocket Team? The leaders of these evil organizations should all be on the list. After all, their identities are fundamentally unknown. Has the leader of the Flare Team appeared in a previous video? However, only their appearance was shown without a name, making it impossible to ascertain their true identity. Continuing to watch the video, I hope the situation is not as dire as I imagine. The white screen slowly began to play once more. A cold laugh echoed through the visuals. Do you know the origin of the world? In legends, Crown Mountain is said to be the birthplace of the Sinnoh region. In a world devoid of conflict at its inception, it is fundamentally wrong to engage in battles through Pokémon. I am in search of the power that can eradicate senseless disputes and create an ideal world. Sinnoh region. Ah, indeed. Champion Cynthia of the Sinnoh League pinched her brow in contemplation. Just moments ago, she had been mocking Steven, who was so overwhelmed with the two villainous organizations in the Hoenn region that he scarcely had time to mind. He even chose to sneak away alone, forsaking his title as champion for the sake of freedom. The tides have turned, and now it is her turn. Let Cynthia laugh at me. Now, the tables have turned, haven't they? Just as Steven had imagined. However, Steven's expression soon reverted to one of solemnity. Now was not the time for schadenfreude. The villainous organization in the Sinnoh region. Team Galactic, wasn't he it? Steven pondered. It seemed to be a nefarious group that perpetually sought to create a better world. At the Celestic Town Gym. Wow, are there truly so many villainous organizations? Nearly every region has one. Is the Pokémon League even able to manage this? Ash voiced his concerns. I had thought there was only Team Rocket. While there may be numerous villainous organizations, only a handful of them pose a significant threat, and their objectives often clash. Brock, well-versed in the relevant information, had long been aware of this. During his tenure as a gym leader, he not only honed his skills, but also absorbed a great deal of knowledge about the outside world. At the very least, he was far more informed than Ash. As long as these organizations do not unite, the Pokémon League can effectively suppress them through the champions and elite members of each region, maintaining a precarious balance. However, that may no longer be the case. These villainous organizations have each acquired new powers and legendary Pokémon. Who knows what their next moves will be? Oh, it sounds so formidable. Ash, only partially grasping the situation, chuckled and scratched his head. Speaking of which, nearly every villainous organization seems to harbor grandiose ideals. Sinnoh region. Team Galactic headquarters. Cyrus, expressionless, calmly observed the content playing on the white screen. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. It seems my true identity can no longer be concealed. Despite my efforts to remain discreet in the chat room, who could have anticipated that after tallying the 10 legendary Pokémon, there would also be a video ranking the 10 masterminds behind the scenes? This compelled Cyrus to suspect that the creator of this video was doing so with intent, exposing the identities and thoughts of these shadowy figures, who prefer to remain hidden. Boss, you one of the 4 executives, Mars, looked at Cyrus with concern. Cyrus shook his head. Let us continue watching. Perhaps I may catch a glimpse of my own future. Moreover, I find this video rather enjoyable. Unlike the flustered Giratina, he remained remarkably composed. It felt as though the creator behind this video had a profound understanding of him, making Cyrus feel as though he had gained a friend who comprehended his thoughts. Let me see what his assessment of me entails. The white screen slowly revealed 3 lines of text. He is the leader of the Sinnoh region's villainous organization. He is calm and logical, earning the trust of his subordinates. He believes human nature is flawed and seeks to create a truly perfect world. Human nature is flawed. To create a perfect world? How would one achieve that? By eliminating all those who possess human emotions? Cynthia pondered the implications of these words. It indeed appears to be the case. Another ambitious individual. I am on the verge of losing my mind. I merely wish to be an ordinary scholar of mythology. Like Steven, Cynthia also had her own passions. To wholeheartedly pursue being a champion? Impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. Team Rocket headquarters office. Giovanni scoffed disdainfully at the increasingly absurd ambitions of these villainous organizations. All of their ideas are utterly futile. Whether human or Pokémon, does their way of life concern them? Who do they think they are? Saviors? Giovanni held these individuals in utter contempt. They merely operate under various banners, engaging in actions he could not comprehend. Isn't earning money far more appealing? The scene shifted once more. It showcased Ash and his companions. Ash, Brock, and Dawn had arrived in Jubilife City in the Sinnoh region and encountered Cynthia alongside her grandmother, Professor Rowan. This is Mr. Cyrus, who specializes in the myths of the Sinnoh region. Professor Rowan introduced the man beside them, clad in a black suit with blue short hair. Cyrus appeared particularly mature and composed. Through their conversation, Ash and his friends learned that Cyrus was a wealthy businessman who had financed the majority of the region's infrastructure. A wealthy businessman? I can hardly claim that title. In response to Ash's inquiries, Cyrus humbly smiled. He was clearly a person who left a favorable impression. At the Celestic Town gym, Ash was filled with questions. This Mr. Cyrus seems to be an exceptionally good person. Could he truly be the leader of a villainous organization? A notorious mastermind? Chapter 49. A person of great ambition. Not only Ash and his friends were astonished, Cynthia, who had long been familiar with Cyrus, was equally dumbfounded and found herself speechless. The majority of the buildings and libraries in the Sinnoh region were erected thanks to his investments. Yet he was also the leader of a villainous organization? Cynthia found it difficult to reconcile this shocking contrast. The video continued to unfold. Upon learning that Ash and Dawn had encountered Uxie and Mesprit, Cyrus suggested they take a look at the adamant orb, as it might yield further discoveries. Both Professor Rowan and Cynthia agreed that it was worth a try. After all, Uxie, Mesprit, and the adamant orb were all integral parts of the Sinnoh region's legends. Subsequently, upon viewing the adamant orb, they encountered Team Galactic, who had already seized the lustrous orb. Cyrus maintained an air of detachment from Team Galactic, behaving as if he were an inept, ordinary businessman, even requiring Cynthia's protection. Professor Rowan proudly stated, "Cynthia is the champion. Her presence is more than sufficient." In the Pokémon League conference room, this individual's disguise is extraordinarily convincing. Drayden was captivated by the Cyrus on screen. This tactic, how could one discern he is a villain? Corona lamented, "It is not the reckless villainous organizations we need to fear, such as the leaders of Team Aqua and Team Magma in the Hoenn region. Their identities are blatantly obvious. What we truly fear are cunning adversaries like Cyrus. If it were simply a matter of not taking the initiative like Giratina, it would be manageable. However, Cyrus has adopted an entirely different approach. Disguising himself as an ordinary trainer? A gym leader? No. He has heavily invested in the Sinnoh region's infrastructure, meticulously crafting an identity as a businessman that raises no suspicion. Dirac, the dead are gone. Please burn paper for any matters." The scene transitioned. Without Cyrus lifting a finger, Team Galactic still succeeded in acquiring the adamant orb. Although Cynthia harbored some doubts about the Radiant Sun, she found herself devoid of any evidence. All she could do was watch the retreating figure of Radiant Sun, until he had gathered all the late guardians of the Sinnoh region. My dream is about to come to fruition. With the combined powers of Acronome, Emilido, and the legendary Kashi, merging them with the Diamond and Pearl orbs, I shall summon the God of Time, Dialga, and the God of Space, Palkia? This fellow's determination is astonishing. Macaulay's eyes widened in surprise. Truly remarkable. Daigo also noticed that Radiant Sun was indeed calm and exceptionally strategic. Everything was unfolding precisely according to Radiant Sun's meticulously crafted plan. Could this man's ambition truly come to pass? Moreover, he now possessed foreknowledge of the true identity of the creator deity, Arceus. The mere thought of this made Daigo's head throb. At the headquarters of Team Galaxy, Arceus. You say? I have contemplated this notion before. Yet, it remains a different matter altogether. I cannot exert control over Arceus. However, if my plan proceeds without a hitch, I might just succeed in controlling Dialga and Palkia. Even at this juncture, Radiant Sun remained unfazed. The scene shifted, as Radiant Sun had asserted. While he could not control Arceus, he was confident in his ability to command other legendary Pokémon. I have discerned that these meteors are, in fact, fragments of the Creator's power. With this, I can compel them to act according to my desires. When confronted by Ash, May, and Brock, summoned by the late Guardians, Radiant Sun intervened to prevent his subordinates from launching an attack with Pokémon. Engaging in battle with Pokémon was never Radiant Sun's preference. What remained for me to accomplish was the summoning of the God of Time, Dialga, and the God of Space, Palkia, atop Celestial Mountain. Only then could I fabricate a flawless world devoid of hearts. Radiant Sun's actions were decisively resolute. He commenced the summoning at the Pillar of Guns, equipped with all the necessary preparations. Indeed, Dialga and Palkia materialized. Furthermore, they were ensnared by Radiant Sun's command wielding the Creator's power. Dialga and Palkia had become his pawns. At the Hualan Gym, did he truly succeed? Misty pondered, bewildered. Has the leader of this malevolent organization truly summoned the legendary Pokémon? Is the future destined for destruction? The bindings upon them resemble the mark upon Arceus. Ash remarked foolishly. Brock shook his head in resignation. There was no hope left for their child. Arceus is the legendary creator of the Sinnoh region. Thus, the crystallized power in Radiant Sun's grasp must indeed be Arceus' essence. Team Galaxy has astonishingly reached this level. In the footage, the late Guardians regained their sanity with the assistance of Ash, May, and Brock. Yet, Dialga and Palkia remained under Radiant Sun's control. The nascent world failed to supplant the existing one directly. Nevertheless, Radiant Sun resolutely plunged into that ominously new realm. This is my world. My dream has been realized. The final scene depicted Radiant Sun, beaming with joy, as he embraced the newly manifested cosmos. The video concluded, leaving everyone in stunned silence. How does one articulate this ending? Ash, the fury of Dialga and Palkia seems far from extinguished. Will there be no subsequent events? Gary, the true villains have vanished. You cannot refrain from intervening now. Can you? There are still other legendary Pokémon present, so resolving the ensuing matters should pose no issue. Ash, haha, it seems so. Does this mean I have saved the world in the future? Ash's words were spoken innocently, yet many could not overlook their implications. In the Pokémon League conference room. Indeed, young Ash has saved the world, Damaranch remarked with profound reflection. How does one describe the final outcome? It surpassed his expectations. I now believe we should not shield young Ash too zealously. He must be allowed to engage with this world. Subsequently, he should confront and dismantle all the nefarious organizations he encounters. At Team Galaxy's headquarters, Boss, Lord Radiant Sunday, the expressions of Zheng Zhi and others shifted. Observing Radiant Sun's uproarious laughter. What has come over our leader? Despite appearing perilous at the video's conclusion, why is he so exuberant? I am undoubtedly elated, for I have indeed fulfilled my dream. I have reached a world devoid of hearts. Chapter 50, Radiant Sun's Reward, the World of Destruction. Cynthia, however, I am uncertain how to interpret Radiant Sun's conclusion. Radiant Sun, haha, do you think I have lost my mind? Radiant Sun, no, I have not. This is the ideal conclusion I envisioned. Shaber, indeed, those who become leaders of evil organizations must possess a modicum of madness. Shu Wudong, Qian Song, Shaber, precisely, I speak of you all. Radiant Sun's choices and actions left everyone in a state of perplexity. At the Hualan Gym, he is surely destined to perish upon entering that world, is he not? Yet, he clearly had the option to choose a more favorable existence. Did he not? Ash was filled with confusion. Is living well not preferable? Who can say? Brock could not comprehend such reasoning. The thoughts of these malevolent organization leaders are truly beyond the grasp of an ordinary Pokémon trainer like myself. Ash could only shake his head, Pikachu mirroring his sentiments. Humanity is indeed exceedingly difficult to understand. The voice of the Multiversal Dimension website reverberated, counting down the top 10 unseen masterminds of the Pokémon World. 6th place, Radiant Sun. Reason for inclusion. The leader of the evil organization Team Galaxy in the Sinnoh region, who sought to create a radically new world devoid of hearts. The chatter in the chat room never ceased. Daigo, I must admit, while his dream seems somewhat absurd, the conclusion is rather poignant. Yet, I cannot deny that he has indeed realized his aspirations. Adek, he is a werewolf. Karuna, in the face of such so-called dreams. Can one truly forsake their own life? Truly a werewolf. Shu Wutong, haha, is living well not preferable? Qian Song, is living not worthwhile? Otherwise, what have I labored for if not to provide humanity with a better environment? Both Shu Wudong and Qian Song, fellow leaders of malevolent organizations, held Radiant Sun's dream in disdain. So what if he achieved it? If life is lost, all words are meaningless. Radiant Sun, you are the ones lacking vision. My ideal is magnificent. This world has been flawed from the very beginning. Yolongdu, you could always engage in a PK? Whoever has the stronger fist prevails. Musashi, naturally, we of Team Rocket shall triumph. Kojiro, where do you place us, Team Rocket? We are the strongest. Meowth, that's right, Meow. Radiant Sun, Team Rocket, more like a harbinger of chaos. Shu Wudong, on the top floor. Qian Song, on the top floor. Cynthia sighed deeply. I have taken note of Radiant Sun's actions. However, I did not anticipate that the Lake Guardians were indeed real and not merely legends. As for Ash's psychic connection with Acronome, and that his companions could achieve it too, from the moment I witnessed Ash become friends with even Arceus, I realized that nothing I see would ever astound me again, unless he truly manages to tame the Creator God. In the meeting room of the Elf Alliance, I initially intended to merely create a slight rift in their relationship, ideally prompting them to engage in internal conflict. Yolongdu scratched his head, smiling with an expression of embarrassment. Damaranch beside him rolled his eyes. How can you still say that? You're just a step away from openly urging them to fight. How can we allow the Elf Alliance to maintain such an image externally? Clearly, you're just someone who enjoys watching the chaos unfold. Nevertheless, well done. Damaranch's demeanor shifted instantly. As long as the evil organization can engage in internal strife, our pressure will diminish significantly. As for face and reputation, those are of no consequence. In the chat room, the evil organizations continued their relentless assault on the trio of Team Rocket. Yet, fools possess an uncanny ability to reduce the intelligence of the clever to their own level, and then, within their domain, to vanquish their foes. For a moment, the trio of Team Rocket surprisingly held their ground. In the office of Team Rocket's headquarters, the three of them finally proved somewhat useful. Sakaki nodded, barely concealing his satisfaction. He had now made a concerted effort to refrain from speaking in the chat room, even if his identity would inevitably be exposed. He opted for a more sophisticated method of revelation. rather than being recognized outright by the members of the Elf Alliance. This was a matter of pride for a villainous boss. Absolutely no room for carelessness. Ultimately, it was the voice from the Multiverse Dimension website that drew Akari's attention. Congratulations, Akari, for obtaining the title of one of the top 10 unknown puppet masters. Hello, Akari, we have prepared a random rewards package for you. Would you like to receive it? Akari was deep in thought. I have already determined that I can undoubtedly reach the world of my dreams. As for this reward, whether it is good or bad, I believe I can accept it. Akari, let us treat it as opening a mystery box. After all, my dreams are destined to come true. I'm eager to see how lucky I am. Akari, it must be better than those previous fellows. Kikisi, I may not be human, but you are undoubtedly a dog. Damn it. Those who need to show off when receiving rewards are truly insufferable. Kikisi, who was desperately fleeing for his life, could only spare the time to utter this. Plasma Group, don't even think about escaping. Hand over the black Pokeball. The international police and other evil organizations had set their sights on Kikisi. The target was singular. Capture Kikisi. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations. You have received one-way portal to the Ruined World 1. Ruined World, the realm inhabited by Giratina, devoid of any other human presence. The one-way portal allows entry but not exit. Please consider carefully before use. Note, at some point in time, you have entered this space. At the Hualan Gym. Giratina, ISNT that one of the 3 legendary Pokémon that appeared alongside Arceus? Ash still had a recollection. Besides Dialga and Palkia, there was another legendary Pokémon. That would be Giratina, representing destruction? Could this be seen as a direct fulfillment of Akari's dream? However, one can enter but not exit. And there are no other humans inside. Misty found herself overwhelmed by the mere thought. This multiverse dimension website is truly fascinating. ISNT this the world I've always dreamt of? Akari gazed at the ticket that had suddenly appeared in his hand, feeling the power it contained. As soon as he tore it open, he could enter that world at any moment. Lord Akari, Jinxing and Suashing exclaimed in unison, fearing that Akari might truly abandon them. Rest assured, at least not now. Akari tucked the ticket away and smiled. Chapter 51 Dogao, I have a brilliant idea. Since now I can realize my dreams, then I can certainly aim even higher. As the calm, rational leader of a villainous organization with a singular focus on dreams, Akari's intellect and initiative were impeccable. Destroying this universe and entering a heartless world are entirely non-conflicting pursuits. Yes, Lord Akari, Jinxing and the others immediately perked up. As long as Lord Akari doesn't leave now, they would be willing to do anything. The chat room was equally astonished by this reward. A ruined world? So this kind of operation exists? Dialga, brother, I hear you're about to have a neighbor. Palkia, I think it's quite good. What was that in the video? A human actually using Arceus' power to control us? Giratina, if he truly intends to come, I have no objections. After all, he is merely a human. Giratina, he even showed me some jokes about you guys. I find it quite worth it. The bond of brotherhood between legendary Pokémon is so delicate that they can turn against each other in an instant. If the 3 legendary Pokémon were in the same space right now, they would have likely engaged in battle in the meeting room of the Elf Alliance. This reward ISNT half bad, is it? Yolongdu observed his silent companions and decided to take the initiative to speak. This should cause them to hold back a bit, right? Yolongdu thought optimistically. If dreams can be realized, what is left for Akari and the Galactic team to fuss about? They might as well wait for them to disband on the spot. Dream on. Shiba scoffed. I fear they might escalate their efforts and cause even more chaos. After all, if things get too dire, they can leave this world at any time, completely unburdened. Professor Oak remained silent, fervently taking notes. The ruined world, the place where Giratina resides? How I wish I could see it. Another day where Professor Oak is entirely out of sync with everyone else. Daiwu, this reward seems quite targeted. I reckon no one other than Akari would want it. Yolongdu, after all, once you enter, there's no way to leave, so its practicality is limited. Dogao, who says that? I believe its practicality is quite strong. Although there's no way to exit using the ticket, Giratina can definitely come out. Dogao, if we think from a different angle, this is entirely an opportunity to tame Giratina. As long as we prepare adequately, it's not impossible. Then we could freely enter this space through Giratina. Daiwu, you truly are a genius. Cynthia, Giratina, a legendary Pokémon. You, an ordinary Pokémon trainer. Are you certain? Giratina, is there really someone voluntarily seeking death? Giratina, can I eat them? Akari, I have no such intentions. Everything is unrelated to me. Please do not misunderstand. Dogao, I merely proposed a suggestion. I believe my reasoning is sound. Akari was so infuriated he nearly toppled over. This guy? What if Giratina actually believed him and refused me? That's the heartless world I have always yearned for. Akari, all members of Team Galactic. Now set aside all previous plans. Akari, capture this fellow named Dogao at any cost. I must make Giratina understand that I truly have never entertained such notions. Jinxing, yes. Rest assured, Lord Akari, we will not let Dogao escape. In the meeting room of the Elf Alliance. Should we intervene in this? Perhaps it's for the best? Team Galactic currently lacks the time to stir up trouble, sacrificing the blabbermouth Dogao to save countless lives in the Sinnoh region. If everyone truly encounters the scenario of Dogao being captured by Team Galactic, they might even lend a hand, ensuring he isn't caught so quickly. Understood. He single-handedly held back an entire galaxy team, sacrificing himself for the greater good. Everyone shall remember him. In a few terse words, the arrangement for Dogao was made abundantly clear. Has the galaxy team temporarily shifted their focus? Quite commendable. Dogao is of little consequence. Cynthia, too, chose to blissfully ignore Dogao, instead of wasting time on him. It would be far more prudent to devise a plan to capture the entire galaxy team in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, the Sinnoh region remains tranquil. Oh, the joys and sorrows of humanity seldom resonate with one another. How fortunate Cynthia is. The expressionless Daiwu internally struggled to hold back tears of sorrow. Oh, come on. Water and lava teams. Why not take a moment to observe this Dogao? Perhaps redirect your focus for a while? Stop fixating on the Hoenn region, regardless of their thoughts. The white screen has begun to illuminate slowly. It seems we are about to unveil the next puppet master. At the Celadon Gym, one can only wonder who the next individual might be. It feels as though the ideals and actions of these shadowy figures are beyond my comprehension. No matter how grand their proclamations might sound, they consistently inflict harm upon Pokémon and humanity alike. Ash found the video featuring the top 10 puppet masters to be utterly disheartening. Due to these individuals, countless Pokémon and trainers have suffered. This was the first time Ash, Brock, and Misty had witnessed such a somber expression on Ash's face, prompting them to feel compelled to comfort the boy. Our dear Ash. He can be picked on at will, but no outsider shall lay a finger on him. Pikachu, too, could not bear to see Ash in such a downcast state. Without hesitation, it unleashed a thunderbolt. No matter the troubles you face, a single thunderbolt will resolve them all. Ah, thank you so much, Pikachu. Ash, who lay on the ground, charred and smoking, murmured appreciatively. Pikachu, how embarrassing. This is simply what I ought to do. A hint of shyness appeared on Pikachu's face as it scratched its head. Among the 5 individuals who had been exposed, Shaber and Akari maintained the most upbeat mentalities. One had already washed his hands of the matter, while the other stood on the brink of realizing his dream, ready to leave at any moment. How could their attitude be anything but positive? The two of them leisurely watched the video. I wonder what sort of individuals have ranked ahead of me. Akari scrutinized the white screen with a discerning gaze. If they are not up to par, they should not expect my courtesy. As the leader of the Galaxy team, Akari is a person of ambition and high standards. Let him see what kind of characters comprise the top 5. Chapter 52, Puppet Master Rank 5, creating a beautiful new world. The white screen flickered to life, and everyone gazed at it with serene composure. Indeed, as long as one can overlook the bickering occurring in the chat room, it is quite a tranquil scene. The image swayed, akin to the flickering lights of a stage. It is your duty to maintain beauty, for the heavens have chosen you to be a movie star. All beautiful things should eternally retain their form. I shall bring the world to an end at the moment when beauty can no longer fade. I cannot tolerate a world that ceases to be beautiful. In the Kalos region, as the white screen suddenly appeared, Karuna, who had finally found a moment to breathe and rest, was left with countless questions. Wait, a movie star? Is this person addressing me? As the champion of the Kalos region and a renowned movie star, Karuna's daily life was overwhelmingly busy. However, the white screen and these leaderboards provided her a moment of respite, yet also birthed many concerns. That is to say, if she wasn't careful, she would soon have to resume her duties as the champion of the Kalos region. And this individual sounded rather questionable. Is he truly capable of judging the world's beauty? Complaining internally, Karuna straightened her posture. She had to ascertain who this person was, someone who could potentially plunge her back into a whirlwind of activity. The scene shifted. A red-haired man sat across from Karuna. Her face was painted with disapproval. However, he did not seek her support. The camera shifted, transforming into a press conference scene. This is the holographic projection technology developed by the Flotta Laboratory. I aim to make the Kalos region and the entire world a better place. The red-haired man, Flotta, proclaimed his ambitions and aspirations loudly before all present. He even generously donated medical equipment and Pokémon-related devices. Until, at the shareholder meeting, Flotta spoke forcefully, stating, "You do not need to know what the Y plan entails. All you need to understand is that this plan is for the entire world, for all of humanity." Flotta offered no explanations to anyone, and thus, he stepped into the laboratory of the Flare team, one step at a time. Flotta's stronghold, the Celadon Gym. Is Flada not the leader of that nefarious organization that had been capturing Zygarde during the previous assessment of legendary Pokémon? Ash could not recall Flada, but remembered Z. It must be so. Zygarde is the overseer of the ecosystem, perfectly aligning with his vision of a beautiful world. Misty crossed her arms, her expression serious, as she scrutinized the images on the white screen. However, Zygarde ultimately made a pact with a young girl and likely was not truly captured, right? Thus, Flada's dream surely remains unrealized. Brock deduced a conclusion that everyone found reasonable. Flada's expression was not particularly pleasant either. Holographic projection technology? I doubt I need to research this any further. What sort of existence is this white screen? Is it akin to a holographic projection? Flada felt a sense of unease. Moreover, his own plans had been fundamentally disrupted. The camera zoomed out. The image on the white screen transformed into a black and white recollection, Flada's past. Humanity, truly a despicable existence. Taking all assistance for granted, watching the masses whom the Flare team once aided, he slowly realized that all the good deeds they performed were merely expected, selfless, and taken for granted. Flada had changed. Abandoning his naive and childish self, he sought to obliterate this filthy world and create an entirely new utopia. At the Celadon Gym, Ash's emotions fluctuated repeatedly due to these antagonists. I still believe that evil organizations should be eradicated, for their actions have harmed many. Yet at times, I also feel a twinge of pity for them. Misty and Brock could only sigh nearby. Who isn't in a similar predicament? One might say, fate plays its tricks. The scene shifted once more, connecting with the previous video assessing Zygarde. However, this time, it was from Flada's perspective. By harnessing the energy of Mega Evolution, he controlled Zygarde, all for the sake of creating a better world. The final image lingered on the controlled Zygarde, along with Flada's maniacal laughter. At the Celadon Gym, he must have ultimately failed. Ash felt a touch of pity for this individual, yet he fervently hoped Flada's dream would not come to fruition. Certainly, Brock firmly stated, showing no signs of leniency. Those who commit wrongdoings must face the consequences. His eventual fate should not be pleasant. Daewoo recalled Zygarde's assessment video he had seen earlier, speculating about Flada's outcome, while also feeling a bit of a headache. It is clearly not a matter pertaining to the Fuyuan region. Why then do I find myself embroiled in it? The Flare team is undeniably associated with the Kalos region. If one were to ascend, should it not be Kanaru's turn? Daigo was utterly perplexed. At the headquarters of the Flare team, Lord Fladarly sat with an air of calmness. Claire, Momiji, and others cautiously glanced at Fladarly. It was evident to all, including themselves, that Lord Fladarly's prospects were indeed bleak. However, Fladarly's demeanor remained remarkably composed. This is the future. For me, it is an event yet to unfold. Thus, I possess ample time to alter this outcome. Fladarly is a stubborn individual, yet also adept at adapting. Having foreseen the trajectory of the future, he would never allow himself to be shackled by it. Cheery. After witnessing this, I still believe I am far superior. It is clear this is yet another defeated foe. Fladarly, in a world devoid of humanity, how can you dare to claim success? Within the chatroom, the leaders of the nefarious organizations exchanged barbs. The central theme was singular. Apart from myself, all of you are worthless. This sentiment resonated with each participant. They alone considered themselves the strongest. It left the Pokémon League utterly astounded. Only when the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website broke the silence did these individuals slightly shift their focus. Ranking the 10 hidden puppeteers of the Pokémon World. 5th place. Fladarly. Reason for ranking. The leader of the Flare team in the Kalos region, who seeks to eliminate all humans and Pokémon outside of the Flare team to maintain world balance and create a beautiful new realm. Chapter 53. Fladarly's Reward. Infinite black bean paste. The once quiet chatroom erupted into chaos once more. Fladarly, did you see that? I am in 5th place. What right do you? In 6th place, have to boast? Kikisi. Shui Wudong. Shihuasong. Xiaobo. I had no intention of disrupting the formation, but I must say, no matter how you argue, don't involve me. Xiaobo, I am truly a paragon of virtue now. Xiaoming, what about your dignity? Daigo, is this what they call the phenomenon of internal competition? The Pokémon League found the spectacle amusing. Excellent. Let this internal strife continue unabated. Damalin approved of Daigo's newly coined term. This is the rhythm. The members of these malevolent organizations should never awaken to reality. They have been led astray and will likely take time to regain their senses. Kona and his companions observed with clarity. In truth, they could be quite entertaining when not causing chaos. They merely hold differing ideologies, and while their views are not entirely erroneous, their stubbornness stems from various reasons. Yolongdu somewhat concurred with Kona's sentiments. Indeed, however, their moments of peace are far too fleeting, and whenever they engage in mischief, it results in severe casualties and losses. Yolongdu stroked his Gyarados. Thus, they can only remain adversaries to the evil organizations. At the Flare team headquarters, Fladarly was oblivious to the thoughts of the Pokémon League members, merely observing his fellow conspirators in the chat room with an expression of disdain. My aspirations are entirely distinct from theirs. How could a group of insipid individuals possibly comprehend my thoughts? Fladarly was not merely speaking. He genuinely scorned these puppeteers. Then, Fladarly unleashed his tirade. Fladarly, Xiaobo, a mere researcher, dares to be termed a puppeteer? All he did was create a Mutwo. I wish to capture Xerneas and Yveltal. Fladarly, as for Shui Wudong and Chihua Song, it goes without saying, your dreams are as mismatched as half a pound against 8 ounces. Kikisi, masquerading as something grand, has led his followers to ruin. Fladarly, only Chiri can barely hold his ground, for he has somewhat realized his aspirations. Yet what of his dream? One might say it is simply ludicrous. At the Hualan gym, Ash was left speechless. Has Fladarly gone mad? He has insulted so many. Ash never expected such a side to Fladarly. Misty, beside him, was equally astonished, but soon regained her composure. I find no fault in what he says. Alongside him, these individuals are hardly commendable. At the Flare team headquarters, Lord Fladarly, you appear Momiji and the others regarded Fladarly with indescribable expressions. A few exchanged furtive glances. Could it be that the pressure has driven the boss to madness? Otherwise, how could the usually composed Lord Fladarly behave in such a manner? I am not insane. This is merely a tactic. Fladarly's expression remained calm, in stark contrast to his earlier boastful words in the chat room. One could not glean from his expression the nature of his previous utterances. Given that my true identity has been exposed, why should I continue to uphold a facade of peace? A conflict between our disparate evil organizations is inevitable in the future. I merely seek to secure a position of advantage when delineating our ranks. A fierce battle is assured. Thus, there is no need to feign peace from the outset. Allow all to recognize my volatile temperament, so they may tread carefully in my presence. This is merely strategy. Fladarly's brief explanation transformed the expressions of Claire and the others from confusion to fervor. They understood. Lord Fladarly is always the best. They shall forever follow Lord Fladarly. While others remained unaware of Fladarly's true intentions, they were left seething with indignation. How dare a mere 5th place be so arrogant? There are others in the fray. At the Rocket Team headquarters, Sakaki wore a disgruntled expression. Let the video continue. It must not stop until I make my entrance. Were it not for the unapproachable white screen, Sakaki might have abandoned his composure altogether. Keep it going. At this moment, the white screen seemed to sense Sakaki's thoughts and finally responded. Congratulations to Fladarly for receiving the title of one of the 10 hidden puppeteers. Greetings, Fladarly. We have prepared a random reward package for you. Would you like to accept it? Fladarly, bring it on. Fladarly's response was swifter than anyone could have anticipated. Is that so? You were prepared all along, weren't you? Yet, could you not exhibit a modicum of restraint? Fladarly retorted, what is restraint? Can restraint be consumed? Can it compensate for my exposed identity? No. If it cannot, then why should I practice restraint? What I desire are benefits. Ideally, I would receive Xerneas and Yveltal directly. Then I could realize my dreams. Fladarly mused that his conjectures were not without merit. The rewards from the Multiverse Dimension website are typically closely aligned with their aspirations, are they not? As Fladarly brimmed with anticipation, he finally heard the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations. You have received Infinite Black Bean Paste. Infinite Black Bean Paste is crafted from 6 primordial forces, the soul of desire, the power of sugar, the cost of sales points in reality, manufacturing time, and the spirit of demand. The boundless black bean paste possesses a power equivalent to the fusion of 6 infinity stones held by a certain purple sweet potato essence. Consuming it would transform you into the purple sweet potato essence, granting you the ability to alter the entire universe with a mere snap of your fingers. However, indulging in this power all at once does not guarantee your survival, with a catastrophic explosion probability of 99,999. Note, perhaps the comedic aspect is the strongest. After absorbing this lengthy exposition, which could be deemed the most formidable ability, all expressions morphed into identical question marks. Consuming it would lead to explosive demise. Yet abstaining renders it utterly useless. Is this truly a reward and not a punishment? Chapter 54, Damalanki, A New Perspective. Fladarly gazed at the sudden apparition of this black bean paste before him, having utterly lost control of his expression. What on earth is this? Is it not merely a commonplace black bean paste? Lord Fladarly, we have detected an immense surge of energy, cautiously reported the researchers of Team Flare. Indeed, it was precisely when this black bean paste emerged that our energy detection apparatus exploded off the charts. It surpassed the maximum energy range we can currently monitor. It is worth noting that their machines had no issues detecting the simultaneous appearance of Xerneas and Yveltal. The energy detection for Zygarde was likewise assured. And then, just moments ago, It exploded off the charts. In an instant, Fradali's gaze toward this black bean paste altered dramatically. The multiversal dimension website did not jest. Thus what it proclaimed must be true. Fradali found it somewhat difficult to articulate. Who could believe that such an ostensibly ordinary black bean paste could harbor such immense energy? Does consuming it without exploding grant one the power to snap their fingers and change the world? Fradali felt an unusual stir within him. Of course, he did not intend to consume it himself. The 99 mortality rate alone was enough to instill dread in Fradali. No matter how fervently he wished to achieve his dreams, he would not resort to such a fatal method. He contemplated ways to research and see if he could extract those 6 types of energy individually. Fradali regarded the black bean paste before him with a peculiar glint in his eyes. If it were possible, he would possess boundless energy, provided, of course, that he could truly accomplish it. The chatroom was likewise filled with a plethora of inquiries. Shui Wudong, haha, look who mocked me earlier. What do you think this is? Qian's song. It sounds formidable, yet its actual utility is uncertain. Xiaobo, I'm curious. My hands are itching to try. Do you think if I had this back then, I could have integrated it into Mutuo's genes? Mutuo, bald fool. Are you truly tired of living? Do not inscribe everything into my DNA. Mutuo was taken aback that the topic had reverted to him, utterly bewildered. Wonderful. Never mind. How many black Pokeballs have been collected? Mew was most unproductive. As Mutuo diligently collected his black Pokeballs, Mew idly played with its tail. When asked why it wasn't he helping, Mutuo's affairs had nothing to do with Mew. Its daily routine consisted solely of eating and frolicking. No one could compel it to work. The Pokemon League remained largely unresponsive, each quietly observing the internal strife among the villainous organizations. This substance truly was tasteless yet regrettable to discard. Yulong pondered the implications of the introduction and remarked with a sigh. Isn't that precisely the case? However, with robust scientific backing, perhaps something could indeed be researched from it. Damalanki remained skeptical. Purely black bean paste? He would stake his life that was not the case. Nevertheless, Fradali would not likely engage in malevolent deeds with it for now. He would not be foolish enough to consume it. As long as he failed to extract anything, they would have time. Damalanki remained vigilant while secretly relieved. Excellent. Such rewards are indeed remarkable. Another evil organization appears to be ensnared. Let us pray. May it take 30 to 50 years to yield no results whatsoever. Hanzo Wa, I've spotted a Greninja again. This is identical to our hero Greninja. Ash, when will you arrive in the Kalos region? Ash, huh? I'm not sure about that. And what of Greninja? At the Cerulean Gym, Ash scratched his head in confusion. Greninja? Is it a powerful Pokemon? I think I noticed it earlier. Fradali must be attempting to seize my Greninja, but ultimately, whatever I possessed thwarted his ambitions. The scenes involving Ash and Fradali's mind were rather few. However, both Ash and Misty, along with Brock, left an impression. It certainly sounded like a formidable Pokemon. Misty gazed enviously at Ash. Although all Pokemon possess potential and can become formidable with proper training, having a remarkably powerful Pokemon from the outset is still enviable. Brock nodded sagely, stating, I don't think so. Perhaps Greninja only became powerful after following Ash? You know Ash's personality. If it were a Pokemon that was already incredibly powerful, I doubt Ash could capture it. Misty, initially somewhat disheartened, burst into laughter upon hearing Brock's words. Indeed, Ash has always been a big fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't have missed so many opportunities to capture legendary Pokemon in the future. Even if those legendary Pokemon had no connection to Misty, she still felt immense heartache every time she witnessed Ash smiling as he bid farewell to them. Ash, so many legendary Pokemon. If you could casually capture even 1 or 2, you would be invincible. The trio of Team Rocket looked curiously at this reward. Infinite black bean paste? Do you think we could eat it? It sounds rather impressive. A 99 mortality rate. Musashi, do you want to give it a try? Perhaps we are the chosen ones. Musashi, lost in dreams, thought it better to find a way to snatch a couple more black Pokeballs. The boss would surely be pleased. For now, Fradali had no intention of taking action against Zygarde. With Zygarde possessing the skill of Split, Fradali had no desire to be the first to meet his demise. The search for Xerneas and Yveltal could easily proceed alongside the research of the black bean paste. Team Flare would temporarily relocate all external enterprises. No ostentation. We must endure a period of lurking. Fradali was remarkably decisive. Such rewards must be dealt with in this manner. His identity had been exposed, making it impossible to act as he once did. Therefore, without delay, he would retract his enterprises. Even with Fradali's quick reflexes, he had still suffered considerable losses due to the Pokemon League and the champions of the Kalos region conducting raids. Fradali's expression darkened. He was not grieving but merely incensed. Rewards were rewards, yet he had gained nothing. His enterprises had been stripped bare. Chapter 55. The Puppet Master, 4th rank, the Emperor of Destruction. However, no matter how displeased Fradali felt, it was of no consequence. The Pokémon League acted swiftly against evil organizations. The black bean paste must be researched without delay. Vladali ultimately found himself fixated on this reward, channeling all his attention and energy towards it. He thought with unwavering confidence that as long as the black bean paste truly contained power, he would undoubtedly be able to harness it. At that moment, the white screen flickered to life, drawing everyone's gaze. Xiaobo. It should be time for the next broadcast, right? I wonder who it will be. Xiaobo, stroking the Flame Emperor, offered a spirited commentary. Regardless of what they sought to achieve, it was of no concern to him anymore. By the way, if someone were to challenge the Crimson Lotus Dojo, Flame Emperor, would you like to take the stage? Xiaobo smiled warmly at the Flame Emperor, having already considered him a dear companion. Roar. The Flame Emperor let out a low growl. This could be interesting. To the Pokémon trainers on their way to the Crimson Lotus Dojo, this is something you truly do not need. The white screen lit up. How are you doing today? My lackluster yet remarkable brethren? Destruction, destruction. No matter how many times I destroy, I shall never relent. The irksome Guzma is here. I shall obliterate this absurd Pokémon League. Alola region. Dr. Kukui's brows nearly soared into the heavens. Is this Guzma? That melodious voice truly belongs to him. From the familiar voice and name, Dr. Kukui recognized the individual's identity. Dr. Burnett glanced at Kukui. Has it finally come to our Alola region? She had always thought that Alola was relatively unscathed. To think there exists such an evil organization. Dr. Kukui's expression conveyed his helplessness. Guzma's ideology starkly contrasts with ours. We were once both disciples of Hala. Dr. Burnett's curiosity deepened. This was the first time she had heard Kukui mention this. However, Dr. Kukui merely touched upon it. His expression somewhat conflicted as he observed the white screen. If there is an evil organization in the Alola region, it must be Team Skull. I haven't paid attention to Guzma's movements in quite a while, yet here he is. He is the leader of Team Skull in the Alola region. He is hailed as the King of Destruction. He despises the Pokémon League and all Pokémon trainers. Does something feel off? He doesn't seem like a particularly deranged individual. Is it merely a deep-seated disdain for humanity or Pokémon trainers? A hint of curiosity flickered into Wu's mind. Just a hint. No more than that. Alola region, Team Skull headquarters. Big Brother Guzma, you're on the big screen. Sister Bumeli, we are Team Skull Yo-Yo. The members of Team Skull appeared exceedingly elated, breaking into song and dance. Their exuberant antics might lead one to believe they were in a frenzy. Only Guzma maintained his imposing stance, legs spread apart, gazing expressionlessly at the white screen. Rocket Team Headquarters Office. What manner of people are these? They appear to be nothing more than common thugs. Even the bumbling trio under my command surpasses them. How can such individuals be worthy of recognition? Sakaki's voice brimmed with skepticism towards Guzma. It wasn't that he looked down on Guzma. He genuinely held Guzma in contempt. The scene shifted. The entire Team Skull, clad in black and white streetwear, appeared on screen. Dr. Kukui gazed in shock at Team Skull and Guzma. Stop dawdling. I shall destroy you both. What Island King? What grand trials? I know you merely seek to replace the old with the new, but there is absolutely no need for a Pokémon League. For it has long been determined who the strongest Pokémon trainer is. The minions of Team Skull continuously rallied behind Guzma, affirming, indeed, our big brother Guzma is the strongest. Unperturbed by the wary glances of Ash and his companions, the entirety of Team Skull exuded an air of villainy, showing no concern for their opinions, nor for Dr. Kukui's complex expression. Dr. Kukui stood his ground, and Guzma was equally unyielding. The tension between them crackled with intensity. At that moment, Ash stepped forward. Let us engage in a Pokémon battle. Guzma initially intended to refuse upon seeing the young Ash, but upon noticing the Z-ring on Ash's wrist, and hearing that Ash had mastered 4 Z moves, he acquiesced. Very well, I shall systematically obliterate everything Kukui cherishes. Let us start with you. Pokémon League Conference Room. This Team Skull feels distinctly different from the previous evil organizations, doesn't it? Longdu entered a mode of contemplation, sensing that the atmosphere surrounding Team Skull was rather peculiar. Just like you, they are essentially a bunch of clowns, Heba interjected, not missing the opportunity to mock Longdu. Though he was also keenly aware of the disparity Longdu had mentioned. They merely appeared more peaceful? That can't be it. They simply do not seem as unhinged as the previous evil organizations, resembling more of a street gang. Kona adjusted his glasses, casting his gaze over their attire. However, given Guzma's high ranking, he likely isn't merely ordinary. Furthermore, he exhibits a profound aversion to the Pokémon League. Kona did not easily lower his guard against Guzma. In fact, he believed that anyone capable of making it onto this leaderboard was a considerable nuisance. The camera panned upward. Guzma and Ash commenced a fierce battle. Ash's Pikachu faced off against Guzma's Golisopod. Golisopod, a bug and water-type Pokémon, possessed a formidable exoskeleton. Golisopod's head-on strike left Pikachu with no avenue for evasion. Pikachu's Iron Tail and Thunderbolt appeared to barely inflict any damage upon Golisopod. When they executed a Z-move together, it was Pikachu who ended up poisoned, making the situation even direr. Just as Ash and Pikachu sought to persevere, Golisopod voluntarily retreated into its Pokeball, halting the battle. Fighting a child is dull. If you wish to continue, perhaps you should see if your Pokemon can hold out. As for me, I shall participate in the inaugural league tournament and become the champion. There shall be no second tournament. Chapter 56 Kukui. I believe he is unworthy of this ranking. At the Azure Pavilion. Pikachu. Ash. Upon witnessing the poisoned Pikachu on the video, couldn't help but embrace his Pikachu tightly. Regardless of the circumstances, he would never overlook Pikachu's feelings. Pika Pika. I understand. Pikachu gazed at Ash with wise eyes. As a Pokemon trainer, is it not entirely natural to refuse to concede easily in battle? Misty and Brock exchanged glances at the affectionate display between Ash and Pikachu, both turning their gazes away. They could not bear to witness it. However, what was that Z-move? It appeared quite formidable. Could it be a skill exclusive to the Alola region? Misty quickly redirected her attention, intrigued by Ash's Z-ring and Z-moves. It must be. If the opportunity arises, we should visit the Alola region together. It truly seems like a beautiful and delightful place. Brock also developed an interest in the Alola region. They both recalled the captivating images they had seen of the radiant deity. If given the chance, they must personally experience it. Team Skull headquarters. Guzma's expression was far from pleasant. The minions of Team Skull were utterly oblivious to Guzma's foul mood, continuing to bounce about with unrestrained enthusiasm. Big Brother Guzma. You are destined to become the champion. You are the strongest. They offered their heartfelt praises to Guzma. What are Ash and Kukui to you? What are island kings and queens? None can rival our big brother Guzma. Burmy glanced at Guzma and, with a hint of impatience, remarked, everyone, quiet down and resume watching the video. Burmy understood Guzma's thoughts all too well. The earlier retreat of the Palo Sand was not a sign of Guzma's weakness. Rather, it was a consequence of the Pokemon's instinctual ability to evade danger. Upon sensing peril, Palo Sand would automatically return to its Pokeball. So it was that boy named Ash. And his Pikachu? Are they truly that formidable? Burmy refrained from comforting Guzma. As the leader of Team Skull, it was a reality he must learn to accept. The scene shifted once more, revealing the first battle of the Alola region's Pokemon League. Faced with Kukui, Hala, and Ash, Guzma did not engage, instead sneering. I will participate in the competition. You certainly won't stop me, will you? I will undoubtedly become the champion and prevent the Pokemon League from establishing itself in Alola. Team Skull is all this region needs. Guzma, with Burmy at his side, continued to spew bravado, while his minions provided a raucous background chorus. Ultimately, Guzma and his team departed with flair. Hala sighed, reflecting on Guzma's past. Guzma's intense rivalry with Kukui stemmed from their shared history as my students. Though Guzma had always resented my discipline. Through Hala's narrative, the group learned of Guzma's refusal to accept justice, Z-moves, or Z-rings, aspiring instead to defeat Z-power through his own means and earn universal recognition as a formidable force. Many fell into silence. Was he merely a rebellious youth lacking understanding? Macaulay was filled with questions. Was there truly such a villainous leader? I believe he is still caught in an adolescent phase. The Pokemon League. Is it a playground for delusional youths? Yolongdu pondered aloud. How dare you label others as delusional? Though Shiba concurred with Yolongdu's observation, he felt compelled to retort, as it left him feeling uneasy. When will you swap out that ridiculous cape before you criticize others? Moreover, Shiba mused. Some of Guzma's beliefs cannot be entirely dismissed as erroneous. He regarded Guzma with a wistful gaze. How should one put it? Guzma seemed to have strayed entirely from the right path due to momentary extremism. His outright rejection of Z-moves and Z-rings was, in reality, a minor issue. After all, many in the Pokemon League do not possess such power either. The scene transitioned again, now reaching the semi-finals of the league. Once more, it was Ash versus Guzma. Team Skull, invincible. Our leader Guzma, the undefeated legend. The minions of Team Skull fervently cheered for their leader from the audience. On the battlefield, Palo Sand faced off against Pikachu, both Pokemon's eyes glimmering with a fierce determination to win. Guzma squinted, momentarily envisioning Kukui from years past. The scene concluded in an ambiguous moment, leaving the outcome of the battle unresolved, filling everyone with uncertainty. Really? Couldn't you have edited just one more minute of content? Is that too much to ask? At the Hualan gym, Ash scratched his head, frustrated and eager to know whether he could advance to the finals. Did I win or lose? Is this the semi-finals of the Alola League? Will I truly become that formidable in the future? Yet, Pikachu had already suffered a defeat at the hands of Palo Sand once, and the uncertainty of the outcome loomed large. Misty and Brock stared in astonishment. No way. Ash actually made it to the semifinals? He should have lost, right? Their voices were laced with doubt, as Ash's surprising future had presented them with countless astonishing scenarios. In the Alola region, Professor Kukui appeared the most composed. I believe Guzma has lost this match. Professor Burnett raised an eyebrow in surprise at Kukui's certainty. But Guzma won when Palo Sand faced Pikachu before. Besides, Guzma's experience should far surpass Ash's. Pitting Pikachu against Palo Sand seems an ill-advised choice. Kukui simply shook his head silently at his wife's remarks. While Guzma indeed possessed considerable experience and talent, he had never truly understood himself, continually evading reality. From Guzma's perspective, Kukui saw no issue with his ranking. However, reflecting on the unwavering convictions of other villainous leaders, Kukui began to doubt. This ranking seemed inflated. Guzma hardly seemed deserving. Kukui couldn't help but wonder. Could Guzma genuinely mature? Could he gain self-awareness? Perhaps due to this battle? Chapter 57. Guzma's Reward. The Heartfelt Array. Guzma was blissfully unaware of the backhanded comments being made by his old friends. He was not just displeased, he was exceedingly irked. Why was he placed in a match against this kid? Was it an implication that he would lose to this child? Absolutely not. Guzma bellowed. I am the undefeated leader of Team Skull. His minions wholeheartedly supported him, applauding and rallying behind him. Only Burmy, chewing gum, casually remarked. Are you not aware of your own situation, Guzma? You should be well aware of Palisand's ability, should you not? That boy named Ash, though young and impulsive, possesses one quality. He is braver than you. Burmy observed Guzma's suddenly stiffened expression, letting out a quiet sigh within. It was about time to voice certain thoughts she had long wished to express, but had lacked the opportunity to do so. Burmy understood Guzma's character far better than the blindly adoring minions surrounding him. As Guzma and Burmy exchanged glances, the others dared not speak. The usually boisterous Team Skull base fell into an unexpected silence. At this juncture, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website shattered the awkwardness. Ranking the top 10 hidden masterminds in the Pokémon world. 4th place, Guzma. Reason for ranking. The leader of Team Skull, an evil organization in the Alola region, intent on disrupting the Pokémon League and various Pokémon trainers by any means necessary. At the Hualan Gym, Ash pondered aloud. What is wrong with this person? I initially thought there was some deep-seated grudge, but by the end, even my mind was left reeling. Ash, hailing from Pallet Town, remarked, I do not quite grasp the intricacies of your city dwellers' schemes. Misty too found the situation rather awkward, having encountered numerous sinister leaders with profound vendettas. She and Brock found themselves at a loss for words in the presence of such a refreshingly unconventional villain, one whose sole purpose seemed to be to cause trouble for the sake of it. To each their own. After contemplating for quite some time, Xiao Gang could only conjure up a single word. It is implausible for us to fully comprehend the thoughts of those malevolent organizations. After all, we have never stood on the same battlefield as them. Fortunately, Xiao Gang, being astute, quickly devised a phrase that garnered universal agreement. At that moment, the chatroom appeared to be quite lively. Hala, it's all my fault. I failed to educate this child properly in his youth. Otherwise, he should have been a good kid. Dr. Kukui, Hala, it is not entirely your fault. None of us anticipated that Guzma would make such a choice. Shui Wudong, haha, quite amusing. However, this fellow lacks ambition. I believe he cannot truly be considered a mastermind. His stature simply does not measure up. Quachisi, you speak the truth. Xiaobo, did someone disconnect upstairs? Being chased? Qian Song, simply striving to prove himself and acting on impulse. I think the Skull team is at best a gang of ruffians. If it weren't for the absence of other evil organizations in the Alola region, the Skull team would be regarded as trash. Guzma, bah, you are all merely envious of me. Yumeli, our Skull team's leader is not to be trifled with. Initially feeling somewhat despondent, Guzma instantly perked up upon witnessing the mockery and disdain from the leaders of those villainous organizations in the chatroom. He resolutely vowed not to be outdone by them. Yumeli, your words will be carefully considered. However, what is of utmost importance now is to deliver these fellows a resounding counterattack. Guzma radiated an aura of determination, prompting a smile from Yumeli. So be it. This is quite satisfactory. At the very least, Guzma is genuinely attempting to take that crucial step forward. The chatroom was once again engulfed in a tempest of excitement, until the announcement from the Multiverse Dimension website resonated. Congratulations, Guzma, for obtaining the title of one of the top 10 unknown masterminds. Greetings, Guzma. We have prepared a random reward gift pack for you. Would you like to accept it? In the Pokémon League conference room, Dama Lanchi wore a troubled expression. An unsettling feeling loomed over him. Yolongdu offered words of comfort, saying, Chairman, there is no need for excessive concern. Consider that the reward from Flaridali is practically worthless. Perhaps this will be the same, especially when compared to Guzma, who lacks the substantial financial backing that Flaridali, Chiri, and Quachisi possess. If Guzma were to receive a reward akin to Flaridali's, it would essentially be of no real utility. It is no wonder the Skull team is often ridiculed as a band of ruffians. They certainly fit the description. Damalanchi, however, felt that Guzma was now more likely to receive a commendable reward, rather than feeling reassured by Yolongu's words. Guzma, I accept. Upon seeing Guzma's message in the chat room, Damalanchi immediately held his breath. What reward could it be? Reward has been issued. Congratulations, you have obtained Heart's Inquiry Array. Heart's Inquiry Array, a formation from a certain special world, used to probe one's innermost thoughts, revealing the unspoken truths within. Note, the first individual to successfully navigate the Heart's Inquiry Array may allow any of their Pokémon to learn this formation as an inherent skill. Bumele's eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon witnessing the emergence of the small array, she unhesitatingly pushed Guzma into its confines. Step inside. Engage in a thorough self-examination and gain clarity about yourself. Once you emerge, let your ordinary Pokémon learn this array. Strive diligently. Guzma had yet to fully grasp the situation when he found himself within the array, Bumele's admonitions ringing in his ears. Guzma, where is the dignity befitting a leader? However, Guzma did not harbor anger. He merely took a deep breath as he beheld the scene that unfolded before him. Reminiscent of years ago when he studied alongside Kukui at Hala's, Guzma felt a jolt within. Yet, he did not linger, resolutely pressing onward. For me, there is no turning back, is there? Guzma's mind raced with myriad thoughts. He recalled the fury he felt while viewing the videos, as well as his determination not to disappoint Bumele. Ultimately, Guzma resolved to confront all of this. He stepped forth, breaking through the hard exterior that had long shielded him like an ordinary Pokémon. A proud smile adorned his face. I am the undefeated Guzma. Chapter 58, Dogao Weeps. The Multiverse Dimension website was exceptionally diligent. Perhaps they understood everyone's curiosity regarding Pokémon, for on the white screen, the scene unfolded of Guzma entering the Heart's Inquiry Array. Originally a man in his 20s with white hair, upon stepping into the mist, he abruptly transformed into a black-haired youth of merely a few years. Hala, is that not the Guzma of the past? Dr. Kukui. Wait a moment, why is my past self appearing as well? Hala and Dr. Kukui were most profoundly shaken. This was indeed their past. Could this array possess such incredible capabilities? It was as if the past had been resurrected. In the Pokémon League conference room, Damalanchi felt as though he might faint at any moment. My suspicions have been confirmed. Damalanchi covered his eyes with his hand, concealing his pained expression. Pain masked JPG. Cough, cough. Chairman, your predictions are astoundingly accurate. Yolongu could only respond with admiration. Truly, you are deserving of your title as chairman. Damalanchi shook his head, unable to articulate the feelings that surged within him. The rewards from the Multiverse Dimension website may appear random, yet they have never bestowed truly devastating weapons upon those with genuine ambition. Many weapons, while powerful, remain within controllable limits. It is merely the Pokémon League that is left feeling overwhelmed. Guzma is indeed a pity. How wonderful it would be if such a skill belonged to one of our Pokémon trainers in the league. Just imagine this ability. While not invincible, it would undoubtedly be incredibly useful in battles. Not all paths are perfect. The Heart's Inquiry Array serves to probe the innermost thoughts of a person or a Pokémon. This implies that any vulnerability in one's psyche can be exploited by the array to significant effect. Not only Damalanchi recognized the array's potency, but the leaders of other villainous organizations also perceived its formidable nature. Several individuals nearly hurled their belongings in frustration. Flaridali, is this a case of preferential treatment? Can I file a complaint? Quachisi, haha. Mutwo has already dismantled several of my bases, and I have yet to file a complaint. What are you complaining about? Mutwo, humans, you truly excel at digging. Just wait. I will unearth each and every one of your hideouts. Holding on to the 88 black Pokeballs that had been preserved, Quachisi pondered where he could possibly go next, without binding or providing me with abilities. Merely handing me Pokeballs is nothing short of testing me, treating me as a target. Quachisi felt an overwhelming sense of resentment. Without bindings, those black Pokeballs were less valuable than providing him with skills he could have easily replicated and produced countless copies. Meanwhile, he envied Guzma's reward. The first individual to pass the trial could directly enable their Pokémon to learn. No lingering worries remained. Quachisi felt a pang of jealousy. Why is there such a vast disparity between individuals? Ash, this seems incredibly impressive. I wonder what I would see upon entering the Heart's Inquiry Array. Gary, probably nothing at all. After all, a fool has no worries. Hanako, mother also believes that Ash must be incredibly happy. Professor Oak, speaking of which, I am quite eager to give it a try. What exactly is the principle behind this heartfelt array? Is it possible to popularize it? In the Pokémon League conference room, Professor Oak, if you are curious, there will be opportunities for you to engage with it later. Let us keep the conversation in the chat room a bit more restrained. Can't you see that the children are too frightened to speak because of your fervor for research? Haha. I just couldn't help myself upon encountering such a fascinating subject. As a renowned Pokemon expert, Professor Oak is genuinely intrigued by this area. He also wishes to discover the remarkable methods that the Multiverse Dimension website possesses. Meanwhile, on the other side, Go was observing Ash laughing and joking in the chat room with a disgruntled expression. This guy is truly insufferable. Go, sneaking out alone without even bringing a Pokemon, had only prepared a large number of Pokeballs. Upon spotting a Pokemon, he exclaimed, "Go, go, go." However, he soon witnessed what it truly meant to be unlucky. How is it possible to evade capture like this? How infuriating. After a relentless pursuit by a flock of Pidgey, Wigglytuff's hypnotic abilities, and the aggressive face-off from Meowth, all of Go's Pokeballs had been exhausted. Yet, not a single Pokemon had he managed to capture. Instead, his face was covered in mischievous doodles from Wigglytuff, and he bore scratch marks from Meowth's claws. His condition was indeed quite pitiful. However, what struck Go harder was the fact that he had failed to capture even one Pokemon. How could this be possible? After all, they were merely low-level, ordinary Pokemon. Capturing them shouldn't be this difficult. They weren't legendary beasts. Go's face was filled with disbelief. He absolutely refused to accept this outcome. It must be because I didn't prepare enough Pokeballs. No way. I need more Pokeballs. Resolving to head to the nearest town, Go decided to purchase Pokeballs in abundance. He could not believe that once he stocked up sufficiently, capturing a Pokemon would be an impossibility. If only he could acquire that special black Pokeball. Go remained fixated on the black Pokeball that Kikisi had obtained. It was simply too aligned with his aesthetic and demands. The ability to capture any Pokemon. Wasn't that the perfect Pokeball for him? However, the Unova region was quite distant, and he had no idea when he would encounter it. Go sighed. I feel as though everyone is conspiring against me, but I know that they are merely envious of my excellence and talent. Through his peculiar reasoning, Go successfully convinced himself. Yes, that is exactly it. Unbeknownst to Go, Kikisi was drawing ever closer to the Kanto region. Mutwo, accompanied by Mew, was also nearing the Kanto region. Go was about to face the first significant defeat of his life. Guzma finally managed to emerge from the heartfelt array, only to be met by a swarm of Team Skull's underlings. Guzma's expression was momentarily blank as he tried to comprehend his surroundings. Where am I? So, have you come to a realization? Burmy's melodious voice brought Guzma back to his senses. The confusion faded from his face, replaced by a spirited expression. Of course. Who am I? I am the indomitable Emperor of Destruction, Guzma. Chapter 59. The third puppeteer behind the scenes, the one who gives birth to Pokemon. Now free from the shadows of his past, Guzma immediately adopted a boastful demeanor, proclaiming himself as number 3 in a world where he deemed himself the greatest. Burmy chuckled upon witnessing this. The Bug Warrior has also developed a rather impressive new move. I hope you 1T retreat back into your Pokeball at the first sign of danger again. In response to Burmy's teasing, Guzma merely huffed and turned his head away, pretending he hadn't heard a thing. It had nothing to do with him. Alright, that's enough. I'm curious to know who ranks above you if you're number 4. Burmy leisurely chewed her gum, her gaze fixed on the white screen. Essentially, the heads of evil organizations from several regions must have already taken their turns, right? Is there anyone left? Guzma, upon hearing this, counted and indeed realized it was true. Quite interesting. I too would like to know who could possibly be ranked above me. Every leader of an evil organization possesses a heart driven by ambition. Even if Team Skull is a fallen organization, it is no exception. The chat room was abuzz with discussion. Yolongdu, the heads of evil organizations from Hoenn, Unova, Sinnoh, Kalos, and Alola have essentially been tallied, right? Who's next? Daigo, you mean the rocket team from Kanto? ADEK, it appears so. That Shaba is merely a researcher for the rocket team. ISNTE? Shoko. So, could it be that the rocket team has 2 members on the list? Shoko's brow furrowed deeply. I wonder if I will encounter the rocket team from Kanto. Perhaps there is a way to uproot them entirely? The justice-driven Shoko was already contemplating the possibility of thoroughly eliminating the rocket team. Unfortunately, the rocket team is not that easily dealt with. The expressions of the Pokemon League trainers were far from pleasant. There was no avoiding it. The power of evil organizations was gradually growing stronger, and the Pokemon League found itself in a position of passive defense. I'll stop thinking about it. I just want to watch the video now. Everyone is so engrossed in the video that there is simply no time for any antics. Damaranchi had completely given up hope. As for the few evil organization leaders targeted by legendary Pokemon, like Mutwo, does that concern them? Forget it. Let us continue watching the video. The white screen lit up once more. It revealed a desolate, icy landscape, with the wind howling fiercely. As the camera shifted, the entire land was blanketed in a vast expanse of snow. So, you have arrived, a heartless monster, and Reshiram informed me that Kyurem is in great pain. I will not allow selfish humans to inflict suffering upon Pokemon. I wish to become a bridge between Pokemon and humans, granting true freedom to Pokemon. That is my dream. The first voice seemed to belong to Kikisi, didn't he? N. I recall this individual having spoken in the chat room previously. Daigo furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. In the Pokemon League conference room, Damaranchi quickly recalled N.'s earlier words. Wait a moment. Is this person also one of the puppeteers behind the scenes? He appeared to be a righteous Pokemon trainer. Damaranchi's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, Yolongdu and others dug up N's previous statements, recalling how he had confronted Kikisi. Could such a person truly be one of the masterminds behind the scenes? This was a revelation indeed. I think this child is quite good, right? Even Grandma Kikuko felt that from N.'s past remarks, it was evident he was a trainer who genuinely cared for Pokemon. A bit extreme, perhaps, but compared to Go, he posed far less of a problem. The group was left in utter shock. How could such a principled and caring trainer for Pokemon be a puppeteer behind the scenes? A member of an evil organization? Surely that cannot be true. The words appearing on the white screen shattered their remaining hopes. He is the ruler of the evil organization in the Unova region. He is said to be a human born from Pokemon, treating Pokemon as friends. He was determined to change the world, granting freedom to his Pokemon friends and creating a realm solely for them. The Cerulean Gym. Humans born from Pokemon? Ash exclaimed in shock. Is it truly possible? Is that why that person referred to himself as a monster? Yet, I believe he is genuinely a good person. Even without having met in person, Ash already felt an affinity towards him. Misty and Brock were both at a loss. My dear Ash, what can possibly save you? Even the video stated he is indeed the puppet master. He is the ruler of the villainous organization in the Unova region. What evil organization exists in Unova? ISNT at Team Plasma? How could he possibly be a good person? The scene shifted. The first to appear were Ash and his companions. Following them was a man with light-colored hair and a hat, whose gaze met that of Ash and Pikachu. Pikachu suddenly leaped down and approached him. How adorable. N's gaze upon Ash was devoid of hostility, instead imbued with a hint of admiration. When confronted with Ash's curious inquiry about N's presence, he candidly responded. Because I heard the voice of a friend. That is how I refer to Pokemon. I heard the thoughts of that Pikachu. He said he adores you. A smile graced N's face. I became intrigued, for instances of such profound bonds between humans and Pokemon are indeed rare. N silently watched the images on the screen. Although these events had yet to unfold, he had a premonition. Upon truly meeting Ash, he would surely hold a favorable impression of him. The way this young man, named Ash, interacts with Pokemon is precisely how I envision it should be. Whether legendary or ordinary Pokemon, Ash treats them as friends. He communicates with them through his heart, forging bonds with them. In the Pokemon League conference room, can one truly hear the voices of Pokemon? Is this for real? Drayden exclaimed in disbelief. Damaris maintained a composed demeanor. It should be true, while the likelihood is slim. It is not impossible. Coupled with his rumored identity as one born from Pokemon, it very well could be authentic. Damaris felt an even deeper pang of sorrow. What a promising Pokemon trainer he is. Even if he is not fond of battling, why must he be the ruler of Team Plasma? Heart-wrenching indeed. Chapter 60, Thoughts Beyond Understanding. The images on the white screen continued, and displayed a more wondrous and captivating side before Ash and his companions. Especially when Ash's Pikachu was injured, and stood upon the deck, sensing the heart of a heart-scale fish and enlisting their aid to heal Pikachu. I believe we shall meet again. As he prepared to depart, facing the reluctant Ash, N said with a smile. The scene shifted. It resembled a memory. A glimpse into N's past. There was a young N, coexisting with a group of Pokemon, possessing the ability to understand Pokemon's heart and learn from them. They had all been betrayed, abused, and harmed by malicious humans. Pokemon bound within Pokeballs could not experience true existence, nor were they happy. I wish to alter this world, granting all Pokemon the freedom they truly deserve. However, attempting to change the world through power will inevitably incite conflict, leading to the suffering of innocent Pokemon. N's uncertainty, confusion, and the emergence of Team Plasma, along with his unique abilities, rendered him the true puppet master behind Team Plasma. He resolved to achieve his goals peacefully through the founding legends of the Unova region. The true pursuers of ideals, Reshiram and Zekrom, will surely help me realize my vision. The scene froze on N's resolute gaze. It was a testament to his unwavering spirit and his relentless pursuit of ideals. In the chat room, Ash, Mr. N, your thoughts are entirely different from those of Team Plasma. You are a good person and should not be exploited. N, thank you for your concern, Ash. I have become aware of it. Yet I feel I must ponder Reshiram's anger. N, for the time being, I cannot relinquish my pursuit of Reshiram, but I will no longer assist Team Plasma. I will seek Reshiram on my own. Gitsis, you are a monster. N, you will never have friends. Drayden Ba, you, a deluded ambitious fool, should cease your attempts at brainwashing others. Drayden was furious. I truly believe that N is a good person. It is all Gitsis' fault. Damaris gave a thumbs up. No doubt about it. Drayden is right. Hebra also strongly endorsed Drayden's viewpoint. Finally, the white screen displayed an evaluation of N, ranking the top 10 unseen puppet masters of the Pokémon world. Third place. N. Reason for ranking. Ruler of the villainous organization Team Plasma, in Unova, striving to create a world belonging to Pokémon. Ash. I still find it impossible to despise Mr. N, even if he is a member of Team Plasma. I believe he simply has not truly understood his heart and has been led down a misguided path. Ash. While some Pokémon trainers may not be virtuous, the majority genuinely care for their Pokémon. Iris, indeed. Mr. N, please recognize the true nature of Team Plasma soon. Cerulean Gym. Ash, your words seem rather reckless. After all, Brock attempted to caution Ash, urging him to remain rational in his discourse. But upon seeing Ash's expression, Brock swallowed the remainder of his words. Perhaps it is best to let it be. I feel I cannot argue with you. Since you believe he is truly a good person, I shall choose to trust your judgment. After all, it is neither I nor Misty who will bear the headache later. Brock noticed that Ash's companions had changed to others. He was not surprised. After all, it is only natural that he could not always travel alongside Ash. Parting ways and meeting new friends is a normal occurrence. Iris reminisced about the fleeting images of Reshiram and Zekrom on the white screen, her eyes filled with envy and awe. Kyurem is the strongest dragon type, and Reshiram and Zekrom are no slouches either. Oh dear, I wish to have such dragon-type Pokémon. Aspiring to become a champion, Iris was passionately capturing dragon-type Pokémon. Team Plasma of Unova. Gitsis was the angriest. That N fellow is nothing but a monster. What other exceptional traits does he possess aside from his abilities? Gitsis's eyes burned with fury. N was a pawn he had crafted, solely to summon Reshiram and control it through N. By doing so, his ambitions would be realized. Who would have thought that N would now turn against him? He wishes to act independently? Gitsis vehemently disagreed. N could only be a puppet following his commands. Gitsis, sir. Mutwo is already en route in this direction, without allowing Gitsis to grow any more furious. The report from Team Plasma members left him with no time to focus on anything else. Keep running. The research and analysis of the Black Poke balls continues. Before being found by the legendary Pokémon, one must complete the analysis of the Black Poke ball. As long as one comprehends the manufacturing method of the Black Poke ball, the absence of N shall not pose a significant issue. Shinobu. For now, let us tentatively agree with Ash's assertion, yet I believe we must remain vigilant regarding N. Pokémon are his friends, but humanity is not necessarily so. Dogao, what friends are you speaking of? I believe such a person is far from benevolent. They may speak sweetly, yet the harm they inflict upon Pokémon is far greater. Dogao, if he does not capture those Pokémon, they will inevitably fall into the hands of others, perhaps encountering a malevolent master. Not everyone is as virtuous as I am. Dogao holds steadfast to his own theories. He believes N lacks sound judgment. Pokémon and humans may be partners, yet they are not of the same species, thus true friendship cannot exist. Capturing them is the best assistance one can offer. Furthermore, regarding Reshiram and Zekrom, the founding legends of the Unova region, they pale in comparison to Kyurem. If capturing were to be prioritized, Kyurem should take precedence, while Reshiram and Zekrom can be considered later. As Dogao emerges from the forest, he mutters with a sense of internal conflict. Pokémon, I must complete the entire Pokédex. As an exceptional Pokémon trainer, his daily tribulations are indeed plentiful. And haha, who gives you the audacity to insult the bond one share with my friends? Chapter 61, N's Reward, Pokémon Bloodline. Upon witnessing Dogao's remarks in the chat room, N is filled with indignation. He genuinely regards all Pokémon as friends. In contrast to Shinobu's skepticism, N does not feel as enraged. He acknowledges the truth in Shinobu's words. Compared to humans, he stands firmly with the Pokémon. Not all humans are like Ash. Not every human can treat Pokémon as true equals and friends as Ash does. Daiwu, do not allow yourself to be angered by such individuals. I believe it is entirely unnecessary. ADEK, although you are the leader of an evil organization, I would prefer to be your friend rather than Dogao's. Yolongdu, haha, let us see if he even desires your friendship. Compared to you, I believe N would favor Ash far more. N, indeed, the relationship between Ash and his Pokémon embodies the world I envision. The group unanimously chooses to disregard Dogao. Dogao scoffs, learning to self-soothe. In the Pokémon League conference room, this N should be observed. We should be able to interact with him normally. This statement from Damaranch is delivered with some hesitation. It is primarily due to N's excessively radical stance. It is difficult to ascertain. We can only evaluate the situation as it unfolds. Provided he does not engage in dangerous actions or schemes, we certainly shall not take any measures against him. Shiba crosses his arms, reflecting on N's introduction and past, feeling a hint of internal conflict. Yolongdu, noticing his discomfort, remarks, the matters concerning Team Plasma should indeed be attributed to Kisis. However, This N is said to be quite intelligent, right? If he truly intends to act, we may find ourselves unable to intervene in time. Yolongdu's words echo the concerns of the Pokemon League. There is no fear of fools acting with cleverness. Indeed, that is precisely the kind of person Dogao is. Regardless of how he attempts to outsmart others, he shall not make significant waves. If a legendary Pokemon of superior caliber truly wished to intervene, it could easily subdue Dogao with but a finger. The real concern lies with intelligent individuals whose ideologies are fundamentally different, plotting to alter the world. Perhaps allowing him to interact more with Ash would be a commendable suggestion. I believe that regardless of the individual, anyone who encounters the righteous Ash will undoubtedly witness the brilliance he embodies. Daiwu ponders this matter as well, and appears to be in his 20s, yet his thoughts remain relatively naive. Perhaps facilitating more contact between him and Ash could yield better outcomes? Placing one who harbors disdain for humanity and regards Pokemon as friends alongside Ash, whose thought processes differ from the norm and who embodies a warm, upright spirit as a Pokemon trainer, may indeed spark unexpected revelations. A suggestion could be proposed to Damaranch. Unbeknownst to N, the Pokemon League, due to his uniqueness, has already privately devised plans 1 through 5, striving to prevent N from undertaking any anti-human actions. Both N's ability to sense the innermost feelings of Pokemon and his inherently astute mind are matters of great significance. At the Hualan Gym. Oh, this is simply splendid. Although I have yet to meet Mr. N in person, I believe that Pikachu and I will surely become good friends with him. Ash beams with a foolish grin, still holding favorable sentiments toward N. Misty and Brock have grown weary of further discussion. What more can be done with a foolish child? One can only say that fools enjoy their own fortune. Misty shakes her head, her fiery temperament nearly tempered by the day's events. She cannot help but glance at Ash once more. Who would have thought that this simpleton, Ash, could one day reach the semi-finals of the Alola League? N sits quietly, awaiting the Multiverse Dimension website. In truth, I never considered that I could be regarded as a puppet master, a villain, if you will. N's pupils seem devoid of brilliance, and his expression remains faintly detached. However, from a human perspective, I am indeed not a good person. After all, I prefer the company of Pokemon. Tranquil, serene, free from the tumult of the world. Therefore, I shall never allow this world to turn gray. Those who harm Pokemon must face consequences. N's gaze falls upon a familiar name. Indeed, it is Dogao. Time and again, Dogao has trespassed upon N's boundaries. Currently, N appears distanced from Team Plasma. Yet should he wish, he could still manipulate Team Plasma to perform insignificant tasks. As N contemplates how to deliver a grand gesture to Dogao, the rewards inquiry from the Multiverse Dimension website arrives fashionably late. Congratulations, N, on receiving the title of the top 10 unknown puppet masters. Hello, N. We have prepared a random reward gift pack for you. Would you like to accept it? N has already made his decision. N, yes, if possible. I hope this reward will enable me to assist Pokemon. N, if my request seems overly presumptuous, I apologize in advance. Many present before the white screen exhibit peculiar expressions. Truly, he is a child who loves Pokemon. It is a pity. Karuna shakes her head. Such an individual should not be entangled with the likes of Team Plasma. The handsome gentleman of the International Police also believes that N and Kisis are indeed not of the same ilk. In the Rocket Team headquarters office, Sakaki's expression is nuanced. From a certain perspective, Pokemon are merely tools for profit. One should only concern oneself with their own Pokemon. Why bother with others? Isn't that exhausting? Sakaki finds himself both understanding N's perspective and believing that N leads a rather burdensome life. The Multiverse Dimension website does not respond to N's remarks. A light-hearted and cheerful voice resonates in everyone's ears. Rewards have been dispensed. Congratulations, you have received Special Bloodline, Pokemon Bloodline, Beginner. In other realms, elves are the cherished children of nature, their essence almost indistinguishable from the natural world itself. They possess longevity, excel in the arts, and embody nobility and grace. Coupled with intelligence and beauty, proficient in archery and magic, they reside deep within the forests, beloved by all creatures and flora. Capable of bestowing blessings upon them. The specifics are left for your own exploration. Note, a primary bloodline merely transforms the physical form to that of an elf, granting negligible extension to lifespan. This world cannot accommodate magic. Archery skills are maximized, with no other effects. At that moment, the chat room erupted in chaos. Chapter 62, A Cry of Surprise. The Multiverse Dimension website seemed to fear that they could not comprehend what an elven bloodline entailed, confusing it with that of Pokemon. And thus the white screen swiftly shifted its focus to N. Rewards were dispensed. Before N appeared a sphere radiating a soft golden glow. The instant N reached out, the ethereal orb morphed into a spectral figure, with golden hair, azure eyes, pointed ears, and an exquisite visage. Additionally, it exuded a serene, natural aura from within. This was the elf from another world. Then, the figure intertwined with N's own, as a faint golden luminescence enveloped his light green hair. While his appearance did not undergo other alterations, the familiar visage appeared even more handsome. Already situated in the forest, N did not engage in his usual conversations with his friends. Instead, countless Pokémon emerged from seemingly nowhere, each settling beside him. It was as if the Pokémon were drawn to him like moths to a flame. N wore a bewildered expression, yet a gentle smile crept upon his face. The imagery on the white screen concluded. The chat room was flooded with a plethora of question marks. Kikisi. If possible, Kikisi would fill the whole screen with question marks. Who could enlighten him on this bizarre situation? Shui Wudong. Nevertheless, I find myself envious. Qi Yen Song. Is this the chasm that separates humans? It appears that courtesy truly bears fruit. Professor Oak. This physique is nothing short of a dream come true for a Pokémon researcher. Professor Oak could barely contain his envy, almost shedding tears of admiration. Oh, how he longed for such a wondrous physique. Yulongdu, Shiba, and Kona exchanged incredulous glances at Professor Oak's reaction. They were taken aback by the sight of the renowned Pokémon expert behaving in such a manner. It was truly astonishing. Grandma Kikuko, however, held nothing back. She rolled her eyes at Professor Oak. Elves are noble, graceful, intelligent, and beautiful. Look at that child. Then glance at your own weathered visage. Where do you find the audacity to express such desires? An elf as unappealing as you would surely be expelled from the elven lineage. Kikuko's sharp tongue was at full force. Professor Oak awkwardly scratched his nose. Ah, Kikuko, you do have a point. Professor Oak's agreement only served to further ignite Kikuko's ire. She turned away, preferring to fixate her gaze on Damaranchi rather than endure another moment with Professor Oak. And, is it because this bloodline, akin to that of the little elves, carries the very name elf? I feel an even deeper connection with the Pokémon now, as if I intuitively understand their emotions without needing to make a conscious effort. Simply sitting beside them allows me to grasp their feelings. And, truly a perfect gift. My heartfelt gratitude. And, if given the chance, I would love to meet the elves in person. Kikisi, huh? This bloodline, which no longer belongs to humanity, is perfectly suited for a creature such as you. And, this reward is indeed a match made in heaven for you. Kikisi forcefully disregarded the advantages the elven bloodline could confer. Did this have anything to do with his desire to confront N? Absolutely not. Kikisi was simply that brazen. Xiaozhi, be quiet. Mr. N is no monster. The real monster is you. You wish to exploit Pokémon, hoarding them all for yourself. You're truly despicable. Kikisi, a Pokémon trainer like you dares to speak in defense of someone so vile? Huh. Dogao, this scoundrel has a point. They're all villains. What is the need to differentiate the depths of their wickedness? Should I encounter them, I would surely report them without hesitation. Damaranchi, N. I believe we should have an opportunity to converse. You need not heed the foolish remarks. The League possesses discernment. As the president of the Pokémon League, Damaranchi stepped forward to speak on N's behalf. Hualon City. Ha ha ha. The president truly shows no mercy to Dogao. Yet, this individual's words were indeed excessive. Xiao Xia regarded Dogao with disdain. Xiao Gang, Xiaozhi, and Pikachu nodded in agreement. Indeed, this person's words were consistently irksome. The bumbling trio of Team Rocket still had lingering memories of that astonishing scene. Hey, can you believe that person can make Pokémon approach him voluntarily? Musashi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Kojiro, ever the loyal partner, instantly grasped Musashi's thoughts. Exactly. So many Pokémon willingly approached him. If only we could capture this individual. A massive bubble formed above their heads, containing the duo's fanciful visions of imprisoning N in a box, a cage, or binding him to a tree. Countless Pokémon would come crashing in. Hee hee. The thrill is simply irresistible. But this person holds a high rank, Meow. Can we truly capture him, Meow? Meow Meow licked its paw. The allure of possessing a human trapping machine was indeed tempting, yet N appeared far from ordinary. After all, he was the leader of Team Plasma. But if we could capture him, we could lounge around and profit. The two exchanged glances, a silent agreement forming. Excellent. Let us do it. Once more, the bumbling trio embarked on their reckless path. So the Pokémon League operates in such a manner? Not for me. I shall capture all the Pokémon. How infuriating. I refuse to be deemed a villain. Dogao was seething with anger, feeling wronged. I stand on the side of justice. Yet he was personally slapped in the face by the president of the Pokémon League. Dogao felt increasingly aggrieved. I'm sorry, but we do not offer Pokémon balls for sale here. With consecutive refusals to purchase Pokémon balls, Dogao let out a cry of despair. How infuriating. Everyone is against me. I shall not be easily defeated. I will make you all recognize my prowess. In the streets, countless peculiar gazes fell upon Dogao. Oh, this unfortunate child looks so familiar. Unaware of his newfound notoriety, Dogao was silently observed by a gathering crowd. Yet, the majority of attention remained fixed on the white screen. After the third place, Only second and first place remained. Anticipation was palpable. Chapter 63. The Shadowy Manipulator's second place. The one who understands the harshness of winter. Yulong-Du. And what of those shadowy manipulators? I can't shake the feeling that as we continue this tally, the number of shadowy figures may soon rival that of the legendary Pokémon. Dawu. Your silence does not mean we consider you mute. Dawu rolled his eyes in response to Yulong-Du's statement, expressing his exasperation. Legends abound in every region, and many of them indeed overlap. Take, for instance, the matter of creation. Prior to the unveiling of the legendary Pokémon rankings, who could have fathomed that Arceus was the fabled deity of creation? While there exists a plethora of legends surrounding these mythical creatures, the number of individuals fortunate enough to encounter them is far from numerous. As Dogao spoke, his thoughts inadvertently drifted to Ash, his expression momentarily clouded by an unusual silence. Ash, however, was a different story altogether. Judging by the videos, it was evident that Ash would soon encounter an abundance of legendary Pokémon. Rumor had it that he had only recently acquired 2 league badges and had already crossed paths with Ho-Oh. Did these legendary beings congregate before Ash? Daigo found himself perplexed, only to pull his wandering thoughts back into focus. Never mind, my train of thought has been derailed by this fellow Dado. Without hesitation, Daigo attributed the blame to the notorious Yulong Dado. Did Dado have objections? What did it matter to him? Daigo dismissed the thought with indifference. Meanwhile, Dado sneezed, rubbing his nose, convinced that someone was pondering his existence. It must be because I, as the champion of the Kanto League, am so well regarded, he declared with confidence. Shiba and Kona exchanged eye rolls at his arrogance. Everyone's watching the video. It's about to start. Surely, the leader of the evil organization in the Johto region would make an appearance now, right? Team Rocket truly posed a considerable nuisance. Damaranchi's words captured everyone's attention entirely. Indeed, their Pokémon League headquarters was situated in the Johto region. When it comes to the most notorious evil organization in Johto, Team Rocket undoubtedly holds that title. Let them witness who the second best truly is. The white screen gradually illuminated, revealing a monochrome image reminiscent of the previous Shabaroo. The Johto region is under my control. Ho-Oh, retrieve those children. I shall capture Shalebi. Even the stark black and white text, accompanied by Ho-Oh's silhouette, left everyone astounded. Wait, who is this? How is there a connection to Ho-Oh? They were oblivious to the fact that Ho-Oh had never been captured by a Pokémon trainer, nor had it ever engaged in such activities. In the Pokémon League conference room, Damaranchi stood up in disbelief. Who is this? How could anyone possibly capture Ho-Oh? Could it be Ash? No way. Damaranchi nearly rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The visuals paired with the text made it nearly impossible for him to accept. Chairman, Ash is definitely not the mastermind behind this. Dado glanced at Damaranchi, pondering if he was losing his grip on reality. Damaranchi offered a wry smile. True enough. However, aside from Ash having seen Ho-Oh shortly after leaving Pallet Town, when has Ho-Oh appeared in the last few centuries? Damaranchi lamented. While Ho-Oh may not be the most powerful among the legendary Pokémon, its significance to the Johto region is unparalleled. It embodies a kind of faith that transcends mere power. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, Ho-Oh is still a legendary creature. In the Johto region, this is significant. The elderly Mr. Yen, now silver-haired and seated in a wheelchair, gazed at his Lapras, lost in thought and turmoil. He had believed his actions were sufficiently discreet. He had never confided in anyone about his endeavors. How could this multiverse dimension website possibly know? Mr. Yan's mind was filled with questions. The white screen revealed 3 lines of text. He is an experienced Pokémon trainer. He is the gym leader of the Kaji Gym. He employs terrifying methods to control Johto's masked man. What is this? Xiaolan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the rankings. How could someone like this even make the list? Xiaolan was furious. Xiaoyin furrowed his brow tightly. This was their nightmare. They had managed to escape in secrecy, only to find the masked man featured on this inexplicably revealing ranking. Perhaps this was for the best. His identity had been meticulously concealed, remaining undetectable to ordinary individuals. With this ranking, his true identity would be fully exposed. The life they once endured under the masked man was a past they both detested. Now, finally able to walk openly in the light, they wished for nothing more than for everyone to know the true masked man. In the Pokémon League, exhaustion took hold. I have nothing more to say. I am truly weary. Damaranchi closed his eyes, his hands clasped in front of him. Dado, Shiba, and Kono were at a loss for words. At this moment, it was Elder Kikuko who played her irreplaceable role. Stop playing dead. The league chairman is specifically tasked with cleaning up such messes. With so many gyms, you cannot guarantee every gym leader is a virtuous and kind-hearted individual. In fact, some gym leaders can be quite obstinate, and when it comes down to it, they might be more committed than those hidden masterminds. Elder Kikuko quietly delivered a darkly humorous remark. Yet, no one found it amusing. Upon further reflection, it didn't seem impossible. After all, to conceal one's identity, one must be dedicated, convincing everyone that they are a commendable gym leader. Kona, too, fell into silence. Well then, let us leave it at that. We cannot dwell on this any longer. The Pokémon League's gyms are not supported by evil organizations and nefarious individuals. In the Team Rocket headquarters office, this guy looks somewhat familiar, Sakaki remarked, observing the fleeting figure on the screen, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. Could it be an ex-member of Team Rocket? Sakaki pondered, considering the possibility. Team Rocket had recruited many, and quite a few had departed as well. However, those who left a lasting impression on Sakaki typically exhibited notable traits. For instance, the infamous trio of Team Rocket was renowned for their ineptitude. He continued to watch, intrigued. If this really was one of Team Rocket's own, it would be quite entertaining. A hint of anxious amusement crept onto Sakaki's face. This person could not be him. Only one spot remained, and it had to be him. Even if his identity was exposed, it wouldn't matter. The shame of not making the list as a mastermind was too great to bear. Chapter 64. The identity of the masked man is revealed. The scene shifted. Still in monochrome, the masked man wandered restlessly through the luminescent woods, forbidding anyone from entering. Footage revealed the masked man sealing Reiku, NTI, and Suakun of Hoa's guardians within a scorched rock at the base of the burned tower. There were even glimpses of the masked man having once captured Lugia. Countless individuals gasped in astonishment. Who is this masked man? This is beyond impressive, Macaulay exclaimed, his mouth agape in shock. Many of the scenes depicted events that had already transpired, including those children who had been taken away. Daigo grimaced, his disdain for the masked man reaching its peak. Unlike previous masterminds, who had either retired or continued to pursue their ambitions, some even acting recklessly, they all shared one crucial distinction. They had never truly harmed children, especially not those as young as 2. In the Pokémon League conference room, the Elite Four and Chairman Damaranchi wore grave expressions. Elder Kikuko and Professor Okido exhibited a hint of confusion. Old man Okido, do you not find this person somewhat familiar? Although Granny Kikuko harbors grievances against Professor Okido and often expresses her disdain towards him, she is still capable of discerning the gravity of the situation at hand. Indeed, Professor Okido has acknowledged her words. It should pertain to a friend from our youth. Both Professor Okido and Granny Kikuko have already formed a mental image of a potential candidate. The masked man has long been concealed beneath his mask and cloak. Yet they are now bestowed with a godlike perspective. Who could it be? Granny Kikuko exclaimed that such a scoundrel, who would lay hands on children, ought to be apprehended immediately. Yulong, brimming with righteous indignation, declared loudly that he could not wait even a second longer. As the scene shifts, it becomes evident that this masked man not only possesses formidable strength, but is also a seasoned Pokémon trainer. Furthermore, he exhibits exceptional research capabilities. Through a series of battles against Shalebi, the masked man ultimately crafted a unique Pokeball, the GS Ball. With this, I shall surely capture Shalebi this time. Then, I can return to the past. In the final frame, the masked man successfully ensnares the time Pokemon, Shalebi, stepping into the river of time. His true identity is finally unveiled before everyone. The gym leader, you. As expected, Professor Okido remarked without surprise. He still cannot let go of those 2 Lapras. Both Granny Kikuko and Professor Okido, as Yu's friends from his youth, are well aware of his plight. In response to the puzzled gazes of others, Professor Okido succinctly recounted the story of Yu and his Lapras. Kona adjusted his glasses. I find it difficult to accept. Perhaps he believes he is merely attempting to rescue his Lapras, but the actions he has taken are far too deranged. The notion of capturing legendary Pokémon aside, they can at least begrudgingly understand that you genuinely possesses such strength. But what of abducting children? The voice of the Multiverse Dimension website arrived just in time, ranking the top 10 hidden manipulators in the Pokémon world. Second place, Yu. Reason for ranking, disguised as the masked man. He is said to have once captured Ho-Oh and Lugia, wielding a terrifying control over the masked faction in the Johto region. The chat room buzzed with discussions regarding Yu's true identity, with taunts from other hidden manipulators. Shui Wudong, is your Pokémon League really that incompetent? Why do so many hidden manipulators masquerade as gym leaders? Your control over the Pokémon League is truly disgraceful. Damalanchi, this is indeed my oversight. But the greater issue lies with you all. Is it so enjoyable to work for me? The notion of victim blaming? Bah. Do you truly think that I am too old to wield a blade? Damalanchi, who previously appeared despondent and eager for retirement, suddenly sprang to life upon encountering a real issue. Want to cause trouble for our Pokémon League? You will have to get past me first. The aging but vigorous president truly radiated energy. Ash, why does you insist on capturing Shalebi? Professor Okido, because Shalebi possesses the power to traverse time. Ash, it seems quite similar to Dialga's abilities. However, Yu is truly vile. He even abducted children. Such a person deserves punishment. At the Hualan Gym, It matters not what his grievances may be. They do not justify harming others. Ash's discontent towards you peaked. Compared to the likes of Mr. N, you is truly despicable. This is quite normal. Such hidden manipulators are inherently aligned with villainy, remarked Kasumi nonchalantly. However, there are always a few individuals who possess an extraordinary charm and principles, making them hard to despise. Professor Okito, while I understand that Yu's pursuit of Shalebi is likely an attempt to reclaim his lost Lapras, this still. Granny Kikuko, huh? These are merely excuses. Is it truly necessary to abduct so many innocent children in pursuit of Shalebi? Shigeru, indeed. Perhaps his initial intentions were modest, but upon gaining immense control and experiencing the taste of power, he has become entirely driven by his own ambition. Shigeru, to still wave the banner of friendship for his partners is truly revolting. You, brat, be silent. You, observing the various slanders and insults directed at him in the chat room, felt his mood plummet to the depths. I am doing this for Lapras and Lapras, you exclaimed in despair, covering his face. Yet beneath his hands, his expression twisted into one of sheer malice. I have hidden my true aspirations well. My dream is on the verge of realization. The GS ball is under construction, and you firmly believes that with enough time, he will craft a Pokeball capable of capturing the essence of time. The Multiverse Dimension website. You stared furiously at the white screen before him. The anticipation of having foreseen this moment and the reality of it occurring are worlds apart. Give me Shalebi. I demand Shalebi. Once I possess Shalebi, I shall freely traverse between the past and the future. I shall effortlessly alter everything. You shouted at the white screen, appearing utterly deranged. Chapter 65. Use reward. You take it back. I no longer desire it. The Multiverse Dimension website offered no response to you. Meanwhile, within the chat room, alongside humans, there were also legendary Pokémon. Groudon, Ho-Oh, Lugia, and Shalebi. Are you all so weak to be easily captured by the same human? How laughable. Ho-Oh, huh? I can fly, and I can escape. Lugia, I can fly too, and I can flee as well. Shalebi, huh? Shalebi's temperament is exceedingly gentle, and even when faced with Groudon's outburst, he retains a docile demeanor. Latias, stand firm, Shalebi. You are being targeted by such a despicable character because your disposition is too soft. Latios, my sister is correct. In truth, you can traverse time but cannot command it. Meanwhile, Dialga is the true master and controller of time. The legendary Pokémon reproached Shalebi for his lack of assertiveness. Be more resolute. A gentle temperament will only lead to being bullied by humans. Ash, everyone seems to have such a good relationship. It's truly wonderful. Groudon, human, is there something wrong with your eyesight? At the Hualan Gym, Ash suddenly felt that these legendary Pokémon didn't seem so terrifying after all. The fierce-looking Groudon in the video appears to be quite the simpleton, doesn't he? Kasumi mused, imagining Groudon's exasperation upon reading Ash's words. Then, glancing at Ash, who appeared utterly oblivious to any wrongdoing, she confirmed, this is a clash between two simpletons. And the more naive Ash emerged victorious. In the Pokémon League, Yulong nodded in agreement. I believe that Shigeru and these legendary Pokémon are correct. Shalebi's overly gentle nature has led some to entertain foolish notions. Shiba stroked his chin thoughtfully. I am quite curious. If both Lu Bo and Chi Ri are intent on capturing Dialga, would they engage in a confrontation? Dama Lanchi cast a glance at these two troublemakers reveling in the chaos. What is the matter? Have they truly given up on remedying their situation? Each stands by, eager to witness the folly of the nefarious organization. I too am intrigued. In the next moment, Dama Lanchi echoed, unfazed by the scornful gaze of Elder Kikuko. Ahem. Is it not a joyous affair to witness the misfortune of those dark forces and their shadowy puppeteers? Happiness ought to belong to all, save for Lu Bo. With his injured legs, Lu Bo could scarcely muster the strength to rise in anger, opting instead to shut his eyes and hypnotize himself, pretending he saw nothing. At Team Rocket's headquarters, Lu Bo, I remember that fellow. Sakaki was taken aback. The second shadowy figure truly belonged to Team Rocket. He possessed yet another identity? Frustration boiled within Sakaki, feeling utterly deceived. Wow, Kojiro, another from our Team Rocket. Indeed, we are the most formidable evil organization. Musashi excitedly tugged at Kojiro's collar, nearly suffocating him. Surely, it must be our turn next. The charming and delightful trio of Team Rocket. Musashi's cheeks flushed, as if she had already envisioned that glorious moment. I believe it should be Boss Sakaki, right? Silence, meow. Nyasu and Musashi each covered Kojiro's mouth. They refused to hear anything contrary to their desired scenario, regardless of Lu Bo's desperate wish to escape this absurd world. The light-hearted voice of the Multiverse Dimension website would inevitably arrive. Yet, to Lu Bo's ears, it transformed into a chorus of endless mockery. Congratulations, Lu Bo, for earning the title of one of the top 10 unknown manipulators. Greetings, Lu Bo. We have prepared a random reward package for you. Would you like to accept it? Lu Bo. A moment of introspection for Lu Bo. Greetings, everyone. I am Lu Bo, a seasoned Pokemon trainer and the malevolent masked man ruling over the Johto region. Yet now, I find myself flayed. And I am faced with a daunting decision. Should I accept the reward from the one who has skinned me, or should I crush this person? Then Lu Bo awakened. How laughable. I couldn't possibly crush him. I can't even touch the white screen. I have no clue who the mastermind behind this video is. Damn it. If I uncover the identity of this individual, I shall make them experience my methods and understand the meaning of suffering. In the real world, Zheng Zhi, having repurchased his computer and daily necessities, was diligently editing the third video related to the Pokémon World. Suddenly, he sneezed with tremendous force. The computer before him nearly blew away. Fortunately, Zheng Zhi managed to grasp the keyboard in time, only for the screen to crack with several fissures. Zheng Zhi's expression mirrored that of his computer screen, fragmented. Damn, that scoundrel is cursing me from behind. I'll draw a circle and curse them. In the Pokémon World, Lu Bo, still unaware of the trouble he had stirred, wore a grim expression and decided to accept the reward. Lu Bo, yes. This should be my compensation. It must be Shirabi. The Multiverse Dimension website offered no response to Lu Bo. Reward has been issued. Congratulations. You have received Magical Item Time Converter, Bound, Non-Transferable and Non-Disposable. Time Converter, an asset from the Ministry of Magic, which encountered a minor mishap during temporal transport when used. The chances of being sent to a designated past or entering a time rift are evenly split. By adjusting the dial, one can return to the corresponding past. No other items or life forms may be carried aside from oneself. Note, those who foolishly toy with time shall ultimately be toyed with by time itself, as long as one possesses the time converter. They shall never again encounter any time-related legendary Pokemon. Lu Bo, it seems I have acquired something quite useful, a potential substitute for Shirabi. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that it is nothing but garbage. Damn. In the end, Lu Bo could only silently utter a heartfelt curse. This is so infuriating. Upon truly grasping the implications, Lu Bo's mental state unraveled. Lu Bo, you can take back the reward. I don't want it. Is that not enough? Chapter 66. The world's glee at his misfortune. Ahem, this reward is truly a loss. Macaulay struggled to suppress his laughter, yet it proved impossible. It was genuinely amusing. Haha. This is the retribution that evildoers deserve. Those who play with time shall ultimately be played by it, right? Daigo smirked. I believe such a fate is fitting for someone like him. He had envisioned obtaining a wondrous Pokemon capable of traversing time, yet due to this reward, he shall never encounter any time-related legendary Pokemon again. Moreover, the odds of success with this time converter are split evenly. Would he dare to use it under such circumstances? Daigo's amusement at the unfolding drama was unmistakable. There was no choice. It was simply too delightful. Ash, I feel like he is a bit pitiful. Yet I also find it somewhat satisfying. What should I do? Yolong. It's normal. Seeing such a villain forever seeking what eludes him is gratifying. It would be too lenient to merely capture him. At the Hualan Gym, Ash chuckled. Indeed, wrongdoers ought to face justice. Pikachu also raised its tiny fist. Precisely. Villains should be punished. At the Pokemon League, Professor Oak and Kikuko, who had the closest ties to Lu Bo, remained silent. Damalanchi understood their sentiments better. Enough. He has brought this upon himself. He must endure the consequences. It is the poor children he abducted who deserve sympathy. We must send someone to investigate and see if we can assist them. As Damalanchi spoke, he suddenly froze, realizing he could click on the symbol for the time converter on the white screen. What is this? Filled with curiosity and inquiry, Damalanchi clicked on it, then fell into silence. Yolong, noticing Damalanchi had halted mid-sentence, curiously clicked on it as well, reading aloud each word. The chances of being sent to a designated past or entering a time rift are evenly split. The probability of entering a designated past or a random time is evenly split. The odds of being sent to a random time and entering a time rift are evenly split. If one were to meet their past self, only one may survive. Upon finishing, Yolong too fell silent. My goodness, this is the epitome of a trap. This is not a time converter. It is clearly a weapon of self-destruction. Not only the Pokemon League recognized this, but Sakaki did as well. Everyone, save for Lu Bo, could see this hidden rule. The likelihood of reaching the desired time is merely 1 in 4, yet the chance of entering a time rift is an astonishing 8 in 5. Only 1 in 8 is truly random. Sakaki was utterly speechless at this reward. Should it fall to me next, will it be equally dismal? Sakaki's heart raced with apprehension. It seems this reward isn't entirely benevolent. Kikisi felt a sense of balance restored. Initially believing he was the most unfortunate, he now discovered that someone else's reward was even more dismal. Ha! My spirits have lifted. Kwaikisi was not well acquainted with Liubois. However, Seeing Liubo ranked ahead of him and receiving such a disappointing reward, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, and, on the other hand, felt a flicker of curiosity regarding this reward. Indeed, this prize could well be considered a miraculous artifact, if one were truly determined to alter a past fraught with despair. What harm could there be in taking a chance? En began to comprehend the rationale behind the gift bestowed by the Multiverse Dimension website. It not only safeguarded Shalabi, but also offered him a glimmer of hope. Yet, Liubo needed a touch more fortune. As for Liubo himself, even without being privy to the underlying content, his mood was dismal, having long since succumbed to dizziness. The ones most delighted at this moment were undoubtedly the exuberant Xiaolan and Xiaoyin, who had already dashed out. Serves him right. He was destined to forever yearn for the time he wished to reach. Were it not for the fear of being captured again by Liubo, Xiaolan would have relished the opportunity to confront him directly. Regardless of the actual significance of this reward, most people still deemed it rather favorable. At the Hualan Gym, Xiaoxia heaved a sigh of relief. If such a person could escape punishment and grow even stronger, it would be utterly infuriating. Who could the final mastermind lurking behind the scenes be? Xiaoxia furrowed her brows tightly. Liubo's reputation was indeed abysmal. A few among them couldn't help but worry about the top-ranked shadowy figure. It's all right. Ash suddenly felt invigorated. No matter who he is. As long as he has committed wrongdoing, Pikachu and I will surely defeat him. Pika Pika. Ash was absolutely right. Observing the spirited Ash and Pikachu, Xiaoxia and Xiaojing couldn't help but laugh. Surely, matters couldn't be as simple as they seemed. Nonetheless, Ash's assertion held truth. As long as they could vanquish their foes, the rest would be manageable. Michelle, watching these behind-the-scenes masterminds suffer as they receive their rewards, is almost over. Daiwu, now is not the time for you to relax. Don't forget, the first place receives double rewards. ADEK, Soul Vomit. Oh, I almost forgot about that. The Pokemon League was on high alert. I have recorded all the evil organizations, and when the last video concludes, it will be time for everyone to take action. Damaranchi's serious expression made the Elite Four realize the gravity of the situation. We must seize the opportunity while their rewards are freshly acquired, before they've had time to adjust and devise plans, and deliver a significant blow. Otherwise, in the time to come, no one can predict what they might do. I believe you wouldn't want to live in constant fear, would you? Everyone shook their heads. Not at all. Not in the slightest. Is the game uninteresting or the movie dull? Watching everyone regain their spirits, Damaranchi couldn't help but add, it's a pity that young Ash still needs time to mature. Otherwise, we could have sent him out directly. With his extraordinary bond with legendary Pokemon and evil organizations, defeating any evil organization would be a walk in the park. Wouldn't it? Damaranchi could only wish. Having only acquired 2 gym badges, Ash was not yet capable of shouldering such heavy expectations from Damaranchi. The white screen gradually illuminated, capturing everyone's attention. They knew that the upcoming video would reveal the identity of the top mastermind. The truth was about to be unveiled. Chapter 67, The Top Mastermind. Making money is the most daring. Sakaki's heart raced with anticipation. It must be me as the first place. As Sakaki muttered incessantly, the white screen displayed the image. Pokemon only have value when utilized. Of course, I cherish my Pokemon. After all, if items are not properly maintained, they cannot unleash their true potential. With the Ether Foundation wielding technology from alternate worlds, your scientific prowess shall serve my Team Rocket, or rather, our Rainbow Rocket team. The familiar voice accompanied by a boisterous laugh was immediately recognized by the trio of Team Rocket. It was Sakaki's voice. But what was this Rainbow Rocket team? Meow? Do you know? I don't know, Meow. Meowth licked its paw, only to be playfully reprimanded by Musashi and Kojiro. Thus, the day for the Team Rocket trio unfolded harmoniously. In the Team Rocket headquarters office, I knew I would be first. Upon seeing his name displayed, Sakaki burst into laughter, stroking the sleek fur of Meowth. His mood lifting further. Didn't you worry about that before, Sakaki? Before Yamato could finish, he received a death glare from Sakaki, causing him to promptly close his mouth. Really? Are Yamato and Musashi such fools? Only I can be relied upon in Team Rocket. 3 lines of text appeared on the white screen. He is the leader of the evil organization in the Kanto region. He is the gym leader of the Tokiwa Gym. He has gathered all the leaders of evil organizations. In the Pokemon League conference room, Damaranchi was too exhausted to even question. Truly, saying it repeatedly only boiled down to those 2 words, tiring. President, this is not entirely your fault. Gyarados desperately sought to comfort Damaranchi, but it had no effect. Some had perished while he remained alive, some lived, and he felt as though it would be better to be dead. This was a true reflection of Damaranchi's current sentiments. However, the number of masterminds among gym leaders and evil organizations seems slightly excessive, Shiba remarked. Their ability to diligently conceal their identities is one matter. The fact that the Pokemon League failed to detect them is another. The Tokiwa Gym, the Kaji Gym, and the Girin Gym. Wait, aren't these three individuals all from Team Rocket? Kona successfully identified the connection. Could it be that disguising their true identities under the guise of gym leaders is a tradition of Team Rocket? The scene shifted. Meloetta sing. The storm plan will surely succeed. The Unova region will be under my rule. In the underwater ruins, Sakaki stood at the center, with Meloetta captured by Team Rocket hovering above him. Accompanied by Meloetta's song, the reveal glass appeared on the altar. Whether it was Sakaki summoning the Swords of Justice through Meloetta and the reveal glass, or transforming them into their legendary forms and taking control, it was executed with utmost precision. In the Unova region, Cynthia's eyes were vacant. She saw nothing, knew nothing. She was but a child. Sigh. Avoiding failure. Cynthia still had to confront this harsh reality. Wiping away non-existent tears, Cynthia felt utterly exhausted. Wasn't Team Rocket the evil organization in the Kanto region? How did they end up in the Unova region? Moreover, their ambitions seemed rather grand. They could directly confront the Plasma Gang. Suddenly, Cynthia found this to be a splendid idea. If Team Rocket truly came over, she could consider instigating a rift between them and the Plasma Gang. That way, she could have it easier. Once they were both weakened from their clash, she would directly contact the International Police Organization to take them all down at once. In the Team Rocket headquarters office, Sakaki wore a smug smile. Compared to those useless fools, I am the strongest. In a single sentence, Sakaki encapsulated everyone, including the other hidden masterminds, not limited to the trio of fools from Team Rocket. Is there anything I cannot accomplish once I take action? The officials of Team Rocket stood by, clapping their hands in agreement. Sakaki is right. Sakaki is never wrong. Sakaki is the strongest. Today, the members of Team Rocket remain unwaveringly loyal to Sakaki. The camera shifts, revealing a surprising transformation. Even the uniform worn by Sakaki has changed. The leaders of all our nefarious organizations have gathered together, making us the mightiest. The name of the Rainbow Rocket Team will surely resonate across the entire world. Sakaki raised his hands high, flanked by the likes of Magma S. Blaze, Aqua S. Kyogre, Galactic S. Cyrus, Plasma S. Getsis, and Flare S. Lysandra. Within the Rainbow Rocket Team, all the leaders of evil organizations hail from worlds where they have realized their ambitions. Otherwise, they would not be worthy of joining the Rainbow Rocket Team. Even Sakaki himself was taken aback. The Rainbow Rocket Team? Is such a maneuver even possible? Sakaki exclaimed in awe. My future self is truly remarkable. Although collaborating with the other evil organization leaders left Sakaki feeling somewhat uneasy, he reassured himself that he remained the leader. Moreover, through this coalition of the most powerful leaders of evil organizations, the Rainbow Rocket Team, he could amass greater wealth and resources. I must observe how my future self accomplishes this. I shall learn diligently. In the conference room of the elites, the atmosphere turned increasingly grim. Previously, they had claimed that due to their internal strife, forming an alliance was out of the question. It seems that fate has dealt me a harsh blow. Damaranchi felt a river of sorrow welling within him. Must they really be so harsh? The Rainbow Rocket Team, a collection of individuals with questionable sanity, united together. Could this truly not lead to complications? The face of Gyarados was etched with anxiety. Is this genuine concern? Another world? Have we truly developed such capabilities? Gyarados glanced at Damaranchi, who nodded, shattering Gyarados' last sliver of hope. Indeed, this has long been in development. According to the original timeline, it was merely a matter of a year or two. Who would have guessed that once it was researched, it would become a tool for Team Rocket's expansion? Chapter 68, An Unforeseen Path. At the Hualan Gym, Ash and Pikachu's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. The leader of Team Rocket is actually this formidable? The Rainbow Rocket Team? Hailing from various worlds where they have achieved their ambitions? The influx of information overwhelmed Ash, leaving him momentarily speechless. Pikachu. Those three usual buffoons hardly seemed capable of such prowess. Even Pikachu struggled to accept this revelation, as it starkly contrasted with the image Team Rocket typically projected. Brock stroked his chin thoughtfully. After all, those three were merely ordinary members. Team Rocket must have higher-ranking officials. Not to mention, the leader of Team Rocket would have secured his position without strength. Misty concurred with Brock, though the disparity was somewhat jarring and hard to digest. Ash, deep in thought, lowered his head. Just as Brock and Misty believed they had struck a blow to Ash's morale and approached to offer comfort, Ash suddenly lifted his head. If that is the case, the next time we encounter Team Rocket, we shall be even more merciless. They must understand that neither Pikachu nor I are to be trifled with. Ideally, we should strike with momentum and locate Team Rocket's base to capture them all. Misty and Brock were taken aback. Well, they had certainly overthought it. Fools are devoid of worries. The scene shifted once more, returning to Sakaki. Pokémon is a business. If there were no mutual interests at stake, the enterprise would never materialize. The so-called interests equate to money when it comes to finances. There is no room to discuss friendship or empathy. We unite precisely because our pursuits differ, allowing us to coexist peacefully and achieve a cooperative benefit. Sakaki's thoughts aligned with those of the other leaders of the Rainbow Rocket team. They intend to notify all worlds. By harnessing technology from alternate dimensions through the Ether Foundation, they aim to forge a formidable UB Legion. In the Alola region, at the Ether Foundation, Luzaman, the chairperson, frowned at the sight of Zozobo. Is that you? Zozobo, on the verge of tears, pleaded for his innocence. Chairperson, it wasn't me. You must believe me. Zozobo took pride in his position as an official and loathed the idea of being branded a villain due to this inexplicable video. Yet, Zozobo understood that the video had established an undeniable authority through repeated accolades and facts. Rest assured, I will not hold future, uncertain events against you. However, Luzaman fixed a stern gaze upon Zozobo. Should you display any such signs, I will not hesitate to act. Yes, as the scene concluded, Sakaki and the leaders of the evil organizations under his command had completely overtaken the Ether Foundation. The chatroom fell silent. An unanticipated path unfolded before the leaders of the evil organizations. Upon viewing the video, they realized that such possibilities existed. Sakaki, haha, I am number one. Earning money is always the ultimate goal. Sakaki, what absurd thoughts are you harboring? Enough with the incessant chatter. My objective is quite simple, to make money. With wealth, one can possess the entire world. Aqua S. Kyogre, I find myself unable to counter this. Magma S. Blaze, those with simplistic thoughts achieve success more easily. Galactic S. Cyrus, I believe my aesthetic is questionable for cooperating with him. Flare S. Lysandra, different interests might actually foster better collaboration. I need to ponder this. One by one, the leaders of the evil organizations emerged, all astounded by the maneuvers of the Rainbow Rocket team depicted in the video. The Pokémon League felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that the evil organizations might indeed unite. That would be a dire situation. Fortunately, the voice from the Multiverse Dimension website suddenly interrupted, temporarily breaking the heated atmosphere in the chatroom, ranking the top 10 hidden masterminds in the Pokémon world. Number 1. Sakaki. Reason for ranking. Leader of Team Rocket, head of the Rainbow Rocket team. After witnessing the feats and lineup of the Rainbow Rocket team, who could still question Sakaki's claim to the top spot? Even Aqua S. Kyogre and Magma S. Blaze could only express mild discontent. However, they all acknowledged Sakaki's position with great respect. In the Pokémon League conference room, surely they could not unite now? Gyarados remained somewhat optimistic. We must remain vigilant. What if they truly set aside their defenses and issues? We cannot place our hopes in the hands of our enemies. Damaranchi noted Gyarados' remarkably positive attitude. Perhaps we should delegate most matters to him? Damaranchi scrutinized Gyarados from head to toe. Gyarados, utterly bewildered, wondered what was happening. Why was the chairperson regarding him with such an expression? Even Shiba, along with the hefty Dragonite behind Gyarados, regarded him with a look of pity. You have caught the attention of the president, and now a laborious task awaits you. Musashi, Boss Sakaki is the ultimate champion. Kozaburo, Boss Sakaki is indeed the mightiest Pokémon master. Meowth, let's cheer for Boss Sakaki. Upon the certification from the Multiverse Dimension website, the trio of Team Rocket erupted in fervent praise for Sakaki in the chatroom. Although they are not the ones in the limelight, he is still our leader. This marks a significant victory for Team Rocket. Indeed, in the tally of masterminds, 3 members from Team Rocket have made the list. Musashi, Kozaburo, and Meowth stood proudly, hands on their hips, as if the accolades were directed at them. Sakaki observed their messages and let out a begrudging hum of satisfaction. It seems these 3 possess some utility after all. Scanning the chatroom filled with Musashi, Kozaburo, and Meowth's elaborate commendations of Sakaki, he chose not to intervene, his delight evident. The essence of a villain's restraint and hidden fervor was vividly embodied in Sakaki. Boss Sakaki, you are destined to be the strongest. Jinri, witnessing Sakaki's smile, finally sensed a looming crisis. Musashi, that red-haired girl is nothing but a sycophant. However, in the presence of Boss Sakaki, Jinri dared not speak ill of Musashi. To swiftly divert Sakaki's attention, Jinri inquired, Boss Sakaki, do you think we should form the Rainbow Rocket team in advance? Let the Pokémon League witness our might. Let everyone recognize your power. Chapter 69, Sakaki's Special Reward. No, now is not the appropriate time. Sakaki, self-assured in his intellect as the leader of an evil organization, believed he could think rationally. We, Team Rocket, are a large-scale, cross-regional publicly listed enterprise with well-established regulations. So what if the Pokémon League learns of my true identity? They cannot act against me at this moment. Even if there is video evidence, that is a matter for the future. It has yet to come to pass. As a behind-the-scenes mastermind, Sakaki seldom took direct action. It was Musashi, Kozaburo, and the others who executed the plans. Meanwhile, he remained the gym leader of the Tokiwa Gym. The Pokémon League posed no significant threat. A little caution was all that was required. Sakaki hardly regarded the Pokemon League with any seriousness. While Sakaki's spirits soared, the others were not as elated. Shigeru. So, the gym leader of Tokiwa Gym, is it? I see. Then I shall head towards Tokiwa Gym, compared to the Giran Gym. This one appears to be more challenging. Shigeru snapped his fingers. The cheerleaders surrounding him erupted in excitement. Lord Shigeru is the mightiest. Lord Shigeru is invincible. Shigeru tossed his hair, his mood lifting. Regardless of how things may unfold for Ash, I have undoubtedly advanced a bit further than he has. Then Shigeru recalled Sakaki from the video. The mastermind who created Mutwo and captured Pokemon for profit is truly despicable. After all, I am also a Pokemon trainer from the Kanto region. Let me see just how formidable this Team Rocket truly is. As Shigeru had yet to encounter the trio of Team Rocket, he was unaware that apart from a competent leader, the rest were utterly unreliable. Ash, huh? Alright, I must also go to Tokiwa Gym. Shigeru, huh? Finish off the preceding gyms first. You might lose before you even reach here. Shigeru always had a knack for belittling me. Ash, glancing at Shigeru's reply, muttered to himself. Does he dislike you? Misty found it difficult to comprehend the relationship between the two. Not really. I will definitely defeat Shigeru, Ash proclaimed, clenching his fist. For Ash, Shigeru had always been the epitome of the ideal child, perpetually outshining him. Misty remarked, I don't understand the peculiar friendships you boys share. I think I'll just leave it be. Sakaki. Very well. I shall await you at Tokiwa Gym. Since you all know my identity, there is no longer anything for me to conceal. Sakaki. However, I shall not permit anyone to claim a badge from me, as long as no one defeats me. Tokiwa Gym shall continue to exist. Damaranchi. I have faith in the new Pokemon trainers of the League. Damaranchi's gaze fell upon Sakaki's words. This fellow is openly provoking us. He is also challenging the authority of the Pokemon League. But what can Damaranchi do? Indeed, the more blatant the challenge, the harder it is for us to refuse. We cannot appear fearful of them, can we? Yolongdu felt a deep frustration. Even though we now know the true identities of these masterminds, particularly this one still in the Kanto region, we are unable to act? Let us wait and see. His reward has yet to be distributed. I also have a bad premonition. Shiba stood with arms crossed, and his words jolted Yolongdu back to reality. Alright, that fellow's reward has yet to be given out. As anticipated, whether human or special entity, they cannot withstand the scrutiny. The voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resonated. Congratulations, Sakaki, on receiving the title of one of the 10 unknown masterminds. Hello, Sakaki, we have prepared a random reward package for you. Would you like to accept it? Everyone from Team Rocket gazed at the screen with excitement. Wow, finally, it's the leader's turn for a reward. It should be double, right? I wonder what it will be. Musashi was now more excited than the principal, Sakaki himself. Kozaburo nodded incessantly beside him. Yes, boss, hurry and agree. Let us feast our eyes. Sakaki, of course I shall. I have been waiting for this. The reward itself is not of utmost importance. A wise smile adorned Sakaki's face. The most significant aspect is this recognition of me as a villain. Even this mysterious videographer deems me the strongest antagonist. Thus, I must be the strongest man. Jinri fervently applauded Sakaki from the side. Boss Sakaki, you are absolutely right. Indeed, Jinri, who was eager to overshadow Musashi, unabashedly praised Boss Sakaki to his face. The voice of the Multiverse Dimension website interrupted Jinri's flurry of flattery. The reward has been distributed. Congratulations, you have received Special Edition Pokeball Bloodline Token. Special Edition Pokeball, usable once daily, randomly summoning and controlling one legendary Pokemon, including Ultra Beasts or mythical Pokemon, with control duration ranging from half an hour to 2 hours. Bound, Bloodline Token, can be used to pinpoint the location of your most cherished blood relatives. Automatically utilized, Sakaki's father, Genjiro. The Pokemon League. There were many things they wished to express, but they were at a loss for where to begin. Yolongdu and the others were left in shock, relegated to the role of commentators. Yolongdu, I haven't even held my girlfriend's hand. Why do some already have children? This is so unfair. Daigo Hayu, being single is your destined fate. Alder, we all agreed to be good friends, single dogs hand in hand, and no one is allowed to slip away first. Macaulay, on what grounds? Karuna, there's no point in arguing about this. With your steel-hearted, straight-man personalities, you're destined to remain single for life. Yolongdu, feeling wronged, clutched his chest and lamented, I feel personally attacked. Shiba rolled his eyes in response. Your girlfriend cannot provide you with what you desire. Would you like the luminous maternal monster's formidable strength instead? Yolongdu revealed a look of panic. Never mind. Perhaps it is best to leave things as they are. It is quite satisfactory. Observing the comical expressions of a few individuals, Damalanki maintained a serious demeanor. President, what is the matter? Kunai asked, noticing something was amiss. The rewards from Sakiki's peculiar variant of the Pokeball seem rather extraordinary. One can summon once a day. But it should still fall within our acceptable limits, shouldn't it? As for the latter, it appears rather insignificant. Xiaoyin, I have encountered that name before. Among the children abducted by Lu Bo, there was indeed this child. Chapter 70. The beginning of Dogao's ordeal. Yulongdu, Shiba, and Kunai all widened their eyes in astonishment. Even Granny Kikuko and Professor Okido couldn't help but perk up their ears. Oh my goodness, what a sensational revelation. The son of Team Rocket's leader has been abducted and has yet to be found after all these years? As a champion with a sense of justice, Yulongdu wished to appear more concerned. After all, this is an innocent child. However, considering one of the victims is Sakaki in, perhaps it is best not to kick someone when they're down. Sakaki, my son, has he truly been found? Xiaoyin, my father? How is that possible? I have no such father. Xiaolon. Ah, this. The chat room erupted once more. Xiaoyin wore a displeased expression. Xiaolon glanced at him and gently patted his head. Regardless of his identity, he must genuinely care about you, for in his heart, you are his most significant family. Xiaolon whispered. The masked man, that villain Lu Bo, is receiving the punishment he deserves. You need not concern yourself with him any longer, if you truly wish to return. As an orphan, Xiaolon harbored the hope that her brother-like figure, Xiaoyin, might find his true family. Yet she also wished for him to stay away from Team Rocket. They are all villains. I do not wish to go, Xiaoyin replied firmly. He refuses to accept the inadequacy of a father who has not been found for so many years. What does the mastermind have to do with him? In the Team Rocket headquarters office, Sakaki, the great leader, felt a sense of trepidation. She dared not speak loudly. Internally, she screamed with excitement. Oh my heavens! The son of Sakaki has been found. The disappearance of the young master is the most sensitive issue for Sakaki, as he had dispatched so many people and spent so much money in vain. To learn of the child's whereabouts solely through a reward is truly unacceptable. Sakaki gazed at the flickering red dot on the small screen before him, his emotions so complex that he didn't even wish to look at the other rewards. Xiaoyin. Damalanki, have you considered joining our Pokemon Alliance for the holidays? Rest assured, regardless of your family's identity, as long as you are a brave and kind trainer, that is all that matters. Upon regaining his composure, Sakaki saw Damalanki, that crafty old fox, trying to entice his son in the chat room. That old rascal. Sakaki was immediately incensed. Sakaki, I have always been searching for you, Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin, I will think it over. I aspire to become the strongest Pokemon trainer. Damalanki, very well, there is no rush. When you are of age, you can participate in this year's courts conference. Sakaki, look at me. I am right here. Please do not ignore me together. Sakaki was so furious that he nearly toppled over. Damalanki, on the other hand, wore a cheerful expression. President, this child has been nurtured by Lu Bo for so many years. Could there be a concern? Kunai voiced anxiously. Lu Bo is not a good person. The children he raises likely have some degree of extremism in their character. Damalanki waved his hand dismissively. That is not an issue. As long as they are not like that dull-witted Dogao, even if they are somewhat extreme in character, our Pokemon Alliance can still accept them. Damalanki looked at Sakaki, who was left speechless in the chat room, and grinned widely. Huh. Let your entire Team Rocket flock to the Pokemon Alliance as gym leaders. Enjoy the spectacle of hidden identities. I am now stealing your son's attention right before your eyes. Come and challenge me if you dare. Driven to madness, Damalanki had begun to let loose. As long as these masterminds were not having a good time, he felt a sense of satisfaction. At the Azure Bay gym, Ash and Pikachu were overwhelmed by the spectacle, uncertain of where to direct their gaze first. That Pokeball looks incredibly formidable. Xiaoyin, Sakaki's son. He seems to have a rather strained relationship with Sakaki. Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Misty and Brock nodded in agreement. This is too thrilling. Regardless of how disheartened Sakaki might feel, the voice from the Multiverse Dimension website rang out, barely capturing his attention. The countdown of the top 10 masterminds in the Pokémon World has concluded. 15 million emotional points have unlocked the next video. Only then did Sakaki realize with a sense of loss. Ah, another video has ended. Some rejoice while others despair. At least Sakaki, who was clearly the top contender, could not muster any joy. Regardless of how everyone felt, there was simply no video available now. Tsuchi, taking a moment to glance at the messages in the chat room, was consumed by jealousy, her eyes nearly turning red. Why are these people's focus so misplaced? Team Rocket Sakaki has obtained such a broken Pokeball. Don't they have any thoughts about it? I merely received 100 black Pokeballs of the Mutwo variant, yet I am being chased around like a headless chicken. How is he so nonchalant? Then Tsuchi finally noticed the term binding. Tears of envy flowed from her lips. How outrageous. This is clearly targeting me. As Tsuchi was filled with indignation, she led her team into the Kanto region. Akroma, you need to hurry up. Dr. Akroma's hands never ceased their work. His eyes fixated on the screen. No matter how fast he worked, it could never match this speed. Research requires time. The black Pokeball modified for Mutwo is simply unreasonable, even allowing the Pokemon within other trainers' Pokeballs to be snatched away again. Akroma never expected that his human modifications to Pokeballs would not surpass that of a Pokemon. Is this what they mean by specialization? Because it is a Pokemon. It inherently understands what is within the Pokeball, thus able to modify it effortlessly. Lost in his research, Akroma could not extricate himself. Tsuchi, nearly bawled from stress, lamented. That lunatic Mutwo is closing in on me. Then Tsuchi collided with someone. Who? Interpol? The Pokemon Alliance? The regional champions with nothing better to do? Tsuchi's mind raced through countless possibilities of enemies, only to find herself face-to-face with Team Galaxy. Team Galaxy, you are also after my black Pokeball? Most of Tsuchi's time had been spent fleeing, completely unaware of the happenings in the chat room. At most, she stole a glance during the reward announcement. Now, she was utterly bewildered. Huh, don't flatter yourself. We are here for this kid. Zheng cast a disdainful glance at Tsuchi, his fierce gaze landing on the disheveled Dogao. Chapter 71, The Ordeal of Dogao, the First Wave. Meanwhile, Dogao, having exerted tremendous effort, finally gathered 100 Pokeballs. This time, I will definitely capture a Pokemon. This time, Dogao chose to venture into the forest to capture terrestrial Pokemon. Aquatic ones simply wouldn't he do. The Pokeballs were too precious to waste. After a shower of Pokeballs, Dogao finally experienced success. Puffed up with pride, he gazed at the collection of at least 20 captured Pokemon in his bag. Feeling utterly triumphant. Huh, I told you, there's no Pokemon I cannot catch. My previous failures were merely due to my lack of experience. However, Dogao was not entirely satisfied with these Pokemon. After witnessing the awe-inspiring legendary creatures in the videos, his aspirations soared. His ultimate goal was to capture Mew and other legendary beings. The commonplace Pokemon he had encountered held no allure for him whatsoever. Who is this? Isn't he just the infamous Dogao from the chat room? As Dogao plotted his next move to capture more Pokemon, he heard voices approaching. Zheng, Suishing, and their associates, accompanied by a Zubat, blocked his path. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. With news that the leader Chiri was not planning to leave anytime soon, Zheng and Suishing felt as if they were invigorated with adrenaline. As long as their boss remained, they were ready to take on anything. What is a mere Dogao to them? They had no doubt they could capture him. With a commanding wave of his hand, Zheng shouted, for the orders of Lord Chiri. Charge! Dogao was thrown into a panic. Wait, are you serious? You actually came all this way. He turned to flee. He wasn't foolish. The members of the evil organization had no intention of treating him kindly. Dogao ran for his life, discarding all the newly captured Pokemon in his haste. What are you running for? Half of our Galaxy team is here, and I assure you, today you will surrender. You cannot escape. Zheng and Suishing were nearly doubled over with laughter at Dogao's plight. This kid, Skuntank, use Stench. Zubat, unleash Supersonic. Compared to their powerful Pokemon, the ones Dogao had just caught were utterly feeble. Wah, these villains are truly despicable. Where's Miss Junsha? Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? The foul stench from the Skuntank rendered Dogao nearly incapacitated, and he was no match for the poison and sonic waves. Just as he felt he could endure no longer, an aircraft suddenly appeared. Dogao exclaimed. Are you kidding me? Then, the Galaxy team clashed with Team Plasma. Aren't both of these organizations evil? If they confront each other, won't I have a chance to escape? As he contemplated fleeing, Dogao encountered the descending Mutwo and Mew. Set! Mew exclaimed, Mew Mew? Mutwo growled, Black Pokeball, wait. You are the Dogao from my list. The scene descended into utter chaos. Mutwo's hatred swiftly shifted from Quagsire to Dogao. What did a Black Pokeball matter? Compared to the opportunity to punish Dogao, it was insignificant. Initially, Mutwo thought he would have to wait indefinitely to confront him, but now, he smirked at Dogao. Let us settle our scores. Did Dogao dare to attempt capturing Mew and Mutwo? How audacious. Mutwo looked down at Dogao, who was utterly dumbfounded. Trainers capturing legendary Pokemon was entirely permissible. I never spoke ill of you behind your back. Even faced with Mutwo, Dogao remained defiant. He felt he had done nothing wrong. His restless gaze occasionally flickered toward Mew. This only further enraged Mutwo. He resolved that this time, Dogao would learn a lesson. Heavy Slam. Flamethrower. Psychic. A barrage of attacks rained down upon Dogao. Screaming, he dashed about in panic. This is unfair. It's against the rules. Pokemon can only battle Pokemon. You cannot attack me. Mutwo crossed his arms, appearing utterly relaxed compared to Dogao's frantic state. Aren't you also capturing Pokemon without a battle? I see no issue with that. Dogao's audacious antics could not escape the notice of the psychic Mutwo. Unfair? Huh. Tell that to the Pokemon you captured with a single ball. Mew, sitting calmly beside Mutwo, found the situation amusing and was tempted to join in. But Mutwo shot a glare at Mew. This prey is mine. Not even you can take it. Mew turned away, showing disdain. Mew was upset. Mew was not pleased. Mutwo rolled his eyes, unwilling to indulge Mew's whims. Day after day, instead of focusing on becoming stronger, Mew only sought amusement. Wait, Dogao is our prey from the Galaxy team. We cannot let him go. Zheng and Suishing hurriedly redirected their attention to Mutwo. Dogao must be delivered to us. Quagsire recognized this as his chance. With both the Galaxy team and Mutwo targeting Dogao, he could escape. Before Quagsire could celebrate, the voices of the International Police and Miss Junsha echoed behind them. The sounds of Herdier and Gramble grew ever closer. Team Plasma. Don't even think about running. Mutwo's attacks were indisputable, forcing the Galaxy team to protect Dogao, lest he meet his demise. Their mission would be rendered futile. How can this legendary Pokémon be more villainous than us? Zheng helped Dogao survive Mutwo's relentless onslaught alongside Mew's intermittent strikes. For a moment, he was uncertain of his own identity. Everything felt amiss. Mew, how delightful. Don't play too hard. Mutwo scoffed. If I truly wished to eliminate him, would he still be standing? Mutwo disdainfully declared, I want to grant him a swift demise. Both Mew and I have yet to have our fun. Casting a glance at the International Police and Miss Junsha, then at the nearly unconscious Dogao, Mutwo begrudgingly crossed off a minor infraction from his list of grievances against Dogao. The rest could wait for another day. Overwhelmed by pain, Dogao finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 72, Unreliable Rumors. With the arrival of Miss Junsha and the International Police, both Team Plasma and the Galaxy team fled, leaving a filthy, half-conscious Dogao sprawled on the ground. Miss Junsha and the International Police exchanged glances. Humanitarianism, shall we save him? Isn't this the Dogao who was so boastful in the chat room? It seems so. What if we don't want to save him? Can we let the Galaxy team take him away? Perhaps it's better to leave him. He can buy us some time against the Galaxy team. Team Plasma hasn't finished their capture yet. We can't afford to deal with the Galaxy team right now. Well, it's settled. We'll consider it recycling. Once we've dealt with the Galaxy team, we won't have to worry about this brat's fate. But it still feels quite unsatisfying. In his stupor, Dogao vaguely heard voices discussing him nearby, and none of them were kind. He wished he could instantly open his eyes and leap up. I am the strongest. You cannot treat me this way. Suddenly, the voices around him grew excited. Look at this. Suddenly, there appeared a video that one could watch at will, showcasing the entirety of that young scoundrel's brutal beating from start to finish. Additionally, one can revisit the previous 2 top 10 rankings, as well as the footage of Dogao being assaulted. Wow, the view count skyrocketed in an instant. I must take a moment to reflect on this. Such a person is utterly unworthy of being a Pokémon trainer. Just look at how he has captured so many Pokémon, only to unleash them all to fend off attacks. Indeed. Once he regains consciousness, we must hasten to send him on his way. Individuals like him are simply detestable. The sight of him is utterly repugnant. The cacophony of various sounds caused Dogao, who was already grappling with nightmares, to suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. He fainted again, plunging deeper into an even more profound nightmare. In this unreasonable world, perhaps it would be best for him to simply perish. No, he has yet to capture Mew. Even the elusive Mutwo, who had temporarily fled from the Plasma Gang, remained unfazed. Observing the newly added recap video on the white screen, Mutwo crossed its arms and disdainfully remarked, even my posture while striking is incredibly handsome. This fellow named Dogao is now in his dreams, indulging in affectionate exchanges with a shiny Machamp. Of course, I am not a devil. At most, he will awaken in a few hours. As Mutwo murmured this, it must have watched that video 100 times or more. Not for any other reason, but primarily to admire the magnificent figure of Mutwo. Mew hovered beside Mutwo, clearly pleased with this video as well. Mew, once he wakes up, we can go play with him again. Mutwo cast a glance at this frivolous little creature, refraining from contradicting Mew's words. Indeed, that was also Mutwo's sentiment, though it was unnecessary to voice it to Mew. In the real world, Zheng Zhi, engrossed in video editing, was suddenly interrupted by the sound of his phone ringing. Who could it be? Zheng Zhi scratched his head. He hadn't ordered takeout, nor had he received any packages. Who else could possibly contact him? Upon answering the call, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice erupted from the other end. Before Zheng Zhi could utter a word, the voice began to ramble on incessantly. Hey, old Zheng, the school has been postponed. A sudden influx of strange occurrences has left me utterly bewildered. I truly have no idea what is happening. My head is spinning. How did the world change so rapidly? Have you heard? Just the other day, a powerful individual emerged from your area, said to possess centuries of experience, and with a mere slap, obliterated that anomaly. How can there be such vast differences between people? If we had encountered that thing, we would have been utterly helpless. Just 2 months ago, we were learning video editing. And now we're expected to transform into Ultramen battling monsters? This is not how one transitions between professions. Our field seems utterly useless now, during the apocalypse. What good is video editing? The torrent of words left Zheng Zhi's head spinning as well. Old bro, I'm not criticizing you, but... Zheng Zhi suddenly realized that his own accent had also been influenced. Coughing lightly, he straightened up and replied, "Thank you, esteemed dorm leader of Blue Star." It finally dawned on Zheng Zhi that the person on the other end was indeed his dorm leader. After receiving the news, Zheng Zhi promptly ended the call. That accent was overwhelming. If we chatted a bit longer, my Mandarin proficiency certificate would be rendered useless. After finishing his words, Zheng Zhi smacked his lips. A powerful individual with over 100 years of cultivation? What on earth is that about? Zheng Zhi had been preoccupied with video editing these past few days, leaving him no time to follow what the outside world had made of that day's events. Let me see what has transpired. With ease, Zheng Zhi logged into the back end of the multiverse dimensional website, simultaneously opening another page, effectively splitting his computer screen in two. Who says my major is useless? Without this skill, I would have already kicked the bucket. Zheng Zhi muttered under his breath as he observed the chaotic state of the forums he frequented. Shocking. Spiritual energy resurgence. Click to watch top-tier experts teaching online. A powerful individual returns after a century, only to find their home in ruins, with a single command. Get lost. Enter Province A, exploring the past and present of the powerful individual. A series of posts left Zheng Zhi feeling dizzy. What in the world is this? He sprayed water everywhere, flustered as he scrambled to wipe the screen. I just changed that screen. Please don't break it again. I cannot afford any delays in uploading my video. However, Zheng Zhi could surmise that the people outside were likely very curious about his identity. Clenching his fists and feeling the immense power surging within him, Zheng Zhi decided against making a grand entrance just yet. He would wait to see how the world unfolds next. For now, his focus was on increasing his own resources. This website must be utilized to its fullest potential. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his fortuitous circumstances. Shutting down the distracting online interfaces, Zheng Zhi redirected his attention back to the multiverse dimensional website. This would be the focal point of his life going forward. Zheng Zhi glanced at the video he had just edited. It was time to evoke emotions and ensure that everyone recognized the unchanging protagonist, Master Zhi, after 20 years. This time, he must let the Pokémon world know who the true main character is. Master Zhi forever, ranking the top 10 most popular trainers in the Pokémon world. Upload successful. Emotional value unlocked. Currently being promoted. Chapter 73, ranking the top 10 most popular trainers in the Pokémon world. Even the evil organizations fell silent upon witnessing the video of Dogao being beaten. They exclaimed in astonishment. Shui Wutong, a multi-faction brawl. This looks rather exhilarating. Xiaobo, how many Pokémon has he captured? And he treats them so carelessly. Guzima, what on earth is this kid? The sight of Dogao's backpack filled with Pokémon left even the leaders of the evil organization speechless. Is there truly such a way to capture Pokémon? It's akin to coercion. Xiaoji. This seems problematic, yet not problematic. Shalina. Xiaoji, don't waste your sympathy on such scum. Pokémon are not meant to be captured in his manner, nor should they be discarded so casually. Xiaomao. Indeed, this video is quite good. It carries significant educational value. One must possess self-awareness. The chat room erupted in lively discussions regarding Dogao's video. On the side of the Pokémon Alliance, Damalanki watched the video repeatedly. Ahem, President, I understand your delight, but is it truly necessary to watch it multiple times? Yolongdu coughed a couple of times, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Though that Dogao deserves a beating, there is no need to watch the footage of his thrashing so many times. One must maintain a sense of decorum. Damalanki rolled his eyes, looking at Yolongdu with disdain. What on earth are you thinking? I am clearly watching Mutuo. Mutuo's power exceeds our imagination. Yet it seems to maintain a relatively friendly attitude towards the Alliance. Damalanki stated earnestly. Yolongdu was immediately captivated. You're absolutely right. Mutuo actively avoided the international police and Miss Junsha, likely to prevent any conflict with us. Seeing that Yolongdu had truly shifted his focus, Damalanki breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Indeed, as the president of the Pokémon Alliance, one must not allow subordinates to witness him reveling in Dogao's misfortune. Although Damalanki genuinely believed that this foolish child deserved a complete overhaul, only Granny Juko stood by, snickering coldly. They have been companions for many years. Who doesn't know whom? Nonetheless, Grandma Jiziko refrained from exposing Damalanki. To be honest, watching that unfortunate child endure a beating is quite stress-relieving. As Damalanki contemplated whether to re-watch the video, the collection of emotional points reached another peak. All eyes in the conference room shifted toward the screen. What would this reveal? Everyone, including Yolongdu and the others, was exceedingly curious. Surely, it couldn't be another instance of bolstering an evil organization, could it? The white screen gradually illuminated. An ornate calligraphy boldly displayed the title. A countdown of the 10 most popular trainers in the Pokémon world. The most popular trainers? The champions from various regions must surely claim that title, or perhaps the Elite Four. Xiaoxia immediately grasped the significance of the title. How unfortunate. It seems we are fated to remain on the sidelines. Xiaoxia was acutely aware of her own abilities and the slim likelihood of her name appearing on that list. Yet, upon seeing the enticing rewards from the Wanjia Dimension website, her heart fluttered with desire. It seems I must have it. But then again, that might not be the case. Xiaozhang, with his eyes narrowed, analyzed coolly. What criteria determine popularity? Is it strength, appearance, wealth, or status? It's difficult to say. However, strength is undoubtedly one of the most reliable metrics, as it is intrinsically linked to popularity. After all, people naturally gravitate toward the strong. The countdown video occasionally flashed glimpses of the future, suggesting that the regional champions had a higher probability of making the list, but underdogs would surely be included as well. Ash and Pikachu appeared to be the least engaged. Nevertheless, upon hearing Xiaozhang's words, they became animated. I believe that with Pikachu by my side, we will undoubtedly grow formidable in the future. Perhaps we'll even find ourselves on that ranking. Xiaoxia and Xiaozhang exchanged silent glances, their silence a testament to their friendship with Ash. Ash chuckled sheepishly. I'm just speculating. Who knows? Xiaoxia shot him a disapproving look. If only you had obediently captured those legendary Pokémon you encountered, your popularity would surely be sky-high. The problem is, you've essentially bid them farewell. The white screen began to showcase the visuals, and discussions in the chat room and elsewhere came to a halt. Who would be crowned the most popular trainer? Everyone was eager to see their names flash across the screen. Then the visuals illuminated. Amidst a sea of people, several stunning cheerleaders, holding colorful pom-poms, performed in perfect unison. Xiaomao, you're the most handsome. Xiaomao, you're the best. Xiaomao, go for it. Huh, what? It's that guy Xiaomao. Ash, unable to accept this revelation, cradled his head in disbelief. Pikachu looked at Ash with a puzzled expression. In the Pokemon League conference room, laughter erupted. Ha. So it's Xiaomao. Professor Oak chuckled with delight. Xiaomao has always been quite the favorite among the girls. Surely, it's his popularity with the ladies that landed him on this list? Although Professor Oak downplayed Xiaomao's achievements, a smile he could not conceal adorned his face. Did you see that? That's my grandson. The white screen displayed 3 lines of text. He is a trainer from Pallet Town. He is a brilliant Pokemon trainer. He possesses an indomitable spirit. Xiaomao covered his mouth, feeling a bit bashful. Ahem, this truly makes me feel somewhat shy. Having just left Pallet Town with 4 badges in hand, striving for the 5th, this was the first time Xiaomao displayed such a shy demeanor. The cheerleaders continued to rally behind Xiaomao. Xiaomao, you're the best. The girls, upon seeing the description on the white screen, became exceedingly enthusiastic. Seated in his sports car, Xiaomao couldn't bear to blink. He had to see for himself what his future might hold. However, if I can be counted among the most popular trainers, it must mean I've become quite strong, right? Xiaomao snapped his fingers with confidence, eager to continue watching. The visuals continued to unfold. The scenes transitioned rapidly, tracing Xiaomao's journey from his departure from Pallet Town. Sports cars, beautiful women, and Pokemon. Yet, wherever Xiaomao appeared, so too did Ash, presenting a stark contrast. Whether in terms of regional exploration progress, the number of Pokemon captured, or even in terms of talent and strength, the Xiaomao depicted on screen far surpassed Ash. Chapter 74, Xiaomao's Path to Growth. At the Huahuan Gym, Ash protested vehemently. I can become stronger too. He clenched his fist defiantly. Clearly, he would also grow very strong in the future. The camera shifted. The visuals depicted Xiaomao, proud and confident, often relishing in teasing Ash about his struggles. Since leaving Pallet Town, he had been surrounded by a throng of admirers and female fans, accompanied by a red convertible and cheerleaders at every turn. It was all exceedingly ostentatious. Until the Indigo League tournament. I will defeat you. Then I shall await your challenge. Xiaomao and Ash shared a fervent gaze. Just as everyone anticipated footage of their battle, in the round of 32, Xiaomao lost. That little brat looks so foolish. Musashi couldn't help but laugh, hands on her hips. Clearly, Pikachu appeared to be the stronger of the two. Absolutely meow. Kojiru and Nyarth voiced their agreement with Musashi's remarks. I wish we could catch Pikachu, but the boss instructed us to locate the position of young Master Shagan. The Rocket Trio, feeling dejected, merely wished to capture Pikachu. How could this happen? Xiaomao frowned. I lost in the round of 32. The Indigo League competition had yet to commence, and Xiaomao was busy collecting badges. Having learned of this outcome in advance, he wore a dissatisfied frown. My goal is to become the champion. Even if I don't achieve that, my abilities should at least secure me a spot in the top 8, right? This result is utterly disappointing. Xiaomao, perhaps there will be a twist in the tale? Indeed, Xiaomao is the strongest. The cheerleaders chimed in to comfort Xiaomao. His gaze remained fixed on the screen. He must continue watching. The camera shifted. Despite his defeat, Xiaomao did not succumb to despair. Instead, he began to reassess himself. I will grow stronger. Xiao Mao set forth on his journey anew, this time alone. Yet, it was evident that Xiao Mao had indeed become stronger. In a battle against Ash, he effortlessly defeated Pikachu using his EV. Faced with Ash's incessant frustration, Xiao Mao appeared notably more composed. In the Johto region, I will take the lead. The scene shifted. Upon encountering Xiao Mao once more, Ash persistently sought a battle, but Xiao Mao declined each time. Until just before parting, Xiao Mao smiled and said to Ash, Ash, I've noticed how well you've nurtured your Pokemon. Next time we meet, it will be my turn to challenge you. In the Pokemon League conference room. This child is quite remarkable. Oak, you have a fine grandson. After witnessing much of Xiao Mao's growth, Damalanki couldn't help but express such sentiments. Indeed, it is evident that this child has been diligently striving for improvement. Yolongdu nodded in agreement. Such a Pokemon trainer is truly what we ought to aspire to be. When he first embarked on his journey, a little pride and arrogance were entirely normal. The essence lies in the ability to humbly accept guidance. Recognizing one's own shortcomings and striving to rectify them. Only then can one truly become strong. To the esteemed members of the Pokemon League, Little Mao's minor flaws are hardly of concern. Who among the youth has not experienced a phase of impetuousness? As long as one does not exhibit the extreme stubbornness of a certain individual, they are generally regarded as a good child. Professor Oak's smile seemed to blossom with joy. However, Granny Kikuko beside him let out a cold snort, clearly dissatisfied. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, merely casting a glance at the screen displaying Little Mao. He was quite handsome and possessed commendable strength. It was no wonder he was so popular. Much like that Professor Oak, neither is he a model of propriety. The scene transitioned once more. In the Johto Silver Conference, Ash and Little Mao finally faced off. It was a thrilling battle. A 6 versus 6 showdown. Throughout the match, both participants displayed their utmost capabilities. Ultimately, Little Mao brought forth his first starter Pokemon, the grand finale being his Blastoise, which had evolved from Squirtle. Alas, he fell just short against Ash. Little Mao bore no resentment or bitterness, instead accepting the outcome gracefully. However, he resolved that he would no longer pursue the path of a Pokemon trainer. He intended to inherit his grandfather's legacy and become a Pokemon researcher. Diligently working towards this goal, a radiant smile adorned Little Mao's face, and the image froze on his determined gaze. Many spectators felt a swell of emotion. Adak, it is evident that he is a remarkable child. After witnessing his journey of growth, it is hard not to admire him. Yolongdu, indeed. The league needs children like him. Sharona, focusing on Pokemon research is commendable as well. Karuna, he appears quite intelligent. Even as a researcher, he should excel. Truly a child with dreams and courage. The regional champions and Elite Four members held Little Mao in high esteem. Yet, Little Mao himself felt a touch of embarrassment at the praise. Little Mao, ahem, thank you all for the compliments. However, I am not planning to transition just yet. I remain very much interested in the path of a Pokemon trainer. Granny Kikuko, don't follow in your grandfather's footsteps. Abandoning battle training is the least wise choice you could make. Granny Kikuko nearly jumped up in outrage at Little Mao's final decision, almost pointing an accusatory finger at Professor Oak. You failed to set a good example, yet you wish for an outstanding Pokemon trainer to become a researcher. That kid's EV has already evolved into a Sylveon. Without adequate strength, all is for naught. I will not hinder Little Mao's choices. Professor Oak dismissed Granny Kikuko's words. Little Mao believed it was perfectly fine to pursue happiness. Regardless of whether one is a trainer or a researcher, it is all the same. Granny Kikuko, infuriated, refused to engage in conversation with Professor Oak. Professor Oak, too, felt awkward and at a loss for words. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed, ranking the top 10 most popular trainers in the Pokémon World. 10th place, Little Mao. Reason for ranking: progressing from an arrogant playboy to a responsible young man. At the Hualan Gym, Ash remarked, Little Mao seems quite formidable in the future. As he observed Little Mao's EV and their battle. Beside him, Misty rolled her eyes skyward. In the future, you actually defeated him. Are you praising him? Or are you praising yourself? Chapter 75, Little Mao's Reward, Pokemon Materials. Ash scratched his head in embarrassment. He genuinely believed Little Mao would be impressive in the future. Having forgotten this detail. However, upon being reminded by Misty and Brock, Ash quickly reacted. Ash, Little Mao, the future me defeated you. Upon seeing Ash's message in the chat room, Misty's head nearly exploded with frustration. Who challenges their friends like that? I never knew you were such a person, Ash. Misty stared at Ash in shock. Who would have thought this thick-browed youth could be so cunning? Little Mao, I will defeat you with my strength. Just you wait. On the other side, Little Mao was nearly driven to jump in anger. That Ash. The momentary pride Little Mao had just felt dissipated entirely due to Ash's words. This ranking should undoubtedly feature my name. How could I possibly be unpopular? Little Mao's joy at making the list had nearly vanished, replaced by a sense of indignation over losing to Ash. The future is the future. It is yet to come. And knowing it in advance allows me to become even stronger than my future self. Then I can triumph over Ash. Little Mao, who had yet to experience a thorough defeat at the court's conference, could not fully comprehend the thoughts and experiences of his future self, even after watching the video. At least Little Mao did not believe he would choose to become a Pokemon researcher, even if, due to Professor Oak, he possessed a greater aptitude for it than the average person. Ah, the bonds of youth. Yolanda chuckled. The atmosphere between young Ash and Little Mao brings me back to my own youthful days, filled with vigor. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website rang out once more. Congratulations, Little Mao, on being awarded the title of one of the top 10 most popular Pokemon trainers. Hello, Little Mao. We have prepared a random gift package for you. Do you wish to accept it? This was something I had not anticipated. I never thought I would receive such an opportunity. Little Mao rubbed his chin. To say I don't want it would surely be a lie. Little Mao, yes. I would like it. It will allow me to study this reward mechanism further. Professor Oak, haha, if you have the time, do come back. We can research together. Granny Kikuko, don't drag our league's promising talents into your schemes. In the Pokemon League conference room, Granny Kikuko nearly erupted into another argument with Professor Oak. That old man is always up to no good. Damaranchi quickly stepped in to mediate. There was no choice. It had to be done. Stop fighting. Let us see the rewards. I can breathe a little easier now. A popular Pokemon trainer? This should be our league's turn to shine. Damaranchi was filled with confidence. Just look at the champions of our Pokemon League. Are they not all handsome and beautiful? With their strength, securing a top 3 position should be a breeze. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, you have received a set of various Pokemon materials. Various Pokemon materials, including but not limited to the feathers of Moltres, the tail feathers of Ho-Oh, the eyelashes of Mew, and so forth, whether ordinary Pokemon or legendary beasts. Any materials you can conceive of are available. In the chat room, Professor Oak could no longer contain himself. Professor Oak, let me handle this. Professor Oak, this is truly the dream reward for every Pokemon researcher. Professor Oak leapt up in excitement. Does this mean we have access to all Pokemon materials? No. I must get Little Mao back immediately. No more chatting with you all. I'm going to contact my grandson. Professor Oak excitedly ended the video call with Damaranchi and the others. In the Pokemon League conference room, everyone exchanged glances in bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Damalanchi chuckled as he spoke. One cannot truly fault him. After all, for a Pokemon researcher, this reward is indeed invaluable. Everyone around nodded in agreement. And even Grandma Kikuko merely huffed without elaborating further. Sakamiki, the eyelashes of Mew? Is there a chance to recreate a Mewtwo? Mewtwo, do you believe the footage stored on the white screen is insufficient? The great Mewtwo does not mind employing the methods used to deal with that fellow named Dogao against you. Mewtwo's eyes widened in indignation. Presumptuous humans. I have already shown him leniency by not seeking him out at the Tokiwa gym. How dare he entertain such foolish thoughts? Mew flitted around listlessly nearby. Without Dogao to play with, how lonely it is. Mewtwo's tirades? I have grown accustomed to them. They have become mere background music in my daily life. Little Shigeru raised an eyebrow at the sudden influx of new items. Professor Okito incessantly contacted him. Shigeru decided to return these items first. Although I am not yet ready to inherit your work, I cannot guarantee that I will not be interested in it in the future. Presently, Shigeru is brimming with confidence and pride, yet that does not imply he lacks the capacity for contemplation. With this reward in hand, any Pokemon researcher would surely be ecstatic, utterly enraptured. Rest assured, Grandpa will certainly preserve it well for you, and I shall keep a portion for my own research. I promise to save some for you. I am quite attentive. Professor Okito's grin stretched from ear to ear. Perhaps I could even initiate the Mew project ahead of schedule. The professor beamed, rekindling his passion for work. Video? No more watching. He has work to attend to. Meanwhile, the others noticed a short video had appeared on the white screen. What is this? Ash curiously leaned closer. Could it be another video of Dogao being defeated? Misty also approached with intrigue. It shouldn't be. What does it say? Shigeru's Pokemon researcher edits? Brock squinted as he read the subtitle. The three of them were instantly filled with curiosity, particularly Ash. I want to see. This guy Shigeru, who had promised to become the most formidable Pokemon master together, had secretly run off by himself. The three of them eagerly clicked on the video, with Pikachu extending his head curiously. Together, they witnessed Shigeru after his job change. Everything seemed quite normal at first. Wow. Shigeru in a white lab coat looked even more handsome. Wait, what is this? Dogao? Has Shigeru encountered him as well? Chapter 76. The 9th most popular trainer, an indispensable gentle spirit. Not just Ash, many others also clicked on the short video. Compared to the previous videos, this one was indeed quite brief. Professor Okito watched Shigeru, who could determine the most likely locations for Moltres' appearance based solely on factors like air humidity and terrain. And a proud smile spread across his face. Truly my grandson. Even as a Pokemon researcher, he is so remarkable. Professor Okito stood tall with pride. As for the content related to Dogao, does it concern him? The Rocket Trio was also watching the video. Wow, this kid named Dogao is even braver than us. Musashi widened her eyes, while Nyarth nodded vigorously beside her. Indeed, Pokemon are not captured in such a manner. Kojiru was left with a head full of question marks. This is what a Pokemon trainer is. One who does not battle or form bonds, but rather forcibly throws Pokeballs. Kojiru felt he had truly broadened his horizons. If all trainers in the Pokemon League were like this, they would be doomed. Kojiru exclaimed furiously. Musashi and Nyarth were too frightened to speak. It was rare to see Kojiru so enraged as he was typically good-natured. Ahem, so he wasn't just being scolded by this Shigeru. I believe this kid named Shigeru is correct. Dogao is unworthy of being the leader's partner. His abilities are utterly lacking, and yet he is so adept at stealing Pokemon. The focus has gone awry. The Rocket Trio's anger gradually subsided amidst their playful bickering. Seeing this kid stumble, surprisingly, brightened their moods. After feeling gloomy for most of the day, Daigo raised an eyebrow. He suddenly realized that occasionally watching a couple of such videos could indeed be quite relieving. Or perhaps that video of Mutwo earlier seemed even more soothing. Mikuri chuckled with a smile. Excellent. All the champions of the Pokemon League have become engrossed in short videos. Mizuki. This video appears utterly meaningless. The identity is not shocking at all. It looks so dry. I might as well go out and cause some trouble. Akainu. So you're just a fool, thinking you can compete with me for the position of leader of the Hoenn region's evil organization. Mizuki. As if you're that clever. Accursed Magma Gang. Shaba. I believe he means that this ranking could provide insight into the Pokemon League seed players, allowing one to avoid them when planning mischief in the future. Otherwise, their schemes may very well fail. Damalanchi coughed repeatedly. Shaba truly does not know whether he is a good person or a bad one at this point. It's been said that seeing through things without speaking about them is wise. Damalanchi felt a headache coming on. He was troubled by the inclusion of evil organization members on the list, fearing they would grow stronger. He also felt anxious about his own people being on the list, worried they might inadvertently become targets. Chairman, headaches 1T help. However, there shouldn't be many youths like Ash and Shigeru, right? Ryudo stroked his chin as he spoke. As the champion of the Kanto region, I should, in any case, be on the list, right? Ryudo proclaimed unabashedly. Without me, things would be difficult to resolve. Then Ryudo tallied the most likely candidates, presumably champions from various regions. Beside him, Shiba and Kona exchanged exasperated glances. Are you implying we don't deserve it? Ryudo, you have changed. You're no longer the person you once were. Ryudo, who inadvertently misspoke, was besieged by his companions. Damalanchi looked on, finally breaking into a smile. With a mix of relief and anticipation, he murmured, should we seek stability or freshness? The league still requires the infusion of new blood. The white screen lit up, capturing everyone's attention. All eyes turned towards it, including those of the evil organization. Shaba's earlier words were indeed correct. Most individuals on this ranking should be Pokemon League trainers, and they undoubtedly possess considerable strength. They cannot afford to miss this. At the very least, if they plan mischief in the future and encounter these individuals, they will be able to halt their schemes in time. The white screen illuminated. The image flickered. The background presented a gym. Brother. A chorus of children's voices, each distinct. The Hualon Gym. Brock was momentarily taken aback. Erlong Sanlong. Brock immediately recognized the voices of his 10 younger brothers. Raising his head and squinting at the white screen, Brock's tone was filled with uncertainty. Could this be me? It certainly seems so. Ash and Misty widened their eyes. Ash was merely astonished, while Misty was on the verge of tears from envy. How infuriating. Ash frequently appeared during the legendary Pokemon rankings. And now Brock has made the list as well. You both abandoned me. Xiaoxia was furious and heartbroken. She yearned to be on the list too. Ash scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Well, he couldn't quite put it into words. Meanwhile, Brock stood nearby, lost in a dreamy expression, his eyes wide open. This was his moment to shine before all Pokemon trainers across the globe. He absolutely could not miss it. On the white screen appeared 3 lines of text. He is the pillar of the pewter gym. He is a good man who can do housework and cook. He aspires to become a Pokemon breeder. The crowd couldn't help but murmur. This evaluation seemed rather ordinary, didn't it? What kind of scenes would follow? Would it showcase his exceptional ability to care for Pokemon, or his formidable strength? Just as everyone was filled with anticipation, the video on the white screen shifted to an unexpected scene. Surely, this young lady would be a great beauty 8 years later. The scene changed. I was rescued by a lovely young lady. May I stay here in place of Bulbasaur? The camera turned again. The merciless sea breeze carried the scent of autumn. This summer had been rather uneventful. For children, summer is a time for beach outings, while for adults, it is a season of romance. Yet, I had neither the seaside, nor swimsuits, nor beautiful women. The scene switched. This is the most beautiful Miss Junsha I have ever encountered, with so many children missing. You must be having a tough time. Though my strength is limited, please allow me to assist in the investigation. Let us join hands and take action together. Chapter 77, Brock's Choice. Everyone was left speechless. They never anticipated that this was the true nature of Brock. Seeing the video of Brock wildly flirting with girls, Xiaoxia's cheeks flushed. She was undeniably beautiful too. Why hadn't Brock ever complimented her? Beside her, Sakura gently smiled, cupping her face. So this is what the future Brock would be like. Sakura. Brock blushed furiously at her teasing, flailing his arms in flustered excitement. However, Sakura was relentless. And even the nearby Iris and Peony joined in on the jesting. Why doesn't Brock praise us? Is it because we aren't pretty enough? It's truly disheartening. Brock squinted, nearly fainting from embarrassment. He could hardly bear it. His face turned as red as a tomato. Xiaoxia, who had been shy just moments ago, now wore a vacant expression. She knew it all along. Her three sisters were not to be taken seriously. Only Ash remained oblivious. What on earth was happening? Ash scratched his head in confusion. After years of being dense, he and caught a whiff of the romantic undertones. Pika Pika. Pikachu, with an air of wisdom, patted Ash's arm. There's no helping it. With you like this, I guess I'll have to stick by you. Otherwise, you're destined to be single forever. In the Pokemon League. Cough, cough. Someone like him can still be welcomed? Yet he was constantly accompanied by Ash and another girl. They appeared to be travel companions. Yu Longdu analyzed. He was also left speechless by Brock. I've heard of this kid. The pewter gym is a rock-type gym, right? He seems to have been the acting gym leader before. Damaranch had a fleeting impression of Brock, but it wasn't very deep. However, he refrained from mentioning that the actual gym leader of the pewter gym was not particularly dedicated compared to those of the Red Lotus and Tokiwa gyms. Damaranch couldn't help but sigh again. Since he made it onto the list, he must have some shining qualities. No need to rush. Let us continue watching. The video continued. Brock's sweet nothings seemed endless, both corny and amusing. However, he soon revealed another side of himself. In a battle using Onyx at the pewter gym, he demonstrated his formidable prowess as a gym leader. His expertise and skill in preparing Pokemon food reflected his pursuit of dreams and hard work. Though it seemed inconspicuous, being able to cook and care for children was an indispensable part of the journey. As Brock gradually showcased his seemingly unremarkable abilities, everyone fell silent once more. This version of Brock appeared to possess considerable charm. He seemed like quite a decent young man. Cynthia crossed her arms, disregarding Brock as comments to various women. This boy indeed seemed rather appealing. At the journey's end, Brock finally understood his dream. I truly wish to become a Pokemon breeder. However, at this moment, I desire even more to become a doctor. Standing beside Nurse Joy, Brock earnestly looked at Ash and spoke. Then came the parting. Ash's journey would continue. While Brock had already begun to realize his dream. In the chat room, Yu Longdu. My feelings are a bit complex. But overall, young Brock is indeed a charming man. Just a tad less than me. Mikali, please refrain from praising others while including yourself, alright? Daiwu. Let him have that little confidence left. It's nice to let him dream a bit. In the chat room, several regional champions were enjoying a lively conversation. Brock chuckled foolishly. He never expected so many people would acknowledge him. He was utterly delighted. Brock's expression radiated joy. The teasing from the Sakura sisters was instinctively brushed aside by him. What had just happened? He was oblivious. With a face that was not quite thick-skinned enough, Brock found it hard to completely let go of himself. Karuna, am I the only one who noticed? Can this guy really distinguish between each Miss Junsha and Nurse Joy? Now that's a skill to behold. Cynthia, it seems so. Young man, how did you manage that? With such keen eyesight, you should consider archaeology. Brock found himself at a loss for words. He hadn't encountered many Miss Junshas or Nurse Joys yet, so he was unsure. Fortunately, at that moment, the voice of the interdimensional network rang out, allowing Brock to avoid answering and pretend he hadn't seen anything. Counting down the top 10 most popular trainers in the Pokemon world. 9th place. Brock. Reason for ranking. A responsible and dedicated young gym leader. A man steadfast on his path. In the Pokemon League conference room. Good. This is truly wonderful. A smile finally graced Damaranch's face. The successive rankings of Shigeru and Brock were the best morale boosters. Damaranch no longer had to worry about the evil organization dominating. However, it was worth noting that both Shigeru and Brock had quite profound connections with Ash, hadn't they? Yu Longdu discovered another insightful point. Beside him, Shiba and Kona remained silent. What could they say? They had no idea. They felt that Ash was no longer merely favored by fate. It seemed everyone around him could rise to prominence because of him. Thankfully, they hadn't yet seen Ash make it onto that ranking. Otherwise, their suspicions would have deepened. At the Hualan gym, Brock shyly covered half of his face. How did it feel to learn about his future in advance? Should he consider switching to being a doctor right now? Xiaoxia looked at Brock with a hint of envy. She couldn't help but feel sour. She was genuinely unbalanced inside. Jealousy. So much jealousy. However, Xiaoxia's inquiry was also in the interest of Xiaozhang. Now that he is aware of his future aspirations, it would be prudent for Xiaozhang to refrain from wasting any more time, wouldn't he? Well, for the moment, that is not something I intend to consider. At last, Xiaozhang revealed a beaming smile, reminiscent of the earlier expression of Xiaomao. Regardless of the futures we envision, I have yet to experience them. Thus I cannot fully grasp the emotions of my future self. Xiaozhang's demeanor was exceedingly serious and persuasive. Moreover, I am quite eager to embark on a journey alongside Xiaozhi. Let me first encounter all the mythical creatures featured in the video. Amidst the heartfelt expressions shared between the two, Xiaozhang unveiled his true intention. Chapter 78, Xiaozhang's Reward, the Pokémon Cookbook. Xiaoxia's eyes nearly rolled into the back of her head. I feel as though all my previous emotions have been wasted. In contrast, Xiaozhi laughed heartily, finding no fault with Xiaozhang's aspirations. Of course, it is no small feat for everyone to gather together. Furthermore, Xiaozhang's culinary creations are truly remarkable and delectable. Pikachu nodded in agreement from the side. Indeed, that is correct. Xiaozhang has won over Pikachu's palate with his culinary skills. Xiaoxia looked utterly speechless, at a loss for words. The Sakura trio nearby began to fan the flames of amusement. Xiaoxia, to captivate a man, one must either possess beauty or culinary prowess, yet you seem lacking in both. Sister. Xiaoxia glared at them in frustration, deciding to temporarily cease communication. She would leave soon. This place is no longer suitable for her. Xiaoxia yearned to distance herself from her three sisters, lest they continue to mock her. Nibby Jim. Woo. Xiaozhang truly is my son. Wu could only pretend to wipe non-existent tears, surrounded by a multitude of radish heads. Brother is the greatest. In the chatroom, Xiaomao, it seems that's all there is to it, and yet he ranks above me? Xiaozhi. Haha. After all, Xiaozhang is quite charming. Xiaomao's teeth ground in irritation. Is Xiaozhi implying that my charm is beneath that of a mere squinter? Xiaomao was exceedingly vexed. Even the cheering girls beside him could not soothe his temper. The moment he glimpsed Xiaozhi's glaring remarks, his displeasure soared to its peak. Yet, Xiaozhi remained blissfully unaware of any discord. Isn't everything quite peaceful and normal? Pokémon League conference room. Ha. It seems these two share quite a good relationship. Yolongdu remarked with a smile. Shiba had already lost interest in saying anything further. There are always individuals oblivious to their own shortcomings. What more can be said? Meanwhile, President Damaralin wore a perpetually cheerful expression. This is the rhythm. All the young ladies and gentlemen of the Pokémon League should not afford the evil organization a single opportunity. They are undoubtedly more popular. The voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resonated. Congratulations to Xiaozhang for being awarded the title of one of the top 10 most popular Pokémon trainers. Hello, Xiaozhang. We have prepared a random gift package for you. Would you like to accept it? Xiaozhang covered his mouth, seemingly deep in thought. Xiaoxia could no longer contain herself and began to vigorously shake Xiaozhang's shoulders. Agree. Hurry and agree. What are you hesitating for? Primarily because the question did not pertain to her. Otherwise, Xiaoxia would have readily consented. This is a reward. How could he refuse? I am merely contemplating what would be most beneficial for me. Xiaozhang stated earnestly. Xiaozhang. Yes, please. Thank you. As he spoke, Xiaozhang ultimately acquiesced. I am particularly interested in a cookbook. I have long been curious whether mythical creatures can consume ordinary food or if they are limited to specific diets. Researching this is somewhat challenging, so having a cookbook would be immensely convenient. Xiaozhang nodded in agreement. Xiaoxia cast a disapproving look at Xiaozhang. Isn't a mythical creature reward preferable? I recall that previously, Shaba and the others received rewards from the Fire Emperor. Isn't that far more impressive? Xiaoxia found it incomprehensible that Xiaomao previously deemed the reward acceptable, along with Xiaozhang's mindset. If she were to receive a reward, she would desire a mythical creature. Ideally, one of the water type. Of course, Xiaoxia was merely indulging in fantasies. Primarily, she felt that Xiaozhang and the others lacked ambition. Well, science and nurturing are also valid paths. It is not necessarily the case that only those who can fight are the best. Xiaozhang shook his head. In his future, he wishes to become a doctor, yet presently, he finds greater joy in the path of a Pokémon breeder, hence his desire for the corresponding cookbook. The voice of the Multiverse Dimension website interrupted the discussion between Xiaoxia and Xiaozhang. Reward has been issued. Congratulations, you have received the complete Pokémon Cookbook. The complete Pokémon Cookbook allows the creation of various energy cubes tailored to different types of Pokémon. Combining different energy cubes will attract Pokémon and increase their affection. Reaching a certain level of affection will enable you to capture that Pokémon, applicable to mythical creatures. Note, there are more intriguing combinations to explore with confidence. Sharona, a cookbook that attracts Pokémon. I wonder how delicious it truly is. I'm quite curious. Karuna, wow, you're not actually thinking of tasting it, are you? I'm somewhat curious myself. Banmu, it appears quite promising. If we can replicate the dishes within, Wuan-Ti Pokémon comes seeking us. Musashi boss, got it. Kojiro, we're going to catch Pikachu right now. Meowth, await our good news. Due to the exposure of his identity, Banmu occasionally chimed in the chat room. The trio of the Rocket team, filled with confidence, promptly set off as if under a command. They would seize the cookbook and capture Pikachu. Musashi and Kojiro were equally determined to acquire Pikachu. Hualan Jim, Xiaozhang held the thick cookbook that had appeared in his hands, his face radiating with delight. This was the reward he had yearned for most. Congratulations, Xiaozhang, on receiving the reward you desired. Xiaozhi beamed at Xiaozhang, knowing full well that this was his heart's desire. Pikachu also leaned its little head toward Xiaozhang, repeatedly exclaiming Pika Pika. What delectable treats does the cookbook contain? Will you let me sample them once you've made them? Pikachu, too, had been captivated by Xiaozhang's culinary talents. Xiaozhang reached out to gently pat Pikachu's head. Everyone will get a share, just wait for me to finish reviewing this first. Xiaozhang asserted with confidence. He wasn't boasting. This cookbook would only reach its full potential in his hands, and he would ensure it never gathers dust. Xiaoxia watched this scene unfold, along with the playful banter shared between Xiaozhang and Xiaozhi. With a sigh, she could only shake her head in resignation. Well, what more could she say? This is just fine. With that, the three turned their attention back to the white screen, where the image was gently swaying, evidently about to showcase the next individual. They were all quite curious as to who the next person might be. A hint of anticipation flickered in Xiaoxia's heart. Perhaps it would be her? The video began to play slowly. Chapter 79, the 8th most popular trainer, the Shining Actress. Discussions erupted in the chat room. Shui Wudong. The names on the list are all unfamiliar. Can you truly call yourselves champions of the Alliance? Surely, it can't be just a bunch of youngsters. Qian Song. Perhaps there are still some of us among them. Yulong Du. You wish for peaches, don't you? This is merely the calm before the storm. Why the haste? Yulong Du, observing the malicious organization stoking the flames in the chat room, scoffed disdainfully. What is the rush? Yulong Du was in no way concerned about failing to make the list. Who was he? He was the reigning champion of the Kanto region. Shiba, unable to tolerate Yulong Du's arrogance, felt compelled to interject. Don't get too ahead of yourself. You might just find yourself overlooked. Shiba asserted with conviction. This ranking is not based on strength. Among so many, selecting the 10 most popular does not guarantee your inclusion. The fans of Dandi are certainly not fewer than yours. Shiba directly compared Dandi with Yulong Du. Yulong Du nearly leaped in frustration. I am undoubtedly more formidable than him. He shook his cloak, finding Dandi utterly irksome. Kinna chuckled. You are merely envious that his cloak is more stylish than yours. Impossible. His cloak is plastered with advertisements. There is nothing for me to envy. Yulong Du defiantly tugged at his own cloak. His thoughts completely led astray by Shiba and Kinna. Damalanki shook his head in disbelief. Silly boy, he hasn't even realized he is being toyed with. The likelihood of Shiba and Kinna making the list is evidently lower than Yulong Du's. Yet here he is, incessantly bragging, naturally inciting their disdain, without needing to communicate. The two quickly formed an alliance. However, as the white screen lit up, they finally decided to momentarily spare Yulong Du from their jests. The visuals illuminated the scene. The division of light and shadow was breathtaking, akin to a dreamlike film. I am an actress, shining with the brilliance of life, and also a trainer. Whether as an actress or a champion, I constantly remind myself not to disappoint the audience's expectations of my diverse identities. I have always believed that for my most cherished fans, no matter how arduous the journey, I can persevere. In the Pokémon League conference room, Karuna's emergence as the first champion took Yulong Du by surprise. How remarkable, he mused. Yet, Karuna's beauty, whether on screen or as a champion, surely has garnered her many fans. It's only natural for her to make the list. Just moments ago, Yulong Du had lost confidence due to Shiba and Kinna's combined criticisms, but hearing Karuna's voice from the white screen rekindled his spirit. Kinna adjusted his glasses. Karuna. Indeed a fine choice. Claiming to be unjealous would be a lie, yet Kinna could accept it. After all, we are all part of the alliance. Anyone making the list reflects well upon us. However, Kinna cast a glance at the still grinning Yulong Du beside him. The idea that this guy might also make the list left Kinna feeling somewhat unsatisfied. He needed to devise a way to prevent Yulong Du from basking in his own glory for too long. This was, after all, the concern of a fellow Elite Four member for Yulong Du. The white screen then displayed 3 lines of text. She is the champion of the Kalos region. She is a dazzling star on screen. She is a woman who touches the heartstrings of many. Kalos region. Karuna, alongside her Shinado, gazed at the images on the white screen, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, clearly feeling bashful. Being suddenly praised like this makes me feel shy as well. Shauna. Yet. Shinado felt otherwise. Karuna is indeed exceptional. Looking at her kindred spirit, Shinado, Karuna's face brightened with a smile. The visuals continued, showcasing Karuna in an array of splendid attire. Compared to her title as champion, her role as a star undoubtedly weighed heavier. Yet, Karuna relished her work. No matter the time or place, she wore a radiant smile. Every outfit she donned was exquisitely crafted. However, this did not diminish the significance of her champion status. The scene shifted to a battle featuring Karuna's Shinado. The Shinado, in sync with Karuna, exhibited its formidable prowess. I transform everyone's expectations into my own energy, to make my life and soul shine even brighter. Karuna beamed with confidence. The video concluded with a striking image of her and Shinado side by side in battle. In the chat room, Yulong-du, as expected of you, Shinado is trained exceptionally well. Daiwu, no surprise there. Karuna, haha, thank you for the compliment. Adik, this Karuna is truly beautiful. Please, let us go on a date. Adik's message was abruptly cut off, yet neither Yulong-du nor Daiwu found it surprising. Adik had it coming. Xiaoji, wow, that Shinado looks so beautiful and powerful. I truly hope to battle it someday. Karuna, sure, when you arrive in the Kalos region, I'll be waiting for you. Karuna chuckled upon reading Xiaoji's message in the chat room. I still remember this young lad. He is a kind-hearted, upright boy. If one day he truly makes it to the Kalos region, battling him would be no issue. Unaware of what the future holds, Karuna expressed her admiration for Xiaoji. Having interacted with so many legendary Pokémon, this boy is surely no ordinary person. No matter how busy she is, if they were to truly meet, Karuna felt she would definitely battle him. In the Team Rocket office, Sakaki stared blankly at the white screen, nearly yawning. It was nowhere near as interesting as those first two boys. Completely devoid of an appreciation for beauty, Sakaki had no interest in Karuna whatsoever. However, he did cast a lingering glance at Shinado. This Pokémon was indeed well trained. If he could acquire it, Sakaki's ambition swelled, already contemplating the commonly used Pokémon of regional champions. At that moment, the voice from the Multiverse Dimension website resounded, counting down the top 10 most popular trainers in the Pokémon world. 8th place. Karuna. Reason for inclusion. Champion of the Kalos region. A woman who shines with soul and life. Chapter 80. Karuna's Reward. Trading System Mall. Team Rocket's bumbling trio. Musashi glared resentfully at the white screen, her face filled with jealousy. Wow, how unfair. Why is it that some women not only hold the title of champion, but also become big stars? Musashi exclaimed, on the verge of tears. I wish I could be a superstar on the big screen too. Nyarth nonchalantly commented beside her. There's nothing you can do. You just don't possess her beauty, Musashi. Nyarth, lacking any understanding of what it means to be a woman, was swiftly schooled by Musashi. Kojiru laughed heartily beside them, not daring to speak. The jealousy of a woman is truly terrifying. He better keep his distance. Xiaoxia, I'm so envious. Elise, I want to become a champion too. Though the two girls expressed their envy in different directions, they undoubtedly both aspired to be women like Karuna. Compared to Miss Karuna, Xiaoxia is indeed far inferior. It is Miss Karuna who embodies true beauty. In the video, the lustful side of Xiaojing has begun to emerge selectively. Especially after catching sight of the mature and stunning elder sister Karuna, Xiaojing was instantly captivated. Such beauty. And beside her is that exquisitely beautiful Shinado. He can do it. He can cultivate beautiful Pokémon alongside the elder sister. Xiaoxia's eyes are about to roll to the heavens, and she is exceedingly angry at Xiaojing's words. What did you say? Dare to repeat that. Xiaoxia stands with her hands on her hips, looking ready to confront Xiaojing. Meanwhile, the Sakura triplets are incessantly laughing, not only failing to support Xiaoxia, but also wholeheartedly agreeing with Xiaojing's words. Xiaojing has said nothing wrong. Indeed, Miss Karuna is incredibly beautiful. Xiaoxia is quite good-looking as well. Yet, it is Ash who suddenly makes a foolish remark. Xiaoxia glances at this foolish boy, and her anger subsides just a tad. However, upon seeing Ash's seemingly clueless expression, Xiaoxia still feels defeated. Woe is me. Furadali, it is indeed Miss Karuna. I wholeheartedly agree with her beauty. Karuna, you insincere wretch, I do not require your praise. And I shall thwart your plans. Furadali remains unfazed by Karuna's words. With arms crossed, he gazes at the yet-to-be-researched black bean paste, his heart sinking into anxiety. All I desire is to create a beautiful world, just as Karuna showcases her most splendid self on her stage. I shall succeed. The flames of ambition shimmer in Furadali's eyes. Such a minor setback will not lead him to despair. He will undoubtedly make it work. Karuna's disdain for Furadali is palpable. The identities of a star and a champion have already kept me exceedingly busy, and this fellow Furadali has the audacity to burden me further with the tasks of Team Flare. How utterly annoying. Karuna massages her forehead. Shauna. Shinado comforts Karuna from the side, and she exhales deeply. Forget it. I shall not allow such a person to dampen my spirit. Just then, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resonates, capturing Karuna's attention. Congratulations, Karuna, for receiving the title of one of the top 10 most popular Pokemon trainers. Hello, Karuna. We have prepared a random gift package for you. Would you like to accept it? Rewards? Karuna's eyes instantly light up. What shall I receive? For a moment, she finds herself lost in imagination. Although she is a long-established superstar and the champion of the Kalos region, Karuna still harbors the interests of a young girl. Such mysterious things invariably pique her curiosity. Pokemon, in my opinion, are just fine with Shinado, unlike those evil organizations that seek to seize all manner of legendary creatures. Champions of the league have their own little hobbies. Their attitude towards legendary Pokemon is far more relaxed. To know my fate is to know my life. I do not force it. Karuna. Yes, I wish to experience the joy of unboxing. Karuna's message in the chat room elicits knowing smiles from the other champions. It is indeed quintessentially Karuna. The reward has been issued. Congratulations, you have obtained Trade System Mall, Incomplete Version. Trade System Mall, Incomplete Version, you can sell any item to the mall for currency, which can be used to purchase any item within the mall. The items in the mall refresh daily, and due to the incomplete nature of the system, only 2 types of items can be purchased each day. Note, the incomplete version of the Trade System Mall offers only 3 types of purchasable items: energy potions, beauty water, and strength potions. Karuna instantly notices a small, virtual screen appearing before her. Her mouth drops open in astonishment, only to realize that this expression is rather unbecoming, and she promptly adopts a poker face. Yet, she cannot help but quietly inquire of her Shinado. Shinado, can you see this screen? Shauna. Shinado shakes her head helplessly. Although Shinado and Karuna share a telepathic bond, she cannot perceive this Trade System Mall. Unable to resist, Karuna takes a moment to browse through the system mall. The interface is exceedingly simple, so straightforward that Karuna easily comprehends the meaning of incomplete version. Purchase, sell. These are the only 2 pages. Today's purchase page features energy potions and beauty water, with a maximum purchase limit of 10 for each at a price of 800 currency per bottle. Karuna then navigates to the sell page. Let me give this a try. Karuna places a brand new Pokeball, one she has yet to use, into the system. 399 currency? Not bad at all. At least this price exceeds her expectations. Pokeballs are essential for every Pokemon trainer, yet they entail a high level of technical expertise to create. Crafting a Pokeball is no easy feat, however. Receiving 399 System Mall currency for a single Pokeball means that by selling a few more, acquiring those potions from the mall would be quite manageable. After placing 2 more Pokeballs into the system and accumulating sufficient currency, Karuna first opts for the energy potion rather than the seemingly more suitable beauty water. What appears in Karuna's hand is a delicate, pointed crystal vial, the energy potion shimmering with a silvery glow. 1 sip. Chapter 81. A small contest of good and evil. Originally fatigued, her body revitalized in an instant after consuming the potion. Karuna feels re-energized. Wow, what a miraculous sensation. Truly a remarkable item. Karuna, I feel completely invigorated. If it weren't for the limited daily exchange quantity, I would drink this like water. Yolongdu, that sounds quite promising. Are there any side effects? Daiwu, I am unsure of the internal mechanics, but being instantly energized likely comes with certain limitations. Upon reading Daiwu's comment, Karuna touches her face. Perhaps I should take a look as well. Karuna continues to explore this Trade System Mall, which has filled her with delight since she acquired it. Team Rocket Headquarters. Sakaki squints as he reviews this reward, along with the comments from the Pokemon League participants in the chat room. This prompts Sakaki to be filled with various thoughts. Energy potions. With these, everyone can transform from 996 to 007, eliminating the need for office hours. Truly a must-have for the corporate worker. Sakaki is intrigued. Although he is not a cruel and heartless boss, the business opportunities within this potion are immense. It could be used for Pokemon, allowing them to showcase their most perfect selves when sold. This would undoubtedly cause prices to soar. The beauty water and strength potion would drive both men and women wild. Sakaki even devises a plan for building a commercial empire. Boss Sakaki, it seems this item might be bound. We may. Zhen Yao quietly interjects from the side. As a competent subordinate, Zhen Yao feels that Boss Sakaki's thoughts are racing too quickly for her to keep up. What if Boss Sakamaki orders her to acquire the system mall? How would she handle such an utterly impossible task? Humph. Sakamaki let out a cold snort, her demeanor cooling considerably. I refuse to believe it. There are always more solutions than there are difficulties. Within the Pokemon Alliance, While Karuna was merely delighted by the efficacy of the energy potions, Damaranchi had already sensed a looming crisis. At first glance, this item seemed rather inconspicuous. However, she feared that should those nefarious organizations catch wind of it, trouble would ensue. Observing the innocent expression of Yolongdu, along with the somewhat bewildered looks of Shiba and Kona, Damaranchi ran her fingers through her hair and beard. Old Lady Kikuko maintained a much calmer demeanor. What is there to worry about? The initiative lies firmly in the hands of our Pokémon Alliance. In the chat room, Ash, this looks incredibly interesting. It somewhat resembles Pokémon food. But this person can also consume it. I wonder what it tastes like. Fladali, this is not merely about curiosity regarding its flavor. If utilized wisely, it could generate immense wealth and unveil its secrets. Chi Song, that makes sense. Miss Karuna, how about we strike a deal? Kikisi, I want it too. Those despicable international police. Kikisi's connection faltered once more, and the mood of the championship trainers within the Pokémon Alliance was no longer as buoyant as it had been initially. As expected, these individuals were sure to take notice. Daigo furrowed his brow, deciding it was prudent to remind Karuna. Perhaps I should pay a visit? I've heard that they've discovered quite a few beautiful stones over there. Daigo gradually drifted from the point. Karuna, those vile organizations, don't even think about it. Even if I were to forego this reward, I would never engage in a trade with you. Karuna cast a disdainful glance at the discussions occurring in the chat room. I have never forgotten my responsibilities and obligations as the champion of the Kalos region. However, this item could indeed be worth promoting within the Pokémon Alliance. As she contemplated, a hint of concern crossed her face. The unseen puppeteers must only be those individuals. Indeed, it cannot be anyone else. Such a valuable item must not bolster our enemies. Karuna resolutely set a mental flag. At that moment, the white screen emitted a sound, immediately capturing the attention of Karuna and the others. It must be the next one. I wonder who else will appear. Is it Adu or Mikoli? Most of the participants should be the champions of the Pokémon Alliance, right? Karuna gently stroked her Shinado, rationally analyzing the situation. Her ranking was not particularly high, yet it was still commendable. Just making it onto the list is impressive. If several more rising stars like the previous Shigeru and Takashi emerge, I fear that a few champions may not even make the rankings. For instance, Ash should definitely be on the list, right? Karuna recalled Ash's character and determination as displayed in the video she had seen earlier, feeling confident that he would do well. The only curiosity remaining was about the ranking itself. The white screen gradually illuminated. Exciting music filled the air, igniting enthusiasm among all present. I have a keen interest in people, Pokémon, and rare stones. I find it exceedingly enjoyable to adventure to various places and compare the unique stones from each location. In just 2 brief sentences, accompanied by the sounds of mining, Mikoli felt an overwhelming desire to vent his frustrations. Why is this individual so popular? Mikoli wanted to poke fun at his friend, but was uncertain where to begin. Upon reflection, aside from Daigo's unexpected fondness for stones, every other aspect seemed quite appealing. Nonetheless, it was infuriating. Mikoli crossed his arms and muttered. The white screen displayed 3 lines of text. He is a fervent stone enthusiast. He is the heir of the Devon Company. He is the former champion of the Hoenn region. Within the Pokémon Alliance, ha ha ha. This former champion is indeed quite spirited. Yolanda laughed, causing his cape to flutter behind him. What else could one expect from someone so devoted to stone mining? Neglecting all else? Nowadays, when people mention the champion of the Hoenn region, they invariably refer to Mikoli. Shiba regarded him with an expression of utter disinterest. As though Mikoli were a serious champion. Isn't he also busy with the Pokemon Showcase every day? Shiba genuinely felt that the champions of the Alliance were far too distracted. Indeed, there is also this fellow before me. Yes, I'm talking about you. Yolongdu, I am clearly engaged in legitimate pursuits, am I not? Chapter 82, the most popular trainer, 7th place, the Stone Maniac. Shiba remained silent. All of them are champions, yet Yolongdu is the only one who is a champion. How could he not find him agreeable? However, this is a matter of strength disparity. Shiba declared. Does that mean I'm not allowed to feel disgruntled and want to confront him? Conan nodded in agreement. Absolutely, that is precisely the sentiment. Yolongdu, clutching his small cape, whimpered. The stout Dragonite comfortingly patted Yolongdu's head. Just get used to it. It's not a big deal. The visuals on the white screen continued. The scene opened with a strikingly handsome Daigo facing the legendary Pokemon Latios. His opening line was, "You are truly magnificent." Rivaling the Water Stone. No, you are akin to the Awakening Stone, almost on par with Steel-type Pokemon. Then the scene shifted to Daigo in a mining outfit, diligently excavating within a cave. In the city of Hualon, is this the champion of the Hoenn region? Ash's little head was filled with question marks. He is quite handsome, yet his actions are perplexing. Takashi nodded. That must be him, the former champion of the Hoenn region, Daigo. I believe I've heard some rumors regarding him. Takashi propped his chin on his hand, reminiscing about the somewhat dubious tales. I seem to recall that Daigo is exceedingly passionate about stone mining, to the extent that he relinquished his title as champion to travel the world in search of stones. Kazian's face mirrored her confusion. Isn't being a champion a good thing? Even if he enjoys mining, couldn't he treat it as a side venture? Wasn't Miss Karuna also a star? Kazian simply couldn't comprehend Daigo's perspective. After all, he is a champion. Ash, however, wore an expression of understanding. Well, it's true that Daigo possesses the strength of a champion. He simply prefers mining stones, just as I aspire to become an exceptionally powerful Pokemon master. With his unique reasoning, Ash managed to comprehend Daigo's mindset to some extent. Kazian conceded defeat. The visuals on the white screen continued. Daigo made his entrance clad in a dapper black suit, appearing exceptionally handsome, accompanied by the majestic Mega Metagross. Under Daigo's command, it launched a fierce assault. I shall not allow your schemes to succeed, Daigo declared firmly, gazing at the members of Team Flare. In the Kalos region, Elon was also intently watching the white screen. The individual battling against Daigo was none other than himself. What is this? Elon was momentarily stunned. The future version of himself stood opposing Daigo. Within the Pokemon Alliance, Yolongdu gazed at the Mega Metagross, his eyes sparkling with excitement. How impressive! Charizard looks magnificent after Mega Evolution too. Can Dragonite undergo Mega Evolution? Upon discerning the skepticism in Yolongdu's tone, he was promptly taught a lesson by the imposing Dragonite behind him. Dare to doubt me, will you? Just watch as I strip you bare of your confidence. Ahaha! Yolongdu hastily sealed his lips, and the hefty Dragonite, after letting out a deep snore, reluctantly spared him. Sure Ba, observing the scene, burst into hearty laughter, and Dama Lan Chi soon joined in, feeling uplifted just by watching Du. Resolving to disregard any teasing insinuated by Dama Lan Chi, Yolongdu chose to interpret it as a compliment, instantly brightening his mood. The scene transitioned once more, this time showcasing a fierce battle between Dawu, Kyogre, and Groudon, an image preceding the emergence of Rayquaza. Dawu single-handedly held back Kyogre, with Metagross and Primal Kyogre exchanging blows in a dynamic display of combat, even managing to temporarily suppress the primal beast. It was only with the arrival of Rayquaza that Dawu relinquished the main battleground. As the scene gradually faded, the tumultuous emotions within the spectators remained unabated. In the chat room, Yolongdu exuberantly exclaimed, Yolongdu, Dawu, you are truly formidable. That is Primal Kyogre, the deity of the ocean. To which Shui Wutong countered, Shui Wutong, Kyogre simply hasn't unleashed its full power. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have arisen. Shui Wutong pondered, perplexed by the sight of Kyogre being defeated in several videos. Surely, Kyogre could not be that weak. It was inconceivable. After much contemplation, Shui Wutong concluded that the issue must lie not with Kyogre itself, but rather with external influences affecting its strength. The voice of the Wan GSCI Yuan website interrupted Yolongdu and the others. Humph. Let the nefarious organizations know that even with divine beasts, they are still unable to prevail. Kana found solace in Yolongdu's remarks in the chat room, not targeting Kyogre specifically, but merely believing that Shui Wutong was undeserving. Amid their banter, the lively voice of the Wan GSCI Yuan website rang out, counting down the top 10 most popular trainers in the Pokemon world. 7th place, Dawu. Reason for ranking: protecting the Hoenn region in a unique manner. Former champion of Hoenn. Dawu. Why do I feel like this reason is a roundabout way of insulting me? Mikuli, haha. You don't need to think so. It is indeed an insult. 2 words for you. You deserve it. Ka Lu Nai. Protecting the region in a unique manner? Is that region referring to us in Kalos? Mikuli. Here's a joke. Most of the footage featuring the former Hoenn champion is actually from the Kalos region. Mikuli laughed maniacally at Dawu in the chat room. Surely, he was not envious. He spoke only the truth. Alas, it seemed unlikely that he would be featured on the list. Based on previous ranking habits, only one representative from each region typically made it to the list. As Mikuli stroked his chin, he mused that while there were occasional exceptions, they were exceedingly rare. He felt his chances were slim. After all, as the champion and organizer of the Pokemon contest, why was he less popular than Dawu, the so-called stone fanatic? What was wrong with the evaluator's judgment? No matter how one looked at it, he was undoubtedly far more glamorous. Mikuli expressed his discontent, yearning for a reward, a super glamorous divine beast. Unbeknownst to him, Dawu remained oblivious to his grumbling, not even sneezing in response. The white screen before him allowed Dawu to analyze the scenes he had just witnessed. The Kalos region, you say? In the chat room, Mikuli was merely jesting. However, Dawu discerned a problem within certain details. There indeed seemed to be an issue in the Kalos region, particularly concerning Team Flare and Flotta Lee. Imagine if he were to be invited under the pretense of rare minerals without knowing Flotta Lee's true identity. he would likely accept the invitation to the Kalos region with open arms. Chapter 83, Dawoo's Reward, My World? It must be due to that stone that the conflict and evolution between Kyogre and Groudon occurred. Dawoo did not comprehend primal regression, but in a sense, it was indeed a form of evolution, as Kyogre and Groudon had grown stronger because of it. What a tumultuous season it was. Dawoo hesitated. Now that he knew the truth, should he still take the plunge? Certainly, Flotta would not dare to engage him any longer. Yet, Flotta ambitions remained unabated, merely shifting from a covert scheme to an overt plot. Kalunai, to be honest. What I admire most about Dawoo is his audacity in making such an assessment of the divine beast Latios. Finally, someone had pointed out the highlight. Latios, indignant, raged in the chat room. Latios, comparable? I am undeniably stunning. I am the most beautiful. Latios, what is there to cry about? Clearly, I am the most beautiful. This human's aesthetic sense is flawed. The sibling duo commenced a fervent diss of Dawoo's taste. Groudon, haha, as a divine beast. To be concerned with such trivial matters is truly embarrassing. Latios, you cannot fly. Latios, you cannot fly. Groudon, if you have the guts, come in battle. I'll take you both down in one go. The atmosphere in the chat room reached a fever pitch. Groudon seethed with rage, while Latios and Latios' spirits soared. Watching the commotion among these divine beasts, Dawoo could only shake his head. Reflecting on the earlier footage of Latios and Latios, he instinctively remarked that they could indeed rival the purity of the Purification Stone, although he felt something was still lacking. In Dawoo's eyes, only minerals held true beauty. Other aesthetic judgments were inconsequential, yet no one could dispute his appreciation for minerals. The cheerful and lively voice of the Wan Gci Yuan website finally quieted the raucous chatroom. Congratulations to Dawoo for receiving the title of one of the top 10 most popular Pokemon trainers. Hello, Dawoo. We have prepared a random gift package for you. Would you like to receive it? Mikuli's eyes turned green with envy. He too desired a personalized reward. Yet, would Dawoo not simply use telekinesis to command a plethora of minerals as his reward? Suddenly, Mikuli felt this was not beyond the realm of possibility. Dawoo? Yes, thank you. He was quite curious about what he would receive. Dawoo stroked his chin, wondering if he would indeed be given a variety of stone materials. Reflecting on Xiao Mao's rewards, Dawoo speculated. While I think that would be splendid, the likelihood is probably low. He expressed a tinge of disappointment. Though he did not know how the Wan Gci Yuan website's rewards were randomized, based on the patterns observed in the two videos, it seemed that those ranked higher received comparatively better rewards, even if they were ultimately useless. Dawoo wore a subtle smile, genuinely looking forward to this reward. Reward has been issued. Congratulations, you have received Designated Interdimensional Pass 1, single-player version. Designated Interdimensional Pass. This is a wondrous alternate world where you must laboriously mine various stones and other resources, crafting various survival gear. Specific details can be explored at your leisure. Note, the pass automatically binds upon first use. Each time, you may bring no more than 6 Pokemon and carry no more than 1 item from this world upon logout. The maximum duration of each stay shall not exceed 12 hours, with an obligatory cooling period of 8 hours before re-entry, synchronized with the current world time. Daigo's expression grew increasingly nuanced. Intriguing indeed. A passport to another world. The reward for being second on the Divine Beast leaderboard was precisely this. However, compared to the reward from the Divine Beast Wuji Taina, Daigo's version bore numerous limitations. It appeared that this was a pre-designated alternate realm. As for its characteristics, no humans, mining for ores, autonomous survival, Daigo felt invigorated. He yearned to enter and explore, gazing at the golden passport resting in his hand. Daigo's impatience mounted. Macaulay, it feels peculiar. I'm at a loss for words. Yolongdu, is there any danger? Daigo, would you like to join us in the alliance before venturing in? It's always better to have someone by your side. Daigo, no worries. I'll just take a look. I should be back shortly. With that, Daigo unhesitatingly activated the passport. The ticket-like passport transformed into golden light, merging into Daigo's being. Then, with a mere thought, Daigo found himself in an entirely different world. Moments ago, he was in a room, and now he stood upon a desolate expanse of mountainous terrain. The imagery on the white screen mirrored this transition. Daigo had intended merely a brief glance, bringing along only his 2 trusty Pokemon, the Golden Giant and the Armored Bird. Yet, upon entering, he was astonished to discover a small shovel had mysteriously appeared in his hand. Daigo, but it seemed quite handy. Having mined countless times and used numerous tools, Daigo instinctively felt an itch in his hands. I wish to dig. I am merely here to explore what this world is about, Daigo declared resolutely, and thus commenced his mining endeavors. Initially, he thought it might be tedious, but soon he found it increasingly captivating. This world was astonishing. Everything could be dug up. Everything could be extracted. Suddenly, the little shovel shattered. Caught in the throes of excitement, Daigo was left dumbfounded. No, he had to continue. Forgetting that he had only come to take a look, Daigo became utterly engrossed in this alternate realm. With 2 sticks and 3 wooden planks, he fashioned a small wooden pickaxe. 8 stones struck together transformed into a marvelous workbench. Daigo embarked on his frenzied digging journey. The Pokémon League. What on earth is this? Yolanda pondered, utterly perplexed. This alternate world appeared devoid of danger, yet it seemed to lack Pokémon and avenues for growth. Was it merely a realm of incessant digging? How intriguing. Yolanda stroked his chin. Yet, observing Daigo's relentless digging engendered an oddly captivating allure. One moment they thought, what a drab world. It's so boring. I don't want to watch. The next moment, hey, don't turn it off. Continue the live stream. I want to keep watching. Chapter 84. The most popular trainer, rank 6, the ultimate champion. Regardless of their thoughts, the white screen reverted to its original state. Ash, it seems that Mr. Daigo has yet to return. Macaulay, no need to worry about him. He should return once he is mind enough, right? Macaulay's own words were laden with hesitation. It appeared to be an exceedingly dull place. While he vehemently disparaged it, envy crept into his gaze. Boo-hoo. He no longer wished to be the champion. He longed to roam freely. Let Daigo return to claim the title of champion. Macaulay lamented silently while dutifully upholding his role as the champion of the Hoenn region. Alas, what could he do? His sense of responsibility was too great. He truly wouldn't trust anyone else with it. Macaulay sighed deeply, emotionally reflecting on his friendship with Daigo. The white screen gradually brightened once more, drawing everyone's attention. In Hualan City, who would be next? Would it still be a regional champion? Ash wondered with curiosity. It was wonderful to have met so many champions in advance. They were all so formidable. I would love to battle each of them, Ash declared with ambition. Misty and Brock remained silent. They initially intended to mock Ash, urging him to recognize his own limitations. However, recalling Ash's appearances in those videos, they hesitated. They chose to withhold their opinions for the time being. Yet, both Misty and Brock held little faith in Ash. Although the future Ash appeared quite impressive, those were all regional champions. Misty ultimately could not restrain herself and softly remarked. Lacking encouragement from his companions, Ash felt disheartened but did not succumb to despair. He turned to seek affirmation from Pikachu. Surely, Pikachu thought the same. Pikachu's small eyes gazed at Ash, whose face was a canvas of seeking validation. Pika Pika. Of course. The great Pikachu adores you. In an instant, Ash was filled with renewed confidence. Together with Pikachu, we are unstoppable. The white screen gradually illuminated, and everyone understood that the next segment was about to begin. Pokémon League. Has that fellow Daigo still not returned? Yolanda mused, curious about Daigo's prolonged absence. Was the game truly that enjoyable? So much so that Daigo was reluctant to emerge? Yolanda felt a twinge of longing. How he wished to take a look. The passport to Wuji Taina's alternate world was beyond imagination. Could he not even ponder visiting his friend's realm? Shiba shot Yolanda a disbelieving glance. Huh, do you think you and he are friends? Why not ask him if he wishes for you as a friend? Shiba's sardonic remarks failed to faze Yolanda. The champion of the Kanto region, Yolanda, radiated confidence. Chest out, head held high. All right, everyone. The video is about to commence. Damaranch, faced with the raucous atmosphere, remained in high spirits. After all, they were all family. Any disputes could be settled behind closed doors. On the white screen, the imagery materialized. Within a colossal arena, the crowd roared. Come forth, champion moment. For Galar. I must not falter. Pokémon League. Wow. Yolanda's expression instantly shifted to one of astonishment. It must be that fellow dandy. The dialogue and content immediately revealed the identity of the individual to Yolanda. His expression turned subtly complex. Ah, an old rival has made his entrance. While Yolanda and Dandy shared a cordial relationship, their frequent overlaps in minor details, such as capes and cloaks, often stirred competition. The intense cacophony of the crowd surged, accompanied by 3 lines of text appearing. He has never been defeated in official Pokémon competitions. He became the Galar region champion at the age of 10. He is the mightiest, indomitable champion. Galar region. Dandy, upon receiving this acclaim, felt a flush of warmth spread across his dark skin. This praise truly leaves me feeling unworthy. Dandy bashfully rubbed his nose. Yet, his gaze remained serious as he observed the imagery on the white screen. However, this acknowledgement suggests I have not disappointed everyone's expectations, right? The scene shifted. There he was, riding a Corviknight as he entered the arena. This entrance elicited cheers from the crowd. Dandy's charismatic battle prowess ignited the atmosphere. The scene shifts dramatically to an ordinary street. The moment Dan Emperor appears, a throng of people immediately gathers around him. This is a testament to the profound enthusiasm and admiration that the citizens of Galar hold for Dan Emperor. With a warm smile, Dan Emperor reciprocates the affection of his fans, displaying a generous and exuberant spirit. His gentle consideration for Pokémon and his patience towards aspiring Pokémon trainers seeking a challenge undoubtedly showcase his strength, kindness, thoughtfulness, and integrity. Sonia pouts, reflecting. The future Dan Emperor seems to have grown even stronger. No, I must also become powerful. As Dan Emperor's childhood friend and longtime rival, Sonia resolutely refuses to be left far behind by him. Shabana, arms crossed and wearing a stoic expression, observes Dan Emperor on the white screen with disdain. In stark contrast to Dan Emperor's radiant smile, Shabana's demeanor is utterly glum. This fellow. The camera swiftly transitions to the Pokémon tournament scene. Stepping out from a dimly lit room, he stylishly dons his gloves and the cloak that embodies the love of the entire Galar region. Outside lies an expansive battlefield. Upon Dan Emperor's entrance, cheers erupt from the crowd. Opposite him stands Ryudo. This is a duel between champions. Let us unleash Gyarados. Gigantamax. The Pokeball swells to a colossal size, as the Crimson Gigantamax Gyarados occupies a significant portion of the arena. Now, behold the prowess of Charizard. Dan Emperor summons his Gigantamax Charizard. The battle escalates from a mere contest to an imposing Gigantamax showdown. The red Gigantamax Gyarados faces off against the Gigantamax Charizard, both sides brimming with combat fervor. The aquatic prowess of Gigantamax Gyarados clashes with the electric might of Gigantamax Charizard. Thunder and lightning crackle in the air. Gigantamax Charizard ascends, seizing a greater advantage. Witness the true moment of a champion. Gigantamax Inferno. Fiery crimson flames engulf the Gigantamax Gyarados. Yet, against all odds, Gigantamax Gyarados stands its ground. Even as the crowd assumes the attack was ineffective, Dan Emperor reveals a confident smile once more. Come forth, let us reach the climax. The fiery red bird, akin to a celestial comet, strikes true against Gigantamax Gyarados. Chapter 85. The reward for Dan Emperor, clean energy. Pokémon League. Damn, Ryudo exclaims. Unable to contain his frustration upon viewing the final scene, he is met with sympathetic gazes from his companions. Even Shiba, putting aside past grievances, pats Ryudo's shoulder. I understand your feelings. It's just a match lost. It's only natural for a flying-type champion to lose to a dragon-type. Even the ever-jovial Granny Jakuko and Chairman Damaranch join in on the light-hearted teasing of Ryudo. Ryudo attempts to defend himself, but his friends do not allow him the opportunity to speak. You needn't explain, we all understand you. Ryudo's face flushes with anger. The chat room continues to bombard him with playful jabs. Macaulay, Ryudo, I'm starting to doubt the authenticity of your title as a dragon-type champion. Daigo was right. You're merely a flying-type champion. Cynthia, it seems so. Ryudo, although you are a dragon-type champion, you utilized Gyarados, while Dan Emperor used Charizard. Karuna, your name includes dragon, yet the distinction is vast. Ryudo, where's your Dragonite? As the champion of the Kanto region, Ryudo possesses significant fame. Yet, in the video, he loses to his opponent's Charizard with Gyarados? It certainly raises a multitude of eyebrows. Despairing, Ryudo buries his face in his hands. You all refuse to hear my explanation. It was just one loss. I am not one to shy away from defeat. Shiba adopts a mocking expression, prompting Ryudo to mutter. It's just that losing to Dan Emperor is particularly galling. His cloak is simply blindingly ostentatious. The advertisements emblazoned upon it feel as though he bears the hopes of an entire village. As another cloak enthusiast, Ryudo finds it impossible to concede defeat to such a Dan Emperor. He could accept losing to anyone else. Truly, just then, the cheerful voice of the Multiverse Dimension website shatters the awkward tension surrounding Ryudo, counting down the top 10 most popular trainers in the Pokémon world. 6th place. Dan Emperor. Reason for ranking. The strongest champion, undefeated. Coughing, Dan Emperor covers his mouth, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Ash, is Dan Emperor really that formidable? I hope to battle him someday. Misty and Brock, exhausted, observe Ash's enthusiasm for challenging a great trainer. Misty believes she can fully comprehend Ash's thought process. Formidable? Then let us battle. He is the champion of the Galar region. Even our Kanto champion has fallen to him. How could you possibly win? Misty speaks earnestly. Winning against a Pokémon trainer who became champion at the age of 10 is no trivial feat. I just want to give it a try. Only by continually challenging myself can I grow stronger. I won T back down due to a minor obstacle. Ash clenches his fists, wearing a silly yet fervent expression. Dan Emperor, all right. I shall await you in the Galar region. Ash, very well. I will surely make my way to Galar. The two make their pact. As Ash beams with an even more foolish grin, Misty cannot bear to watch. At that moment, the Multiverse Dimension website's cheerful voice resonates once more. Congratulations to Dan Emperor for earning the title of one of the top 10 most popular Pokémon trainers. Hello, Dan Emperor. We have prepared a random gift pack for you. Would you like to accept it? Carlos region. Reward. Dan Emperor's expression turns serious. According to Daigo's previous remarks, Part of this reward should align with my innermost desires, although it is quite possible for it to veer off course. Perhaps Daigo, who is currently unknown and digging away in another world. Supporting his chin with both hands, Dan Emperor ponders what he truly desires. Having declined Law's sponsorship, he recalls Law's previous frantic attempts to bring back the elusive Uxie energy. That seems unlikely. In the next moment, Dan Emperor feels he may be overthinking. This is not a trivial matter of technology. Nevertheless, I still wish to give it a try. Dan Emperor resolutely sends a message in the chat room. Dan Emperor, the energy resources of the Galar region will be depleted in 1,000 years. If possible, I would appreciate any rewards related to this matter. Thank you very much. This is my greatest hope. Laws. To resolve the energy crisis, we need Uxie. My approach is viable, Dan Emperor. Instead of dealing with uncontrollable factors here, you should capture Uxie directly. Regardless of whether it is Dan Emperor or Laws, be it the League Champion or the Ambitious, they share similarities in certain aspects. However, they adhere to differing beliefs and employ disparate methods. The voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoes. Reward has been issued. Congratulations. You have received Basic Clean Energy Technology, Upgradable. Clean Energy Technology, also referred to as renewable energy. There exist intermediate and advanced levels. One can ascend to these tiers only after fully mastering the fundamentals. Note, this technology originates from the SK group. Dandy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truly energy? Clean energy? Could this represent an alternative method of energy utilization? As a diligent and responsible champion of the Galar region, Dandy possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the subject. Nevertheless, his eyes radiated brilliance. This surpassed my expectations by a considerable margin. Yet, I fear that a misstep could lead to a fate akin to Dawoo's, where the rewards might end up misplaced. While other rewards are not without merit, Dandy's heart yearns to resolve the energy dilemma. I shall seek the aid of the Pokémon League forthwith. Dandy resolved decisively. This endeavor cannot be undertaken solely by himself. He requires assistance. Laz also sat up straight, exclaiming, "Clean energy is marvelous. Given that it stems from technology of another world, it must have been validated in advance. Laz, I can offer my support. Our hearts align for the Galar region. Dandy, I shall prioritize the League. The Galar region requires it, just as others do. Only through sharing can we maximize its application. Sakamoto, it seems like a lucrative opportunity. Is investment required? Count me in." Chapter 86, the fifth most popular trainer, a beautiful and powerful woman. The Pokémon League responded with a dismissive chuckle. Damalanchi, no need. We can handle it ourselves quite well. With that, Damalanchi rubbed his fleshy forehead. This is no trivial matter. I must contact Dandy immediately, as he will need the assistance of the Pokémon League. As Damalanchi's words echoed, the conference room fell into a profound silence. Yulong Du was momentarily bewildered, only to realize that everyone was staring at him. It dawned on Yulong Du as he pointed to himself, his expression one of incredulity. "President, are you suggesting that this task should be entrusted to me?" Damalanchi nodded. "You are the champion of our Kanto region. There is no one more suitable for this than you." Damalanchi stated earnestly, his demeanor utterly serious, showing no hint of jest. Instantly, Yulong Du found himself in a quandary. While I do not particularly concern myself with winning or losing, I had just witnessed how I lost to that individual, and now I must hand over responsibilities to him. Yulong Du wore a bitter expression. "President, you are truly putting the child in a difficult position. Have you considered how much work you have assigned me? Between dealing with the evil organization and coordinating with Dandy, I am but one person." Yulong Du attempted to persuade the president, asserting that he could easily delegate this to Shiba. After all, he is renowned as the flying-type champion. It would be far quicker in his hands. Shiba always had to throw a few barbs at Yulong Du to feel satisfied. However, despite his words, Shiba crossed his arms and, with a hint of camaraderie, remarked, "I will handle matters with the evil organization alongside Kona." "Oh dear," Yulong Du hastily interjected, insisting that the issue with the evil organization was not the crux. Yet Kona, amused by Yulong Du's plight, nodded cheerfully, leaving no opportunity for excuses. "Very well. Shiba, and I will keep an eye on it. The other evil organizations are manageable, but the likes of Team Aqua, Team Magma, and Team Plasma exert considerable influence locally. In the Kanto region, Team Rocket's impact is indeed substantial. They are a legitimate corporation with extensive entanglements. Issues that cannot be resolved in a day or two must be approached gradually, and this is not suitable for Du compared to the merely observational Shiba." Kona articulated his thoughts with greater clarity. This left Yulong Du with little justification to refuse, and he could only nod begrudgingly. Du felt despondent, wishing to remain silent. In Hualan City, Ash pondered. Energy? Will it still be in use 1,000 years from now? Ash counted on his fingers, trying to grasp how long 1,000 years truly is, and could not help but sigh. This is a matter of millennium in the future. By then, we will likely be long gone, right? So, Mr. Dan D and his companions are already concerned about issues so far ahead? With his mind consumed solely by Pokemon and battles, Ash, with his singularly focused and straightforward nature, could not comprehend the concern for matters a millennium hence. So that's what it means to be a champion, huh? Well, I suppose I cannot fully grasp it. Misty, initially poised to counter Ash's argument, reconsidered and found merit in his reasoning. Such thoughts are beyond comprehension. At that moment, the white screen began to flicker, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Never mind. Not understanding is one thing, but Mr. Dan D's intentions come from a place of goodwill, so as long as he feels it is right, that suffices. Let us continue watching the video. Suddenly, Misty felt an overwhelming excitement. She simply wished to see, whether it be Mr. DeWoo, Mr. Dan D, or even Mr. Adu, who serves merely as a backdrop. All possess commendable appearances. Misty cast a disdainful glance at her two companions. Indeed, one has a squinty-eyed demeanor, while the other is simply a lecherous fellow. As for the latter, Misty had grown tired of voicing her discontent. In Ash's mind, the concept of romance likely did not exist. He ought to focus more on admiring the handsome champions of the league. The white screen illuminated, and the images swayed. A gentle yet commanding voice resonated. Never give up, for Pokemon are by your side. There are many strong beings in this world, destined to encounter various places and people. And more Pokemon shall meet. Every life will intersect with others, producing something profound. The tender voice, paired with this final declaration, caused Macaulay to stroke his chin. This is Cynthia. Her ranking surpasses even Dan D and DeWoo. Truly impressive, Macaulay remarked, revealing a look of envy. A beautiful and powerful woman. Who could dislike that? It was not only Macaulay who recognized her. Karuna also displayed an expression of obvious understanding. Ah, Cynthia indeed seems to be slightly more popular than I. Yet Cynthia is formidable as well. Karuna paid little heed to the ranking order, though a hint of envy lingered. Logically, as a star, should I not have more fans? Karuna pondered in confusion. Shauna. Shania comforted Karuna kindly from the side. Do not overthink it. I will always be here for you. 3 lines of text appeared on the white screen. She is a beautiful and powerful woman. She immerses herself in the exploration and study of the legendary Pokémon of the Sinnoh region. She is the champion of the Sinnoh region. Cynthia's name emerged vividly. Misty could not help but cradle her face. Though she had yet to see her appearance, I believe she must be an extraordinarily beautiful Ice Queen, Misty declared with conviction, tears of envy streaming down her cheeks. Why are some people not only beautiful, but also so accomplished? Look at this description. A beautiful and powerful woman. Sob sob. Misty glanced down at herself, her tears flowing even more swiftly. For some reason, I feel that your thoughts are amiss. Currently, still somewhat innocent, but once he lets loose, he transforms into a lustful fiend. Brock faintly sensed something was off. Only Ash remained utterly perplexed. Is there a problem? I think it's just fine. Ash's gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on the images playing on the white screen. Powerful? I wonder just how formidable she truly is. The world outside is truly fascinating. There are numerous formidable opponents. I can hardly contain my excitement. Xiao Zhi's reaction made Xiao Xia cover her face, wiping away her drool. Xiao Xia said with utmost seriousness, "Don't look at me. Watch the video." Chapter 87. Who could resist the charm of a big sister with a surprising contrast in demeanor? Just as everyone anticipated that Sharona's appearance would be both stylish and beautiful, the imagery on the white screen began to take an odd turn. Standing before an ice cream cart, Sharona wore a serious expression, seemingly pondering something of great significance. Time fast-forwarded, and an hour later, it appeared that Sharona had finally reached a decision, revealing a radiant smile. I've made up my mind. This flavor it shall be. In the Pokemon League, was Sharona suffering from indecision? Beads of sweat manifested on the forehead of Yulong, who would have thought she harbored such a quirk. Kona pressed his fist against his mouth, stifling a laugh. In truth, this was rather endearing. Despite her icy exterior, Sharona was quite charming in her everyday life. Who wouldn't adore such a big sister with a delightful contrast in her personality? Even Kona couldn't help but clutch his racing heart. The scene shifted. This time, Sharona's appearance was markedly more serious. While indulging in ice cream and investigating the ruins of the Sinnoh region, she found herself surrounded by a crowd of Pokemon trainers. However, Sharona's lack of a smile imbued her with an air of coldness, making her seem rather unapproachable. Even while enjoying her ice cream, few dared to approach her for conversation. Yet, when invited to battle, Sharona was momentarily taken aback. However, she did not decline, offering a gentle smile in agreement. What followed was a 1-on-4 showdown featuring the fierce Garchomp. What does it mean to be a champion? Just how vast is the gap between them and the champions? If the previous encounters showcased battles between champions and powerful trainers, or contests against legendary Pokemon, leaving the depth of those battles somewhat elusive, then this confrontation truly illuminated the stark contrast. The distance between an ordinary Pokémon trainer and a regional champion was indeed monumental. In Hualan City, this is simply incredible, Xiao Zhi exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Although he was aware that Miss Sharona was the champion of the Sinnoh region, the fact that she single-handedly defeated 4 Pokémon with just 1 Garchomp was astounding. Those 4 Pokémon were clearly well-trained and formidable in their own right. Xiao Zhi pondered his current abilities. If I were to battle that individual, I would likely lose, wouldn't I? Although he hesitated to admit this truth. Glancing at his available Pokémon, it seemed that Pikachu was the only one truly capable of competing. Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang believed that Xiao Zhi was feeling disheartened. After all, Miss Sharona truly appeared to be incredibly strong. Xiao Gang was just about to offer some encouraging words when Xiao Zhi suddenly clenched his fist. I will become stronger. Then I will challenge these individuals. One day, I too shall grow powerful. All right. Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang averted their gaze. No need to worry about this silly Xiao Zhi. With the time available, wouldn't it be better to admire the beautiful big sisters instead? Zheng Zi's expression was equally grim. Was the disparity truly this vast? Watching himself being effortlessly overwhelmed, his face turned a shade of deep distress. And that little Chimchar was simply too weak. I absolutely refused to let such a Pokémon accompany me. The scene shifted again. Sharona emerged victorious, yet she remained exceedingly kind. She even personally visited the Pokémon Center to comfort the defeated Chimchar. Upon learning of Zheng Zi's personality, one that only accepted powerful Pokémon and harbored disdain for the weak, she smiled gently. In the past, I shared a similar mindset, fixated solely on becoming stronger. Turning her back to them, she led the two towards the ruins. But in truth, there are many other matters to consider. All lives will intersect with others, giving rise to something new. I also look forward to the new experiences that will blossom between you two. In the Pokémon League conference room, such a philosophy among Pokémon trainers. Yulongdu's focus shifted abruptly. Compared to Sharona and Xiao Zhi, the rebellious Zheng Zhi was simply too attention-grabbing. In truth, such philosophies were quite common among trainers. It was the likes of Xiao Zhi, with his compassionate approach, who were the true anomalies. After all, a typical Pokémon trainer would never wish for a weak Pokémon. Shiba crossed his arms, wearing an expression of nonchalance. This young man merely placed greater emphasis on this perspective. Thus, the more pronounced this trait, the more precious and rare Xiao Zhi's character appeared. It is no wonder that legendary Pokémon are drawn to him. Yulongdu refrained from commenting on Zheng Zi's actions. To be fair, Zheng Zhi had not harmed any Pokémon. Damalanchi chuckled as he listened to their discussion. However, with the example of Xiao Zhi, trainers like him would only increase in number. Victory and defeat have never been the sole criteria for evaluating Pokémon. The scene transitioned once more, seamlessly connecting to the earlier footage of Team Galactic. On the day of the Crimson Sun, when Xiao Zhi and his companions were captured by Team Galactic, Sharona made her grand entrance with Garchomp, directly rescuing them. Ultimately, she thwarted the entire plan of the Crimson Sun. Under the onslaught of Sharona and Garchomp, the world on the brink of destruction came to a halt, leaving only the Crimson Sun to vanish. The focus shifted to Sharona, clad in black. Xiao Xia, Miss Sharona looks so cool. I aspire to be a woman like her. Xiao Guang, indeed. Miss Sharona is truly amazing. I too wish to become such a beautiful and powerful figure. Sharona, you flatter me. I am not as admirable as you claim. Adak, haha. What's there to be shy about, Sharona? The Sharona in the video is a perfect blend of beauty and strength. When will you visit the Unova region for tea together? Macaulay, have you considered your own age? Stop pestering the young lady. Adak, this Unova champion, is far less dignified than DeWu. If he doesn't want to be one, he should simply step aside. All day long, he does nothing but tease young ladies. Macaulay rolled his eyes, nearly sending them skyward. Where's that guy DeWu? His sharp tongue is unmatched. I am not accustomed to the absence of his biting wit. As Macaulay grumbled about DeWu, the voice from the Wanja Dimension website rang out, counting down the top 10 most popular trainers in the Pokémon world. 5th place, Sharona. Reason for ranking: a beautiful and powerful female champion. Chapter 88, Sharona's Reward, a Kirin Cub. Kalu Nyhumph. Am I not included? Yulongdu ahem. Perhaps your status as a superstar leaves a stronger impression on everyone. Kalu Nai. Nonetheless, I still feel you're implying I am neglecting my duties. Clearly, Sharona is also researching the ruins and legends of the Sinnoh region. But Cookie, it's not that we are targeting you. To be fair, all of you champions seem rather lackadaisical compared to our Team Rocket members. Damalanchi, I find myself at a loss for words. In the Pokémon League conference room, Damalanchi paused, his hand hovering over his beard, nearly tugging it off in exasperation. Cough, cough, President, this is all Wataru's fault. Shiba racked his brain, realizing that the president's words were utterly faultless. There was truly no rebuttal to be made. Ultimately, Shiba resolved that the blame must fall upon Wataru. After all, he was the champion of the Kanto region. Thank you so much. Wataru replied, his expression shifting to one of complex emotions. Damalanki, witnessing this, finally broke into a smile. It appeared that the champion Dandy was indeed the most reliable of them all. At least he was genuinely dedicated. As Damalanki sifted through his thoughts, he concluded that the league did possess trustworthy champions, namely, the Galar region's champion, Dandy, who had virtually no side pursuits. Wataru's expression became increasingly intricate. Just moments ago, he had felt indifferent about the situation, but now his mood darkened. It was inconceivable that he had somehow become entangled with Dandy again. Regardless of Wataru's demeanor, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website arrived belatedly, capturing everyone's attention. Congratulations to Cynthia for being awarded the title of one of the top 10 most popular Pokémon trainers. Hello, Cynthia, we have prepared a random gift package for you. Would you like to accept it? Cynthia wore a serious and contemplative expression, as if pondering a matter of great significance, remaining silent for an extended period. Initially, everyone awaited her response. Yet, 10 minutes passed, then 20, and soon half an hour. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves. Karuna, Cynthia, you won't start overthinking at this moment, will you? Macaulay, it's not impossible, is it? What is there to deliberate about? You have no choice, it's a blind box. Just open it boldly. Giselin, haha, just let your heart decide. Cynthia, all right then, I have made my decision. I will accept it. Cynthia, observing the discussions in the chat room, found their points quite reasonable. After all, it was a random reward, and she truly ought not to overthink it. Feeling a bit embarrassed, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. She had inadvertently wasted everyone's time, but thankfully, the Multiverse Dimension website had drawn all eyes to it. The reward has been distributed. Congratulations. You have received a juvenile Qilin, age 250, bound. A young divine beast from a higher world. Its adult form possesses immense power and was once one of the 3 supreme rulers of heaven and earth. Note, at 800 years, it transitions from juvenile to adult form, with abundant energy that can shorten the maturation period. When the Qilin appears, peace reigns in the world. It is a divine beast, symbolizing auspiciousness. Cynthia's eyes widened instinctively at the sudden appearance of the juvenile beast. How adorable. The Qilin, a creature she had never seen before, bore the features of a lion's head, deer antlers, tiger's eyes, a moose's body, dragon scales, and a bull's tail. Its tail resembled that of a dragon and had a fleshy tip. Yet, the bizarre combination of these parts gave the Qilin an inexplicable charm. Its size, perfect for being cradled in her arms, compelled Cynthia to reach out and gently touch its small, fleshy horn. She was startled to find that the Qilin's skin was far sturdier than she had anticipated. Ah! The little Qilin emitted a soft, baby-like sound that melted Cynthia's heart. This small creature, despite its appearance, was already an impressive 250 years old. From now on, I look forward to your guidance, she said. As the Qilin gazed up at her with wide, watery eyes, seemingly wishing to imprint her image in its memory. Recognizing her as its future owner, the Qilin affectionately licked Cynthia's hand with its tongue. Wow, this embrace was sweet and soft. It felt incredibly comfortable. It would follow this beautiful big sister from now on. Anyone who dared to threaten its master would be met with dire consequences. Oblivious to the Qilin's potential combat prowess, Cynthia paid little mind to its abilities. How strong could a juvenile be, after all? As for adulthood, she figured she might be long gone by the time this little Qilin matured. I'll just raise it like this. It seems quite pleasant. Unaware of the Qilin's formidable power, Cynthia cheerfully accepted the seemingly useless juvenile. Karuna, a divine beast from another world? What does it look like? I want to see. Cynthia, Qilin baby tummy JPG. Cynthia, so cute, and its tummy is so soft. Macaulay, though it doesn't seem very extravagant, I can't help but shed tears of envy. I want a divine beast too. I don't mind. A juvenile is still a juvenile. Adik, here is a picture for you. I have a longer lifespan than a turtle JPG. Adik, if raised well. It might even take you away one day. Wataru, wait. Why can you all send pictures? The attention of the chat room gradually shifted. However, some sharp-eyed individuals noticed that the juvenile Qilin was anything but ordinary. In the headquarters office of Team Rocket, the phrase "when the Qilin appears, peace reigns in the world," suggested that this Qilin was exceptional. Sakaki clasped his hands together. He recalled that previously, the reward for Qi Yin Song had been a 3-legged golden crow from a higher world, another unheard-of species. And while everyone believed that the 3-legged golden crow could not possibly defeat Kyogre, it had showcased its formidable power. This juvenile Qilin should not be underestimated. Who knew what hidden talents it might possess? It would be best to obtain it and conduct thorough research. As Sakaki spoke, he toyed with the Pokeball in his hand, a reward he had received earlier. The events surrounding Shoyu had severely impacted Sakaki's mood, prompting him to finally retrieve the Pokeball. Gazing at the exquisite patterns and faint designs, he reassured himself that there was nothing to fear. After all, It was merely a juvenile Pokémon from another world. Team Rocket feared nothing. Chapter 89. The fourth most popular trainer, the Dragon's Messenger. In the Pokémon League conference room, Wataru and others were also deliberating on the juvenile Qilin. Compared to Chi-In-Song's three-legged golden crow, how would it measure up? Wataru stroked his chin, genuinely curious. Damalanki shared this sentiment, but currently, there was no opportunity for a showdown. No need to rush. The Qilin was already Cynthia's Pokémon, and that day would come. Damalanki felt an unspoken sense of relief. The rewards received by others were commendable as well. Whether it was Karuna's System Mall or Dandy's Clean Energy, they were all valuable contributions towards the league's advancement. Yet, the overall strength had not significantly improved. This was Damalanki's primary concern. Compared to the evil organizations and their ambitious members intent on destroying the world to create a new one, the trainers in the league seemed far too preoccupied with trifles. Even the champions were all preoccupied with multiple responsibilities. The rewards from the Multiverse Dimension website often aligned with the deepest desires of the rewarders' hearts. Just look at the evil organizations, the Fire Emperor, Kyogre, the three-legged Golden Crow, and their random summons of divine beasts. Now, consider the Pokémon League's offerings: a collection of Pokémon materials, a Pokémon recipe, a system mall, a mining world. What nonsense. Fortunately, Cynthia was sufficiently impressive. A juvenile is still better than nothing. The other few champions were utterly oblivious to the grievances of Chairman Damalanki, still engrossed in their discussions. They wondered who the next contender might be. However, how many champions were left now? ADK? Macaulay? Me? Yulong-Du counted on his fingers and felt something was amiss. The numbers just didn't add up. Was there anyone else besides the champions who could rank this high? Kona smiled faintly. Macaulay likely wouldn't make the list. The Hoenn region already had a former champion, Dogao, which diminished Macaulay's appeal. After all, the two individuals shared the notable achievement of being champions from the Hoenn region. There was a bit of overlap. ADEK was a different matter altogether. Kona furrowed his brows. How could ADEK, with his seemingly idle demeanor, garner such widespread admiration? Something felt off. Kona had a nagging suspicion that the top three might unveil a dark horse contender they had never anticipated. If that were the case, it would be quite splendid. The Pokémon League certainly needed an infusion of fresh talent. The discussions about Sharona gradually faded. Yet, due to the previous performance of the three-legged Golden Crow, those with heightened vigilance did not underestimate the Kirin cub. The white screen began to glow, capturing everyone's attention. Who would be next? The white screen flickered. The background shifted incessantly, as if soaring through the sky. The sound of the wind could be heard in the air. You may call me the Dragon Master, Adu. I am the commander of the Elite Four. Dragon-type Pokémon are creatures worthy of in-depth exploration. Although challenging to capture, nurturing them is immensely gratifying. Moreover, their strength is formidable. In my hometown of Yamabuki City, there are many dragon tamers, and I aspire to be an everlasting exemplar for the new generation of dragon tamers. Wow. A knowing smile appeared on Kona's face. Such a righteous proclamation about dragon-type Pokémon. Shiba nodded in agreement. Indeed. One wouldn't guess that our Dragon Master Adu was actually a flying-type Elite Four member. Damalanki fanned the flames nearby. Although the names of Pokémon include dragon, true dragon types are limited to Dragonite, and even then, he had captured 2 or 3. Is this your profound understanding of dragon-type Pokémon? Yulong-Du's cheeks flushed slightly. Why you all? Granny Jeezy added the final spark. Indeed, during your battle with Dandy, you directly sent out Gyarados. What about your Dragonite? Did you devour it? Or was it that your visa didn't clear, preventing you from entering the Galar region? Hiding away only to be beaten down. A loud smack hit the mark. Yulong-Du was done for. 3 lines of text appeared on the white screen. He hails from a lineage of dragon tamers. He is one of the Elite Four of Kanto. He is the champion of the Kanto region. In Hualan City, it was undoubtedly Mr. Adu. Even Kasumi could guess who it was. Adu's reputation in the Kanto region was indeed quite substantial. It was inconceivable that anyone would be unaware of the champion, Yulong-Du. A champion and an Elite Four member. How impressive. Ash widened his eyes in astonishment. Furthermore, he was a dragon tamer. How cool did that sound? As he spoke, Ash's eyes shimmered with envy. He couldn't wait. After watching this video, he would set off with Kasumi and Brock to catch a dragon-type Pokémon. Ash could hardly contain his excitement. The scene shifted. A massive red Gyarados emerged from the lake's surface as Ash and his friends were attacked by Team Rocket. Seemingly on the brink of being struck, Yulong-Du and Dragonite descended from the sky, rescuing Ash and the others, evading Team Rocket. Ash, Kasumi, and Brock all recognized Du. Are you Adu, the champion of the Kanto region? The Dragon Master? Not only Brock and Kasumi, but even Ash recognized Du, showcasing his considerable fame. However, why was Mr. Adu here? The 3 looked at Yulong-Du with curiosity. Yulong-Du replied earnestly, because I am a member of the Pokemon Ranger team. I am here to investigate the Lake of Rage. In the Pokemon League conference room, the mention of the Pokemon Ranger caught Shiba's attention. Oh wow. I initially thought you were akin to Dandy. It turns out you are also a slacker. Was the League's conscience truly reduced to just Dandy? Yulongdu, embarrassed and angered, retorted, being a Pokemon Ranger is a legitimate job. I am here to investigate the misuse of Pokemon and bring those responsible to justice. Yulongdu asserted that this profession was quite fitting for someone of his champion stature, and it certainly sounded prestigious. At least Ash and his friends in the footage were impressed. Kona simply chuckled. I shall quietly listen to your boasting. Please, continue. Faced with Kona's bemused expression, Yulongdu silently closed his mouth. Poor, wronged, helpless JPG. Why did no one believe him? He was genuinely doing his job. Silly child, of course. It's because you are the most entertaining. Chapter 90. Yulongdu's Reward. Ancient Dragon Egg. The scene shifted. Having dispatched Ash, Yulongdu entered Team Rocket's secret base alongside Dragonite. The red Gyarados. Yulongdu's expression was grave. Gyarados evolves from Magikarp, typically blue in color. Yet this Gyarados had retained its original hue for reasons unknown. Regardless, Yulongdu was filled with fury. He and Dragonite smashed through the walls. Dragonite, forever the champion. The hefty Dragonite possessed both agility and a versatile array of moves. Battle? If you can break through my defenses, consider me defeated. An iron door, no password? Just smash it. Bang bang bang. All done. An ambush? Watch as I zap you. Dragonite. King S disdain JPG. I, the Grand Dragon, am this formidable. Ultimately, the irrational red Gyarados succumbed to Dragonite's prowess and fainted. Yulongdu successfully captured it. I will nurture this Gyarados well, just as I have with Dragonite. A confident smile graced Yulongdu's face. This was his pride and assurance as the champion of Kanto. As the scene concluded, Shiba felt an overwhelming urge to critique various aspects, but was unsure where to begin. Don't you think your screen time is rather limited? Kona hit the nail on the head. Shiba suddenly realized and nodded frantically. Yes, exactly. Not to mention, the lack of battle scenes is quite glaring. Is there truly no footage of a battle? Shiba questioned from the depths of his heart. Yulongdu, awkward JPG. Not only Kona and Shiba were critiquing openly, but even in the chat room, several others familiar with Yulongdu were laughing. Macaulay, as expected of you, Edu. What is a Pokemon Ranger? However, your disguise as an evil organization member is quite convincing. Karuna, I reasonably suspect that footage of Edu was cut, considering he seems to have once disguised himself as a member of the Magma Gang during the inventory of Chiyin's song. ADEK, haha. And in the battle against Dan D, it was this very red Gyarados. What a pity he lost. All the cool shots were stolen by Dan D. Haha. The other champions chuckled in the chat room. Upon finally emerging from the world, Daigo was immediately greeted by a flurry of playful jabs directed at Yulongdu in the chat room, prompting him to stroke his chin in contemplation. It was somewhat regrettable. It appeared he had missed a considerable amount of content, though he expressed disappointment. The satisfaction etched upon his face told a different story. While it was not merely about mining, but also encompassed various crafting and survival elements, Daigo found it rather intriguing. Moreover, the items collected could be taken back with him. In his hand, he held a small nugget of gold. This was merely an experiment for Daigo. There were numerous places to mine, yet prolonged stays could become somewhat exhausting. After nearly 2 hours, he felt more fatigued than during a typical mining session. Evidently, that world exerted a certain pressure on him. However, witnessing Du's antics upon his return was indeed entertaining. As he scrolled through the myriad messages in the chat room, he gleaned a wealth of information about recent events, ranking the top 10 most popular Pokemon trainers in the spirit world. 4th place, Yulongdu. Reason for ranking, champion of the Kanto region. Daigo, I'm surprised you made it to 4th place. Macaulay, wow, you finally decided to show yourself. Yulongdu, humph. Regardless, my ranking surpasses yours and Dandy's. Karenai, I suspect there's some special advantage at play. After all, Du's fame in the Kanto and Johto regions surely eclipses ours. Sakamoto, is that all? I feel like that Dragonite performed far better than he did. Feeling somewhat ridiculed by Sakamoto's words, Yulongdu felt as though he had been unjustly compared to a mere chicken. Clutching his wounded heart, he was met with the boisterous laughter of his hefty Dragonite behind him. The stout creature even patted Yulongdu on the shoulder. It's all right. Though you are my only legitimate Dragon-type Pokemon, I have never held your lack of focus against you. Tears welled in Yulongdu's eyes. Woe is me. I am truly the Dragon-type champion. Dondi, feeling somewhat bashful, rubbed his nose. While Du's Dragonite was indeed formidable, he regrettably had never battled it. He was certain he would win in their future contest, yet the distinction between facing a red Gyarados or a Dragonite was significant. Dondi, I hope to have the chance to battle you with your Dragonite someday. Yulongdu, absolutely, that opportunity shall arise. Daigo, seeing the two of you together. I must ask, don't you think you look a bit similar? Perhaps in your capes? After a long absence, Daigo's remark struck both individuals like a thunderbolt. Dondi, this is an expression of love from the Galar region. I think it looks splendid. Yulong Du, I'm quite accustomed to it. It's rather dashing. Yulong's boutique girl, Mr. Du? Are you the one who buys capes every time you visit? You've purchased so many here. I'm curious just how many you own. Ha! Du, you rascal. Shiba laughed heartily, nearly doubling over in mirth. I could add a couple more abs from all this laughter. Yulong Du wore an expression of indignation, yet he offered no defense. Indeed, it was true. Yulong Du's embarrassing history was inexplicably growing. Fortunately, the cheerful chime of the Multiverse Dimension website finally broke through the chatter. To Yulong Du's ears, it resonated like heavenly music. Congratulations, Yulong Du, on earning the title of one of the top 10 most popular Pokémon trainers. Hello, Yulong Du, we have prepared a random gift package for you. Would you like to accept it? Shiba and his companions ceased their previous discussions. Rewards were the main event. Surely he would accept. But what could Du possibly receive? Perhaps a flying-type divine beast? As they speculated, Shiba couldn't resist teasing Yulong Du once more. Yulong Du shot him a glance and snorted. Of course I want it. I prefer a Pokémon, even one from another world. And it must definitely be a dragon type. At the very least, its name must include dragon. Yulong Du declared with unwavering pride and determination. Amidst the laughter of his companions, Yulong Du proclaimed, Yulong Du. Yes. The voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resounded once more. Reward has been issued. Congratulations on receiving one random ancient dragon egg. An egg from a wondrous world. With unknown hatching conditions. Note, each ancient dragon is unique and possesses unparalleled powers of calamity. Chapter 91, An Unwanted Reality. Is this a dragon egg? Yulong Du gazed at the egg that appeared before him, a subtle expression crossing his face. The expressions of Damaranchi and Shiba Kanai were equally complex. Surely it was not wrong. After all, it was a dragon? One could hardly blame Yulong Du for being taken aback, as he could scarcely fathom the existence of an egg half his height. If this were to hatch, how large would the resulting dragon be? Reflecting on Sharona's Kirin, hatchling only added to his tumultuous feelings. Can I not comprehend the Pokémon of other worlds? It is so large. How can it still produce a hatchling? Damaranchi patted Yulong Du on the shoulder. What else can we do? We must find a way to hatch it. Yulong Du began to accept the reality that such a large egg could indeed be a dragon egg and contemplated how to go about hatching it, realizing he was unreliable. He would need to find someone or some dragon to assist with the hatching. Yulong Du's gaze gradually fell upon his hefty companion beside him. Hefty Dragonite, what? What do you mean by that look? Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? True to form, the stout Dragonite quickly grasped Yulong Du's intentions and began furiously flapping its wings at him. As Yulong Du ducked and dodged, he remained undeterred. Give it a try? It's just hatching an egg, come on. Stop hitting me. Observing the chaos between Yulong Du and his hefty Dragonite, Damaranchi knew this skirmish would not conclude anytime soon. However, how could one put it? The young man had certainly brought this upon himself. Shota, where's Mr. Du? I'm so curious about what the dragon egg looks like. Damaranchi, it looks like this. Dragon Egg JPG. Damaranchi, Du will be out of commission for a while. So don't mind him. Shota, but the patterns on this egg look so intricate. It has an air of mystery. Sharona, that egg is rather large, isn't it? Ahem, it wasn't just one person who noticed this issue. A dragon egg of such size certainly posed a significant challenge for hatching. Yet, once hatched, it surely must contain an exceptionally powerful dragon. Musashi wiped the copious drool that threatened to form a river, his eyes already resembling dollar signs. It must be a valuable treasure. Could we possibly seize Yulong Du's dragon egg? Kojiro appeared somewhat hesitant. After all, Yulong Du was the champion of the Kanto region. Kojiro lacked ambition. We are invincible. Meowth slapped Kojiro, nearly toppling him over. Musashi continued to fantasize about the prospect. If only we could get our hands on such a dragon egg. Musashi stopped dreaming. As Musashi and Meowth continued to indulge in their fantasies, a quarrel ensued. Only Kojiro sighed in the background. Yulong Du's reward was an egg whose hatching potential remained uncertain. Therefore, regardless of how powerful this ancient dragon might eventually become, it was of no concern to them at present. The white screen flickered back to life, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The Pokémon League conference room. With a bruised and swollen face, it was evident that Yulong Du had received a considerable amount of affection from his beloved Snorlax. At long last, they reached an amicable agreement regarding the dragon egg, which would be entrusted to the Pokémon Center for incubation. Should that prove unsuccessful, they would resort to the assistance of the Dragonite. Snorlax playfully thumped Yulong Du on the head. Despite their prior agreement, the sight of that rosy head was simply too tempting to resist. After exerting tremendous effort, Yulong Du finally managed to extricate his head, casting a curious glance at the white screen. Intrigued, he pondered, I am the champion of the Kanto region's Elite Four. How could I possibly be ranked 4th? Unable to break into the top 3? Who else could possibly outrank me? Is it Macaulay or Adai? Though Yolongdu was not a boastful person, he couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss. I do sense a slight discrepancy. Let us continue to observe. Kona adjusted his glasses. The white screen illuminated, accompanied by soothing music and a vibrant backdrop that involuntarily lifted the corners of one's mouth. Snow, oh snow, la la la. I have always been alone, without anyone by my side. The cheerful nursery rhyme sung by a child's voice contrasted sharply with the cold, detached tone of a young girl in the background. Most were left in bewilderment. Who is this? Only Musashi stood in stunned silence. Is this me? Musashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the strongest had always expressed a desire to be recognized, Musashi knew the chances were slim. Throughout her life, fortune had never truly favored her. The two voices from earlier, one a childhood lullaby, the other words she had spoken before joining Team Rocket, were memories she could never forget. Kojiru glanced at Musashi, recognizing her earlier statement. Only Nyasu wore an incredulous expression. How could it possibly be Musashi? She must be mistaken. This time, Musashi did not scold Nyasu but continued to gaze in disbelief at the white screen, filled with both anticipation and trepidation. The white screen slowly unveiled 3 lines of text. She, with an outspoken and fiery personality. She, possessing an extraordinary sense of aesthetics and taste. She, one of Team Rocket's elite members. Without a hint of doubt, Daigo, who was sipping water at that moment, spat it out upon reading the words on the white screen. He then wiped his mouth with an impassive expression. Have I been in that world for so long that I am now hallucinating? The first 2 lines are not alarming. But what in the world is the last line? Why is there a member of Team Rocket in this ranking? What on earth is Team Rocket? I must be seeing things. Daigo shut his eyes. Typically composed, he now displayed rare signs of attempting to evade reality. In the Team Rocket headquarters office, Sakaki sat up straight. One of Team Rocket's elite members? This is splendid. This is marvelous. His eyes sparkled with delight. He had assumed the rankings would be filled solely with esteemed members of the league, but to discover that one of their own was so beloved was a delightful surprise. Stroking Meowth, Sakaki was in such high spirits he nearly floated away. However, his secretary, Jirachi, and the operative, Amazon, were far less enthused. Although she had yet to reveal herself, the key descriptors, female, fiery personality, elite member of Team Rocket, were enough to ignite their discontent. No, they cannot accept this reality. Chapter 92, the 3rd most popular trainer. At times domineering, at times gentle. Regardless of what others thought, the imagery on the white screen continued. A small town blanketed in snow. Inside a house. Here, this is your dinner. A little girl with red hair beamed at the food set before her. Rice balls crafted from snow, sushi rolls made of snow rather than white rice, and snow sushi devoid of sashimi. The final treat was pure snow ice, unseasoned and abundant. Wow. Eating such a luxurious meal one tea incur divine wrath, will it? There were no complaints or dissatisfaction. Regardless of age, the voices resonated with pure joy. Kojiru and Nyasu, embracing one another, wept uncontrollably. Musashi was so pitiable as a child. They both confirmed that the figure in the video was indeed Musashi. Yet, before jealousy and admiration could take root, they were unable to hold back tears of sorrow for her tragic childhood. The issue was that Musashi herself saw nothing wrong with it, nor felt her childhood was lamentable. Instead, she stood with her hands on her hips, exclaiming excitedly, "Wow! I can see the happiest moments of my childhood. This is simply wonderful." With a beaming smile, Musashi cradled her face in her hands, relishing her happiest times. In her life, this was her most blissful period, devoid of worries. As long as it snowed, she could enjoy the most extravagant meals in the world. Kojiru and Nyasu lamented, Musashi is truly unfortunate." The scene shifted. The small girl had grown, transforming into a young woman. Clad in a white shirt and black shorts, she diligently trained in the training room. Listen to me, everyone. The 3 cardinal rules for aspiring idols are to avoid a lavish lifestyle, refrain from indulging in cake and daifuku, and maintain purity and beauty. Do not foolishly get lost in love. Her shoulder-length red hair accentuated her youthful vibrancy and earnestness. The camera transitioned from the training room to a sunset along the riverbank. Tomorrow, I will set off. Listening to her lover's words, the girl believed wholeheartedly in his encouragement. Indeed, you will become a top trainer. Would you like to join me on this journey? I believe we can succeed together. Caught off guard by the boy's invitation, the girl paused. Ultimately, she smiled, unwavering in her decision. No, I've decided to participate in the auditions. If I succeed, I can debut as an idol. The two parted ways to pursue their dreams. But alas, her aspirations remained unfulfilled. She was the only one among 3 to be eliminated. Watching her 2 companions successfully debut, she wept in sorrow. In Hualan City, how pitiful, Misty exclaimed, unable to contain her sympathy. Although aware that the girl was a member of Team Rocket, she still felt deep compassion for her plight, only able to eat snow and believing it to be a feast. Ash wholeheartedly concurred with Misty's sentiments. Ash, Brock, and Misty failed to recognize that the girl was Musashi. They only knew she belonged to Team Rocket, but felt pity for her unfortunate past. She actually has quite an attractive appearance, Brock, whose true nature was gradually revealing itself, mused thoughtfully. Though, her hairstyle leaves much to be desired. By the way, she seems somewhat familiar? Squinting his eyes, an expert at distinguishing between Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny, Brock detected a familiar shadow in the young girl. Wait a moment. Could it be? This charming young lady is. As they watched the scene transition, the three were left in stunned disbelief. Musashi. The camera shifted again. The aspiring idol had faced rejection, and she now appeared slightly older, blossoming into a graceful young woman. With her red pigtails, she resolutely declared, I want to attend the Chansey Nurse School. I aspire to become a nurse. Ignoring the staff's attempts to deter her, she entered the Chansey Nurse School. However, everything became increasingly arduous. Within the school, there were diligent students striving to become Miss Joy's assistants, akin to the cheerful Chansey. The young girl studied earnestly, aspiring to be a commendable nurse. She even lent a helping hand to a struggling Chansey, and together they forged an indelible friendship. They sang lullabies to soothe the patients to sleep, yet the girl herself succumbed to a state of hypnosis. These were not Pokemon, and there was no magical egg capable of curing the patients. I fear I lack the talent to be a Pokemon nurse. Ultimately, the girl did not graduate. Instead, it was the Chansey she had aided who successfully became a nurse. Wearing the half of the pendant necklace gifted by the Chansey, the girl departed from that place. Later on, she enrolled in another school, becoming the revered leader of the chain gang. She dropped out, joined Team Rocket, and single-handedly dissuaded 12 partners from continuing on. Eventually, she encountered a companion who could accept her domineering and solitary nature. In the Pokemon League conference room, her inspiring past unfolded. Even as Longwei observed the girl's gradual growth. Knowing she was a member of Team Rocket, he found it hard to utter a disparaging word. She was merely striving to live her life in her own way. Perhaps her methods were misguided, yet. Kona shook his head, leaving unspoken thoughts lingering. Damalanki sighed, feeling a slight alleviation of the pent-up frustration within. If that were the case, it seemed plausible that she garnered such popularity. Damalanki had no choice but to accept this reality. A member of Team Rocket was ranked among the top 3 most popular trainers, overshadowing numerous regional champions of the Pokemon League. This fact was almost unbearable for Damalanki to accept. The scene shifted once more. The girl had matured into a woman, fully embracing her role as a true member of Team Rocket. Each day was spent scheming and plotting mischief. After a mischievous encounter with a spoon snake that resulted in her losing half of her long hair, she transformed. My hair, which an actress cherishes like life itself. I am truly furious. I must capture you. With fierce determination, she tore at the spoon snake with claws that rivaled Meowth's. In a thrilling battle, she managed to capture the spoon snake. Furthermore, she became a Pokemon coordinator, participating in the dazzling contests. While her performance was mostly lackluster, she achieved remarkable success in the Sinnoh region, earning 5 badges and reaching the top 4 in the Grand Sinnoh contest. Nostalgia washed over her as she recalled her first love. After her beloved Venomoth fell into the throes of passion, she heartbreakingly shattered the Pokeball, granting it the freedom to pursue love. The happiness I cannot attain, you should have the chance to seek. Tears streamed down Musashi's face. Chapter 93. You all are embarrassing. Her feelings were somewhat complex. Daigo, with a conflicted gaze and arms crossed, observed the images playing on the white screen. These scenes lingered but briefly. After becoming a member of Team Rocket, Musashi had shed the innocence of her childhood and adolescence. Her life was now defined by mischief, either engaged in wrongdoing or en route to it. Yet, amidst her misdeeds, she also committed many good acts. Musashi's attitude towards Pokemon was peculiar, as she displayed disregard for traded companions, ultimately abandoning them. Conversely, for the happiness of her own Pokemon, she personally released them into the wild. Daigo let out a long sigh. Such actions were beyond the capacity of many Pokemon trainers. Yet, a member of Team Rocket accomplished this. What Daigo did not expect was to encounter even more perplexing scenes. Years later, Musashi, now a member of Team Rocket, along with her companion Kojiro and Meowth, stealthily infiltrated a Pokemon Center to pilfer food. There, she encountered a familiar Chansey adorned with the half pendant, instantly recognizing it as the same one she had helped during their time in school. Happy, the Chansey also recognized Musashi and, with unbridled enthusiasm, generously offered all the food from the Pokemon Center to Team Rocket. Musashi left with bags overflowing, but the Chansey faced a crisis, having been spotted by Nurse Joy, who scrutinized the surveillance footage and questioned it. At that moment, Musashi returned. We forced this Chansey to hand over all the food. If you want us to return it, Bring all the Pokemon from the Pokemon Center. As Nurse Joy and Ash's group fumed with indignation, the Chansey spotted Musashi's return and excitedly attempted to rush over. No, don't come over. I am a villain from Team Rocket, and you are a nurse from the Pokemon Center. If people discover we are friends, it would not bode well. To prevent this and to clear the Chansey's name, Musashi unleashed her Pokemon against it. Finally, Ash and his friends intervened, protecting the Chansey. Musashi softly exhaled, "This is sufficient." And then she was joyfully sent flying. In Happy Town, Nurse Joy gently patted the Chansey's head. "Is that you, Happy? You have a wonderful friend who has always been looking out for you." Nurse Joy gazed earnestly at the Chansey. "Happy." Nurse Joy chuckled. "If you ever meet her again, you can invite her to a secret meal, but don't give her all the food." She winked at the Chansey. As long as it didn't create too much of a stir, the little gatherings among friends and Musashi's true identity could remain discreetly unknown. Moreover, if Team Rocket truly engaged in wrongdoing, let Ms. Junsha handle it, as it wouldn't concern the Chansey. Happy. The Chansey beamed with joy. The scene transitioned swiftly, returning to the mundane. Each day was spent diligently engaged in mischief, though they often ended in failure. Until, after a fateful incident where Musashi fell into the water and was rescued, she experienced love at first sight for a doctor. This even led Musashi to contemplate leaving Team Rocket for a life of simplicity and normalcy. Her companions decided to support Musashi's wish. Everything seemed to be gradually falling into place, and just as Musashi was about to embark on a new chapter in her life, she learned of her companion's peril. Ultimately, she relinquished her aspirations for a mundane existence and donned her Team Rocket uniform once more. The final scene depicted Musashi riding in a Team Rocket hot air balloon. Her expression resolute. "I am a member of Team Rocket, and I have the best companions." The screen faded to black. The chat room erupted in chaos. Shaba. The girl's past is another story, but how can she manage this? Despite being a member of Team Rocket, she appears on this ranking? I thought only those affiliated with the Pokemon League were popular? I'm at a loss for whom to sympathize with. Shaba. The Pokemon League finally thought they were rewarding their trainers, only to find a member of an evil organization mixed in with a high ranking. How embarrassing, right? On the other hand, how did a little girl from an evil organization end up among the good? Isn't that shameful? Damalanki, enough. Be quiet. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. You speak as if you're so much better. Aren't you also the gym leader of our Pokemon League's Kaji Gym? Shaba. Huh. Well, I'm also listed on the behind-the-scenes mastermind ranking. Shaba, Pride JPG. Can my decision to not be a villain be compared to being inexplicably counted among the good? Not to mention, Musashi is still a member of Team Rocket. In the Pokemon League conference room, Damalanki held her heart in her hands. Everyone found the situation rather painful to watch. Yet they had no choice but to comfort the nearly fainting president. Shiba's words struck deep, yet they must concede the truth of the matter. Indeed, it is an inescapable reality for the chairman. Yolongdu wiped away non-existent beads of sweat from his brow. Beside him, Shibakona and Granny Kikuko remained silent. Their gazes fixed upon him. Aren't you the champion? Go on. Yolongdu lamented. I am truly at my wit's end. Nevertheless, he resolved to shoulder the burden. Attempting to console the chairman, Damaranchi shook his head incessantly. After watching the video, I could rationally accept this outcome. After all, that young girl has endured much. A hint of frailty was evident in Damaranchi's voice. Yet emotionally, I simply cannot bear it. Team Rocket, Team Rocket. Blast it, once again it is Team Rocket. Must we not eradicate this malignant tumor from the Kanto region once and for all? Team Rocket seems intent on wreaking havoc upon the League, does it not? Damaranchi erupted in a tirade, his earlier weakness dissipating with each curse. The more he railed, the more invigorated he became. Even expletives slipped from his lips, leaving Yolongdu, Shiba, and Kona dumbfounded. Only Granny Kikuko chuckled. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website finally chimed in, bringing a semblance of calm to the awkward atmosphere in the conference room. Counting down the top 10 most popular trainers in the Pokémon world. Third place, Musashi. Reason for inclusion. Her tumultuous past has not extinguished her zest for life. She is indeed an intriguing antagonist. Chapter 94, Musashi's Reward. Risk Dice. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of Kojiro and Meowth fervently applauding Musashi echoed through the air. Having witnessed Musashi's arduous past and her ultimate choice to forsake love for her companions, the emotionally charged Kojiro shed genuine tears. We shall always be a part of Team Rocket. The finest of partners, Meow. Musashi too broke into laughter. Haha, indeed. I am such a beloved beauty. Musashi laughed heartily, carefree. The past is but a memory, and the happiness of her only friend, Happiny, remains yet to unfold. Initially somewhat bashful, Musashi swelled with pride after viewing the video. With her head held high, she declared, I am simply marvelous. Kojiro and Meowth struggled to maintain their previously moved expressions, It proved challenging to remain touched by Musashi's exuberance. Musashi continued to cradle her face, lost in delightful reverie. I can't believe I ranked among the top 3. Should I consider debuting as a superstar? Surely, I will shine. Kojiro and Meowth wore faces of utter indifference. Oh, I don't wish to converse with you. Sakaki. Haha, Musashi did quite well. Mikuri. Although, in what regard did she do well? Daigo. Silence. How well do you expect her to perform in her primary role? Yolongdu. That does seem to hold some truth. At the Team Rocket headquarters office, Sakaki scoffed. I have long known those 3 are fools and did not expect them to excel spectacularly. The fact that they ranked among the champions of various regions far exceeded my expectations. A proud smile adorned Sakaki's face. See, even our Team Rocket members, despite their shortcomings, are formidable. Jinri, sitting nearby, felt increasingly exasperated. Reflecting on Musashi's past, he thought, perhaps I shall refrain from disparaging her this time. It was merely her bestowed sympathy and compassion. Jinri almost softened upon witnessing Musashi's belief that snow equated to a lavish feast. Just then, the cheerful voice of the Multiverse Dimension website rang out. Congratulations, Musashi, on being named one of the top 10 most popular Pokémon trainers. Hello, Musashi. We have prepared a random gift package for you. Would you like to receive it? Wow. Finally, it is my turn to claim a reward. Musashi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having watched others receive rewards, she was thrilled that her moment had arrived. Musashi rubbed her hands together in anticipation. What could she possibly obtain? Perhaps a super powerful weapon that would allow them to capture all Pokémon. Or maybe nothing at all, Meow. Musashi's luck doesn't seem very promising, Meowth remarked. Then, he experienced the consequences of Musashi and Kojiro's righteous retribution. Shut it, Meowth. Now is not the time for ominous talk. Meowth, with teary eyes, covered his head, which had swollen with 2 large lumps. Musashi. Yes. Hurry up. With a racing heart and trembling hands, Musashi clasped her palms together as if afflicted with Parkinson's, her excitement palpable. I must win something grand. Reward dispensed. Congratulations, you have received Risk Dice, bound. This is a 20-sided die, with one face marked as disastrous and the others as fortunate. Rolling a fortunate face brings good fortune, while rolling the disastrous face results in misfortune that can negate prior good fortune, usable once daily. A second forced use guarantees disaster. Note, the greedy shall pay for their actions. Please use this item with caution. Risk dice? It sounds like a rather useful item. Musashi gazed at the enormous die that had suddenly appeared in her hands, her eyes gleaming. The die was larger than her fist, requiring both hands to grasp it. A 20-sided die is a rare find. Nearly every side was inscribed with red symbols of good fortune, save for one side marked in black as disastrous. The white screen shifted its focus, allowing everyone to witness the ecstatic Musashi alongside Kojiro and Meowth, who were deliberating on how to utilize the die. The odds of landing on disastrous were merely 1 in 20. Our luck surely cannot be that dire. Musashi, why not try rolling the die to see if it works? Kojiro and Meowth were brimming with enthusiasm, eager to partake in this seemingly delightful venture. All right, I shall commence the roll, Musashi exclaimed, equally exhilarated, for this was her reward. I wish to become a superstar. With that, Musashi hurled the die with great zeal, and it began to spin wildly. Under the eager gaze of all, the die gradually slowed. At last, it came to a halt, revealing a fortunate outcome. Hooray! Musashi is on her way to stardom. Kojiro and Meowth gazed at Musashi and the risk dice, with eyes aglow. Yet, nothing transpired. Musashi's anger flared. Just as she was about to accuse it of being a scam, an unkempt man suddenly emerged, grasping her hands firmly. Ah, what a splendid figure. Such beautiful crimson hair. My lady, you are precisely the person I have been seeking. Here are my works and business card. You must become the lead in my new script. Musashi was left speechless, while Kojiro and Meowth stared in astonishment. Was Musashi truly on the brink of becoming a superstar? Karuna, I recognize this man. He is an exceptionally talented screenwriter, responsible for several of my film scripts. Daigo, has this person not seen the video playing on the white screen? Karuna, quite possibly. He is a man who becomes oblivious to the outside world when engrossed in creation. Mikuri, this die is truly remarkable. With it, wouldn't one be invincible? Ash, so, whenever Team Rocket takes action, all they need to do is roll this die, and we will be at their mercy. Sakaki, tremble in fear. Our rocket team is not a force that mere mortals like you can contend with. Damalanki, that may not necessarily be the case. Inside the conference room of the Pokémon Alliance, Longdu's expression darkened as he gazed at the now dim white screen. Regardless of how tragic her past may have been, the effects of this die seem rather excessive. He couldn't help but remark. With just one roll yielding a fortune, how could anyone else compete? If it weren't for the limitation of being able to roll it only once a day, the situation would be even more outrageous. Yet even so, Longdu could scarcely fathom the magnitude of the actions the rocket team might undertake next. Chapter 95, Sour Grapes. Listening to Longdu's genuine concern, Damalanki maintained a rather composed demeanor. I think it's manageable. Longdu retorted. Does this even sound like a human sentiment? You are the president of our Pokémon Alliance. Don't give up on treatment. Damalanki, catching the implied meaning in Longdu's eyes, nearly burst into laughter from the irritation this brat caused. Bah, you just wish for me to have misfortune every day. However, instead of settling accounts with Longdu, Damalanki began to discuss Musashi's risk die. A 20-sided die with only one face signifying great misfortune seems to indicate a remarkably low probability. Yet, given that this item is termed a risk die, it surely carries its own rationale. The more it is used, the higher the chance of rolling that singular disastrous outcome. Once a great misfortune is rolled, no matter how many wishes were granted or conveniences provided by previous fortunate rolls, they would all dissipate into nothing upon the emergence of that calamity. Thus, the optimal strategy for this die is to exercise moderation. After obtaining what one desires, one should refrain from further use, as that is the true method to avert rolling a catastrophe. However, human nature is inherently greedy. Becoming a superstar with such ease, what comes next? Can Musashi resist the temptation to use the risk die? Damalanki shook his head. I observed that the three members of the rocket team simply do not grasp the gravity of the situation. Even if they do, they would not easily cease their endeavors. No one believes their luck could be so poor as to hit that 1 in 20 chance. Longdu, in contemplative fashion, stroked his chin. It does seem that way. If she were to stop now, it wouldn't be too troublesome. But if she continues to persist, yes, I can already envision it. Have Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth considered all of this? Certainly not. Musashi is currently lost in her dream of soon becoming a superstar. With her wish granted, she clings tightly to the risk die, wishing to merge with it entirely. With this, we can manifest our desires. Indeed, Meow. All the Pokémon in the world will belong to us. After witnessing the power of the risk die, Kojiro and Meowth were filled with envy. This is my treasure. Do not covet it. Musashi cast a glance at the two of them. It should be noted that her motto is that Kojiro and Meowth's belongings are also hers, while her possessions remain solely hers. Ash. I can hardly imagine what it will be like when we next encounter the rocket team, but regardless, if we do, I will certainly thwart their nefarious schemes. Misty, absolutely. The three sighed deeply. It's actually Musashi. Truly Musashi. She was so pitiable as a child, but now. How could this be? Misty's brows knitted tightly as her perception of Musashi shifted repeatedly. Yet, after associating her with the Musashi they knew, Misty felt her empathy nearly evaporate entirely. Nevertheless, it must be said that Musashi looks quite lovely when not clad in the rocket team uniform. Brock was gradually losing his inhibitions. Musashi's appearance and physique were undeniably commendable. Misty bared her teeth at Brock. What do you mean by that? Am I not good looking? Misty was infuriated. This guy had never complimented her. Not once. Brock, maintaining his stance as an honest man, was not inclined to lie. However, uttering the truth would lead him to face the wrath of violence, so he opted for silence. From this silence, Misty naturally discerned Brock's meaning. Their conflict escalated. Ash stood to the side, completely oblivious to the two of them, instead frowning deeply while holding Pikachu. Although the members of the rocket team are undoubtedly villains. Having watched this, I find myself inexplicably wanting to sympathize with Musashi. Ash pondered if he had gone astray in his moral compass. Pika, Pika. Pikachu patted Ash's hand reassuringly. No worries. Because Ash, you are a kind-hearted person. That's a virtue. However, regardless of everyone's thoughts, Musashi's third place standing was firmly established, leaving others powerless to contest it, until the white screen began to tremble once more. Only then did everyone shift their attention back. Water Willow. Even someone like that can make it to the top 3. I believe our water fleet has a chance. Fire Pine. To be outdone by the rocket team in this regard is simply unacceptable. Fladali. The rocket team merely relies on their dominance in the Kanto region. And thus this result is a foregone conclusion. Kuyakisi. An infamous organization like theirs appearing on such a ranking? Popularity? What we need is fear. The fear of everyone. What a disgrace. Shabo. Those above are merely sour grapes. TSK, TSK, TSK. A bunch of narrow-minded individuals. Shabo once again unleashed his critiques. It has been many years since I've played the role of the big brother. Though I'm no longer in the world of Jianghu, the legends still linger. The truly reformed Shabo, unafraid of either side, began to let loose after acquiring the power of the Fire Emperor, ready to confront anyone he wished. Longdu, everyone. Quiet down and let us watch the video. Karuna. Indeed, is the video unappealing or the fruit unappetizing? I am quite curious who will claim second place. Macaulay. Aside from myself, I wouldn't be surprised by anyone else. The sunflower has come to terms with reality. The white screen illuminated. Gentle music. akin to the sound of a piano, softly echoed in the air. We are a prestigious lineage with a glorious history. As the heir, you must be the most exemplary gentleman, and you are also obligated to marry your fiancée. I refuse to live a life where even the placement of my dining utensils is scrutinized. I yearn for freedom. Huh, who is this? Sounds like a scion of a wealthy family. Parental reprimands and a child's rebellion against discipline piqued Daigo's curiosity about this individual. Reflecting on those he knew, it seemed none matched up. Meanwhile, Musashi, preoccupied with her aspirations of becoming a superstar, failed to notice Kojiro's pallid expression beside her. Meowth, intrigued, glanced at Kojiro. Sounds like a very wealthy fellow. Kojiro, do you know who it is? Kojiro's face instantly paled further, and he shook his head frantically. No, I don't know who it is. Kojiro was completely devoid of joy. Why was he on the list? This should have been a time for celebration. Yet Kojiro couldn't manage even a smile. That voice, that memory, was the greatest shadow of his life. Chapter 96. The most popular trainer. Second place. The young master who departed for freedom. The screen transitioned to 3 lines of text. He is a young master born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He left home in pursuit of freedom. He is one of the elite members of the Rocket Team. If question marks could materialize, the world would transform into an ocean of inquiries at that very moment. Everyone seems to share the same thought. What on earth? Why is it the Rocket Team again? Even Sakaki himself was taken aback. Is it true that our Rocket Team is this popular? Beside him, Zhen Yao's eyes widened in astonishment, but upon hearing the boss speak, Zhen Yao immediately affirmed, today's youth are easily enamored by organizations like ours. They find it incredibly cool. Plus, Boss Sakaki is quite the moneymaker. It's entirely natural for someone to idolize us. Regardless of the truth behind the matter, flattering the boss is always a safe bet. As a diligent worker, and one who aspires to outshine Musashi, Zhen Yao exhibited utmost professionalism. Sakaki nodded in response, his expression swelling with pride. You are absolutely right. Making money is the most delightful endeavor. Our Rocket Team is indeed that popular. Ha! The meeting room of the Pokémon League fell into silence. What is going on? Is the Rocket Team truly this well regarded? Being paraded before the entire world, showcasing how poorly the Pokémon League has performed? I dread to continue watching. I fear the first place will once again belong to the Rocket Team, Dharma Lanchi lamented, his spirit utterly drained as he voiced his greatest concern. This is merely the second place. There is still one more to reveal. President, please refrain from uttering such ominous words at this moment, regardless of what others think. We must first have confidence in ourselves. Yilongdu shook his cloak. In truth, he too felt a tinge of embarrassment. How could he, the esteemed champion of the Kanto region, not even secure a spot in the top 3? Not only him, but no champion has managed to break through for ages. To be overshadowed by 2 members of the nefarious Rocket Team, he feared that the first place might indeed be the leader of the Rocket Team. If that were the case, they might as well head home. What is the point of continuing? Regardless of their thoughts, the video continued to play. The scene shifted, revealing Ash and his companions. They spotted a notice board with a missing person poster. This is our young Master Kojiro. May I ask if anyone knows his whereabouts? An elderly butler, with graying hair, held a small megaphone. Upon learning that Ash and his friends had information about Kojiro, he promptly whisked them away in an extravagant limousine. They had entered the grand gate for a considerable time when they still had not caught sight of the house. Ash gazed blankly at the flowers and plants in the courtyard. After waiting a while longer, they finally beheld an opulent villa, just as their eyes widened in astonishment. Contemplating entering this splendid 2-story mansion, the butler remarked, "This is the beloved doghouse of young Master Kojiro's cherished Kairyu. The main house is right beside it." The group then laid eyes upon an even more luxurious mansion adjacent to them. Nayasu's eyes were not only wide open, his jaw dropped in shock. Musashi, too, was astounded. Although she was wholly absorbed in her desire to become a star, that did not mean she was oblivious to the silver screen. The name Kojiro immediately resonated in Musashi's ears, and her gaze suddenly snapped to him. Kojiro is actually the son of a wealthy family. How can this be? Just last time, he snatched my hamburger. Musashi placed her hands on her hips, her face brimming with disbelief. Yet, as she continued watching the video, the child, though youthful in appearance, indeed bore a striking resemblance to Kojiro. Could it merely be a coincidence of looks, with a similar name? Musashi and Nyasu could not continue their speculations. Upon seeing Kojiro, he abruptly clutched his head. I don't know. I truly know nothing. Kojiro's expression was one of anguish. Please, do not make me recall those dreadful memories. The sight of Rumika caused Kojiro's stomach ailment to flare up. The scene shifted once more. An adult Kojiro, propped up on his head as if asleep, found himself in a dream, dressed in the attire of his childhood. During his time at home, he had been studying since morning, with no less than 23 tutors constantly urging him. The young Kojiro, clad in a blue suit, was buried in his desk, surrounded by tutors. Even lunch was not merely a meal, It required rigorous adherence to table etiquette. Seated at an extraordinarily long dining table, young Kojiru found himself unable to eat freely. The afternoons were filled with piano and violin practice, the schedule so tightly packed that it left him breathless. The young Kojiru sighed deeply. After finally encountering a girl he genuinely liked, Rumika, he even attempted to write her a love letter. However, to his dismay, Rumika smiled and said, "I was already planning to marry you. I will take care of the wedding arrangements. And regarding young Master Kojiru's upbringing, I shall ensure you receive the proper training. Oh, and your beloved Pokemon Kairyu will be replaced with Nyarth." Amidst the girl's laughter, Kojiru dashed out with Kairyu. "If I have to part with Kairyu, I won't marry." In Hualan City, Ash watched Kojiru's privileged yet oppressive childhood, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Oh, this is simply too difficult to describe." Misty nodded in agreement. Despite being wealthy, why does he still seem so pitiful? And that fiancé, how could she so casually decide to swap his Pokemon? Yet, Kojiru truly treated his Pokemon with great affection. Misty and Brock shed tears of empathy. The doghouse for Kairyu was even more luxurious than their own homes. Was this the life of a wealthy family's Pokemon? How enviable. In the Pokemon League meeting room, under such immense pressure, it wouldn't be surprising if he ran away from home. However, joining the Rocket team is somewhat perplexing. Yulong-Du expressed sympathy for Kojiru's childhood. Nevertheless, he could have easily chosen to become an exceptional Pokemon trainer. Shiba shook his head, clearly disagreeing with Yulong-Du's perspective. Though the Rocket team is no good, only they can provide the perfect cover for this kid to conceal his identity. A renowned Pokemon trainer is easily traceable. Chapter 97, A Charismatic Man. Daigo observed Kojiru's high-pressure childhood with a stoic expression. While it may seem excessive, one must bear the weight of the crown. He was shouldering the burdens of an entire family, and those were lessons he had to learn. Daigo, who came from a similarly prestigious background, harbored a different opinion than the others. The only aspect that seemed excessively harsh was his fiancée's behavior, which his parents appeared to condone. Daigo rubbed his forehead as he spoke. Why am I analyzing this here? Why is the second place also a member of the Rocket team? Let's ignore ADEK. That irresponsible fellow doesn't merit discussion. But what about Macaulay? How could he not make the list? Daigo remarked with exasperation. Macaulay, Nayasu's head shedding tears JPG. The scene shifted again. Having departed from his family, Kojiru joined the Rocket team. Though he had lived a life of luxury, it did not imply that Kojiru could not endure hardship. Teaming up with Musashi and Nayasu, the trio often found themselves in dire straits. Yet Kojiru's face bore a vibrancy absent in his family. Even more astonishing was Kojiru's method of capturing Pokemon. Almost all of Kojiru's Pokemon were caught through friendship. Without battles or harm, all injuries were voluntarily endured by the Pokemon following Kojiru. Cacturne, Munna, Flababy, and Bad Dreams. Kojiru was quite indulgent towards his Pokemon. Every time the hapless Jessie is released, she delights in swallowing up James whole. The spiny Cacturne, enamored with James, embraces him despite its numerous thorns. The Sharpedo's jaws consistently consume James's head. The good and evil star takes pleasure in poisoning James. Even the notoriously mischievous Bad Star, who initially sought to abduct the Good Star, ultimately finds herself fond of James, even expressing a desire to become his Pokemon. Yet, she is met with a firm rejection from him. All these scenes flash by in a whirlwind, countless in number. James, though always flustered, wears a smile on his face. He truly cares for his Pokemon, yet he persistently seeks to capture Pikachu. Even Ash perceives that this version of James does not resemble a villain at all. Anyone who treats their Pokemon well cannot be a bad person. Thus, humanity is complex. James's kindness towards his Pokemon does not preclude him from attempting to capture others. The Pokemon he captures do not belong to him. Why should he concern himself? Brock finds no oddity in this. Is there a conflict between James's benevolence towards Pokemon and his desire to capture them? Not at all. Ash puffs up his cheeks. Alright, you have a point. As long as he wishes to capture Pikachu, he remains my adversary. Nevertheless, Ash's heart subtly entertains a different notion. In the Pokemon League conference room, this fellow truly excels in caring for his Pokemon. This is the epitome of doting on Pokemon. Even the Dragon Master cannot help but express his astonishment. All his Pokemon adore him, and they express their affection in their own unique way, a method which, when applied to humans, can be quite overwhelming. Hiba nods in agreement. What a man. To bear such an abundance of love in that petite frame is indeed impressive. Both the Dragon Master and Hiba now understand why James has made the list. Just look at how he indulges his Pokemon. The scene shifts once more. We see Weezing and Ekans. Run with them. Do not look back. Here we are. The Team Rocket trio encounters a Pokemon hunter capturing a swarm of Weezing and Ekans. Team Rocket intercepts the hunter, allowing the Pokemon to escape. The camera transitions again, focusing on James and Cacturne. His strength is considerable, making him well-suited to learn Leech Seed. The gym leader from the Baidao Temple observes James's Cacturne and comments. James finds himself conflicted. To teach Cacturne a new move, he must keep it. However, is it truly happiness to remain together? I am a villain from Team Rocket, while she is a gym trainer. Not only can you learn Leech Seed, but wouldn't you become an even stronger Pokemon if you trained with her? Ultimately, James decides to leave Cacturne behind to help it grow. Wow, I feel utterly convinced. Macaulay remarks, stroking his chin in admiration. It seems this fellow has never allowed his Pokemon to use moves that would harm them. Even in that situation, he could have let Wei Xing use self-destruct. Furthermore, to secure a better future for his Pokemon, he endures the pain of separation. He is indeed a remarkably loving, even indulgent, caretaker of Pokemon. Macaulay finds himself at a loss for words. Yet, this fellow is a member of Team Rocket. Even if he were merely an ordinary Pokemon trainer, I would not feel so begrudging. After all, they are part of the Pokemon League. The scene changes again, showing James, Musashi, and Meowth interacting. When Meowth is mistakenly thought to be a deity and is compelled to demonstrate his skills, leaving him battered and bruised. James and Musashi secretly contribute their pocket money and cherished bottle caps to help him maintain the facade. During the Doll Festival, when Musashi loses to Kasumi and fails to win a prize, James voluntarily dresses as a festival doll while insisting that Musashi should graciously accept defeat. When Musashi decides to leave Team Rocket in pursuit of happiness, James tells Meowth, "We should wish her well, right? That is what true partners do." At that moment, one must silently depart like a man. You must find happiness. Farewell. The camera shifts again, seemingly back to where it all began. Yet, James has still not returned. Regardless of his complaints, the life of the wealthy remains undeniably alluring. Musashi and Meowth lower their heads in disappointment. At that moment, a voice calls from the sky. As James, clad in Team Rocket attire and riding a hot air balloon, approaches. "Since you have sincerely asked," Musashi and Meowth's eyes widen. "Then let us generously share the answer with you." Musashi immediately chimes in, their hands clasped tightly together. Musashi leaps onto the hot air balloon, and Team Rocket reunites. Our most suitable job, after all, is with Team Rocket. As the hot air balloon ascends, one can almost hear Meowth's cries from the ground below, forgotten by them. Chapter 98, The Flag of Damaranch. Karuna, he is a good man indeed, whether towards his Pokemon or his companions. Kasumi, yes, my feelings are somewhat complicated. Adek, this kid, who clearly appears to be nothing but an evader, is not as capable as I am. Adek sighs deeply. I can't take it anymore. I'm getting old, and the young ladies now prefer youthful lads. Adek is not particularly concerned about not making the list. After all, he is indeed aging and gradually becoming less involved. The crisis in the Unova region appears to have been resolved by those kids and Team Rocket. As seen in the video, matters of good and evil cannot solely rely on words and positions. It is about what they have accomplished. The Team Rocket trio, consisting of Musashi, James, and the talking Pokemon Meowth, seem perpetually engaged in mischief. Yet, in the eyes of the experienced champion Adek, they have also done plenty of good. Moreover, these three are not truly villains. Their hearts possess a softness. If this were not a ranking of trainers, Meowth, the talking Pokemon, would surely make the list. Wah. Meow? Musashi and James have made the list, yet I have not. Meowth's tears stream down his face. We are all Team Rocket. So why are only the two of you recognized? You even ran off together, leaving me behind. Meowth refers to the final scene in James's video, and at this moment, his memory is remarkably sharp, recalling every instance of neglect from Musashi and James. Both Musashi and James feel a headache coming on. James, in fact, has no time to revel in his own recognition, as he desperately exchanges glances with Musashi. We must think of a solution quickly. This has nothing to do with me. Meowth only cried because he saw your ranking. Earlier, he merely envied you, so this is all your fault. James is taken aback by Musashi's audacity. Although he has long been aware of Musashi's nature, he still feels the sting of betrayal from his companion. Meowth, we are Team Rocket. Regardless of the rewards we receive, you are entitled to a share. James fervently attempts to console Meowth, while Musashi proves to be entirely uncooperative. No way. Your rewards are mine. But my rewards are still mine. Just moments ago, Meowth, who had already been somewhat comforted by Kojiro, suddenly burst into louder tears. Musashi was startled this time, and quickly waved her hands. All right, stop crying. Just as Kojiro said, our Team Rocket trio is inseparable. Sniffling. Meowth wiped away its tears, and reluctantly replied, fine. Meowth begrudgingly forgives you. Musashi wore an expression of utter disbelief, growing increasingly puzzled. Shouldn't this be Meowth's own fault? After all, Meowth is not human, but merely a Pokemon, and thus cannot be ranked. Kojiro was at his wit's end. Musashi, even though I know what you said is true, you shouldn't say it in front of Meowth. Meowth, feeling utterly dejected, was fortunate that at that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website rang out, capturing everyone's attention. counting down the top 10 most popular trainers in the Pokémon world. Second place, Kojiro. Reason for ranking: a charmingly adorable villain. Cynthia. He certainly appears to be a man of great responsibility towards his companions and Pokémon. Makuri, however. Both female champions of our Pokémon League are praising this guy, and I can't help but feel a bit disgruntled. Daigo. That's because you're simply too inept to even rank. Sakaki. Haha. Thus, our Team Rocket is truly the strongest. Sakaki felt immensely pleased. He poured himself a glass of red wine to savor this delightful moment. Jinbo, beside him, was turning green with envy. Musashi, the violent woman, truly had incredible luck. Not only had she made the list, but her companion had as well. Together, they occupied 2 spots in the top 3. What does it even mean to be the eternal Team Rocket? Are the others not part of Team Rocket? Sakaki, oblivious to Jinbo's thoughts, lavished praise upon Musashi and Kojiro. Since the website proclaimed it so, let the 3 of them be official members. Elite members were not out of the question either. Sakaki pondered Musashi's mother and Kojiro's true family backgrounds. This duo, appearing quite inept, might just warrant elite status considering their contributions and how they had boldly challenged the Pokémon League. Sakaki felt that an elite title would not be a problem. Boss Sakaki, I think you should consider the value they can create. They had only recently joined Team Rocket and still lacked experience. Perhaps the elite member status could be postponed for further evaluation. Jinbo had several descriptors ready, but there was no helping it. The trio appeared just as she envisioned. Sakaki found some merit in her words. Very well, let us inform them. Once they create sufficient value, they can become elite members. In the Pokémon League conference room, Damalanchi walked with a serene demeanor. Yolongdu, Shiba, and Kono were at a loss for words, while the elderly Kikuko appeared the calmest. What else with the long faces? Is it so surprising that 2 members of Team Rocket are more popular than our league champions? It's only natural. They truly possess charisma. If I were a few decades younger, I'd consider such a man a great catch. The aged Kikuko spoke candidly, causing Damalanchi to painfully open his eyes. Could you please refrain from adding to my stress at this moment? Upon seeing Damalanchi still alive, Kikuko huffed. And there's still a first place. You'd better pray it's not a Team Rocket member, like Sakaki. If that's the case, you might find your calm demeanor quite insufficient. Kikuko's sharp tongue could cut through anything. Just 2 sentences were enough to conjure an unbearable image in Damalanchi's mind. Nevertheless, he firmly clutched his heart and declared, "That is simply impossible. I firmly believe that the first place belongs to a trainer from our Pokémon League." Chapter 99, Kojiro's Reward, the Capricious Demon. As Damalanchi spoke, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed once more. Congratulations, Kojiro, on being awarded the title of one of the top 10 most popular Pokémon trainers. Hello, Kojiro. We have prepared a random gift package for you. Do you wish to accept it? Meowth, battered by the relentless blows of fate, had lost all faith in life and simply did not wish to speak. Musashi wore a blend of excitement mixed with a hint of displeasure. You're above me? Clearly. I am the beauty and the star. Kojiro chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, appearing slightly embarrassed. He indeed felt a bit shy, observing the emotional connections, reunions, and partings with those future Pokémon. Kojiro felt both touched and saddened. However, the reward was essential. Musashi's reward seemed exceedingly useful. If he could receive a reward as formidable as Musashi's, then Boss Sakaki would surely regard them with newfound respect. Unaware of Jinbo's message, Musashi and Kojiro were eager to accomplish great deeds and become official members of Team Rocket. Kojiro, yes. The voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resounded. The reward has been issued. Congratulations, you have received Card of the Capricious Demon, bound. A product in the same series as the Risk Dice, usable only once. It can fulfill 3 wishes, but you must list 1,000 distinct and specific wishes for the demon to choose from. Vague wishes like give me a legendary Pokémon or give me all legendary Pokémon will not count. Write down the 1,000 wishes on paper, and when using it, simply summon the card for the demon to appear. Note, please consider your 1,000 different wishes carefully, as once selected, they will take immediate effect. Who knows which 3 will actually be granted? The Team Rocket trio fell silent, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. It seemed both impressive and utterly useless at the same time. In that moment, Musashi and Meowth felt as if their brains were not their own. It sounded so complicated, not nearly as convenient as the Risk Dice. Musashi still believed her reward was the best. Kojiro instantly grasped the usage of this reward. This was a universal wish machine. For instance, by writing 1,000 wishes, they could use Musashi's Risk Dice beforehand to increase the likelihood of their true wish being selected. If used wisely, they could turn all Pokémon into members of Team Rocket. Kojiro exclaimed excitedly. Musashi and Meowth may not have understood everything, but they grasped Kojiro's meaning instantly, their eyes lighting up. Really? Is that true? Then we'll become the most powerful members of Team Rocket. Kojiro puffed out his chest with pride. However, thinking of 1,000 wishes posed a bit of a challenge. Musashi and Meowth were brimming with confidence. Not difficult at all. It's a piece of cake. Just 1,000 wishes? We can come up with that easily. Musashi had completely forgotten about the screenwriter who had invited her. A screenwriter? Filming? None of that mattered anymore. She could simply wish to become a superstar directly. Akatsuki, Sakaki. How about a collaboration? I'll take 100 wishes out of the 1,000, and I can exchange other resources with you. Mizuki 100? Even if I give them to you, what good will that do? Do you have the luck? Kai. I still think it holds considerable value. Probabilities are inherently unpredictable. Mr. Sakaki, I believe we could have a private discussion. Fraudali, collaboration? In an instant, Sakaki became the center of attention. Their reluctance to reach out to Kojiro stemmed primarily from the fact that he was still associated with Team Rocket. It was far more prudent to approach Sakaki, after all. Once he made a decision, what could Kojiro and the others do? Sakaki found himself somewhat intrigued. Let me ponder this thoroughly. Even if I were to grant them a certain quota, they may not necessarily be chosen in the end. It would be akin to profiting without any cost. The more Sakaki contemplated, the more he felt a surge of enthusiasm. This venture could indeed be fruitful. In the Pokemon League conference room, this card, when combined with Musashi's risky die, could yield intriguing results. Damalanki had also thought of the same concept as Kojiro. However, unlike Kojiro's blind optimism, which suggested assured success, Damalanki sensed an underlying danger. Unpredictable? Just that word alone carries an unsettling connotation. It feels reminiscent of a legendary fairy tale, where a mystical bottle grants 3 wishes, only to consume you in the process. Yolangdu couldn't help but voice his skepticism. For the time being, it was wise not to dwell too much on it. Selecting 3 wishes from 1,000 is no trivial task. Even if they combined the wishes of all other evil organizations, if they weren't chosen, they would amount to nothing. Kona, however, found the situation rather appealing. The gaze of all evil organizations was now entirely captivated by Team Rocket. Their luck and strength were indeed extraordinary. In Hualan City, Xiaoxia sighed, a tinge of envy coloring her thoughts. Who might the champion be this time? Surely it wouldn't be someone from Team Rocket again. Quickly shaking off her envy, Xiaoxia realized that longing for the unattainable was futile. Her curiosity about the champion's identity only grew. Xiaojiang, with a squint and a thoughtful touch to his chin, mirrored her curiosity. Initially, he had thought it would be champions from various regions, but now that Team Rocket had made the list, the champion must surely be the most popular trainer. Someone extraordinary with captivating qualities. Their strength must be formidable, for only then could they garner widespread admiration. As Xiaojiang listed the attributes one by one, Xiaoxia's brow furrowed in disbelief. How can you suggest such a person even exists? Xiaojiang calmly countered, questioning how one could become the most popular trainer otherwise. At the same time, Ash, clutching his chubby self, and Pikachu, trembled in fear at the intensity of the argument between Xiaoxia and Xiaojiang. Aren't we about to see the results? Let us just watch and find out. The voices of Xiaoxia and Xiaojiang abruptly ceased, their gazes fixated on the white screen. They stared at it, as if it were a matter of life and death. The screen began to illuminate, revealing the 100th chapter, the most popular trainer, champion, Dreams. The first Pokemon trainer. In the Team Rocket headquarters office, Sakaki's fingers rhythmically tapped against the chair, his eyes glued to the white screen. What he did not openly express was a flicker of unarticulated hope within him. The champion could very well be him. If those two fools, Musashi and Kojiro, could achieve such popularity and secure a spot in the top 3, surely, as the leader, he would not be left wanting. Sakaki murmured words only he could hear. However, unlike his previous desire to dominate the rankings, he merely hoped to see himself included. If that did not happen, it would not be a significant loss. Meanwhile, Amazon crossed her arms, her demeanor sour as she gazed at the white screen. How could that fiery redhead Musashi possibly rank alongside Kojiro? It must be solely due to Kojiro's brilliance that Musashi gained any recognition. If only Kojiro were paired with me, my popularity would surely soar. In any case, Amazon resolutely rejected this outcome, unless she was the champion. Regardless of their musings, the white screen brightened, and the imagery began to shift. The background music transformed, becoming a seamless melody. Is this the treatment reserved for the champion? How enviable. Macaulay, well-versed in such matters, immediately noticed the distinct difference. A genuine expression of envy crossing his face. Praying, no matter who the champion is, let it not be someone from an evil organization. While Macaulay felt envious, he remained focused on the matter at hand. The white screen illuminated, the visuals oscillating as if showcasing countless flashes of light and experiences. Unlike the previous videos, the music evoked a sense of youth and fervor. It settled. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Who do you think I am? I am Ash from Pallet Town. Xiaoxia's head was filled with question marks. Her confusion eclipsed her envy. The champion is Ash? The expression on Xiaoxia's face was one of utter astonishment, far more bewildered than when Xiaozhang had made the list. Xiaozhang's squint widened in shock. It truly is Ash. That phrase is characteristic of Ash. Not to mention Pikachu and Pallet Town. All the subtle details coalesced, making it impossible for them to deny the reality of the situation. This is indeed true. Ash was equally flabbergasted. Ash scratched his head, as if caught in a dream, unable to process the revelation. It was only when Pikachu gently tapped Ash's head that he snapped back to reality. No, it can't be. It's really me. Ash leapt into the air, eyes wide, pointing to himself in disbelief. The trio from Team Rocket displayed expressions of astonishment, yet they accepted the news more swiftly than Ash himself. After all, it seems quite normal for the kid to be the champion, considering how formidable Pikachu is. Ash has encountered numerous legendary Pokémon. As they analyzed the situation, they found it quite reasonable. It must be just as they suspected. They nodded in agreement, albeit with a tinge of jealousy. Now, the little kid gets to claim 2 rewards for himself. This was precisely what Team Rocket valued. They were pragmatic opportunists at heart. 2 rewards? They too desired double the benefits. The white screen transformed into 3 lines of text. He dreams of becoming the world's greatest Pokémon trainer. He has never given up on his dream and perseveres on his journey. He is Ash, the Pokémon trainer from Pallet Town. In the Pokémon League conference room, compared to the shock of Ash being the champion, Damalanki felt a sense of relief. Finally, the champion is someone from our Pokémon League. Our reputation is intact. After the initial joy, he had time to ponder. How could Ash be the champion? This outcome left everyone astounded. Ash, as a young trainer, indeed possessed numerous qualities that set him apart from others. Integrity, kindness, enthusiasm, an indomitable spirit, and treating all Pokémon as friends. Yolondu held a high regard for Ash. Yet he also recognized that Ash had flaws alongside his virtues. However, it is evident from various videos that Ash Ketchum is indeed a complete novice, lacking understanding in many aspects, and exhibiting numerous undesirable traits, while his strength does not seem to be formidable to that extent. The sole instance where Ash's prowess is demonstrated appears to be during the semi-finals against Guzma, and beyond that, there is little else to commend. Such an Ash is truly perplexing to them. They cannot fathom how he ranks first. Damaranchi, relieved of his concerns, seems revitalized. In response to the confusion expressed by Yolongdu and Shiba, Damaranchi remains unperturbed, advising them simply to watch, for the answers will reveal themselves in due time. The scene shifts to a thrilled Ash, seated before the television. Make sure to get to bed early, Ash, his mother reminds him. For tomorrow you shall embark on your journey to claim your very own Pokémon. Ash, eager and compliant, nevertheless finds himself so overwhelmed with excitement that he stays awake well into the night, ultimately oversleeping the next day. Clad in his pajamas, he rushes to Professor Oak's laboratory, only to discover that the initial trio of Pokémon has already been claimed. Just as despair begins to settle in, he hears Professor Oak hesitantly mention that there is still one option left, prompting Ash to seize the opportunity without a second thought. He is ready to set off on his adventure with his Pokémon. It is at this juncture that Ash encounters Pikachu, who is less than amiable. A thunderous Volt tackle serves as a stark reminder of Pikachu's formidable strength. With Pikachu, who stubbornly refuses to enter a Pokeball, Ash embarks on his journey with great determination. Misty raises her eyebrows in disbelief. Seriously? You were late at such a crucial moment? She recalls their first meeting, reflecting on Pikachu's initial demeanor. Goodness, had you just managed to bond with Pikachu back then? Faced with Misty's astute observations, Ash can only offer an awkward smile. Haven't I improved significantly since then? And besides, my coordination with Pikachu is excellent now. He transforms from slightly embarrassed to puffed up with pride. After all, he and Pikachu are an unstoppable duo. As the narrative shifts, we find Ash, having just set out with Pikachu from Pallet Town, engaged in battles along Route 1 in the heart of Pewter City. Together with Pikachu, he inadvertently demolishes Misty's bicycle in the Pokémon Center. With an additional companion and having captured a Caterpie, Ash strives to prove its worth to Misty, who is not fond of bugs. However, upon encountering a wild Pidgey, Ash promptly decides to release Caterpie. The unfortunate Caterpie is left battered, and it is only thanks to Pikachu that Ash manages to capture the Pidgey. In the midst of Ash's jubilant bragging, Misty delivers a sharp slap. With such a lack of understanding, you should be more knowledgeable about Pokémon. Pokémon have types that counter one another. Pidgey is a bird, and Caterpie is a bug. Do you not even grasp the basic concept that birds eat bugs? Misty's reprimand leaves Ash feeling chastened. It dawns on him that mere enthusiasm is insufficient. Pokémon battles require a trainer's keen judgment. Simply loving Pokémon is not enough. Ash, feeling somewhat sheepish, scratches his nose. Misty rolls her eyes at him. I feel like my words have fallen on deaf ears. Otherwise, How could you have thought to use Pikachu against Onyx at the pewter gym? Brock nods in agreement with Misty, acknowledging the validity of her point. Ash's expression grows increasingly awkward, while Pikachu, nestled in his arms, repeatedly chirps, seemingly mocking him. All right, but did I not win? Ash protests, aware of his shortcomings. I have been making an effort. The trio has now bid farewell to the Cerulean gym, continuing onward, bickering as they watch videos. Ash insists that he is indeed making progress. Misty scoffs, her skepticism palpable. A girl, perhaps one of Ash's companions, articulately points out that one must not allow ignorance to endanger their Pokémon. Battles are not merely about affection. Having someone to guide him occasionally is quite beneficial. Although Misty appears somewhat intimidating on screen, Macaulay believes that having a mentor like her to instruct a novice such as Ash is a rare fortune. This is fate. The scene transitions again, suggesting that Ash has taken Misty's words to heart. After numerous battles, Caterpie evolves into Metapod and eventually into Butterfree. However, during the battle at the pewter gym, Ash once again faces a type disadvantage. In a critical moment, he ingeniously utilizes a small puddle on the ground to amplify Pikachu's Volt Tackle, ultimately securing victory. Following his narrow triumph, Ash's confidence surges. Yet, in a subsequent battle against local trainer Xiaoming, boasting an impressive record of 98 wins, Ash is quickly defeated, almost instantaneously. What makes him so formidable? Ash wonders, seeking answers in Xiaoming's tent, where he discovers that Xiaoming enforces rigorous training regimens for all his Pokémon, including compelling his Sandshrew to confront its fear of water. This is Pokémon abuse. Ash exclaims, to grow stronger, one must exert effort. After a tussle, Xiaoming persuades Ash, who observes that the Pokémon, seemingly mistreated, shares an incredibly close bond with Xiaoming. At last, Ash appears to grasp a crucial realization. A simple love for Pokémon is insufficient. He must devise strategies to strengthen them and guide them effectively. In the Pokémon League conference room, it is evident that Ash has indeed matured, a gradual accumulation of experiences. Yolongdu smiles at this development. The essence of embarking on a journey lies in encountering diverse individuals and landscapes, thereby recognizing one's shortcomings. Shiba nods in agreement, though his questions deepen. Yet, is that truly sufficient? He still seems rather weak. Mere growth alone cannot propel him to become the most esteemed trainer. Strength is also a pivotal component. Kona concurs with Shiba's assertion, suggesting that the focus should now shift to Ash's growth. The pace of the narrative quickens, showcasing Ash's burgeoning prowess as a Pokémon trainer. He engages in battles with various trainers, demonstrating increased strategic thinking. While there remain areas for improvement and a hint of youthful arrogance, his brilliance begins to shine ever more brightly. Confronted with an unruly Charizard post-evolution and Kona's admonitions, Ash realizes that understanding Charizard's psyche is crucial. Progress in battles cannot solely rely on a trainer's commands or the strength of the Pokémon themselves. A harmonious synergy between both is essential. While Ash appears to grasp this concept, Charizard remains uncooperative, even exhibiting a lackadaisical attitude during competitions. Ultimately, however, Ash earns Charizard's respect. As the scene flickered by, it showcased the determined expressions of Ash and Greninja engaged in battle against Karuna, the champion of the Kalos region, and her formidable Gardevoir. Faced with a champion undeniably stronger than the Elite Four of yore, Ash did not falter. The synergy between Ash and Greninja manifested in overwhelming power. Karuna exclaimed. Why is it always me who gets injured? Her head was filled with small question marks. Fine, you've grown. But why must you showcase the video of my defeat to a newcomer as a case study? Is this the torment that comes with being a champion? Wiping away non-existent tears, Karuna felt an acute sense of frustration. Gardevoir, how could we possibly lose to this boy? I even challenged him before. This cannot be real. No matter how weak I may be, I am still the champion of the Kalos region. How could I be bested by a newcomer? Gardevoir indicated that the video was indeed real, and it only deepened Karuna's sense of despair. She retreated into herself. Chapter 102, Passionate Hearts. Bound by unbreakable bonds. The scene of Karuna's public humiliation was broadcast live to the world. Did Karuna really lose to Ash? Is this for real? Daigo, too, was engulfed in disbelief. Was the strength of regional champions truly so feeble? Or had Ash genuinely grown stronger? Although Daigo had never encountered Ash, he had gleaned a fair understanding of him from numerous videos. Ash genuinely cared for all Pokémon, treating them as equals. He was upright, kind, and passionate, yet possessed the common flaws of a novice: recklessness, disregard for advice, impulsiveness, and so forth. Yet it was this very Ash who had triumphed over Karuna, the champion of the Kalos region. What remarkable growth! However, Karuna had indeed become complacent. Misty's eyes widened in astonishment. Karuna, the champion of the Kalos region? She actually lost to Ash? How is that possible? Misty found it hard to believe the scene she had just witnessed. While she may not have recognized Greninja and Gardevoir, she certainly knew Ash and Karuna. This. Brock was at a loss for words. Even Ash himself was rendered speechless. Is that really me? Able to defeat a regional champion? Ash yearned to feel pride, but the incredibility of the situation left him feeling as though he were dreaming. In the Pokémon League conference room, Kona remarked, "Indeed, Ash has truly achieved the fusion you spoke of. This is the power he rightfully possesses." The scene surpassed everyone's expectations, proving that Ash indeed possessed such strength. Damaranch gazed at the image on the white screen, nearly grinning from ear to ear. The top spot was not only occupied by their Pokémon League's trainer, but also by an exceptionally promising Pokémon trainer, given Ash ample room for growth. He could become immensely powerful in the future. Kona, arms crossed, looked at Ash on the screen with newfound respect. If he had previously perceived Ash as merely an ordinary trainer, witnessing Ash's potential made him ponder whether there was a way to facilitate Ash's further growth. Unbeknownst to Ash, countless individuals held high hopes for him. The scene shifted, capturing Ash smiling as he casually embraced his Yveltal. With a calm demeanor, he held his Cosmoem in its second evolution. In his quest to rescue a Dragonite trapped in the middle of a river, Ash effortlessly lifted a thick, long log and tossed it across. To save a severely dehydrated Slugma, he performed a splits maneuver down a slope. To rescue a Garchomp and Metapod captured by Team Rocket, he leaped across a chasm spanning several dozen meters. Countless remarkable feats followed. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? It seemed almost superhuman. A multitude of question marks hovered above Green's head. Despite being in a state of shock, he attentively observed the footage of Ash. This boy could defeat a regional champion in the future? A sense of urgency filled Green's heart. Although he had chosen the path of a Pokémon researcher, he still preferred training various Pokémon. Witnessing Ash's prowess in the future instilled a desire to become stronger himself. Glancing at the beautiful woman beside him, Green's determination solidified. He resolved to challenge himself alone. He no longer needed the distractions of romance. Daigo watched the miraculous scenes unfold, a knowing smile gracing his face. To protect Pokémon at any cost and possess such unexpected strength, one could hardly argue that Karuna's loss was unjust. At this rate of growth, it would only be natural for Ash to surpass them. Having not witnessed the battle between himself and Ash, Daigo had already begun to accept the prospect of his future defeat. Ash's superhuman performance astonished Daigo. The camera continued to shift, the music escalating in intensity. Ash journeyed through diverse landscapes, capturing more Pokémon. Yet, he also repeated the heart-wrenching process of bidding farewell. He said goodbye to Butterfree. He said goodbye to Charizard. He said goodbye to Squirtle. He said goodbye to Pidgeot. He said goodbye to Greninja. Countless Pokémon, once weak and abandoned, had grown stronger under Ash's guidance. Yet, Ash remained the same Ash. I choose to respect your decisions. As long as a Pokémon wishes to leave, no matter how reluctant I may be. Even if that Pokémon is strong, I ultimately choose to bid them a tearful farewell. And with Pikachu by his side, Ash resolutely continued his journey. I am destined to become the greatest Pokémon master. Clenching his fists alongside Pikachu, Ash strode forward against the setting sun, never pausing in his steps. So many Pokémon looked exceptionally powerful, especially Charizard and Greninja, who exuded strength. Ash truly let them go. Misty exclaimed in awe. If it were me, I could never bring myself to part with them. Ash stroked his chin thoughtfully. I believe that since they all have their own responsibilities and reasons for leaving, I certainly cannot hinder them. Though Ash had yet to experience the multitude of growth that awaited him in the future, his inner convictions had never wavered. Brock watched Ash with a smile. This is the true Ash. Otherwise, why would I travel with him, knowing he is prone to arrogance? It's because Ash possesses a unique brilliance. Ash jumped in frustration. The three continued their lively banter as the scene shifted once more. This time, the pace quickened, and the music reached its climax. Various battle scenes flashed by, accompanied by subtitles. Dominating the Kanto region, battling in the frontier. Earning the title of Honor Trainer in the Orange League. Achieving the title of Baron in the Battle Castle of the Kalos region. Participating in the Hoenn region's ring competition and earning the title of Honorary Citizen of Littleroot Town. Reaching the top 16 in the Indigo League. Top 8 in the Chengdu League. Top 8 in the Hoenn League. Top 4 in the Sinnoh League. Top 8 in the Unova League. Runner-up in the Kalos region. Champion of the Alola region. He hails from Pallet Town, aspiring Pokémon Master Ash Ketchum. Chapter 103, The Astonishment of the Crowd. Ash beams with joy as he cradles his well-deserved trophy. Surrounding him, everyone rejoices in his victory. This is truly Ash's triumph. In the final moments of the scene, Ash does not rest on his laurels despite attaining the championship. En route to the Galar region, he continues to pen his own narrative. As the video concludes, all remain enveloped in a state of astonishment. This astonishment is entirely different from before. Previously, they believed Ash merely encountered legendary Pokémon wherever he went. However, they possessed no concrete understanding of Ash himself or his prowess. Moreover, Having only secured 2 badges thus far, they merely felt optimistic about Ash's future, unaware of the remarkable potential it holds. In the Alola region, what a remarkable lad. Guzma had once expressed his desire to claim the champion title and cease collaboration with the Pokemon League. Yet, astonishingly, this title has been awarded to Ash. Kukui's eyes widened in disbelief. I must investigate this young man's true identity. Dr. Kukui's boastful words suggested that he could uncover the truth at the snap of his fingers. Yet, he promptly turned and humbly dialed Professor Oak. Pallet Town? Isn't that where he resides? He is eager to gain insights about their region's future champion. Ash himself is momentarily stunned. I've become a champion? Having just acquired 2 gym badges, he cannot fathom the prospect of becoming a champion. Misty, too, finds herself at a loss, captivated by the visuals in the video. Unlike Ash, who focuses solely on the title of champion, Misty notices the progression from the top 16 to the top 8, the top 4, and even the runner-up. This illustrates Ash's journey, emphasizing that his success was not achieved overnight. In the Indigo League, he only reached the top 16. Instead of reveling in the prospect of future championships, it would be wiser to contemplate how to advance further in the current Indigo League. Misty quickly regains her composure. This is Ash's success, and she feels elated for him. Simultaneously, she hopes he can venture even further. If he possesses the potential to become a champion, why not strive diligently? Oh dear. It seems I only made it to the top 16 at the Indigo League. Ash also notes this ranking, yet reassures himself, but that is all right. For I am destined to be a champion in the future. After experiencing a whirlwind of emotional highs and lows, Ash, who has yet to encounter life-altering challenges, remains oblivious to the essence of humility, his pride soaring. His smug demeanor incites an urge in Misty, Brock, and Pikachu to deliver a fitting reprimand. Achieving the title of champion is not contingent upon arrogance or mere words. If knowing he is destined to be a champion leads to complacency, then that future shall remain but a dream, never manifesting into reality. Brock, with a serious expression, gazes at Ash and douses him with cold water, bringing him back to reality. I understand, Ash mumbles, crestfallen. Meanwhile, Pikachu, rather than offering solace, chirps joyfully, Pika Pika. At that moment, the voices of the multiverse internet reverberate, pulling everyone from their inexplicable emotions, ranking the top 10 most popular trainers in the Pokémon world. First place, Ash. Reason for ranking, a heart ablaze with passion, fueled by love and bonds that never wane. The chatroom instantly buzzes with excitement. Dawn, Karuna, you truly embarrassed yourself in defeat. Mikuri, Dawn, your words sting, but I must admit, you're not wrong, it is somewhat embarrassing. Cynthia, indeed. Karuna, what? I didn't wish to lose. Who knew Ash would become so formidable? Yet, if he can claim the Kalos championship, losing to him is not so shameful, right? Yolongdu, haha. Others have salvaged their dignity. Facts are facts. Karuna faces a barrage of mockery from champions of other regions. While they are uncertain about their own losses, it is undeniable that Karuna was decisively defeated by Ash and his Greninja. Dan Emperor, I have heard that Miss Karuna shares a profound bond with her Shiniduo, even understanding each other's thoughts. For Ash and Greninja to triumph over such a formidable duo, there must be deep sentiments between them. Upon hearing Dan Emperor's words, Karuna's eyes brim with tears. Truly, he is a genuine good person. Those negligent league champions are not worthy. Unbeknownst to her, Karuna inadvertently includes herself in her own critique. Jessie, we were right all along. That kid and his Pikachu are the strongest. James, henceforth, we must devise a plan to capture Pikachu, ensuring Ash's strength diminishes. Meowth, exactly Meow. The inept trio of Team Rocket huddles together, strategizing on how to seize Pikachu. That little brat has become the most popular one. It's infuriating. Jessie glares at Ash's smiling face and his title of first place on the white screen, her frustration boiling. I am the true leading lady here. Without needing input from James and Meowth, Jessie swiftly formulates her next scheme. Other Pokemon and legendaries are of no consequence. Our priority is to capture that little brat's Pikachu. With my risk dice and James's unpredictable antics, our combined forces shall render us invincible. James hesitates to part with his reward. Meanwhile, Meowth ponders the feasibility of Jessie's plan. Aren't you supposed to be a big star, not chasing after petty schemes? James attempts to sway Jessie's resolve. However, Jessie's determination is unwavering, her eyes gleaming with conviction. What kind of star? We're going to snatch that brat's Pikachu and present it to the boss. He will surely appreciate our intentions. At that point, we shall have everything we desire. Imagining that scenario, Jessie bursts into laughter, while James and Meowth tremble in fear. This version of Jessie is truly terrifying. Damaranch, young Ash. Give it your all. I believe in your strength. We are all awaiting your return to the Indigo League. Chapter 104. The reward only Ash can achieve. Damaranch is astonished by Ash's future accomplishments. The Elite Four share his sentiments. To defeat a champion signifies the potential to become one. Yet witnessing Ash lift the championship trophy is profoundly surprising. Yolongdu cannot help but exclaim. Ash has astonished me time and again. Becoming a champion requires overcoming numerous adversaries. The path to championship glory is fraught with challenges. However, after enduring repeated failures, Ash has transformed from a top 16 contender in the Indigo League to the champion of the Alola region. I believe I now comprehend why he deserves the top spot. Kona smiles and remarks. While Ash may possess various flaws, he embodies an abundance of virtues. His unwavering love for Pokémon and indomitable spirit are undoubtedly his shining attributes. Moreover, he possesses such remarkable strength. Observing his gradual transformation from immaturity to maturity, it is hard to believe that anyone could remain unmoved by his unwavering determination. Wouldn't you agree? Shiba nodded in affirmation. Indeed, after merely watching a short clip, Ash had already taken on a special significance in Shiba's heart. Such a child. He embodies the future of their Pokémon League. It truly is wonderful. Serena also beamed with joy, smiling brightly for Ash. Ash is truly the best. Thinking of the boy from her memories, Serena couldn't help but feel compelled to say something. Serena, Ash, you must give it your all. Strive to go even further this time. Yolongdu, precisely. Ash, you must not squander your strength and talent. Ash, I will do my best. With his nose held high, Ash suddenly appeared dejected. Misty and Brock exchanged puzzled glances. What could be bothering him? Although Misty often wore a fierce expression, she always noticed when Ash or Brock faced difficulties. Ash wore a troubled frown. Knowing that I could become a champion in the future is indeed thrilling. But the pressure from everyone's expectations is overwhelming. Ash placed his hat onto Pikachu's head and ruffled his own hair in frustration. Misty and Brock shared a knowing look. Well, who would have thought that this thick-headed fellow would feel pressure too? While they were pleased, they were at a loss on how to comfort Ash. Pika Pika. Pikachu adjusted the hat atop its head with its short arms and offered a reassuring glance to Ash. This isn't like you, Ash. With me by your side. No problem is insurmountable. Though Ash couldn't comprehend Pikachu's words, he felt the sincerity of Pikachu's comfort, and his expression lightened somewhat. Thank you, Pikachu. Ash was never one to linger in despair, and he soon emerged from his self-imposed gloom. I will become even stronger. Then I will be the person in that video. Ash was not only captivated by the glory depicted in the footage, but also discerned glimpses of his future battle style. The outside world is perilous. There are too many powerful individuals. Therefore, I must become stronger as soon as possible. Pikachu, let us grow stronger together. Ash and Pikachu bumped fists. Their faces radiant with smiles. Misty sighed in exasperation. All right, perhaps she had overthought the situation. After all, Ash, the fool, has no worries. Just then, a voice from the Multiverse Dimension website echoed. Congratulations, Ash, for receiving the title of one of the top 10 most popular Pokémon trainers. Hello, Ash. We have prepared a random gift pack for you. Would you like to accept it? Ash glanced at it. Of course I want it. Without a moment's hesitation, Ash thought, who would ever refuse a reward? Ash, yes, I need it. The reward has been issued. Congratulations, you have received Friends List, Life Compendium. Friends List, applicable to all legendary Pokémon and mythical Pokémon. As long as the other party willingly leaves a mark in the Friends List, there is no need to capture them. Regardless of whether the Pokémon has been captured by others, it can be summoned once. The Friends List has no limit on the number of Pokémon it can include. Life Compendium. This book contains detailed records of every individual you have encountered since birth, along with anecdotes and dialogue exchanges. The final length of this book may reach hundreds of thousands of pages. In the chat room, various evil organizations began to surface. Shui Wudong, not to be rude, but if I could have legendary Pokémon willingly leave a mark, why wouldn't I just capture them? Chihua Song, you make a valid point. Guzma, a mere child managed to obtain the champion title of the Alola region from my grasp. And I find this reward quite commendable. It should come naturally, as forming connections is about going with the flow. Kawakishi, no way, really? Is there someone capable of capturing legendary Pokémon, yet choosing not to? Something's off. Kawakishi was forcibly logged out once again. Pokémon League. As for the Life Compendium, it goes without saying, Ash's youth has only just begun, and he likely has few remarkable memories to reflect upon. This reward seems better suited for someone of my age. To reminisce about my life, chuckled Damaranch. Although his gaze fell upon the first reward, Friends List, the more legendary Pokémon that could leave their marks, the more could be summoned. It's starting to make sense. Yolongdu stroked his chin and remarked, this reward is likely attainable only by a young trainer like Ash. Remembering the videos showcasing the top 10 legendary Pokémon, nearly everyone featured Ash, and he managed to befriend those legendary creatures. Damaranch was filled with confidence in Ash. Perhaps one day, this Friends List could encompass the marks of all legendary Pokémon. Shiba was tempted to laugh at Yolongdu's overthinking. However, when his gaze fell upon the boy in the video, wearing a hat with Pikachu perched on his shoulder, he found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was indeed quite possible. This was primarily due to Ash's remarkably legendary experiences. Shiba covered his head, lost in thought, questioning whether his own mind was slipping. Groudon, allow me to willingly leave a mark? The possibility of being summoned in the future? Not a chance. Latios, I find it rather appealing. Latios, no need to be captured. We can still have some fun as long as the person is decent. Ho-oh indeed. If you can meet me, I may consider leaving a mark. One by one, the legendary Pokémon emerged, most showing little resistance, and some even finding it intriguing. Groudon, I feel left out. I have evidence. Chapter 105, Passionate Montage. Wow, Misty exclaimed with envy. The Life Compendium? This reward is something you can talk about when you're 70 or 80. It seems utterly useless. The friends list, which initially seemed of little value, now appeared extraordinary. Especially since Ho-Oh holds you in such high regard. Misty felt a pang of genuine envy. Yet, as she envied, she also recognized that the effective use of this reward truly depends on one's charisma. To have legendary Pokémon willingly leave their marks is no simple feat. Glancing at Ash once more, Misty thought, yes. If it were Ash, perhaps he could truly accomplish it. In fact, rewards related to legendary or powerful Pokémon seemed far more tangible. Contrary to Misty's viewpoint, Brock analyzed the situation from a more rational perspective, believing that this reward was more about the future. It holds no immediate benefit for Ash. No worries, I think this is quite good. Ash didn't seem to mind at all. Rather, he appeared even more motivated. I don't need the rewards of legendary Pokémon. I believe I can cultivate my own strongest partners. This reward should align quite well with my aspirations, right? Ash mused, hesitating as he put away both the friends list and the Life Compendium. The video showcasing the top 10 most popular trainers came to an end. A sense of melancholy settled over everyone. Whether it was the unexpected Dark Horse, the unforeseen Team Rocket, or the final surprise of Ash, they all exclaimed, is it possible to approach it this way? However, everyone accepted the ranking without reservation. Only Alder, with his face covered, feigned tears. It's all because I, the old man, am too disappointing. The Unova region has embarrassingly failed to produce a champion on the list. I've brought shame upon Unova. Adak harbors no obsession with the rankings. Yet he cannot help but notice that champions from other regions have steadily claimed their spots. While Macaulay has not made the list, there remains Daigo. Both individuals are champions from the Hoenn region. Does it truly matter who ascends the ranks? Damaranchi gazed at the vanishing white screen with a heavy sigh. This leaderboard has sent my heart racing countless times. Especially the moment a member of Team Rocket appeared on the list. It was enough to drive Damaranchi to despair. Yolongdu, observing Damaranchi's unease, could not suppress his laughter. The outcome is still favorable. No need to worry too much. He declared, Ash's first place is truly well-deserved. With such a young and talented Pokémon trainer in our midst, the future of our league is undoubtedly bright. Yolongdu took the opportunity to praise Ash. Genuinely impressed by his skills, Conan nodded in agreement, pondering what the next video might reveal. I'm quite curious. In the real world, Zheng Zhi continued to reside in a hotel, uncertain when the anomalies of this world would reach a resolution. Buying a home only to be consumed by monsters within days seems unwise. Staying in a hotel feels far safer, especially with its protective shield. The resurgence of spiritual energy in the parallel world of Blue Star persists, with the emergence of capable individuals gradually increasing, though their overall numbers remain minuscule compared to the vast hordes of monsters. However, the synergy of advanced technology and unique abilities has led to remarkably swift implementation of protective devices against these monsters. They resemble small nodes, but the price varies significantly based on the protection offered, ranging from several million to even tens of millions or more. Zheng Zhi grimaced at these exorbitant costs, feeling as though he was being blatantly robbed. Yet, what choice does one have for survival? To purchase or not to purchase? Refusing to buy could mean being devoured by monsters in one's sleep. For the sake of his life, these protective shields are nearly sold out. The hotel where Zheng Zhi is staying has acquired a small protective shield capable of safeguarding a radius of 500 meters, ensuring his safety within its confines. However, the hotel fees have skyrocketed. A daily charge of nearly 10,000 yuan is hardly manageable unless Zheng Zhi can effortlessly earn close to 10 million from editing a video. If only the suburbs had better internet, he would have relocated already. After all, monsters are no big deal for him. Zheng Zhi stretched lazily, feeling as if he were on the verge of growing mold from all the video editing. Despite his complaints about life's hardships, he diligently continued his work. Editing videos has become his most crucial task. Glancing at the 3 videos on his computer, Zheng Zhi decided to upload them all at once. Having previously compiled a ranking for Team Rocket, he decided to create a compilation video featuring them. After all, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth together embody the charming and adorable antagonists of his memories. A mix cut seems more exhilarating, though perhaps less obvious. Zheng Zhi crafted 2 mix cuts, aiming to present something different to the innocent inhabitants of the Pokémon world. Upon opening the back end of the Multiverse Dimension website, he saw the rapidly increasing earnings and view counts, causing him to smile broadly, earning money and acquiring abilities at the same time. Mix cut, the Rocket Trio never ends. Mix cut, Ash's 9 connections with female friends, ranking the 10 legendary Pokémon's dark histories. Uploading. Upload successful. In the Pokémon world, Ash and his companions had just passed through Xiaoming's personal gym, where Ash witnessed firsthand the methods of Pokémon training. Although he had lost to Xiaoming, Ash did not respond as he usually would. Instead, he began to reflect on his own shortcomings. I believe I can become even stronger. Let me think. Ash mused, stroking Pikachu, now aware of his own flaws. Misty and Brock remained silent, allowing Ash the space and time to contemplate. The emotional quotient was still insufficient, leaving everyone wondering when the next video would appear. Bored, Misty began scrolling through previous videos, even rewatching the one where Dogao was thoroughly beaten. Unable to resist the urge to keep watching. Just one more. I'll quit after this one, Misty repeatedly told herself, struggling to control her hand. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Brock, look, there are 2 new videos. Her finger hovered over Mix Cut, The Rocket Trio Never Ends. Chapter 106. This ranking matters to me. Team Rocket? Why are they back again? Misty's brows furrowed in irritation. Recalling how Team Rocket always sought to capture their Pokémon only fueled her anger. After all, they were all villains. Brock also noticed the 2 new videos. His curiosity was piqued particularly by the latter. However, seeing Misty fuming at Team Rocket, he wisely chose not to oppose her, commenting instead, let us take a look. Team Rocket seems quite popular for a reason. Although they consistently engaged in mischief, they had never succeeded whenever they crossed paths with Ash and his friends. Now that I think about it, they are rather foolishly endearing, Brock mused, the term flashing through his mind. He certainly was not praising Team Rocket. Rather, he simply felt that sometimes they weren't as malevolent as they appeared. Misty shot Brock a fierce glare. You're only saying that because Musashi is pretty. Convinced that Brock's intentions were less than innocent, she dismissed his defense. Nevertheless, her hand obediently clicked on the video, her mouth still muttering, I want to see what charm Team Rocket possesses to warrant their own compilation. As the video began, the familiar lines of Team Rocket echoed forth. Since you have sincerely asked, we shall graciously provide an answer. To prevent the destruction of the world. To protect the planet's core. We are the embodiment of love and truth, the charming and delightful villains. Musashi, Kojiro, we are the rocket team traversing the galaxy. The white hole and a bright tomorrow await us. The pair struck their iconic poses, their dialogue unchanged for the past 2 decades. Misty's brow twitched in annoyance. Is this it? Team Rocket always follows this script. There's no originality whatsoever. While Misty watched the video, Ash also heard the commotion. Team Rocket? Are they back again? He jolted upright, snapping out of his daze, nearly urging Pikachu to prepare for battle. Brock quickly reassured him, we're merely watching a video about Team Rocket. They aren't here. Ash finally calmed down, curiosity peaking as he turned to the video playing. Let me see. The video depicted the first time Kojiro was deceived back home, when Musashi and Meowth believed he would inherit the family business. Yet, Kojiro chose to return to Team Rocket. The second instance showcased the trio being blasted off by Pikachu, with Meowth landing on a deserted island, where he was mistaken for a deity capable of bringing happiness to the islanders celebrating the Meowth festival due to his ability to speak human language. The sensation of being revered is truly exquisite. Meowth even felt an impulse to remain, only to ultimately discover that the islanders' true intention was to compel him to utilize the treasure-gathering technique. Helpless and battered from his inability to employ this power, Meowth realized, just as he thought he had succeeded, that he had achieved nothing at all. This was merely Musashi and Kojiro's private stash. Without hesitation, Meowth chose to side with his Team Rocket companions. In their third encounter, the trio was once again sent flying by Pikachu, leading to an inexplicable emotional breakdown among the 3. Musashi criticized Kojiro for his cowardice, while Meowth, who could do little more than speak, was deemed less competent than the ever-reliable Meowth. Both Kojiro and Meowth found each other lacking, prompting a decision to part ways and pursue their own paths to success. Kojiro teamed up with Amazon, while Musashi partnered with Saburo, but they soon realized they were ill-suited for such companions, and the trio reunited. In their fourth attempt, they were once more blasted away by Pikachu. This time, Musashi found herself stranded on a small island and instantly fell for the doctor who rescued her. Yet, in the end, she chose her companions over her feelings, leading to the reformation of Team Rocket. In their fifth encounter, the trio was once again sent flying, and for the first time, they felt a rare sense of concern for their future. By this point, Musashi had secured a badge from the Grand Festival, allowing her the option of a stable life whenever she wished. Meanwhile, Meowth encountered a former Team Rocket member who had been rejected and decided to learn the art of ramen making. Ultimately, Kojiro found himself alone, contemplating whether to return home or continue his journey alone. He aspired to capture a Metagross to bring Meowth and Musashi back, but he was utterly incapable of achieving that goal. In the end, it was Musashi and Meowth who returned. Although the trio was still unable to defeat Metagross and was sent flying once more, smiles adorned their faces. As long as they were together, everything was well. Any remaining concerns could wait until tomorrow. The laughter of the three echoed in the air. Team Rocket may have its ups and downs, but they would always remain together. This was their bond. Misty rested her chin in contemplation, her expression somewhat peculiar. Ash also stroked Pikachu. Well, their relationship seems quite strong, he remarked, noting that they could still continue to engage in mischief together. Ash's perception of Team Rocket's trio shifted slightly, provided they did not come after his Pikachu. Brock nodded in agreement. We are partners, and so are they. In fact, compared to us, their bond seems even more intimate. After all, in watching the videos, it was evident that Ash had changed companions several times, whereas Team Rocket had steadfastly pursued Ash's Pikachu. Such tenacity was indeed commendable. Misty could no longer contain her sarcasm. So their videos always start with being blasted away by Pikachu? What on earth? Meanwhile, others were also viewing the video, including the Pokémon League and others who discovered it. Due to their repeated infractions, Damaranchi had expelled Yolongdu to handle matters regarding the evil organization, while also assisting Interpol and Miss Junsha. Why abandon a perfectly good championship to play vigilante? Fine, I'll make it happen. Damaranchi had dismissed Yolongdu. As Yolongdu sat atop a hefty Dragonite, he idly poked at the white screen. Why is there suddenly a new leaderboard? In addition to the previous lists, top 10 strongest legendary Pokémon, top 10 behind-the-scenes manipulators, and top 10 most popular Pokémon trainers, there was now an additional ranking, a ranking of Ash's female friends. Yolongdu instinctively clicked on the leaderboard. Chapter 107, a ranking of Ash's female friends. The white screen began to play images. Hey, can you teach me? Could you please help me? Teach me this. Will you? Would you be willing to teach me? Appeared various girls. There was Misty, clad in suspenders with orange hair and playful pigtails, her personality slightly fiery. There was also May, wearing a red t-shirt, blue shorts, a white skirt, and a red-yellow pair of sneakers, adorned with a white pokeball bandana, her demeanor lively. Serena, sporting a black tank top and pink skirt with a pink pokeball patterned hat, exuded confidence and sunshine. Elise, with dark skin and a wild nature, cleverly concealed her Pokémon, Yaya, in her hair, relishing in swinging on vines and snacking on berries. There was also the kind-hearted and gentle Shauna, with light brown hair transformed into a short style, fond of warm hues and skilled in crafting snacks and desserts. Lilia, clad in a white dress and a large sun hat with golden hair, appeared delicate, yet possessed a strong inner resolve. Mallow, dressed in a light gray overall dress with green twin tails and a floral headband, radiated enthusiasm. And lastly, there was the serious and meticulous Koharu, with rose-colored hair and green eyes. The fleeting images of all the girls were easily distinguishable, even as they flashed by. Meanwhile, Yolongdu, perched upon Dragonite, fell silent. So, Ash has such a way with the ladies? These girls are all quite beautiful, with so many girls having a decent rapport with Ash. It's no wonder they employ the term bond. Even Yolongdu felt a twinge of jealousy. Simultaneously, others were watching the video as well. Shauna immediately took note of this particular video. Ash's female friends? She murmured, resting on her bed, her finger hovering over the video. Puffing her cheeks, she seemed to ponder something, her face suddenly flushing a rosy hue. Well, let's take a look at this. Unlike the other recap videos, she had no interest. She was solely captivated by anything related to Ash. Clicking on the video, Shauna eagerly began to watch. The footage displayed Ash embarking on his journey, making new friends at every destination and forming bonds. Different personalities clashed and harmonized in their daily interactions, all striving toward the same goal and their individual dreams. Countless scenes flashed by, showcasing the future connections Ash would forge with these girls. Shauna puffed up her cheeks again, contemplating whether she would truly end up with Ash. Yet, she also felt that knowing in advance might not be a good thing. She preferred to wait until she could personally reunite with Ash and confess her feelings. Tossing and turning in her bed, she eventually covered her flushed face with her hands. What am I even thinking? I hope Ash arrives in the Kalos region soon. After Misty finished watching the video about Team Rocket, Brock, following his curiosity, clicked on a video that intrigued him even more. As he opened it, he muttered, "Why does Ash and Team Rocket receive such special treatment? Why is there a video like this after the rankings? Why can't I get one titled The Unspoken Story between Brock and Nurse Joy and Miss Junsha?" Misty shot him an incredulous look. Do Nurse Joy and Miss Junsha from different regions even look different? What on earth? She glared at Brock, who had completely abandoned any pretense of restraint. If you're going to watch it, then watch it. Otherwise, we'll just keep moving. Finally, Brock raised his hands in surrender, falling silent. When the video played, both Misty and Brock were astonished. Is that me? Misty gasped in disbelief at her appearance in the video, while Brock was consumed with jealousy. Wah! So many beautiful girls. Why is it that they all encountered Ash? Brock, with his eyes narrowed in annoyance, could only watch as the various sisters flitted by. Oh, but Misty was unaffected. Upon hearing Brock's insufferable remarks and his irritating tone, Misty's fists clenched in determination. You better explain yourself properly. What do you mean by I'm fine? Is it that I am not adorable or attractive enough? All notions of shyness and embarrassment faded away in the face of Brock's obnoxious behavior. Meanwhile, Ash stood to the side, utterly indifferent. Is this truly the companion I am destined to meet in the future? What is the significance of this video? Meeting someone to share a journey is fate. I will cherish these memories if we truly cross paths, but extracting it from context seems unnecessary, does it not? Moreover, why is Brock not included? After all, he is also my companion. As Brock and Misty bickered, they exclaimed, "Clueless wouldn't block." In the footage, their journey was filled with laughter and tears, and as time passed, their bonds deepened. Yet, they were still faced with the inevitable approach of separation. There was Misty, who returned to the Cerulean Gym to become its leader. There was May, who ventured alone to the Johto region to participate in the Grand Festival. There was Dawn, who headed to the Hoenn region for the same purpose. There was Iris, who became the champion of the Unova region. And there was Serena, who also decided to pursue the Grand Festival in Hoenn. You are my goal, she declared. When we meet again, I shall become a more captivating woman. With a smile, Serena waved goodbye to Ash from the elevator. Ash's companions blushed deeply. The scene appeared perfectly normal, yet sparked a multitude of thoughts. After watching, Serena exclaimed, "My ears are on fire." She sat bolt upright in bed. Wait, what did I just do? The video did not edit out the moments of intimacy between Ash and her. However, Serena was aware of her own thoughts and knew she couldn't have done nothing. And then there were those parting words. Oh, Serena felt as though she were on the brink of social ruin. Ash, surely he isn't watching this video. Is he? No, it's fine. Ash certainly wouldn't he notice what I did. Serena desperately tried to convince herself, but ultimately, she couldn't help but blush. This is unbearable. She needed to escape this planet. Surely everyone knows how I feel about Ash. In the end, Serena buried her head under the covers like an ostrich. Her body still partly exposed, rendering any hiding futile. Yet, in this manner, she found a semblance of security. In the enveloping darkness, thoughts of Ash resurfaced. Does Ash dislike me? Chapter 108, The Wish-Granting Kamisama. What was Ash's reaction? Ash had not noticed anything amiss. Gently stroking Pikachu, he found little interest in the video. Bonds. Those would only form when we truly get to know each other. However, knowing the companions I will meet in the future is rather pleasant. Misty and Brock remarked. As expected of the Ash we know, they were equally oblivious to the specifics of what transpired at the end of the footage. But just considering the atmosphere, that companion, blushing and seemingly smoking, the situation surely wasn't as straightforward as it appeared. Brock and Misty were eager to gossip. Yet the protagonist had reached an unyielding level of obliviousness that neither could tackle. In the end, they could only shake their heads helplessly. What else could they do? In the Pokemon League office, several young Elite Four members were unceremoniously ousted by Damaranch, as if swept away by autumn winds. Only the elderly Granny Kiku remained. At her age, I think it is time for me to rest. Faced with Granny Kiku's lack of cooperation, Damaranch had no choice but to concede. Granny Kiku, intrigued, watched the 2 additional videos, a hint of a smile breaking her typically expressionless visage. The antics of Team Rocket, particularly Jesse and James, were quite amusing. Along with that talking Meowth. It was curious how an ordinary Pokemon could learn human language. One wonders what it has been through. Comfortably seated, Granny Kiku commanded Damaranch to share half of her snacks. Observing the tumultuous tales of Team Rocket, her impression of them began to improve. Damaranch, however, found himself in a quandary. Please, do not add to my troubles. ISNT Team Rocket already entrenched deeply in the Johto region. Now, wanting to eradicate them proves to be an insurmountable challenge. Team Rocket's influence is pervasive throughout Johto. Watching their video left Damaranch with no amusement at all. Team Rocket is a legitimate registered company, complete with a multitude of ordinary employees not directly involved in their core operations. Addressing the aftermath of their unemployment is a significant headache for Damaranch. Granny Kiku remained unfazed by the hair-pulling stress radiating from Damaranch. So, you are the president of the Pokemon League, and I am merely an aging Elite Four member looking to retire. I simply wish to watch videos without having to think. Granny Kiku relinquished her inhibitions, following her own path and leaving Damaranch with no recourse. She then opened another video right in front of him. Watching the stories and journeys of Ash with various girls, Granny Kiku couldn't help but smile knowingly. Damaranch sighed, fine. As long as you're happy. Just don't cause me any more trouble. Yolongdu fell into silence as the video concluded. Following its end, a new ranking appeared. Upon opening it, he found, ranking Ash's female bonds. 9th place. Koharu. Reason for ranking: a meticulous and earnest female companion. Reward: coffee jelly from Toyama Academy 1. 8th place. Mao. Reason for ranking: a passionate and cheerful female companion. Reward: coffee jelly from Toyama Academy 2. 7th place. Swearin. Reason for ranking: a reliable older sister figure. Reward: coffee jelly from Toyama Academy 3. 6th place. Lilia. Reason for ranking: beneath her delicate exterior lies a resilient spirit. Reward: coffee jelly from Toyama Academy 4. 5th place. Iris. Reason for ranking: an exceptional Pokemon trainer and champion of the Unova region. Reward: coffee jelly from Toyama Academy 5. 4th place. May. Reason for ranking: lively and optimistic, aspiring to become a top Pokemon coordinator. Reward: coffee jelly from Toyama Academy 6. 3rd place. Dawn. Reason for ranking: a sunny and confident Pokemon coordinator. Reward: coffee jelly from Toyama Academy 7. 2nd place. Misty. Reason for ranking: the Cerulean Gym leader, embodying both beauty and strength. Reward: coffee jelly from Toyama Academy 8. 1st place. Serena. Reason for ranking: gentle and kind, pursuing her dream of becoming a Pokemon performer. Reward: coffee jelly from Toyama Academy 9. Toyama Academy is a prestigious culinary institution. Even the most ordinary coffee jelly is exquisite. Coffee jelly. Coffee jelly is Kami-sama's favorite food. As long as you offer the most delectable coffee jelly while making a wish, any desire within Kami-sama's acceptance can be granted. The more coffee jelly, the lower Kami-sama's threshold. As long as it's not world-ending, it can be agreed upon. Note: due to differences across worlds, Kami-sama's signal receiver may experience delays. Please be patient after making your wish. Though the text is abundant, a significant portion consists of repetition. After finishing the Dragon's Crossing, Yulongdu found himself enveloped in silence. He pondered, what on earth are these? Coffee jelly? Is this delicacy truly that remarkable? Xiaoxia, gazing at the large handful of coffee jelly that had unexpectedly appeared in her arms, felt her head filled with question marks. Is this coffee jelly genuinely so delectable that even the elusive Kami-sama from another realm would barter his soul for it? How can I possibly believe that? Xiaoxia muttered under her breath, yet her hands were earnestly and frantically stuffing all the coffee jelly into her bag. Indeed, she simply did not wish to squander the reward she had worked so hard to obtain. Just like that. If you dislike it, I can reluctantly assist you in consuming it. Off you. Before Xiaoxi could finish his sentence, he received the swift retribution of Xiaoxia's iron fist. This is my offering to the great Kami-sama for my wish. I shall beseech Kami-sama for a water-type divine beast. None of you are allowed to touch it. Xiaoxi grumbled in protest from the sidelines. You were the one who claimed it was a hoax. Selena tilted her head as she observed the bed piled high with coffee jelly. She dashed into the kitchen, brimming with determination to make coffee jelly. Is it true that offering coffee jelly can fulfill a wish to Kami-sama? Then I must create even more coffee jelly. Even if I can't compare to the illustrious Farm Moon Academy, my intentions remain sincere. Oh, great Kami-sama, please let Xiaoxi understand my feelings and be with me. The pink-haired Kami-sama, adorned with 2 lollipops atop her head, quizzically responded, Huh? What did you say? I didn't hear anything. Chapter 109. A Reckoning of the 10 Legendary Beasts' Dark Histories in the Pokémon World. The release of this ranking astonished many. Not for any other reason, but everyone shared a singular thought. Is it truly possible to do that? The Pokémon League. After a grueling day and night spent tackling the matters of the evil organization, Yulongdu finally returned to the embrace of his team. I am utterly exhausted. This time, I am genuinely unable to run any further. Arriving even earlier were Shiba and Kona. Yulongdu dismounted from the hefty Dragonite, observing his colleagues leisurely sipping tea. Reflecting upon his own harrowing experiences, he couldn't help but let out a sorrowful howl. How can you all be so relaxed? That Plasma Gang's Kikisi can really sprint. I was so close to capturing him. Yet he managed to escape. However, I did manage to seize a special Mutuo Pokeball from him. As he spoke, Yulongdu casually tossed the black Pokeball to Damaranchi. Damaranchi eyed the Pokeball with curiosity. After inspecting it thoroughly without discovering anything remarkable, he promptly returned it to Yulongdu. You should keep it. After all, this matter is still yours to handle. Damaranchi had no intention of taking on such a hot potato. Yulongdu sighed deeply, acknowledging that there was no escaping his fate, and resigned himself to sitting down. The next video should be starting soon, right? I wonder what it will entail. After watching the video that stemmed from Xiaoxi's youthful escapades, I felt utterly unwell. I have reasonable suspicion that similar videos will follow. It could be a parody, yet still a legitimate ranking. However, as it featured solely female characters and employed terms like bond, it imbued the video with a hint of a pinkish hue. Just as everyone was preparing to gossip about Xiaoji's affairs, the white screen gradually illuminated. After nearly 2 days, the emotional value of the white screen had finally been collected. Yulongdu's eyes lit up instantly. Despite his grumbling, he was genuinely looking forward to the video. Otherwise, why would he have traveled such a distance to return? Of course, it was to enjoy the video while snacking on seeds together. The hourglass on the white screen slowly vanished, transforming into elegant calligraphy. A reckoning of the 10 legendary beasts' dark histories. Dark histories? Groudon's large, bell-like eyes widened at the sight of those 3 words, and he bellowed with conviction, roar. This has nothing to do with me. Only that wretched Kyogre would have a dark history. The Pokémon League. Yulongdu and Shiba exchanged glances, their premonitions proving to be accurate. This was indeed the dark history of legendary beasts. Will we incur their wrath by watching this? Yulongdu posed a thought-provoking, yet utterly plausible question. Indeed, this is the dark history of legendary beasts. One could only wonder which legendary beasts would make the list. If the beasts on the ranking were exceptionally powerful, what if they discovered that their dark histories had been exposed and became enraged? Damaranchi's previously carefree demeanor vanished entirely as he watched the video. Please, let time rewind. I would cherish those moments. Even if Granny Kiku were to incessantly mock me, I would not mind. Unable to locate a time machine, Damaranchi could only accept the reality before him. Dark histories of legendary beasts? I am somewhat curious. If you have the audacity, speak openly in the chat room. I believe those legendary beasts with dark histories would also find you intriguing. Daigo crossed his arms, coldly remarking in response to Mikoli's reckless statements. Mikoli, feeling embarrassed from his previous blunder, sheepishly rubbed his nose. Could you not speak so bluntly? I can't help but feel that since you returned from that world, your mood has soured. Did you encounter something particularly troublesome? However, as a former champion of the Hoenn region, how could anything be challenging? Mikoli rambled on, suddenly realizing that Daigo's expression was far from pleasant. A wave of alarm surged through him. Oh dear, could he have truly guessed correctly? Daigo cast a disinterested glance at the incessant chatterbox. It's nothing. Just encountered something rather unsightly. Daigo struggled to articulate it. How could he explain it? Did he stumble upon a mass of pixelation? After all his hard work, had it all gone to waste? And how could something so pixelated allow him to discern its true form? Daigo felt drained and had no desire to speak. Thus, when confronted with Mikoli, who had practically presented himself as a talkative nuisance, Daigo couldn't even be bothered to shoo him away. Feeling empty inside, Daigo decided he needed to watch a few more dark histories of others to soothe his discontented heart. As for the legendary beasts, each one felt a twinge of apprehension. They unearthed all their memories, wondering, surely, I have no shameful past? Yet, in their desperation, they realized that it was equally possible that future events could unfold. The mere thought of facing social death before all the legendary beasts sent them into a spiral of despair. The white screen gradually brightened, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, which legendary beast would be the first to have their dark history revealed? He resides amidst the thunderclouds. He is the legendary Pokémon of electric and flying types. He is one of the 3 sacred birds. Ho-Oh lazily rolled his eyes. Yes, the sensation of sleeping on a parasol tree is indeed delightful. As for the identity of this legendary beast, that is sure to be revealed soon. Ho-Oh let out a long cry. How embarrassing. Truly, how embarrassing. They had brought shame upon all avian legendary beasts. While Ho-Oh contemplated this, he nonchalantly turned over. The embarrassment of Zapdos was his concern, and what did it have to do with him? The Pokémon League. Yulongdu rubbed his nose. Watching the dark histories of legendary beasts? Is this for real? Suddenly feeling exhilarated. Will there be rewards for these legendary beasts afterward? I wish to ascertain whether this should be regarded as a reward or merely a consolation prize. The illustrious Yulongdu possesses a peculiar talent. He can evoke a sense of mockery without harboring any malice. You may wish to inquire about the thoughts of Zapdos later. Shiba cast a fleeting glance at Yulongdu, who promptly sealed his lips, unwilling to invite trouble upon himself. The scene commenced to play. Golden feathers erupted in a dramatic display, accompanied by a resounding cry. As the Soundwave Dragon delivered a devastating blow, even the stone pillars behind it were shattered into fragments. A majestic divine beast was effortlessly toyed with by an ordinary Pokémon. Chapter 110. The Black History of Divine Beasts, ranked 10th, Zapdos. The dilemma is that the footage continues to unfold. Zapdos remains subjected to a barrage of humiliating defeats, including a flying knee strike from the Wrestling Eagle. It appears utterly defenseless. Soon after, it was captured by Team Rocket. Ultimately, it was unceremoniously kicked to the ground by a mere fire bunny, rolling helplessly. It was a hair's breadth away from being ensnared within a Pokeball. The Pokémon League. Is this truly the legendary trio of sacred birds? A plethora of question marks loomed over Yolongdu's head. Indeed, it is exceedingly disheartening. Having grown accustomed to Ash's presence, Yolongdu found it unsurprising. Wherever Ash goes, divine beasts seem to follow. Has this not become common knowledge? Thus, their focus shifted entirely to Zapdos. Ahem, while Zapdos is indeed a divine beast, it cannot be deemed particularly formidable, Damalanki remarked with a hint of dignity. Indeed, it matters not if Zapdos is embarrassed, as long as Moltres and Ho-Oh maintain their esteemed reputations. After all, Moltres and Ho-Oh ignited the sacred flames of the Quartz and Silver Leagues, respectively, holding a unique place in the hearts of the people of Kanto. Kona chuckled from the side, diverting Damalanki's attention. Observing this, Kona adjusted his glasses to mask his own embarrassment. I can't help but feel that each time the president believes something improbable will occur, it ultimately comes to pass. One need only recall how many times Zapdos has been humiliated by Team Rocket. Is the president truly so self-deceiving? Damalanki felt his heart sink further. His gaze toward Kona now tinged with a touch of melancholy. Even this last small comfort has been compromised. However, Damalanki had to concede that Kona had pinpointed his deepest concern. Let fate decide. In my opinion, which divine beast is devoid of a dark past? It merely depends on who is greater or lesser. As long as Ho-Oh and Moltres do not rank too high, I shall accept any dark history they may possess. Damalanki spoke while wiping his eyes. How lamentable. Ash and his companions had recently stopped at a Pokemon Center. Having eaten their fill, the enjoyment of watching videos was truly delightful. Misty had become utterly engrossed in the videos. Throughout their journey, she repeatedly revisited several clips, including the one where Go was soundly thrashed. She found it endlessly entertaining. Now, with the new rankings unveiled, even the dark histories of divine beasts captivated her as she dined. More, please. Let the dark histories flow in abundance. It is quite normal for divine beasts to have dark pasts, but this relentless exposure is quite harsh. Brock cleared his throat a couple of times, observing Misty and Ash's rapt expressions, and chose to remain silent. Indeed, one cannot deny that, disregarding the divine beast's sentiments, the spectacle is rather fascinating. Team Rocket's headquarters office. The dark history of divine beasts. So be it. Sakaki muttered dispassionately. Just recently, Team Rocket had uncovered a lead on Silver's whereabouts, and Sakaki had been overjoyed at the prospect of bringing his son home. Yet, before he could arrive, Silver's trail vanished entirely. Sakaki finally recognized that his son was evidently reluctant to return home. The heart of this concerned father shattered into a million pieces. What more could he do? Being the anxious father he is, Sakaki could only forgive his son and once again send out teams to search for Silver. Sakaki, we could utilize the information from this video to prepare for these divine beasts. We can recreate similar scenarios based on their dark histories and target them for capture. Jean Diao perceived Sakaki's lack of enthusiasm but felt elated inside. This was her opportunity. Jean Diao laid out her carefully considered proposal, and though Sakaki initially showed little interest, he raised an eyebrow at her words. It sounded somewhat intriguing. However, this Zapdos seems rather weak, doesn't it? Is this truly a divine beast? I wager that even among divine beasts, it ranks at the bottom. Sakaki expressed his disdain. He genuinely looked down upon Zapdos. It was one thing to be bested by Ash's Pokémon, given that they were clearly exceptional, but to be overwhelmed by that Go's Fire Bunny? What a joke. Such a creature hardly qualifies as a divine beast. Sakaki scrutinized the video with a critical eye. I must see what other astonishing feats these divine beasts can muster. As the video concluded, elegant text appeared on the white screen, ranking the top 10 dark histories of divine beasts. 10th place. Zapdos. Reason for ranking. As one of the legendary birds, Zapdos has been reduced to a mere tool, brought forth only to be soundly beaten when needed. Utterly devoid of the dignity befitting a divine beast. In the chat room, the divine beasts, previously silent, erupted once more. Groudon, haha. Zapdos, you're still considered a divine beast? A fire bunny can wipe the floor with you. You should just withdraw from the divine beast ranks. You are unworthy. Zapdos, huh? Who are you to judge my worth? Zapdos, you? Do you even qualify? Moltres, it is somewhat embarrassing. The thought of my name being listed alongside yours is even more humiliating. Articuno, 1. Zapdos, you all wait for it. Zapdos flapped its wings in a fit of rage, yet found itself unable to counter the accusations. The video stood as undeniable evidence. Zapdos could only utter the most venomous curses. One and all, I refuse to believe that none of you have dark histories. Especially you, Groudon. At least I can fly. What does it mean when a beast sneezes? Groudon witnessed it firsthand today. The sneeze was his own, yet it startled him greatly. Roar. Someone must be speaking ill of me behind my back. As a divine beast, I should not even be capable of falling ill. There can only be foul words spoken behind me. Groudon mentally cycled through the possible offenders. It must be Kyogre. Kyogre. The individuals from the Pokemon League and the evil organization merely observed in silence, refraining from speaking. Though Zapdos appeared weak in the video, none were willing to risk their lives to test its temperament. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website chimed in. A cheerful tone resonated in everyone's ears, prompting their expressions to become subtly nuanced. Congratulations, Zapdos, for unlocking the achievement of the top 10 dark histories of divine beasts. Greetings, Zapdos. We have prepared a small gift for you. Would you like to accept it? All eyes were fixed on the chat room. How would Zapdos respond to this awkward, half-hearted achievement? Chapter 111, Zapdos' Gift, to make you more resilient. Zapdos, MMP. The plump, fluffy Zapdos hugged itself tightly. Woe is me. He certainly aspired to be recognized, but why must it be in this manner? The lightning bird gazed at the two characters representing the word gift with an overwhelming sense of excitement. Yet the thought of how this gift came to be filled its heart with shame. Do not inquire further. To ask is to know that it is currently in a state of profound inner turmoil. After much hesitation, the lightning bird ultimately shared its decision in the chat room. Lightning bird, yes. Why would I refuse? I earned my place on the leaderboard through my own strength. Besides, it's a gift, not a reward. If someone wishes to present me with something, how could I possibly decline? The other legendary beasts were greatly moved by the lightning bird's audacity. Impressive. My lightning bird. What an ingenious excuse you've concocted. Truly, you've outdone yourself. They remarked. You seem so foolish on ordinary days, otherwise. You wouldn't have been so soundly defeated by humans wielding commonplace Pokemon. Groudon, your shamelessness is truly unparalleled. I concede defeat. Lightning bird, don't get too smug. I still remember when you were controlled by a human wielding a red orb. Don't think you can escape unscathed. You and Kyogre together are simply the fabled duo of Hoenn. Neither of you shall evade punishment. Lightning bird, isn't the Phoenix King's millennium-old parasol wood delightful? My demands are modest. I need not a millennium's worth. Just 1,000 years would suffice. Allow me the pleasure of experiencing the comfort of bedding similar to that of the Phoenix King. The lightning bird's shamelessness astounded all the legendary beasts, including humans, who gaped in disbelief. So, this is the unseemly nature of the legendary trio? Since the inception of the first leaderboard, legendary creatures have ceased to be mere myths in the hearts of Pokemon trainers. The legendary beasts, once perceived as omnipotent and exalted, were revealed through videos to possess both formidable strengths and undeniable weaknesses. The first to be humiliated, the lightning bird has effectively tumbled from its pedestal in the eyes of many. Daring trainers began to ponder whether they could subdue a legendary creature like the trio, especially since the lightning bird in the video appeared rather unimpressive. If it were them, defeating and capturing it might not be entirely impossible. The voice of the Multiverse Dimension website chimed in. Gift has been delivered. Congratulations. You have received skill, Golden Bell Shield. Note, upon mastering the Golden Bell Shield skill, your body becomes exceptionally resilient and impervious to harm, making it an essential choice for any journey. A momentary silence enveloped the chat room before an uproar erupted. Ash, I feel like this description is somewhat amiss. Latios, haha. Of course it is. It's practically stating that once you learn this skill, you'll become even more durable. Latios, you've nearly depleted all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. Groudon, haha. You've cracked me up. Kyogre, Phoenix King-s equivalent? Let me tell you, dreams encompass everything. This is what you deserve. Phoenix King, the sensation of resting upon millennium-old parasol wood is simply sublime. Alas, you shall never get to experience it. Lightning bird, wah? You're all such meanies. I shall no longer engage with you. The lightning bird attempted to exit the chat. What a laugh. It was utterly unable to leave. In the Pokemon League conference room, cough, cough. Truly, it was too ridiculous. Damalanchi could not stop coughing, laughter rendering him speechless. Yet, to speak candidly, the skill itself was quite commendable. It was merely the note that was truly. Why bring up such matters? Yolongdu and Shiba were also nearby, laughing to the point of stomachaches. It seemed this gift leaned towards the comedic. Initially, I had thought such leaderboards would only impose penalties. But it appears there are also gifts. It seems the Multiverse Dimension website is rather thoughtful. In response to Yolongdu's speculation, Kana shook his head, clearly holding a completely different view. Thus, this leaderboard serves as a dark chapter in the histories of the legendary beasts, yet has no connection to the creators of the video. Why impose penalties that would only upset the legendary beasts? As for whether the legendary creatures that made the list have the dignity to accept this gift, that depends solely on them. Overall, this leaderboard brings joy to other legendary beasts and watching humans, aside from those listed. As long as the legendary creatures on the leaderboard do not succumb to embarrassment and annihilate the world, all shall be well. The lightning bird begrudgingly accepted this gift. I simply desire that parasol would. Was it not said that rewards would be dispensed according to the strength of one's wishes? The lightning bird stared at the golden orb representing the skill before mumbling a few words. Ultimately, it decisively fused with the skill, having sacrificed its pride to obtain such a reward. Why would it refuse? As the skill integrated into its body, the lightning bird felt a surge of newfound strength. As if its physique had become significantly more robust, the lightning bird was engulfed in complex emotions. This truly was meant to make me more durable. Yet, recalling the images from the video reignited its fighting spirit. I shall become even more formidable should I encounter a similar adversary as in the video. I will not suffer the same fate of defeat. With unwavering determination, the lightning bird set yet another flag. Misty laughed until tears streamed down her face. Finally rubbing her belly, I find that legendary beasts have become utterly unshrouded in mystery for me, especially after watching this video. I feel confident that I could capture a legendary creature. Such is my confidence. Brock immediately doused Misty with cold water. Just revisit the first leaderboard. After reviewing it 7 or 8 times, you will realize you were overly optimistic. Why not consider the top 10 strongest legendary beasts and assess their overall strength? Do you truly believe anyone can defeat a legendary beast? Subsequently, Brock's gaze shifted to Ash. Oh, he nearly forgot. He had this peculiar and extraordinary companion. Misty noticed Brock's gaze and couldn't help but look at Ash, her eyes filled with envy. Oh, she too desired the ability to encounter legendary creatures and forge friendships with them. Chapter 112, Black Histories of Legendary Beasts, 9th place, merely a shiny Pidgey. Both Brock and Misty were incredibly envious of Ash, while Ash himself wore a bewildered expression. What is so enviable about this? Isn't this the norm for everyone? Why is there such a disparity among people? Misty turned her head. She could no longer stare at Ash, lest she lose control over the primal power within her. The white screen illuminated slowly once more, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Lightning Bird. I must see who it is this time. Lightning Bird. There are many legendary beasts with black histories. I'm merely in 10th place. I yearn to know who ranks above me. Lightning Bird. Who else is there? The Lightning Bird in the chat room was exceedingly agitated. So, this is what it feels like to have one's black history exposed. Macaulay couldn't help but feel genuine sympathy for the Lightning Bird. To be humiliated once was bad enough, but to have it broadcasted, what kind of devilish spectacle is this? Dama scoffed, arms crossed, exuding an unmistakable aura of a great demon king. What is there to be ashamed of? Is it not your own weakness that you blame others for? Despite being one of the legendary 3 sacred birds, it was rather disheartening to witness it being easily vanquished by a Pokemon trainer, even if it were indeed captured. Such a fate would be deemed justifiable. Daigo, still grappling with his emotions, unleashed a torrent of venomous words. The only solace for Macaulay was that the venom was not directed at him. The pain was unbearable. What had compelled him to journey such a great distance to seek out Daigo, only to subject himself to this torment? Macaulay wore a woeful expression. There was no escaping now. He might as well endure it. Let us watch the video together and see who comes next. What do you think, Daigo? Shall we take a guess, since we have nothing else to do? Daigo cast a disinterested glance at Macaulay, just as Macaulay thought he was receiving a death glare. Daigo spoke. Sure, I'll guess Moltres. If Chairman Damalanky were to see the dark past of Moltres, he would probably clutch his heart and faint. Upon hearing Daigo's words, Macaulay nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. Well, it seems you're not merely making a guess. You're striking a painful chord here. Thankfully, this isn't being discussed in the chat room, so Chairman Damalanky remains oblivious. Then I'll guess Articuno. That completes the set of the 3 sacred birds. Macaulay exclaimed joyfully. Although Zapdos and Articuno did not hold the same esteemed status as Moltres, being part of the same trio meant their reputations were often intertwined. If both Articuno and Zapdos made the list, Moltres would certainly feel some repercussions. Having concluded their guesses, the white screen began to play the video. The familiar cries evoked a sense of foreboding in everyone's hearts, including Daigo, who had earlier been joking. No way. It can't be like this. The white screen displayed a monochrome scene. Ho-Oh battling a Pidgeot. One was the legendary Pokemon, the resurrector of the 3 sacred beasts, while the other was merely an ordinary messenger bird. Yet, under the command of its trainer, Lu Bo, it exhibited an astounding 200 of its strength, relentlessly forcing Ho-Oh to retreat. How could the mighty Ho-Oh be outmatched by a mere Pidgeot? In disbelief, everyone could only think this thought. In the Pokemon League conference room, Chairman Damalanky had already clutched his heart. Yolongdu, ever the supportive aide, promptly produced some medicine. Chairman, take this. I fear you won't make it through the video otherwise. You must survive to oversee the situation. Damalanky's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white several times before he finally mustered the strength to extend his hand. Sitting up with Yolongdu's assistance, gasping for breath, Damalanky could only ponder one thought. A divine beast ranking twice? Is that even possible? A flicker of hope lingered in his heart. Perhaps it wouldn't come to that? However, his fantasies were shattered by Shiba's blunt remark. Why wouldn't it be? Isn't it just like our champions? They can be regional champions, agents, actors, or historians. No fault in that, truly. That stings, Shiba. Damalanki closed his eyes, wishing to remain silent. Ash stared in astonishment at the screen. Ho-Oh lost. That Pidgeot is incredible. I, too, can nurture a Pokemon that rivals a divine beast. Ash once again missed the point. From this video, he gleaned that even an ordinary Pokemon trainer could defeat a divine beast, regardless of whether they captured one. Victory was not solely dependent on strength. It was the synergy and rapport between the trainer and their Pokemon that mattered. Misty and Brock had grown weary of offering any further commentary. Let it be. After all their experiences, they knew Ash's character all too well. Basic principles. No offense taken. Ho-Oh, adorned with many question marks, pondered. Hasn't he already been on the list once? I truly do not wish for this opportunity. One must leave some room for others, after all. Ho-Oh, I genuinely wish to keep a low profile. Please don't force me onto the list. Let the chance be given to those in need. Everyone deserves a gift. Everyone deserves love. Isn't that wonderful? Zapdos, ha. Not at all. No need to share. This outcome is truly gratifying. Groudon, I misjudged you. I never anticipated you to be this kind of Ho-Oh. Lugia, what has happened? Ho-Oh, what's wrong? Ho-Oh, nothing much. I just hope you can manage your little brother well. Zapdos, bah. The chat room was once again flooded with messages from the divine beasts, when suddenly the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website captured their attention. Counting down the top 10 dark histories of divine beasts. 9th place. Ho-Oh. Reason for ranking Ho-Oh? Merely a shiny Pidgey. Everyone, including the divine beasts, erupted in laughter. Yolondu, ha. I truly didn't want to laugh. I swear. Latios, I'm a professional. I would never laugh easily. Latias, ha. But it's just too funny. Shiny Pidgey. Sorry, we simply cannot hold it in. Ha. The chat room was overwhelmed with laughter and joy. Ho-Oh's expression turned vacant. His composure shattered. He wished to say nothing. Let it be. Chapter 113. The Gift of Ho-Oh, to help you hide better. Ho-Oh, now ranking for the second time, swiftly replaced Zapdos, which had previously been the target of ridicule. How embarrassing can it be? Can Ho-Oh and Zapdos be compared? Is Ho-Oh on the same level as a Pidgeot? This is entirely unequal. Xiaobai. TSK. Ho-Oh, it seems you are not so impressive after all. Is it truly because Lu Bo is exceptionally skilled? That old fellow hides his abilities well. If not for the rankings, no one would know his true identity. Damalanki, this is different. Ho-Oh is not a battle-oriented divine beast. Its strength lies in its ability to be reborn. Damalanki, Ho-Oh is capable of resurrecting the 3 sacred beasts. Lu Bo merely anticipated Ho-Oh's weaknesses and launched a targeted strike. Damalanki's voice grew hoarse, as if he wished to shout in the chat room. No one should ever question Ho-Oh's strength and status. Ho-Oh holds a unique significance for the people of the Kanto region. Damalanki could not allow Ho-Oh to fall from grace. However, although his words in the chat room contained an element of defense, they were not baseless. That Pidgeot must have undergone meticulous training. Otherwise, it could not possess such strength. Furthermore, Ho-Oh was not inherently a battle-oriented divine beast and lacked many combat skills. Even if it truly lost, it was not an unacceptable outcome. It would merely be a source of discomfort. The final thought remained unspoken by Damalanki. Yet Yolongdu and Shiba understood his meaning. The office fell silent. Daigo and Macaulay exchanged glances, neither uttering a word. Daigo, Macaulay, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them, until Macaulay finally broke into laughter. For the first time, I feel that we are both not bold enough. You thought of guessing Moltres. Fearing the chairman's heart wouldn't he withstand it. But who would have thought the video was even harsher, starting with Ho-Oh? The chairman truly can't handle this. That is Ho-Oh, after all. How many individuals harbor within their hearts the most tangible presence of divine beasts? These creatures are truly one of a kind. And then, out of the blue, a remark about the dazzling mouth of a giant sparrow? Indeed, fierce. Utterly fierce. Dowoo's expression was somewhat uneasy as he covered his mouth with one hand, sitting upright. However, this Yabo did lend a helping hand to President Damalanchi. He directly questioned the Phoenix King in the chat room, providing the president with an opportunity to defend the Phoenix King before everyone. Had it not been for Xiaobo's disparaging remarks, President Damalanchi's defense of the Phoenix King would not have had the same effect. One cannot help but acknowledge Xiaobo's remarkable talents. Dowoo mused that he could easily recruit this individual. Surely, President Damalanchi would not mind? After all, there are so many malevolent organizations lurking within the Kanto region's gyms. Sharing the burden would surely be a boon for President Damalanchi. The voice of the Multiverse Dimensions website echoed once more. Congratulations, Phoenix King, on unlocking the achievement of the 10 legendary beasts' dark history. Greetings, Phoenix King. We have prepared a small gift for you. Would you like to accept it? The Phoenix King yearned to respond with utmost defiance, exclaiming, "How dare you? I refuse." Yet, upon lowering his gaze, he beheld the ancient parasol tree he was resting upon. How delightful! In the next moment, the Phoenix King could not help but reveal a look of ecstasy. This cannot be blamed on the website. They merely presented the facts. And then, they allowed all humans and Pokémon to witness the spectacle. As he nestled against the ancient parasol tree, the Phoenix King's mind raced. Phoenix King, given the circumstances, I suppose I must graciously accept it. The divine beasts. We must have misjudged. Who knew the Phoenix King possessed such a side? Zapdos, brother, just moments ago, you were mocking me. How is it that you now engage in the very same behavior? Articuno, witnessing the fall from grace of the legendary Phoenix King. Phoenix King, I shall state this plainly. If you possess the ability to make the list, then do not ask for it. Can you even achieve that? You lack the opportunity to be embroiled in such a ranking. Shrimp and pig hearts, nothing more. Latios and Latias shed tears of sorrow. Phoenix King, your words pierce the heart, dear brother. I too wish to make the list. Sister, who does not? Let us continue watching. Perhaps we shall have our chance. The voice of the Multiverse Dimensions website interrupted their quarrel, all eyes turning to the Phoenix King's gift. This marks the Phoenix King's second ascent to the rankings. In all these numerous lists, this is the first occurrence of such a situation. One wonders what the reward for the Phoenix King will entail. Gift has been distributed. Congratulations, you have received one red tail feather bound. This is a red tail feather from a higher realm, imbued with a skill. When unfurled, it can devour all attacks from opponents. Simply insert it into your tail to utilize it. Can be used by all bird Pokémon. Note, since combat is not possible, it is wise to prepare additional equipment. The Phoenix King gazed at the dazzling, resplendent tail feather that had suddenly appeared before him. Although it was but a single feather, he could vividly imagine the breathtaking beauty it would possess when fully unfurled. Without hesitation, the Phoenix King inserted the red tail feather into his plumage. In an instant, it melded seamlessly with his tail feathers, as if it had always belonged there. Lacking a river or mirror nearby, the Phoenix King could not resist glancing back repeatedly, eager to behold his newfound beauty. The avian penchant for vanity is an inherited trait, and there is no escape from it. Zapdos once again shed tears of envy. Zapdos, brother, share some of your good fortune with me. Why do you always receive such splendid rewards? A little mockery is fine, but the main prize should be exceptional. Phoenix King, envy all you wish. I feel utterly magnificent. No bird is more beautiful than I. Observing the Phoenix King's self-indulgent remarks, President Damalanchi fell silent. The weariness he felt could scarcely be described. Yolongdu longed to laugh, for the expression on President Damalanchi's face was undeniably amusing. Yet he struggled to suppress his mirth, knowing that once this ranking concluded, he would inevitably bear the brunt of the consequences. Nevertheless, President Damalanchi shot a glare at Yolongdu, sparing no one, not even the nearby Shiba. You two rascals, do not think I am oblivious to your thoughts. Sighing, President Damalanchi clenched his fists tightly. Kana was right. I must refrain from making any bold declarations. I shall maintain my composure. I am certain I can achieve this. Chapter 114, A Day of Misfortune for Dogao. Yolongdu, Shiba, and Kuna sat in utter silence, not uttering a word. To solicit their opinions would surely be tantamount to making bold declarations. The four exchanged glances, each sharing the same thought. The president is getting on in years. Such stimulating matters are truly not suitable for him. It is detrimental to his heart. Granny Josie smirked, her sarcastic remarks lingering on her lips. Upon witnessing President Damalanchi's plight, she begrudgingly swallowed her words. Well, at least the Phoenix King's gift is commendable, far superior to Zapdos's. It is not a complete loss, merely losing face, is it not? During the assessment of Lu Bo, everyone recognized his formidable power. To have secured the position of the second-in-command of the shadowy puppeteer, one must possess considerable skill. However, Lu Bo's prowess was indeed somewhat beyond expectations. This is no ordinary level of strength. President Damalanchi nodded, accepting Granny Josie's comfort. Indeed, the Phoenix King's reward is remarkable, with an inherent skill. Yet, one wonders if there exists any limit to this devouring ability. While President Damalanchi genuinely fretted for the Phoenix King, the Phoenix King himself was utterly indifferent to such concerns. Does a limit exist? Is the devouring skill effective? How does it pertain to him? Not in the slightest. As long as it is aesthetically pleasing, that is all that matters. What is the essence of bird Pokémon? A love for beauty. As long as they are avian creatures, they are inescapably bound to this trait. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia lamented the disparity in fates. Some yearn for recognition, yet remain overlooked, while others ascend to the rankings twice with ease. Xiaojing glanced at Xiaoxia with squinted eyes. Did you not also make the ranking, and quite a respectable position at that? Xiaoxia huffed in protest. There was no individual video dedicated to me, humph. Xiao Zhang decided to remain silent. This was a battlefield he preferred to avoid. Was Xiaoxia merely lamenting the lack of a grand introduction? Women, after all, are ever concerned with appearances. Meanwhile, the once discussed Xiaozhi maintained his oblivious demeanor. Engrossed in a conversation with Pikachu, Xiao Zhang involuntarily cast a glance at Xiaozhi. Goodness, Xiaozhi was still enthusiastically contemplating which Pokémon to capture next. There is no saving him now. The Phoenix King's reward once again ignited envy among numerous divine beasts, who, faced with the scornful remarks from their peers, perceived the Phoenix King's demeanor as entirely unperturbed. Phoenix King, I assert that your envy is palpable. Even if it is a dark history, you cannot ascend to the ranks. Does that not infuriate you? NTI. Phoenix King, do not be too arrogant, else you may find yourself in a sack. Indeed. The Phoenix King's words struck deep within the hearts of many divine beasts. Several began to contemplate that if the quality of their own gifts could match that of the Phoenix King, perhaps being ranked would not be such a disgraceful affair. After all, having lived for so many years, it is improbable that one possesses no dark history at all. Taking it out to amuse everyone can indeed empower oneself, or render life significantly more intriguing. From this perspective, it appears rather worthwhile, does it not? One by one, the meticulously calculative divine beasts ponder this notion in their hearts. Having already secured numerous Master Balls, they are presently recuperating, primarily to observe the videos featuring Mutwo, rolling their eyes at the dark histories of Zapdos and Ho-Oh. Mutwo crossed its arms and let out a derisive snicker. The deity Mutwo possesses no dark history. This declaration was made with remarkable conviction, chiefly because Mutwo had only recently come into existence. It firmly believed that neither now nor in the future would it ever sell its soul for a mere trinket. Mutwo is perfect. There can absolutely be no dark history. Mew, with a playful tilt of its head, floated beside Mutwo, seemingly deep in thought. Mutwo, begrudgingly casting a sidelong glance at this mischievous little creature, was not concerned about Mew. It merely wished to ascertain what this little nuisance intended to do. Mew, chirping merrily, called out repeatedly. However, Mutwo's expression steadily darkened. Silence. If you cannot speak wisely, you need not speak at all. Mutwo snapped in a fit of indignation, attempting to grasp Mew physically, hoping to discipline it. In an instant, Mew darted away. What a temper this creature has. All it did was speak a few home truths. And now it resorts to violence. Truly despicable. I shall not play with you any longer. Mew huffed, tilting its head and suddenly recalling a far better toy. Ah, yes, that human from before. Mew had memorized the name and appearance of Dogao, deciding to seek out Dogao for some fun without Mutwo. As for Dogao, having regained consciousness, he was now wading cautiously through the forest on his adventure. Before him, a white screen split in two. One half displayed a live broadcast, while the other showcased previous highlights. Upon awakening, Miss Joy had rather unceremoniously ushered Dogao out of the hospital. My injuries have yet to heal. I require more time. Even though Dogao was awake, the memories of his experiences in the dream world remained vivid. He had no desire to encounter the galactic team again. The peculiar Mutwo was a creature he wished to distance himself from as much as possible. Yet, the thought of Mew, lingering by Mutwo's side, filled him with frustration. Did they truly believe such nightmares could break him? Absolutely not. He would cough, and once he steadied his resolve, he would capture Mew right in front of Mutwo. Dogao was lost in unrealistic dreams, hoping to linger at the Pokemon Center for a while longer. However, he was met with Miss Joy's impassive face and Miss Kuntz's stern expression. Although her words were polite, Dogao was swiftly expelled by the two of them. With nothing but his clothes and Pokédex, Dogao clutched his sole remaining Pokeball and ventured into the woods. I must capture an extraordinarily powerful Pokemon. I shall prove to everyone that they were mistaken. Mutwo's schemes did not deter Dogao. Despite his fears, his rebellious spirit intensified. Let me check the previous rankings. Perhaps I might be included. Dogao scrolled through the top 10 most popular Pokemon trainers list, his anger reaching a boiling point. What nonsense is this? Regional champions aside. Who are these little Gary, Brock, Ash, and Team Rocket? Especially that little Gary, daring to say I am unworthy? How am I unworthy? In a fit of rage, Dogao stomped his feet, losing focus and rolling down the slope, spinning 360 degrees without a care. Chapter 115, The Surrounded Groudon. You are insane. Just moments after leaving the Pokemon Center, Dogao's tumble nearly sent him back there. Despite his disheveled state, luck was on his side as he sustained only minor injuries. Hissing in discomfort, Dogao couldn't help but grimace, yet he still clutched his Pokeball tightly. This was his last remaining Pokeball. If he lost it, he would truly be trapped. Dogao sat on the ground in disarray, gazing at the white screen filled with frustration. What a bunch of rubbish. And their dark histories are simply pathetic. Do these creatures even deserve the title of divine beasts? I wouldn't even want Zapdos if it were offered to me. Perhaps I would consider capturing it just to complete my Pokédex. Noticing a fleeting glimpse of himself in the footage of Zapdos being defeated, Doghouse spirits lifted immediately. What do you mean I nearly got captured by the Galactic team? What do you mean I was tormented endlessly? What do you mean Mutwo trapped me in a nightmare? Witnessing himself overpowering a divine beast reignited his resolve. Yes, I am that formidable. Everyone envies and resents me, which is why I find myself in this situation. Dogao excelled at self-reassurance. Yet, no matter how much he comforted himself, he refrained from speaking in the chat room. Why? What if the Galactic team or Mutwo came looking for him? In the face of life and death, Dogao, filled with inner fury yet outwardly brave, rationally chose to remain cautious. As long as he persisted in his cowardice, he would surely grow strong unnoticed. Mew had already found Dogao, curling its long tail and tilting its head, observing this peculiar human. It felt as though this individual's mind was rather exhausted. Mew stealthily concealed its presence. In truth, with Mew's swift speed, even if it followed Dogao closely, he would never perceive Mew's existence. Watching Dogao stumble along the path, Mew let out a soft giggle, covering its mouth to suppress the sound. It couldn't allow this human to discover it. Otherwise, the fun would be over. Mew trailed Dogao closely, occasionally exacerbating his already troublesome journey. Suddenly, a swarm of caterpie burst from the forest, followed by a flock of Pidgey, with creatures flying above and running below. There was nothing Dogao could imagine that this forest lacked. Gasping heavily, Dogao soon found his stamina waning. No, it's fine. As long as I have my Pokeball, I still have hope. He clutched his precious Pokeball tightly, searching for an opportunity to turn the tide. Mew watched curiously from the side. This little ball? Let us play a bit longer, and then I'll just knock it away. Mew delightfully made up its mind. It was eager to have some fun with Dogao. The colossal Mutwo was far too dull to play with, whereas this human appeared much more entertaining. Unbeknownst to Dogao, who still harbored thoughts of a comeback, his future had already been mapped out by Mew. In the chat room, the divine beasts, having been inspired, began to think that being on this ranking might not be such a disgraceful affair after all. Ho-Oh effortlessly transformed the reputation of this list with its good fortune. Other divine beasts were equally intrigued. Only Zapdos shed sorrowful tears on the sidelines. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Why am I the only one suffering? Ho-Oh remarked, we are not the same. Please do not dare to provoke me lightly. Xia, who has completely immersed herself in the spectacle, is almost wishing for the situation to escalate further. The black histories are not yet sufficient. More indeed. Once this ranking concludes, Xia believes she could relish it multiple times over. It appears to be quite a feast for the eyes. Who could possibly be next? I suspect that there are many mythical beasts like the Phoenix King who make a second appearance. After all, the more renowned the mythical beings, the more intriguing their dark pasts seem. Otherwise, if one is not familiar with the mythical beast in question, it holds little interest. Xia is already quite savvy. Although she has heard of Zapdos, she is not well acquainted with it. When she witnesses Zapdos being flamboyantly defeated by Ash and his companions, she feels no sense of crisis whatsoever. Rather, she finds herself wanting to cheer from the sidelines, loudly urging, hit harder. Ash cannot help but let out a mighty sneeze. Am I catching a cold? A small question mark appears above Ash's head, while Pikachu, in sync with Ash's movements, tilts its head, its gaze stealthily landing on Xia. A confirming look, as if to say, someone is speaking ill behind your back. Xia quickly turns away, not daring to meet Ash and Pikachu's eyes. Ahem. She knows nothing. She is merely an innocent, ordinary girl. Amidst the diverse thoughts of the crowd, the white screen gradually illuminates once more, capturing the attention of all humans and mythical beasts alike. Most mythical creatures are engulfed in a dilemma. Should I hope for my dark past to be revealed? Or would it be better if it remains hidden? Groudon sits firmly, growling. Although I have no dark history of my own, all of it surely belongs to Kyogre. Yet I cannot shake this uncomfortable feeling that it would be unfair for Kyogre to receive such an unwarranted gift. Groudon finds himself deeply conflicted over his longtime rival. Groudon, it's tough. I wish to see Kyogre's dark past, yet I also hope he doesn't get anything good. Seeking solutions online. Latios, are you out of your mind? Latias, I think you must be unwell. Lugia, if your brain isn't functioning properly, I suggest you consult a doctor. Ash, I don't understand what you're all talking about. Kyogre, useless Groudon. Watch me soar and splash you with my tail. It seems something peculiar has infiltrated the mythical beast chat, yet no one pays it any mind. Observing Groudon's remarks in the chat room, Kyogre is decidedly unperturbed by this worthless creature. Roar, who can truly claim to have a dark history. Moreover, Groudon's luck must be exceedingly poor. Kyogre feels confident that he can sit back and enjoy the spectacle. He is undoubtedly the most refined mythical beast in the Hoenn region. Amidst this chaotic atmosphere, the white screen lights up, slowly beginning to play. The next mythical beast poised to reveal its dark history gradually emerges. Chapter 116, the 8th place in Mythical Beast Dark Histories, 3 little mushrooms. The white screen slowly brightens. The images flicker with various hues, swaying like flowing water. Yagu, Yagu. More than one voice intertwines, delicate enough to suggest that it is not the voice of a ferocious mythical beast. Pokémon League Conference Room. Why does this voice sound somewhat familiar? I feel like I've heard it in some video before. Yulong possesses a keen self-awareness. As an ordinary person, one might not encounter many mythical beasts in a lifetime. However, thanks to the existence of this white screen and the enigmatic video creator, they have seen mythical creatures they might never have laid eyes on in their lives within just a few days. The influx of information is overwhelming. Many have yet to fully process it. For instance, Yulong cannot remember so many mythical beings. He only retains some impression of the previous 10 mythical beasts. The rest? He cannot recall at all. Haha, goldfish memory. Shiba precisely strikes at this moment, ensuring that he pops up every time Yulong makes a mistake. Do you remember? Konar suddenly interjects, leaving Shiba dumbfounded. He also feels that it sounds familiar, yet he cannot recall which mythical beast it belongs to. Meeting Konar's bemused gaze, Shiba awkwardly scratches his nose. 3 lines of text appear on the white screen, differing slightly from the previous introductions. They are the legendary Pokémon representing the spiritual world. They grant humanity wisdom, emotion, and willpower. They are the 3 legendary Pokémon that protect the Ur region. Cynthia pauses her ice cream licking. Is it the Lake Guardians? From these exceedingly detailed descriptions, Cynthia accurately deduces the most likely Pokémon. Moreover, the use of the plural term they indicates that she is confident in her hypothesis. Had she seen a video related to the Lake Guardians before? Was it from Team Galactic's Red Sun? He awakened Dialga and Palkia with the Lake Guardians, right? Steven retrieves memories from a few days prior with relative ease. While Makuri has a faint recollection, he certainly does not remember the details as clearly as Steven does. Haha. My own Red Sun is an ambitious dreamer attempting to create a new world. The specific storyline? I can hardly recall. Steven glances at Makuri and smiles lightly. Makuri nearly stands up. Damn, no matter how he looks at it, he feels that Steven is mocking him with disdain. Lacking evidence, Makuri can only choose to swallow his indignation. The scene shifts. It is no longer significantly longer than the previous video. First, Team Galactic's Star and Age Pokémon drop a galactic bomb made from meteorite energy into Lake Valor. They then slowly force the legendary Pokémon, a Zelf, out of the lake. Team Galactic directly utilizes a combination of technology and special energy to unlock the portals through which the Lake Guardians observe humanity's otherworld. This allows a Zelf to reveal its form. Following this is the capture operation for their ambitions. Pokémon Hunter J, riding on a Salamence, teams up with Team Galactic, and despite a Zelf's ability to foresee the future, it ultimately meets the fate of petrification. Ash visibly bristles at this scene. What kind of dark history is this? Clearly, it was the fault of Team Galactic and the Pokémon Hunter. Xia and Brock nod along. However, since they are merely spectators, Xia ponders and adds. Since a Zelf and the others are legendary Pokémon, they seem to possess the unique abilities of the creator deity, right? It does seem somewhat unreasonable for them to be captured so easily. Knowing that Red Sun's plan ultimately failed, Xia feels no real tension. Ash seems to have forgotten this detail, still fuming over Team Galactic and the Pokémon Hunter's actions. Brock and Xia exchange glances, opting not to remind this big fool. After all, he forgot on his own. They continue watching. The scene transitions again. A Zelf from Lake Valor has been petrified. The other 2 Lake Guardians, Mesprit and Uxie, emerge from Lake Verity and Lake Acuity, directly playing into Team Galactic's hands. The 2 mythical beasts utilize their psychic abilities and foresight, yet they ultimately cannot escape the fate of petrification at the hands of Team Galactic. It is akin to the tale of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather. One after the other, the Lake Guardians were thus petrified and captured by Team Galaxy. However, the events did not conclude there. Subsequently, Arceus, Emrito, and Uxie were manipulated directly by the power of meteors unleashed by the blazing sun, obediently assisting in awakening Dialga and Palkia, who resided in an alternate dimension. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Cynthia and her companions, the liberation of the Lake Guardians from their control would have remained uncertain. As the scene drew to a close, the Lake Guardians returned to another realm through the surface of their lakes, silently observing the inhabitants of the Sinnoh region. Inside the headquarters of Team Rocket, Giovanni lounged in a grand and plush executive chair, his gaze fixed on the white screen, a disdainful smile creeping across his face. Among them, only Ho-Oh could be deemed a true legendary Pokémon. The others, the Zapdos and the Lake Guardians, hardly warranted such a title. Yet, even Ho-Oh, despite its legendary status, could not be considered a true combat-oriented Pokémon. Its combat prowess appeared rather feeble, as evidenced by its effortless revival of the 3 legendary beasts, indicating a tendency toward support. Is it truly this weak? Giovanni's expression was one of incredulity. I dare say my Beedrill possesses more prowess than these inept legendary Pokémon. Nearby, True Bird nodded vigorously in agreement. Boss Giovanni is absolutely right. He is indeed the strongest. True Bird seized the moment to lavish praise upon Giovanni, albeit in a rather crude manner, which nonetheless lifted Giovanni's spirits. Yes, this is the rhythm. Keep the compliments coming. Giovanni stroked the sleek, well-maintained fur of his beloved Meowth, alleviating some of his frustrations regarding his son's reluctance to return home and acknowledge him as his father. Meanwhile, the semi-conscious Arceus, Emrito, and Uxie silently watched the video, their expletives drowned out by the lake waters. In short, it was remarkably eco-friendly. Arceus, Emrito, and Uxie. I am uncertain whether I should utter this curse. Chapter 117. The Gift of the Lake Guardians. Better to have than to have not. Wouldn't you agree? In the Pokemon League, after watching the video, Yulongdu appeared enlightened, his demeanor overly dramatic. Oh, right. The Lake Guardians, I recall now. The hefty Dragonite, standing behind Yulongdu, swiftly smacked him with its tiny wings. After finishing the video, if you still can't remember, you're truly foolish. Embarrassed, Yulongdu awkwardly rubbed his nose. It's just that I felt a sense of déjà vu, yet could never quite recall, which was frustrating. Now that it has finally come to me, I feel as if a great weight has been lifted from my shoulders, allowing me to relax entirely. Damalanchi clasped his hands together, his mindset positive. If we continue at this pace, I believe I will be able to accept it quite well. As the discussion ensued, the cheerful voice of the Multiverse Dimension website chimed in. Top 10 Legendary Pokemon's Dark Histories. 8th place. Lake Guardians, Arceus, Emrito, Uxie. Reason for ranking, Legendary Pokemon of the Lake? Merely 3 little mushrooms. This ranking reason is truly biting. It displays an unparalleled talent for mockery. Macaulay, sipping water, nearly choked upon reading this, his face turning red as he struggled to regain composure. In contrast to Macaulay, Daigo maintained a calm demeanor, even managing to share his thoughts in the chatroom. Daigo, although it's quite mocking, upon careful reflection, it doesn't seem entirely incorrect. The 3 legendary Pokemon essentially handed themselves over, utterly powerless against Team Galaxy. It feels as though Cynthia's Garchomp surpasses them in strength. Cynthia, well, Garchomp is indeed my meticulously bred Pokemon, so it naturally wouldn't be too weak. In the Pokemon League conference room, Damalanchi, who thought himself uninvolved, suddenly exclaimed, "No, you two, one a former champion and the other the current champion." Openly voicing such opinions in the chatroom, what do you intend to convey? Have you considered the impact this may have on others? Damalanchi felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his frustration upon them. 2 rebellious little rascals. Taking deep breaths, Damalanchi barely managed to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, the chatroom buzzed with excitement. Regardless of the legendary Pokemon, everyone was eager to join in the lively discussion. Previously, the first video tallying the top 10 strongest legendary Pokemon showcased their might and grandeur, culminating in scenes of them receiving rewards. Consequently, many softer-natured individuals refrained from participating. However, the atmosphere had shifted, their essay saying, "Isn't there? Once you've seen someone at their lowest, we're all friends now." Furthermore, whether it's Zapdos, Ho-Oh, or the Lake Guardians, their tempers are not particularly fierce. Many legendary Pokemon began to emerge. Shaman, humans appear quite fearsome. Jirachi, it's normal. Don't take it personally, you'll get used to it. Always be cautious when dealing with humans. Mew indeed. Humans are quite amusing. Mutwo, those legendary Pokemon are trash, which explains their dark histories. And by the way, where have you been, Mew? The 3 little legendary Pokemon of the Lake Guardians, observing the lively chatroom discussions, felt a sense of relief. This was rather pleasant. We need not confront their incessant taunts. Indeed, Arceus, Emrito, and Uxie shared a profound bond, understanding each other's thoughts. The 3 legendary Pokemon conversed in a manner known only to them. Just then, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website rang out, capturing their attention. Congratulations to the Lake Guardians for unlocking the achievement of the top 10 legendary Pokemon's Dark Histories. Greetings, Lake Guardians. We have prepared a small gift for you. Would you like to receive it? Did this imply treating Arceus, Emrito, and Uxie as a single entity? Daigo found this quite intriguing. I wonder what sort of gift it will be. Will it be a singular gift divided among the 3, or 3 distinct gifts? Macaulay, initially indifferent, suddenly found himself intrigued by Daigo's remark. Yes, how will this gift be presented? Arceus, yes, we would like it. Emrito, yes, we would like it. Uxie, yes, we would like it. None of the 3 legendary Pokemon were left out. The title of the Lake Guardians did not refer solely to one of them. Thus, they all answered together. The voice of the Multiverse Dimension website chimed in once more. Gift has been dispatched. Congratulations, you have received the Deathly Hallows. Magical artifacts from the HP universe, representing absolute power, the Elder Wand, capable of reviving the deceased, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak, which renders one undetectable even to death itself. Note: since the three brothers are receiving gifts individually, let us equip them with different abilities. Regardless of their utility, they might just come in handy. Much faster than the sluggish divine powers. Wouldn't you agree? Ouch. That statement truly stings. I feel as though the evaluations on this ranking have become exceptionally sharp-tongued. Misty remarked while munching on sunflower seeds, providing her commentary. Indeed. It does seem somewhat so. Ash tilted his head, and Pikachu, perched on his shoulder, mimicked Ash's movement. Even the somewhat oblivious Ash sensed something amiss, causing Misty to sit upright in surprise. Wow. If even Ash thinks so, it must undoubtedly be true. As they reflected on the past of the legendary beasts, the choice of words was laced with sarcasm, yet it appeared rather amusing. Xiaoxia nodded to herself, requiring no validation from others. She articulated all her thoughts independently. Meanwhile, beside her, Xiaozhi rubbed his nose, pondering his image in their eyes. What do you think I am? I'm not a fool. I can see through things. Both Xiaozheng, who was cooking, and Xiaoxia, who was engrossed in a video, halted their actions abruptly. What? Did they just hear someone say he isn't a fool? Who doesn't know that he's their little idiot? Xiaozheng and Xiaoxia exchanged knowing smiles, understanding one another perfectly. No need to explain it to Xiaozhi. They get it. Xiaozhi, grinning, was visibly eager, but when the topic turned to the food Xiaozheng was preparing, he couldn't help but lean in closer. Regardless of the playful banter, Xiaozhi had no intention of neglecting his famished stomach. The vastness of the world paled in comparison to his hunger. Chapter 118, just for fun. The deities of the lake stared perplexedly at the gifts that had appeared before them, each one a source of bewilderment. For Arceus, it was an ancient wand. For Amalga, a resurrection stone. For Uxie, an invisibility cloak. However, these items transcended their understanding of normal artifacts. They seemed intriguing and were worth a try. After all, they were not in the realm of humans, and thus wouldn't affect them. Yes, we just need to study how to use these properly. We'll surely figure it out. The trio of legendary beasts murmured amongst themselves until they finally convened. The time had come for them to explore their new toys. The white screen had shifted to display the three little mushrooms of the lake deities. Curiosity filled the air. If memory serves, the earlier reward from Old Lu was also a product of the magical world. Upon hearing the mention of the Dragon Crossing, several of them recalled Lu's infamous reward. To be honest, was that even a reward? It was clearly a lethal weapon. Who knows if Lu ever put it to use? Yet, this latest gift seemed different. It lacked detailed descriptions, but encapsulated the functions of each item. Together, they bore a singular name, the three sacred relics of death. Merely hearing this name sent shivers down their spines. However, upon gazing at the white screen, nothing appeared particularly extraordinary. There was a wand resembling a long tree branch with one end pointed and the other rounded, a nondescript gray stone, and finally, a massive black cloak devoid of any patterns. As long as Uxie consented, the others could also don this cloak, at least for now. It would easily cover all three of them. Then, Arceus curiously waved the oddly shaped wand. Accompanied by a peculiar incantation, a deep green mist billowed forth, enveloping them in a chilling aura of death, startling the three little creatures into a near panic. It felt somewhat perilous and difficult to control. Their interest quickly shifted back to the invisibility cloak. As for the stone and the wand, they were now forgotten. Strength? Self-preservation? They could now become invisible. None of these posed a significant issue. The hearts of the lake deities were expansive. After all, they believed that few dared to provoke them. And even fewer were as relentless as the likes of Chiri. No need for concern. The white screen gradually dimmed, yet the images lingered vividly in everyone's minds. An invisibility cloak? It seemed exceedingly entertaining. Xiaozhi was brimming with excitement. Not to mention, he was still at an age where he embodied the essence of youth. Filled with a fervent curiosity for such peculiar magical artifacts, he yearned to experiment, to play. Xiaoxia gave Xiaozhi a firm pat on the head. Stop dreaming. You've already made the rankings. I doubt you'll be featured again. Xiaozhi sighed. I wish I could trade my reward for something as fun as this. Xiaoxia rolled her eyes. Forget it. Just ignore this kid. Damalanki, what on earth was that Avada Kedavra? It felt exceedingly dangerous. When that dense smoke appeared, I sensed death approaching. Even through the white screen, I could feel it. That so-called wand must be incredibly perilous. Bingmu. Quite intriguing, though the Sinnoh region is rather distant. Chiri. What a coincidence. I'm equally interested, and it seems controlling the lake deities might not be a daunting task. Sharona. Dream on. If you dare to make a move, my Garchomp isn't to be trifled with. With a stern expression, Sharona exuded an air of low pressure. She understood that her plans for exploring the ruins were evidently thwarted. Damn the galactic team. Didn't they send someone to capture that Goho? How could they still have manpower to cause trouble? Sharona felt she intended to drag Gohu into this. It was truly a last resort. Sharona, did you manage to capture anyone? Or did you find that once you entered the Johto region, your control dissipated entirely? Cowards. Cheery, huh? Don't be so incredulous. It's just a little brat. There's no one I can't capture. Under Sharona's seemingly casual provocation, Cheery swiftly turned his attention back to Gohu. Capturing Gohu was also a way to prove to Giratina that he did not share Gohu's sentiments. Initially thought to be an easy task, Gohu had hidden himself effectively since escaping to Johto's league. Increase the manpower. He must be found in the shortest time possible. The lake deities? The 3 sacred relics of death? None of that mattered. Capture, capture, capture. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, Gohu glimpsed the messages in the chat room. I truly thank you. Gohu wanted to curse. However, Sharona appeared genuinely innocent. He glared at Sharona's name, muttering under his breath for a while before finally gritting his teeth and declaring, once I capture a powerful legendary beast, once I capture Mew, I will make those who have wronged me pay dearly. It was this unwavering conviction that propelled Gohu forward. Then, in the next moment, a massive pit, 4 to 5 meters deep, appeared before him. With a sudden thud, Gohu fell in without even having time to scream for help. Hee, Mew stifled a giggle, her body shaking with mirth. This human is simply too amusing. I don't want to go back and see that grumpy face of Mutwo. As the discussions continued, the white screen illuminated once more. Daku's eyes reflected the light from the screen, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He wondered which legendary beast would face ruin yet emerge with a bountiful harvest this time. Daku was astounded. Mikoli could only be grateful once again that despite Daku's sharp tongue, his comments in the chat room remained relatively serious. Thus, it had not resulted in a beatdown from the legendary beasts. You should restrain your words. Let's just watch the video together. Mikoli's eyes were fixated on the white screen. He was not in the mood to engage with Daku, fearing that he might be led astray by him. I'm also quite curious about which legendary beast's dark history will unfold next. Having watched several episodes detailing the infamous histories of legendary Pokémon, Mikoli felt that her capacity for acceptance had significantly strengthened. Thus, she welcomed the storm with open arms. Chapter 119, the 7th entry in the infamous histories of legendary Pokémon, the Faceless King, Giratina. The white screen gradually illuminated, capturing the gaze of all present, both humans and Pokémon alike. Who would be featured next? As anticipation mounted, the music crescendoed, intertwining with the sounds of the wind and the night. At first glance, the colors seemed somewhat familiar. The white screen boldly displayed 3 lines of text alongside a colossal silhouette. He is a legendary Pokémon of ghost and dragon types. He can traverse the realm of destruction at will. He is the deity of space, the god of dimensions. The realm of destruction? Could this be the new world sought by the blazing sun? Having just tidied herself after finishing her ice cream, Cynthia immediately recognized the words on the white screen and quickly pieced it together. There was no escaping it. It appeared yet again to be one of their Sinnoh region's legendary Pokémon. Cynthia's expression remained impassive. Just after the Lake Guardians had made an appearance, it seemed yet another Sinnoh legend was on the way. Cynthia began to reflect on her own predicament. Could it be that her earlier jest at the expense of Dialga had backfired? Otherwise, why was it she who found herself busier, while Dialga remained unperturbed? Cynthia could foresee a harrowing period of overtime looming ahead. She hoped it wouldn't be too much of a hassle. She had just arranged to visit a historical site. If matters truly required her presence, she would undoubtedly have to stay behind. The thought of missing out on the historical exploration left her feeling a profound sense of loneliness. The adventure into history was eternal. Her love for such expeditions would never wane, regardless of how much Cynthia resisted the glaring truth that vexed her. The images on the white screen continued to unfold methodically. The tower in the city center bore the insignia of Arceus, and everyone recognized it at once. Indeed, this was the very scene where Hoopa summoned the legendary Pokémon. The night was tranquil, yet a fierce battle raged above. The 6 legendary Pokémon summoned by Hoopa had gathered, and their opponents were not without their own defenses. However, as the saying goes, when deities clash, mere mortals suffer. Ash had the support of Lugia, Latios, and Latias flying high. Yet, the others were not as fortunate. The trio of Team Rocket found themselves in a frenzy, desperately dodging the Aura Sphere attacks from Giratina. A direct hit would spell disaster. Girder, I entrust this to you. At that moment, Jessie hoisted the adorably daft Girder, while James and Meowth cowered behind their comrade. So naive. Girder's eyes squinted in anxiety, and then the iconic moment unfolded. Girder rebounded Giratina's Aura Sphere attack. Had Giratina not evaded in time, that reflected attack would have struck him directly. Astonishment. Incredulity. Not only the Pokémon League, but also the nefarious organizations were adorned with question marks above their heads. Wait, what? Is Girder truly capable of such prowess? In stark contrast, Giratina's reputation suffered a devastating blow. Yolongdu rubbed his eyes repeatedly. Surely, he had not misperceived? Did that girder truly reflect an attack from the legendary Giratina, and it had nearly inflicted harm? Its trainer was that girl from Team Rocket, Jessie, right? She had given no explicit orders, and yet Girder had autonomously executed the move. This was no ordinary Girder. It was destined for greatness. Yolongdu gazed enviously at Jessie's Girder, longing for a Pokémon so well-behaved and obedient. The hefty Dragonite, stare. Bam! Dragonite launched a relentless flurry of attacks at Yolongdu. He was utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Shiba and even Damalanchi and Grandma Jiku were watching with rapt attention. Dragonite, go for his face. Yes, just like that. A group of mischievous friends not only refrained from assisting, but also directed Dragonite, incessantly complicating Yolongdu's plight. Team Rocket's trio. Girder? Is this the Pokémon we will capture in the future? It certainly appears formidable. Jessie's eyes sparkled with excitement. They witnessed, amid the chaos, Girder shimmering with a radiant, prismatic glow. It was simply magnificent. Let us seek out Girder right away. Absolutely, meow. Jessie grasped her risk dice, transforming into the embodiment of fortune. While James wielded his troublesome wish machine, they believed that anything they set their minds to was achievable. The scene did not cease there. Giratina, the deity of space, was unable to cleave through a spatial turbulence. Its attacks felt as insignificant as a droplet merging into the ocean. The image concluded, showcasing Giratina, devoid of any semblance of the space god's grandeur. Dialga, is this the best you can do? Palkia, the reputation of the space god lies in tatters. You are even outdone by a mere Girder. Giratina, who are you two to speak to me like that? As if you weren't previously awakened and manipulated by humans. You simply weren't ranked. Giratina, if we're discussing worth, I am far better off. After all, losing face is one thing, but at least I didn't end up with nothing like you two did. Giratina unleashed a torrent of scorn. A legendary Pokémon mercilessly berating the duo of Dialga and Palkia. You will always be my elder brother. Do not attempt to provoke me. Observing the three legendary Pokémon hurling insults at each other in the chat room, utterly unyielding, left the humans watching in rapture. Let them fight. As long as it's not in the human realm, the more intense, the better. However, recalling the bond among these three legendary beings, it was fascinating to realize how close they truly were. Misty quirked her lips. Was this the camaraderie among legendary Pokémon? It was utterly perplexing. Ash nodded in agreement with Misty. It was indeed unexpected. Yet, given that they did not inhabit the same realm, conflicts and contradictions seemed quite natural, didn't they? Ash scratched his head, accepting it with grace. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed, counting down the top 10 infamous histories of legendary Pokémon. 7th place. The Faceless King, Giratina. Reason for ranking. Master of the Realm of Destruction? Not only could he not even defeat Girder, but he also failed to control his own space. Chapter 120. Giratina's Gift and the Infiltration Plans of the Evil Organization. The Faceless King, Giratina. Although he spoke with bravado while taunting Dialga and Palkia, deep down, Giratina was filled with frustration. Who was he? He was the esteemed deity of space. To be reflected back by a Girder? To have nearly been struck himself? Was he not a safe face? Moreover, as the god of space, to be unable to navigate through spatial turbulence? To admit that would be akin to forfeiting his standing. Yet today, all of this was laid bare before both humans and Pokémon alike. This ignited in Giratina an overwhelming urge to drag everyone into the realm of destruction. Perhaps it would be best to obliterate the world alongside him. Ash. In fact, riding on Giratina looks quite formidable, but that Garchomp is truly astonishing. Daiwu ahem. You might as well not have said the first half of that sentence. Ash, is that so? In the Pokémon League conference room, Damalanki and Yolongdu watched Ash's brutally honest remarks in the chat room, unable to suppress their laughter. This young lad was remarkably candid. Such words, if heard by Giratina, would surely provoke its ire. What was he thinking, praising Garchomp in the presence of Giratina? However, surprisingly, Giratina did not seem particularly enraged. It merely huffed and fell silent in the chat room. Giratina was acutely aware of its own prowess. Yet, it was precisely because of this that the ability of ordinary Pokémon to withstand its attacks was all the more astonishing. Roar. Unpleasant. Knowing was one thing, but the feeling of discontent lingered. Giratina lay in the distortion world, gazing at the myriad floating bubbles, feeling an overwhelming urge to pop them one by one. Let those fish-lipped humans mock it. It should show them its true strength. Just then, a notification from the Multiverse Dimension website caught Giratina's attention. Congratulations, Giratina, on unlocking the achievement of the 10 legendary beasts' dark history. Hello, Giratina. We have prepared a small gift for you. Would you like to accept it? Giratina, damn it. All I want to do now is curse. At Team Rocket's headquarters office, the space god Giratina, Garchomp. I am even more curious about that Garchomp. Sakaki remarked that after viewing these dark histories, he found all these legendary Pokémon to be rather lackluster. None could compare to Garchomp. Zenbird smirked. Indeed, what Sakaki said was correct. However, as an ordinary person, she still felt that legendary Pokémon were far superior. Their potential was entirely different. Truly, the realm of someone like Sakaki was beyond her comprehension. Giratina, yes. Giratina lay in the space of destruction, stewing in indignation. The embarrassment had already occurred. It had suffered a significant loss. Its relationship with Dialga and Palkia had always been quite delicate, and now they had seized the opportunity to openly mock it. Without any compensation, it would genuinely incur a tremendous loss. This was a must. Gift dispatched. Congratulations. You have received special item, Anywhere Door. A spatial item from the four-dimensional pocket of a certain blue fat man. Open the door to reach any place you have previously visited. Note, as the space god, if you cannot control space, we can only prepare a suitable item for you. We pity you. Damn. Gazing at the suddenly appeared pink Anywhere Door, Giratina cursed internally. Who was the imbecile who prepared this gift for it? Was this truly a gift? And the color, was it really meant for a gentleman? Was it intended to infuriate it even more? Giratina felt an overwhelming impulse to obliterate this Anywhere Door with a shadow ball. However, in the end, Giratina managed to restrain itself. After all, it was the great lord of the underworld. It could not allow such trivial matters to provoke its wrath. Giratina carefully scrutinized this so-called Anywhere Door that could reach any destination. It circled it from every angle. It was merely a normal door, not affixed to any wall. Could it truly be that remarkable? As Giratina conducted a thorough examination of the door, the white screen shifted to reveal Giratina's location. It appeared to be an uninstalled door. Could it really be so magical? Macaulay's eyes widened with curiosity. Daiwu glanced at him calmly. What was there to doubt? If a ticket to another world could be casually given as a reward, then producing a door that could transfer space within the same world was hardly surprising. Daiwu expressed his trust in the rewards from this multiverse dimension website. Remembering his own devastating experiences in another world, a determined expression emerged on Daiwu's face. No, he had to go in again. He refused to believe it. But first, he needed to finish watching this video. It was the dark history of the legendary Pokémon. And he absolutely could not miss the live broadcast. Seeing various legendary Pokémon arguing passionately in the chat room was undeniably entertaining. Giratina opened the door, and half of its body ventured inside. On the other side was Dialga's space. Dialga? Roar. Giratina, get out of here. Giratina had not anticipated that by merely thinking of entering Dialga's space, it would truly find itself there. Giratina was ecstatic. It swiftly dove through the entrance. Huh. You dared to speak ill of me in the chat room. Now I have come to confront you. Let us settle this, you scoundrel. The white screen froze on the scene of Giratina and Dialga locked in fierce combat. However, this also showcased the authenticity and power of the Anywhere Door. At Team Rocket's headquarters office, Sakaki's eyes lit up at the sight of the Anywhere Door. Its pink color was a bit glaring, but its effectiveness was undeniably impressive. If I could possess this Anywhere Door, I could directly expand Team Rocket's territory to other regions. My business empire could grow immensely. Sakaki's mind brimmed with schemes to generate profit. It seemed that the Red Sun from the Galaxy team had tickets that could access this space. Find a way to obtain them. Sakaki instructed Zenbird. Zenbird promptly agreed, assigning the task to Musashi or Yamato. Due to Sakaki's profit-making plan, the evil organization was on the verge of another frenzied internal competition. Chapter 121, The Dark History of Legendary Pokémon. Number 6. Perhaps it should be renamed to Caterpillar's Super Evolution. The evil organization was not the only one captivated. Even those with a bit of sense were intrigued. Initially, they thought Red Sun was a fool, trapped in this world of destruction with no way out. But now, with the Anywhere Door, it was a different story. They could exit whenever they wished. However, the Anywhere Door was a singular entity, and its master was still the space god, Giratina. To snatch something from Giratina, they should first consider whether they could withstand one of Giratina's powerful attacks before making such a decision. Caught in a dilemma, the evil organization began to fret. Tempted but hesitant. Dialga spit. Giratina, you perverse fiend. Giratina, as long as you dare to speak ill of me again, I will come after you once more. The atmosphere between Giratina and Dialga seemed to have reached a boiling point. It was only natural to feel this way. Being casually invaded by its most despised foe into its exclusive space would incite even Dialga to contemplate fighting back. Ash regarded the capabilities of the Anywhere Door. Stroking his chin. Wow, with this, doesn't it mean one can go wherever they please at any time? But then again, that would mean missing out on encountering numerous Pokémon. Ash concluded that, in this light, the Anywhere Door might not be as useful after all. Misty pondered for a moment. It could serve as a means of transportation, saving on travel expenses. A brilliant idea from a young girl. Three individuals engaged in a moment of contemplation. ultimately concluding that this matter was quite dispensable. After all, a journey is inherently about a leisurely stroll, appreciating the scenic beauty along the way, and experiencing the small surprises and unexpected events that life presents each day. These are the most meaningful aspects. In the meeting room of the Pokémon League, Yolongdu cautiously cast a glance at his companion, Damalanki. To his surprise, the president appeared remarkably composed, not exhibiting signs of impending faintness. Had the president truly become indifferent? Or had he grown immune to such information after frequent exposure? Damalanki noticed Yolongdu's furtive glances, and upon observing the expression on his face, the veins on his forehead seemed to pulse with irritation. This lad truly believed he could conceal his thoughts. Yolongdu's intentions were practically written across his visage. Damalanki rolled his eyes in exasperation. The presence of Giratina, in and of itself, posed little threat to us. It was not a significant concern. As for the wormhole, as long as it remained in Giratina's grasp and did not fall into the clutches of malevolent organizations, Damalanki felt no apprehension whatsoever. He hoped that the next legendary Pokémon would be as manageable as Giratina, sparing him some worry. With Damalanki's silent prayer, the white screen gradually illuminated, signaling the commencement of the presentation. Every gaze was drawn to the unfolding spectacle. Who might it be this time? The image wavered, revealing a starlit sky beneath the night's veil, reminiscent of a past encounter. A thunderous roar echoed as a green figure descended from the heavens like a bolt of lightning. Was it Rayquaza? Valdali glanced at the screen, his excitement palpable. The Flare team's research into the infinite bean paste had reached a critical juncture. They were tantalizingly close to extracting boundless energy. Thus, Valdali's spirits were high, allowing him to thoroughly enjoy the sordid histories of these legendary beings. Surely, this scene depicted the earlier introduction of Rayquaza, engaging in battle with a Pokémon, before swiftly transitioning to the suppression of Groudon and Kyogre. As the head of a major organization, Valdali possessed a remarkable memory for all the documents and videos he had scrutinized. It appeared this was no ordinary Pokémon. It had managed to leave a dubious legacy even for Rayquaza. How intriguing. Valdali had no intention of recreating these dark legacies for the purpose of capturing legendary Pokémon. He was far more interested in those Pokémon that, despite not being legendary themselves, could induce such histories. They warranted thorough investigation, the findings of which could be applied to his splendid new world. The scene shifted to Larue City, where Rayquaza confronted Deoxys. One was an ancient Pokémon, while the other was a mythical one. Yet, Rayquaza found itself utterly defenseless against Deoxys, enduring a relentless onslaught. The level of humiliation was such that one might even question whether this legendary creature was indeed Rayquaza. Could it be a mere Caterpie in disguise? Ash's disbelief was palpable. How could such a scenario possibly transpire? Pika Pika. Pikachu nudged Ash, his eyes fixated on the white screen. It must be said, Deoxys truly exhibited formidable strength, rendering Rayquaza utterly impotent. This Deoxys, I see it has undergone several form changes without any cooldown, effortlessly switching to alternate battle forms. Mega Rayquaza is also quite impressive. The camera angle shifted, revealing the psychic-type Deoxys ensnaring Rayquaza within a wall, trapping it with no hope of escape. Numerous high-tech cubes, resembling an ocean, surged forth, engulfing Rayquaza entirely. It appeared utterly helpless, unable to extricate itself from the confines. The final image depicted Rayquaza struggling against the overwhelming tide of cubes. Rayquaza fell silent, lowering its head to gaze at the golden tendrils beside it, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Indeed, the Rayquaza presented on the white screen being thoroughly dominated by Deoxys was not the true reflection of its prowess. It was a mega-evolved Rayquaza, exceptionally formidable. However, upon casting a glance at the chat room, it noted two mischievous little brats laughing uproariously. Kyogre, haha, Rayquaza, look at you today. Groudon, haha, you've made my day. Rayquaza, just wait, you two will regret this. The legendary trio from the Hoenn region was embroiled in chaos, and both Steven and Michael found themselves rather exasperated. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed once more. Top 10 Legendary Pokémon Dark Histories. Number 6. Rayquaza. Reason for ranking, a top-tier legendary being thoroughly thrashed. How can you still call yourself Rayquaza? You might as well change your name to Caterpie Evolution. Chapter 122. Rayquaza. Have you considered how you will meet your demise? Uft. Groudon, never one to heed authority, laughed even louder in the chat room. Groudon, hear us a joke. Rayquaza actually evolved from Caterpie. Haha, I can't breathe from laughing. Kyogre, gurgle, I'm laughing so hard I'm choking on water. Zapdos, haha, this is even funnier than my own dark history. Truly, you've made me die of laughter. Rayquaza, Caterpie, I must say, there is a certain resemblance. Latios, indeed, it's quite amusing. Haha. Latios, don't feel too down, it's just a dark history. What legendary doesn't T have one? For instance, mine has never been revealed. Haha. Rayquaza was on the verge of turning from green to black with rage. A bunch of malicious creatures. They only knew how to mock him from behind. If only he possessed Giratina's infamous wormhole, he would have stormed over there by now. It was imperative to make these rascals understand that Rayquaza was not to be trifled with. Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre, very well. If you two dare to fight and leave me to clean up the mess, you might as well prepare for your end. Rayquaza's threat appeared more formidable this time, as both Groudon and Kyogre could perceive the palpable menace emanating from him. Indeed, should they continue to mock him, they would be left to face dire consequences if Rayquaza seized the opportunity. Neither Groudon nor Kyogre wished to confront such a fate. Under Rayquaza's formidable threat, the derisive comments in the chatroom finally began to diminish. Only the perpetually disgruntled African Zapdos continued to jump around. But Rayquaza couldn't be bothered to cast a glance in his direction. From a young age, his mother had taught him not to associate with foolish beings and to ignore their words. In the Pokemon League meeting room, Yolongdu chuckled at the reason for the ranking. Indeed, at first glance, there were certain similarities between Caterpie and Rayquaza. However, the ultimate evolution of Caterpie was Butterfree, which remained distinct. Comparing an ancient legendary Pokemon to a mere ordinary Pokemon seemed a grave injustice to Rayquaza. Kona adjusted his glasses. Isn't it quite normal? While rational individuals have recognized the overpowered nature of Deoxys's ability to switch forms without cooldown, witnessing the guardian of the skies, Rayquaza, being so utterly dominated still elicits a sense of frustration. I find myself grappling with this notion. And while I am rationally aware that it is not entirely the fault of the legendary Pokemon, Latios, my emotions tell a different story. Who can articulate such matters with clarity? The Dragon King nodded in agreement with the sentiment. If one were to phrase it this way, it seems there is some truth to it. Kikishi once again eluded the grasp of the International Criminal Police and Miss Junsha. Counting the remaining number of his black Pokeballs, designed to capture Mewtwo, he was in a rather dismal mood. Even witnessing the infamous past of Latios, a deity among Pokemon, could not elevate his spirits. What kind of divine being is this? Is it merely a touch more formidable than an ordinary Pokemon? Damn Mewtwo. As he ruminated, Kikishi recalled the formidable Mewtwo, a legendary figure he had previously encountered. Experiencing the true might of Mewtwo made Kikishi acutely aware that realizing his ambitions would not be a simple endeavor. Those righteous individuals who hindered his progress need not be mentioned, and the internal strife among evil organizations had never truly ceased. Now, with the emergence of so many powerful deities, Kikishi's future appeared bleak. Shouldn't Team Mewtwo be seeking retribution against Team Rocket, the very organization that created him? Is it truly entertaining to relentlessly pursue me while stealing so many black Pokeballs? Once I master the technology behind these black Pokeballs, I shall make them regret their actions. Were it not for the limitation that these black Pokeballs could only capture Pokemon weaker than Mewtwo, Kikishi would have entertained the idea of capturing Mewtwo outright. Perhaps, when Mew appears, I could take the initiative against it. As Kikishi found himself cornered, a bold idea suddenly sprang to mind. Mew seems to be slightly weaker than Mewtwo, does it not? Their relationship appears rather amicable as well. Would it not be feasible to seize the opportunity the next time Mew manifests, especially considering how I failed to act during the previous chaotic encounter? Kikishi felt a wave of regret wash over him. What a splendid opportunity. To think you would dare speak ill of the great Mewtwo behind its back. Just as Kikishi's thoughts wandered, a cold voice and icy gaze pierced through his reverie. He felt his neck stiffen in shock. How is this possible? I had hidden myself so well this time. Moreover, wasn't Team Mewtwo supposed to have left already? By virtue of its divine pride. How could it possibly return to confront me? It was merely a coincidence that Mewtwo, out seeking Mew, stumbled upon Kikishi, mistaking him for trouble once more. Ah, what a fortuitous encounter. Just a matter of convenience. No need for thanks. My name is Red Scarf. According to the account provided by Miss Junsha of the International Criminal Police upon their arrival, they found Kikishi in a state of utter despair, unconscious, lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth. It was estimated that he wouldn't regain consciousness for at least a week or two, had they not been in pursuit of Kikishi. It was entirely possible he could have perished there. For most, Kikishi's plight was merely a minor interlude, particularly as they remained unaware of his fate. In the chatroom, humans and deities seemed to be conversing quite amicably. Sakamoto Deoxys? I feel as though I've never heard of such a Pokemon. Is it truly that formidable? I'm rather curious. Deoxys, please refrain from elevating this to a matter of species. As Deoxys, I can attest that my powers are not as exaggerated as you may think. Shuei Wudong, you've managed to inflict such damage upon Latios and still claim you are not formidable? What do we call such behavior? It's a pity you reside in the cosmos, where our compatibility is lacking. Otherwise, I would genuinely consider capturing you. Ash could not help but stifle a chuckle at the dialogue. These villains truly seem to be losing their wits. Did they not fear death when speaking so boldly in front of these divine beings? Ash held a deep disdain for evil organizations, regardless of their purported noble intentions. From his perspective, they were all simply villains. None of them were good. Latios, I believe you are discussing your demise in my presence. Chapter 123, Latios' Gift, Reflective Armor. Ahem. The leaders of these evil organizations are not entirely devoid of intellect. Since they cannot discuss matters in front of Latios and the other deities, they shall confer in private. Shui Wudong silently deleted the message he intended to send while expressing his grievances to his companion, Quan Mei. Latios is indeed far too domineering. It is no wonder Deoxys dealt him such a severe blow. How can a deity be so overbearing? It even strips away my right to free speech. Shui Wudong appeared visibly dissatisfied, prompting Quan Mei to chuckle and respond with interest. It's not as though they've taken away your right to speak. You can still express whatever you wish, provided you are willing to face the consequences alone. As for me, I'd rather not oppose Latios. After saying this, Quan Mei shrugged, casting a sidelong glance at Shui Wudong with a bemused expression. Shui Wudong's face flushed red. His subordinate, Quan Mei, had become far too outspoken. When did she become so adept at retorting? Ultimately, Shui Wudong could no longer endure the banter and closed his eyes, refusing to look at Quan Mei, exclaiming loudly, I wouldn't dare. Thus, I am here, behaving obediently and refraining from sending messages. Is it not permissible to grumble a little in your presence? Quan Mei laughed. Of course it is. You are free to say whatever you wish in my presence. Just then, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed, momentarily calming the agitated Latios, who had been observing the chatroom with frustration. Congratulations, Latios, for unlocking the achievement of the top 10 legendary Pokémon's dark histories. Hello, Latios. We have prepared a small gift for you. Would you like to accept it? Latios recalled the reasons for being listed, particularly the comparison drawn between himself and the Caterpie, which filled him with indignation. He longed to bellow with righteous indignation. I do not require it. I would rather leap to my demise than accept such charity. I never accept unsolicited gifts. However, upon glancing at the unquenchable dragon blood before him, Latios found himself shamefully tempted. Oh, how maddening. The bait offered by the enemy is simply too enticing. Even as a divine being, Latios could hardly resist. With tears in his eyes, Latios typed a message into the chatroom. Latios, I accept. Regardless of what it is, having something is better than having nothing. Gift dispatched. Congratulations, you have received Reflective Armor. A special piece of equipment. Wearing reflective armor significantly enhances your defense, and when you are attacked, it converts 35 of the damage taken into energy, which is then reflected back to the attacker with a 100 hit rate. Note, afraid of being defenseless in the face of an attack? Reflective armor offers you the most considerate assistance. Enemies wishing to harm you must harm themselves. Donning this armor makes you the most dazzling presence in battle. The specially modified reflective armor can be used without limitation for 2 hours each day. Latios, very well. Though the words were laced with sarcasm, Latios resolutely donned the reflective armor. The next time a confrontation arises, let the adversaries taste the bitterness of their own blows. With that, Latios narrowed his eyes and slipped into a state of feigned slumber. The chatter of those in the chat room? He could not see it. He needed rest. Let them say whatever they wish. Indeed, a multitude of deities within the chat room bore expressions of confusion, adorned with small question marks, eager to extend their most sincere greetings to the Multiverse Dimension website. Alas, the Multiverse Dimension website remained entirely indifferent to their plight. Aside from the moments surrounding the video release, there was simply no way to get in touch at any other time. Groudon, damn it. How are we supposed to compete? I was already being suppressed by that green caterpillar, and now there's a reflection damage mechanic? How can we even play? Kyogre, is the creator god here? I wish to formally report that Rayquaza is cheating. Creator god Arceus, hello? I'm not your mediator, alright? Please refrain from calling me. Thank you. Ash also smacked his lips in frustration. Wow, mythical Pokémon are already immensely powerful, and now they can reflect damage too? That is even more formidable. However, Rayquaza and the green caterpillar. Having personally raised a green caterpillar that successfully evolved into a Butterfree, Ash couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy as he gazed at his Butterfree. What a pity. How wonderful it would be if he could raise a truly formidable mythical Pokémon himself. Misty and Brock were unaware of Ash's thoughts, or else they would have been tempted to knock some sense into him. Have you lost your mind? Can't you tell this is a joke? Unfortunately, they were oblivious to Ash's musings, leaving him with a rather peculiar impression of Rayquaza. Perhaps the true implications would only become apparent when Ash finally encountered Rayquaza. In the Pokémon League conference room, Damalanchi nodded at the reward. Thankfully, Rayquaza is the guardian of the skies, as a benevolent and orderly mythical Pokémon. Becoming stronger is undoubtedly beneficial, ensuring our world remains safe. After all, There are far too many evil organizations bent on world destruction, and selfish individuals like Cyrus. Thankfully, Cyrus has already been apprehended. He is currently receiving treatment in a hospital, and once he awakens, he will be promptly incarcerated. En and Cyrus are not of the same ilk. They have long since embarked on the path of benefiting Pokemon. One could say that the Plasma Gang is now essentially leaderless, rendering them no longer a threat. Just recently, Damalanchi received this good news from Miss Junsha, and a smile still graced his face. As these evil organizations are eradicated one by one, the world will grow increasingly peaceful, allowing me to work steadily until retirement. Damalanchi thought optimistically, his gaze on the white screen radiating joy. Indeed, I've suddenly realized that exploring the shadowy pasts of these mythical beings can be quite relieving. After watching the dark histories of Zapdos and Ho-Oh, Damalanchi now felt fearless. What is a dark history, after all? A mere trifle. These mythical Pokemon are all quite broad-minded. The League is safe, and the world is secure. I'm quite curious to know who will be next. Mythical Pokemon. Discovering things related to them is genuinely fascinating, Damalanchi mused softly. You're absolutely right. The moment the conference room's internal line connected, Professor Oak appeared on the phone screen, nearly startling Damalanchi. As the two conversed, the white screen gradually illuminated. Preparing to showcase the next mythical Pokemon Dark History. Chapter 124, Dark History of Mythical Pokemon ranked 5th, Unspeakable. Damalanchi jumped back, startled by Professor Oak. Quickly glancing around to realize that Yolongdu and the others seemed unfazed, he was the only one caught off guard. Damalanchi hastily steadied his trembling legs and forced his gaze to meet Professor Oak's. Aren't you supposed to be at home, researching your grandson's reward? So, have you reached any conclusions? How is the Mew project coming along? When can we expect it to commence? Damalanchi, eager to cover his embarrassment, bombarded him with a flurry of questions. Professor Oak maintained his characteristic cheerful demeanor. Quite well. Preliminary results have emerged. Unfortunately, that pesky kid refuses to return for research. He insists he prefers being a Pokemon trainer. Let him be. I want to interfere with his choices. However, this video is rather intriguing. So I pause my ongoing research for a moment. Don't let the term dark history fool you. It may seem humorous, but we can glean the flaws of mythical Pokemon and the methods to counter them. There is much of interest to uncover. What others might view as a comical or stress-relieving dark history transforms entirely under Professor Oak's diligent perspective. Yolongdu, Shiba, and Kona couldn't help but admire his dedication. Only Granny Kikuko scoffed, remarking, "What is so entertaining about it? Why overthink? There is always a replay option. You can watch it as many times as you like." Although her words seemed harsh, her concern for Professor Oak was evident. Professor Oak scratched his head and chuckled, just as he was about to say something. The white screen lit up. It was time to begin the presentation. All eyes shifted toward the screen. The image shook, revealing yet another familiar scene. Once again, a familiar mythical Pokemon. In the previous moment, Arceus had been overpowering Dialga, Giratina, and Palkia, and in the next, Pikachu struck with a thunderbolt. The damage was minimal, but the insult was profound. Silence enveloped the Pokemon League conference room. The members exchanged glances, contemplating the true identity represented by Arceus, and no one dared to speak. It felt as though the video's creator was extraordinarily audacious. Yolongdu began, and Shiba nodded, finishing his thought. Everyone shared the same sentiment. It was indeed extremely bold. An entity of unknown origin not only dared to rank the strength of mythical Pokemon, but also easily identified the mastermind behind it, ultimately showcasing the creator god's dark history for all to see. To be honest, this segment had been viewed before, but rewatching it separately made me realize just how bold it truly was. Kona nodded in agreement. It was undeniably impressive. In the headquarters of Team Rocket, Sakaki pondered. If I recall correctly, this must be due to the creator god lacking a portion of its power, right? Otherwise, could a mere thunderbolt defeat the creator god? Dream on. The creator god has long been targeted. It's because the creator god has distributed its power. Ash exclaimed in frustration. That doesn't count as a dark history. Besides, Pikachu is formidable too, you know? Ash was upset, feeling this was disrespectful to Arceus and underestimated Pikachu. Misty and Brock quickly interjected. That is probably not the intention. However, just looking at the footage, earlier they could easily overpower the god of time and space, and their attacks couldn't even touch Arceus. Then, in a swift turn, Arceus was struck by Pikachu. To be honest, the damage may be trivial, but the insult is severe. The illustrious creator god Arceus was struck by an unevolved Pikachu. Shaking his head, this won't do. The footage continued. As if to create a stark contrast, just moments ago, Arceus was dominating the heavens and earth, unmatched. Then, in the next instant, Arceus was outsmarted by humans, overwhelmed by countless electric-type Pokemon, and submerged in some silver water. Were it not for Ash's reckless bravery, Arceus would have been eradicated in the past. The video concluded with Arceus, eyes tightly shut. The brief footage came to an end. The chatroom fell into a deep silence. Arceus is watching you. Ash. Indeed, Arceus has fully restored its powers and gained an ability that renders it impervious to harm. Such occurrences shall surely not transpire again in the future. Groudon, precisely. Kyogre. Groudon, I can hardly believe you are this kind of Groudon. Groudon, how about you voice that aloud? Kyogre, I lack the ability, yet that does not preclude me from holding you in disdain. Giratina, I lack the ability, yet that does not preclude me from holding you in disdain. Dialga, I lack the ability, yet that does not preclude me from holding you in disdain. Palkia, I lack the ability, yet that does not preclude me from holding you in disdain. Groudon, tears of sorrow have been shed once more, marking yet another day of feeling ostracized while searching for evidence. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resonated, shattering Groudon's self-pity. Counting down the 10 legendary beasts' dark histories. 5th place. Arceus. Reason for ranking. Intuitively grasp it. Understanding without voicing it. Question marks adorn the heads of all present. What on earth is this? We dare not critique Arceus. We await your commentary. Where has that audacious tongue gone? Yet, regardless of their internal complaints, none dared to utter another word in the chatroom. There was no choice. Arceus was also present. Groudon and Kyogre dared to frolic a bit more in the presence of the oppressive Rayquaza, but when it came to Arceus, well, that was a different matter altogether. It was futile. They were simply not on the same level. To be utterly beaten without a hope of breaching the defenses of the creator deity was a nightmare for all legendary Pokémon and humans alike. Was there any chance of victory against such a deity? Absolutely none. Arceus quietly observed this scene from its exclusive realm, suddenly finding it quite amusing. In truth, Arceus did not care much for this so-called dark history. After all, for Arceus, it served as a testament to its past intentions with Dialga. The various events that transpired during this time were, for Arceus, cherished memories. It felt no embarrassment, only a knowing smile. Chapter 125, The Gift of Arceus, embraced the baptism of spiritual nourishment. Arceus languidly reclined in its exclusive space, watching the images on the white screen and the conversations of the crowd. Dogao, who had fallen into a deep pit, initially held on to hope. As long as someone or some Pokemon passed by, he might have a chance of escape. Gazing up from the pit's bottom, Dogao could see only a small slice of the outside world, desperately straining his ears to catch any sounds from above. Anyone, help. Even if it were those from Team Galactic, it would suffice. Being here was intolerable. If he could just climb out of the pit. Escaping Team Galactic wouldn't be impossible. However, contrary to his expectations, no one passed by, not a single Pokemon. Outside, Mew was feasting on berries. How amusing. Yet it seems to have lost its charm. I want to leave. Unaware that his misfortune was a consequence of Mew's presence, Dogao transitioned from cursing to a state of hunger and thirst. He had completely drained his energy. Why hadn't he eaten and drunk to his fill at the Pokemon Center before venturing out? Oblivious to the fact that he had been driven away, regret overwhelmed him. With vacant eyes, he stared at the white screen, his only remaining source of entertainment. Arceus? The creator deity? A mere Pikachu could defeat it. It isn't that formidable. Despite having been previously bested by Mewtwo, Dogao remained obstinately critical of the Pokemon. Mew, startled, dropped the berry in its hand. What audacity! What courage to utter such words! Mew tilted its head, contemplating Dogao at the pit's bottom. Though it still felt slightly unfulfilled in play, it decided to cease engaging with a fool. Prolonged play might render it foolish too. Mew quietly departed, as silently as it had arrived, leaving Dogao entirely unaware of its presence and departure. Suddenly, a fruit fell onto his head, and Dogao's eyes lit up. Food. Weary and hungry, he overlooked the tiny bite marks on it, likely from that Pokemon. It was of little consequence. Edibility was all that mattered. Gulping down the fruit, Dogao felt invigorated once more. Once I'm full, I'll climb out of here. Just you wait. Ash is certainly audacious in his remarks. Thankfully, Arceus seems genuinely unconcerned. Macaulay chuckled as he observed Ash daring to speak even when the legendary Pokemon refrained from doing so. Steven nodded in agreement. That is indeed his unique quality. To Ash, this was hardly a significant matter, thus he expressed whatever came to mind. Compared to those who overthink, legendary Pokemon likely prefer interacting with straightforward and sincere humans. Although Steven's words were intended as praise, Macaulay couldn't help but scratch his head. Why does it feel like your words carry an undertone that suggests otherwise? That foolish Ash. Doesn't he see that no one else is speaking in the chatroom? What does he intend by jumping him like that? Gary's fierce expression bore the frustration of seeing Ash's intelligence remain stagnant. What a one-track-minded individual. He fails to read the room. Yet how does this guy's luck always seem to shine? Gary grumbled in discontent. Despite being in a perilous situation, whenever Ash was involved, some wondrous chemistry always seemed to arise. While Gary pondered the mystery behind this phenomenon, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website interrupted his thoughts. Congratulations to Arceus for unlocking the achievement of the 10 legendary beasts' dark histories. Greetings, Arceus. We have prepared a small gift for you. Would you like to accept it? Arceus, this is somewhat awkward. Although it truly does not mind the so-called dark history being aired, being asked for a gift after its broadcast is a bit perplexing. Arceus pondered for a moment, but ultimately resolved not to treat the situation as special. Otherwise, it would appear as though it deeply cared about the matter, wouldn't it? Arceus decisively made its choice. Arceus, yes. TSK, 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 such a mindset. Is it any wonder that one can become the creator deity? Macaulay remarked, shaking his head. Stephen shot him a glance. That is because you do not comprehend the joy of receiving rewards. Stephen's words struck Macaulay right at the heart. Uft. That was the sound of Macaulay's fragile heart shattering. Macaulay folk cried, Stephen, do you think I still have a chance to rank? There's no hope. I might as well resign myself to fate. The gift has been distributed. Congratulations, you have received Basic Artificial Intelligence. Basic Artificial Intelligence is akin to a high-capacity talking USB drive, storing novels, films, games, and other spiritual culture from alternate worlds. Simply plug it into the white screen to utilize. More functions can be unlocked through paid experiences. Note, life as the creator deity is rather mundane. How about treating yourself to some spiritual nourishment? Experience a sensation of flight without ever leaving your home. Arceus gazed curiously at the diminutive, white, silver cube. Feeling no sense of danger, without hesitation, Arceus pushed it into the white screen. The screen began to flicker, and soon, a small ball-like icon appeared. Greetings, esteemed user. The intelligent AI, special edition from another realm, is at your service. What would you like to watch? The mechanical tone, accompanied by a smooth, flowing interface, displayed a multitude of images on the white screen. Various colorful interfaces of films and games captivated Arceus's attention. Arceus remarked, this truly seems fascinating. I shall indulge for just a moment. He casually selected the highest-rated show at the top of the list and became engrossed. A perfect time killer, indeed. Hey. Don't remove our view. Xiaoxia lamented, her eyes brimming with envy as she watched the white screen, which had ceased sharing with Arceus. So many videos. They all looked so intriguing. I've never seen anything like them before. Although their world also contained films, those appeared far more engaging. Xiaoxia pondered. Is it effective to make a wish to Kemizama with coffee jelly right now? Chapter 126. The Black History of Legendary Beasts, 4th place, Lack of Intelligence. In the Pokemon League conference room, Professor Oak expressed his regret. It seems quite captivating, yet it's unfortunate we cannot view the content. Their world did have such entertainment. But most individuals aspired to become Pokemon trainers, breeders, coordinators, and the like for various reasons and dreams, leaving little time for cultural engagement. Profitable industries revolved around Pokemon-related endeavors. Furthermore, from the content, they could glean knowledge and culture from another world, along with relevant information. In this regard, Damalanki pondered even deeper. Could they comprehend the true origin of this white screen from the contents provided? Although they sensed no malevolence from the creators behind the Multiverse website and videos, the inherent human nature is to remain vigilant towards unfamiliar entities. Granny Kikuko shot a glance at Damalanki, almost ready to mock him for his fanciful thoughts. I wonder if I stand a chance of making the list. I would very much like that gift. Yolongdu and Shiba, standing nearby, appeared thoroughly perplexed. What is so special about this? It seems rather ordinary and utterly impractical. Yolongdu's statement struck a chord with Shiba, who found himself in agreement for the first time. Kona rolled his eyes, thinking these two were destined to remain single, being such unabashedly straightforward men. Enough already. Overthinking is futile. Perhaps they understand our human inclination to explore matters of the other world. Hence, this reward is unlikely to be bestowed upon us. Initially, Damalanki merely intended to mediate. But as he spoke, he found his own reasoning compelling. Let us continue watching the videos. I am quite curious. How could Arceus, the creator deity, rank only 5th in terms of black history? What could the legendary beings ahead of him possibly have done? Indeed, Damalanki's words captured everyone's attention. I am genuinely curious now. Who will be revealed next? Shouldn't a deity of Arceus's caliber be ranked higher? Could there be a more embarrassing black history than his? Coughing lightly, they knew Arceus couldn't hear them, and their discussions were merely whispers behind his back. Xiaojing nodded. It likely does not entirely correlate with the strength of the legendary beasts. The nature and severity of the embarrassing incident must also be considered, which makes sense. I'm somewhat intrigued, Ash admitted, though he was not typically one to indulge in gossip. The intriguing situation presented before him was too tempting to resist. As discussions swirled around the room, the white screen gradually illuminated. The swaying images and oppressive color scheme indicated a formidable presence. Roaring, a black and red supersized Eternatus spiraled through the sky, unleashing its devastating moves with reckless abandon. The sheer pressure was heart-stopping. As the champion of the Galar region, Dan Emperor had exerted all his strength, yet failed to conquer Eternatus, leaving himself injured in the process. Silence enveloped the room. Macaulay lamented, "What a familiar scene." Beside him, Daigo's eyes twitched involuntarily as he gazed at the white screen. Xiaoxia and her companions quickly understood why Eternatus ranked above Arceus. Compared to that, I truly believe if Eternatus had been captured by Mr. Dan Emperor, it wouldn't be considered an embarrassing black history. After all, he is a regional champion with undeniable prowess. Previously, Arceus had only been struck by Ash's Pikachu. In comparison to Eternatus, it hardly seemed significant. The primary issue was that particular individual, who was simply too detestable. Xiaojing fervently nodded, and Pikachu echoed his agreement from Ash's shoulder, enthusiastically approving the sentiment. Well said. Ash, however, remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, clearly not recalling what had transpired afterward. Let it go. We need not concern ourselves with this clueless Ash. The scene shifted. Ash and Go jointly lifted the Pokeball and hurled it toward Eternatus. To everyone's astonishment, Eternatus was captured. Moreover, it was Go who accomplished this feat. The scene concluded with Go's radiant smile as he held the Pokeball containing Eternatus. As for everything else, irrelevant. In the Pokemon League conference room, Damalanki buried his face in his hands. If I am guilty, let the law punish me, but spare me from witnessing such a glaringly uncomfortable smile. The sight of Go made Damalanki's head throb. Meanwhile, Yolongdu and Shiba stifled their laughter, feigning coughs to mask their amusement, avoiding the white screen at all costs. In the chat room, legendary beings who had previously refrained from commenting on Arceus's black history began to emerge, led by the ever-intrusive one. Kyogre, haha. I nearly laughed my head off. Captured by such a pathetic little creature. Bro, are you not in possession of your faculties? Rayquaza, for the first time, I find it hard to disagree with you. Swampert, just look at him. He appears utterly devoid of intelligence. Incineroar, I too find it difficult to disagree. Daigo, my eyes are burning. Dan Emperor is truly unfortunate, and young Ash is equally so. But the most unfortunate of all is Eternatus. Macaulay, there is not a single flaw in your statement. The individuals from the Hoenn region reached an unprecedented consensus regarding this black history issue. Eternatus, incompetent fury JPG. In the Pokemon League conference room, Professor Oak furrowed his brow. Something felt fundamentally off. Clearly, both individuals had thrown the Pokeball together. Why then did it appear as though only one had captured it? What was the mechanism of this judgment? Compared to Go, Professor Oak was far more concerned about his own child, Ash, who had emerged from Pallet Town. This matter warranted thorough investigation. At this moment, the voice of the Yuan GSCI Yuan website finally resonated, albeit belatedly. A retrospective on the 10 legendary beasts' dark histories. 4th place. Wuji Taina. Reason for ranking, a mighty divine beast, and yet it was so easily subdued. Indeed, creatures devoid of intellect are fated to remain so. Chapter 127. The Gift of Wuji Taina. Allow me to enhance your intelligence. Wuji Taina, in a furious and chaotic dance, demonstrated that it knew nothing beyond its rage. Meanwhile, the group of divine beasts in the chat room continued to mercilessly mock Wuji Taina. Articuno, although I am but a mere ordinary divine beast at the bottom of the hierarchy, at least I possess some intellect compared to the second-ranked Wuji Taina. Zapdos, exactly. How embarrassing for such a divine beast to be captured by a mere child with a single ball. What on earth is happening here? Groudon, so what if you can fly? You are no different from that brainless Kyogre. Kyogre. Groudon, you insolent creature, are you looking for a fight? Speak up, who is afraid of whom? The commotion belonged to others. For Wuji Taina, only the cold, unyielding darkness remained. The fierce beast shed tears. He certainly did not wish to be captured so casually by a mere child. Dogao, haha, I told you, I am the strongest. There is no beast I cannot subdue. Wuji Taina, what? You dare to show yourself again? Just wait until I seize the opportunity to obliterate you. Today, still wandering in the apocalyptic world, Wuji Taina, amidst the relentless slaughter, managed to extract a fragment of intelligence, solely to remember the name Dogao. Dogao clutched his chest, struggling to catch his breath, having forgotten his earlier vow not to allow others in Pokemon to discover his identity. Though Dogao was arrogant, he was also self-aware enough to recognize that many divine beasts loathed him and were eager to teach him a lesson. Thus, as he reveled in the chat room, he quickly realized his predicament and promptly retreated. This was merely a strategic withdrawal. Others might have their thoughts, but Mutuo remained fixated on Dogao's remarks, contemplating for some time. Let me sense the situation. Perhaps I can discover Dogao's current whereabouts. It would be splendid if I could also locate Mew. Congratulations, Wuji Taina, on unlocking the achievement of the 10 legendary beasts' dark histories. Greetings, Wuji Taina. We have prepared a small gift for you. Would you like to accept it? The inquiry came quite unexpectedly. Enraged and unleashing his chaotic attacks, Wuji Taina abruptly halted upon hearing that familiar question. The humans below looked on in shock at the creature partially concealed within the clouds, their minds swirling with questions. What was this monster doing? Why had it suddenly stopped mid-attack? Was it perhaps gathering energy for a grand move? Wuji Taina remained oblivious to the unease and tension swirling within the hearts of those below. He was struggling with the remnants of his dwindling intellect to make a choice. It was all too exhausting. Perhaps I should simply abandon thought. Wuji Taina, give it to me. The last gift had allowed him to roam freely throughout the world, with no regard for destruction. Thus, Wuji Taina felt it prudent to trust this offering, as there was nothing to lose. Gift has been delivered. Congratulations, you have acquired the art of enlightenment. Directly infuses wisdom and common sense into the brain. Note, shall we try enhancing intelligence? The effectiveness will ultimately depend on the individual's nature. A series of coughs erupted around the world. Macaulay covered his mouth, unable to suppress the laughter bubbling at the corners of his lips. It was simply too amusing. This was truly outrageous. Macaulay leaned back on the sofa, while Daigo glanced at the slouching figure beside him without comment. Thankfully, given Wuji Taina's intellect, he likely wouldn't even comprehend that he was being insulted. Macaulay found himself at a loss for words in response to Daigo's remark. He had finally realized that Daigo possessed a sharp tongue. It was utterly relentless. Ash gazed at the gift, a glimmer of envy in his eyes. Beside him, Misty and Brock exclaimed, Ash, what is wrong with you? What is so enviable about this? You've encountered countless legendary beasts. Misty, flustered, covered her face while looking at Ash. Brock nodded in agreement. When did they discover that Ash's points of interest were so peculiar? Could it be that Ash had come to the realization that he, too, lacked intellect? Hence his envy? Brock's thoughts drifted into bizarre territories. Ash then sheepishly scratched his head and said, I just wondered if having this would mean I wouldn't have to toil away studying Pokemon knowledge anymore. Ash's thoughts were quite fanciful, while Misty and Brock rolled their eyes beside him. Well, they had indeed overestimated Ash's intellect. Yolongdu, there's such a skill? It can directly infuse knowledge into the brain? I feel like I've gained some insight. Cynthia, such a method of learning lacks spirit. One does not even need to stay up late reading. In the Pokemon League conference room, Yolongdu could sense a deep conflict in Cynthia's words. It was quite normal. For someone like Cynthia, who studied history extensively, the volumes of literature were immense, and she must be torn between wanting such a technique and feeling that it was akin to slacking off. Yolongdu burst into hearty laughter, as they all understood Cynthia's character quite well. Beside them, Damalon frowned, his expression reflecting a tinge of conflict. Shiba's gaze immediately shifted to the president, pondering what was amiss. Hadn't he just mentioned approaching things with a calm mindset? Sigh. I was merely contemplating whether it was better for Wuji Taina to possess intellect or not, and I found myself in a conundrum. Compared to other divine beasts, Wuji Taina was far more ferocious. Every appearance heralded calamity, not to mention the enveloping darkness over the Galar region. Yolongdu and Shiba quietly turned away. Let the president grapple with his inner turmoil alone. These matters held no relevance for them. Wuji Taina's mind felt as though it had been stuffed with numerous concepts, including human morals and ethics. Wuji Taina, what purpose do these teachings serve? Is ignorance not preferable? However, glancing at the humans below, Wuji Taina flicked his tail and chose not to continue his rampage. He resolved to return for a much-needed rest while organizing the surplus knowledge swirling in his mind. For now, he would refrain from playing with these intriguing little toys. None were aware of what Wuji Taina had done. It was far removed from their gathering. All eyes remained fixed on the white screen, their curiosity about the top 3 legendary beasts' dark histories intensifying. Surely the next segment would commence shortly? The white screen gradually illuminated. Chapter 128. The Dark History of the Third-Ranked Legendary Beast. Fishing Rod specializing in chubby fish. The capture of Wuji Taina was rather distasteful. Even the regional champion, Dan D, had failed to subdue it, ultimately falling prey to someone like Dogao. Although it was a joint effort, the glory was claimed solely by her. Yolongdu shook his head as he spoke. Ultimately, it could be summarized in one phrase. Wuji Taina is truly unfortunate. Yolongdu, here is a bit of wax for Wuji Taina. Now, let us all guess who the next one will be. This is one of the top 3. Aren't you all curious? Daigo, curiosity is only natural. How could one not be curious? Is that not why I find you here acting foolishly? Karuna, Daigo's words remain as sharp as ever. Sakamoto, regardless of which legendary Pokemon it may be, I must say, they are all rather weak. Latios, little question mark, do you have many friends? Latios, if you have the guts, why didn't you say that in front of Arceus just now? In the office of the Team Rocket headquarters, Sakamoto scoffed disdainfully at the words of Latios and Latias. Did he think he would shy away? He simply wouldn't. Most legendary Pokémon can be countered if one finds the right method. However, Arceus, the thought of the all-powerful Arceus, who could disregard all forms of damage, left Sakamoto feeling somewhat disheartened. This was no longer a matter of cowardice, but rather that such an Arceus was indeed beyond his means to confront. Even if he and Arceus both held the title of champion, a gap still existed between them. As for that silver water, which almost drowned Arceus, Sakamoto had yet to ascertain what that truly was. It certainly didn't resemble mercury, nor any other known chemical substance. One could only surmise that ancient humanity possessed extraordinary methods. He would observe further. He held no aspirations regarding Arceus. Capturing such a Pokémon was not as simple as wishing for it, and even Sakamoto, in his arrogance, retained some sense of reason. The white screen began to glow softly. The sound of waves crashing against the sea surface could be heard, along with the whispers of movement from the depths of the ocean. 3 lines of text appeared on the white screen. He has been sleeping in the depths of the ocean. He can summon winds and rain, expanding the ocean. He is a legendary water-type Pokémon, one of the ancient Pokémon. Ha ha roar. Kyogre's enormous body was laughing uncontrollably. He knew it. Of course, Kyogre would be on the list. This ranking suited Kyogre perfectly. Yet alas, it was merely 3rd place. Why not 1st? The joy of Groudon was slightly overshadowed by this revelation. Such a black history was an incomplete black history. Groudon bellowed in dissatisfaction, venting his frustrations. Kyogre, submerged in the ocean's depths, was bubbling in disbelief. No, this could not be true. He refused to accept it. How could he rank on this list? Still at 3rd place. Kyogre's heart was shattering. With a furious swish of his tail, he attempted to smash the white screen before him, hoping to pretend he had seen nothing. However, no matter how fiercely Kyogre tried to attack, he could not budge the white screen in the slightest. Moreover, the imagery on the screen continued to play, unaffected by Kyogre's will. The scene depicted Kyogre, who should have been the undisputed ruler of the ocean, being encircled by a group of Pokémon hunters. Though the capture was unsuccessful, Kyogre found himself poisoned and utterly defenseless against the hunters' methods. Kyogre, Ash and the girl clad in blue, Mizumi, desperately sought to rescue Kyogre, determined not to allow him to be captured. Yet, the frenzied Kyogre was far from easy to bring back to sanity. Witnessing Kyogre in a berserk state, Mizumi unhesitatingly drew her extended fishing rod. With the bait cast into the water, Kyogre was hooked and pulled from the depths. A mere 10-year-old girl, using an ordinary fishing rod, had caught him from the surface of the water. His entire body seemed to soar through the sky. The scene concluded with Kyogre leaping out of the water, pulled by the fishing rod. This moment was deeply etched into the minds of all who witnessed it. Silence. Even Groudon refrained from immediate mockery, as the image was simply too shocking. Groudon, if I recall correctly, you weigh around 600 to 700 pounds, right? Just look at that little girl's slender arms. Kyogre, how could you? Kyogre, I'm not. I didn't. Don't spread rumors about me. Kyogre continued to bubble in distress. Oh God. Let him drown in the ocean's depths. Yet, as a being capable of controlling the ocean, how could Kyogre perish from a few sips of seawater? It was preposterous. Besides Kyogre's inability to accept this reality, another individual was equally unable to grasp it. Mizuki, this is all a lie. It's absolutely impossible. Kyogre can turn all continents into oceans. How could he be so weak? Chiheng, my old friend, you may have to come to terms with this reality. Mizuki angrily struck the white screen, attempting to exit the chatroom. No, he would not accept this reality. The unfortunate Mizuki discovered he could not escape. Helplessly watching as Kyogre became the target of ridicule, he found himself at a loss for words to defend himself, as the video made it clear, it was all true. Lord Mizuki, please, do try to regain your composure. Izumi observed Mizuki, who lay on the ground, utterly dispirited, and coughed a couple of times, finding some amusement in his plight. However, considering Mizuki's current state of distress, Izumi restrained her laughter, lest it truly upset him. Lord Mizuki, you need not concern yourself with the words of these people. And if Kyogre has a black history, do you think Groudon will escape unscathed? 2 of the 3 most renowned legendary Pokémon of the Hoenn region have already made the list. I believe the last one is bound to follow suit. It must be said, Izumi's words were quite effective. Mizuki immediately straightened up, his eyes sparkling with determination. You are right. The enmity between Groudon and Kyogre is indeed intertwined. With Kyogre's black history revealed, Groudon cannot evade the same fate. Mizuki's eyes fixated intently on the white screen. When Groudon's black history is unveiled, he will surely take great pleasure in mocking his old rival. Chapter 129. Kyogre's Reward. Believe in yourself. You are the fattest and the best. What arrived even before Groudon's black history? It was the revelation of Kyogre's own black history. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed, counting down the top 10 legendary Pokemon's black histories. Third place, Kyogre. Reason for ranking: caught by a fishing rod. Are you truly the ocean deity Kyogre, or merely a plump fish? What is a critical hit? This is a critical hit. Groudon, who had calmed down considerably, was once again engulfed in laughter upon seeing the reason for Kyogre's ranking. Groudon, haha, plump fish. With this image, I find this title perfectly befitting you. Mizuki, soul spewing. Macaulay, ahem, this fish truly resembles a legendary Pokemon. Oh no. The legendary Pokemon is indeed quite rotund. Sakamoto, what a legendary Pokemon capable of turning the entire world into an ocean. Dream on. In reality, you will just wake up and follow me to earn some good money. In the Team Rocket headquarters office, Sakamoto shook his head at the revelation of a legendary Pokemon's black history. I have long asserted that relying entirely on Pokemon to fulfill one's dreams is a misguided approach. Now that Kyogre's legendary status has been utterly tarnished, can one truly accept that? He is simply too weak. He is no match for me at all, Sakamoto remarked, shaking his head, with a demeanor that conveyed utter disdain for Mizuki. Truebird nodded incessantly in agreement and flattery. Truly, Sakamoto, your vision is far-reaching. We have no need for these mythical beasts. Sakaki, the eternal legend. As Sakaki caressed the sleek, lustrous fur of the feline leader, a faint smile graced his lips. He felt an invigorated confidence in his ambitions and commercial empire, for his adversaries were undeniably feeble. Once those individuals' legendary beasts fall from their pedestals, their schemes will be utterly obliterated. Truly, they are fragile. Losing one. No matter. There are always more to capture. It's hardly a concern. Shuilian. So, I am remarkably capable in the future? The young girl, Shuilian, was by the beach, searching for fish with her rod. Upon witnessing the image on the white screen where Gaioka ascended to the third place, she could not help but gasp in astonishment. In the next moment, she quickly covered her mouth, glancing left and right. Fortunately, no one was around. Oh dear, I wonder if Gaioka would be upset. Reflecting on her initial intentions in the video, Shuilian felt a slight conflict within her. However, since the event has yet to unfold, it should not significantly concern me, right? Yes. Thus, it is decided. I shall continue to live my life normally. There's no need to fret over such a trivial incident. In the Pokemon League conference room, Yolongdu and Shiba were astonished to discover that President Damaranchi not only remained conscious, but even bore a rare smile. They exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss. When the president smiles, it invariably heralds an event. It is somewhat reassuring to see the president struggling for breath. Thankfully, Damaranchi was blissfully unaware of the inner turmoil of his two champions. Otherwise, he would surely be infuriated by their antics. Ah, Shuilian. It seems the future of the league is indeed quite bright. Gazing at the blue-haired girl on the screen, Damaranchi felt his spirits lift. Sometimes, joy is derived from the simplest of things. With the support of these children, the future league shall surely thrive. If I may say, this is undeniably an excellent opportunity to capture Gaioka. Damaranchi believed Shuilian was still too naive. In such moments, one must seize the victory. The key to acquiring a legendary Pokemon lies in not overthinking and not being overly concerned with appearances. Otherwise, the chance will be lost. Granny Jeezy comprehended Damaranchi's unspoken intentions and rolled her eyes at the old man. Do not corrupt that young girl. Just as Damaranchi prepared to engage in a spirited debate regarding the meaning of leading young girls astray, a voice echoed from the Multiverse Dimension website. Congratulations. Gaioka has unlocked the achievement of the 10 legendary beasts' dark history. Hello, Gaioka. We have prepared a small gift for you. Would you like to accept it? Gaioka, I feel I must ponder this carefully. If I accept it, that rascal Groudon will surely. Groudon, huh? Gaioka, do you really think you can handle it? This is truly amusing. Are you going to turn into a fat-headed fish? As the saying goes, what one thinks is what one gets. Groudon's comment arrived before Gaioka could even finish his contemplation. Gaioka seethed, bubbling with indignation. What? You say I can't handle it? Well, I shall. Embarrassment? I shall not lose my momentum. Gaioka, yes. I possess what you lack. You may well envy me. Gift has been distributed. Congratulations. You have obtained. The fatter you are, the stronger you become. As long as your weight increases, all attributes will enhance overall. No upper limit. Note, since you are susceptible to being caught, it indicates you are not heavy enough. Gain weight. Oh plump Gaioka. You must believe you are the most rotund and exceptional. Gaioka felt the warm light enveloping him, and he was utterly bewildered. He need not even open his eyes to envision how Groudon would be cackling in the chat room at his expense. It was genuinely amusing. Were it not directed at him, Gaioka would have found it humorous. Yet, when it became personal, Gaioka discovered he could not muster a smile. Gaioka, QEQ. That stings, truly it does. Macaulay shook his head and clicked his tongue, seemingly lamenting on Gaioka's behalf, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed a perpetual grin. He was practically beaming alongside the sun. Daigo cast a fleeting glance at him. Are you truly so delighted? With Rayquaza, Gaioka, and only Groudon missing, the dark history of Hoenn's legendary beasts would be complete. Just to clarify, once the video concludes, my cooldown period will coincide perfectly, and I shall take my leave. The nuclear cleanup of the Hoenn region is entrusted to you. Macaulay, who was smiling broadly, suddenly found his expression stiffening. Oh no. It was only after Daigo's reminder that Macaulay grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet Daigo, with a heart as unyielding as the stones he adored, remained unmoved despite Macaulay's attempts at charmingly clinging to him. With vacant eyes, Daigo did his utmost to ignore Macaulay's pleas. I finally have someone to take the blame. I absolutely refuse to take part. I shall retire. I will dig for stones. Chapter 130. The Dark History of Legendary Beasts, Part 2. Who else cannot fly? Macaulay's hesitation and worries bore no relation to Daigo. Gaioka's dark history brought great amusement to Groudon. Despite the terrifying visage of a colossal beast, it was remarkable how many emotions could be discerned from its face. Although Gaioka was incensed by the description of the gift, he still struggled to adjust his mindset at lightning speed. As long as he did not find it embarrassing. Then it was others who would bear the awkwardness. Gaioka, huh? Just wait until I grow stronger and defeat you. Groudon, enjoy your moment of pride while it lasts. Groudon, as if I am intimidated. If you have the capability, then come at me. Groudon dismissed Gaioka's provocation with disdain. What is a mere fat-headed fish to be feared? In the Pokémon League conference room, Yolongdu cleared his throat twice to mask his astonishment. This reward appears quite intriguing. I hadn't anticipated such a gift. I must inquire, is this not specifically targeting Gaioka? Shiba cast a glance at this man who was clearly asking an obvious question. What do you think? Is it not sufficiently targeted? Compared to the previously agreeable rewards, these gifts are dripping with sarcasm, as if they are intent on provoking the recipients into a frenzy. Damaranchi chuckled as he watched the two bicker. Xiaoxia could not help but laugh at this gift. This is indeed the greatest adversary for all young girls. Fortunately, Gaioka is genderless. No girl could bear the thought of becoming overweight, even if it meant becoming stronger. It would not suffice. Ash and Brock exchanged glances, silent as the grave. Observing the exuberant Xiaoxia, they could only express their bewilderment in silence. They could not comprehend the thoughts of these girls. Is it not desirable to grow stronger? Xiaoxia scoffed, needing no words to convey her understanding of the two boys' thoughts. And she now wished to bestow upon them a pair of eye rolls. Although Brock enjoyed teasing Xiaoxia, it was evidently not the time for quarrels. With a cheerful smile, he shifted the topic. I wonder who the next legendary beast will be. Could there be anything more humiliating than a legendary beast being caught as a fat-headed fish? It sounds rather intriguing. Xiaoxia's attention was immediately diverted, her eyes instinctively drawn to the white screen, which was slowly illuminating. Amidst the intense background music, 3 lines of text gradually materialize. He lies dormant within the molten depths of the earth. He is the creator of land. He is the legendary Pokémon of the ground attribute, one of the ancient Pokémon. Groudon, wait. Why does this description sound so familiar? Groudon's eyes widened to the size of copper bells, fixated on the white screen before him, nearly boring a hole through it with his stare. Yet, the words on the screen remained unchanged. Groudon was furious. Roar. Impossible. This must be a fabrication. How could he, Groudon, possibly have a dark past? Macaulay gazed at the lines of text with a face ashen as death, slumping despondently on the sofa. Daigo, why are your guesses so accurate? I truly feel as though I might perish. Macaulay appeared to have lost all anger, turning into a limp heap. He had no desire to rise, to rally, to accept this harsh reality, or to confront this unreasonable world. Daigo smirked. The champion of the Hoenn region, it's time to get to work. Hurry back. The Hoenn region must have someone capable at this moment. Macaulay, like a fish flipping over, merely shifted to another position on the sofa. What did you say? I can't hear you. The Elite Four are here. They don't need me, a mere champion. Macaulay resolved to continue evading reality. Even Daigo could not separate him from this sofa. A person without shame is invincible. Macaulay had grasped this ultimate technique, regardless of how the legendary beasts and others protested. The images on the white screen continued unabated. Familiar scenes and familiar visuals unfolded. Hoopa, in a moment of reckoning, summoned 6 legendary Pokémon. Only 5 soared in the skies, while 1 remained on the ground. The solitary Pokémon on the ground was none other than Groudon. Ash was utterly perplexed. Where in this could one find a dark history? Ash looked left and right, unable to discern any issue. Misty and Brock could no longer contain their laughter, observing the synchronized legendary Pokémon flying in the sky, alongside the occasionally taunting Lugia, Latios, and Latias. Then, there was Groudon, the lone figure trudging along the earth, and both Misty and Brock understood perfectly where the humor lay. Pikachu exclaimed, Pika Pika. A typical Pokemon like Pika chimed in, I don't see what's so funny. Witnessing the remarkably similar expressions of Ash and Pikachu, Misty and Brock erupted into even louder laughter. Haha, this is truly amusing. The scene shifted once more. It was Groudon's moment of reckoning. The battle had concluded, and all the legendary Pokemon had shaken off Koopa's control. The Pokemon returned to their respective homes, gently flapping their wings as they ascended, leaving behind only a fleeting silhouette for the world to admire and ponder. Even Kyogre could soar through the waters, and a massive tail splashed water all over Groudon. Yet, only Groudon remained earthbound. He could only walk step by step, slowly retreating. His cumbersome physique and unsteady gait starkly contrasted with the other flying legends, evoking profound sorrow and tears. The scene lingered on Groudon's slow departure. The setting sun cast a particularly tragic glow upon Groudon. Who knows how long it will take for such a massive being to return home? The chatroom was far from quiet. Kyogre, haha, the wheel of fate turns. Who escapes unscathed? Groudon, so you too have your day of reckoning. Latios, Groudon, unable to fly, how pitiful. Latias, Groudon, unable to fly, truly tragic. Dialga, Groudon, unable to fly, how unfortunate. Groudon, silence, all of you. I am not pitiful at all. Groudon was furious. He unleashed his ability. Rage of the incompetent. Groudon could not face this reality. Tears streamed down his face in an instant. The beast wept bitterly. Woe is him. Why must he be subjected to such treatment? At that moment, the Multiverse Dimension website added fuel to the fire, ranking the top 10 legendary Pokemon Dark Histories. Second place, Groudon. Reason for ranking. Which legendary Pokemon cannot fly? Wouldn't you agree, Groudon? Chapter 131, Groudon's Gift, Bamboo Dragonfly. Ash, shouldn't all legendary Pokemon be able to fly? It seems like almost all of them can. Ash remained oblivious to the issue at hand. Misty and Brock exchanged looks of exasperation, wishing they could reach out and silence Ash. Ash, can't you see that Groudon cannot fly? He walks particularly slowly too. Ash finally scratched his head, dawning realization as he said, I suppose that's true. Not being able to fly isn't a problem. Not all legendary Pokemon need to be able to fly. Seeing that Ash still missed the point, Misty and Brock decided to let it go. Let this fool be. He is just a thick-headed blockhead. Groudon was once again pierced by the words of this human. Meanwhile, the legendary Pokemon in the chatroom escalated their banter even faster. Kyogre, although I am neither a bird nor a flying-type Pokemon, I can fly. Which legendary Pokemon cannot fly? Wouldn't you agree, Groudon? Zapdos, although birds often suffer, I can fly. Which legendary Pokemon cannot fly? Wouldn't you agree, Groudon? Ho-Oh, though I have been struck down, I can fly. Which legendary Pokemon cannot fly? Wouldn't you agree, Groudon? Lugia, although I am not on the list, I can fly. Which legendary Pokemon cannot fly? Wouldn't you agree, Groudon? Latios, Latias, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, Shalebi, and many others appeared, regardless of their past relations with Groudon. Whether bold or timid, they all joined in. No matter what was said, they never forgot to add, which legendary Pokemon cannot fly? Wouldn't you agree, Groudon? Groudon fell into a state of self-imposed isolation. Macaulay nearly succumbed to the urge to join in the chat, but he firmly restrained himself with sheer willpower. Not at this moment should he dance upon Groudon's misfortune. The mockery of the legendary Pokemon toward Groudon was expected, as they were all legendary beings. Groudon himself was quite ironic. Being besieged was to be expected. Macaulay continually reminded himself. Yes, he is a member of the righteous Pokemon League. He must not stir trouble at this moment. Water Wudong exclaimed, I am the villain. I bring my own salt. Fearless. Water Wudong, haha. The legendary Pokemon that created land? I've never seen one so cumbersome, resembling a little monster. Unable to fly and moving so slowly. While the others flew hundreds of miles away, Groudon has barely taken 2 steps. Groudon, human, I shall devour you. Song rubbed his forehead, finding Water Wudong's provocation utterly brainless. How could I be opposed to such a fool? He is merely fortunate, otherwise I would have long since swallowed the water fleet. Convinced he was 100 times smarter than Water Wudong, Song resumed his daily disdain for his old rival. To contend with such a person is truly beneath me. Water Wudong remained unaware of Song's disparagement. Had he known, it would likely spark yet another battle between their organizations. On the face of Water Wudong was a satisfied smile. Seeing that Groudon had made the list, and was even ranked ahead of Kyogre, put her at ease. Water Wudong exclaimed in a carefree manner, while the corner of Chuame's mouth twitched. Oh dear, our boss remains as adorably foolish as ever. But what could she do? She recognized her leader and had chosen him herself. Even if it meant crying, she had to accept it. Moreover, Kwame had always found Water Wudong to be an exceedingly charming individual. Boss, it would be wise to exercise a bit of caution, after all. Groudon is also a legendary Pokemon, Kwame cautioned. Water Wudong merely curled her lip in disdain, but obediently closed her mouth. Indeed, Water Wudong was unafraid of Groudon's attacks, for she had Kyogre. However, considering that she only had 2 opportunities to summon Kyogre left, Water Wudong felt it best not to make enemies so easily. The might of Kyogre should be reserved for the most appropriate moments. Just as Water Wudong sealed her lips, a voice from the Multiverse Dimension website chimed in. Congratulations, Groudon, for unlocking the achievement of the 10 legendary Pokémon's dark history. Hello, Groudon. We have prepared a small gift for you. Would you like to accept it? Groudon was increasingly conflicted. Should he or shouldn't he? Kyogre. Groudon, do you remember what you just said to me? Do you want it? Don't you feel embarrassed? Water Wudong, yes. Don't you feel embarrassed? Chi and Song. Water Wudong, what are you stirring up here? In the chat room, Water Wudong and Chi and Song were bickering incessantly. Water Wudong did not wish for Groudon to grow stronger, while Chi and Song was indifferent to Groudon's dark history. So what if he couldn't fly? As long as his strength was formidable enough, the ability to fly was a trivial matter. Of course, he must accept the gift. Otherwise, Groudon's strength would gradually pale in comparison to Kyogre's. Such a scenario was utterly intolerable for Chi and Song. Groudon's veins bulged. I haven't even said anything. Yet you 2 humans are prancing around here. Groudon, yes. Why would I refuse? My ranking is higher than Kyogre's, so the gift must be better too. I want to make him green with envy. Kyogre. TSK. You're the one who is truly shameless. Gift has been issued. Congratulations. You have received Bamboo Dragonfly, a special item from Doraemon's 4th dimensional pocket. Simply place it on your head, and it will allow you to fly freely. Special edition. Not easily damaged. Usable by any Pokemon regardless of weight. Note, can't fly? No problem. This will let you soar freely. Groudon felt an overwhelming sense of malice and mockery directed at him. Was this tiny item really meant to enable him to fly? And he wasted a gift slot on this. In Groudon's hands was a bamboo dragonfly that resembled a toy. Its size seemed better suited for a human. In the hands of such a large beast as Groudon, it appeared merely as a small plaything. Groudon even worried that if he accidentally applied too much force, the bamboo dragonfly would shatter. Kyogre, haha, I can't hold it in. This gift is truly perfect for you. No Pokemon is more suited than you. Latios, it's a bit melancholic. I can no longer laugh at Groudon for not being able to fly. Latios, yes, Groudon now possesses a flying item. Sigh. Initially conflicted about the gift, Groudon thought to himself, you guys who wish to see me embarrassed can keep dreaming. From now on, I shall be the flying Groudon. As he contemplated this, Groudon resolutely placed the tiny bamboo dragonfly atop his head. Chapter 132. Who will be first? Just as Groudon secured the bamboo dragonfly, he noticed his feet slowly lifting off the ground. At that moment, Groudon's eyes widened in astonishment. It really worked. Marvelous. This was truly extraordinary. Due to his enormous size, Groudon had always moved at a sluggish pace and had never experienced the sensation of flight. Yet today everything changed. He, Groudon, was now a legendary Pokemon capable of soaring through the skies. In the headquarters office of Team Rocket, this bamboo dragonfly was rather intriguing. Sakaki observed Groudon actually flying on the white screen, a flicker of interest gleaming in his eyes. Although humans could use technological means to fly, nothing could match the free control and ability to change direction like this bamboo dragonfly. If it could be mass-produced, it would surely be a lucrative endeavor. Sakaki began to ponder the marketing strategies he could employ to promote the bamboo dragonfly. Perhaps something like Groudon's exclusive flying artifact? Experience the sensation of flight, as Groudon does. If even Groudon could fly, what were people waiting for? Within a mere moment, Sakaki devised several marketing plans. Finally, the white screen dimmed, forcing Sakaki to reluctantly pause these thoughts. Uncertain of Groudon's whereabouts, Sakaki sighed deeply, a hint of melancholy creeping in. Beside him, Zhen Niao subtly wiped the sweat from his brow. Boss Sakaki was an incredibly formidable individual. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to establish Team Rocket. Furthermore, he possessed a remarkably imaginative mind. One casual remark from Sakaki could send them running until their legs gave out. It would be wise to abandon this unreliable notion. In the Pokemon League conference room, the gift was overwhelmingly delightful. Shiba rested his hand against his mouth, struggling to suppress the wide grin that threatened to break free. Kona was laughing so hard, he was nearly in pain. This multiverse dimension website truly had everything. Groudon and Kyogre were the subjects of endless amusement. The usually aloof Kona had already laughed countless times today. It was no wonder. The videos, the reasons for their rankings, and the bizarre gifts were simply too amusing. Kona was remarkably composed, yet one could see Yulong Do rolling on the ground with laughter atop the plump Dragonite, who was playfully pinning him down. The only serious individual in the entire conference room was not the elderly Juku nor the President Damaranchi, but rather Professor Okido, who was utterly astounded. From the moment he witnessed Groudon soaring through the skies with the bamboo dragonfly, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This was impossible. The bamboo dragonfly defied logic. How could such a small item possibly support Groudon's weight and enable him to fly? What was the mechanism behind its control? I must investigate. I wonder if Groudon would lend me this bamboo dragonfly. Professor Okito was an exceptional Pokémon researcher, but he had also made significant contributions in other fields. The bamboo dragonfly's outstanding performance and flying capabilities captivated his attention. Damaranchi discreetly rolled his eyes. Borrow from a legendary Pokémon. From Groudon? Dream on. Both in legend and reality. Groudon was not known for being accommodating. It would be quicker to go to sleep. After all, there were dreams to be had. Macaulay, is there any legendary Pokémon more embarrassing than Groudon and Kyogre? After watching these two videos, I can hardly imagine a more humiliating scene. Macaulay's words echoed the sentiments of everyone present, including Groudon and Kyogre, who had been feeling somewhat downcast and sensed something amiss. Indeed, they merely occupy the third and second positions. One is a hefty fish caught by a little girl, while the other is a mythical beast that can only walk and cannot fly. Is there any mythical creature that can surpass their embarrassment? Regardless, both Groudon and Kyogre instantly perked up. The chat room transformed into a lively discourse among several mythical beings. Groudon, I wonder who it could be. Kyogre, who could possibly be more embarrassing than Groudon? I can hardly fathom it. Groudon, I believe you're seeking trouble. Giratina, unimaginable. Woogie-Tana, unimaginable. With a certain level of intelligence, Woogie-Tana finally comprehended the reason behind its own embarrassment. TSK, that human, right? He has already memorized the name Dogao. Subsequently, Woogie-Tana casually settled into a cozy spot, quietly observing the visuals on the white screen. Well, it wouldn't he do for only him to have a tarnished history. He also wished to see the dark pasts of other mythical beings. As long as someone else is more embarrassed than he is, then he shall not be the most foolish one. Woogie-Tana adeptly grasped the concept of enjoying the spectacle, mastering it in the shortest span of time. The white screen gradually illuminated, capturing the attention of all humans and mythical beings alike. Even Arceus, who was absorbing spiritual sustenance from another world, allocated a fragment of its attention to the white screen. What sort of dark history could possibly claim the top spot? This seems rather intriguing. Arceus shifted its posture. In no time, Arceus had intuitively comprehended the art of relaxation. Its long forelimbs coiled beneath its body, a posture ideal for prolonged viewing of videos. Ash, too, found himself intrigued by Macaulay's words. How true. What kind of dark history could claim the #1 position? Ash stroked his chin, gazing at the white screen with curiosity. Misty and Brock, standing nearby, were racking their brains in thought. Could it be that a mythical creature was tricked or captured by humans? That hardly seems like a dark history, does it? They truly couldn't imagine. Both Misty and Brock felt their imaginations constrained, utterly unable to conceive what the dark history of a mythical creature could resemble to earn such a distinction. Groudon had already removed the bamboo dragonfly from its head and sat before the white screen, invigorated. Its two large eyes, akin to copper bells, were fixated on the glowing screen, fearful of missing the most thrilling moments. Roar! I shall not be the most embarrassed one. I must see who the greater fool is. As soon as they appear, I shall laugh at them loudly. Amidst the curiosity and gazes of all present, the white screen slowly illuminated and began to sway, poised to unveil the final mythical creature's dark history video. Chapter 133. The Mythical Creature's Dark History. Withdraw from the mythical creature ranks with dignity. In the eager anticipation of the crowd, the white screen finally brightened. The screen flickered, the background awash in vibrant colors, accompanied by the sound of flowing water. He is one of the Ho-Oh Guardians. He possesses the ability to purify water sources. He is a water-type legendary Pokémon, the embodiment of the North Wind. Question marks appeared above everyone's heads. This must be Suicune, right? What dark history could Suicune possibly have? Macaulay was somewhat familiar with the name of the mythical creature Suicune. He had previously contemplated numerous possibilities, such as Mutwo or Kyurem, stronger mythical beings. Yet, Macaulay never expected that the top spot would belong to Suicune. Not only Macaulay, but everyone was taken aback. Suicune, the legendary water-type Pokémon. Misty's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is precisely the Pokémon of my dreams. As a water-type Pokémon trainer, an aspiring water-type gym leader, Misty was already well acquainted with the name Suicune. How could Suicune possibly have a dark history? It's impossible, absolutely not. I refuse to believe it. Soon, Misty realized the nature of the scene unfolding, and her face contorted with righteous indignation. Brock rubbed his nose, hesitant to speak. Only Ash, obliviously approaching, commented without understanding the significance of Suicune's name. It's been released, so it must be real, right? Shut your mouth. Misty shot a fierce glare at Ash. Even he should not speak ill of her dream Pokémon. Ash jumped in surprise, seeking warmth with Pikachu. Yikes. Women can be frightening. The visuals on the white screen continued. Mudbalm. A group of rather ordinary-looking Pokémon hunters relentlessly polluted the waters where Suicune resided with mud bombs. Time and again, Suicune purified the waters. While the Pokémon hunters finally achieved their objective, your stamina must be nearly depleted. Now is the time. A group of Pokémon hunters tightly ensnared Suicune with ropes, and the poisoned, exhausted Suicune found itself unable to escape their bindings. Suicune must not be captured by these Pokémon hunters. While professing noble intentions, Dogao casually threw out the most ordinary red and white Pokeball. Legendary Pokémon Suicune, captured? No, I refused to believe it. Misty's mind was nearly shattered. Could Suicune be captured so easily? Her questions soared to the heavens, watching Suicune being captured in a single ball. Misty felt as if all the knowledge she had learned about Pokémon had been fed to a dog. This is far too casual. It seems capturing a mythical creature is astonishingly simple. Ash also expressed his astonishment. Is Suicune truly a legendary Pokémon? Even capturing an ordinary Pokémon isn't this easy. Ash recalled his arduous attempts to capture a Pidgey, nearly shedding tears of sorrow. Are we not living in the same world? How can there be such a vast disparity between people? In the Pokémon League conference room, Suicune? Is this truly Suicune? Not an imitation or a ditto in disguise. Damaranch's triple inquiry revealed his inner turmoil. Yolongdu was rendered speechless. I captured a Dragonite, and it wasn't this easy. It must truly be Suicune. Only Suicune possesses the ability to purify water sources. The footage clearly depicted Suicune purifying the waters, making it difficult for anyone to challenge the authenticity of Suicune's identity. I believe we may have collectively experienced mass hypnosis. Otherwise, how could we witness such an absurd scene? Professor Oak asserted with conviction over the phone. After years of being a Pokémon researcher, Professor Oak admitted he had never encountered such an absurd capture. Moreover, it involved a legendary Pokémon. As the scene shifted, reality demonstrated to everyone that this was far from over. Poisoned, Suicune lay atop a tree, only to be ensnared by the Pokémon hunters using a seemingly ordinary hunting net. They yanked Suicune down from the tree, pressing it to the ground with the net. Aside from incessant struggles and mournful cries, Suicune exhibited no effective self-rescue efforts. Misty fell silent. Her expression gradually morphed into a grimace. At last, Misty erupted. A hunting net could capture Suicune? Tell me where to buy that net. I'll buy a dozen. Or was it some high-tech gadget? I'll buy that too. Misty roared in fury. Ash, along with Pikachu and Brock, retreated in haste. Their expressions surprisingly synchronized. An angry Misty appeared quite terrifying. They absolutely must not provoke Misty's breaking point at this moment. The scene shifted once again. At this moment, the Pokémon hunter had been encased in ice by Suicune, allowing Miss Junsha to take him away. Observing the Pokeball on the ground, Suicune voluntarily touched it, expressing a desire to become Dogao's Pokémon. The scene froze at the moment Suicune willingly entered the ball. The entire world seemed to fall silent, and the chat room was devoid of conversation. Even Groudon and Kyogre, who had been eagerly awaiting a spectacle, were unusually quiet. Finally, it was Suicune's old companion who broke the silence. NTI, Suicune, have you been kidnapped? If so, blink your eyes to let me know that what I see is not real. NEI, Suicune, speak up. Why aren't you blinking? Have you truly taken a liking to this kid? I think either your eyes are deceiving you or your mind is unwell. NEI, my brother, after all these years. I only ask one thing of you. Never admit that we know each other. And do not mention that we were on the same team. I seriously cannot afford this embarrassment. Suicune, enough of your prattling. The one in the video is definitely not me. I am not that. Do not spread rumors or believe them. Suicune had just purified a water source when he stumbled upon this video. The entire creature was in shock. Roar. Impossible. How could I so easily acknowledge a human and willingly become his Pokémon? Such a thing could never happen, even in dreams. Suicune was utterly perplexed and could hardly believe what unfolded on the white screen. At that moment, the voice from the Multiverse Dimension website rang out, delivering a final, harsh blow to Suicune, ranking the 10 Divine Beasts' dark histories. First place. Suicune. Reason for ranking. Words are futile. Suicune. You should voluntarily withdraw from the ranks of Divine Beasts and let Groudon claim the top spot. Chapter 134. Suicune's Gift, a special title. Harsh. Truly too harsh. Suicune was left speechless. Groudon. What does this ranking reason mean? What do you mean let me be first? I don't want this kind of first place. Kyogre. I think this first place suits Groudon quite well. NTI can't fly? Look on the bright side. You have 2 gifts. Suicune, exhausted. Having always held exceedingly high standards for Pokémon trainers, Suicune never imagined that he would be so easily captured in the future. This was truly shocking enough to astound Suicune for an entire year. After enduring a difficult struggle, Dogao, who was barely managing to climb out of a deep pit, gazed at the scene of Suicune being captured on the white screen, his eyes gleaming. As expected of me, Even a legendary Pokémon can be effortlessly captured, and it can willingly become my companion. Splendid. As Dogao expressed his excitement, he couldn't help but pump his fist in celebration. Then, fortune turned to misfortune. With a splat, Dogao fell back down. Sakaki, the thought process of your league's trainers is truly remarkable. If you can't let Pokémon hunters capture Pokémon, why not capture them yourself? That would solve everything. Cheery. Heh, this is humanity's inherent flaw. Chasing after powerful Pokémon in hopes of using them to fulfill their ambitions is utterly grotesque. Shu Wudong, I just want to know what brand that hunting net is. Can I get a few for myself? Are divine beasts so easy to capture? I want to try it. Damalanchi, this is Doghouse personal action. Please do not elevate it to the league level. We do not acknowledge it. Ash glanced at the dejected Misty, pondering the scene he had just witnessed. Are divine beasts really that easy to capture? What do you think about me trying next time? It doesn't even require a battle. It's truly as simple as can be. Just as Brock was about to speak, Misty burst forth. How can it be so simple? This Dogao fellow must be problematic. Perhaps he has cast a spell on all the Pokémon. Misty declared with firm conviction. Brock was left utterly puzzled. Ash appeared eager, seeming very much inclined to delve deeper into the matter of casting spells. Pikachu lay forlornly on Ash's shoulder, embodying the lone sober one among the intoxicated crowd. Foolish humans. Believing in such self-deceiving nonsense. Where on earth is their reasoning? Suicune also recognized the gravity of the situation. This must be an event from the future. Along with that human who so casually captured him. Suicune narrowed his eyes. Very well, he had memorized that name. Dogao. Just wait. Suicune's impression of Dogao plummeted to rock bottom, even dipping into negative territory, which was truly enough. Oblivious to Suicune's thoughts, Dogao still harbored dreams of Suicune's form. In the Pokemon League conference room, Damalanchi exhaled deeply, yet still felt as though something was lodged in his chest. Yolongdu glanced over, expressing profound understanding. This was simply absurd. Such an outrageous capture had never been witnessed. If divine beasts could be captured so easily, there would be one in every hand on the streets. On a positive note, since Suicune had foreseen such a future, he would surely devise a way to avoid it. Right? Divine beasts are not fools. They cannot stumble into the same pit twice. Daigo, let's go catch divine beasts together. Macaulay gazed at Daigo with sparkling eyes, extending a heartfelt invitation. Daigo rolled his eyes at this dreamer. Impossible, stop dreaming. He must be the chosen one. Otherwise, it's inconceivable that he could so effortlessly capture divine beasts. Daigo remained very calm, even with a physiological aversion to Dogao. Daigo understood that such circumstances were not replicable, and Suicune had not truly exhibited its real strength. Divine beasts can be captured so simply? Then why do I even bother preparing the gravity balls for large quadrupedal Pokemon? In various corners of the world, countless Pokemon trainers' ambitions surged. If Dogao could achieve it, so could they. Thus, for a considerable period, a wave of divine beast capturing swept across the globe. It wasn't until these ambitious individuals returned empty-handed that they realized divine beasts were not so easily captured. These are matters for another time. Currently, Pokemon trainers were brimming with confidence. At this moment, the voice from the Multiverse Dimension website resounded. Congratulations, Suicune, for unlocking the achievement of the 10 Divine Beasts' Dark Histories. Hello, Suicune. We have prepared a small gift for you. Would you like to accept it? Suicune, no more hesitation. Yes, why not? This is a double gift. Suicune was eager to seize every opportunity to grow stronger. At the very least, next time he encountered such a situation, he could not rely solely on a human to save him. More likely, that human merely sought to capture him. Suicune, yes? Only by becoming more powerful can he ultimately escape this ridiculed dark history. Suicune is indeed a pragmatic individual. Gift has been dispatched. Congratulations. You have obtained Skill, Wave Step, Title, Lord of the Flowing River. Skill, Wave Step, a skill from the martial arts world, adjusted according to world rules, allowing the user to move their figure like a phantom in a small area, increasing escape speed. Title, Lord of the Currents. This title can be donned or removed at will. Upon donning it, one acquires the abilities of the Lord of the Currents, gaining insight into the conditions of all currents in the world. Utilizing this title requires physical and mental stamina, so please manage accordingly. Note, if you cannot win, then flee swiftly, do not struggle unnecessarily. By the way, I've added to your workload, no need to thank me. The golden skills and titles fused into the body, and the Water Sovereign felt a warm surge of energy. With each leap, his body seemed to grow lighter. The Water Sovereign initially intended to express his gratitude to the Multiverse Dimension website, but upon reading the note, he felt exasperated. Water Sovereign, dead fish eyes. Can't you speak properly? Yet, rather than becoming angry, he whimsically adorned himself with the title of Lord of the Currents. The moment he closed his eyes, He perceived as if every current transformed into a line, vividly manifesting in his consciousness. He could distinctly sense the state of all currents. Chapter 135. The Confounding Curiosity of the Divine Beasts. With the ability to purify water sources, and embracing this as his mission, the Water Sovereign lamented, "An unknown workload has increased once more." Nevertheless, he set forth with cheerful determination. Soon, he discovered that his speed had once again accelerated. The sensation of becoming stronger was truly exhilarating. The mere thought of how he would eventually be tamed filled him with a breathless anxiety. Work, work. Work brings joy to divine beasts. Work allows one to forget all troubles. Thus, the Water Sovereign embarked on a path of no return, leaving no trace behind. The legend of the Water Sovereign would soon echo throughout the world. Striving diligently, JPG. However, before commencing his work, the Water Sovereign noticed an odious figure by a certain current. He immediately resolved to confront it. In the Elven Alliance conference room, a special title? Yulongdu noticed this somewhat unique gift. I possess a title for ranking among the most popular trainers. Does this one hold special significance as well? Yulongdu appeared to have made a discovery. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to him. Why not try to wear it? Damaranchi also felt a twinge of curiosity. Regardless of the white screen or these rewards and gifts, it was the first exposure for everyone in the Pokémon world. There remained much to explore and investigate. Without hesitation, Yulongdu attempted to don the title on the spot. Everyone watched him intently in silence, and even a heart as bold as Yulongdu's felt a twinge of nervousness. Indeed, it bore a special effect. A subtle expression of confusion crossed Yulongdu's face, as if he were contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. My title is Most Popular Pokémon Trainer, and upon wearing it, it increases the baseline favorability of all beings who see me by 10.5 without their awareness. By this calculation, it seems that each rank up raises the baseline favorability by approximately 1.5, increasing the favorability of others. This feature feels rather lackluster, as if one would hesitate to indulge in it. Shiba rolled his eyes dramatically at Yulongdu. I still find you quite annoying. The corpulent Dragonite playfully tapped Yulongdu's head with its large paw, demonstrating through action that its affection for him had never wavered. Kona chuckled at the scene. The joy brought by the appearance of this white screen was truly immense. Even the Ice Queen seemed on the verge of breaking character. The title S effect was not as pronounced as that of the one received by the Water Sovereign, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Damaranchi pondered even more deeply. Since Yulongdu was on the most popular Pokémon trainer leaderboard, the title could slightly enhance favorability. What about the top 10 most powerful divine beasts and the top 10 behind-the-scenes manipulators? What enhancements do their titles confer? Combat strength or other more offensive attributes? If it were to be any of these, even a slight enhancement would pose a significant headache. Damaranchi rested his chin on his hand, hoping no one else would notice. The Alliance truly could not withstand such antics. In the headquarters office of Team Rocket. How intriguing. So titles can be worn. Sakaki quickly discerned the application of his title and, upon donning it, discovered an added buff. Wearing the title of top 10 behind-the-scenes manipulators. Whatever nefarious scheme I devise would have a 15 increase in the success rate. Quite interesting. Although limited to Sakaki himself, this effect proved immensely beneficial. As long as the success rate isn't 0, this title could yield unexpected surprises. Sakaki's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the leaderboard on the white screen. This was truly a delightful surprise. Jinri, listening nearby, couldn't he help but show a glimmer of envy. No wonder he is the boss. Under your leadership, Team Rocket shall undoubtedly become more powerful and glorious. The video detailing the top 10 divine beasts' dark histories concluded. The white screen finally dimmed. Yet the infamous moments of those divine beasts were far from forgotten by others and Pokémon alike. Several of the featured divine beasts engaged in lively banter within the chatroom. The Water Sovereign was frequently mentioned. The Water Sovereign, diligently toiling away. Busy, do not contact me. He attempted to erase his dark history through his bustling work. Yet it seemed unlikely to be accomplished in the short term. Meanwhile, the Water Sovereign arrived at the location he had detected in his mind at a remarkable speed. It was indeed the right place. Currently, he could only visualize the currents. Had it not been for Mew and Dogao passing by, he might not have been aware. As he wandered about, he soon noticed a deep pit on the ground. Mutwo, struggling to locate Mew, had already delved into the dense foliage. Glancing at the Water Sovereign across the way and the pit below, Mutwo fell into contemplation. Dogao, striving to climb out of the pit, suddenly felt a shadow loom overhead. As if someone was blocking the light. He instinctively looked up, ready to hurl a curse, only to be astonished by the sight of a very familiar Pokémon. Mutwo, wait. And there's the Water Sovereign. Dogao's mind and thoughts seemed to split, one part excited, the other fearful. Though he put on a brave face. Dogao's body and spirit were firmly etched with the pain inflicted by Mutwo. Upon seeing Mutwo, he wished he could instantly bury himself alive. Never again would he face this demon. Yet, gazing at the striking figure of the water sovereign beside him, tears of excitement streamed down Dogao's cheeks. The legendary Pokémon, the water sovereign. To him, it was slightly less than Mew, but it was still a divine beast. Dogao felt he could accept that. Imagining the scene of capturing the water sovereign and emerging victorious against other Pokémon trainers, he envisioned releasing the water sovereign with a flourish. Just thinking about their expressions, just picturing that moment, Dogao was overwhelmed with excitement. Gripping the Pokeball tightly, Dogao was poised to capture the water sovereign. The water sovereign and Mewtwo exchanged glances, both divine beasts conveying similar sentiments. Is this fellow truly foolish? His emotions are so overtly displayed. Does he really believe we cannot discern what he is contemplating? No, we must not call him foolish. Foolishness is still a step above Dogao's self-awareness. Chapter 136, where there is no place for me. There will be another place for me. Unaware of how he is perceived by the two divine beasts, the overzealous Dogao hurled his Pokeball towards Suicune. However, he was promptly knocked off course by Suicune, crashing directly into Mewtwo. Mewtwo annihilated the Pokeball in a single blow. Dogao, Suicune, Mewtwo. In an instant, Dogao hastily declared game over. Above the pit stood the two divine beasts, while Dogao found himself at the bottom. The two divine beasts exchanged glances, their large eyes locked in an awkward stare, creating a rather uncomfortable atmosphere. Mewtwo let out a cold chuckle. It seemed that he had been too lenient last time. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Suicune, who had collided with him. After all, they were all Pokémon. Begrudgingly standing on the same battlefield, Mewtwo mused. As a benevolent deity, Mewtwo could tolerate his fellow Pokémon to a certain extent. However, Dogao was a different matter entirely. Those who dared to provoke him repeatedly must face the consequences of their actions. With a flick of his psychic power, Mewtwo lifted Dogao from the pit. Before Dogao could revel in his newfound elevation, he experienced the disorienting sensation of being tossed around in a washing machine. Ah, help! I can't. Vomit. Dogao was utterly miserable, his stomach feeling empty yet unable to expel anything. Suicune, taking advantage of the situation, unleashed a wave of ice, transforming Dogao into a frozen sphere. Mewtwo shot an annoyed glance at Suicune. That belongs to me. Mewtwo had not yet finished his amusement. How could he allow another Pokémon to seize his opponent? Suicune had no retort. All right, fine. It's all yours. Having confirmed that Dogao's abilities were rather mediocre, Suicune reflected on his own strength and felt reassured. He had no time to waste on someone so dim-witted, gracefully turning away to attend to his numerous responsibilities. Meanwhile, Mewtwo observed Dogao with an expression of boredom. There's still a bit of time to play with you. After all, that dream Pokémon won't be able to escape too far. In the real world, a knock at the door interrupted Zheng Zhi's work. After saving the video file, Zheng Zhi stood up and stretched. Though the time spent integrating the videos was brief, locating the necessary clips had consumed a significant portion of his day, leading Zheng Zhi to sit at his computer for hours. Fortunately, his physical condition had improved remarkably, and he no longer suffered from backaches or discomfort, regardless of how long he sat. Nevertheless, he instinctively maintained certain habits, such as twisting his neck and waist. When Zheng Zhi opened the door, he was greeted by the hotel receptionist, who wore a bright smile. Sir, your room fee is due by noon. What would you like to do? As she spoke, the receptionist discreetly examined Zheng Zhi, noting his plain shirt and shorts, yet acknowledging his handsome features. However, in the world of Blue Star, where mystical energies had revived and demons roamed, mere looks held little value. True strength was paramount. Most hotel guests were not typically individuals of exceptional abilities, often just wealthy patrons. Yet, if someone were extraordinarily wealthy, why would they choose to stay in a hotel? They could easily afford protective measures at home. The receptionist, perceiving Zheng Zhi as less than affluent, had already mentally labeled him as an insignificant pretty boy with no special talents. While she harbored these thoughts, her smile faded slightly. Unaware of her judgment, Zheng Zhi checked the date on his phone and frowned. Did I not pay for a month in advance? This can't be only half a month. Concerned about losing track of time while editing, he had arranged everything outside to ensure no interruptions during critical work periods. But now, at that moment, a door beside him swung open. A flamboyantly dressed man reeking of alcohol emerged, accompanied by a scantily clad beauty, casting a disdainful glance at Zheng Zhi's flip-flops. What are you doing here pretending to be rich? Don't you know the hotel rates are rising daily? Do you really think your meager funds can afford this place? Get lost, you pauper. Your poverty is suffocating me. His female companion laughed mockingly. Exactly. Not everyone has the privilege to stay beside young Master Bai. As they continued their derisive exchange, Zheng Zhi felt his eyes burn with indignation, turning away as confusion clouded his mind. Where did this wasteful fool come from? Flaunting his ignorance? Every day the rates rise. Zheng Zhi glanced at the receptionist, who wore an expression of indifference. Yes, it is true. Our rates fluctuate daily due to the increasing number of demons outside. Wealthy individuals are eager to secure their stay. The protective barriers also require maintenance. So our price increase is entirely reasonable. When else would be a better time to make a profit? Zheng Zhi was left speechless. This truly was opportunistic exploitation. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the fees. Glancing at the current hotel rates, he could comfortably reside there for half a year with his savings. Yet, witnessing the receptionist's rigid demeanor and her condescending gaze, which seemed to imply he couldn't pay, only fueled the mockery from young Master Bai and his companion. Zheng Zhi felt no need to remain under such circumstances. Please process my checkout. He had no desire to engage with such ignorant individuals. Where there is no place for me, there will be another place for me. Zheng Zhi felt no fear of the outside world. With his current strength, few demons could withstand even a single punch from him. He had only chosen to stay there for the peaceful environment and internet access to edit his videos. Upon hearing his request, the receptionist immediately turned and left without a moment's hesitation. Young Master Bai and his companion erupted into laughter, and as the inebriated Bai cast a furious glance at Zheng Zhi's undeniably more handsome face, he felt a surge of anger. Just as he was about to act, Zheng Zhi met his gaze. In that instant, it felt as if an immense weight had been placed upon Bai's shoulders. Just a single glance. Young Master Bai froze in place, unable to move. Sweat poured down his face, soaking his back, perhaps sensing the imminent threat of death. Bai jolted awake from his drunken stupor, his mind struggling to process the situation. This individual was certainly no ordinary person. He possessed special abilities. A whirlwind of jealousy, fear, and trepidation twisted across young Master Bai's face, distorting his features grotesquely. Chapter 137, One Punch Man and Life or Death Struggle. Zheng Zhi felt as though he had merely exerted a hint of pressure on this so-called young Master Bai, and yet he appeared as if he had seen a ghost. His face drained of color, and his eyes bulged as if they might pop out of their sockets. TSK, have people's physiques become this frail? Zheng Zhi retracted his aura, and Bai's legs buckled, causing him to collapse onto the floor. His female companion stared at him in disbelief. Why you? She pointed at Zheng Zhi, unable to articulate her shock. What are you stuttering for? Shut your mouth. Young Master Bai had narrowly escaped with his life and dared not show hostility towards Zheng Zhi any longer. As an ordinary wealthy individual, Bai understood that those with special abilities were not to be trifled with. In this chaotic societal structure, special ability holders enjoyed absolute privilege. With a glare filled with venom, Bai admonished his oblivious female companion. Zheng Zhi, indifferent to the man whose demeanor had abruptly changed, turned and retreated to his room. He glanced at his meager possessions. Aside from his computer and 2 sets of clothes, there was hardly anything of substance. It seemed rather sparse, didn't it? Yet, it was of little concern. Zheng Zhi possessed a clear vision for his future, editing videos and enhancing his skills. The mere thought of the word beginner attached to his abilities filled him with unease. He always felt that at any moment, his life could slip away unnoticed. Only when he had grown sufficiently strong could he perhaps relax a bit and attend to other matters. Image, after all, was of no significance. He was a man. As long as he had a place to sleep, that sufficed. However, he was uncertain about his next steps. Should he purchase a house or seek another hotel? Both options appeared rather dubious. At that moment, the page of the Wanjia Dimension website suddenly displayed several lines of blue text. Zheng Zhi's attention was instantly captivated. It turns out it is possible to upload and edit videos through the Wanjia Dimension website even without an internet connection. I can convert my earnings directly into resources, and their essay system all, though it seemed to be inaccessible for now, as the collection of emotional value post-video playback was insufficient. Previously, Zheng Zhi had no need for it, so the Wanjia Dimension website did not showcase the unactivated features. However, now that it recognized Zheng Zhi's need, the website promptly provided him with thoughtful assistance. Zheng Zhi felt relieved. As long as there was no need for the internet, there was no place he couldn't stay. Daily necessities could be obtained through the Wanjia Dimension website. He could simply find a secluded spot in the mountains. Resolutely, he packed up his computer and clothes, managing to fit everything into a single backpack. With his hands in his pockets, Zheng Zhi prepared to leave. Just then, a series of piercing screams erupted from outside. The shrill cries reverberated, and people were fleeing in all directions. Zheng Zhi's movements slowed. Please remain calm, esteemed guests. Our hotel as protective shield is state-of-the-art. It will ensure your safety. The hotel owner frantically attempted to soothe everyone's frayed nerves. However, midway through his reassurance, the transparent shield began to crack under the assault of a monster taller than the hotel itself, resembling a spiderweb of shattered glass. Even the hotel owner contemplated abandoning the loudspeaker and fleeing. Wasn't it supposed to withstand the attacks of A-rank monsters with a single special ability? Such monsters were exceedingly rare. How could it crumble like a sheet of tempered glass? The monster's attack had nearly shattered it. The hotel owner trembled uncontrollably. A suspicious liquid pooling beneath him, and chaos reigned within the hotel. Some fled, while others scrambled for safety. In stark contrast, Zheng Zhi remained eerily calm, making him stand out. He continued walking towards the hotel exit at his own pace, leaving the hotel owner dumbfounded. The monster had conveniently blocked the entrance, treating it as an all-you-can-eat buffet. Wasn't he Zheng Zhi seeking death by attempting to escape? Wasn't he it better to remain alive? The hotel owner, tremblingly extending a hand, wished to dissuade Zheng Zhi, thinking there were better ways to meet one's end, but his fear rendered him unable to stand, fixated on Zheng Zhi's retreating figure. Be careful, the hotel owner whispered weakly. Upon reaching the hotel door, Zheng Zhi sensed the gaze and voice behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to find it was the hotel owner. Zheng Zhi clicked his tongue. Very well. He intended to abandon them to their fate, especially with so many people involved. Initially, he had planned to assist them until the special department arrived to handle the situation. However, given that the owner seemed somewhat conscientious, he decided to lend a hand. Zheng Zhi was unaware of the monster's strength or the protective shield's specifications. He merely sensed that he might be capable of fighting back. With newfound courage, he approached. The monster struck the shield once more, and this time, it shattered into fragments, leaving the hotel completely exposed. Zheng Zhi stood at the forefront, directly confronting the monster. Run! Seeing Zheng Zhi about to become the monster's meal, the hotel owner found an unexpected surge of courage and shouted at him. Yet, instead of fleeing, Zheng Zhi retaliated with a punch. Under the despairing gazes of all those who anticipated a grim outcome, the bizarrely shaped monster was obliterated in a burst of fireworks. Blood and guts splattered everywhere. The gruesome sight left all survivors in a state of shock. Wait, what just happened? Were they hallucinating? Had they truly witnessed that? The monster's scalding blood splashed onto their faces, jolting them back to reality as they hurriedly turned to the entrance. That was a powerhouse. They needed to cling to his coattails. Yet, the entrance was now deserted. The special department members, arriving a moment too late, blocked the hotel entrance. Where was the monster? This was the first S-rank monster with dual special abilities to appear globally. Our city special department has mobilized en masse. Even if it costs us our very existence, we will eradicate it. Upon hearing the leader's words, the hotel owner's expression remained one of disbelief. What? S-rank? An all-or-nothing fight? How could he have seen that monster obliterated in a single punch? Chapter 138, ranking the top 10 most popular Pokémon in the fairy world that aren't legendary. A true man never looks back at explosions. Zheng Zhi had no inkling of the storm he had unleashed. Following his initial plan, he ventured deep into the mountains. It appeared daunting, and under normal circumstances, no one would be able to enter. Although Zheng Zhi's physical capabilities had significantly improved, it still took him most of the day to find a secluded place free from disturbances. To the west of a city lay a mountain range, featuring peaks yet to be developed. Due to their steepness, development was exceedingly challenging and unlikely to yield returns. Yet for Zheng Zhi, this locale was an excellent choice for residents. Apart from the lack of water, electricity, and internet, all of which could be exchanged for through the Wanjia Dimension website. Truly miraculous. After converting a portion of his earnings into essential resources, Zheng Zhi wore a curious expression. It seemed this website offered more avenues of utility than he had imagined. Unfortunately, there was no time to waste now. He needed to edit a few more videos and earn additional emotional value. Zheng Zhi set aside his curiosity about the Wanjia Dimension website, relegating it for later consideration. The most pressing concern was power, greater power. Until he could elevate his abilities from beginner to advanced, he could not secure his safety. The acceptance of these foods in the Pokémon world was gradually increasing, so the growth of demand wasn't as rapid as before. I need to ponder what to edit for the next video. Zheng Zhi quickly formulated an idea. Legendary Pokémon. Aren't people tired of that? Let us showcase some non-legendary Pokémon instead. Hee, that seems quite fitting. Zheng Zhi swiftly edited and produced the latest video using the materials he had previously prepared. Let me see how effective this video is. Upload successful. A review of the top 10 most popular Pokémon that are not legendary in the Pokémon World. Pokémon World. Yolongdu. Another busy day comes to an end. I wonder when the next video will begin. Macaulay. It's another day of missing Dogao, who hasn't returned yet. Karuna. Oh, Macaulay, are you showing off? Macaulay, nonsense. I'm nearly going mad. Can't Groudon and Kyogre be a little quieter? And the Aqua and Magma teams are always causing a ruckus. Am I the only one here? Hello, Hoenn Elite 4. Time to get to work. Jinji, handle your own affairs. I'm busy too, smiles. Furong, smiles. Ash, everyone seems quite busy. With the assistance of Brock, Ash and his companions successfully rescued a discarded Charmander. The Charmander chose to follow Ash joyfully instead of its previous owner, happily entering Ash's Pokeball to become his Pokemon. Brock observed Ash holding the Pokeball, stroking his chin. If that's the case, This Charmander must be the Charizard that appeared in the previous video. Lost in his joyous state, Ash barely noticed what Brock was saying. Given Ash's knowledge of Pokémon, he would undoubtedly miss this point until Charmander evolved into Charizard. Misty and Brock exchanged glances, both remaining silent, but feeling somewhat reflective. Who could have imagined that such a cute and obedient Charmander would evolve into a Charizard with such a different temperament? Is this truly a testament to the diversity of Pokémon? Ash missed the silent exchange of looks between Brock and Misty, and by the time he regained his focus, they had already returned to their usual demeanor. Well then, let us continue our journey. Everyone seems quite busy, and I cannot afford to waste time. Having captured a new Pokémon, I feel invigorated. Ash was eager to earn his third badge, which Brock and Misty wholeheartedly supported. Pikachu patted Ash's shoulder, its chubby little paw pointing towards the white screen. Following Pikachu's gesture, Ash noticed that the video seemed poised to commence. Misty, who had just moments ago appeared focused on their journey, suddenly perked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Quickly, let us find a place to rest. We can resume our journey after watching the video. Upon finishing her sentence, Misty hastily selected a resting spot. In the blink of an eye, the picnic blanket was laid out, and Misty was already seated. Ash and Brock joined her. I'm curious, what will this video be about? Another review of Legendary Pokémon. Though I have watched quite a few repetitive videos on Legendary Pokémon, they seem somewhat uninteresting. The white screen flickered a couple of times, and beautifully stylized characters instantly captivated everyone's attention. A review of the top 10 most popular Pokémon that are not legendary in the Pokémon world. Non-legendary Pokémon. Pokémon League. Non-legendary Pokémon. Indeed, the formidable strength of legendary Pokémon significantly diminishes the chances of ordinary Pokémon making it onto the list. In truth, with sufficient nurturing and dedication, even ordinary Pokémon can become powerful and garner admiration. Damaranchi nodded in agreement. Though he spoke eloquently, he was very intrigued by this ranking. Not only Damaranchi, but also Yolongdu, Shiba, and Kono were equally captivated. So, could my Pokémon possibly make the list? After all, my Dragonite is incredibly strong. Proudly patting his hefty Dragonite, Yolongdu proclaimed. Granny Jeezy could no longer tolerate Yolongdu's perpetual air of superiority. She cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "Are you speaking of that Dragonite?" Yolongdu suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Who in the Kanto region didn't know that the Dragon Master Yolongdu had caught 2 or 3 Dragonites, just to make up the numbers? Aside from Dragonite, he had no legitimate Dragon-type Pokémon. Yolongdu's hefty Dragonite stared at him with keen eyes, as if ready to flap its little wings at the slightest provocation. Embarrassed, Yolongdu scratched his nose, finally realizing the awkwardness of the situation. Yolongdu struggled to find an appropriate excuse. Just as he was about to face the consequences of his Dragonite's wrath, an idea sparked in his mind. Yes, most ordinary Pokémon belong to a specific lineage. How would this ranking be determined? Wouldn't that inadvertently create a bug? Chapter 139, the most popular Pokémon, 10th place, defending her champion path. After such a discussion, Yolongdu grew even more curious about this ranking. His eyes fixated on the list, unwilling to blink. Finally free from work, Macaulay flopped down on the sofa. I don't want to move. I have nothing left. Macaulay, utterly drained of energy and spirit, wore an expression of emptiness. For the first time experiencing the overwhelming chaos of simultaneous events requiring his attention, Macaulay shed tears of envy. He wished to be like Daigo. Not being a champion would allow him to prepare for the grand festival with abandon. As Macaulay indulged in his fantasies, a figure descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto him. Macaulay, cough, I'm finished. Daigo, who had just been forcibly ejected from another world, miscalculated his landing and landed directly on Macaulay. To Daigo's surprise, Macaulay was still there. Then the tragedy unfolded. Although Daigo was notoriously sharp-tongued, when something went awry, he quickly sat up and helped Macaulay to his feet. Macaulay softly lamented, "Daigo, do you truly wish for my demise? You are so wicked. Boo-hoo." As he spoke, he genuinely began to cry, his head bowed, shoulders shaking, and his voice weak to the extreme, prompting an immediate pang of conscience in Daigo. What could Daigo do? He had to muster the courage to ask, "What must I do for you to forgive me?" Daigo was taken aback, realizing they had been discussing this for several days, yet Macaulay was still at his home. Macaulay instantly lifted his head. "You will help me with my work. Then I will forgive you. This is a pact. You must not try to escape." Gripping Daigo tightly, Macaulay bore no tears on his face. Everything was merely a ruse to ensnare Daigo. Knowing that Daigo would never go back on his word, Macaulay happily shifted to a more comfortable position. Gazing at the white screen before him, Macaulay felt as if the sky had brightened and the air had become fresher. Meanwhile, Daigo's mouth twitched in response. If Daigo couldn't comprehend that he had been outsmarted, then there was something seriously wrong with him. But what could Daigo do? He jotted down this incident in his mental notes, maintaining a stoic expression as he settled beside Macaulay, both of them watching the white screen. 3 lines of text materialized on the white screen. She is a dragon-type and ground-type Pokémon. She embodies both elegance and strength. She is the mightiest Pokémon of the Sinnoh League champion. Sinnoh region. Cynthia chuckled and released her cherished companion. Garchomp, look, this is you. Cynthia possesses several Pokémon, but if one were to name the strongest, it would undoubtedly be Garchomp. Aside from the legendary Pokémon, all others possess gender. For instance, Cynthia's Garchomp, though it appears quite fierce, is, in fact, a female. Garchomp opened its mouth, displaying an expression of sheer joy. Mickley was genuinely moved to tears of envy. Why is there such a vast disparity between people? Why? Some cannot even make it onto a ranking list, while others see their nurtured Pokémon achieve acclaim. Mickley felt as if her heart was shattering. Daigo, standing nearby, scoffed. Let's see when your popularity surpasses mine before you speak. It is evident that you still have much to strive for. You cannot even eclipse my popularity as a senior. What do you think you're doing? Daigo crossed his arms, each word seemingly designed to crush Mickley's spirit. Yet, Mickley stood resilient. The scene shifted. Cynthia threw a pokeball, and Garchomp made a striking entrance. During the championship battle of the Sinnoh League, facing the Elite Four's Bronzong, Garchomp boldly intercepted Bronzong's Hyper Beam head-on, sustaining virtually no damage. With a decisive Dragon Rush, it defeated Bronzong, successfully aiding Cynthia in her title defense. The camera shifted to a challenge from a Pokémon trainer to Cynthia. Cynthia unleashed only Garchomp, effortlessly vanquishing Shinji's 3 Pokémon. As Garchomp was momentarily immobilized due to the additional effects of Dragon Rush, Shinji sent out his 4th Pokémon, Torterra, hoping its energy sap would suppress Garchomp. However, Garchomp regained its mobility. A finishing blow. Wow. Miss Cynthia and her Garchomp are truly formidable. Garchomp single-handedly took on 4 opponents without sustaining any damage. Ash's eyes were nearly popping out of his head at the sight of Garchomp. Brock, on the other hand, watched Cynthia's proud figure on screen, wiping away the non-existent drool from the corner of his mouth. Ash, you just don't understand. What is so special about Garchomp? Clearly, the beautiful older sister is the true treasure of this world. With such a stunning owner, I would gladly adore her Pokémon. Ash, what on earth are you rambling about? Misty, unable to bear it any longer, delivered a sharp rap to Brock's head. You need to clear your head. How can you diminish Garchomp? Who is so dashing? Brock rubbed his throbbing head, muttering under his breath. But what I said is the truth. How many powerful Pokémon are there? It must be Garchomp, right? Of course, it's because of the gorgeous owner that it shines even brighter. The scene continued. Garchomp repeatedly showcased its strength and beauty. It embodied the majestic beauty of raw power. In the battle against Team Galactic, Garchomp thwarted their plans and, under Cynthia's guidance, rescued those who had been captured. Ultimately, it joined forces with numerous other Pokémon to shatter the chains binding Dialga and Palkia. Once again, in the Sinnoh League battles, the Elite Four's Daitaro used Infernape to defeat 2 of Cynthia's Pokémon in succession, yet ultimately succumbed to Garchomp. The final image was of Garchomp, a beacon of hope, using its might to enable Cynthia to retain her championship title. Yulong, Garchomp, forever the best. Karuna, Cynthia's Garchomp is truly powerful. ADEK. Ah, the beautiful Cynthia. I wish to invite you to discuss how to better nurture Pokémon. Shall we go out for a drink together? Cynthia glanced at the messages in the chat room and at her Garchomp, which looked as if it might take a few swipes at ADK, and smiled gently. It's wonderful to have you, Garchomp, she said, her eyes sparkling. Chapter 140. Garchomp's Reward. Gene Evolution Liquid. Witnessing Garchomp's prowess and its unwavering defense of Cynthia's championship title evoked admiration and affection. Mickley, in the Sinnoh region, many must adore Garchomp, right? A powerful and loyal Pokémon. Cynthia and Garchomp truly complement each other. Mickley posted in the chat room, then shook her head in disbelief. The disparity among individuals is indeed insurmountable. Mickley rested her chin on her hand, her gaze deep and melancholic. Unfortunately, beside her stood only the oblivious Daigo. Facing Mickley's heartfelt sentiment, Daigo crossed his arms, his expression particularly cold. Yes, exactly. So don't dwell on it. That stung, Daigo. You can't keep putting me down just because I've let you down. Mickley retorted while keeping an eye on the chatroom's messages. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website chimed in, counting down the top 10 most popular non-legendary Pokémon. 10th place. Garchomp. Reason for ranking. A Pokémon that embodies both strength and charisma, safeguarding its Master-S throne. Who could possibly refuse? In the chat room, it wasn't long before it transformed into a lamentation meeting for the Sinnoh region's Elite Four. Wusong, as a longtime competitor in the Sinnoh League, who among those who have faced Miss Cynthia has not endured Garchomp's wrath. Daitaro, I still believe I have a chance. Considering type advantages, I am certain I can defeat Miss Cynthia once. ADEK, dream on. Cynthia has more than just one powerful Garchomp. Observing the Elite Four's playful banter about Garchomp's might while joking about targeting it, it was clear they were merely jesting. After all, those who became Elite Four trainers were no fools. However, the younger trainers might not be so discerning. ADEK, watching the Elite Four's playful misdirection of ordinary trainers, couldn't help but chuckle. It's truly fanciful to think that being the champion of the Sinnoh League could be attributed to just one powerful Pokémon. It is merely that Garchomp's brilliance outshines others, making them appear less formidable. But in reality, trainers harboring such thoughts will soon learn their lesson. Yet why should I be the one to warn them? They must endure a little hardship for the lesson to be more memorable, right? In conclusion, ADEK sighed. It's a pity Cynthia is always reluctant to join me for a coffee. How disheartening. Shui Wudong, TCH, what are these Pokemon? Legendary ones are the strongest. Qian Song, can't comprehend the title? Must you flaunt your ignorance? Shui Wudong felt exasperated to see Qian Song not aligning with him. This wretched scoundrel. Shouldn't he acknowledge that Groudon is the strongest and stand by my side? As Shui Wudong vented, he cast a disbelieving glance at Izumi. Izumi, unsure of how to respond, pondered how to address the situation. Dear Master Shui Wudong, might I kindly suggest you exhibit a modicum of self-awareness? After all, we are sworn adversaries. Moreover, the words you uttered appear rather thoughtless. Faced with the pained expression of Shui Wudong, Quanmei could only struggle to swallow the unspoken truth, diverting her gaze instead. My lord, please refrain from pouting at me. Your visage is ill-suited for such an expression. Quanmei nearly exclaimed that it was quite an eyesore. Shui Wudong has suffered a considerable blow. Fortunately, at that moment, the voice of the Multiversal Dimension website resounded, alleviating Quanmei's distress. Congratulations to the Mega Garchomp for being awarded the title of the top 10 most popular non-divine Pokemon. Hello, Mega Garchomp. We have prepared a random reward gift pack for you. Would you like to accept it? As Mega Garchomp tilted its head, gazing towards Cynthia while watching the white screen, Cynthia offered a gentle smile. This is a decision that must be made by you alone. It is your honor. Do not overthink it. Mega Garchomp nodded vigorously with its two large claws. Excellent. It shall undoubtedly accept this reward. Then it will grow stronger, aiding its trainer and master in maintaining the championship. Mega Garchomp. Yes, please. Thank you. I will become mightier, so that no one can wrest the champion's title from Cynthia's grasp. Reward has been issued. Congratulations, you have received Gene Evolution Liquid X1. A product from the interstellar realm. Using it will enhance all attribute values. The final limit is determined by one's own capacity. It will gradually elevate various attributes during combat. With a 5 chance of granting immunity to certain attributes, specific usage will vary among different Pokemon, so please explore on your own. Note, in simple terms, you can grow stronger by taking hits or dealing damage. Unleash all your potential. The effort you put forth will yield corresponding rewards. Observing the shimmering syringe that seemed to twinkle with starlight, Cynthia turned her attention to Mega Garchomp beside her. Are you certain you wish to use it? Cynthia's brow furrowed. After all, it is an unknown substance to be injected into the body. Despite the Multiversal Dimension website's previous reliability, Cynthia couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry. Yet, seeing the resolute gaze of Mega Garchomp, she ultimately could not refuse. The starry liquid was slowly injected into Mega Garchomp's body. It appeared to be quite comfortable, prompting Cynthia to breathe a temporary sigh of relief. Since strength can only be attained through battle, let us seek challengers. Cynthia, recognizing Mega Garchomp's desire to grow stronger, promptly sent a message in the chat room. Cynthia, Mega Garchomp has used it. Now it requires real combat. Elite Four of Sinnoh, are you available now? Day. Wusong. Aliu. Gieno. Haha, of course. Cynthia, let us start with the young ones. I'm older, so it's fine if I go later. Cynthia, thank you very much from both me and Mega Garchomp. Chapter 141. The 9th most popular Pokemon, the noble and elegant humanoid fairy. Ash, I would love the opportunity to battle Cynthia's Mega Garchomp. Cynthia, every journey begins with a single step. You will certainly have that opportunity. Ash, observing Cynthia's seemingly aloof demeanor, felt even more invigorated rather than discouraged. I must strive diligently. I have captured a new Pokemon, and I will undoubtedly become stronger. As Ash clenched his fist tightly, Pikachu perched on his shoulder mirrored his determination. Pika Pika. Indeed, they are destined to grow stronger. Then they will venture to other regions, challenging even mightier foes. The Pokémon League. Ah, how delightful. However, will Cynthia seek challengers in other locations? After all, Mega Garchomp must confront opponents capable of exerting pressure to truly surpass itself. Yolongdu stroked his chin, reflecting upon the chatroom messages. Shiba and Kona exchanged glances, their eyes twitching slightly. It does indeed seem to be the case. No matter. When the time comes, we shall simply send you out as a sacrifice. Cynthia and her Mega Garchomp. Shiba felt a slight headache coming on. It was not fear of combat. Rather, The thought of facing an opponent that could infinitely grow stronger based on its own attributes was truly daunting. Since Yolongdu had nothing better to do, he decided to let it be. Yolongdu, I can't shake the feeling that you are secretly communicating behind my back. Otherwise, why do I always feel so out of place among you? Damaranchi chuckled softly. Professor Oak was also fixated on the white screen. Perhaps it was due to boredom. As soon as the video began, Professor Oak promptly contacted Damaranchi, leaving Damaranchi with little choice. After all, he was the Pokemon expert of their league, and there was no alternative but to appease him. It appears that this reward is specifically tailored for a certain Pokemon. However, it makes sense. Mega Garchomp is most renowned as Cynthia's Pokemon. Although it is specifically referring to Cynthia's Mega Garchomp, other Mega Garchomps will also possess a degree of fame, albeit without rewards. Professor Oak found this rather intriguing. He wondered who the next Pokemon would be and what story it would tell. Macaulay stroked his chin and remarked, I have come to realize that the most popular Pokemon must refer to a specific individual's Pokemon. While strength is significant, growth and narrative are equally vital. To become a beloved Pokemon, there must be something extraordinary about it. Daigo acknowledged Macaulay's perspective, but felt an aversion to Macaulay's smugness. He had not forgotten how Macaulay had pretended to cry earlier to manipulate him. Such is the nature of grudges, particularly directed at Macaulay. Noticing that only he was speaking, Macaulay felt a slight sense of discomfort when he failed to hear Daigo's sarcastic remarks. At that moment, the white screen gently shimmered, signaling the imminent start of the presentation. With the ranking of the specific Mega Garchomp, many ordinary Pokemon were eager to showcase their worth. Could they be next? Pokemon of various breeds yearned for greater affection from the public. The white screen illuminated. Shanae. A melodious voice accompanied 3 lines of text that gradually appeared on the screen. She is a psychic and fairy-type Pokemon. She possesses a beauty akin to that of a human. She is the main Pokemon of the champion of the Kalos League. Karuna raised her eyebrows in astonishment. Setting down her coffee, Karuna summoned her own Shanae. Shanae. The elegant Shanae gracefully sat beside Karuna, exuding a demeanor and grace strikingly similar to Karuna herself. Karuna, you have also made the list. My Karuna is indeed exceptional. To her most cherished partner, who had accompanied her since the Ralt stage and shared a profound bond, Karuna wished for Shanae to receive even more admiration. My ranking may be lower than Cynthia's, but Shanae's ranking surpasses that of Mega Garchomp by a slight margin. Shanae, Karuna, and I are one. Shaman revealed a genuine smile. In this rare moment of leisure, both Karuna and Shaman cherished it immensely, sitting together in a tranquil cafe, continuing to gaze at the images on the white screen. The camera pulled back, revealing a scene of Shaman in battle. During the confrontation with Absol, Shaman deftly evaded its powerful attacks with remarkable agility, effortlessly defeating the opponent using only Shadow Ball and Moonblast, without the need for Mega Evolution. After being captured by Team Rocket through dubious means, Shaman and Karuna shared a profound bond, directly sensing Shaman's location. They swiftly sent Team Rocket flying. As the trio was knocked aside, Ash, Brock, and Misty wore expressions of indifference. Having witnessed such scenes far too often, their hearts remained unperturbed. A bond of understanding? It sounded impressive. Ash's attention shifted to the unique connection between Karuna and Shaman, and he couldn't help but glance at Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Could Pikachu and I achieve something similar? An attack without the need for communication seemed remarkably powerful. Pika Pika. Pikachu agreed. However, despite the earnest gazes exchanged between trainer and Pokemon, no such connection was felt. Brock, ever the observer, remarked with a squint, Miss Karuna is truly beautiful. Even her Pokemon is stunning. In response to her male companions, Misty had completely given up on healing Brock and turned to Ash, saying, after all, she was nurtured from a young age. Ash, have you and Pikachu spent more than 3 months together? Ash instantly deflated. Well, it seemed his bond with Pikachu wasn't deep enough. Pika Pika. Pikachu patted Ash's shoulder. We have plenty of time ahead. Even if we can't communicate telepathically, it doesn't matter. After all, you are my trainer. The scene transitioned to a battle between Shaman and Greninja, where it was evident that Shaman held the advantage, showing no signs of being overwhelmed. The scene then shifted to Shaman and Karuna assisting people in seeking refuge. Standing together, they resembled 2 exquisite blossoms, equally noble, elegant, and benevolent. The visual came to an end. Chapter 142, Shaman's Reward. Observation Hockey. Yulong, is it possible for Dragonite? Daigo, that one. Macaulay, isn't it Gyarados? The Flying King? ADEK, what? You actually have a Dragon-type Pokemon? Pokemon League. Yulong, visibly dejected, did not wish to speak. Upon noticing, Shiba not only refrained from comforting him, but laughed even louder. Yulong, don't dwell on it. Your title as the Flying King is far too renowned. The chances of Dragonite are quite slim. However, it seems that the likely candidates for the rankings would be the main Pokemon of each region's champion. Whether it be Garchomp or Shaman, They are either the main Pokémon of the regional champions or the strongest Pokémon. I believe my speculation holds merit. After all, champions Pokémon receive greater exposure and naturally garner more popularity. Not necessarily, Kona interjected, shaking his head. Let us not forget the previous lessons from Team Rocket. Additionally, some personal Pokémon trainers possess formidable Pokémon as well. Damaranch, feeling his heart skip a beat, thought, I've been resting well these past few days, so there shouldn't be any significant issues. At that moment, the cheerful voice of the Multiverse Dimension website rang out, counting down the top 10 most popular non-legendary Pokémon. 9th place, Shaymin. Reason for ranking: an irresistible loyalty towards trainers, a humanoid fairy. Sakaki, this Shaymin appears quite intriguing. A bond of understanding and special connection? Such matters can surely be resolved with technological means. This Shaymin is bound to fetch an impressive price. Karuna, Hitue, I see you're thinking of something else. Cynthia, another encounter with Team Rocket? We certainly won't let them off easily. Yulong, ugh, more uninvited work, those pesky Team Rocket. Flodali, indeed. Miss Karuna's Shaymin is exceptional. It is a rare and beautiful Pokémon. Flodali gazed at the image of Shaymin and Karuna, his expression growing more resolute. I wish for all beings and Pokémon to possess such beauty, to make the world a more beautiful place. That is my aspiration. Both Karuna and Shaymin embodied this beauty, rendering Flodali utterly captivated. Just as Flodali became lost in thoughts of his envisioned world, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed once more. Congratulations to Shaymin for being awarded the title of one of the top 10 most popular non-legendary Pokémon. Hello, Shaymin. We have prepared a random reward gift package for you. Would you like to accept it? Like Cynthia, Karuna immediately entrusted the decision to Shaymin. Shaymin looked to Karuna, seemingly inquiring for her opinion. Karuna smiled warmly. Shaymin, this reward is yours. I cannot make the decision for you. At this moment, your choice is paramount. While Karuna believed the reward was essential, the specifics of the selection ultimately depended on Shaymin. After a moment's hesitation, Shaymin thought of Karuna and ultimately decided to accept. Shaymin, yes, I would like it, thank you very much. I hope to protect her even better. In the Pokémon League, TSK. Look at other people's Pokémon. Yulong's envious tears flowed freely. The hefty Dragonite behind him let out a snore. Did I just hear someone complaining about me? Yulong was about to face the consequences of his own actions yet again. Meanwhile, the others in the conference room seemed oblivious to the spectacle, continuing with their tasks. This was all self-inflicted for Yulong. They would not intervene. The announcement of rewards from the Multiverse Dimension website could not save Yulong from his Dragonite's wrath. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, you have received Beginner Observation Hockey, upgradable. One of the special skills that can be self-learned from the maritime world. It sharpens the 5 senses, allowing one to perceive the presence and emotional shifts of surrounding creatures, and can be utilized to foresee and evade danger. Proficient use may elevate it to intermediate and advanced levels, and when combined with precognitive skills, one can read minds and foresee scenarios up to 510 seconds in the future at advanced levels. Note, mind reading and accurate foresight of the future? Intrigued? Then be sure to put it to use. It will consume mental energy, so please use it wisely. Shaymin appeared exceedingly delighted. From now on, I will be able to protect Karuna even better. Sensing such heartfelt intent from Shaymin, Karuna's eyes glistened with emotion. This was her dearest partner, her Shaymin. Embracing Shaymin, Karuna smiled and said, yes, Shinado is destined to grow even stronger, regardless of what lies ahead. I will carve out time to train alongside Shinado and hone this skill together. Should she ascend to a higher level, Shinado's safety will be further assured. Following Sharona, a regional champion has reluctantly taken up the mantle of responsibility for her Pokémon as the champion of the league. What a side endeavor. All for the magnificent shark Pokémon. Shinado, they must engage in the duties befitting a champion. Shueiju, is this even possible? Just one Shinado? Is it truly necessary? Daigo, what business is it of yours? If Kyogre has grown stronger, you should be asking yourself if you can still control it. Chien Song, I'm suddenly grateful my reward ISNT summoning Groudon. Shueiju Ba. Shueiju's expression soured. She had yet to experience the strength of the enhanced Kyogre. No, I cannot afford to squander my chances. I have but 2 left, she murmured softly. Watching the Pokémon of the League Champions grow increasingly formidable made Shueiju uneasy. After all, the Pokémon that have grown stronger are all the mainstays of other regional champions, and have no connection to the Hoenn region. Preparations must be made. The League Champions are becoming ever more powerful, making it increasingly difficult to instigate anything. Shueiju felt weary in her heart. Yet, where there are dreams, there is hope. Chapter 143, the 8th most popular Pokémon, the Sinnoh League, honorable in defeat. As the leader of an evil organization, Shueiju vowed never to concede easily. However, Whether she concedes or not, the people in the chat room have already cast her aside. Shineido's ranking and rewards have once again injected a surge of vitality into the league. If this trend continues, our league will still hold the advantage. Whether it be the shark Pokemon or Shineido, they are both carefully nurtured by their trainers, and after skillfully utilizing these rewards, they will undoubtedly become even more powerful. Even if they cannot rival the legendary Pokemon, their strength far surpasses that of ordinary Pokemon. Moreover, that shark Pokemon and Shineido can also Mega Evolve, correct? Damaralan's heart, which was once tightly wound, has now eased considerably. This is the rhythm. In the headquarters office of Team Rocket, Sakaki furrowed his brow, his expression somewhat disgruntled. Does Team Rocket not possess any popular Pokemon? Our Pokemon have been nurtured exceptionally well. Sakaki felt that if one does not strive for greatness, is it even worth it? If the rankings are dominated entirely by legendary Pokemon, that would be understandable. However, that is not the case. Sakaki felt a sense of discontent. Team Rocket's Pokemon must also be recognized. Boss Sakaki, it's only 2 so far. Our Pokemon will surely rank high. Jin Yao flattered. When the boss is in a foul mood, it's the underlings who suffer. Therefore, no matter what, it's best to flatter first. As for the consequences if it cannot be realized, well, that would be the world's fault. Sakaki nodded, finding some merit in Jin Yao's words. You're right. Our Team Rocket Pokemon will definitely rank among the top. Mikoli shed tears of envy. Is it possible that the next one could be you or me? Mikoli stubbornly clung to this hopeful notion. Daigo wore a stoic expression. Let us just watch. We'll know soon enough. He didn't believe things would go that smoothly. The white screen began to flicker with light, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Who will be the next Pokemon to make the list? The screen illuminated. White text appeared. He is a grass-type Pokemon, who upon Mega Evolution also possesses dragon attributes. He resides in the sparsely populated tropical rainforest. He has defeated Darkrai using his own power. Pokemon League. A grass-type Pokemon with dragon attributes after Mega Evolution? Yulong-Du bore faint red marks on his face. Remnants of a recent encounter with Dragonite, though he seemed largely unconcerned. The mention of dragon attributes instantly captivated him. Forget it. His primary type is grass. Perhaps if it were a flying-type Pokemon, you might be intrigued, right? Shiba rolled his eyes at Yulong-Du. Yulong-Du chuckled softly. He felt this Pokemon didn't quite resemble those from the Kanto region. It must be from another region altogether. Kona ignored the two men, opting instead to analyze the situation academically. Professor Okido nodded in agreement, clearly supporting Kona's assessment. This seems somewhat familiar. This must be Lizardin, evolved from Kimori. Based on the preceding characteristics, he deduced the true identity of this Pokemon. The scene shifted. Ash, excited to encounter a group of Kimori in the forest, rushed forward to capture one and, in his enthusiasm, tumbled down a slope. He then met a solitary Kimori beside a withered and mysterious giant tree, only to be attacked by it. This was a stubborn Kimori determined to protect the great tree where he was born. Ultimately, due to Team Rocket's interference and the tree's decay, Kimori resolved to leave and chose to become Ash's companion. Throughout their journey, Kimori displayed immense tenacity, never willing to concede easily, often flaunting his coolness with a branch in his mouth while perched in trees. He always endeavored to accomplish his goals, remaining calm and composed while protecting other Pokemon from danger. In battle, he evolved into Forest Lizard, ultimately evolving into Lizardin to protect and save his beloved Venusaur. Wow. Is this my future Pokemon? Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement akin to a light bulb. Having glimpsed the prowess of his future Pokemon, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. Beside him, Misty and Brock exchanged slight grimaces. Ash, have you forgotten about your Charmander? You've already seen its evolved form. They wondered if this Lizardin would also prove to be as challenging. Misty and Brock chose not to dampen Ash's enthusiasm. Let this naive child revel in his excitement. I thought grass-type Pokemon only included Bulbasaur. Ash mused, recalling his Bulbasaur and glancing at the screen showing Kimori evolving into Lizardin. Both were undeniably impressive. That Mega Evolution with dragon attributes. Just thinking about it felt overwhelmingly powerful. Ash's smile never faltered. The scene continued. The camera shifted to the Sinnoh League competition venue. Utilizing his Pokemon, Ash successfully advanced to the top 8, facing his opponent in the first match of the semifinals. This trainer, who employed the mythical Pokemon Darkrai, swiftly defeated Ash's Heracross, Turtwig, and Gyarados. In the fourth round, Ash finally called upon Lizardin. Yet, even facing an illusionary Pokemon, Lizardin found itself in a fierce battle, struggling despite its exceptional speed and strength. However, after being struck by Darkrai's Dark Void, Lizardin miraculously awakened. Seizing the opportunity, Ash commanded Lizardin to use Leaf Blade, leading to Darkrai's defeat. Although Lizardin ultimately fell to the opposing Latios, this performance was already the pinnacle of Lizardin's efforts. The scene lingered on the honorable Lizardin. Despite its defeat, Pokémon League, the Lizard King is indeed formidable. Moreover, Ash's timing in capturing it was exceptionally astute. However, I cannot help but wonder, who on earth is that individual? Darkrai and Latios. What other extraordinary Pokémon does he possess that he has yet to reveal? Is it so simple to summon mythical and legendary Pokémon at will? The very notion of such a person participating in the Alliance tournament seems ludicrous. Even the Dragon's Crossing is nearly adorned with question marks. Chapter 144. The Rewards and Special Mechanisms of the Lizard King. Such inquiries even overshadow Ash's remarkable future potential to place on the leaderboard. After all, Ash has already created numerous miracles. The addition of one more would hardly evoke astonishment. Makori, am I seeing things? First Darkrai, then Latios. Could his remaining 4 Pokémon all be mythical or legendary? Adak, is there really a trainer capable of capturing so many divine beasts? And to bring them all into battle? How come I've never encountered such a person? This is the Sinnoh League's Lily of the Valley Conference. Has Miss Cynthia met him? Cynthia, I'm not quite sure. I have not encountered him. Cynthia mused, feeling a twinge of curiosity about the man from the earlier footage. Regardless of what Pokémon lie within his remaining Pokeballs, the fact that he has captured Darkrai and Latios indicates that he is indeed extraordinary. The champion of the Lily of the Valley Conference must be him as well. Cynthia even contemplated whether she could prevail against this man should their paths cross. Why has he never appeared in other competitions? Cynthia yearned for the opportunity to battle him, and it seemed her Garchomp shared her eagerness. The voice of the Multiverse Dimension website chimed in, counting down the top 10 most popular non-divine Pokémon. 8th place. Lizard King. Reason for ranking. This is a Pokémon that is trained in the wild to grow stronger. Dragon's Crossing. However, one might say that Ash's position in the top 8 is somewhat unjust, had it not been for this individual with an entire roster of divine beasts. Ash's Lizard King and his other Pokémon could have contended for a spot in the top 4, or even the championship. Sakamoto. Lack of ability is simply lack of ability. It has nothing to do with the opponent's choice of Pokémon. Admittedly, having an entire team of mythical and legendary Pokémon does seem a bit unfair, but that is also a testament to his prowess. Xiaobo. In summary, losing is losing, but it's a loss that can be understood. Yet some individuals stubbornly refuse to admit their discontent with the divine beast trainer. Sakamoto, in a fit of indignation, slammed his hand on the chair, startling Meowth awake, who then repositioned itself beside Sakamoto. Noticing Meowth's reaction, Sakamoto regained his composure. This traitor Xiaobo dared to spout such nonsense here. Who does he think he is? Does he truly understand me? Sakamoto was furious. Zheng Zhi on the side shrank back like a quail, hardly daring to speak. What could she say? Boss, that is not what you think. Surely, such a response would only further incite Sakamoto's anger. It was best to let him cool down alone. Misty, witnessing Ash's Lizard King being defeated by Latios, appeared exceedingly irate. How could this happen? With so many powerful Pokémon. That person is undoubtedly cheating. Before Ash could react, Misty was already fuming. I believe that the Team Rocket leader is correct. A loss is a loss. Ash, however, seemed quite spirited, undeterred by the prospect of facing an uneven battle in the future. Reaching the Lily of the Valley Conference already attests to my capabilities. Life and journeys are filled with unexpected turns. Besides, who can truly predict what the future holds? After voicing these thoughts, Ash appeared slightly embarrassed. Scratching his head with a smile, Misty and Brock exchanged bewildered glances. To think this boy harbors a philosophical side. Yet, upon reflection, Ash's perspective is commendable. He does not allow the specter of potential future failures to dishearten him. Instead, he remains calm and resolute, continuing on his path. Such an outlook is indeed rare. One might say that a fool is blessed with fortuitous luck. Not everyone can possess such a refreshing mindset like Ash. As the discussion unfolded, the Multiverse Dimension website's cheerful voice rang out. Congratulations to the Lizard King for earning the title of one of the top 10 most popular non-divine Pokémon. Greetings, Lizard King. We have prepared a special random reward package for you. Do you wish to accept? In front of the young Trico, a unique text appeared that only he could perceive. Protection mechanism. Until encountering the future trainer, as long as you do not wish it, you will not be discovered or captured by anyone. Since you have not yet evolved into Lizard King and have not met the trainer, upon accepting the reward, it will be temporarily stored in a special space until your encounter, at which point it can be utilized normally. Do you wish to accept? Trico tilted his head while sitting beneath the tree. This means he can quietly remain here to tend to this great tree without the fear of being taken or forcibly captured. Until the day this tree can no longer support itself, perhaps he will meet that boy. This doesn't seem entirely unfeasible. Trico contemplated the future encounter he had foreseen with that individual, recalling Ash's attitude towards him, and felt that there was indeed a possibility of meeting in the future worth exploring. However, he would not depart with just any trainer. They must demonstrate a compelling strength that captivates him. Trico, I accept. Reward has been granted. Congratulations, you have received Essence of Wood from the Xinxiao world. Adjusted according to the rules of this realm. Direct consumption can enhance all attributes, limited to grass-type Pokémon. Reward has been temporarily stored. Regardless of whether it was the last statement about temporary storage or the message sent by the still-evolving Trico in the chat room, it made everyone acutely aware that something unknown had indeed transpired. Damaranchi nodded thoughtfully. There must be some protective measures in place. Otherwise, since this Pokémon clearly belongs to Ash's future roster, what would happen if someone else deemed it impressive and sought to capture it prematurely? While a kind-hearted trainer might be excused, the majority would likely harbor ulterior motives, especially those attracted by the prospect of divine beast rewards. Having a certain level of protection in place is, in fact, a good thing. Damaranchi speculated about the existence of the protection mechanism and felt increasingly reassured regarding the Multiverse Dimension website. Chapter 145, The Erudite Professor Oak. It is somewhat regrettable that I cannot research this Pokemon's reward. Professor Oak lamented. A reward usable by all grass-type Pokemon, enhancing all attributes? If only I could study it thoroughly and achieve a certain degree of mass production. Well, Professor Oak himself could not continue that line of thought. Upon careful reflection, it was an impossible scenario. It would have to remain a dream. With a long sigh, Professor Oak noticed that Damaranchi had completely disregarded his lament. It is indeed a commendable pursuit to be an expert enthralled by the study of Pokemon. However, one must occasionally learn to disregard some of his peculiar notions. At present, Damaranch has not contemplated augmenting his workload. The Essence of Wood? It sounds intriguing, yet it remains rather feeble, lacking substantial value, remarked Chiri. As long as he can uncover the energy within the infinite red bean paste, he can achieve his goals with unparalleled speed, irrespective of the so-called Essence of Wood. At the headquarters of Team Rocket, Sakamichi instinctively furrowed his brow. It holds some utility, yet the Sinnoh region is far too distant. It seems rather imprudent to embark on a quest for an Essence of Wood that may not even be found. The value of a casual endeavor differs greatly from that of a deliberate search. Sakamichi is willing to spare no expense in sending individuals to seek out Mutwo or Little Silver. The former is revered as a legendary Pokémon, inherently possessing immense value and benefit, while the latter aligns with his personal desires. He is willing to bear any cost. However, the Lizard King and the Essence of Wood do not hold such high stakes in Sakamichi's estimation. To put it simply, if it is the best, all the better. If not, it is not a significant issue. The Pokémon I have nurtured are already sufficiently exceptional, he declared with a tone of pride, temporarily setting this matter aside. Perhaps it is best to revisit it when the opportunity arises. Unbeknownst to the Tree Guardian, an impending storm was quietly drawing to a close. Still guarding the now utterly withered tree, the Tree Guardian felt an unfamiliar flicker of anticipation within. Just wait a little longer. Macaulay lay languidly on the soft sofa, his eyes devoid of spirit, emitting a desperate groan. Is it truly the case that all the Pokémon yet to be captured by Ash can make the list, while I, the current champion of the Hoenn region, am left utterly humiliated? Daigo cast a mild glance at him, immediately discerning the situation. Macaulay was merely voicing a simple complaint. After all, everyone else made the list, yet he did not. Indeed, he muttered. Pathetic. Truly deplorable. Yet, Daigo showed no signs of sympathy. Instead, he wore an expression that made Macaulay want to leap up and strike him. Today is yet another delightful day. Daigo pushed aside Macaulay, who was eager to retaliate, and continued watching, as it seemed the next Pokémon was about to be revealed. Would it be a mainstay of the champion, or perhaps another dark horse? Macaulay's attention was instantly diverted by Daigo's words. Daigo clicked his tongue internally. Some individuals are just so easily appeased. It is not that he is overly cunning. Rather, it is that his opponents are truly dim-witted. The white screen illuminated, capturing everyone's attention. What Pokémon would be unveiled this time? The Pokémon that made the list appeared to possess considerable strength. Yolanda stroked his chin thoughtfully. The screen flickered to life, revealing 3 lines of text. He is a primate Pokémon. He possesses both fire and fighting attributes. Abandoned by his original owner, he continues to shine brightly. A primate, with fire and fighting attributes? It must be a monkey-like Pokémon, perhaps Monferno or Infernape. Indeed, it is likely Infernape. Professor Oak quickly deduced the true identity of this Pokémon from his vast knowledge. The evolution stages of Infernape include Chimchar, Monferno, and finally, Infernape. Damaranch, Yolongdu, and Shibakona all turned their gazes toward Professor Oak, for their understanding of Pokémon from other regions could not rival his. Chimchar, Piplup, and Turtwig are commonly utilized by novice trainers in the Sinnoh region, with Chimchar generally exhibiting a lively and energetic disposition. As for the notion of abandonment, it is sometimes difficult to articulate. Professor Oak briefly outlined Chimchar's habits and characteristics. Others nodded, their expressions turning contemplative. Generally speaking, the basic Pokémon employed by novice trainers tend to possess relatively favorable temperaments, and if nurtured properly, they can become quite formidable. Yet, what peculiar attributes does this Infernape possess? Yolande gazed curiously at the white screen. What piqued further intrigue was whose Pokémon this might be. The scene shifted. In a forest, a wild Chimchar was being pursued by a group of meerkats, cornered at the edge of a cliff. Just as he found himself at a loss, he suddenly unleashed his blaze ability. Employing Flame Wheel, he defeated the entire pack of meerkats and left scorching tire tracks on the ground. Observing this, the Pokémon trainer recognized his immense potential and strength, deciding to capture him. Let us grow stronger together. In response to the trainer's invitation, Chimchar agreed and became his Pokémon. In the Sinnoh region, Zheng Zhi raised an eyebrow at this scene. Is this Pokémon I captured? This Chimchar appears quite strong. Why did I let it go? Could it be that it did not meet my expectations? If that is the case, then being released is merely a normal occurrence. Even before encountering Ash, Zheng Zhi remained firm in his belief that his actions were justified, even after witnessing individuals like Dogao in the world. What I require are the strongest Pokémon. Those weaklings are of no use to me. They hold no value in my presence. Unfazed by the beatings, Zheng Zhi wore an air of supreme arrogance. As the white screen transitioned, it confirmed Zheng Zhi's suspicions. After following Zheng Zhi, Chimchar could no longer summon that extraordinary blaze ability. With each failure, Zheng Zhi grew increasingly impatient and disdainful toward Chimchar. By the time they faced the Sinnoh champion, Cynthia, he was even more dissatisfied. Chapter 146. The most popular Pokémon, the growth of abandonment. Daigo felt his eyelids twitch. Such a Pokémon trainer? Clearly, he has not faced enough hardships. Using Chimchar to withstand Cynthia's Garchomp, the type advantage was already against him, and yet he still criticized Chimchar for not putting in enough effort. Why extend the invitation in the first place? Daigo found this trainer's behavior utterly perplexing. Macaulay nodded vigorously in agreement. Such actions often leave deep psychological scars on Pokémon, and if such issues are not resolved, their future remains bleak. However, he must evolve in the end, which suggests he has managed to break through. Macaulay sighed deeply. Cynthia furrowed her brow tightly. Her Garchomp let out a roar, prompting Cynthia to nod. I understand, this is not our fault. It can only be said that some modern Pokémon trainers possess fundamentally flawed perspectives from the outset. Pursuing the strength and potential of Pokémon is a perfectly normal endeavor. However, when this pursuit becomes excessive, disregarding the Pokémon's own will, it transforms into a problematic issue. The white screen shifted once more. Chimchar continued to be pushed to complete tasks that were utterly beyond his capabilities. He was even told that as long as he could achieve victory, harming himself would not be deemed a serious issue. In the final abnormal double battle, Chimchar once again faced his haunting shadow, the meerkat. As he watched the little Chimchar, unable to execute its moves, Zheng Zhi, the trainer of Chimchar, unexpectedly relinquished his command over the battle, abandoning all expectations he had for his Pokémon. Following the conclusion of the skirmish, Ash presumed he would chastise Chimchar, just as he had done previously. To his surprise, however, he chose to release it instead. I have no need for a Pokémon as weak as you. Weakness, in the realm of Pokémon, is indeed a fundamental sin. In the depths of the forest, the nameless Chimchar silently observed this scene, utterly unaware that the images displayed on the white screen depicted its own future. Tilting its head, Chimchar scratched its chin and continued to watch. The scene shifted. The despondent Chimchar received an invitation from Ash, who bent down and extended a smiling hand towards it. Join me as my companion. Both Chimchar and Zheng Zhi, who had abandoned it, wore expressions of astonishment. Although they encountered the antics of Team Rocket's bumbling trio along the way, the outcome was fortuitous. Chimchar willingly entered Ash's Pokeball, becoming one of his Pokémon. The atmosphere surrounding Ash was completely different from that of Zheng Zhi. While Zheng Zhi incessantly demanded that Chimchar become stronger, there was a total lack of communication between trainer and Pokémon. Unable to grow stronger, Chimchar was often subjected to voluntary beatings from other Pokémon, forced to unleash its potential through perilous moves. Yet Ash was different. The camaraderie between Ash and his companions created an atmosphere of warmth and kindness. They shared meals together, and even after losing to Piplup during training, Ash showered Chimchar with praise and affection. Experiencing genuine warmth, Chimchar burst into tears. Is this Pokémon akin to Charmeleon? Ash felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing this scene. Misty and Brock, standing nearby, shared Ash's indignation. It must be so. We know little about the Sinnoh region, Misty remarked. But that previous trainer of Chimchar was truly dreadful. Misty exclaimed, her voice filled with frustration. I cherish every one of my Pokémon. If you found Chimchar insufficiently strong, then you shouldn't have captured it in the first place. In the end, you inflicted so much suffering on Chimchar, leaving behind countless unpleasant memories. Misty had a fondness for water-type Pokémon and favored aesthetically pleasing ones. While she could be picky about less attractive Pokémon, she would never resort to such cruelty towards her own. Brock, narrowing his eyes, calmly stated, I can understand his mindset and actions. After all, he is not the only trainer to hold such beliefs. However, his methods are excessively harsh. Do you remember that self-established gym leader we encountered, Xiaoming? He too held stringent expectations for his Pokémon, yet he devoted ample love, patience, and companionship to them. Consequently, his Pokémon were willing to endure hardships to grow stronger. A trainer's kindness and their rigorous methods need not be at odds, but evidently, this trainer fails to comprehend that. The scene transitioned. Under Ash's repeated trust, encouragement, and support, Chimchar gradually excelled. Until Shinji and Ash clashed once more, Shinji consistently denied Ash's training style. He believed Ash was merely coddling his Pokémon, and that such indulgence prevented them from becoming truly formidable. In the climactic moment, as Shinji's Ursaring was on the verge of defeating Ash's Chimchar, in response to Ash's faith, evolved into Monferno. Although Ash ultimately lost, he still revealed a different side to Shinji. At the Lily of the Valley conference, they crossed paths once again. This time, Chimchar, now evolved into Infernape, gazed at Shinji, who had once been its trainer, with eyes filled with confidence born from their shared journey. In the battle against Shinji's Electivire, Infernape unleashed its Blaze ability, utilizing Flare Blitz to triumph over Electivire. In your care, Infernape has grown stronger. I concede this battle. Shinji finally acknowledged Ash's methods and recognized Infernape's prowess. The scene concluded amidst the arena of the Lily of the Valley conference, with Ash and Infernape as the focal point. Yulong-Du, I must say, this is truly inspiring. It serves as an excellent positive example. But Ash, why is it always your Pokémon? How many more popular Pokémon do you possess? Are you truly the chosen one? Ash, ahaha. I seem to be a bit unclear on that myself. Ash's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, suddenly feeling a bit self-conscious. He scratched his head and received the death stares of his companions. It's you again? Why is it always you? Chapter 147. Infernape's Reward, the Unwavering Companion. Misty gazed at Ash with eyes akin to those observing some mythical creature. Honestly, I've realized that your appearance rate is exceedingly high. The more Misty pondered, the more she felt something was amiss. From the very beginning, in the countdown of the top 10 strongest legendary Pokémon, at least 6 or 7 of them featured you. Then, in the ranking of the top 10 masterminds, your shadow loomed there as well. And when it came to the most popular trainers, you didn't just appear. You claimed the top spot. The only time it seemed slightly better was during the countdown of the top 10 legendary Pokémon's dark histories. Just slightly. And now? Only a handful of Pokémon have appeared. Out of 4, 2 are yours. This frequency is alarmingly high. Brock, who had initially paid little attention, began to feel the weight of Misty's observations. It truly seemed that Ash's presence was omnipresent. Ash scratched his head, wearing an innocent expression. Perhaps it's just a coincidence? Maybe we just happened to cross paths? I really can't say. Ash nearly cried out in indignation. Why was it so coincidental? He genuinely didn't understand. Pika Pika. Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder, patting his cap. Stop explaining. This is just the beginning. Who knows how many more times you'll need to justify yourself. Pikachu exuded a mysterious confidence. As the trainer of his magnificent Pokémon, how could Ash not be impressive? Regardless of how extravagant the scene, Pikachu found it entirely normal. Only in this manner could Ash's status and identity be justified. A lively voice from the Multiverse Dimension website chimed in, ranking the top 10 most popular non-legendary Pokémon. 7th place, Infernape. Reason for ranking. Though once weak, it ultimately transformed. Observing the story of Infernape, alongside the contrasting approaches of 2 different Pokémon trainers towards their Pokémon and the results they achieved, many shook their heads. Sometimes, the more one desires something, the more elusive it becomes. Daigo, envious, are we? Envy is of no use. Some people are simply born different. Cynthia, I think it's quite normal. Ash genuinely cares for his Pokémon, and cultivating so many beloved Pokémon is a perfectly reasonable outcome, wouldn't you agree? Is it normal? Shinji gazed at the concluded scene, unable to suppress the profound questions arising from his innermost thoughts. Is this truly normal? That little Chimchar had indeed exhibited remarkable prowess previously. Yet why did it fail to unleash its true potential while by my side? It was only after being released by me and subsequently captured by that individual that it transformed into such a formidable force. Shinji found himself ensnared in a web of confusion and turmoil. Could it be that his approach to nurturing Pokémon was flawed? No. Pokémon must undergo rigorous training to fully harness their capabilities. Indulgence alone would inevitably reduce them to the most ordinary and feeble of pets. No one could provide answers to Shinji. Without encountering Ash, he found himself in a conflict between his own beliefs and the impending reality. He felt the need for time to contemplate deeply. In the Pokémon League conference room, Professor Oak wore a smile that seemed about to bloom. Ash truly was impressive. He was indeed a Pokemon trainer who emerged from Pallet Town. Professor Oak felt elated at the thought of Ash one day possessing powerful Pokemon like a Charizard and an Infernape, and he felt immense pride in Ash's inherent qualities. Truly, he was a Pokemon trainer deserving of recognition from Pallet Town. However, Damien, upon hearing Professor Oak's proud proclamations, found them increasingly irksome. While it was true that Ash was a trainer from Pallet Town, what relevance did that hold for you? This was not your grandson, Gary. What was there to revel in? Damien felt a strong urge to confront Professor Oak, but at that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resonated. Congratulations. Infernape has received the title of the top 10 most popular Pokemon, excluding legendary Pokemon. Hello, Infernape. We have prepared a random reward package for you. Would you like to accept it? As Infernape observed the supplementary text popping up, reminiscent of the explanations for Trico, a multitude of questions filled its small mind. Goodness, is that traumatized Infernape in the white screen truly me? Infernape was taken aback, gnawing on its hands. It had not anticipated this. Then it found itself mired in a quandary. It had learned of its future trainer in advance. 2 trainers, to be precise. One had abandoned it, while the other had provided warmth and helped it grow stronger. The choice seemed straightforward, yet Infernape's small head was overwhelmed with a myriad of thoughts. We do not insist that the future must remain unchanged. We merely offer a possible choice. Regardless of the decision made, we shall respect it in the end. Infernape read this line and ultimately resolved to make a decision. Infernape, all right, let us give it a try. Reward has been granted. Congratulations. You have received the Unfettered Iron Soldier. This is a divine weapon once wielded by the 6-eared macaque. With a default form of a staff, which can be altered at will, it possesses immense power. With its duration of use determined by your attributes, ranging from 10 minutes to 10 hours. Prolonged use may result in physical and mental strain. The reward has been temporarily stored. A weapon? A small question mark appeared above Infernape's head. Scratching its head, it set the reward aside. The matters of the future could wait. However, it was determined to grow stronger now. It could no longer allow itself to be pursued and battered by the Meowth, leaving behind deep psychological scars. As a Pokemon that had foreseen its future, Infernape resolved to strive diligently, regardless of which trainer it ultimately chose. It would not be the one to hold them back. Infernape began its arduous journey. Flashbacks of its moments spent with Ash flickered through its mind. Could there truly be such a trainer? Even in defeat, would they still offer encouragement, support, and love? Infernape's heart gradually tilted toward Ash, eagerly awaiting the day of their genuine encounter. At Team Rocket's headquarters, a divine weapon? What kind of armament could possibly merit such a title? Giovanni expressed his curiosity. Chapter 148. The 6th most popular Pokemon, Defiant and Unruly. The term divine weapon has always been an exaggerated descriptor for formidable tools. Yet no one truly believed in the existence of such divine armaments. However, this evaluation stemmed from the Multiverse Dimension website, which had consistently spoken many truths and bestowed numerous wondrous rewards and gifts. Giovanni's mind raced with possibilities. Then, considering that this reward could not possibly manifest in the immediate future, he let out a dismissive sigh. Things that cannot be acquired hold no value. As a shrewd businessman whose ultimate goal was profit, Giovanni had his own distinct evaluation criteria for worth. If something lacked value, it was best to disregard it. Giovanni shifted his gaze. In the Pokemon League conference room, someone sensed that something felt amiss. The astute Yulong sensed a shift, yet ultimately chose to ignore it. Kona's eyes briefly scanned the phrase divine weapon, but remained silent. Those in the know were aware, while those who were not might as well continue being blissfully ignorant. Damien supported Kona's perspective. After all, he was merely a naive fool, a mascot for their Kanto region. Having him around sufficed. As for his ability to contribute, quite frankly, Kona was far more reliable. Unbeknownst to Yulong, he was once again perceived as a cheerful simpleton. Lottie S. Envious. Why am I never included in any rankings? Am I destined to merely be a backdrop? Lottie S. Shedding tears. Numerous legendary Pokemon shed envious tears upon witnessing this. Some Pokemon could have their rewards temporarily stored, while others had no chance of even making the list. The disparity was stark. Mutwo observed the chatroom filled with the resentful remarks of many legendary Pokemon and felt a slight sense of relief. Rubbing his nose, Mutwo mused. Finally, he felt a shared sense of grievance in this world. It was quite refreshing. Listening to Mutwo's complaints, Steven's eye twitched. If you have the ability to voice your opinions in the chatroom, then what merit is there in speaking behind others' backs? Hearing Steven's words, Mutwo chuckled softly. Of course, he couldn't voice it in the chatroom. I am simply that timid. Mutwo proclaimed with a sense of righteousness, leaving Steven momentarily speechless. How astutely you articulated that. At that moment, the white screen lit up, and Steven immediately redirected his gaze. He could not afford to converse with Mutwo any longer, lest he be driven to frustration. As the white screen illuminated, The image flickered. The color of flames suggested yet another fire-type Pokémon. An ominous feeling crept into many hearts. 3 lines of text materialized on the screen. He is a fire and flying-type Pokémon. He has experienced abandonment and protection. He triumphed over a legendary Pokémon by a narrow margin. Ash. Why does this all seem so familiar? Misty and Brock exchanged glances. One with a twitching eye and the other with a quivering mouth. This can't be Ash. While we may call you foolish, you can't truly be that dim-witted. Can't you see? This is none other than the Charizard you captured after its evolution from Charmander. Yet, as Brock observed the final line, his eyes widened slightly. Triumph over a legendary Pokémon by a narrow margin? This is truly remarkable. Xiao Gang momentarily found himself questioning whether he had been mistaken, wondering if this extraordinary Pokémon was indeed not a Charizard. The scene shifted. There lay a small Charmander, quietly resting upon a rock, its body visibly weakened, yet it stubbornly refused to be captured by Ash. With a disgruntled expression, it exuded an air of considerable pride. Following a mysterious exchange between Charmander and Pikachu, Ash and his companions gleaned that this Charmander had already been captured and was patiently awaiting the return of its trainer. With no other option, Ash and his friends chose to depart, making their way to the nearest Pokémon Center. Outside, the wind howled and rain poured. And as they worried about Charmander and whether its trainer had found it, they overheard a conversation within the Pokémon Center. That Charmander was far too weak. It couldn't even defeat a tadpole Pokémon. So I set it free. In the end, it foolishly followed me, believing I told it to wait for me in the forest. In the Pokémon League conference room, the brow of Yulong Du furrowed deeply. What a disgraceful Pokémon trainer. Such individuals are bound to falter. If they cannot treat and nurture their Pokémon with care, and even insult them behind their backs, they do not deserve the title of Pokémon trainer. Yulong Du understood that the caliber and character of novice trainers varied greatly, yet the existence of such scoundrels never failed to infuriate him. Shiba stood nearby, scoffing. These trainers clearly haven't faced enough hardships. Is it not entirely natural for Charmander to fear water-type Pokémon? What is there to criticize? It is his responsibility to help Charmander gradually gain the confidence and courage to confront and triumph over water types. Kona wholeheartedly agreed with Shiba's sentiments. Indeed, being a Pokémon trainer entails much more than merely capturing Pokémon. Understanding how to care for and nurture one's Pokémon is an essential duty of a trainer. The scene transitioned, revealing that Charmander's original trainer was utterly indifferent to its well-being, while Xiao Gang, Ash, and Misty braved the stormy night to return the Charmander to the Pokémon Center. After enduring Team Rocket's surprise attack, Charmander came to understand its original trainer's intentions, which were solely focused on taking away the now somewhat powerful creature. Charmander rejected the trainer's Pokeball and chose instead to become a Pokémon of Ash, who had protected the flame on its tail. Together, they faced numerous battles. However, once Charmander evolved into Charmeleon, it seemed to enter a rebellious phase, beginning to disregard Ash's commands. It's because your strength as a trainer is insufficient, leading Charmeleon to underestimate your words, an elderly woman remarked to Ash. As a trainer, one must ensure that their Pokémon recognize their authority. Only then will they heed your commands. Thus, Ash embarked on a period of adjustment with Charmeleon. When Ash found himself in peril, Charmeleon evolved into Charizard and saved him. Yet it became even more defiant. You? Want to command me? What a joke. Chapter 149, We Are Different. Ahem. Macaulay could not help but stifle a laugh, eventually clearing his throat to mask his boisterous amusement. If I recall correctly, there was a segment regarding Ash's interactions with a Charizard when I saw the rankings of the young trainers. While the footage was brief, that Charizard certainly commanded quite a bit of screen time, particularly during its temporary farewell at Charizard Valley. I never imagined this Charizard possessed such a strong personality from a young age. To make such a Charizard obedient is truly no simple task. Daigo concurred with Macaulay's observations. Indeed, it is a Charizard with a remarkable personality. Shigeru chuckled at the thought. Ash must be pining for that Charmander because he couldn't obtain a starter Pokémon. He probably just ran into a wall. Nevertheless, this Charizard exhibited an extraordinary personality, evident even during its days as a Charmander. The reason it was so compliant was that it felt it was not yet strong enough, and because Ash had offered his assistance. However, once Charmander evolved, both Charmeleon and Charizard became less compliant. Shigeru regarded the Charizard with a curious gaze. Though it is defiant, it certainly appears to be powerful. I am eager to learn how this Charizard was raised. As the grandson of Professor Okido, Shigeru, regardless of his verbal insistence on wanting to be a Pokémon trainer, inherently harbored the exploratory curiosity of a researcher. The scene continued to unfold. Charizard maintained its lofty demeanor, exuding an air of superiority, indifferent to Ash's commands. It performed poorly in the Quartz League, leaving Ash to settle for a place in the top 16. Ash's repeated attempts to bond yielded little success. It was only when Charizard was injured by the ice beam of a mosquito swimmer and faced defeat that Ash tended to its wounds, hoping for a future where they would work together harmoniously to achieve victory. Charizard reminisced about the times before its evolution. Once again, Ash and Charizard rekindled their former synergy. However, upon returning to Charizard Valley, Ash realized that his Charizard was not as formidable as he had imagined when compared to others, and Charizard harbored a desire to grow stronger. Thus, it resolved to remain behind, awaiting their reunion after reaching its peak strength. At that moment, Ash began to comprehend something. Wait, is this the Charmander we saved before? A look of disbelief spread across Ash's face. Misty observed Ash with keen interest, eager to see how he would treat the present Charmander now that he knew of Charizard's future defiance. There was no doubt that Ash would never abandon Charmander. The question remained, what methods would he employ to train it? Unexpectedly, Ash's focus lay elsewhere. So, this Charmander can become so strong in the future. How wonderful. I too can raise such an impressive Pokemon. Surely, Charmander aspires to grow even stronger, right? The Pokeball containing Charmander shook twice, evidently in agreement with Ash's words. Without hesitation, Ash called forth Charmander. Regardless of Charmeleon and Charizard's thoughts post-evolution, Charmander's desire to grow stronger and achieve victory had never wavered. Ash gazed at the scenes flashing across the white screen, his eyes radiating a newfound brilliance. Only through the perfect synergy between a trainer and their Pokemon can the greatest power be unleashed. Ash clenched his fist, and I will strive to grow as well, at least to the point where Charmeleon and Charizard acknowledge my strength. Misty stood speechless beside him. Truly remarkable, Ash. You are willing to seek out your shortcomings first. Such humility is not something everyone can achieve. Xiao Gang, perceiving Misty's thoughts, smiled and remarked, this is the essence of Ash. It is clear that Charmander is best suited to follow him. Although I could have been Charmander's trainer, I have no qualms about it. The bond between Charmander and Ash was indeed a rare and precious fate. The scene shifted once more. Charizard made a dazzling reappearance, engaged in battle with a formidable opponent. Articuno. Though a legendary Pokemon, Charizard triumphed over its opponent, Articuno, by a narrow margin. It was a breathtaking battle, showcasing the exquisite synergy between Ash and Charizard. In the final frame, Charizard stood resolutely, undeterred. Yolongdu, wow. Daiwu, quite impressive. Kona, this can certainly be deemed an extraordinary collaboration, right? Ash, Charizard and I will undoubtedly become even stronger. In the Pokemon League, it was astonishing to witness Ash, the young trainer, reach this milestone, truly no small feat. Yolongdu expressed with a hint of nostalgia. Suddenly, Shiba pondered aloud. Isn't it ironic that the most popular Pokemon seems to be Ash's personal showcase? This marks Ash's third Pokemon. Does it not? The remaining sentiments of Yolongdu were caught in his throat. It does appear that way, doesn't it? After watching this video, it's difficult to discern who the true protagonist is, Ash or Charizard. Damaranchi remarked with a smile. Such occurrences are far from unusual. Exceptional Pokemon thrive on the harmonious relationship with their trainers, and Ash has exemplified this beautifully. Damaranchi felt a sense of satisfaction at this sight. Even amidst the presence of some less scrupulous trainers in the league, as long as trainers like Ash exist, there remains hope for the future. How could Damaranchi not feel exhilarated? The voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resonated, ranking the top 10 most popular non-legendary Pokemon. 6th place, Charizard. Reason for ranking, a rebellious spirit that can still forge a pearl of brilliance. In the chatroom, Zapdos. This is absurd, I refuse to accept it. Zapdos, clearly. Articuno was thoroughly defeated by Charizard. Why is there no mention of its dark history? Articuno, I find this quite absurd. As I was only bested once in an exhilarating back-and-forth battle. We are not the same, so please do not conflate us. Articuno, if you're a little weakling, don't drag others down with you, alright? Chapter 150, Charizard's Reward, Eternal Flame. Tears of sorrow streamed from Zapdos. Woe is me. Why must the cruelty be directed solely at him? Articuno was too indifferent to its own dark history ranking and wished to drag others down with it as well. Sakaki, this Charizard is somewhat intriguing, although, if truth be told, it's rather ordinary. Shui Wudong, no ordinary Pokemon can rival the might of legendary ones. What is Articuno compared to a legendary Pokemon? Its strength is merely average. Articuno, are you seeking death? Shui Wudong, I possess Kyogre. You are the one courting danger. Sakaki watched Shui Wudong arguing with the legendary Pokemon in the chatroom and yawned dismissively. They are all worthless. Why bother distinguishing who is stronger? It merely reflects varying degrees of incompetence. Only this Charizard seems to possess a hint of intrigue. Sakaki, believing himself to be the strongest man and an adept at Pokemon training, held Ash's inexperienced methods in disdain. As for Shui Wudong, such a one-track mind fixated solely on legendary Pokemon was beneath Sakaki's notice. Beside him, Zheng Yao lowered his head, hesitant to speak. Indeed, in the realm of Pokémon training, none should dare to tread upon Sakiki's nerves lightly. Fortunately, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed once more. Congratulations, Charizard, for earning the title of one of the top 10 most popular non-legendary Pokémon. Charizard, greetings. We have prepared a random reward package for you. Would you like to accept it? The still unevolved Charmander received an inquiry from the Multiverse Dimension website. But I am still just a Charmander. A pop-up window appeared before Charmander, which Ash and the others could see, yet the contents remained hidden from them. Do not fret, should you accept the reward. It will unlock based on your current form. Only upon fully evolving into Charizard will the reward be completely accessible. Charmander, I think I understand, but then again, I might not. However, Charmander grasped that receiving this reward could enhance its strength. That sufficed. Charmander, I want to grow stronger. I accept. Reward has been granted. Congratulations, you have received Eternal Flame. A unique flame from the world. Its full power is too great and has been adjusted according to this world's rules. It ignites all, can harm even legendary Pokémon, and is impervious to extinguishment by ice or water. Usage requires mental energy, so please exercise caution. With 80% of its power sealed. Further unlocking will occur with evolution. Ash, Misty, and Brock observed a swirling red flame, seemingly ablaze, merging into Charmander's body, their expressions filled with tension. Pikachu perched atop Ash's head, hardly daring to blink. Charmander, how do you feel? Is anything amiss? Should we head to the Pokémon Center? Ash bombarded Charmander with questions. Misty and Brock found themselves at a loss for words, having their thoughts preempted by Ash, and could only gaze intently at Charmander. Charmander belched in front of them, appearing perfectly fine. Roar. After a brief adjustment, Charmander unleashed a fearsome roar. A small flame shot forth from its mouth. The three exchanged glances, intrigued by the tiny flame. Wait, could this possibly be the famed Eternal Flame? It seemed somewhat just as they speculated. The small flame landed on the grass below. In an instant, a conflagration erupted. It spread rapidly. The tiny flame grew exponentially. Pikachu quickly extinguished the fire. Starmie. The trio scrambled, yet Starmie's water proved utterly ineffective. As the flames continued to escalate, threatening to engulf the hillside, they eventually began to subside. The trio and Pikachu collapsed onto the ground, watching as Charmander stared at them, bewildered. They exchanged glances with the Pokémon. Oh, so it seems water is ineffective? Thus, it was ultimately Charmander who controlled the flames to extinguish them, wasn't he? How embarrassing. Utterly humiliating. Just as the trio prepared to bury this incident in shame, Miss Junsha arrived with her Arcanine. You are suspected of environmental destruction. You must come with me for registration. Miss Junsha stated seriously. Ash and Misty wore expressions of despair, wanting to argue. But Brock had already betrayed the cause and rushed towards Miss Junsha. This beautiful miss, whatever you wish to know, I shall fully cooperate. In the Pokémon League, was the 20% power of Eternal Flame truly this formidable? What kind of miraculous flame was this? Yolongdu's eyes brimmed with skepticism while simultaneously sensing the immense power of the flame. Damaranchi observed the now dimmed white screen and exhaled deeply. The historical significance was somewhat overwhelming. Fortunately, its usage required mental energy, and neither Charmander nor Charizard could sustain the Eternal Flame's prolonged combustion. Moreover, Ash, as a trainer of the league, stood on the side of justice. Otherwise, such a formidable move would surely give them a headache. Sheba nodded in agreement. The flames, though still relatively small, had not yet wreaked significant havoc. It was estimated that the full manifestation of the flames would be an instant annihilation for Pokémon lacking sufficient strength. A few of them exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that this indeed seemed to be the case. A headache ensued. Shui Wudong, is this considered a natural cheat? What kind of Pokémon is this? Can it be directly banned during battles? Yulongdu, they earned their rewards through their own merit. What business is it of yours? Shui Wudong, I found myself at a loss for words. Shui Wudong was exceedingly irritable, especially as he observed others growing more formidable. Even his longtime rival possessing a permanent, three-legged golden crow. Though it was damaged, it would not simply vanish when exhausted. Suddenly, Shui Wudong felt that the Gyoka in his hand was no longer appealing. No, I mustn't think this way. Shui Wudong attempted to convince himself, ultimately failing. Kwame expressed that, faced with such an irritable boss, she was at a loss as well. Forget it. Let the boss come to terms with it himself. With a cheerful resolution, Kwame redirected her gaze to the white screen. Surely, the next one is about to be played, right? I wonder what Pokémon it will be. It can't possibly be that one again, can it? Amidst Chuanmei's silent grievances, the white screen gradually illuminated. Chapter 151, the fifth most popular Pokémon, the Indomitable Fighter. Brock and Misty gazed at the glowing white screen, their emotions tinged with complexity. For some reason, an ominous premonition lingered within me. Same here. The two engaged in a dialogue of their own, creating a little world, while Ash, excluded from their conversation, looked utterly perplexed. What are you two talking about? Pikachu? Both Ash and Pikachu tilted their heads in confusion. Upon witnessing this, Misty and Brock exchanged knowing glances, further solidifying their inner convictions. Indeed, whether Ash's other Pokémon could make the list was debatable, but for reasons unknown, they felt certain that Pikachu would undoubtedly secure a spot on this ranking. Given Ash's special treatment, they firmly believed their intuition was not unfounded. Enough of this, let us watch the video. Overthinking only brings heartache. Watching the video is far more enjoyable. As the white screen lit up, all eyes were drawn to it. Who would be next? The screen brightened, the image swayed, accompanied by a peculiar sound. It seemed as though one could hear it directly, yet something was amiss, rendering it inaudible. At this moment, 3 lines of text appeared on the white screen. He is a fighting type and steel type Pokémon. He is exceedingly loyal to his trainer. He can read his opponent's thoughts and actions through their aura. This Pokémon's aura has piqued my interest. Professor Oak found it intriguing. I can confirm that I indeed sensed some strange fluctuation earlier, yet it was not unpleasant. Could this be a manifestation of the aura? Listening to Professor Oak's musings, Yulongdu's confusion only deepened. Excuse me, Professor, could you enlighten us on what an aura is? Faced with an unfamiliar term, Yulongdu and the others appeared bewildered. Damaranchi chuckled. The power of aura has long existed only in legend. If there exists a Pokémon capable of wielding aura, fully embodying the aforementioned attributes, then there can only be one possibility, Riolu, or rather, Lucario. The aura he wields is also referred to as the power of the mind. The specific methods and principles of its application remain a mystery to all. As Damaranchi spoke, seemingly recalling something, he merely shook his head in silence. The footage commenced. It chronicled the journey of an egg. This was no ordinary egg. It traveled from the Sinnoh region to various places, ultimately arriving at the Pokémon Center in a Krutik city, Johto, where it was reluctantly delivered. Despite being a remarkably healthy egg by all measures, it remained unhatched. Until one day, a curious Dogao, having never seen a Pokémon egg before, dragged Ash along to take a look at it in a Krutik city. Then, a rather fortuitous event transpired. Ash encountered a former rival, and the two engaged in a battle once more. As Ash battled, the egg, influenced by the powerful aura emanating from him, began to emit a brilliant light. Ash too sensed his aura. The egg and Ash finally met, and the egg vibrated with excitement, clearly having chosen Ash. The heavens are unjust. The droughts claim the parched, while floods drown the drenched. Is it too much to ask for a little love for my Pokémon? Is Dragonair not adorable? Is Milotic not beautiful enough? Do they not deserve affection? Mikoli lay despondently on the sofa, his eyes fixed on the ceiling in despair. Daidaku could not help but rub his nose. Nevertheless, he conceded that Mikoli had a point. Karuna sipped her coffee, swallowing it with difficulty instead of spitting it out. On a positive note, this egg shares a bond with the young Ash, not with that Dogao. Shauna. Shinado nodded in agreement. If viewed from this perspective, one's mood brightens considerably. The scene transitioned. The egg hatched into a Riolu. Through Ash's aura, Riolu experienced a sense of familiarity and safety, and after Ash helped him escape danger, Riolu willingly allowed himself to be captured, becoming Ash's companion. As a fighting type, Riolu possessed an innate interest in battling and becoming stronger. He would even initiate training on his own, driven solely by the desire to grow more powerful. However, when the time came for him to face the powerful Mega Rayquaza, Riolu recognized his own limitations and, in order to better support and protect his trainer, evolved into Lucario. With Lucario wielding an even more potent aura, he and Ash teamed up to overcome challenges. In the Pokémon League conference room, I ponder the reasons behind the popularity of these Pokémon. Is it merely due to their immense strength? Yulongdu stroked his chin, gradually sensing something amiss after watching the videos. No, I believe it is because they are Ash's Pokémon. Well, I cannot be certain, but this factor must undoubtedly play a role. Kona also spoke up. However, this assertion left everyone somewhat incredulous and hard to accept. It seemed exaggerated in some way. Let us continue watching the video. Lucario is indeed powerful, and coupled with that aura, to be honest, I still do not fully comprehend its nature. Yet it is evident that Ash will adeptly wield this power in the future, establishing a unique rapport with Lucario. Many questions arise, but it is likely that even the user himself remains unaware of how it works. Enough of this thinking. Let us watch the video. Why dwell on such matters? After all, they are trainers and Pokémon of our league. Regardless of their popularity, they need not fear any rewards. Damaranchi mused, torn between pain and pleasure. The scene shifted. Lucario, or rather Riolu, holds a special significance for Ash. Having known and nurtured him since the egg stage, Ash has witnessed and accompanied Riolu through every phase of his journey. The spirited yet frequently restless Riolu, eager to provoke wild Pokémon. despises being treated like a mere infant, and holds a deep respect for his trainer, Ash. Upon encountering a far more formidable Lucario, it seems as though Riolu has discovered a newfound purpose in life. He is determined to grow stronger, to protect his companions, his trainer, and ultimately, himself. The scene culminates with the evolved Lucario standing resolutely, exuding a fierce determination, as if to declare that no matter the challenges ahead, he is ready to face them. Chapter 153, Dogao, a singular word, tragedy, revised. Mikali, regarding this matter of melancholy, I wish to express myself just this once more. Adak, haha, but there's still old me, isn't there? Mikali, I refuse. Shu Wudong, does this ranking seem reasonable? It is not. Chi and Song, stop being jealous. Let me tell you, this is fate. Ash, shocked, biting his fingers. Ash, too, felt a twinge of astonishment. He never anticipated that his future would be adorned with so many extraordinary Pokémon. Indeed, I can become quite formidable. Beside him, Misty's eyes widened in disbelief. Certainly. How could the future version of you not be impressive? You possess an abundance of the most beloved Pokémon. Yet, Misty also understood rationally that such an outcome was entirely to be expected. Just look at those Pokémon. Aren't they all plagued by one issue or another? Had they encountered someone other than Ash, the outcome could have been entirely different. Ash is doing quite well, remarked Brock with a smile. Misty rolled her eyes, refraining from contradicting him. At that moment, the voice from the Multiverse Dimension website echoed through the air, counting down the top 10 most popular non-legendary Pokémon. 5th place, Lucario. Reason for ranking: a proud, loyal, and just fighter. The trio from Team Rocket gazed at the white screen, their little minds whirring with excitement. Thus, following this little rascal and snatching his Pokémon seems to be the most prudent choice. Indeed, not only Pikachu, but the other Pokémon are also exceedingly valuable. Absolutely. Meow, Musashi, Kojiru, and Meowth found themselves utterly exhausted. They had initially aimed to locate the elusive, super-powerful Wobbuffet, but even with the risk dice in play, they had failed to encounter a single wild Wobbuffet. All three felt as though their luck had taken a turn for the worse. Exhausted, they were reluctant to move. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air. Dear customer, I have a fantastic deal for you. A mysterious Magikarp for just 500 pocket change. What do you say, interested? An eccentric uncle approached them. My Magikarp is no ordinary fish. Let me tell you. Musashi and Kojiru were instantly captivated. What is so mysterious about this Magikarp? They simply could not afford to miss out. In the Pokemon League conference room, Damaranchi observed the odd expressions on the faces of the others and cleared his throat to summarize. This is only the 5th place. There are still several Pokemon ahead. It cannot all be the work of young Ash, can it? As he spoke, self-doubt began to creep in. Surely, such an occurrence is impossible? Kona adjusted his glasses. I think it would be wise for you, Chairman, to refrain from premature declarations. The moment the chairman spoke, Kona felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, perhaps he was overthinking it. Just then, the voice from the Multiverse Dimension website resounded once more. Congratulations to Lucario for earning the title of the top 10 most popular non-legendary Pokemon. As Lucario has not yet hatched, the reward has been temporarily stored. It will be inquired again post-hatching. How delightfully humanized. Is this what they call winning at the starting line? The word envy has truly worn out its welcome. Mikali now simply wishes to be a carefree slacker. What on earth is this nonsense? On the town streets, Miss Junsha, patrolling with her herdier, was startled by a shadow darting out from a side path, nearly causing her to leap into the air. Herdier bravely charged forward, pinning the gray humanoid creature to the ground. Ugh, get away. Wah, don't come near me, Pokemon. Upon hearing speech, Miss Junsha immediately confirmed that the figure before her was human. She felt a slight relief and hurried over. Amidst the scuffle between the individual and herdier, Miss Junsha finally glimpsed his face. To her recognition, it was none other than the notorious Dogao. How had he fallen to such a state in such a short span? Though she felt repulsed, Miss Junsha could not simply disregard him, ultimately contacting Nurse Joy at the Pokemon Center. I apologize for the trouble. Nurse Joy, accompanied by several burly assistants, swiftly restrained the struggling Dogao with binding straps to a hospital bed, managing to take him away. As for what Dogao had endured, which was more terrifying, the physical or the psychological torment, he dared not contemplate. No, that wretch is a devil. He is neither a Pokemon nor a legendary creature, just a demon. As a psychic-type Pokemon with exceptionally high stats, it would be trivial for Mutwo to toy with Dogao. Even a mere thought of ending Dogao's existence would be no great feat for Mutwo. Yet, he refrained from doing so. Human, though you are despicable and revolting, witnessing you suffer while enduring even more pain brings me a strange sense of satisfaction. By the way, before I depart, allow me to bestow upon you a small gift. Dogao, lying on the ground like a lifeless dog, had long lost his capacity for rational thought while listening to Mutuo's words. As for the gift, Mutuo would never grant him anything of value. Unaware of the new torment awaiting him, Dogao was oblivious to the meaning behind the so-called gift. When he eventually mustered the strength to rise and attempt to capture Pokémon once more, he finally comprehended what Mutuo meant by a gift. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Whenever a Pokémon drew near, Dogao's body would involuntarily convulse with nausea. This was Mutuo's parting hint, one that Dogao could not control. This, for him, was the true nightmare. A devil. Wah. I want to capture Pokémon. Dogao's wretched state remained unknown to others, their attention still fixated on the white screen and the spotlight stealing Ash. Who could possibly be next? It cannot be another one of Ash's Pokémon, or else I might truly lose my mind. Shigeru took several deep breaths to steady his tumultuous emotions, his gaze fixated intently on the white screen. The screen gradually illuminated, revealing the next Pokémon to be displayed. Meanwhile, Kojiru had already been duped into spending his entire fortune on a Magikarp. With various breeding materials and food, his pockets had become utterly empty. Still fantasizing about striking it rich, envisioning himself seated upon a throne, overflowing with countless coins, Musashi finally regained her composure and sensed that something was amiss. Why do I feel as though we've been swindled? Uncle Koi King had already amassed his fortune and, with his stall in hand, was ready to flee. However, he was intercepted by Musashi and Nyarth, accompanied by the befuddled and gullible Kojiru, who had already been duped. You won't so easily escape after swindling Team Rocket out of our money. This is my secret to wealth. Once the goods are sold, there are no returns. The situation escalated to a near brawl, resulting in chaos. Somehow, a nearby Pokemon trainer was caught up in the fray, and both Musashi and the trainer accidentally dropped their Pokeballs onto the Pokemon exchange machine. Musashi, Ade, what just happened? The unexpected turn of events was as swift as a tornado, leaving everyone stunned. Musashi, still uncomprehending of the situation, watched as the deceiver, Uncle Koi King, dashed further away, prompting her to grab her Pokeball and give chase. Ade reached out but was unable to grasp anything, left to watch their receding figures. Ultimately left alone with the Pokemon exchange machine. Clumsily, Ade picked up another Pokeball, feeling rather bewildered. I didn't intend to trade away that far-fetched. I thought the one I saw in the video looked quite formidable, but I can't help but feel a bit conflicted about wanting other Pokemon. Just as Ade was caught in indecision, fate intervened. Upon observing a Lickitung exchanged with an unknown older sister, he quickly realized that this arrangement seemed rather favorable. Lickitung is splendid. I hope that unknown older sister treats Farfetch'd well. Oblivious to Team Rocket's identity, Ade joyfully departed with his newly acquired Lickitung. The wonders of the world are indeed peculiar. Some events seem destined to unfold, regardless of timing. As the trio of Team Rocket pursued Uncle Koi King, a white screen gradually illuminated. Musashi and Kojiru, attempting to intercept Uncle Koi King with their Pokemon, threw out their Pokeballs. Go, Lickitung. Wait, what the? Musashi gasped, staring in shock at the Farfetch'd before her. The three Pokemon exchanged glances, each in disbelief. Could this be the Farfetch'd we've been searching for all along? Musashi questioned inwardly. Is this truly the legendary case of finding something effortlessly after extensive searching? Musashi burst into laughter, hands on her hips. Ha! I knew it. I am the legendary queen of luck. Just as Musashi cackled madly, the white screen flickered to life, signaling the commencement of the video. All eyes turned in anticipation and curiosity. What Pokemon would appear next? Whose Pokemon would it be? Ash, single-handedly, managed to shift the focus from the Pokemon itself to the trainer it belonged to. As the image brightened, 3 lines of text gradually emerged on the white screen. He is a Psychic-type Pokemon. He never attacks first, but only rebounds attacks. He is an exceptionally intelligent Pokemon. In the Pokemon League conference room, the smiles faded all too quickly. Without the need for Professor Oak's explanation, simply reading the descriptions and recalling a striking scene from the legendary Pokemon's backstory, Damaranch could already ascertain the true identity of this Pokemon. Farfetch'd? It can't possibly be Team Rocket's. Damaranch clung to a sliver of hope. Both Gyarados and Shiba looked at the chairman, silently lighting a candle for him in their hearts. The pains of the world often strike with alarming rapidity and unexpectedness. I cannot fathom a Farfetch'd that could surpass one capable of reflecting legendary Pokemon's abilities. Grandma Kikuko glanced at the forthright Gyarados and silently offered him a candle as well. Sure enough, the next moment, Damaranch was filled with indignation. Gyarados, you have too much time on your hands. There are plenty of tasks awaiting you. Gyarados, huh? The scene shifted. At the Pokemon Exchange Fair, a trainer sought to trade their Farfetch'd for other Pokemon. Would anyone genuinely desire such a Pokemon? Misty questioned, her voice laced with sincerity, as she observed the patient Farfetch'd. Just as Misty had criticized, most were reluctant to trade for Farfetch'd, until a series of coincidences transpired, leading to the exchange of Farfetch'd and Musashi's Pokeball. Farfetch'd became Musashi's Pokémon. Ash, alongside Pikachu, chased after Team Rocket to retrieve the other Pokeballs. Musashi released Lickitung, only to discover it was Farfetch'd, realizing her Pokémon had been exchanged. Our Team Rocket Pokémon must be able to attack. The two scrambled to consult Farfetch'd's abilities, finally enabling Musashi to discover a usable move. Farfetch'd, use counter. Farfetch'd successfully repelled the attack from Chikorita, but when faced with Pikachu's assault, it too was sent flying alongside Team Rocket. Sonensu. This older sister seems quite familiar. Farfetch'd had very few trainers before encountering Ash and Misty, and Ade, unaware he was that very trainer, simply smiled at the Lickitung that kept licking him. Thank goodness my Farfetch'd was traded to a kind older sister. Surely she will treat Farfetch'd well. Misty patted her chest. Phew, you scared me. I thought it was going to be Ash's future Pokémon. Ash retorted defiantly. I will definitely have many Pokémon in the future. Isn't it perfectly normal for them all to be quite popular? Pika Pika. Pikachu affirmed Ash's statement. Brock, with narrowed eyes, stroked his chin pensively. The feelings were complex. Indeed, it was no longer Ash's Pokémon, but it was still Team Rocket's Pokémon. He didn't know whether to feel happy or concerned. Chapter 154. The fourth most popular Pokémon, Sonensu. Regardless of what Brock and Misty thought, the scene shifted, and the video continued to play. After Farfetch'd became Musashi's Pokémon, it frequently exhibited disobedience, inexplicably popping out of its Pokeball without being summoned. Sonensu. Accompanied by a salute, Farfetch'd often made its appearances at rather inopportune moments. For example, when the trio of Team Rocket found themselves entangled in a tree, Farfetch'd's sudden arrival snapped a branch, forcing Team Rocket face first into the ground. The scene transitioned. Once again, Team Rocket attempted to capture Pikachu. This time, they had crafted a special cage to confine Pikachu, with the key dangling from Farfetch'd's neck. However, during the escape, Farfetch'd accidentally tumbled down a waterfall. While both Ash and Team Rocket searched for Farfetch'd, a series of amusing escapades unfolded. Jumping waterfalls, swinging on vines, driving trucks, flying hot air balloons, and even aiding the police in apprehending a robber. It accomplished a series of high-difficulty stunts and feats beyond human capability. Team Rocket successfully reclaimed Farfetch'd, initially believing they had Pikachu in their grasp, only for Farfetch'd to bounce out of its Pokeball once more. Team Rocket was once again sent flying. The most poignant moment came when the Gurayan stood alone, gazing at the setting sun, completely indifferent to the emotional turmoil of the Rocket trio clinging to the railing below. Musashi exclaimed, I believe this Gurayan cannot be left behind. However, as she observed the Gurayan, who could only wear a silly grin, Musashi found herself in a quandary, questioning whether her decision was right or wrong. Cough cough. Musashi, remain calm. This Gurayan can even reflect the skills of legendary Pokémon. Kojiro attempted to persuade her. But how can we be certain it is indeed this Gurayan? It seems incapable of even reflecting Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Can it truly withstand the attacks of legendary beings? Musashi voiced her doubts, oblivious to the flaws within herself. The big tongue is gone, and there are no other options left. Meow. Nyarth cast a glance at the Gurayan. I believe we should give it a chance to prove itself. Musashi and Kojiro sighed in unison while watching the Gurayan, who seemed to comprehend their words, occasionally interjecting with Sonensu. The scene continued to unfold. The Gurayan, a testament to patience among Pokémon, never initiated an attack and possessed a rather endearing disposition. Yet, during an encounter, it developed a fondness for a Kyurem. When the Rocket team captured the Kyurem along with other Pokémon, the Gurayan even took the initiative to break the cage imprisoning them, liberating the Kyurem and its companions. Ultimately, the Gurayan was once again sent flying alongside the Rocket team. In the Pokémon League conference room, the true prowess of this Gurayan remained elusive. Nevertheless, its intelligence was undoubtedly impressive, accomplishing feats my Dragonite could not. Just as the words left Gyarados' lips, Dragonite cast a resentful gaze upon him. Did I just hear someone speaking ill of me? Haha, I harbor no disdain for you. I merely find that Gurayan to be remarkably capable. Gyarados flailed his arms desperately, attempting to clarify to Dragonite. Regrettably, the irate Dragonite had no desire to hear any of Gyarados' explanations. Wing attack. Prepare to meet your demise. Ignore him. Let us continue watching the video. The scene shifted. This time, it was Musashi encountering a doctor who made her contemplate leaving the Rocket team for a mundane life. Musashi fell for the doctor, and the Gurayan too found its love, a female Gurayan with 3 offspring. I suppose it's time for me to bid you farewell. As Musashi prepared to return to the Rocket team, she gazed upon the Gurayan's blissful expression and resolved to set it free. Alone, Musashi returned to the Rocket team. And just as a rock was about to strike her, the Gurayan appeared unexpectedly, blocking and reflecting the incoming attack. Compared to a life of happiness, the Gurayan preferred to stay with the Rocket team. Oh dear, I suddenly feel as though these two are quite endearing. What should I do? Mikuri mused, stroking his chin. Now even the villainous organization is adopting a charming persona? Just look at this Guran. Observe the previous 2 members of the Rocket team who made the rankings. They are practically invincible. Faced with Mikuri's lament, Daigo found himself at a loss for words, for the situation indeed seemed to be as he described. Perhaps it was because they were not entirely malicious. Despite their flaws, they also possessed numerous redeeming qualities. Such individuals are truly difficult to define and evaluate, Daigo sighed. At this rate, will the Rocket team cease to be considered villains? Is this not conveying a negative message to aspiring young Pokemon trainers? Daigo quickly dismissed the thought. Surely, there cannot be anyone of that ilk. If such a notion exists, it must be a problem with their own reasoning. The video continued. The camera shifted from the Gurayan's tender moments to scenes of battle. Due to Musashi's lack of understanding of the Gurayan's abilities and techniques, she could only shout, "Gurayan, use counter." Yet, counter was not infallible, particularly against special attacks. After experiencing several setbacks, the Gurayan learned to discern between physical and special attacks, deciding when to employ counter or reflect. Initially susceptible to Pikachu's Thunderbolt, it eventually mastered the ability to reflect it back. It reflected Dragonite's fire attacks, the attacks of Articuno, and even those of Giratina. A legendary Pokemon, facing off against the perpetually silly Gurayan, was left utterly humiliated and disgraced. Where had the legendary Pokemon's dignity gone? To be thwarted by a mere Gurayan. As a trainer, Musashi evolved from merely shouting out counter to raising her hands high at the sight of an attack, enthusiastically proclaiming, "I leave it to you, Gurayan. What move should you use?" Musashi pondered. Isn't that the Gurayan's decision to make? What does it have to do with me as its trainer? In the final scene, the Gurayan, still grinning foolishly, offered a salute, followed by its iconic phrase. Sonensu. Chapter 155. The Reward for Gurayan. The Mirror Princess set. The chatroom erupted. Mizuki, what kind of luck has the Rocket team stumbled upon? Especially those 2. It's almost uncanny. Akane. Indeed, Sakiki's luck is also quite remarkable. Furadali, Musashi and Kojiro, right? They may be somewhat incompetent, but their luck is undeniably impressive. I could offer you both higher salaries and positions. Would you consider switching? Sakiki. Young man, is this how you conduct yourself? Musashi. Boss Sakiki, we are wholly dedicated to Team Rocket. Kojiro. Team Rocket is our home. We will never go anywhere else. Nyarth. Indeed. That's how it is, meow. In the Rocket Team headquarters office, Sakiki observed Musashi's Gurayan, initially displaying surprise before gradually transforming into a satisfied expression. Our Rocket Team deserves such grandeur. It seems these 3 are not useless after all. Perhaps we should grant them a bit more time. With each revised judgment, Sakiki's perception of Musashi, Kojiro, and Nyarth's usefulness incrementally improved. Jinbato watched with envy and resentment. That violent girl Musashi, where did she acquire such fortuitous luck? Sakiki stroked Meowth with satisfaction, waving his hand. Let's elevate their ranks. Team Rocket is not a company that harshly reprimands its employees. Jinbato, witnessing the barrage of flattery aimed at Musashi in the chatroom, felt as though his teeth would shatter in frustration. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website finally resonated, counting down the top 10 most popular non-legendary Pokemon. 4th place. Gurayan. Reason for ranking. A clever Pokemon that fights on its own. Who could resist such charm? Gyarados. From this reasoning, I can almost see just how incompetent Gurayan's trainer truly is. Musashi. I am incredibly capable. Even if you are a member of the Elite Four, you cannot casually slander me. Daigo. One is a Gurayan that can differentiate between physical and special attacks. The other is a trainer who can only shout. I leave it to you. Well, everything is unspoken. In the Pokemon League, Damaranch wiped his face vigorously. This Gurayan has truly transcended the ordinary. How could one seemingly so foolish and naive possess such remarkable intelligence? Had I not witnessed this video, I would have found it difficult to believe. Neither Musashi nor Kojiro can truly be deemed competent Pokemon trainers, as they lack the ability to nurture their Pokemon. Yet, it appears that fortune favors these 2 individuals time and again. Yolongdu nodded in agreement, and this Gurayan, indeed, possesses its own thoughts and the capacity for contemplation, often disregarding its trainer's commands. I can't help but feel that the moments it chooses to intervene are akin to delivering a head start to Ash. Just consider how many times the Team Rocket trio has stumbled due to their own blunders. Shiba and Kona expressed their approval, unable to agree more. Upon reflection, it's rather endearing. Although a member of Team Rocket, this Gurayan is not malicious. When it needs to showcase its abilities, it feigns ignorance expertly. Listening to Yolongdu, Shiba, and Kona exchanging remarks, Damaranchi gradually felt his frustration dissipate. Well then, those members of Team Rocket are simply toxic. He could accept that Musashi and Kojiro made the list. So why not a Gurayan? What is the harm in that? Through a process of self-persuasion, Damaranchi finally came to terms with the current situation. Ash, why are you all here? Musashi, you little brat, don't think you can shake us off. Kojiro, off we go again. Ash was utterly perplexed. And Misty and Brock exchanged knowing glances. What on earth were they here for? Were they merely comedic relief? Their obsession with Pikachu is truly puzzling. Misty felt an overwhelming urge to vent, and Brock nodded in agreement. Some individuals, perhaps, remain beyond our comprehension. As Brock observed the retreating Team Rocket, a flicker of concern crept into his heart. Could Team Rocket's Pokémon also earn rewards? Would they become even more formidable next time? Turning his head, Brock caught sight of Ash beside him. Well, he was overthinking it. Reflecting on Ash's numerous Pokémon that had made the list, he considered Team Rocket's paltry few. As long as Ash persevered, the trivial matters of Team Rocket were hardly worth worrying about. The Team Rocket trio found themselves suspended from a tree, and the Gyrian suddenly burst forth from its Pokeball. Thud, thud, one by one, the two trainers and their Pokémon fell to the ground like limp fish. So naive. The Gyrian perched atop Musashi and Kojiro's backs exclaimed excitedly. Let me down. Musashi shouted in exasperation, gazing at this supposedly popular and potentially powerful Gyrian. Musashi found herself in a quandary. This Pokémon seemed so dull. Could it truly be as formidable as claimed? Musashi harbored doubts about this seemingly dim-witted Gyrian. At least it could discern when to use counter and when to employ mirror coat, surpassing Musashi's intelligence. A steaming bump appeared atop the head of the audaciously honest Meowth. Just as Musashi prepared to reprimand Kojiro and the Gyrian, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resonated. Congratulations, Gyrian, for being awarded the title of one of the top 10 most popular non-legendary Pokémon. Greetings, Gyrian. We have prepared a random reward gift pack for you. Would you like to accept? So naive? Gyrian tilted its head, appearing adorably foolish. Meanwhile, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth were brimming with excitement. Hurry, say yes. You are our Pokémon from Team Rocket. You must become incredibly powerful. It's yours if you accept. You simply cannot miss out. The two humans and one Meowth were in a frenzy, while Gyrian remained blissfully relaxed. Observing the animated antics of its companions, Gyrian tilted its head once more. Gyrian, yes. Reward has been issued. Congratulations, you have obtained max level Mirror Maiden set, locked. The Mirror Maiden set has automatically upgraded to max level. Adjusted according to Gyrian's attributes and the alternate dimension, granting a 30 chance to double the power of reflected attacks when struck, even doubling the damage of counterattacks. Chapter 156. I feel excluded. The Team Rocket trio thought they needed to persuade Gyrian further when they noticed a swirling mass of energy seemingly guarding Gyrian, filling 4 available positions. The Team Rocket trio wondered why it seemed Gyrian was mocking them. Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth contemplated, stroking their chins. The chatroom was nearly ablaze with excitement. Yolongdu. A 30 chance to double the power of reflected attacks? Is this some sort of joke? Daigo, it appears to be quite serious. Gyrian's reflection already sends attacks back, and with this enhancement, the power effectively doubles. Karuna, this is just a sudden double return. Potentially even more outrageous. The only solace in this skill is its reliance on probability, with only a 30 chance. Yolongdu reassuredly remarked. The situation was not yet dire. Kona chuckled. This was a Pokémon capable of returning even legendary attacks, and with this new ability, it could indeed take down legendaries. Perhaps an unsuspecting legendary could be defeated without warning. Yolongdu and Shiba, considering the implications, shuddered at the thought. This joke was simply too cold for laughter. However, upon further reflection, Latios, I look forward to seeing Palkia face this Gyrian. Latios, will it be defeated outright? Will it be captured? Palkia, say another word, and I'll come over to deal with you. Palkia, I can fly. I can evade. Only Groudon cannot escape such an attack. Groudon, what have I done wrong? I can fly too. Kyogre, huh, you little weakling. Groudon, why is it always me who gets hurt when I haven't even been targeted? I am undeniably being excluded. It must be that vile Kyogre leading the charge. Musashi and Kojiro circled around Gyrian incessantly, while Meowth stood still, feeling utterly isolated. I feel excluded, Meowth thought. As a talking Meowth, it considered itself akin to a human and believed it should not be envious of a non-speaking Pokémon. To hell with it. Why should this newcomer to Team Rocket, who has barely been around, receive accolades and rewards while it only has a video of Team Rocket's camaraderie? At that moment, the white screen began to flicker, capturing everyone's attention. Even Gyrian sat obediently, appearing adorably foolish as it grinned at the white screen. Hopefully, another of our Pokémon will make the list. With so many Pokémon under Musashi and Kojiro's care, surely one of them must rank. Musashi mused dreamily while watching. Kojiro readily supported her. Only Meowth remained solitary and forlorn. Gyrian nudged Meowth. So naive. In that moment, The two Pokémon shared a profound connection and turned to face the white screen together. The white screen illuminated, and 3 lines of text gradually materialized. He possesses an appearance reminiscent of a feline. He is capable of articulating human language using his vocal cords. He is one of the members of Team Rocket. In the conference room of the Pokémon League, wasn't it agreed that we were discussing Pokémon? Why is he referred to as a member of Team Rocket? Upon seeing the words Team Rocket, Damaranchi was on the verge of losing his sanity. Humans cannot. At least, they should not. Yolongdu absent-mindedly touched his nose and remained silent. Considering the workload ahead, perhaps it is best not to provoke the president any further. Yolongdu fell silent. Yet Grandma Kikuko was not so easily deterred from confronting Damaranchi. Moreover, compared to Yolongdu, Grandma Kikuko was far more audacious in her remarks. A feline, capable of speech. How could it be anything but that Meowth from Team Rocket? Setting aside Team Rocket, this Meowth is indeed quite intriguing. A Pokémon capable of speech? Legendary Pokémon can communicate through telepathy, yet it seems this Meowth is the only one that employs its vocal cords to speak. Grandma Kikuko's words piqued Kina's interest. It does seem to be the case. Kina joined in on Grandma Kikuko's fervent discussion. I believe there must be a story behind this Meowth. The 2 women engaged in animated conversation, while the 3 men nearby appeared utterly bewildered. It has been demonstrated that regardless of age, women can exhibit an unexpected fervor for topics of interest that starkly contrasts their usual demeanor. The scene shifted, transforming into a rainy night. This was Meowth's earliest memory, alone in a basket amidst the rain, frequently starving due to a lack of food. He even mistook a baseball in the hoop for a rice ball, climbing in only to be trapped by the hoop, prompting the coach to suspend him from a tree. That night, after fainting from hunger and awakening, Meowth watched a film about a Hollywood Meowth, where the Meowth indulged in ice cream and fried chicken. He resolved to reach that paradise. However, Hollywood was not Meowth's paradise. He still had to steal to survive, often failing miserably. Fortunately, he was taken in by a gang of Meowths led by a feline boss. After their heists, he finally tasted the culinary delights he had longed for: meat sauce, barbecued udon noodles, and more. The Meowth gang roamed the streets, harassing everyone in the city. Such a life was blissful, until one day, Meowth encountered a lavishly dressed female Meowth named Madonna. This was a pivotal moment that changed Meowth's life. Meowth, is that you? Musashi, watching the video featuring the mute Meowth, was filled with doubt. Surely not. This Meowth is unlike the others. It can speak and walk on 2 legs, while the Meowth in the video cannot. Kojiro also felt it was unlikely. Yet, what about the 3 lines of text in the introduction? Musashi and Kojiro turned their gaze toward Meowth, anticipating an explanation or an expression of excitement. However, they found Meowth staring blankly at the video of the female Meowth Madonna, tears welling in his eyes. Madonna Meow. He had finally made it onto the list, yet he couldn't find joy in it. That was the most painful memory of his life. Everything was laid bare. Yet, despite the sorrow, Meowth felt a mix of sadness and happiness. Someone liked him. He was a beloved Pokémon. Realizing the nature of this ranking, Meowth felt that his past efforts had not been in vain. Chapter 157. The 3rd most popular Pokémon, the hopelessly inept trio. The scene shifted. Meowth attempted to confess to Madonna, but was outright rejected. The incessant sounds of Meow were accompanied by subtitles. Can you dress me up beautifully like my master does? This was impossible, for my master is human, and quite wealthy. I suspect it would be quite difficult. As she spoke, Madonna was recalled into her Pokeball by her master. Watching the vanishing goddess, Meowth did not succumb to despair. Transforming to resemble a human became his greatest obsession. Supporting himself on his front paws, he endeavored to walk on his hind legs like a human, tirelessly studying human language and upright movement in the attic of a Hollywood academy through a small hole in a picture book. Regardless of the harsh winters or scorching summers outside, Meowth never wavered in his determination. After an indeterminate period of effort, Meowth progressed from uttering his first human word, rocket, to speaking and walking like a human. Though he could not outrun others, often getting caught and beaten while stealing food, leaving him battered and bruised, Meowth never relinquished his resolve. However, when he finally spoke before the goddess Madonna, he faced a devastating blow. A talking Meowth that could walk upright was truly disgusting. Meowth, clutching his small bundle, departed from that sorrowful city. I shall become a great villain. Even if it means using force, I will make Madonna mine. With tears streaming down his face, Meowth made this solemn vow as he left Hollywood. Ash, Misty, and Brock recognized Meowth's true identity. They never imagined that the reason the Team Rocket Meowth could speak was due to this. Suddenly, they felt a twinge of pity for Meowth. To become a villain just to win over the one he loves. As a girl, Misty felt her heart soften at the tragic fate of Meowth's first love. Tragic love stories always resonate with women, even those as young as 10. However, even without the female Meowth Madonna, Meowth likely would not have become a good Meowth. Would he? After all, he learned to steal and play tricks from the very beginning. Brock also felt a sense of pity for Meowth. Stealing was the survival method for homeless Meowths without trainers, and Brock had no words to refute this. Yet now, Meowth was a member of Team Rocket. Constantly scheming to capture Pikachu and other Pokémon, he was a thoroughly villainous Meowth. What do you think, Ash? Misty and Brock's gazes were fixed upon Ash. Why are you all looking at me? Fine. I suppose I think that regardless of what Meowth has experienced in the past, the actions he is taking now are unequivocally wrong. His misfortune and love cannot serve as an excuse for capturing other Pokémon. Misty and Brock regarded Ash with a peculiar expression, making him feel a chill run down his spine, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. I never expected Ash to be so rational, lacking any sentimentality, Misty remarked, astonished. The scene transitioned. Meowth was now a member of Team Rocket, having formed a partnership with Musashi and Kojiro. The most unique aspect of Meowth is that, despite being a Pokémon and belonging to an organization, he remains a wild Meowth. He has not been captured by any human, nor has he become anyone's Pokémon. The scene shifted again, years later, when Meowth truly fulfilled his wish, returning to Hollywood and reuniting with Madonna. However, Madonna had long been abandoned by her master and was forcibly inducted into the Meowth gang. In an effort to rescue Madonna, Meowth, who could only act chaotically, battled his former leader, Cat Boss, and ultimately emerged victorious, yet Madonna still chose Cat Boss. I still find the talking Meowth utterly repugnant. Nestled beside Cat Boss, Madonna shattered Meowth's heart once more. Musashi and Kojiro gazed at Meowth in astonishment. It seemed Meowth had turned to stone. Indeed. Regardless of who it may be, upon realizing that their beloved goddess has chosen another, and that the reason for their exclusion is their ability to speak human language, one would undoubtedly be shattered. Alas, Meowth has already transformed into a statue, unable to return. His Madonna, never to go back. Woe is me. Meowth weeps profusely within. The scene continues to unfold. Beyond Meowth's heart-wrenching past, the present Meowth possesses thoughts that are increasingly akin to those of a human. Moreover, as a talking Pokémon, he is always able to communicate with other Pokémon and often proves invaluable in unforeseen circumstances. Meowth is virtually omnipotent, capable of crafting a myriad of wondrous machines. Aside from a somewhat tumultuous romantic journey, Meowth has consistently been the backbone of Team Rocket's trio. In the eyes of Jesse and James, Meowth is not merely an ordinary Pokémon, but rather a being closer to humanity. Although they are perpetually intent on capturing Pikachu, during times of adversity alongside Pikachu, Meowth has repeatedly set aside past grievances to collaborate. They sleep together, flee together, and dance together, until he charges alongside Jesse and James. Meowth reverts back to that familiar Meowth. A talking Meowth is indeed an extraordinary marvel. It is a pity that I did not encounter one back then. Karuna took a sip of her coffee, lamenting slightly, what is a beautiful female Meowth worth? A talking Meowth is far more precious, she mused, having devoted all the time to learning the skill of gathering wealth to the pursuit of speech, harboring a desire for such a Meowth. Shania, Karuna gently patted Shania's head. Of course. It's quite alright without a talking Meowth. My Shania is the best. The scene shifts to Meowth Island. This segment was featured in a previous video, yet the visuals presented this time are distinct. It depicts Meowth having discovered a bottle cap belonging to James, stumbling in search of Jesse and James, only to encounter islanders. I possess no ability to bring happiness to anyone. Yet, I have companions who seek happiness alongside me, albeit they are a hopeless bunch of perennial failures. Nevertheless, we strive earnestly in our pursuit of joy. I too shall seek happiness on my own, and I hope everyone else does the same. The final image shows Meowth joyfully leaping onto the submarine piloted by Jesse and James, the three of them departing together in high spirits. Chapter 158, Meowth's Reward, Mundane Desires? Irrelevant to Meowth. The scene concludes, and the chatroom erupts. Akari, I believe Team Rocket is toxic. Flodari, I concur. Team Rocket is indeed toxic. Xiaobo, there is no doubt. Team Rocket is toxic from top to bottom. Sakamoto, huh? Envy openly instead of whispering behind their backs. Sakamoto beams with pride. He is immensely pleased. Haha, my Team Rocket is truly remarkable. I initially thought they were a trio of fools, yet they managed to make the list. What a surprise. Jinri, observing from the side, has gone from envy to astonishment. And now wears a blank expression. Indeed. Jinri also finds this utterly unexpected. How could Jesse, James, and Meowth possess such extraordinary luck? Yamato gazes at the continuous appearances of Jesse's crew and Pokemon on the rankings, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Woe is me. I wish to team up with James too. Had James joined us, we would have been on the list long ago. Little Saburo awkwardly comforts Yamato from the side, though his sincerity yields little effect. At this moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resonates again, counting down the top 10 most popular non-legendary Pokemon. Third place, Meowth. Reason for ranking. The one and only Meowth in the world. Ash. A talking Meowth should still be considered a Meowth, right? Yet. I don't believe I've ever scanned one. I must remember to try next time I encounter one. Brock. HM? That seems accurate. Because Meowth can speak. I subconsciously did not regard it as a Pokemon. Meowth. Apologize to me, Meow? Yet, I also feel I am more like a human, Meow. No one can ever be my trainer, Meow? Damaranchi. Although, I still find it hard to accept. Meowth. Who are you, Meow? What I think is none of your business, Meow. Pokemon League. Damaranchi, expressionless, clutches his heart, provoked by Meowth. Nearby, Gyarados, Shiba, and Kona look at Damaranchi with pitying eyes. Granny Kikuko snickers to the side. Professor Oak, however, gazes at Meowth with keen interest. This Meowth appears to hold great research value. Is it truly possible for a Pokemon to achieve this by its own strength? I am genuinely eager to study this Meowth. Professor Oak gazes at Meowth with rapture, clearly captivated by its uniqueness. After all, it is a Pokemon that can genuinely speak. Not through telepathy, but vocally. It is worth noting that not all legendary Pokemon can communicate directly with humans, such as Groudon and Kyogre. Damaranchi remains expressionless, utterly forlorn and despondent, epitomizing solitude. No one pays him any heed. Woe is me. A man does not shed tears lightly. It is merely that he has not yet reached the depths of sorrow. Misty, having watched all of Meowth's past, cannot help but sigh deeply. Regardless, she still feels a tinge of pity for Meowth, especially regarding his romantic endeavors, which have been fraught with hardship. The cat he adores does not reciprocate, and he does not wish for the one he loves to be cast away by Team Rocket. After painstakingly striving for love, even managing to defeat most of Ash's Pokemon and Team Rocket with a single, frenzied attack, his beloved then evolved, transforming from a graceful feline into a massive, portly creature. And such an adorable cat must surely be male. Meowth is heart shattered into countless pieces. Brock, listening from the side, finds his mouth twitching incessantly. He realizes that the information Misty absorbs while watching the video is vastly different from his own. Misty, they are Team Rocket now. Having not yet experienced more, Ash cannot comprehend Misty's sentimental nature, especially given that he is unaware of Team Rocket's propensity for betrayal. As he sees Misty about to become upset again, Brock swiftly intervenes, transforming into a peacemaker. Fear not, Ash. Misty is merely caught up in her emotions. She is temporarily blinded by feelings. Once she sees Team Rocket's mockery, I assure you, she will regain her clarity faster than anyone. The voice of the Multiverse Dimension website sounds again. Congratulations to Meowth for receiving the title of one of the top 10 most popular non-legendary Pokemon. Hello, Meowth. We have prepared a random reward gift pack for you. Would you like to receive it? Despite Meowth's previous eagerness, when the moment arrives, he suddenly feels a surge of anxiety. Meowth raises his paw, appearing quite flustered. See, can I really, Meow? Happiness arrives too swiftly and unexpectedly for Meowth to bear. Of course, your goddess has run off with the Cat King. What could possibly be off limits? Jesse's remark nearly brings tears to Meowth's eyes once more. James quickly adds, you can wish for anything in your heart. For instance, you could wish for the most wonderful love. An unreliable individual offered an equally unreliable suggestion to the whimsical Meow. To everyone's astonishment, Meow felt a peculiar flutter of excitement. Wait a moment. Are we not a cohesive unit, the Rocket Team? We should be able to grow stronger, become formidable, and earn more delightful rewards. As this sentiment was voiced, Musashi and Kojiro began bickering with Meow. So what now? Indeed. Goron Wang tilted his head in a charmingly innocent manner, his expression one of confusion and bewilderment. Just as it seemed the three were on the verge of escalating their quarrel, Goron Wang abruptly nudged Meow. Meow, ready to unleash a tirade, suddenly noticed Goron Wang swaying animatedly before the white screen and finally grasped the situation. Oh dear. I nearly forgot about Meow amidst the commotion between Musashi and Kojiro. Meow, yes. Please grant me a captivating and perfect love. Reward has been issued. Congratulations. You have received Gigantamax item, bound. Utilizing this item will allow Meow to undergo Gigantamax, reaching a towering height of 33 meters, sporting an elongated form and gleaming golden coins. Its moves include the devastating claw attack, which, after Gigantamaxing, Meow becomes irresistibly attracted to shiny objects, such as glass-clad skyscrapers, leading to significant damage like exterior wall peeling and shattered windows, and the Gigantamax move, gigantic golden coins, which can bewilder opponents and scatter countless coins across the battlefield, ensuring a bountiful monetary reward post-battle. Note, normally, Meow cannot Gigantamax, hence there are adverse effects. Each use of Gigantamax will plunge Meow into a state of detached tranquility for a month. Mundane desires? They are irrelevant to Meow. Chapter 159, the second most popular Pokemon, ascending to greatness together. What on earth is this, Meow? Meow emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Gaining strength is splendid. But at the cost of losing worldly desires? Meow vehemently disagrees. Meanwhile, Musashi and Kojiro laughed gleefully beside him. Gigantamax. How incredibly impressive. Plus, utilizing those massive coins. There'll be plenty of pocket change after the battle. Is losing worldly desires truly a significant issue? Not at all. Meow has yet to find a beloved cat, and is destined to be a solitary feline forever. It makes no difference whether or not it can be used. Musashi and Kojiro brazenly discussed it right in front of Meow. Clutching the Gigantamax item, Meow leaped in frustration. You shall not even entertain the thought, Meow? I will undoubtedly find a beloved cat. Meow refuses to accept the fate of eternal solitude. Dandy. I've never seen a Gigantamax Meow before. Yolongdu. I don't foresee any major issues. Xiaobua. Of course, there's no major issue. I believe this reward serves to convey to this Meow that matters of love should be cast aside. Growing stronger is your true destiny. Meow felt utterly deflated by Xiaobua's piercing words. No, I shall not resign myself to fate. Meow stowed away the Gigantamax item, issuing a defiant proclamation. Even if I leap from here, even if it leads to my demise, I shall never use this item. Worldly desires? No one can deprive me of them. In the Pokémon League, Damalanki gazed on with a mix of satisfaction and dissatisfaction. Looking on the bright side, Gigantamax is hardly an extraordinary phenomenon. Having one more Meow shouldn't pose any significant problems. Rather than fretting over Meow, it would be wiser to contemplate who the next Pokémon to ascend the ranks will be. I sincerely hope it isn't the Rocket Team again. Yolongdu and Zibikina both felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The Rocket Team has already showcased 2 Pokémon, hasn't it? A third would nearly claim a third of the spotlight. The Rocket Team is truly aiming for the stars. Damalanki immediately turned his attention back to the white screen. What will the next Pokémon be? The white screen illuminated, capturing everyone's attention. Which Pokémon could it be? The visuals trembled. It sounded as though water was flowing, accompanied by the whooshing of something rapidly spinning. 3 lines of text slowly materialized on the screen. He is a water and dark-type Pokémon. He is destined for extraordinary greatness. He is a unique bond destined to reach the pinnacle. Why do I have the feeling I know which Pokémon this is? Karuna displayed a somewhat peculiar expression. As the champion, Karuna held vivid memories of the moments when she and Shinado were overshadowed. If I'm not mistaken, that special Greninja is indeed Ash's Pokémon, isn't it? Karuna's gaze shifted as she observed the white screen. Ash, the young trainer, is truly exceptional. Many others also deduced the true identity of this Pokémon, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue. Initially, it was presumed that Ash's previous 4 consecutive Pokémon showcased were the limit. Who would have thought there was still another one awaiting them? The visuals began to play. Just as Ash arrived in the Kalos region, a Pokémon adorned with numerous white bubbles on its face quietly observed him from the shadows upon entering the Mier Gym. Then, when Team Rocket appeared, Goronwang deflected Pikachu's Thunderbolt with a mirror coat, and just as Pikachu was about to be struck, it finally leaped forth. It was Froakie, a Pokémon favored by newcomers in the Kalos region. The diminutive-eyed Froakie bore the damage from the reflected Thunderbolt, yet it bravely leaped before Team Rocket, incessantly croaking away. Meow also translated Froakie's words. He just declared that he will never forgive the villains. After Froakie finished speaking, it launched its attack, sending bubbles hurtling towards Team Rocket. Goronwang, brimming with confidence, attempted to retaliate, but was swiftly knocked to the ground by Froakie. The sticky bubbles struck the trio of Team Rocket. As Froakie's bubble attack was not a skill, Goronwang was unable to reflect it. With the combination of Froakie's water-type moves and Pikachu's prowess, Team Rocket was once more sent flying. Froakie, however, soon collapsed from exhaustion. Ash quickly scooped up Froakie and dashed away. Froakie, you must hold on. I'll take you to get treated right away. Macaulay couldn't help but shake his head. Look at that. This is a Pokémon delivered right to their doorstep. Yet for some reason, despite being a diminutive Froakie, he appears quite dashing. Macaulay was filled with confusion and disbelief. Daigo and Macaulay shared a similar thought. This Froakie's personality clearly exuded a natural sense of justice. Typically, novice Pokémon are usually bred and gifted to rookie trainers by local professors, right? Froakie should have had a trainer long ago. How could it still encounter Ash? Daigo insisted he wasn't targeting Ash, merely expressing his bewilderment. Ash possesses numerous admirable qualities: enthusiasm, integrity, and an indomitable spirit. It seems there are just too many remarkable Pokémon bred. Daigo and Macaulay both gazed at the white screen, hoping to discover the answers they sought. The scene shifted. Ash brought Froakie to Professor Bertano's research facility. Froakie's trainer had already contacted me, intending to relinquish Froakie. As Froakie's treatment commenced, the group settled down to discuss Froakie's circumstances. The child's personality is rather peculiar. Not only does he refuse to heed commands during battles, but he also abandons his trainer, fleeing from their side. They were meant to embark on this journey together, yet several trainers have returned here, returning my Froakie. Ash, along with Eureka and Citron, were taken aback. Such occurrences have happened multiple times. Perhaps he has his own considerations. Professor Bratano wore a troubled expression. Eureka and Citron accompanied Professor Bratano to observe the other Pokémon in the laboratory, leaving only Ash behind, who approached Froakie with Pikachu by his side. Froakie, I truly appreciate your assistance just now. We all adore you. Ash exclaimed. In truth, I understand that you are not an unwanted Pokémon. From the moment you saved Pikachu, I realized your enthusiasm. Chapter 160, A Dark Past. The first blood taken by the fairy-type Eevee. In the Pokémon League conference room. Oh, this kid is truly impressive. Shiba remarked, clicking his tongue in admiration as he observed Ash's words directed at Froakie. To think that a Pokémon could endure the care and trust of a trainer who genuinely loves it? It is inconceivable that this Froakie possesses such a unique personality. Ryoto nodded in agreement. Indeed, after experiencing some shared battles and developing that tacit understanding, the bond of true companionship is not far off. As for Ash's inability to capture Froakie, preposterous. No one should even entertain such a notion. The scene shifted once more. True to form, the ever-present Team Rocket re-emerged. Initially intending to capture Froakie, they were thwarted by the laboratory's Garchomp, which was forced to wear a control device in order to protect Froakie, leading to a rampage. The first to be sent flying was Team Rocket, followed by Garchomp, whose fury sent the entire city into a state of alarm. Ash and Froakie rushed to save Garchomp, scaling the Prism Tower with fervor, aided by Citron's scientific apparatus. The camera, unusually, focused on Ash. Amidst the peril, with Ash's constant reassurances and daring maneuvers, Froakie worked in tandem, allowing Ash to hold Garchomp tightly, while Pikachu used Iron Tail to destroy the control device. The following day, as Ash received the Kalos Pokédex from Professor Bratano, preparing to commence his journey, Froakie appeared before him, presenting a Pokeball. Do you wish to join me? Ash inquired earnestly as he crouched to collect the Pokeball. Without Ash realizing it, Froakie willingly entered the Pokeball, successfully being captured by Ash. Kalos region. My era. Is it? If Ash is truly there, I will undoubtedly rush to find him. Serena blushed as she observed Ash, who was risking himself to save Garchomp. Such bravery and integrity in Ash surely mirrored in his Pokémon. Thus, it is no surprise that he is so adored and welcomed by everyone. While others found it exaggerated that Ash's Pokémon dominated the rankings, only Serena felt, no problem, no flaws. My Ash is simply that exceptional. The scene transitioned again, this time at a much swifter pace, showcasing Froakie's growth journey. The evolution and development of Ash's Pokémon were not achievements accomplished overnight. Both Ash and Froakie encountered numerous challenges along the way. Froakie usually squinted, only opening its eyes during battles, occasionally adorably obscuring its face with bubbles. Froakie also embodied a strong sense of justice, actively assisting in rescuing Pokémon captured by Team Rocket. During battles, it displayed immense dedication and determination, never conceding easily. Yet, life often presents unexpected surprises. In a battle against the fairy-type Eevee, Froakie initially gained the upper hand, poised to deliver the final blow, when Eevee's charming move struck, causing Froakie to behave unusually. Its eyes filled with hearts, it became mesmerized, dancing joyfully while gazing at Eevee. Even Ash and his companions admitted they had never seen Froakie like this. Ultimately, the battle concluded with Eevee's lip-lock move. TSK TSK TSK. It seems no Pokémon can escape having a dark past. Regardless of Froakie's prowess post-evolution or popularity, it remains a male creature. Macaulay shook his head in disbelief. Yet he was utterly captivated by Froakie. This Froakie is truly dashing. Ash hasn't encountered it yet. Do you think I have a chance? Macaulay gazed at Dogao with sparkling eyes, awaiting his response. Dogao simply rolled his eyes. Froakie would have dismissed you. Moreover, given the timeline, Froakie may very well still be an egg at this point. Dogao offered his sincere conjecture, leaving Macaulay lost in contemplation. Upon careful calculation, it seemed that was indeed the case. The scene transitioned once more. Ash and his companions continued their journey, fortuitously encountering the training ninja Sanpei, engaging in a battle with his Frogadier. Although Froakie lost the fight, Ash learned from Sanpei and began training alongside Froakie. As both trainer and Pokémon honed their skills, their bond deepened significantly. Upon encountering Sanpei again, his Frogadier had evolved into a Greninja. Froakie and Greninja united to confront the cunning Tenku Kamen Ninja and his Torterra, where Froakie found itself at a disadvantage, even being slammed into hard rock, immobilized. Just as the opponent prepared to deliver a final blow, Froakie evolved. Upon evolving into Frogadier, Froakie shed its playful demeanor, embracing its newfound strength and embarking on a path of relentless battles. Defeating the forest lizard with a type disadvantage was no trivial matter for Ash and his Frogadier. Truly, a testament to Ash's Pokémon. Misty wore an expression of bemusement. I never expected Ash to retain this style even after so many years. But at last, a victory. It appears there shouldn't be any major issues. Ash gazed at the formidable Frogadier, his eyes sparkling with admiration. So this is how magnificent water-type Pokémon can look post-evolution. Unbeknownst to Ash, Frogadier was an exception. For most of his initial water-type Pokémon remained adorably unevolved. Ash, eyes gleaming, shared the moment with Pikachu, wishing he could rush to the Kalos region instantly. Ultimately, it was Ash who restrained himself. Such a future is truly exhilarating. I can hardly wait to embark on challenges, explore new places, encounter numerous Pokémon, and meet more companions. I am determined to become a true Pokémon master. Pika Pika, Pikachu echoed, filled with enthusiasm. The footage continued to roll. Ash and Frogadier encountered the psychic-type gym leader, Grilla. Who could foresee the future? That red-capped boy. I foresee a future for you and Frogadier. Young man, I am aware that your Frogadier is a Pokémon destined to traverse a tumultuous fate from past to future. This Froakie is unlike any other Pokémon. Chapter 161, Carrying Their Dreams Forward. All eyes widened in astonishment. Are there still humans endowed with such abilities? Yolongdu pondered whether his limited experiences had led to such an exaggerated reaction. The gym leader of the Dogao gym in the Carlos region, a prophet by profession, was indeed a most extraordinary individual. Damalanki promptly recalled the aspects related to Zheng Zhi from her memories and impressions. It must be said that her prophecies were remarkably accurate. She could, guided by the stars, glimpse the past and future of a person or Pokémon. This was an inexplicable ability. What Damalanki did not mention was that the future of ordinary humans and Pokémon was not worth foreseeing. Initially, it was believed that this was merely another tale about the young trainer Ash and his Pokémon. However, it turned out that this particular Pokémon had other unique traits. Everyone began to pay close attention. The scene continued to unfold. Zheng Zhi returned to the gym accompanied by several individuals. The Froakie was unlike any other Pokémon. Let me show you what I have witnessed, she declared. With a flourish of her hands, she conjured an image of Froakie as an egg and during its hatching. While the other Froakies joyfully sang together, Froakie trained diligently on its own. A solitary figure, it pursued self-improvement, embodying the spirit of a determined lone wolf. When invited by the other Froakies to play, it merely turned away. Yet, due to its lack of interaction with its peers, it frequently found itself embroiled in disputes. Eventually, it was surrounded by the other Froakies. One day, it realized from observing humans that a Pokémon could not grow strong solely by itself. It required a trainer's strength to evolve. The unspoken emotions conveyed by humans transformed Froakie. Subsequently, Froakie no longer allowed trainers to choose it. Rather, it cultivated a discerning eye for selecting its partner. It harbored a singular thought, whether the other party was worthy of its complete commitment. From the very beginning, Froakie had harbored excessively high expectations of trainers, leaving it perpetually unsatisfied. Newcomers often struggle with initial endeavors. Anyone would feel bewildered when pursuing something for the first time. However, Froakie's aspirations delved deeper. I refer to this sentiment as love. Little did I expect that what was sought by the Pokémon, dubbed a novice repeatedly returning to the laboratory, would be something of this nature. Yet Ash felt no discontent. Instead, he smiled and said to Froakie, "So it was you who chose me. I, too, wish to grow stronger, so let us grow stronger together." Both Froakie and Ash brimmed with determination, and Zheng Zhi made her final prophecy regarding Froakie's future. He would ascend to an unprecedented pinnacle unseen by anyone. Together, they would stand atop that peak. Silence. An enduring silence. This Froakie was truly unique. Yolongdu contemplated many words, yet ultimately could only describe it thus. Who would have thought that even back when Froakie was merely a Froakie, it was already actively selecting its trainer? To most trainers, the notion of Pokémon being chosen by humans seems entirely natural, yet they forget that the act of selection is inherently reciprocal. As the champion and elite four of the Kanto region, Yolongdu possessed sufficient magnanimity. Even if chosen by a Pokémon, what of it? This Pokémon certainly deserved such a privilege. Shiba and Kona nodded in agreement. If the previous Pokémon had left little impression, after witnessing this Froakie, they were genuinely captivated. This Pokémon was astonishingly unique. Truly remarkable. Only a weak Pokémon trainer would concern themselves with the matter of being chosen. The scene transitioned yet again. They encountered Samping once more and arrived at his hometown, the Ninja Village. Here, they learned of a legendary hero Froakie, who had led all the Gekuga during a great war hundreds of years ago, differing in form from other Gekuga. Subsequently, during battles against ninjas from other villages, Froakie evolved into Gekuga. In the midst of combat, it subtly altered its form, resembling the Gekuga recorded in legends. The once heroic figure returned to the world, fighting alongside Ash. Did it seem that Gekuga would dominate henceforth? Not quite. During the challenge for the 8th badge at the Inshua gym, Gekuga was defeated, plunging both Ash and Gekuga into a state of confusion. Trust began to wane between them. However, through a life-and-death ordeal to rescue a Butterfree trapped in the snowy mountains, they forged a renewed bond. Gekuga's evolution also reached its ultimate form. This was a unique bond evolution shared between them. The challenge at the Inshua gym was successfully completed. Next, it was their time to shine. Was this truly the legendary hero Gekuga? Hanzo, Ipai, and Samping were all stirred upon witnessing Gekuga's complete evolution. Little did they expect the legend of the heroic Gekuga to be true. Moreover, the legendary Gekuga would return. Their emotions could hardly be contained within mere excitement. Wiping away tears of joy, they continued to watch. The heroic Gekuga would undoubtedly be the strongest. In the Carlos region, no Pokemon could defeat the legendary Gekuga. The scene shifted once more. In the league matches, Ash and Gekuga's synergy was unstoppable, propelling them to the top 4, with no one able to halt their advance. In the semifinals, Ash faced an old rival, and Gekuga triumphed once more over the Mega-Evolved Sceptile. They successfully reached the final showdown. Alongside Alan, Gekuga and Mega Charizard put on a spectacular display. Gekuga even grasped the Water Shuriken during the battle. Following the conclusion of the match, Flotta's Flare team stirred up trouble. Together with Gekuga, Charizard, and the final entrant, Zygarde, they dealt with the Flare team. However, Zygarde proposed assistance to Ash and Gekuga, hoping to have Gekuga remain to eliminate the lingering negative energy core left by the Flare team. It's alright, even if we part ways, our hearts remain connected. This bond is absolutely unbreakable. One decided to stay and assist Zygarde, while the other embarked on a new journey as a young trainer. As the plane soared across the sky, Gekuga lifted its head under the setting sun, seemingly sensing the departure of the one who had once accompanied it. Carrying their dreams forward. Chapter 162. Why don't you say Charizard can use Water Gun? Yolongdu, Karuna, Sharona, Mikoli, Daigo, you all speak human language. Adek, haha. Why is the young man so agitated? I haven't said anything. Everyone's feelings are just too complicated, so they don't know what to say. Shigeru, such a remarkable Pokemon, and you just released it? And what about that last match? Why didn't I see you in the championship? Kasumi, if I remember correctly, in the Carlos League, Ash was the runner-up? Yolongdu, this incredible Gekuga, and you tell me it was only the runner-up? Impossible. The Pokemon League conference room. It must be said that after watching the video of Gekuga, everyone felt a shift in their hearts. What constitutes the allure of the most popular Pokemon? They have fully grasped the essence of the Frogadier. This Frogadier is truly magnificent. Moreover, during the climax at the Kalos League, its formidable presence was absolutely stunning. When Ash spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The degree of Frogadier's charisma cannot merely be articulated through words. Indeed, its final evolutionary form is quite impressive, provided one overlooks the fact that its fluttering red scarf is, in reality, its tongue. Kona adjusted her glasses, and despite her outward calmness, her heart was far from tranquil after watching the video. Ash was momentarily taken aback by Kona's reaction. Damaranch, observing from the side, wore a smile that reflected the delightful scene. How splendid this is. Just then, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website rang out, counting down the top 10 most popular non-legendary Pokemon. Second place, Frogadier. The reason for its ranking is its extraordinary nature, ascending to an unknown pinnacle. Ash, Frogadier is truly magnificent, exceptionally powerful. Gary, you let it go. I think you might as well change your name to the Master of Releasing Pokemon, since you've released all the impressive ones. Ash, I believe that. For both Frogadier and myself, it was a responsible choice. Frogadier has its own mission, and as its partner in the future, I should not place it in a position of difficulty. I must support its decisions. Gardevoir, what a gentle and upright child. No wonder it chose you in the end. Karuna, a pure-hearted individual will always be rewarded by the heavens. Ash, grinning foolishly at the messages in the chat room, appeared as if he were about to bloom with joy. Misty, beside him, rolled her eyes dramatically. Foolish Ash, don't you realize? Such an impressive Frogadier only placed second. That Charizard was clearly overwhelmed by you and Frogadier. Misty racked her brain, unable to comprehend this disparity. Why? She felt her grievance was not solely for Ash, but rather for Frogadier. How could such an extraordinary and powerful Frogadier not be crowned champion? Frogadier is the epitome of excellence. Voice strained JPG. Brock, in contrast to Misty, remained considerably calmer, though he opened his squinted eyes. While Frogadier may not possess squinty eyes, the Krogunk does. As a fellow squinty-eyed creature, Brock felt compelled to support Frogadier. I also believe that Charizard, in fact, pales in comparison to Frogadier's prowess. Could it be that there was an issue with your command? Brock could not fathom any reason for Frogadier's defeat and instinctively turned his gaze toward Ash. It must be your fault. You always act so carelessly. You never bothered to learn about Pokemon battles, and now you're facing the consequences. Misty found Brock's theory quite reasonable. Ash looked bewildered, utterly confused. How did this end up being my fault? What if it's the Charizard's issue? Perhaps it's not afraid of water or something. Ash's affection for Frogadier mirrored that of the others, if not more fervently. After all, this is his future companion. Misty, listening to Ash's defense, felt her eyes rolling toward the heavens. It's settled. It's precisely because you failed to properly study Pokemon battle knowledge. How could Charizard possibly be immune to water? Even Charmander is still wary of Squirtle and similar Pokemon. Why don't you just say that Charizard can shoot water? The two of them could not reach any resolution. While Brock listened with his squinty eyes. Yes, everyone has a fire in their hearts. It would be best to vent it beforehand. In the chat room, Groudon, this Frogadier is a water-type Pokemon, huh? Kyogre, what, do you have an issue? Can't fly? Cyrus, this Frogadier is indeed quite intriguing. And this Bond evolution, fascinating. Flint, so there are forms of evolution beyond Mega Evolution? I wonder if I can find Frogadier to study this remarkable Pokemon. Professor Bretano, I see you're dreaming of peaches. Flint gazed at the almost analyzed energy of the infinite red bean paste, feeling overwhelmed. Despite the added effort, it still remained just out of reach. Just a little more progress. How long must you all study this? Everyone should go find me a Froakie. This Pokemon harbors mysterious energy. If we cannot extract the infinite red bean paste, we must continue our efforts with this Pokemon. Flint transformed into a Charizard, nearly ready to spew flames everywhere. Cyrus also regarded the final, striking Frogadier displayed on the white screen. Heroic Frogadier? Special evolution? I wonder if this can be researched independently. If I could transform this into a technique and have it in my grasp, it would be akin to discovering a treasure trove. Cyrus's thoughts were rather straightforward. Things that can generate profit and yield benefits are what he finds most worthy of attention. As for everything else, passionate heroism, what relevance does that have to him? It doesn't earn money. Perhaps drawing attention to the Kalos region might yield unexpected rewards. The storm stirred by Frogadier is monumental. It remains uncertain whether Froakie has hatched yet, but for quite some time, Froakies in the Kalos region are likely to be immensely popular. Who wouldn't want to possess such an extraordinary and striking Frogadier? Chapter 163, The Adorable Cutie Before Evolution. Professor Bratano rubbed his forehead. Oh, I can already envision how lively the research institute will be in the coming time. Well, let us just take it step by step. Froakie, please do not fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives. Professor Bratano sincerely worries for Frogadier. At this moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed again. Congratulations to Frogadier for receiving the title of the most popular non-legendary Pokemon. Due to Frogadier not having yet hatched, the reward has been temporarily stored. It will be inquired again upon hatching. Oh my, all worries have been fundamentally resolved. The future heroic Frogadier is still just an egg. It hasn't even hatched yet. An egg. Who knows where it is or how to find it? Gary crossed his arms and snorted. Humph. Ash's luck is truly extraordinary. Gary, feeling rather proud, still let out a sigh of relief for Ash. The bond between Frogadier and Ash should not be severed by a video or the involvement of others. In the Pokemon League conference room, Damaranch let out a long sigh. My feelings. Clearly, they are trainers and Pokemon from our league, yet this commotion. Just thinking about it made Damaranch shake his head in disbelief. The special evolution and power of Frogadier are bound to attract many eyes. Even those who wish to usurp Ash's position as Frogadier's trainer. However, they fail to consider, will Froakie cooperate with them? Can they achieve bond evolution with Frogadier? Before dreaming, one must weigh their true capabilities. There is truly nothing to worry about. President, does that child not realize how special he is? Once they embark on their journey and gain experience, they will understand. Yulong-Du let out a hearty laugh, casually uttering words that were far from courteous. Sheba nodded incessantly beside him, affirming, indeed, this fellow speaks the truth. Any Pokemon trainer harboring alternative thoughts about the Koga Ninja Frog is clearly lacking in clarity. They simply haven't endured enough beatings. Let them gradually come to terms with it. Damalanki couldn't help but chuckle as he listened to their banter. Let us eagerly await the moment when Ash, alongside his Pokemon, shines brilliantly on his journey, Kona remarked with a beaming smile. A brave, upright, passionate yet gentle Pokemon trainer, who regards his Pokemon as friends. Ash surely possesses his own unique story and legend. We are but mere spectators. We can even watch the videos. Who could possibly surpass the immensely cool and formidable Koga Ninja Frog to claim the title of the #1 Pokemon? In an instant, everyone began to ponder Kona's words. Indeed, who could surpass the Koga Ninja Frog to emerge as the champion? As they gazed at the slowly illuminating white screen, the majority found themselves contemplating this very question. Which Pokemon could transcend the Koga Ninja Frog and seize the coveted first place? It must be an exceptionally powerful and handsome Pokemon. Many began to feel a sense of anticipation. As the screen lit up, accompanied by a crackling soundtrack and countless flickering lightning bolts, the announcement came. He is an electric-type Pokemon. He refuses to enter the Pokeball. He has accompanied his trainer faithfully for years. Ugh. I'm truly exhausted by the word tired. Yet, to be honest, I'm not the least bit surprised by this outcome. Macaulay's expression had become rather serene. What else could he do? Dogao couldn't suppress a couple of coughs. Indeed, what could possibly be the most popular second-place Pokémon that managed to defeat Ash? Naturally, it would be Ash's most beloved Pokémon in first place. It was both expected and unexpected. With so many Pokémon from Ash's future appearing on the leaderboard, how could his ever-loyal Pikachu not have a place among them? The only reason it hadn't T rank before was that Pikachu's rank was even higher, relegating it to the end. Daigo sighed, suddenly gaining a bit of understanding regarding Macaulay's perspective. The word tired truly felt overused. The footage began to play, contrary to everyone's expectations. It wasn't the encounter between Pikachu and Ash at the lab. Instead, it featured a small Piku, who was enveloped by the toxic fumes of a gas Pokémon, becoming disoriented and plummeting off a cliff. Just as it was about to hit the ground, it was caught by a pair of enormous claws belonging to a Kangaskhan. Its claws were as large as Piku's entire body, and though Piku was initially frightened, the Kangaskhan displayed remarkable friendliness. The little Kangaskhan played joyfully with Piku, but soon the mother Kangaskhan had to continue her journey. Seeing the solitary Piku left behind, the mother Kangaskhan adopted it, placing Piku in her pouch. She would always share her food with Piku, and at night, she gently comforted the restless Piku. This was the most exquisite tenderness Piku had ever experienced. Until one day, amidst torrential rain, the Kangaskhan, burdened with 2 children, could no longer move forward. Piku, wanting to lighten the load, attempted to walk, but was still placed back in the pouch as a child in need of care. Piku felt heartbroken. That night, Piku leapt from the Kangaskhan's pouch. Standing at the cave's entrance, gazing back at the Kangaskhan, Piku resolutely decided to leave. At the moment of farewell, Piku radiated a blinding light. Piku evolved into Pikachu. Waving goodbye to the Kangaskhan, Pikachu dashed toward a new life. When Ash witnessed Piku's transformation into Pikachu, he affectionately ruffled Pikachu's head resting on his shoulder. Pikachu, I had no idea you had such a past, Ash began, hesitating to continue, as if fearing to touch upon Pikachu's sorrowful memories. Pikachu nuzzled Ash's palm, reassuring him. It's all right. Leaving the Kangaskhan was to avoid being a burden. I have encountered a brighter future. While Ash could not comprehend Pikachu's chirps, he understood the emotion behind them. The bond between Ash and Pikachu appeared to flourish beautifully. Misty, in mock disdain, covered her eyes. No, I cannot bear to witness such displays of affection before me. Yet, she couldn't resist stealing glances at the white screen. But I never expected Piku to be so adorable in its youth. Pikachu's demeanor was utterly different from that of Piku. How does one evolve? Why do they all start off so sweet and innocent, only to enter a rebellious phase post-evolution? Piku was like that, and so was Charmander. Is this the fate that Ash must accept? Chapter 164. The most popular Pokémon. Number 1. The one who never evolves. Ash remained oblivious to Misty's thoughts. His eyes glued to the white screen, unwilling to blink. Though he knew Pikachu would accompany him for a long while, he still yearned to know just how long their journey together would last. Pika Pika. Pikachu squirmed on Ash's shoulder, nearly covering its face with its tiny paws. This feeling of being put on public display. All right, in light of your status as my Pokémon trainer, I shall allow you to watch. Pikachu flicked its tail, and in a fit of excitement and shyness, unleashed a thunderbolt at Ash. Ash was momentarily stunned. The scene transitioned to depict Ash's first encounter with Pikachu. All the other Pokémon had already been claimed by arriving trainers. However, there was still one Pokémon left, a rather difficult and uncooperative Pikachu. Ignoring Professor Oak's warnings, Ash embarked on his journey with this temperamental Pikachu. Pikachu despised being confined within a Pokeball, despite Ash's persistent attempts to coax it inside. Pikachu would merely bat the ball away with its tail as if it were a game. Initially, Ash resorted to dragging Pikachu along with a rope, but Pikachu would mock him from the trees, until Ash ultimately shielded Pikachu from a barrage of attacking Spearows. Finally, Pikachu began to trust Ash, and their hearts connected for the first time. They traversed through Pikachu's forest, home to a colony of Pikachu. After rescuing a wild Pikachu from drowning, Ash quickly earned the acceptance of this colony. Moreover, he saved all the wild Pikachu captured by Team Rocket, solidifying Pikachu's place among them. Watching Pikachu laugh joyfully within the colony, Ash turned to leave with his companions. Listen, Pikachu, you would be just fine here. As Pikachu caught up to him, Ash gently patted its head. This forest is filled with so many companions. You could lead a happy life here. Pika Pika. Then farewell, Pikachu. As Ash ran away, he reminisced about countless moments shared with Pikachu, hoping that the Pikachu left behind would find happiness. Just as Ash resolved to depart with Brock and Misty, Pikachu chased after him, determined to remain by Ash's side and continue their journey. Amidst the cheers of the wild Pikachu, Ash and Pikachu embraced tightly. The experiences they shared solidified their bond, intertwining their hearts more firmly than ever before. Shigeru's lips twitched as he watched the video of Ash, feeling an overwhelming urge to pull him aside for a thorough discussion. What on earth occupies this fellow's mind? Releasing his Pokémon time and again, often without any prompting from them? Is there something amiss in his head? Shigeru believes that even after 2 or 3 more years, he still won't comprehend Ash's peculiar thought processes. How astonishing that Ash managed to capture this Pikachu. However, it seems Pikachu is not the most suitable Pokémon for him. Shigeru finds it hard to envision himself alongside this Pikachu. They would undoubtedly clash. Indeed, this unruly Pikachu is far better suited to the foolish Ash. In the Pokémon League conference room, one cannot help but chuckle, pondering what words might truly encapsulate the essence of Ash as a youth. Yulong couldn't help but shake his head. Ash's actions are profoundly moving, yet from a more grounded perspective. Yulong feels that even he would find it challenging to make such decisions. It is undeniably difficult. Thus, such a child is to be admired, even as a novice trainer. Ash radiates a brilliance that touches everyone around him. As the scene shifts, Ash and Pikachu continue their journey, encountering even more adventures. Typically, Pikachu is not particularly formidable, yet your Pikachu is an anomaly. Its strength and potential surpass those of an ordinary Pikachu. In battle, Pikachu often exhibits remarkable ingenuity, employing attacks to trigger automatic fire suppression systems, ultimately defeating a Onix that had been drenched with water, one of its weaknesses. After a defeat to Raichu at the Leaf Gym, Pikachu adamantly refused to evolve even while hospitalized, and in their rematch, it triumphed over Raichu with its exceptional speed. In subsequent encounters, Pikachu consistently declared its desire to remain as it is, refusing to evolve. Why don't you let Pikachu evolve? In response to the gym leader's inquiries and skepticism, Ash confidently proclaimed, I have long since decided to let Pikachu retain its current form. It does not need to evolve. The bond between a Pokémon and its trainer is symbiotic. Pikachu's existence is inextricably linked to its trainer, and encountering Ash is surely a stroke of fortune for Pikachu. Macaulay observed this particularly unique Pikachu, along with its resolute decision to remain unevolved, and couldn't help but express his admiration. Daigo nodded in agreement. To refuse evolution is to forego the greater power that comes with it. Most trainers would never consent to such a notion, yet Ash did, articulating it as his own choice. Is this something anyone could achieve? Certainly not. The pursuit of power is ingrained in the very essence of both Pokémon and trainers. As the scene transitions, the unevolved Pikachu possesses strength that far exceeds that of an ordinary Pikachu. Its power is significantly greater than its evolutionary stage. Speaking Meowth can truly sense the uniqueness of Pikachu, which is why Team Rocket remains stubbornly determined to capture it, often meeting their demise at the hands of Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Along their journey, Pikachu has vanquished numerous formidable Pokémon that Ash's other Pokémon could not defeat, such as Dragonite, Metagross, and Mega Lucario. Even after sustaining damage from Z-moves or repeatedly colliding with the battlefield walls, Pikachu stands resilient, ready to fight. It's you, Pikachu. Time and again, in gym battles, league matches, trials, and tribulations, Ash confidently calls upon his Pikachu. This is their shared battle. Pikachu. With a flash of lightning, Pikachu leaps into action. Chapter 165, with despair as thunder, sweeping away the darkness of the world. Indeed, Pikachu is the mightiest Pokémon, Meowth affirmed with conviction. Absolutely. Therefore, we must persist in our plan to capture Pikachu. If we can seize this Pikachu and present it to Boss Giovanni, we shall surely earn praise and rewards. As True Bird has yet to relay their promotion news, Musashi and Kojiro continue to toil tirelessly for their advancement. The intensity of their efforts is astonishing. The scene shifts rapidly. It is evident that wherever Pikachu appears in the footage, Ash is never far behind. Together, they have experienced countless stories and battles. Most of the moments flash by in an instant, for the tale of their companionship is extraordinarily lengthy. Ultimately, Pikachu's initial disdain for Ash has transformed into an unbreakable bond of friendship. Ash has traversed many regions: Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, and Galar. His companions have changed many times: Misty, Brock, Sillin, Iris, Serena, Lily, and others. In each new region, Ash invariably captures the local Pokémon and embarks on fresh journeys with new companions. However, the one constant by his side has always been his Pikachu, his very first partner, destined to accompany him to the end. Pikachu is playful, affectionate, and at times, anxious about being left alone at the Pokémon Center. It experiences jealousy and loneliness, yet ultimately reconciles with Ash. The bond between Ash and Pikachu transcends mere companionship. It is a profound connection that cannot be encapsulated by simple words. In the Pokémon League conference room, Yulong reflects on why, despite the stunning prowess of the Greninja, it ultimately placed second. At least for Ash, in his heart, Pikachu remains the most extraordinary Pokémon to him. Yulong mused, if only I had such a Pokémon by my side for so long before he could finish. He was met with curious gazes from his companions. Yulong. Then he felt the chilling gaze of death from behind him. Oh, Yulong dared not turn around. The hefty Dragonite fixed its piercing gaze upon his back, as if to question, what do you mean by that? Do you find my companionship lacking? You ungrateful wretch. Have you forgotten how many Dragonites you possess? Using one today, another tomorrow, and now you complain about my time with you? Reflect on whose fault this truly is. Damn Ellen. Shiba and Kona watched Yulong endure the wrath of Dragonite, their expressions filled with exasperation. Can't this guy manage his mouth? Does he not understand that trouble often arises from careless words? After being reprimanded by Dragonite so many times, how can he not learn? Yulong, I've learned. But I'll still do it again next time. The footage continues, now showcasing Pikachu's adorable antics, such as claiming to be the true Ditto. With its tiny paws, it squishes its own face. Apart from color, they appear remarkably similar. From Kinta, to Audino, to Forest Lizard, to Jigglypuff, and Bulbasaur, by simply squishing its round face. It can mimic them all perfectly. One cannot help but marvel. So it turns out Pikachu is the true master of disguise. Upon witnessing this scene, even Ash cast a curious glance at his Pikachu. It turns out that Pikachu possesses such remarkable abilities. The imitation is truly astonishingly accurate. Pika Pika. Upon hearing Ash's praise, Pikachu's desire to perform surged immediately. Yes, indeed. I am that impressive. Would you like to see? I can showcase a performance right now. With a playful grip on its round face, Pikachu commenced its live act. Misty and Brock watched in awe as Pikachu dazzled them with its display. As for the content of the video, everyone already knew Pikachu had secured the first place, so whether they watched or not seemed to hold little consequence. After all, Ash's future appeared as though it were on an unstoppable trajectory. I believe that aside from the competitions where he inexplicably loses in other gym battles, he consistently triumphs through sheer determination, even against unfavorable matchups. Nothing seems to pose a challenge to them. Misty remarked, her expression one of exasperated disbelief. Listening to Misty's lamentations, Brock surprisingly found himself in agreement. Exactly, that's right. Both Ash and Pikachu are extraordinary. Together, they are bound to create one miracle after another. Wouldn't you agree? As the scene transitioned, everyone witnessed the harmony and journey of Ash and Pikachu, as if the two could walk together endlessly. Then the camera shifted. At the foot of the Azure Mountain, ominous dark clouds loomed heavily overhead, casting a shadow over the landscape devoid of sunlight. Dozens of Pokémon displayed an unsettling glimmer in their eyes, gradually advancing towards Ash and Pikachu under the control of a diminutive creature. Behind them lay a sheer abyss, offering no retreat. I know you dislike entering, but perhaps doing so might save you, Ash urged, pushing a Pokeball towards Pikachu. He stood up, no longer gazing at Pikachu, flipping the brim of his cap. Who do you think I am? I am Ash from Pallet Town. I am destined to become the world's greatest Pokémon master. With arms outstretched, Ash shielded Pikachu behind him, yet Pikachu leaped forward of its own accord. As the Pokémon attacked, both Ash and Pikachu were left battered and bruised, collapsing to the ground. Pikachu, why won't you enter? Ash asked, cradling Pikachu with concern. I just want to stay with you. Always, Pikachu replied. Ash gazed at Pikachu in astonishment, just as the onslaught from the Pokémon approached anew. Taking the initiative, Ash withdrew Pikachu into the Pokeball, facing the assault alone. The attack subsided, leaving only a solitary Pokeball rolling on the ground. Pikachu emerged from within, but the figure it longed to see was no longer there. Pika? Picking up the hat that lay on the ground, Pikachu cradled it close. Pika, Pika? Realizing that Ash was gone, Pikachu emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Pikachu! A brilliant bolt of lightning surged towards the sky. The dark clouds dispersed. Today heralded another day of clear blue skies. Chapter 166. A shocked and unsettled heart. The scene concluded against the backdrop of a clear, cloudless sky. All who beheld this image, both people and Pokémon, were enveloped in silence. Finally, after a considerable pause, it was Ash himself who first reacted. No matter when. Pikachu's Thunderbolt is always so powerful. I still feel a tingling sensation all over. Are you out of your mind? Is that really your focus? You're dead. Your future self is completely gone. Shouldn't that be your primary concern? Gary retorted. Ash, are you really okay? Serena inquired. Is there a problem with the editing of this video? Dragon Tamer added. In the chat room, everyone seemed to have forgotten about Pikachu's victory or Ash's Pokémon. The final scene had left them utterly stunned. Had Pikachu's lightning reached a level akin to that of legendary Pokémon? And what of Ash's fate? Was he alive or dead? A torrent of questions left their minds in disarray. They had so much to say and inquire, yet in the end, they were at a loss for words. The moment Ash vanished, Serena leaped up. Ash! Her eyes widened in shock as she reached out, desperately trying to grasp the white screen. If you have the ability, then reveal what happens next. Stalling here is no accomplishment. Yet, unable to touch the screen, she could only watch the blue sky and white clouds helplessly. What had become of Ash in the end? Huh. He had no idea. After being electrified repeatedly by an overly emotional Pikachu, Ash finally could no longer contain himself. Holding Pikachu closely, he gazed earnestly into its eyes and declared, "Pikachu, don't worry. I will always be by your side, and together we will continue our journey. I am destined to become the greatest Pokémon master. I won't perish so easily," Ash proclaimed boldly. The scenes in the video, did they have any relevance to him? Not at all. Ash thought resolutely. For him, what had not occurred could not possibly exist. As for how he would react if faced with such a scenario, he silently vowed within his heart. He would grow stronger. At the very least, he would ensure Pikachu lived well. Pika Pika. After several confirmations, Pikachu regarded Ash's earnest yet silly expression and reluctantly felt reassured. All right, I will temporarily trust you, but if you dare let me down. Pikachu's cheeks crackled with electric energy. Observing Ash and Pikachu finally calmed down, Misty and Brock let out a sigh of relief. You truly had me worried to death, Misty exclaimed, patting her chest. That seemed exceedingly perilous. However, I believe Ash won't go down so easily. After all, he has so many legendary Pokémon awaiting him in the future, Brock added, unsure whether he was reassuring himself or his companions. But speaking of which, Pikachu's final attack was absolutely incredible. Ash remarked, "Humph, you're such a carefree fellow." But yes, Pikachu's last Thunderbolt was indeed extraordinary. It's beyond what an ordinary Pokémon could achieve. Gary commented, could it be that Ash's demise somehow enhanced Pikachu's combat abilities? This is no mere enhancement. That power has doubled, surpassing even that of electric-type legendary Pokémon. This Pikachu is indeed something special, Sceptile observed. But what does it matter? This is our Pokémon League trainer. The Pokémon of the League. Want to take it? Dream on. Dragon Tamer scoffed. Rest assured, Boss Sakaki. We will find a way to capture Pikachu and present it to you. The trio of Team Rocket gawked in astonishment at Pikachu's final blow. That was no longer just a thunderbolt, it was a billion volts, wasn't he it? Had the dark clouds been completely dissipated? Jesse and James exchanged incredulous glances. Meowth's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Stretching out a paw to prop up its chin, Meowth's eyes sparkled as it said, "If we can capture this Pikachu and present it to the boss, it will surely make him happy." Although Musashi and Kojiro exhibited a hint of trepidation towards Pikachu's attack, they nonetheless felt a surge of excitement. It seems to be the case. Fortune favors the bold. They are capable of this. The trio from Team Rocket appeared to brim with confidence. In the Pokémon League conference room, as they observed Ash, lively and unaffected in the chat room, Yolongdu and the others released a long sigh of relief. Truly, Ash possesses an extraordinary resilience, Yolongdu remarked, shaking his head. While commendable in courage, Shurba contemplated Ash's recklessness. Yet, recalling the scene, both Ash and Pikachu had no option left but to confront the situation. It seemed, at that moment, to be their best choice. Ash chose to let Pikachu survive, facing all the attacks himself. Was that not justifiable? Kona glanced at Shurba, who was at a loss for words, and smiled gently. Adjusting her glasses, calmly, she analyzed, it's entirely possible that Ash may not perish. As everyone turned their attention to Kona, she continued, the Lord of the Phoenix holds a different stance towards Ash. How many years have we been unaware of the Phoenix's whereabouts? Yet, Ash encountered the Phoenix the very moment he departed from Mossera Town. If the Phoenix were to learn of Ash's plight, it wouldn't be implausible for it to intervene and revive him? As Kona spoke, the others began to find her words somewhat absurd. After all, this was the legendary Pokémon, the Phoenix. Would it truly intervene for the life of a mere human? Yet, in the next moment, everyone recalled Ash's seemingly miraculous encounters with divine beasts, and suddenly, it didn't seem so impossible after all. This was Ash. Whatever transpired in his life always held potential for the extraordinary, and perhaps this was for the best. A child like Ash should not meet such an untimely end. His future ought to be even more splendid. Damaranch concluded. Professor Oak remarked, am I the only one who noticed that Pikachu seemed to be speaking? Left to his own devices, Professor Oak pondered but ultimately refrained from voicing his curiosity. Never mind. Let us just pretend I didn't notice. After all, everyone knows that aside from Pokémon like Meowth, who are specifically trained to speak, only legendary Pokémon possess the ability to converse. Chapter 167. Pikachu's Reward. You shall have all that you desire. After an enthusiastic discussion, everyone gradually regained their composure. Groudon, this Pikachu's final power truly transcends the divine. Zapdos, Raikou, Thundurus, Zekrom, and Zeraora, each one is formidable. Observe, this is the might of an ordinary Pokémon. Zapdos, yep. Raikou, Thundurus, Zekrom, heh. Zeraora, this little brother is impressive. Care to join our ranks of electric-type legendaries? Groudon, your aspirations are grand indeed. To be outshone by a mere ordinary electric-type Pokémon. How can you hold your head high? Thundurus, heh. I do not converse with legendaries that cannot fly. Groudon, damn. What does mutual harm entail? This is what it means. You won't let me have it easy? Then I shall pierce your heart. The crowd laughed as they watched the legendaries in the chat room throw jabs at each other for Pikachu. These legendaries are truly lively. Yes, I'm talking about you, Groudon. Chi Yinsong's brow furrowed with distress. Why is Groudon so different from my expectations? Wasn't he supposed to be the Lord of the Earth? Why does he behave like a clown, constantly provoking other legendary Pokémon? The irony is that he is the one who ultimately suffers. To be a fan of such a legendary Pokémon requires immense courage. Chi Yinsong finally grasped what it means for admiration to be the most beautiful distance. Being too close reveals just how foolish the legendary Pokémon he had always dreamed of truly is. It easily gives rise to thoughts of wanting to unfollow. Following Shui Wudong, Chi Yinsong also felt the weariness of the heart. The notorious organizations of the Hoenn region are bound by unwavering loyalty. Tragically, Chi Yinsong lacked a charming female subordinate to gently comfort him. Alone, he clutched the dark, three-legged golden crow, shedding silent tears while pondering what to do next. Fanyi, the one controlling the other Pokémon, seems to be the mythical Pokémon, Marshadao. Fanyi, I have spent my life pursuing and studying the Phoenix. The Shadow Guide will lead the Rainbow Warrior to summon the Phoenix. Although it was merely a fleeting moment, many details align perfectly. Selena, the Phoenix? The Rainbow Warrior? Are you suggesting that Ash did not perish? Fanyi, I'm not entirely sure. If this young man truly is the Rainbow Warrior, it's quite likely that the Phoenix will appear and revive him. Shigeru, I knew that foolish people have their own fortune. How infuriating. Why does he always encounter so many legendary Pokémon? It's utterly unscientific. Hanako, it's good for this child. Shigeru, upon noticing someone recognized the details in the scene and provided a very plausible explanation, finally felt a sigh of relief for Ash. With arms crossed, he returned to his aloof demeanor. Worry? Not a chance. He, Shigeru, would never fret over a fool like Ash. However, as fellow Pokémon trainers hailing from Masera Town, if this guy were to perish so easily, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Shigeru proclaimed defiantly, though a glint of envy flickered in his eyes. Legendary Pokémon. I'm not envious at all. If I return and study Pokémon with my grandfather, will I have the chance to encounter so many legendary Pokémon? As a trainer, those who maintain a pursuit for Pokémon would yearn to witness those legendary beings with their own eyes. Even the proud young master is no exception. Misty, observing Fan Yi's words, breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her chest. Thank goodness. This is a future that could appear at any moment. And the uncertainty of the outcome is indeed unsettling. It's much better now. After regaining her composure, Misty's tone towards Ash turned stern again. And you? Can't you take a little more care of yourself? Stop engaging in such perilous endeavors. Your well-being is of utmost importance. Ash scratched his head, responding, I understand. But sometimes, events unfold beyond my control. Encountering certain circumstances requires one to respond accordingly. Misty rolled her eyes at Ash's response. She knew it. It was futile to say anything. Regardless, you must ensure your safety. Don't make us worry about you. Misty was uncertain why she and Brock were not by Ash's side in the video. Yet, she understood that Ash's journey was not devoid of companions and concern. All she could do was offer a few words of admonition during their travels together. Pika Pika. Pikachu suddenly leaped onto Ash's shoulder. Don't worry. I will always be by his side. No matter when. You can't think of leaving me behind. Pikachu earnestly exclaimed, and Ash understood its meaning. Breaking into a wide smile. The feeling of being cared for by everyone truly warmed his heart. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resonated. Congratulations to Pikachu for being awarded the title of the top 10 most popular non-legendary Pokémon. Pikachu, greetings. We have prepared a delightful random reward package for you. Would you like to accept it? Pikachu tilted its little head. Yes, of course. Initially, Pikachu harbored no intense desire to grow stronger. It merely wished to accompany Ash and grow alongside him. However, Pikachu's sentiments have now entirely transformed. It not only yearns to become stronger, but aspires to attain extraordinary power. Pikachu even contemplated whether it should evolve into Raichu. Yet, due to some inexplicable determination, Pikachu hesitated to evolve. With alternate avenues for growth now available, Pikachu readily agreed. Pikachu, yes. I want to become incredibly strong. Able to protect Ash. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations. You have received Mjolnir, the Hammer of Thor, and the Bond of Life. Mjolnir, a weapon from the world of the Thunder God, forged from stellar cores, possessing immense power against planetary weapons. It automatically integrates into the body and can be summoned as a skill. However, due to its lethality, using it will always result in physical exhaustion. Duration varies with the power used. Bond of Life, a mystical charm from the world, which, with the consent of both parties, can bind two life forms. As long as one does not perish, the other shall remain unscathed. Only in cases of mutual demise will both meet their end. Chapter 168. Sakaki. I must say, everyone present here is rather pathetic. Pikachu's voice brightened with joy. These rewards are truly magnificent. A shimmering phantom of a thunderous hammer merged slowly into Pikachu's body under the watchful eyes of Ash, Misty, and Brock. Pikachu gazed at its petite form with curiosity, using its little paws to explore every inch of itself. Yet, it found no discernible change. Is it truly without consequence? Mjolnir? It sounds like an extraordinarily formidable weapon. Ash looked at Pikachu with concern. Pika Pika. Pikachu emphatically patted its chest with its tiny paws. I'm fine. Absolutely nothing is wrong. I feel fantastic. Mjolnir is a heavyweight weapon that cannot be wielded casually, as the aftereffects are quite severe. However, possessing such an assurance alters one's outlook entirely. Even if they were to encounter the situation depicted in the video, Pikachu firmly believes that it can strike back with a single blow against those Pokémon. It will never allow Ash to fall into danger again. Pikachu recalled that there was yet another reward, the Bond of Life. Both Ash and Pikachu found this aspect exceedingly appealing. Pikachu felt that with this, there would no longer be instances where it would be left behind. Ash also contemplated Pikachu's lifespan. Although unsure of how long Pikachu would live, this bond would mean that as long as he lived, Pikachu would be by his side for the same duration. Splendid. Truly splendid. Both the trainer and Pokémon were immensely satisfied with these rewards. Meanwhile, Misty and Brock exchanged worried glances. Are you both certain about this? This will irrevocably bind you together, leaving no room for regret. Misty did not doubt the bond between Ash and Pikachu, but she felt they should both take a moment to reflect. Brock echoed her sentiment. Yes, Ash. You must think this through. Do not make a hasty decision. Hearing Misty and Brock's concerns, though tinged with care, Ash smiled. Worry not. Both Pikachu and I have thoroughly considered this. We will undoubtedly remain together, right, Pikachu? Pika Pika. Pikachu nodded furiously, its voice radiating joy. Misty and Brock merely hoped for their well-being. Since Ash and Pikachu were so resolute, they had no further reason to dissuade them. As two yellow charms, seemingly imbued with mysterious power, gradually melded into their bodies, an ethereal red thread appeared to connect Ash and Pikachu, only to vanish the next moment. Yet, both Ash and Pikachu sensed an unmistakable difference. They felt a newfound synergy, a deeper understanding of each other's thoughts. In Masera Town, Hanako gazed at the white screen displaying Pikachu's rewards, letting out a sigh. Soon, a smile graced her face. This child, Ash, will surely be fine. I simply need to await his return at home. Unable to assist Ash, Hanako could only support his dreams and prepare his favorite home-cooked meals upon his return. At Team Rocket's headquarters, Sakaki absent-mindedly stroked Meowth's fur, his expression contemplative and detached. Boss Sakaki, should we send more elite members to capture this Pikachu? Jinbira suggested. Sensing Sakaki's thoughts were elsewhere. No need. Let those three handle it, Sakaki replied, not even glancing at Jinbira, his tone flat. Jinbira immediately recognized her misjudgment. The boss seemed to be in a rather somber mood. She quickly bowed her head, refraining from further interruption. Sakaki pondered the bond he had just witnessed between Ash and Pikachu, reflecting on his own Pokémon. Ordinary Pokémon age and die, a reality that Sakaki finds unchangeable. That bond of life, Sakaki sighed. Oh well, I've already achieved my first, and I've found Shiro. In this world, perfection is unattainable. I've done all I can. He resolved to continue earning money. As long as I accumulate enough wealth, there is nothing I cannot achieve. With money, I can delve deeply into technological research. Regardless of the endeavor, it can be accomplished. Money makes the world go round. In the Pokémon League conference room, wow, these two rewards are truly beyond description. Ryudo mused, stroking his chin, pondering for a long while before finally exclaiming, I understand your point. Whether it be a powerful weapon or a binding of life, in ordinary circumstances, they hold no immediate value. It seems as though they have grown stronger and more secure, yet it also feels as if nothing has changed. Kona promptly articulated Ryudo's thoughts, and Ryudo nodded vigorously. Exactly. Speaking of which, both Ash and Pikachu have achieved a first, yet the rewards they received are not those that would instantly enhance their strength. It feels as though they are being spared from growing too quickly. Listening to Ryudo's perspective, everyone began to feel that this might indeed be the case. That is splendid. Young Ash should grow at his own pace, without the need for external forces. These rewards serve more as a safeguard for them. Even with foresight into parts of the future, the bond and journey between Ash and Pikachu will remain unscathed. Macaulay, I must mention, have you not noticed? Among the top 10 most popular Pokémon, a staggering 6 belong to young Ash. 6. Do you comprehend the significance of this? Daigo, among the remaining 4. 2 are the main Pokémon of the League Champions, and 2 are, surprisingly, from Team Rocket? That is rather absurd. Sakaki, haha. Thus, it is Team Rocket that reigns supreme. All those other teams, Water, Magma, Galaxy, Flame, Skull, are utterly pathetic. Sakamoto, to be honest, I'm not targeting any of you. Rather, aside from that chosen one, Ash. I believe all of you present are utterly pathetic. Sakamoto, you shouldn't have any objections to my statement, right? After all, Team Rocket has consistently trounced you all in the rankings, and this is not the first or second time. Sakamoto arrogantly declared in the chat room, showing no fear of the impending backlash from others. Sakamoto, am I mistaken? You are all nothing but insignificant pests. Chapter 169, The Privileged Pikachu. Sakamoto unleashed a broadside, including everyone except Ash in his tirade. The Pokémon League was on the verge of an explosion. Other villainous organizations also viewed Team Rocket with considerable disdain. Why is Team Rocket always in the mix? They are truly insufferable. Observing Sakamoto's proud demeanor, the other evil organizations felt a twinge of discontent. Could it be that they are truly that incompetent? No. They must not allow Sakamoto to brainwash them. They are still formidable in their own right. However, the thought of the Rainbow Rocket team established by Sakamoto was quite unsettling. They would rather believe in the Pokémon League than accept the words of Team Rocket. Sakamoto, with his single-handed efforts, almost swayed all other evil organizations towards the Pokémon League. Truly a cause for celebration. Applause. The Pokémon League was utterly speechless at Sakamoto's antics. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths? They need not heed his words. Young Ash is undoubtedly one of us in the Pokémon League. Naturally, Ash's Pikachu is also a member of the League. Thus, Ash's glory is the League's glory. Sakamoto can only watch from afar, unable to partake. Damaranchi stroked his beard, feeling somewhat pleased. It is indeed true. But is it possible that evil organizations are truly this popular? Whether it be the most favored trainers or Pokémon, it appears they have representation in the rankings. And not lowly positions either. What other rankings might arise next? While it may be troubling to consider their presence, Yolongdu felt a genuine concern. Yet the gazes of Damaranchi and other companions had shifted towards him differently. No, you must remain silent. Some thoughts should not be uttered aloud. For once spoken, they may very well come to fruition. Uncertain what the next rankings would reveal. Glancing at the now dimmed white screen, Mikoli stretched lazily. The time for idleness had concluded. Work was beckoning once more. Fortunately, he had managed to keep Daigo around this time. The more Mikoli pondered, the brighter his smile became, while Daigo's expression soured further. Work was manageable, but being favored by Mikoli was unacceptable. Daigo, this was your own decision. Why has the screen brightened again? Mikoli was utterly bewildered. Daigo's change of expression was rapid. Realizing he might have a bit more time to slack off, Daigo immediately reverted to his impassive demeanor. Whatever. Let us just see what happens. In the parallel world of Blue Star, some Pokémon were indeed capable of making it onto the popularity charts. Yet, the sheer number of Pokémon associated with the Wise One was staggering. Faced with so many aesthetically pleasing, impressive, or entertaining Pokémon, Zheng Zhi found his selection process overwhelming. Additionally, the video content regarding Pikachu was challenging to edit. A portion of the content could easily be extracted to create 2 additional short videos. The greatest fear while editing videos is either an abundance or scarcity of material. As the undeniable protagonist, Pikachu's related footage was simply too plentiful. Zheng Zhi felt as though he might lose his hair, ultimately deciding with delight to create 2 more short videos related to Pikachu. Subsequently, he planned to edit a few of the more popular Pokémon separately. With a cheerful resolution made, the editing process was swift. Okay, upload. In the Pokémon World, observing the incessantly brightening white screen, all the evil organizations poised to cause trouble, and the working Elite Four champions uniformly halted their activities. They could easily wait to stir up chaos until after watching the video. A line of elegant cursive appeared on the white screen. A recap of the formidable Pokémon Pikachu has triumphed over 5 victories, 1 draw, including 2 legendary Pokémon. Groudon, wait. What is this nonsense? How can a legendary Pokémon lose to a mere yellow mouse? Kyogre, be polite. It's not a yellow mouse. It's an electric mouse. Ho-oh-ha. Let us hope the opponents aren't you too. Otherwise, prepare to be ridiculed. Latias, I am fully prepared to mock Groudon. Latias, indeed. Zapdos, please release more videos of legendary Pokémon being beaten. Articuno, they are merely showcasing their battle prowess. This is not a dark history. Zapdos, you must accept it. Your disgrace cannot be washed away. Groudon was genuinely starting to panic. Roar. There is absolutely no way this could be me. My body is so large. 1 swipe could crush this little creature. And 5 victories, 1 draw, 2 legendary Pokémon? Huh. No matter how you calculate it, 1 legendary Pokémon has indeed been utterly defeated. How embarrassing. As long as it's not himself, Groudon had already envisioned how to enjoy the spectacle. In the Pokémon League conference room, the individuals who had initially prepared to leave, including Yolongdu, returned to their previous seats. What constitutes a formidable Pokémon that has been defeated? How is this strength categorized? And do gym battles fall within this scope? Yolongdu was curious about this matter. For Pikachu, most Pokémon are stronger than him. After all, Pikachu's limits are apparent. How is this determined? Unknown. However, once they watched, they would understand. Other trainers' Pikachu is merely an ordinary electric mouse, but Ash's Pikachu is distinctly different. They recalled the astonishing thunderstorm. Very well, let us pretend he said nothing. In the Team Rocket headquarters office, Sakamoto intertwined his fingers. His gaze firmly fixed on the white screen. Pikachu. Is this Pikachu truly so special? Has it even warranted the creation of additional videos? Who was the last to receive such treatment? Oh, one was the mockingly ridiculed Go. Another was the trainer Ash. Though that video leaned more towards gossip and entertainment rather than showcasing strength like the current one. And then there was that foolish trio from Team Rocket. At the time, it didn't seem significant. After viewing several rankings, Sakamoto finally realized that these supplementary videos following the rankings were a form of special privilege. It seems I must take a closer look at this Pikachu. Upon discovering that Pikachu's value surpassed his expectations, Sakamoto finally began to regard Pikachu with genuine interest. Let us first observe the strength this Pikachu is about to demonstrate. The white screen began to sway gently, as Pikachu's formidable prowess was set to be unveiled before all. Chapter 170. A loss is a loss, is it not? The white screen finally illuminated. Although it was merely a side story featuring Pikachu, it was, as before, a recap video. 3 lines of text gradually emerged. He is a Dragon-type and Flying-type Pokémon. He is entirely orange, with small wings for flight. He is a quasi-legend from the first generation. In the Pokémon League conference room, Yolongdu's gaze gradually fell upon the corpulent creature behind him. The dragon and flying attributes were indeed a match. Its entire body was a vivid orange-yellow, with petite wings capable of flight, an undeniable alignment. The concept of a first-generation quasi-deity perplexed Yolongdu. Nevertheless, the might of Dragonite was undeniably formidable. Beneath the divine beasts, Dragonite was exceptionally capable. Oh, the rotund Dragonite, the menacing roar of the dragon. Frantically flapping its diminutive wings, the hefty Dragonite sought to jolt Yolongdu's mind into clarity. I am your Pokémon. Why are you reveling in the thought of losing to a Pikachu? Does that not mean you were defeated by the young trainer Ash? How embarrassing for you. As Yolongdu dashed about, cradling his head, a look of sudden realization crossed his face. Oh, it seems to be just as you say. I genuinely believe you and Dragonite could form a remarkable duo. Together, you would undoubtedly become the most exceptional comedic pair. Shiba, arms crossed, rolled his eyes, nearly reaching for the heavens. What sin did he commit in his past life to be subjected to the sight of Yolongdu's foolishness daily? Even this once intelligent Dragonite was on the verge of being rendered foolish by Yolongdu. Could this possibly be Dragonite? Surely not that fellow Do. If that were the case, I might just laugh myself senseless. Mikoli was rolling on the sofa, fully aware that multiple trainers possessed Dragonite, yet the most renowned was undoubtedly Yolongdu's, his ace Pokémon. Ahem. It should not be Do. Moreover, he has more than one Dragonite. Losing one does not negate the existence of the others, does it? Daigo pressed his fist against his mouth, barely suppressing laughter. He was a professional. Unless it was truly hilarious, he would never allow himself to laugh. Cough, cough. Daigo and Mikoli shared the same sentiment. Even if this Dragonite was not Yolongdu's, it did not hinder their enjoyment of tormenting him. The scene illuminated. It was the Orange League battle, with Ash facing the chief trainer, Yuji. Ash, in perfect sync with his Pokémon, had consecutively defeated Yuji's 5 Pokémon using Tauros, Bulbasaur, and Charizard. Yuji was left with only 1 Pokémon to deploy, while Ash, with his recently victorious Charizard, still had 4 Pokémon remaining. It appeared to be a highly favorable match. Alright, it's your turn. Go. Dragonite. Upon seeing the opposing Dragonite, Ash displayed an expression of astonishment. Yuji, observing Ash, thought to himself, this is the final Pokémon, but the true duel lies in how you confront it. Yet, Dragonite swiftly triumphed over Ash's Charizard and Squirtle. Even when Team Rocket attempted to capture Dragonite while it was fatigued, it effortlessly sent them flying. The battle continued. Tauros, having sustained prior injuries, ultimately succumbed to Dragonite. Ash was left with only Pikachu. This was Ash's last stand. Still weakened from the earlier battle against Ditto, Ash had no other Pokémon to deploy. Take it down, Dragonite. Go, Pikachu. The hefty Dragonite and the diminutive Pikachu charged toward each other. While Pikachu was swift, a mere flick of Dragonite's tail sent it soaring. Seizing the opportunity before Pikachu could recover, Dragonite unleashed its ultimate move, Hyper Beam. A decisive blow, just as everyone believed Pikachu was destined to lose. It cleverly utilized its tail to propel itself off the ground and sprang into the sky. Pikachu leaped onto Dragonite's head, grasping the 2 antennae atop its head. Dragonite had expended all its energy and could not retaliate against Pikachu. However, its size remained imposing. At last, Pikachu's Thunderbolt finally drained Dragonite of all its stamina, causing it to collapse. Pikachu had aided Ash in achieving victory. Orange League. Yuji. Well, this boy is truly remarkable. It is no shame for Dragonite to lose to him. Observing his disgruntled Dragonite bouncing beside him, Yuji could only offer continuous words of comfort. What else could he do? Roar. Dragonite angrily opened its mouth wide. I lost. But I did not merely lose to Pikachu. I lost because I had expended too much energy in the preceding battles. Yuji chuckled at Dragonite's protests. I understand. You feel that losing in a normal match is acceptable, but being singled out like this is rather embarrassing, right? Yuji could easily discern Dragonite's sentiments. Dragonite snorted in agreement. Yes, indeed. In battles, victories and defeats are commonplace, but you cannot publicly execute my losses. Faced with Dragonite's grievance, Yuji burst into laughter. In the Pokémon League conference room, Yolongdu finally exhaled a long sigh of relief upon seeing that hefty Dragonite take the stage. Despite claiming it was impossible, he still had concerns within. To be honest, he felt that the most renowned Dragonite trainer had to be himself, Yolongdu. If a Pikachu were to defeat his Dragonite, what expression would he wear? Yolongdu's mind raced through numerous contingency plans. Thankfully, it was not him. Humph. The hefty Dragonite behind Yolongdu also let out a large snort. I told you it was impossible for me. However, I did not expect such a tiny Pikachu to be so formidable. Whether it was Pikachu or the young trainer Ash, both exhibited remarkable agility of mind. The ability to bounce using its tail was indeed impressive. Shiba regarded the prowess of both Ash and Pikachu with newfound respect. It seemed that Ash's success was truly not mere chance. He would undoubtedly become an exceptional Pokémon trainer in the future. Shiba did not hesitate to offer his praise. Indeed, it is somewhat regrettable that it was not that fellow Du who was defeated. Kona's remarks garnered unanimous approval. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed once more. Pikachu triumphs over the formidable Pokémon. Dragonite. Reason for ranking, whether due to exhaustion or depletion of energy. A loss is still a loss, right? Chapter 171, Pikachu, it is you, then. Observing the long-awaited sharp tongue of the Multiverse Dimension website making a comeback. Everyone and the divine beasts appeared momentarily dazed. This seems to be not entirely inaccurate. Yolongdu, why is there no ranking for this? Zapdos, indeed. They should certainly receive a ranking. I want to see which foolish divine beast cannot even defeat Pikachu. Zapdos's lively comments left everyone speechless. What happened to the lofty status of divine beasts? You have completely tarnished it. Zapdos, I did not. The prestige of divine beasts was already diminished back in the days of their dark history. To their surprise, the Multiverse Dimension website responded this time. Listening to the light-hearted delivery of the most piercing words, this ranking does not prioritize order. After all, losing is losing. There is no need to publicly humiliate the one who lost to the same Pikachu, right? Yuji clutched his heart, revealing an expression of exasperated amusement. Observing his Dragonite. Now reinvigorated, Yuji could only pat his old companion's shoulder. Keep up the good work. Let us strive to become stronger by the time Ash arrives with his Pikachu to participate in the Orange League. Roar. The Dragonite lets out a mighty cry. Yes, indeed. That's the spirit. We must endeavor to grow stronger. And he must personally bring that Pikachu to its knees. Misty, observing the impending turmoil between Ash and Pikachu, couldn't help but shake her head in resignation. I am well aware of the dynamic between you two. Ash, your journey with Pikachu is destined to be fraught with challenges. Just consider the performances of Ash and Pikachu in those recent videos. Wow, they have truly gained notoriety. Misty believes that anyone who has glimpsed the white screen would surely recognize Ash and Pikachu. No matter, regardless of the challenges we face. Pikachu and I shall not be daunted. Ash declared with clenched fists, brimming with enthusiasm. No matter the trials ahead, he would not falter. Brock, with a cheerful demeanor, prepared a new meal for Pikachu. Sensing that they would linger here for a while, Brock had already begun to craft a new recipe he had acquired. Pikachu, with its small paws, eagerly indulged in the feast. And what of Ash, who was filled with fervor? Not a problem. Consolation prize awarded. Congratulations on receiving a frying pan. This item is an absolute essential for home or travel. It can serve as a weapon against assailants, or as a shield against unknown attacks. Highly praised by all who have used it. Dragonite's response. What is a consolation prize? You didn't even ask if I wanted it. This is blatant coercion. Dragonite, furious, opened its mouth wide. Roar. I'll unleash a destructive beam upon you. Yet, Dragonite could not obliterate the white screen nor exit the chat room. It could only stare with its round eyes, watching as a frying pan materialized in midair, nearly landing on its head. Such rage. Dragonite, hold on. It might be an extraordinary weapon. Zheng Zhi still clung to a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this interdimensional website is quite reliable. It could be of great use. In its fury, Dragonite could not contain itself and swiftly pierced the frying pan with a claw. Dragonite, Zheng Zhi? What is this worthless item? More fragile than paper? A mere poke and it's ruined? Is this all there is to it? With the frying pan in hand, they watched as the punctured pan gradually repaired itself, returning to its original state. Zheng Zhi and Dragonite were left dumbfounded. Such a fragile item, even if it can self-repair, is of no use at all. Udragon, haha, a frying pan? This reward, cough cough, is merely a consolation prize. How do you feel about it? Zheng Zhi, if you're curious, why not face Pikachu in a battle yourself? Your Dragonite might just receive 1-2 if it loses. Daiwu, don't be angry. Macaulay, haha, why wasn't he at your Dragonite that received it? Dragonite, trainer Yudawo, you and your Milotic better watch out. I truly did not expect such a loss. Being awarded a consolation prize is one thing, but to not even inquire beforehand and force it upon me. Haha, my abs are nearly aching from laughter. Macaulay lay sprawled on the sofa, completely relaxed, gazing at the white screen, wiping away tears of mirth. Macaulay's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I am now even more eager for the subsequent videos. They are sure to be immensely entertaining. This is the source of my joy today. Not just Macaulay, but after the laughter, everyone found themselves filled with heightened anticipation. Who could the next Pokemon be? The white screen began to tremble. 3 lines of text slowly emerged. It is a Steel-type and Fighting-type Pokemon. It, alongside its trainer, has achieved 100 consecutive victories. It has completed its training for Mega Evolution. Why does this Pokemon seem somewhat familiar? Unexpectedly, today, another video featured Karuna, who had ordered a small cake, sharing it with Shinado as they took turns savoring it. Meanwhile, they continued watching the video. Champion duties? Film shooting? Just a bit more, just a bit more. I'll finish this video first. Shinado. Shinado mentioned that this type bears some resemblance to the previous Lucario, does it? Shauna. Karuna nodded. There's a possibility. Even if we guess wrong, it's no matter. We're merely here for the spectacle. Such videos are truly a delightful stress reliever. The scene began to play. This was a gym battle. Ash's opponent was Korna, the gym leader of the Shaller Gym. Ash triumphed over Korna's Machoke and Hawlucha, using his own Hawlucha and Fletchinder. Then came the final showdown. Fletchinder versus Lucario. Lucario is Korna's ace Pokemon. Here we go. Lucario, unleash your vitality. Mega Evolution. Right from the start, Lucario executed its Mega Evolution. As a fighting-type Pokemon, Lucario's prowess escalated to a new level. Fletchinder stood no chance against Lucario. Korna was not surprised at this outcome. I have trained extensively with Lucario. We are in perfect sync. Ash sent out Hawlucha once more. Team Rocket made their entrance again, but the trio barely managed to appear before Ash before being sent flying. Once again, it was Lucario's battle. A single Aura Sphere easily dispatched Hawlucha. 2 down, 2 to go. Ash was left with only his final Pokemon. Pikachu, it's your turn to shine. Ash exclaimed, pointing forward with fervor. Pikachu, you're the one. Chapter 172. Are you too weak? Or is Pikachu putting on a show? In the Kalos region. Is that me and Lucario? Korna was taken aback to see her own likeness on the white screen, instinctively covering her cheeks. Yet, in the next moment, her expression shifted. Can Pikachu truly defeat me and Lucario? This can't be a joke, can it? My Lucario is exceptionally formidable. Korna understood from the rankings that both Ash and Pikachu were indeed extraordinary. However, she still doubted that this young boy could best her. Lucario's gaze, focused on the screen, became intensely serious. The camera zoomed in on Lucario and Pikachu. Finally, it was Pikachu's turn to enter the fray. Korna's voice hinted at her anticipation for Pikachu. Regardless of the opponent or the strategy, there is always an opportunity. Pikachu, keep a keen eye on all of Mega Lucario's movements. Ash and Pikachu were equally earnest. This was a battle they must face. But whether it was Lucario or Pikachu, both remained fixated on one another, making no moves. The background music grew increasingly tense, despite being merely a video. It made all viewers feel a surge of anxiety. At last, Pikachu was the first to strike. Mega Lucario and Pikachu engaged in a fierce struggle under the guidance of their respective trainers. Iron Tail, Thunderbolt, Aura Sphere, Metal Sound. Neither Mega Lucario nor Pikachu was a pushover. Both Pokemon pushed themselves to their limits. However, in comparison to Mega Lucario, Pikachu found itself at a disadvantage. After being struck by a Mega Lucario's Aura Sphere, Pikachu bore visible wounds. Another hit could spell defeat. Yet, Pikachu boldly leapt upon Mega Lucario's Aura Sphere, launching its own assault. The final blow, 100,000 volts. Pikachu. A tremendous surge of lightning obscured the view within the arena. Pikachu landed gracefully before Ash, its gaze fiercely fixed on the opponent. The Mega Lucario reverted to its original form, collapsing to the ground. Lucario had lost its ability to battle, and Pikachu emerged victorious. The scene concluded with Ash and Pikachu embracing each other tightly. Yulongdu, wow! This battle was even more intense than I had anticipated. Kearney, Ash and Pikachu, you truly ignite passion in everyone. Lucario and I shall strive harder to grow stronger, eagerly awaiting your return. Ash, all right. It's settled then. Ash and Pikachu gazed at the white screen, their excitement palpable. Ash's eyes seemed to sparkle with determination. I am genuinely looking forward to the adventures that lie ahead with Pikachu. Pika Pika. Misty sighed and shook her head. I feel that the knowledge I've acquired about Pokemon is wasted on Ash and Pikachu. They completely disregard the established norms. Reckless. Truly reckless. Yet, it is this very recklessness that enabled Ash and Pikachu to triumph over a Mega Lucario. What more could Misty possibly say? Perhaps this is simply Ash's innate style. Haha. Nonetheless, Ash ought to learn some relevant knowledge. Style is one thing, but thoughtless recklessness differs greatly from strategic boldness. Brock's sleepy eyes widened with excitement at Pikachu's fervent battle. It is evident that Ash's future recklessness will not be random. Ash is acutely aware of what tactics Pikachu should employ to achieve the formidable image portrayed in the videos. Both Ash and Pikachu have a long journey ahead. Professor Bretano, this Pikachu is truly remarkable. Professor Oak, haha, this is indeed a Pikachu with a distinct personality. Only Ash could have encouraged it to open up. Shaba, I have longed to study this Pikachu thoroughly. Professor Kwamu, you'd be better off dreaming about it. Jesse, this Pikachu will undoubtedly belong to Team Rocket in the end. Jesse's and James' eyes sparkled with anticipation. The future of Pikachu seems exceedingly promising. Our foresight is impeccable. Jesse and James clenched their fists, their enthusiasm for Pikachu's potential growing ever more resolute. Such an extraordinary Pikachu, regardless of the cost. Capturing it would surely please the boss. Yet, something feels slightly amiss. Meowth suddenly stroked its chin. I recall that we previously witnessed Pikachu losing to some particularly weak Pokemon. Jesse's and James' exuberant gestures momentarily froze. Then, they resumed as if they had heard nothing. Only Meowth appeared to have discerned a profound truth. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website finally echoed. Pikachu defeats a formidable Pokemon. Lucario. Reason for listing. Did Mega Lucario lose to Pikachu due to Pikachu's overacting, or is Mega Evolution simply subpar? At the Bossa Dojo, Kearney felt conflicted upon reading the listing reason. No, this is a bit too harsh. While that Mega Evolution is indeed impressive, the synergy between Pikachu and Ash is undeniably exhilarating. Although we lost, Kearney found herself at a loss for words. It was far too caustic. She had initially felt calm, but was now somewhat irked. Lucario. Lucario gazed intently at Kearney. All right, Lucario, we must engage in specialized training. We shall become stronger. When Ash and Pikachu come to challenge us, they will understand our might. Unbeknownst to Ash, for certain reasons, the foes he will face in the future have grown even more formidable. Pikachu, what does overacting mean? Ash asked Pikachu with a bewildered expression. Pika Pika. Pikachu shook its little head vigorously. I don't understand. I don't know. Don't ask me. Pikachu cupped its chubby cheeks, pondering how the future me could be impressive and how that relates to the present me. Ash quickly accepted Pikachu's reasoning. Brock's sleepy eyes widened slightly. Overacting? Surely. Pikachu wouldn't he? Misty observed her two companions, both mesmerized by Pikachu's cuteness, sighed, and shook her head. It seems she is the only one remaining clear-headed. Pikachu is simply too adorable to be wrong. Misty declared with conviction. Chapter 173. Aelin, something seems off about my future. Macaulay. Ahem, this listing reason is truly something. Daiwu. The fluctuations in Pikachu's power are indeed perplexing. Sharona. It wouldn't be too surprising, would it? After all, it's Pikachu. Karuna. Indeed. It's not surprising. It is, after all, Pikachu. Yulongdu. What are you all talking about? I can't comprehend. In the Pokemon League conference room, Yulongdu appeared bewildered. Why is it that, although they are speaking in normal language, I cannot understand when they are combined? Shiba maintained a stoic expression without uttering a word. Even foregoing his usual taunts directed at Yulongdu, this was because he too was at a loss. However, he could never let that show. Kona glanced at the stern-faced Shiba and the perplexed Yulongdu, unable to suppress a chuckle. How had he not noticed before? These two were quite amusing. It seems to imply that it is only natural for a Pokemon like Pikachu to be weak and not particularly powerful. And that being strong would be even more normal. After all, this is the number one Pikachu. Yulongdu and Shiba both fell into contemplation. So, is that how it is? I've learned something new. Chairman Damaranch and Granny Kikuko were nearby, nearly bursting into laughter. Yes, they are professionals. They would never easily laugh out loud. Haha, consolation prizes have been distributed. Congratulations on receiving Armor Transformation Belt. Armor Transformation Belt. Donning this belt and inserting the corresponding card will allow you to transform into an armored guardian of the world. In the absence of the corresponding card, It can also serve as a fashionable belt, making you the most stylish individual on the block. Note: since Mega Evolution cannot defeat Pikachu, transform into an armored guardian. I believe you will surely achieve victory in all battles. What on earth is this? A question mark seemed to materialize above Kearney's head. Gazing at the suddenly appearing belt and recalling the explanation, Kearney quickly deduced. Although she was unaware of the content that had been blocked, it was clear that without the so-called card, this belt would be utterly useless. Kearney felt an overwhelming urge to discard the belt immediately. Lucario halted Kearney's actions, and she understood its intention. It wished to retain the seemingly useless consolation prize to motivate itself to become even stronger. Kearney sighed and put away the useless item. Thus, Lucario, we must grow stronger. Lucario. In the Pokémon League conference room, Damaranch and the others looked at the reward, feeling as if they were on the verge of embarrassment. This reward, or rather consolation prize, felt utterly peculiar. It carried an inexplicable sense of being something far from serious. Reflecting on the previous frying pan, one cannot help but consider that, without the accompanying card, it merely serves as a visually appealing belt. Indeed, it appears rather frivolous. After all, it is merely a consolation prize, intended to stir up some excitement. It certainly seems quite amusing. The quartet of onlookers, undeterred by any sense of decorum, eagerly anticipates the spectacle. With astonished expressions, they gaze at Damaranchi. President, how can you deem such a ranking to be serious? They merely wish to witness the tumult surrounding those Pokémon oppressed by Pikachu. Damaranchi exclaims, these Elite Four are no longer fit for consideration. They must be replaced. All of them. In a fit of impotent rage, Damaranchi finds no support among the onlookers. The image on the white screen persists. Everyone's attention has shifted. Who will be the next Pokémon to fall victim to Pikachu's onslaught? The time for public execution has arrived. The screen lights up, and the background music leaves everyone momentarily stunned, yet even more exhilarated. It is the fervent cheer of countless voices. A grand arena. A showdown. He is a rock and dark-type Pokémon. He is a large bipedal dinosaur Pokémon. He will demolish mountains and tear down buildings in his path, disregarding those Pokémon weaker than himself. Professor Oak gazes at the detailed description, the name of the Pokémon on the tip of his tongue. However, Damaranchi interjects. It must be Tyranitar. This Pokémon is indeed remarkable. An average trainer would struggle to command a Tyranitar effectively. Damaranchi chuckles. Tyranitar is not a Pokémon known for its obedience and is prone to arrogance and rage. Nevertheless, it possesses advantages that other Pokémon lack. Typically, a Tyranitar weighs around 400 pounds, rendering most attacks ineffective against it. Yolongdu observes the white screen. It is difficult to fathom how Pikachu, a small Pokémon, could possibly defeat a Tyranitar, which resembles a moving fortress. As everyone watches with bated breath, the screen illuminates. Who will garner the shimmering glory of victory, Ash or Alan? The flames of battle are about to ignite. As the host's words resonate, the final showdown commences. Pikachu, it is you. Come forth, Tyranitar. Both Ash and Alan release their respective first Pokémon for the finals. Tyranitar's ability, Sandstream, conjures a sandstorm, ideally suited to obscure Pikachu's vision and movement. Faced with Tyranitar's Dark Pulse, Pikachu does not engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, he utilizes Iron Tail against the water surface of the arena, splashing water that dissipates the sandstorm. Without hesitation, he unleashes his electric move, Thunderbolt. Soaked to the bone, Tyranitar withstands the damage inflicted by Pikachu. The tension escalates with a series of rapid attacks. Neither Ash nor Pikachu intends to squander this prime opportunity for offense. Meanwhile, Alan's Tyranitar grows increasingly ferocious. Until, in a moment of desperation, Tyranitar bites down on Pikachu's Iron Tail, attempting to use centrifugal force to fling him away. However, Pikachu seizes the opportunity, launching a counterattack while Tyranitar remains off guard. Electro Ball. The lumbering Tyranitar is unable to evade in time, and is promptly rendered unconscious by Pikachu's Electro Ball. Pikachu emerges victorious. Alan gazes at the image on the white screen, lost in contemplation. Is there something amiss with the version of himself depicted in the video? Who could possibly understand himself better than he does? Alan keenly perceives that this future version of himself seems burdened, perhaps suppressing something profound. Until he is defeated by Pikachu, a different glimmer of light shines in his eyes. Chapter 174. Can collecting 7 Dragon Balls summon Shenron? This match has indeed stirred great passion in the viewers. Green. The battle between Tyranitar and Pikachu? In terms of size and strength, Tyranitar undoubtedly reigns supreme, yet Pikachu's agility and compactness afford him advantages as well. Macaulay, ha. The youth has nearly grasped it. As long as one understands that Pikachu's victory is a blend of skill and agile application, they will be fine. Enjoy the video, but don't overexert yourself. Daiwu, silence. Do not lead the young Pokemon trainers astray. Yolongdu, ha. Daiwu, you are quite strict. Nevertheless, Macaulay is not entirely incorrect. This is meant to be lighthearted. Every fighter possesses a unique mindset. Daiwu, observing Macaulay's foolish laughter, covers his forehead in exasperation. What has come over these champions of the league? If they continue like this, there will be no saving them. Yolongdu is right. There is no need to take things so seriously. Everyone is simply enjoying a laugh, eager to see just how powerful Pikachu can be. Macaulay, watching the coordination between Pikachu and Ash, cannot help but express his admiration. Such an unorthodox approach can only be conceived by Ash in such a brief span of time. This is indeed Ash's battling style. Others simply cannot replicate it. Overly analytical thinking can often be counterproductive. Ash's style is too reckless. Typically, those who are more composed are simply not suited for it. Daiwu begrudgingly concedes to Macaulay's point. Humph. With arms crossed, Daiwu continues to observe the white screen. One must not dwell too much on it. Otherwise, one only tortures oneself. At that moment, the voice of the multiverse dimensional website resonates. Pikachu triumphs over the formidable Pokémon. Tyranitar. Reason for inclusion. A Pokémon renowned for its stability and weight, yet effortlessly defeated by Pikachu? What use is that weight? Alan awkwardly scratches his nose. In truth, it isn't so bad, is it? Young Ash and his Pikachu are indeed formidable. Confronted by Tyranitar emerging from its Pokeball, Alan explains, roar. Tyranitar, gazing at the white screen, is quite displeased, yearning to claw at it. Yet, unable to reach the screen, he can only watch as the chatroom participants jest and laugh. Yolongdu. Speaking of which, there are still 2 legendary Pokemon on this ranking, aren't there? Tyranitar is already the 3rd. Perhaps one more video will reveal which legendary Pokemon has been defeated. Zapdos. It definitely isn't me. I'm not afraid. Groudon. It certainly cannot be me. How could a mere Pikachu possibly defeat one who embodies the earth, like myself? Kyogre. Then why are you stuttering? Latias. We are absent from other rankings. Surely we cannot be on this one either? It's because we cannot fly, right? Latios. Sister, do not worry. It definitely won't be us. The possibility of someone who cannot fly is far greater. Articuno. I have no idea who it is. I cast my vote for someone who cannot fly. Groudon. One day, I shall devour all of you. Do you hear me? Devour you. To the point of scattering your ashes. Observing the legendary Pokemon emerging in response to Yolongdu's remark, they ultimately align against Groudon. Karuna cannot help but chuckle. Suddenly, it feels as though legendary Pokemon are not so distant from us after all. Many of them seem quite down to earth. Specifically referring to the 2 notorious figures from Hoenn. They appear to have emerged alongside the region's 2 evil organizations, before any prior acquaintance. Who could have anticipated that the sovereigns of land and sea would possess such endearing personalities? Particularly, the beloved Groudon, cherished by other legendary beings. Groudon, unable to soar through the skies. This phrase has been indelibly etched in Karuna's memory, were it not for the consideration of preserving the dignity of the legendary Pokemon. Karuna would have been tempted to flood the screen with messages. Consolation prize has been awarded. Congratulations on receiving 1 5-star Dragon Ball. 5-star Dragon Ball, a wondrous item from the world, with a total of 7, ranging from 1 star to 7 star. Collecting all 7 Dragon Balls allows one to summon the Eternal Dragon, granting 3 wishes without any cost, including the resurrection of the deceased. Note, one's inherent physique cannot be altered, but perhaps you could strive for a wish. There may still be hope. A flash of golden light swept through, and before Aelin and Banjiras could react, an object appeared in Banjiras' claw. Gazing at the round, golden orb adorned with 5 tiny stars, which is referred to as a Dragon Ball, Banjiras tilted his head in slow motion. Roar? A shiny, round orb? A new toy? Indeed, merely a toy. Aelin nodded in agreement with Banjiras' assessment. Why not? If 7 Dragon Balls can summon the Eternal Dragon, what significance does a single Dragon Ball hold? Just sleep it off. In dreams, anything is possible. In the conference room of the Pokémon League, this is absurd. This consolation prize feels like a mere jest. Yolongdu stated earnestly. To summon the Eternal Dragon, 7 Dragon Balls are required, yet only 1 is provided while the others remain in different realms. Is this not a mockery? Shiba chuckled derisively. Is this not blatantly obvious? However, this consolation prize offers no choice. It is a forced sale, leaving the recipients of such rewards utterly helpless. Faced with rewards that are tasteless yet too precious to discard, it truly is a perplexing situation. This is quite satisfactory. Truly, only the humble and diligent worker, Damaranchi, finds this circumstance to be exceedingly agreeable. The more useless, the better. If it serves no purpose, there will be no ensuing chaos. Kona and Granny Jeezy, Damaranchi must be utterly content with this ranking. The way he looks at Pikachu is akin to that of a proud grandparent. This ranking will conclude with just 3 Pokemon remaining. What will the next ranking reveal? Granny Jeezy made a decisive move. Damaranchi clutched his chest, and stepped back 2 paces, quickly regaining his composure. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "It's all right. I can endure this. Bring on a couple more rankings that are good for the old heart." As an elderly gentleman, Damaranchi expressed that he would absolutely not worry about loans. As long as the present is satisfactory, that suffices. What I wish to know now is who the next Pokémon will be. Damaranchi is not alone in his curiosity. Everyone is equally eager to find out. Who will it be next? The white screen gradually illuminated, accompanied by the shaking of the visuals, revealing the next Pokémon. Chapter 175, a series of public executions. Under the gaze of all, the white screen slowly brightened. The intense, familiar background music seemed to seamlessly connect with the previous video. 3 lines of text gradually emerged. He is a Steel-type and Psychic-type Pokémon. He is a colossal mechanical life form. He possesses 4 brains and remarkable psychic capabilities. This Pokémon seems rather familiar. Macaulay rested his chin on his hand, and as he pondered, his gaze unconsciously drifted to the side, landing on the imposing figure of Daigo. The veins on Daigo's forehead throbbed rhythmically. Was he about to say something? Metagross? Unsurprisingly, Daigo also deduced the true identity of this Pokémon. However, unlike Macaulay, Daigo held no doubt that this was indeed his Metagross. After all, the shiny Metagross is exceedingly rare. If it were truly his, such an introduction would not have omitted it. Daigo thought confidently to himself. Indeed, even if the opponent is the young Ash, he may not necessarily be defeated. The screen lit up. It was once again the Mier conference. However, the venue had been changed. It was evident from the brief glimpses that both sides had engaged in a fierce battle. A change of battleground occurs only when one side has more than 3 Pokémon unable to battle. Pikachu, it is decided. Ash once again chose to send out Pikachu. Come forth, Metagross. Alan, on the opposing side, elected another Pokémon. With all 4 legs on the ground, the massive Metagross's speed surpassed everyone's imagination. Before Pikachu could even react, it suddenly appeared behind him. No matter how hard Pikachu tried to create distance, Metagross blocked his path. Then, with its alloy claws, it sent Pikachu flying. The ensuing tremors left Pikachu battered and bruised. Yet, Pikachu, ever resilient, pushed through the rubble and emerged, only to be struck down by a meteor mash the very next second. The thought of capturing such a formidable Metagross brought an overwhelming joy. However, witnessing Pikachu, who was usually the one delivering the blows, being relentlessly attacked in such a manner stirred a complex mix of emotions. Regardless of who wins, we're taking the spoils. In the Kalos region, Serena watched Pikachu, covered in wounds, her palms slick with sweat. Her eyes were glued to the screen. Ash must win. Although she knew this was a glimpse into the future, Serena couldn't help but cheer for Ash. He is the boy she has long admired. In the Pokémon League conference room, regarding the battle between Pikachu and Metagross, I find no words to express. I can only affirm that both Ash and Pikachu are truly remarkable. My only inquiry is why Team Rocket seems to intrude wherever they go. Yolongdu gazed at the trio from Team Rocket, expressing a heartfelt query. Why are you always here? Are you truly this bored? Kona couldn't help but chuckle. I can even predict their outcome. They will undoubtedly be blasted away in various bizarre manners. Having witnessed Team Rocket's myriad of exit strategies, Kona reflected that even knowing these 3 were members of Team Rocket, he still found them quite amusing. Suddenly, it became clear why they were so popular. The scene shifted. Just as Metagross attempted to finish the battle with a meteor mash, Pikachu turned the tide with an electric ball. Seizing the moment while Metagross was unprepared, he leaped onto its head. Metagross spun wildly but could not shake off Pikachu, who ultimately concluded the match with a combination of Iron Tail and Volt Tackle. Metagross was rendered unable to battle. A resurrection attack. Pikachu emerged victorious with stunning finesse. The crowd erupted in cheers. Fantastic. On the other side, Jesse's enthusiasm prompted applause from James, who was promptly glared at by Jesse and Meowth. Since it doesn't matter who wins, why don't we cheer for that little kid? With James's explanation, Metagross was recalled into its Pokeball by Alan. In the same match, Pikachu had taken the stage twice, first effortlessly defeating Bangiris, and then triumphing over Metagross. As the screen gradually dimmed, many spectators began to express their sentiments. Macaulay, Pikachu is truly incredible. If I recall correctly, Greninja is also one of Ash's Pokémon in the Kalos region, right? With Pikachu and Greninja as a duo. Why isn't Ash the champion? Yolongdu, Ash isn't the champion? If this trend continues, I am convinced that young Ash will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Daigo, however, Alan is no slouch. Nevertheless, considering the lineup of Pikachu and Greninja, I still believe Ash has a greater chance of winning. Shu Wudong, is Team Rocket truly that toxic? Cheering for the opponent right at the competition venue? Sakaki-ha? That is precisely why Team Rocket is the charming and delightful villain. After sending out his message, Sakaki immediately wished he could retract it. Wait, what did he just send? Sakaki raised a hand to cover his forehead. No, I must not engage with that foolish trio any longer. I am nearly brainwashed by their antics. Having watched several videos related to Team Rocket, Sakaki let out a pained groan. This line is truly too catchy. His image. In the Pokemon League conference room, when the Kalos region previously introduced young Ash, they seemed to mention that he was the runner-up in the Mirai conference, right? Why? It makes no sense. It defies reason. Yolongda muttered incessantly. Does Sakaki's crumbling image have anything to do with them? Absolutely not. Their focus is entirely elsewhere. Initially, they were astonished that young Ash could reach such heights as the runner-up in the Kalos region. However, after witnessing Ash's formidable Pokemon time and again, they now believe he should indeed become the champion. Perhaps Alan has some hidden trump card yet to be revealed, Shiba said, lacking confidence, for deep down. He was also rooting for Ash. The strength displayed by both Pikachu and Greninja left Shiba, an Elite Four member, utterly amazed. Will there be any revelations later? Or should we simply inquire directly with Alan? Kona suggested uncertainly. Alan, feeling mentally drained, wished to remain silent. Why is it always me? Isn't one public execution enough? Must there be a second? Alan covered his face. The Mask of Anguish, JPG. Chapter 176. Which legendary Pokemon is on par with Pikachu? Reality tells Alan no. No. Your public execution has not come to an end yet. The cheerful voice of the Multiverse Dimension website once again plunged a knife deep into Alan's heart. Pikachu's prowess has triumphed over formidable Pokemon. Metagross. Reason for inclusion. Why you? There is indeed another Metagross, but its defeat was not as humiliating as yours. It couldn't even defeat a Pikachu that had already exerted itself once before, and yet it hoped for a comeback? Forget it. Damn. A type of plant. Alan clutched his heart. This reasoning for inclusion is truly too sharp-tongued. What does this mean? If there was some justification for Bennett's loss. Metagross's defeat is simply too embarrassing, isn't it? Ash. Alan murmured this name, etching it deeply into his memory. He is now eagerly awaiting Ash's arrival in the Kalos region. Then he shall utilize his strength to avenge the humiliation. Yolongdu. After a heated discussion, we still cannot comprehend how Ash could lose in the Mirai conference. Is there truly no hidden agenda here? Alan, I believe I am rather impressive. Karuna, your opinion is irrelevant. I want my own opinion. Cynthia, that seems to be the case. With Pikachu and Greninja together, unless there is a situation akin to that legendary Pokemon guy from before, they should be able to win, right? Sakaki, haha, even your own league is doubtful. Truly pathetic. Damalanchi, what are you even saying? The league tournament is undoubtedly fair and just. You, as the villain, have no room to speak. As he spoke, Damalanchi shot a fierce glare at Yolongdu, who had been speaking out of turn. Yolongdu, do not speak carelessly in the chat room. Do not forget your identity. You are one of the Elite Four. Yolongdu, feeling indignant, wanted to explain something, but ultimately fell silent under Damalanchi's intimidating glare. Even as the president, he cannot stifle my righteous heart. Damalanchi could see through Yolongdu's thoughts, of course. What a headache. Dealing with the Elite Four is truly exhausting. Damalanchi had not anticipated that a seemingly trivial video could be so mentally draining. It is not his fault. It is all Yolongdu's doing. He would assign this fellow even more tasks shortly. Yolongdu already guessed that he was not escaping his upcoming assignments. Yet, he still intended to enjoy himself while he could. Just then, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website rang out again. Consolation prizes have been issued. Congratulations on receiving Detective Hat. This is a hat from Pikachu. Wearing it can enhance your intelligence while protecting your head. And it also helps avoid the fate of being struck on the head by Pikachu's iron tail over and over again. Note, as for the defensive effects after wearing it, that remains uncertain. Pikachu? Why does this hat have anything to do with Pikachu? Could it be that this is a hat worn by Pikachu? Misty looked at it, finding it hardly worthy of being called a consolation prize. Her desire to complain rising rapidly. Ash and Pikachu shared a look of utter confusion, their similarity reaching an astonishing 99.9%. Misty sighed. What can we do? We just have to endure. Alan remained silent, deeply perplexed. What on earth is this nonsense? As the saying goes, one either erupts in silence or becomes monstrous in silence. Alan did not wish to become monstrous, so he exploded, gazing at the gray-brown striped detective hat. Alan felt an overwhelming urge to unleash Charizard and incinerate the hat in flames. Yet, in the end, Alan restrained himself. Silently, he placed the hat atop Metagross's head. Fine, it actually looks rather good. What happened to the promised eruption in silence? At Team Rocket's headquarters office, Sakaki was not particularly concerned about these consolation prizes. However, Pikachu's displayed strength was increasingly surpassing his expectations. Pikachu's moves were primarily limited to Thunderbolt, Volt Tackle, and Iron Tail. Yet this Pikachu managed to defeat many Pokemon that, in terms of size and strength, should have been superior. Upon realizing this, Sakaki became ever more intrigued by Pikachu. Meanwhile, in the chat room, a certain cheeky bird began stirring up trouble again. Zapdos, the battles of ordinary Pokémon have concluded. Zapdos, come. Let everyone guess who the next legendary Pokémon will be. Articuno, one lost, one drew. The one that lost should appear last, right? Groudon, it definitely cannot be me. Kyogre, heh, an explanation is merely a cover. You have undoubtedly thought about this possibility more than once. Latias, hehe, let us watch the spectacle. Latias, let the battles commence. Mutwo, you all are truly bored. Despite the previous legendary Pokémon mocking Zapdos for reveling in the chaos, each one of them felt incredibly dull. They could not appear freely without disrupting the human world. And spending all day cooped up in some corner was truly uneventful. Now, with an entertaining distraction finally available, every legendary Pokémon, one and all, was glued to the white screen video. Even those legendary Pokémon that did not speak in the chat room were lurking and observing. Growl. Groudon anxiously shifted its massive body, glancing down at its stable territory. Then it looked at the size of that Pikachu, which was not even as big as one of its claws. It absolutely cannot be me. Groudon repeatedly reassured himself in his mind. However, he could not genuinely relax until the moment the video was actually released. In the Pokémon League conference room, someone remarked, Groudon? I find that highly improbable. If it were indeed Groudon, they surely would not have omitted this detail when showcasing the past controversies. It remained unclear whether Draconis was genuinely defending Groudon or cleverly undermining him. Nevertheless, his assertions garnered unanimous agreement from the League members. Indeed, when it came to legendary Pokémon battles, did any of you consider the previous legendary figure? Kona proposed a novel perspective. Everyone paused, then their eyes lit up. That does seem plausible. They recalled that the legendary figure had previously showcased those legendary Pokémon. Contemplating this, they observed a particular legendary Pokémon's comments in the chat room, and their expressions shifted. Hehe, if that's the case, how intriguing it would be. With part of the truth already inferred, the Pokémon League eagerly awaited the white screen to illuminate. Chapter 177. Who was the first to be a legendary Pokémon? Prompted by Zapdos, many began to contemplate this matter. Aelin's expression returned to normal, his gaze fixed on the white screen, brimming with curiosity. This definitely isn't my Pokémon, as I do not possess a legendary one. Aelin felt no bitterness. Without a legendary Pokémon, he need not worry about his Pokémon being defeated by Pikachu. No doubt about it. Misty looked on in disbelief at the chaotic discussions in the chat room, shaking her head. Brock added, if one could truly capture a legendary Pokémon, wouldn't it be acceptable to lose a few matches? Who says legendary Pokémon are invincible? Whether in a wheeled battle or facing a Pokémon with greater explosive power, no Pokémon is destined to never face defeat. Yet why did everyone seem so relieved that they did not possess a legendary Pokémon? Perhaps witnessing Pikachu's overwhelming prowess had clouded their judgment. Not to mention, this was not a matter of grapes being unattainable. Misty shot Brock an understanding glance, and he nodded. I see. Pikachu, it seems we are once again excluded from the discussion, Ash lamented, as the cold wind chilled his heart. Only Pikachu could provide him with a modicum of warmth during this lonely moment. However, upon seeing the white screen light up, Ash quickly became exhilarated. Pikachu, look, you're amazing. Misty and Brock exchanged a glance at the spirited Ash and Pikachu, reassured that foolish beings need never worry about falling into despair. Their positive mindset was truly commendable. The white screen illuminated, accompanied by an intense soundtrack, as the host's introduction to the Sinnoh region's Lily of the Valley conference faded in and out. 3 lines of text slowly emerged. He is a legendary Pokémon of dragon and psychic types. He resembles a bird-like dragon Pokémon. He is a Pokémon that is kind to those with a good heart, dislikes conflict, and possesses a gentle nature. Panic ensued. Upon seeing this introduction, some Pokémon became flustered. Brother, is that you? No. Latios has many characteristics. It may not necessarily refer to me. Can't you see that description fits you as well? But I'm a girl. Woo-woo. I want to be a girl too. The screen lit up. Truly, one who has triumphed all the way to this semi-final match deserves recognition. I never expected to bring out a second Pokémon. The Pokeball was hurled skyward, and a blue and white Pokémon soared forth. It zipped across most of the arena, finally hovering before Darkrai. To everyone's astonishment, Darkrai's second Pokémon was none other than Latios. Ash and Pikachu gasped in shock at the sight of this unfamiliar legendary Pokémon. Pulling out the Pokédex, they read, Latios, a legendary Pokémon of high intelligence, can achieve a flight speed surpassing that of a jet when it spreads its wings. After sending out Darkrai, he followed with Latios, yet Ash felt no fear. He still had Sceptile. However, Latios unleashed a powerful attack, and Sceptile was swiftly rendered unable to continue. The next Pokémon, Swellow, engaged Latios in a brief aerial duel but proved utterly outmatched, falling in defeat from the air battle. Now, Ash was left with only one Pokémon remaining. As he surveyed the 5 Pokémon still at his opponent's disposal, he found himself in turmoil. Wow, this is truly dire. Just moments ago, Macaulay had been lounging on the sofa, but upon witnessing this disadvantageous situation, he straightened in response to the atmosphere. Merely observing, he felt that this predicament was exceedingly hard to reverse. Darkrai had already dispatched 3 of Ash's Pokémon, and though Sceptile had managed a victory, Latios immediately took down 2 of Ash's Pokémon upon its arrival. Daisuke recalled the earlier battle with Sceptile and felt a surge of curiosity towards Darkrai. Where did this individual come from? How could he so effortlessly summon a legendary Pokémon? In the Pokémon League conference room, they truly felt a chill of anxiety for Ash. Even though they were already aware that Ash's Pikachu would not falter, their concern lingered. As Draconis finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the chamber. Everyone's attention was riveted to the video, their eyes glued to the white screen, hesitant to blink. This was bound to be an arduous battle. Damaranch barely acknowledged Draconis before returning his focus to the video. Observing Ash seemingly trapped in a dire situation, Draconis silently contemplated. At this moment, what mattered most was not which Pokémon Ash would send into battle, but rather Ash's own mindset. A single misstep, and he could easily crumble. The footage continued. Ash hung his head, appearing genuinely despondent. Pikachu, I haven't given up yet. True to his nature, Ash swiftly adjusted his mindset and turned to the ever-loyal Pikachu by his side. We must show them our true strength, right? Pika Pika. Pikachu paused for a moment, then was invigorated by Ash's fervor. Let's go, Pikachu. It's you who will take the stage. Pikachu dashed onto the battlefield. Facing Darkrai, Ash declared resolutely, no, I will win. This is not the final battle. Ash's confidence and courage inspired Darkrai, who smiled at Ash. Then let us both give it our all. From the outset, both sides' Pokémon engaged in a fierce battle with all their might. Sparks flew, Volt Tackle, Super Impact. Whether it was Latios or Pikachu, both fought valiantly. The camera panned to Team Rocket, who had snuck in under the guise of selling snacks. Looks like that little guy is having a tough time winning. No, Pikachu's power is far beyond that. We know from first-hand experience. Indeed. The two of them expressed their unwavering faith in Pikachu. In the Team Rocket headquarters office, Giovanni pondered, these 3 imbeciles. For the first time, I truly believe my subordinates possess a significant lack of intelligence. What on earth are they thinking? Chapter 178, Latios. As long as I remain silent, the blame cannot be laid upon me. Sakamaki yearned to summon back that foolish trio from Team Rocket at this very moment. Eager to personally knock some sense into their heads and discern what on earth they were thinking, Mizunotori struggled to stifle her laughter, for as a competent secretary, it was imperative that she maintained her composure. Despite her immense difficulty, she was the only one who truly succeeded in holding back her mirth after uttering that remark. With her superior right beside her, Mizunotori was determined to uphold her professionalism for the sake of her position, salary, and aspirations, all while harboring a silent mockery towards Musashi. Ha! Look at you flaunting your prowess. Finally, you've stumbled in front of the boss. Yet, upon further contemplation, perhaps their actions might inadvertently enhance the image of Team Rocket. For instance, it could lead some aspiring recruits to perceive Team Rocket as not so bad after all, engaging in activities akin to ordinary folks. The expression on her boss's face shifted like the weather, leaving Mizunotori utterly perplexed. The scene continued. The clash between Pikachu and Latios raged on. Iron Tail met Latios' powerful charge, failing to thwart the assault and sending it flying aside. Pikachu's signature move proved ineffective against Latios, inflicting no significant damage. Darkrai observed this spectacle with a knowing smile. It was nearly time to conclude this. Latios, after diving, unleashed its signature move, Luster Purge. Latios soared to heights beyond the naked eye's reach with astonishing speed, only to descend even more rapidly. The energy of Luster Purge rapidly coalesced before Latios. However, Pikachu remained grounded, still struggling to rise, prompting Ash to offer incessant encouragement. Pikachu, evade and leap onto Latios. In a critical moment, Pikachu narrowly dodged the attack. Yet Latios' back was not easily subdued. Latios flew at breakneck speed, providing Pikachu no opportunity to stabilize. Clinging tightly to Latios, Pikachu unleashed a relentless barrage of Thunderbolt. After enduring 2 successive volleys, Latios countered with Light Screen and Rapid Spin. This maneuver not only diminished the potency of Pikachu's Thunderbolt, but also aimed to dislodge Pikachu. Ascending rapidly, Thunderbolt. Diving down, Latios finally succeeded in casting Pikachu off, executing Luster Purge. This was the final gambit. Suspended in midair, Pikachu was utterly incapable of altering its trajectory. Confronted with Darkrai's underhanded strategy, Ash and Pikachu refused to surrender. Pikachu utilized Volt Tackle. Pikachu transformed into a bolt of lightning, diving downward and disrupting Latios' Luster Purge. Pikachu employed Iron Tail. Pika 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 Pika. Pikachu launched a frenzied assault. Under the close-range attack of Iron Tail, Latios finally succumbed. Yet, Pikachu too collapsed. Meowth. Truly, Pikachu is remarkable. Even against a legendary Pokémon, it managed to achieve a draw. My judgment was indeed sound. Musashi Meowth. That's the enemy. Yolongdu. Pikachu is indeed impressive. However, with Pikachu out of battle, Ash should have lost this match, right? Macaulay, what do you mean lost? Don't you understand? This is sheer brilliance. An unjust defeat. Macaulay genuinely held this view, primarily because that Darkrai was far too overpowered. With a mere flick, it could summon 2 legendary Pokémon. Were the remaining 4 Pokeballs also filled with legends? How could one possibly contend with such an opponent? Macaulay sincerely felt for Ash. Stroking his chin, he suddenly had an epiphany. Upon reflection, I actually believe that Ash has had several opportunities to contend for the championship in the league tournaments he participates in during his youth. Yet, there always seem to be peculiar circumstances preventing him from reaching the pinnacle. Do you think Ash might just have a touch of ill fortune when it comes to championships? Daigo wanted to refute Macaulay, dismissing such superstition. Championship titles are determined by strength. Yet, Daigo momentarily recalled Ash's extraordinary Pikachu and the remarkable Greninja, only to find they still ended up merely as runners-up. Whom was it perhaps the ritual of bathing in yuzu leaf-infused water before the match, to ward off bad luck? Macaulay subtly rolled his eyes. If someone were to be deemed the most superstitious, it certainly wouldn't be him. The voice from the Multiverse Dimension website echoed. Pikachu triumphs over the formidable Pokémon. Latios. Reason for ranking. Entering the battle at full health only to be drawn into a mutual defeat with a Pikachu? Is this the level of a legendary Pokémon? Gazing at that name and the scathingly sarcastic reasoning, Latios nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The legendary Pokémon in the chatroom erupted in laughter. Groudon, haha. Finally, it's not me. Latios, let us see what you have to say now. Kyogre, this outcome truly was unexpected. Lugia, I can't believe it ended up being you, Latios. You've utterly disappointed me. Latios, it was a draw. Do you understand? A draw. And this particular Latios may not even be me. We Latios and Latias are a lineage. Latias, brother, is it not your fault? It's not easy for you to even make the rankings. There are rewards at stake. Latios, faced with the betrayal from his beloved sister, Latios completely lost his fighting spirit. In a room, a man with long, seaweed-like hair stroked his own Latios. It's all right. This Pikachu is indeed formidable, and its trainer is an exceptionally skilled individual. Your defeat is nothing to be ashamed of. Darkrai smiled, his gaze towards Ash and Pikachu filled with a hint of anticipation. To encounter such a resilient, tenacious opponent who refuses to give up until the very last moment is indeed my fortune. Upon seeing the smile on Darkrai's face, Latios let out an unhappy cry. You may be pleased, but I have lost. Achieving a draw with a mere Pikachu effectively means I have lost. No matter. It's not a significant issue, as long as you remain silent. They will believe that the one who lost is that Latios who always seeks the spotlight in the chatroom. Darkrai's words comforted his Latios. Indeed, we are all Latios. If I lose, you all must share in the embarrassment. We are all family. There is no need to distinguish who is who. Wouldn't you agree? The scapegoat, Latios. Chapter 179, A Challenging Battle. As it turned out, everything unfolded just as Darkrai had predicted. As long as his Latios remained inconspicuous, all the jests directed at legendary Pokémon fell squarely on the shoulders of that Latios in the chatroom. Even Latios's dear sister, Latias, did not spare him from ridicule, and she was among the loudest in laughter. Latias, I didn't expect my brother to make the rankings. I certainly don't possess such good fortune. Latios, would you like this kind of luck if I were to give it to you? Latios declared that such incessant teasing, even if it came from his sister, was simply intolerable. The multitude of legendary Pokémon continued to jest gleefully. They knew it wasn't this particular Latios, but that had no bearing on their desire to mock him. Consolation prize has been awarded. Congratulations on receiving a broken fairy bean, plantable. A miraculous food from the world. Consuming one ensures you won't go hungry for 10 days, and any non-disease-related injuries will heal instantly. However, the efficacy of the flawed celestial beans is considerably diminished, yet they are worth attempting to cultivate. The certainty of their sprouting and bearing fruit remains ambiguous. Note lost. Fear not. Savor a celestial bean for solace. It's not that you are weak, but rather that Pikachu has amplified its prowess. Dactu silently observed the minuscule, imperfect bean in his hand, which bore no discernible signs of uniqueness. Ultimately, he tucked it into his pocket amidst Latios's incredulous gaze. It could be planted, though I suspect the chances of germination are minuscule. Surely, there must be some stringent requirements. For now, I shall merely indulge in the spectacle. Dacta managed to reassure Latios. A consolation prize? It is merely a token of negligible expectation. In the Pokemon League conference room, although curious about the capabilities of this celestial being, the consolation prize amounted to nothing more than a flawed version that offered diminished effects when consumed and uncertain outcomes when planted. They temporarily set the matter aside. The expression on Yolongdu's face began to radiate excitement. If Latios's fierce battle ended in a draw, then the final confrontation should be nothing short of spectacular. The eagerness to witness the unfolding drama was evident on Yolongdu's visage. Damaranchi, though speechless, felt a surge of anticipation within. Who wouldn't want to witness Pikachu overpowering a legendary Pokemon? It was bound to commence soon. Latios, I did not receive this consolation prize. So it's not me. Not me. Those of you mocking me better not be the last. Otherwise, brace yourselves. Kyogre, I can fly. I can evade. I fear you not. Zapdos, I can fly. I can evade. I fear you not. Lugia, I can fly. Come if you dare. Groudon. Kyogre, you overgrown chicken. Once again, Groudon was taunted by Kyogre, causing him to stomp in frustration. Darn Kyogre. He and Groudon are sworn enemies. Misty and Brock had been sitting upright since earlier. Although Ash and Pikachu were equally eager, they felt that Misty and Brock were overreacting. No, not at all. Pikachu is battling a legendary Pokemon. We must observe intently. Legendary Pokemon that ordinary people could only dream of encountering were as common as cabbages to Ash. While an ordinary person would resign in the face of a legendary, Ash fought valiantly, ultimately transforming a draw into a victory. They certainly could not afford to miss this opportunity. Perhaps they could glean some insights from it. Ash and Pikachu exchanged a glance, each reflecting the same bewilderment. Ash scratched his head in contemplation. Ah, forget it. Pikachu, let us watch together. Learning from our future selves, let us grow stronger together. The white screen illuminated. Amidst the hopeful yet apprehensive gazes of all the legendary Pokemon, the scene began to sway gently. 3 lines of text gradually emerged. He is the legendary Pokemon of the Ice type. His form is composed of ice formed during the Ice Age. Even flames cannot melt him. He is one of the Pokemon safeguarding the world's ancient tree. Groudon extended its short arm to scratch its chin. Roar. This is definitely not me. Phew. However, why does this description seem reminiscent of someone? In the Pokemon League conference room, Damaranchi and Granny Yuki furrowed their brows in contemplation. This legendary Pokemon must be one of the fabled 3 pillars. Professor Oak interjected at that moment. The Ice Pillar, the Rock Pillar, and the Steel Pillar, collectively known as the 3 pillars. With Professor Oak's words, understanding dawned upon everyone. It bears a resemblance to the 3 legendary beasts and the 3 legendary birds, perhaps. However, most of the 3 pillars are in slumber, making it no easy feat to locate or capture them. Professor Oak felt an increasing number of questions arise. Everything seems off. Granny Yuki chuckled softly. Why ponder so much? We will know once we see it. The scene shifted. The battle at the Battle Pyramid differs from that of the League Conference. 4 against 4. Ash's opponent is the seasoned Shinda. In response to Ash's challenge, Shinda skillfully employed both ultimate and minor moves, putting Ash in a precarious situation. Yet Ash did not concede easily, relying on his innate perseverance and synergy with his Pokemon to bring the match to a draw. Both sides were left with only their final Pokemon. Pikachu, it is you who shall take the stage. Without a doubt, the last Pokemon Ash sent into battle was Pikachu. However, Shinda summoned a Pokemon that surpassed everyone's expectations. At last, it is your turn. Go, Regice. The Pokemon, resembling a mass of ice pillars, left everyone dumbfounded. What Pokemon is this? Sitting in the audience, Xiaoyao retrieved her Pokédex. Regice, the iceberg Pokemon. Its body, formed from glacial ice, does not melt even when exposed to fire. It can manipulate air at temperatures below -200 degrees. In the Pokemon League conference room, the ice pillar Regice? Clearly, it is a formidable opponent. Moreover, its trainer is an experienced one. It is difficult to envision how Ash could secure victory in this match. Yolongdu furrowed his brow. In this battle, considering both the strength of the Pokemon and the battle experience of the trainers, Ash and Pikachu seem at a disadvantage. If that is the case, let us continue to watch. The young Ash and Pikachu always manage to conjure unexpected miracles. Chapter 180. The first performer, Pikachu. The Ice Pillar Regice. So, it turns out I am the last one. In the Hoenn battle frontier, Shinda gazed at the scene on the white screen, his face stretching into a smile that smoothed out the wrinkles. As the overseer of valor and the tester of trainers' courage at the Battle Pyramid, Shinda did not consider his defeat a disgrace. Seeking brave trainers for trials is, after all, my duty. Encountering a trainer who meets my expectations is genuinely a rare occurrence. Shinda laughed heartily. The scene continued. The battle between Ash and Mr. Shinda persisted. From the words of onlookers, it was revealed that this Regice was recently captured by Shinda from ruins. It is indeed a very powerful Pokemon. Pikachu initiated the attack with a Thunderbolt. However, As the attack dissipated, it inflicted no damage upon the Ice Pillar Regice, which remained unscathed. Yet, the Ice Pillar Regice unleashed a blizzard that plunged the entire arena into extreme cold. Even those seated far away in the audience felt the chill. Ash commanded Pikachu to use Iron Tail. If the Steel-type move could connect with the Ice-type Regice, it would surely deal significant damage. However, Pikachu's attempt was thwarted. Although he evaded Regis' Ice Beam, a significant portion of the arena was encased in ice. Its power is evident. A single hit from such a move could end the battle instantly. Wow, it seems quite challenging for the little ones to secure a win. Team Rocket huddled together, watching the video while discussing their next plan to capture Pikachu. Pikachu's strength is formidable. To capture him, we must incapacitate his abilities. Indeed, Meow, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth racked their brains but could not devise a single effective strategy. For the time being, let us refrain from seeking out Zheng Zhi and Pikachu. Patience is key. They are surely capable of devising an infallible strategy. Meanwhile, the trio of Team Rocket is engrossed in watching videos while plotting their next capture plan. The scene shifts. The commanding Regice utilizes Ice Beam once more, enveloping the entire battlefield in a glistening layer of ice. The arena is finally complete. The fully frozen ground enhances Regis' agility. This is the domain of Regice. In stark contrast, Pikachu finds its speed significantly hampered by the frigid conditions and the slick surface. There seems to be no alternative. It must launch an offensive. Pikachu unleashes Thunderbolt and Iron Tail once again, and this time, it proves effective. However, Regice swiftly retaliates with another Ice Beam. Numerous ice pillars erupt on the battlefield, surrounding Pikachu in the center, who struggles desperately to break free. Seizing the opportunity while Pikachu is immobilized, Regice employs Rest. To think this Regice can use Rest. This means its paralyzed body and stamina will be fully restored. Professor Oak calmly explains that this is Regis' tactic. Pikachu manages to shatter the ice pillars with Iron Tail, but just as it attempts to launch an attack on Regice, the latter awakens. This time, Pikachu takes a full brunt of Regis' Ice Beam. Encased in ice, Pikachu is completely immobilized, resembling a sculpture. Macaulay's eyes widen in disbelief. No way. Did Pikachu truly get struck by Ice Beam? Wasn't it said that Pikachu would win? This seems utterly impossible. Macaulay expresses his bewilderment. If he were not aware of the nature of this ranking, he would be skeptical. Pikachu's defeat appears inevitable. The disparity in power between Pikachu and Regice is glaring. Daigo ponders. Regis' baseline strength indeed surpasses that of Pikachu, thus enduring 2 Thunderbolts and 2 Iron Tails without significant consequence. Pikachu, on the other hand, is rendered immobile by a single Ice Beam. Yet is all hope lost? After all, how many miracles have Zheng Zhi and Pikachu achieved together? Despite this, both Daigo and Macaulay feel a pang of anxiety for Pikachu. It truly is a nail-biting situation. On screen, Zheng Zhi fervently encourages Pikachu, reminiscing about their shared past. Pikachu, can you hear my voice? Use Thunderbolt. Zheng Zhi shouts, but Pikachu encased in ice shows no signs of movement. The nearby referee announces, due to Pikachu's loss of combat ability, the victor of this battle is. At that moment, a flicker of electric energy suddenly radiates from within the ice. Pikachu, Thunderbolt shatters the ice. The electric surge then courses through Regice. Following Thunderbolt, a series of Iron Tail strikes ensue, and Regice struggles to withstand the onslaught, resorting to its previous tactic of Rest. This time, Pikachu does not hesitate. Iron Tail obliterates the ice pillars, launching a Volt Tackle attack. Its entire being transforms into a bolt of lightning, charging directly at Regice. Just as Regice awakens, Pikachu's assault lands. Regice is sent flying, rendered unconscious. Defeated, the ultimate victor is Zheng Zhi. In the chat room, the first to speak is the very Regice itself. I concede this match with utmost respect. Zheng Zhi, you are a truly valiant Pokemon trainer of the future. Thank you, Mr. Regice, for your kind words. One day, Pikachu and I will battle you personally, and you shall acknowledge my current strength. Agreed, let this be our pact. I eagerly await your arrival. Regis' bold declaration leaves AI Lon utterly astonished. Is it possible to be so audacious? As long as I do not feel embarrassed, the awkwardness belongs to others. Having been publicly humiliated twice, AI Lon realizes he has learned a valuable lesson. Being as gracious as Regice, what does it matter if one loses to a legendary Pokemon? However, at that moment, the cheerful voice of the Multiverse Dimension website chimes in. Pikachu triumphs over the formidable Pokemon, Regice. Reason for ranking. Continuously restored to full health. Yet still succumbed to Pikachu's final blow? Were you performing, or was it Pikachu? Huh, legendary Pokemon, nothing more. Chapter 181, Dogao and the Matters of Chansey. Just as Regis' humiliation subsides, the legendary Pokemon reacts. Groudon, hey, which brother is this Regice? Step forward. Kyogre, can't fly, are you relieved? Good thing it isn't you. Groudon, can't you just leave me alone? You're annoying. Latios. Well, I'm not the most embarrassed one. I tied. Regice lost outright. Latias, the second laughs at the first. 50 steps laugh at 100. Brother, is this amusing? Weren't you just saying it wasn't you? Ugh, I misspoke. I misspoke. The chat room buzzes with excitement. Observing the legendary Pokemon bickering, all the humans have grown accustomed to the spectacle. After all, they too can boast of having conversed with legendary Pokemon. In the Team Rocket headquarters office, the power of that Regice is indeed remarkable. Sakaki muses, stroking his chin. Yet, the prowess of that Pikachu continues to astound time and again. Sakaki recalls the Pikachu from the video that struggled against the Snivy. Now, he witnesses this Pikachu vanquishing a legendary Pokemon with 3 bars of health. Sakaki suddenly contemplates the reasoning behind the ranking, pondering whether it was all a performance. Which is worth consideration. Consolation prize has been awarded. Congratulations on receiving the Extermination Sword Formation Diagram. From the higher realms, the Extermination Sword Formation emerges. Encounter gods, slay gods. Meet Buddhas, slay Buddhas. Requires pairing with the Extermination Sword. Ordinary swords lack this effect. Note, insufficient strength? The Extermination Sword Formation will help you resolve your troubles. Regice. What on earth is this mere scrap of paper? And this weapon depicted here, I have never seen before. Regis' movements freeze for a few seconds before it silently folds the diagram away, unsure of where to stow it. In the Pokemon League conference room, the miracles created by young Zheng Zhi and Pikachu are astounding. Utilizing only Iron Tail, Thunderbolt, and Volt Tackle, they manage to overcome one incredible opponent after another. Damaranchi's attention is entirely focused on Zheng Zhi. The rewards for Regice? Well, they are truly of no importance. Words fail to express the exhaustion, for they share an undeniable synergy. Kona chuckles, unable to maintain a stoic expression after witnessing so many entertaining videos. What could the next video hold? I have a feeling there may be similar videos ahead. Damaranchi initially struggles to comprehend, then exclaims, it can't be. Ryulong and Shiba nod in agreement nearby. Yes. Yes. We also find it quite improbable. Kona shrugs nonchalantly, wearing an indifferent expression. It is merely intuition, the thoughts of the creator behind the video. Who can say for certain? In a parallel world of Blue Star, Achu, Zheng Zhi, in the midst of editing the video, let out a resounding sneeze and couldn't help but rub his nose. Has my body been reinforced to the point where I can still catch a chill and fall ill? Could it be that someone is whispering my name behind my back? The thought that the video I edited could be seen by the inhabitants of the Elven realm made Zheng Zhi chuckle with glee. It is not entirely impossible that a goddess has seen my video and is uttering my name. Alas, no more dreaming. An editor, an editing soul. To edit is to rise above the rest. With a hint of personal bias, let me add a few more rankings for Master Zhi and the God of Skin. Zheng Zhi's fingers danced deftly across the keyboard. The new video was edited and uploaded. A seamless process. In the Elven world. Within the confines of the Pokemon Center's single room, Dogao was firmly strapped to the bed. The effects of the sedative administered by Nurse Joy were gradually waning. Yet, Dogao's gaze remained a dull gray. Initially, he managed to suppress the urge to vomit upon witnessing the various Pokemon adored by Ash, internally lamenting the unfairness of it all. However, as the effects of the drug took hold, he found himself wanting to retch, yet utterly immobilized. Even closing his eyes was beyond him. He could only watch as videos related to Pokemon incessantly played before him. The nauseating sensation surged within him, only to be trapped by his inability to move. This torment continued in a relentless cycle, robbing Dogao's eyes of their once vibrant luster. Woe is me. Such agony. The drug's effects were finally diminishing. He could finally close his eyes. He yearned to escape this torment. He intended to exit the video playback and the chat room. Just as Dogao struggled to expel the contents of his stomach and sought to rest his eyes, a staggering set of footsteps approached. Lucky, a rotund, pink figure, with incredulity in Doghao's eyes, entered the room, carrying a small tray. You, don't come any closer. Dogao wished to shout, but lacked the strength. He could only gaze in terror at the bewildered Chansey nearby. Chansey drew nearer. Lucky, patient, it's time for your medication. Chansey produced its own eggs. Ugh ugh, you get away from me. Dogao summoned his strength to shout. Where is everyone? Where is Nurse Joy? Where is Miss Joy? Just send anyone human. Don't let Pokemon come near me and disgust me any further. Lucky, Chansey felt deeply wronged, yet as Nurse Joy's assistant, her professional ethics compelled her to not abandon any patient. Today, she, Chansey, was determined to ensure this patient obediently consumed all his medication. Dogao was in despair. He never imagined that one day he would be driven to the brink of collapse by a benign and harmless Chansey. He was losing his mind. The suffering Dogao endured remained unknown to all. In fact, due to Doghao's prolonged silence. Had it not been for the 2 videos related to him still available for viewing, he would have been nearly forgotten by everyone. Of course, certain vengeful legendary Pokémon were exceptions. Macaulay stretched languidly. The delightful time has come to an end. Thinking about the busy days ahead makes me long for a successor. Daku rolled his eyes at this character. Aren't you just reminding me not to forget? No worries. Hehe. Those who understand me, Daku included. Macaulay felt immensely pleased with successfully outsmarting Daku. Just as the two prepared to rise, Macaulay blinked. Wait, Daku, it seems we might actually be able to slack off a bit longer. The white screen began to glow slowly. Another video was about to commence. Chapter 182, Pikachu's Magnificence Unleashed. More? No way. Is it still Pikachu? Smallshaw's head was already filled with question marks. One after another? Smallshaw looked at Pikachu with a peculiar gaze, as if studying some wondrous creature. Pikachu, frightened by Smallshaw's gaze, recoiled repeatedly. Ash quickly embraced Pikachu tightly, casting a wary eye at Smallshaw. Smallshaw's blood vessels pulsed in irritation at the tacit understanding displayed by the duo. No. What do you two mean by this? Do you think I would do anything to Pikachu? Impossible. Unthinkable. Brock found it amusing, yet said nothing. The feeling of being an unnoticed observer is quite delightful. The white screen illuminated. Beautiful cursive letters emerged, transforming into a grand title, counting down the top 10 legendary Pokémon to ride Pikachu. If question marks could materialize, each legendary Pokémon would surely be adorned with a multitude of them. What is this nonsense? Who would ride a Pikachu? And so many. They could compile a top 10 list. No. This is absolutely impossible. We refuse to believe it. As legendary Pokémon, we possess dignity. Not a single legendary Pokémon spoke in the chat room, and the humans seemed to find the situation somewhat awkward. Lottie S., quietly. If it's this Pikachu that can defeat legendary Pokémon, it might not be so shameful. Lottie S., after all, didn't he even zap that certain someone? The legendary Pokémon were ready to erupt in outrage. Lottie S., you traitor. Just because you've lost before, you no longer care about rankings, do you? However, who would have thought of Pikachu's future feats, including zapping Arceus? Merely being a mount for it doesn't seem too disgraceful. Ugh. Absolutely cannot be brainwashed by that Lottie S. Regardless of what the legendary Pokémon thought, the white screen continued to light up methodically. The image began to sway gently. As before, the first sentence appeared. This ranking is in no particular order. After all, you all have been ridden. Groudon, I do not fly. It is absolutely impossible for me to be ridden. Kyogre, that Pikachu is no ordinary one. It might just be looking for a terrestrial mount. Who could be more suitable than you, Groudon? Groudon, shut it, you smelly fish. The screen brightened. 3 lines of text gradually materialized. He is a legendary Pokémon of Psychic and Steel types. He resembles a lion and has an overall white appearance. He is known as the beast that devours the sun in the Galar region. Doesn't this Pokémon resemble one of those legendary creatures from Sun and Moon? Everyone exchanged glances. It indeed does. This is the legendary Pokémon of the Galar region. The inhabitants of Galar would find it somewhat familiar upon hearing this. The scene shifted. A majestic creature resembling a great lion with a flowing mane lay on the ground, while a group of children sat upon him. At the forefront were Ash and Pikachu. Ready, Solgaleo. As Ash's voice fell, Solgaleo slowly rose to its feet. Then it began to gallop swiftly, traversing a long, dreamlike virtual passage, leading the children into the world of Ultra Beasts. As I gazed upon the video, it became evident that there were not merely one but multiple children riding atop the majestic Solgaleo, who appeared to be quite accommodating. Numerous legendary Pokémon began to shake their heads in disbelief. How disappointing. We are legendary beings. How could we so willingly diminish our own stature? NTI, it's merely a brief ride. It hardly counts. Perhaps there are rewards to be gained later. NTI, but where is Solgaleo? Why isn't he making an appearance? Zapdos, damn. Is there truly someone more shameless than I? Articuno, damn. To think you possess such self-awareness. Latios, how ridiculous. What is there to be embarrassed about? It's not embarrassing in the slightest. Latios wiped away a tear. Compared to his incessant persecution, this truly was not a source of shame. In the Galar region, a frolicking Cosmoem attempted to tilt its head in contemplation. However, with the slightest movement, it found itself tumbling uncontrollably. Ultimately, Cosmoem had no choice but to retreat. Oh, what does Solgaleo even know? In the Pokémon League, indeed, there is no shame to be found. If the number of legendary Pokémon that have been ridden were merely 1 or 2, it might seem quite normal. After all, one can lend a helping hand when encountered. But upon reflecting on the vast number, Karaden's words prompted several nearby trainers to stifle their coughs. Ahem. While that may be true, this video is rather amusing. Yet, I can't help but feel that the title seems slightly off, doesn't it? Damalanchi felt quite pleased. After all, it is merely a recounting of legendary Pokémon. Is it not entirely normal for a legendary being to be ridden? Ahem. Legendary Pokémon should be broad-minded. They mustn't be too petty. Yolongdu cast a sidelong glance at Damalanchi, remarking that if such words were voiced in the chatroom, a number of legendary Pokémon would likely explode with indignation. Mutwo, as noble legendary Pokémon, how can we lower ourselves beneath humans, allowing them to ride upon us? It is truly a disgrace to our dignity. Groudon, what seems to be a normal, albeit slightly embarrassing, occurrence suddenly feels entirely different when articulated by that esteemed individual. Kyogre, oh, I never expected you to be such a Groudon. TSK, TSK. Latias, oh, I never expected you to be such a Groudon. TSK, TSK. Latios, oh, I never expected you to be such a Groudon. TSK, TSK. Groudon, give me a break. You lot. With the friendship of Kyogre, Groudon managed to capture the attention of all the legendary Pokémon. At that moment, the cheerful voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resonated, counting down the top 10 legendary Pokémon who became Pikachu's steeds. Solgaleo, reason for inclusion. Well, the video is right there. Can't you see it? The legendary Pokémon and those watching were left agape. What a justification for inclusion. It's irrefutable. With the video as evidence, having been written by Pikachu, what more justification is needed? Shouting that Pikachu is indeed remarkable. Dissenters must swallow their pride. Chapter 183, Stubborn of tongue, honest of body. Brock and Misty yearned to speak. Exchanging glances, they felt their thoughts aligned. Thus, they resolved to watch 2 more videos before making a decision. Ash and Pikachu remained oblivious to the unspoken understanding between Misty and Brock. Each with a Pikachu, they gleefully observed their camaraderie atop Solgaleo, excitement bubbling as they felt compelled to cheer. To ride upon a legendary Pokémon. Pikachu, you are truly amazing. Yet, I can join you too. Today is a blissful day for Ash. Whether recounting the most popular Pokémon or everything concerning Pikachu, it fills Ash with immense joy. The joy of a straightforward boy is as simple as that. In the Galar region, that person appears to be Lily, and her brother? Lily's eyes brimmed with disbelief. She had completely forgotten about any future aspirations of riding upon a legendary Pokémon. Contemplating her estranged relationship with her brother, Lily's small hands instinctively fidgeted together. So, will Lily's relationship with her brother improve in the future? However, Lily felt incapable of achieving that. With a heavy heart, she lowered her gaze, yet could not resist stealing another glance. Why does such a future exist? Ultimately, Lily's attention rested upon the beaming faces of Ash and Pikachu. Is it because of him? The one capable of creating countless miracles? Solgaleo has yet to fully evolve. Rewards have been temporarily stored. At this moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website piqued everyone's curiosity. Macaulay, not fully evolved? What does that mean? Do legendary Pokémon also possess different stages of evolution like ordinary Pokémon? Is their ultimate form the legendary one? Oh, I have no idea. Groudon, I was born a legendary Pokémon. Kyogre, perhaps it is a new breed. Yolongdu, can a legendary Pokémon evolve from an ordinary Pokémon? Does that mean a Caterpie evolving into a Rayquaza is still possible? Rayquaza, warning. In the Pokémon League, Damalanchi shot a fierce glare at Yolongdu. Are you trying to complicate matters further? Yolongdu rubbed his nose, appearing somewhat sheepish yet stubbornly unyielding. Damalanchi, exasperated, nearly toppled over. Shiba fanned the flames from the sidelines. What can be done? After all, our King of the Skies is an unadulterated master of flight. How could he possibly let go of a legendary Pokémon that so perfectly aligns with his aesthetic? Shiba continued to nudge and wink, and astonishingly, Yolongdu actually nodded in agreement. Damalanchi's expression grew increasingly impassive. Enough. Everyone disperse. Their league's champions are beyond saving. As the crowd engaged in discussion, the white screen began to sway gently once more. Who will be the next legendary Pokémon to be written? Unlike the ranking of those defeated by Pikachu, which was purely a source of embarrassment, this ranking is different. Being written by Pikachu, does it bring shame? A bit. Is it a significant issue? Not really. What does it matter if one has been written? If one cannot resist, then one must simply lay back and enjoy. Being included in the ranking could yield rewards. Many legendary Pokémon found themselves hopeful, pondering if the next to be featured might be themselves. The white screen gradually illuminated. 3 lines of text emerged. He is a mythical Pokémon of both water and fire attributes. He, once harmed by humans, harbors a deep hatred for them. He believes that humans are deceitful, yet Pokémon are not. At this point, even Professor Oak found himself perplexed. He could not deduce what this mythical Pokémon was, a composite of water and fire attributes. Rubbing his chin with furrowed brows, the crowd observed as Professor Oak dashed off to find something. Damalanchi reached out to stop him, but was too late. Watching as Professor Oak hung up the phone. Well, this is intriguing. The amalgamation of water and fire attributes. Everyone gazed at this introduction, collectively astonished. After all, water and fire are 2 opposing elements, yet they now coexist within the same Pokémon. What does this signify? Is it true that only I can counter my own limitations? The scene shifts. Before us stands a Pokémon, entirely crimson, crouched on all fours, its massive arms resembling an enormous archway. The disdainful Volcanion cohabits with Magiarna, harboring a deep-seated aversion towards humanity. However, for various reasons, Volcanion temporarily travels alongside Ash and his companions, primarily to safeguard Magiarna. Listen well, we intend to take Magiarna. The audacious Team Rocket trio proclaims, confronting Volcanion with a taunt. Behind them lurk two unfamiliar Pokémon, Heracross and Tauros. Those are not your Pokémon. Euligia exclaims, her anger palpable. Yet, Musashi and Kojiro remain utterly unfazed. They are no longer the original Team Rocket. They have transformed into the Team Rocket wielding the power of Mega Evolution. To achieve Mega Evolution, a bond must exist between trainer and Pokémon. Yet now, Musashi and Kojiro can forcibly induce Mega Evolution in Pokémon that rival their strength. They command the newly evolved Heracross and Tauros to launch an assault on Volcanion and Ash's group. In that moment, Volcanion chooses to cooperate with humanity, allowing Serena and the others to escort Magiarna away while Ash and Pikachu remain to battle alongside Volcanion. The adversaries of Mega Evolution are not easily vanquished. Ash and Pikachu decisively climb onto Volcanion's back. Launch them away, Volcanion. Volcanion, carrying Ash and Pikachu, feigns bravado while its body remains obedient. Unleash your ultimate attack. In the end, only Volcanion and its riders, Ash and Pikachu, remain standing. Upon witnessing the spectacle, the legendary Pokémon are left with mixed emotions. Latios, upon hearing the introduction, I thought perhaps this was a legendary Pokémon forced into a situation. However, after witnessing the events, I am left with a singular thought. Latios, where did the proclaimed hatred for humanity go? Did you consume it? Latios, now, brother, calm down. Don't take on the role of the critic. Are you not aware that there exists a type of legendary Pokémon known as Tsundere? Tough on the outside, yet soft-hearted within. Chapter 184, Macaulay's Flag? Once again, Latios suffers from the betrayal of his dear sister, lamenting in heartache. Sister, you are no longer my warm, comforting cloak. You have transformed into a drafty military coat. Latios, hee. Tormenting my brother is simply delightful. But who is truly the most enraged at this moment? Naturally, it is one of our protagonists, the human-hating Volcanion. Gazing at the concluding image on the white screen, Volcanion's eyes widen in disbelief. Impossible. This must be a fabrication. I could never ally with humanity, much less allow them to ride atop me and act with impunity. Volcanion attempts to unleash its fury, only to notice Magiarna silently observing from the side. Volcanion, surrendering JPG. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resonates. Top 10 legendary Pokémon who became Pikachu's steed. Volcanion, reason for inclusion, a Tsundere filled with contradictions. Understand it. In the chatroom, Yolangdu, haha, this is truly amusing. Young Ash and Pikachu possess such extraordinary charm. Macaulay, they have managed to disarm a Pokémon that harbors animosity towards humanity, allowing it to open its heart. Cynthia, you all make valid points. Karuna, TSK. I fear their Tsundere nature might lead to an outburst of anger. Volcanion, I am not Tsundere. I genuinely despise humanity. My words are not mere bluster. Magiarna, are you certain? Volcanion, I am uncertain. Observing Volcanion's sudden capitulation, Macaulay cannot help but chuckle, his gaze imbued with a hint of exasperation and tenderness. Pokémon often harbor disdain for humanity due to the latter's grievous actions. Yet, they still cling to a flicker of hope. Perhaps Volcanion's encounter with Ash will subtly alter its perception of humanity? Dogao remains expressionless, dismissing Macaulay's sentimentality. Pokémon possess the right to choose their preferred life and attitude towards humanity. There is no need to impose a singular standard upon them. Pokémon and humans are inherently different. Embracing diversity is the only path forward. It is my hope that all kind-hearted Pokémon encounter trainers and humans who genuinely respect them. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoes once more. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations on receiving a peculiar limb that can transform into water. A fragment of the world's essence, capable of assuming a watery state, reverting back to limb form upon contact with even a drop of water. Note, although it may cause a slight loss of SAN, it might prove unexpectedly useful in a waterless emergency. Volcanion, Magiarna, do not look. Volcanion discreetly stows away the bizarrely functional limb. Indeed, it must not taint Magiarna's eyes. However, upon reflection, the Multiverse Dimension website's words do not seem entirely erroneous. Perhaps it may come in handy someday. Contemplating its steam-based abilities, which require water, Volcanion realizes it can only store a limited amount, rather than possessing an infinite supply. It must keep it hidden, all in the name of better protecting Magiarna. In the Pokemon League conference room, Damaranchi rubs his temples. Why do I feel that these rewards are becoming increasingly peculiar? Damaranchi expresses his weariness. Yolongdu and Shiba, meanwhile, continue to chuckle, entirely oblivious to Damaranchi's plight. The president is simply overthinking. As long as the Pokemon are not anti-human or antisocial, no matter how powerful they become, the actual impact remains minimal. As long as it is within controllable bounds, all is well. Let the revelry continue. The legendary Pokemon regard this reward, albeit strange in nature, as far from useless compared to previous consolation prizes. Simply by being ridden, one can acquire a rather decent reward? Indeed, the legendary Pokemon grow increasingly intrigued. Zapdos, I believe I can do it. I am capable. Latios, I believe I too can succeed. Mutwo, how disgraceful. You are all losing your dignity as legendary Pokemon. Mutwo's expression reveals deep sorrow as it observes the emerging legendary Pokemon. They are indeed legendary beings. While it is the magnificent Mutwo, it cannot idly stand by as these legendary Pokemon descend into such decline. No, it must take action. Wait a moment. It seems I have discovered a trace of Mew. Having pursued this lead, Mutwo immediately casts aside thoughts of the chat room. Fallen legendary Pokemon. It will deal with that after capturing Mew. Thanks to Mew's self-sacrifice, all legendary Pokemon remain oblivious to their fortunate escape from an encounter with a mentally unstable companion. Mikoli languidly reclined upon the sofa, gazing at the happenings on the white screen, embodying a state of leisure that could scarcely be surpassed. One cannot help but wish for a tad more of this special treatment for Pikachu. More and more. And concerning the Hoenn region, one can still catch glimpses of the legendary Pokemon's antics. Simply marvelous. In response to Mikoli's words, Daegu furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed. Silence. I sense you are jinxing us. Legendary Pokemon. Do you truly believe that so-and-so and that other one are legends? Mikoli exclaimed, wait. That seems implausible, doesn't it? Daegu merely regarded Mikoli with quiet contemplation. Who can truly predict such matters? Mikoli vigorously wiped his face. I. The phrase impossible eluded Mikoli's lips. He could only slump his shoulders in resignation, a defeated expression adorning his face as he declared, if that's the case, I shall accept it. However, our Hoenn region's legendary Pokemon have already been paraded around countless times, especially those two who have so often clashed in the group. How can they not be on the top-tier list? When it comes to dark history, they are inescapable. The Hoenn trio truly is foolish. If you have the audacity, speak up in the chat room and witness their reactions. I lack such courage, Mikoli proclaimed with unwavering conviction. Amidst Mikoli and Daegu's concerns, the white screen began to illuminate once more. Who will be the next legendary Pokemon? Chapter 185. Rayquaza. Who could possibly surpass my grandiosity? The Hoenn trio, discussed behind their backs, simultaneously let out a mighty sneeze. Rayquaza exclaimed, achoo. I sense someone plotting against me. Could it be that Dragon King attempting to reclaim me? Dream on. Kyogre grumbled, gurgle gurgle. I've choked on water. It must be Groudon speaking ill of me from behind. Groudon retorted, achoo. The despicable Kyogre. There's no one else but him. In his efforts, Mikoli inadvertently exacerbated the already tenuous relationship between the two legendary Pokemon. Amidst everyone's curiosity, the white screen flickered to life. White text emerged. He is the guardian of the skies. He is the apex legendary of the Hoenn region. He is the familiar green caterpillar to all. What on earth? Mikoli, surely. We cannot refer to Rayquaza as the green caterpillar simply because of his dark history. Mikoli, there is a significant distinction between Rayquaza and the green caterpillar. You know? Daegu, you yourself have stated Rayquaza is not a green caterpillar, so refrain from incessantly repeating those words. Rayquaza, warning, a crucial point has been made. The Dragon King could not help but laugh heartily at the chatroom's exchanges. Mikoli and Daegu must be utterly dismayed. How could it be him again? The mightiest of legendary Pokemon, with a notorious history, and now yet another tale to tell. In any case, whenever legendary Pokemon are mentioned, Rayquaza is always there. The Dragon King's eyes squinted with amusement. Shiba could no longer maintain his cool demeanor. Truly, one feels sympathy for Mikoli and Daegu. The Hoenn region never fails to make its presence known. The scene shifted. It was a familiar sight. Deoxys ruthlessly battling Rayquaza. Countless small cubes malfunctioned due to Deoxys's unique magnetic field. With Pikachu's assistance, Ash finally managed to quell the cube uprising using his ID card. Yet, Pikachu and Rayquaza were utterly engulfed by the cubes. At that moment, a certain cube began to squirm. Then, a green head emerged, atop which sat a familiar Pikachu. The Pikachu riding on Rayquaza's head looked utterly bewildered, completely unaware of its precarious position. Observing the conclusion of the scene, everyone nodded in agreement. Dragon King, for some reason. I now perceive this as mere basic operations. What is so surprising? Isn't it just a larger green caterpillar? Pikachu riding it is no big deal. Macaulay, allow me to speak on behalf of Rayquaza. Human, a crucial point has been made. Adak, warning, destructive light. Cynthia, warning, fiery blast. Karuna, warning, dragon claw. Rayquaza, have you all said your piece? Rayquaza's frustration was palpable through the text. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! Suddenly, one finds Rayquaza rather endearing. Misty exclaimed. Brock glanced at Misty, ensuring her sanity was intact. Indeed, perhaps a bit. Yet, given Rayquaza's legendary status, it would be prudent to exercise caution. Brock stroked his chin, considering the audacity of the champions in the chatroom. After all, this is the guardian of the skies. While it may have suffered at the hands of Deoxys, its power should not be underestimated. I think it's fine. Ash sided with Misty this time, scratching his head at Brock's exaggeration. Seeing Ash's support made Misty quite pleased, while Brock felt the urge to roll his eyes. Misty, please wake up. It's one thing for others, but haven't you noticed Ash's legendary luck all this time? Brock felt weary. He believed that among this group, he was the only one with a clear perspective. Just then, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website rang out, ranking the top 10 legendary Pokémon that have become Pikachu's steeds. Rayquaza, reason for inclusion, yes. It's you, it's still you. Truly an inescapable fate. Rayquaza, well, this isn't so bad. I still have rewards to collect. Thinking this way, I must be the chosen dragon. This is already my third reward. More than Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh, are you out of your mind? Why call me out? It makes this seem like something to be proud of. Zapdos, huh? If you had any dignity, you wouldn't have a dark history. Zapdos, woe is me. I wish to be on the list too. I don't mind the embarrassment. Let me be included. Groudon, how shameful. Kyogre, huh? Those above should not boast too soon. I believe you will surely be on the list. The chatroom was awash with chaos among the legendary Pokémon. Some maintained a positive outlook, like Rayquaza. Others were eager to be recognized, like Zapdos. And then there were those fanning the flames, like Groudon and Kyogre. Cynthia, while challenging, had already watched several videos. Most of these legendary Pokémon are ones that ordinary people might never encounter in a lifetime. Yet now it feels like the distance between them has suddenly shrunk. However, I believe your strength is undoubtedly on par with that of the legendary Pokémon. Roar. Sharpedo waved its massive arms, echoing Cynthia's sentiment. They would continue to strive together, growing ever stronger. Even when facing legendary Pokémon, they would have the strength to fight back. I'll just go buy an ice cream. Cynthia's gaze suddenly fell upon a nearby cart. Her feet seemed rooted to the ground, unable to move. Let her have an ice cream first. Challenges can wait. Amidst the lively chatter in the room, a portion of the legendary Pokémon, perpetually absent from the rankings, felt envious when the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed once more. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations. You have received Sea Salt Pearl Stick 1, a weapon from. But it seems to be only half of it. However, the power remains undeniably formidable. Note, there is no need for any complicated maneuvers. It's all about a flurry of strikes. A weapon resembling a colossal hammer is truly formidable. Rayquaza, it seems a bit powerful? Let us take another look at the recently acquired massive blue round hammer. Rayquaza silently accepted this reward. Then, Rayquaza commenced its own efforts to attract attention. Rayquaza, I believe my luck is exceptionally good. Look, my new reward. Hammer JPG. Rayquaza, alas. I feel a bit embarrassed for receiving so many rewards. Rayquaza, honestly, I never intended to be on the leaderboard. It's all fate's arrangement. How distressing. Chapter 186. As long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who are awkward. Oh damn. As someone who also received 2 rewards, I can't help but feel genuinely provoked. Wushuang, shouldn't I be more sociable since I received 2 rewards? Latios, damn. I feel as though I'm being repeatedly provoked. Latios, my brother didn't receive any rewards, yet I inexplicably feel overshadowed by him. Zapdos, boo-hoo. I want Ho-Oh's rewards too. Boo-hoo. Please give me another chance. Due to Rayquaza's ostentatious remarks, the chatroom was filled with lamentations. Those who had received rewards once, those who had received them twice, and finally, those who had received none at all. Rayquaza remained there, basking in pride. Rayquaza, 3 rewards. I truly am the one and only chosen dragon. Dialga, and what do you have to say about Arceus, who appeared on the leaderboard twice and received 3 rewards? Glares. Palkia, what do you have to say about Arceus, who appeared on the leaderboard twice and received 3 rewards? Glares. Giratina, if you boast one more time, I'll come find you through the internet cable. Let us see who deserves the rewards. Glares. Truly, an exemplary filial child. When the legendary trio of time, space, and destruction encounters a problem, they immediately invoke Arceus' name. Rayquaza fell silent. Huh, what did he just say? He knows nothing. The Pokémon League conference room. These legendary beasts are indeed quite dutiful. Yolongdu felt the urge to voice his sarcasm. What else can be done? Giratina is no ordinary legendary beast. It can traverse through any portal to any location. One must choose their words carefully. Who knows which misstep might summon it? It's truly formidable. Damaranch gazed at Yolongdu with a piercing look. Can't you be a bit more discreet? Stop provoking the legendary beasts. Keep quiet. Damaranch felt as if it were not merely a figment of his imagination. Yolongdu seemed increasingly unrestrained. Damaranch was quite troubled. This individual must not be allowed to continue in such a manner. In the Hoenn region, Mizuki observed Rayquaza, who had once again made the leaderboard, with an air of self-satisfaction, her face displaying disdain. A dignified legendary beast. Yet it allows a mere ordinary Pokémon to ride atop it. Doesn't he feel ashamed? Such a legendary beast, and it still suppresses Kyogre? It's truly infuriating. Mizuki gazed at Rayquaza and felt a surge of displeasure. Izumi sighed beside her. For some reason, I always feel like you're setting yourself up for failure. Mizuki wanted to question Izumi loudly. Speak. What image do you have of me as your leader? Am I not immensely wise and powerful? However, Mizuki restrained herself. As the leader, one must remain calm. One cannot fly off the handle over trivial matters. Fortunately, Mizuki refrained from asking. Otherwise, Izumi would undoubtedly provide a response he would never forget. Just continue watching, my leader. I feel, well, it's hard to say. Izumi's womanly intuition kicked in, her gaze wandering toward the white screen. The white screen gradually illuminated. 3 lines of text appeared. He is the creator of the ocean. He is the sovereign of the ocean. He is the familiar fat-headed fish. Damn. Once again, Mizuki could not restrain herself from cursing at the flag being raised. Then, seeing Izumi smiling at her, Mizuki swallowed back more expletives. Well, she is not a coward. This is from the heart. To protect the purity and beauty of young girls. I firmly believe this is correct. Observing Mizuki, who was turning away, gazing at the sky, the ground, and the screen while avoiding her gaze, Izumi couldn't help but smile. Mizuki truly is exceptionally adorable. However, Izumi would never voice this sentiment. Otherwise, she would miss the chance to witness such a charming leader again. Team Magma. The expression on Akainu's face was a mix of amusement and unease. The Team Magma officers looked at Akainu with curiosity. Boss, Kyogre has made the leaderboard again and is referred to as the fat-headed fish. Shouldn't we mock Team Aqua mercilessly? Akainu's expression was quite conflicted. While mocking is certainly an option, this reward seems rather promising. If Kyogre grows stronger, it will be even easier for Mizuki to summon Kyogre. Moreover, I have a nagging feeling of unease. Both Rayquaza and Kyogre have made the leaderboard. The last legendary beast of the Hoenn region. Is there a possibility of escaping? Reflecting on Groudon's usual foolishness in the chat room, Akainu even began to doubt whether Groudon could truly fulfill his dreams. Feeling a bit anxious, the scene continues. Due to the clash between Kyogre and Groudon, Ash and his companions were inevitably drawn into the fray. Brock, May, and Max were rescued in time by Yolongdu's red Gyarados. However, Ash and Pikachu were not so fortunate. They were swept into the depths of the sea by the waves. Pikachu lay weakly in Ash's arms, both lacking the strength to escape from the water. At that moment, a massive, menacing Kyogre charged toward Ash and Pikachu, just as Ash was on high alert. In the next moment, Ash found himself riding atop Kyogre, who effortlessly brought them to the water's surface. Are you okay, Ash? In response to his companion's concerns, Ash replied loudly, I'm fine. Kyogre saved us. Yes, that is great. It's truly wonderful. Groudon, kind-hearted, what a warm-hearted fat-headed fish. Voluntarily allowing humans and Pikachu to ride on your back. I commend you. Kyogre, why? Why? How did I become such a benevolent legendary beast? Zapdos, boo. I want that too. You don't want to give it to me. Kyogre paid no heed to Zapdos' remarks. Confused, it struggled to comprehend. Am I really such a good-hearted legendary beast? Would I willingly rescue other Pokemon and humans, even allowing them to ride on my back? Kyogre was utterly bewildered. Yet, it eventually adjusted its mindset. No, this human has helped me more than once. I do this to repay the favor. I am indeed a legendary beast that knows how to show gratitude. Kyogre expressed such sentiments in the chat room, and its expression instantly became more natural. As long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who are awkward. Now, all I have to do is wait for my second reward. I truly am magnificent. Chapter 187, Groudon. I will never allow a yellow-skinned rat to ride atop me. The remarks of Kyogre and his unyielding attitude have truly astonished Groudon. Huh. When did this fellow become so shameless? Yet, the more audacious Kyogre becomes, the more Groudon finds himself at a loss for a retort. With Kyogre abandoning all semblance of shame, what grounds does he have to feel embarrassed? At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resounded, ranking the top 10 legendary beasts as Pikachu's mounts. Kyogre. Reason for inclusion. What is this? This is the legendary repayment of the fish. Dragon Tamer, huh? The repayment of a fish. Sorry, I simply cannot hold back. Haha. Groudon, repayment of a fish? Repayment of a fat-headed fish? You can actually repay kindness? Kyogre, just envy me. I fear nothing as long as I have rewards. My rewards surpass yours. Groudon, damn. Latios, damn. Latias, water. The younger sister, attempting to join in the cursing, was forcibly interrupted by her brother. At the headquarters of Team Rocket, Sakaki gazed at these legendary creatures, who had all but discarded their dignity for the sake of rewards, his eyes rolling heavenward. So, this is what the so-called legendary beasts have come to? However, from the perspective of interests and value, it truly pales in comparison. After all, the rewards at hand are insignificant compared to the potential dark history that has yet to unfold. Observing Sakaki's repetitive musings, Jin Biao had already mastered the art of being an obedient secretary. Yes, all he needed to do was quietly listen to his boss's analyses. Brock could not help but shake his head. I have come to a conclusion. This ranking is in no way a list of the top 10 mounts for Pikachu. It is clearly a list of Ash's mounts. Brock stated with certainty after watching 4 videos in succession. Ash, Misty's intelligence has finally returned. Support. Pikachu does not require any mounts. Pikachu's mount is undoubtedly Ash. Brock and Misty seamlessly joined in the banter. Look at all these legendary creatures, aside from Rayquaza. Which one isn't seen alongside Ash and Pikachu? Ash scratched his head in realization. It does seem that way, doesn't it? Pika Pika. Pikachu's little arms incessantly patted Ash's shoulder, conveying his sentiments accurately. Ash is my best mount. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations on receiving Primal Reversion 1. At any time and place, you may initiate a Primal Reversion according to your own will without the need for external assistance. Kyogre's eyes lit up instantly. This is Primal Reversion. Typically, a significant amount of natural energy is required to achieve it, making it nearly impossible in this world. Even the blue orb would only allow him to revert once. Now, with this reward, he has an additional opportunity. Kyogre was in high spirits. He decided not to hold back. Kyogre, can't fly, huh? Jealous, aren't you? Groudon, gah. Groudon, you shameless creature. I will absolutely not allow an ordinary Pikachu to ride on my head. Absolutely not. Zapdos, do you see my tears? They flow from the corners of my mouth out of jealousy. Ho-oh, TSK, TSK, TSK. Jealousy truly distorts one's appearance. Kyogre, I have noted your flag. Latias, I sense the aroma of commotion. Groudon disdainfully snorted. A real man keeps his word. He, Groudon, the noble beast of the earth. It is inconceivable that a mere yellow rodent and his trainer would tread upon his head. Absolutely impossible, not even with rewards. Clutching his tiny bamboo toy, the fire in Groudon's eyes flickered with determination. He would defend his dignity to the death. Water Pigeon's eyes also brightened upon seeing the reward. Kyogre's Primal Reversion? Wouldn't that enhance his control over the ocean? Water Pigeon thought of summoning Kyogre twice. If he could initiate Primal Reversion while summoning Kyogre, it would be nothing short of magnificent. Just the thought of it made Water Pigeon drool with excitement. Lord Water Pigeon, I believe you need to remain a bit more composed. A Kyogre empowered by such strength would not be easily controlled. With enhanced power coupled with Primal Reversion, Izumi felt the need for careful consideration. Water Pigeon did not act impulsively. He gradually calmed himself from his ecstatic state. Rest assured, I will plan meticulously. As long as I possess this card, I have a chance. Water Pigeon transformed from a goofball to someone with profound eyes. It was time to devise a proper strategy. Macaulay stared at the white screen, feeling a tinge of anxiety. Could it be that during this embarrassing ranking, our Hoenn trio would be unable to escape unscathed? Groudon, you must hold strong. You are the last hope for the Hoenn region. Macaulay muttered incessantly, cheering for Groudon. Daigo shot Macaulay and I roll in response to his rambling. You are simply invoking bad luck. I can foresee that the next one should be Groudon. Daigo, be quiet. Macaulay lunged at Daigo, fiercely gripping his neck. Daigo was not easily intimidated either, and the two began to tussle on the sofa. Congratulations. Amidst the frenzy of their mutual jinxing, the white screen finally began to glow softly. 3 lines of text gradually emerged. He is the creator of the earth. He is the sovereign of the earth. He is the familiar one who cannot fly. Gurgle. Kyogre rolled in the sea, laughing uncontrollably. Groudon had just proclaimed it was impossible. As Kyogre laughed until his stomach ached, he could not bring himself to stop. After all, Groudon had indeed spoken with utmost conviction. Kyogre's laughter caused the entire ocean to tremble, and it was only after a while that he ceased his uproarious mirth. No, I absolutely cannot miss this video. Kyogre's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the white screen before him. He was eager to witness how Groudon would be ridden. Groudon, staring at the white screen, had wide, round eyes. Roar. No. This is impossible. It must be a hoax. Groudon shook his head frantically. Yet the white screen before him showed no signs of changing. Groudon failed to exit the chat room. Chapter 188. The Unspoken Agreement of the Hoenn Duo. Groudon was genuinely on the brink of madness. This was no longer merely about embarrassment. The matter of being ridden, while seemingly trivial, had become a significant issue after Groudon had so confidently asserted it, only to be slapped in the face moments later. Now, Groudon merely wished to retreat to the mountains and sleep. Boo-hoo. He felt as if the entire world was conspiring against him. Groudon's tears could not halt the continuation of the footage. The screen began to play. Initially, it showcased Ash and his companions at Team Magma's hideout, where Pikachu snatched the blue orb from them. However, that blue orb fused into Pikachu's body. Captured by Team Magma, Ash remained by Pikachu's side, yet Pikachu's condition deteriorated steadily. Pikachu fell into a semi-conscious state, strange red patterns emerging on his body, primarily on his belly and head, reminiscent of the markings on Groudon. Pikachu's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, as if succumbing to a frenzied state, unleashing a torrent of electricity without a care for Ash beside him. Ultimately, Pikachu's electrical power reached its zenith before vanishing right before Ash's eyes. He sent Team Rocket, who had been scheming, flying and assisted in awakening the long-slumbering Kyogre. Once again, it made its grand entrance, the formidable and weighty Kyogre. Perched atop its head, in the very center, stood a Pikachu shimmering with a radiant red glow. A new mount had been unlocked. As the scene gradually dimmed, Kyogre could barely contain its mirth, bursting into wild laughter before Kyogre itself. Kyogre, haha, Kyogre, you deserve it. Kyogre, weren't you swearing to never submit? Yet here you are, allowing it to control you and ride upon your head. That clearly showcases your power. Kyogre, haha, my abs could burst from laughter. Kyogre alone flooded the chat room with messages, as everyone and every legendary Pokémon looked on at Kyogre frantically floundering like a fish. However, with Kyogre's incessant reminders, everyone recalled the absurd promises Kyogre had previously made. Indeed, it was quite amusing. Save for Kyogre, everyone else rejoiced, as if celebrating the new year. Only Kyogre was left in disgrace. At this moment, the voice from the Multiverse Dimension website did not spare Kyogre either. Top 10 legendary Pokémon who became Pikachu-S mounts. Kyogre. Reason for inclusion. Did you think that was Pikachu? No. It is, in fact, my Kyogre. Kyogre. Well, you did indeed control its mind. So there's no fault in claiming it as yours. It's just unfortunate that it temporarily has to share a mind with you. Kyogre, shut up. Sunlight flame warning. I will evaporate all your seawater. Ho-Oh, you speak as if you truly possess such abilities. Zapdos, don't be unaware of the fortune you hold. Is it truly so embarrassing? Does becoming stronger not matter? Kyogre lay back in serene resignation. One who has never tasted the bitterness of others should not mock their sorrow. Kyogre, with its short arms, patted its own hairless self, feeling rather fortunate. Thankfully, it did not have fur. Otherwise, it would surely have been completely bald. Ahem, I truly wish to express that Pikachu has endured much. Yet witnessing Kyogre being ridiculed by so many legendary Pokémon fills my heart with unrestrained laughter. Misty erupted into a fit of laughter, bending over and incessantly rubbing her belly. There was no helping it, for it was simply too amusing. Kyogre had, alas, completely devolved into the role of the comedic relief. Whatever happened to the grandeur of legendary Pokémon? It was utterly squandered. Brock squinted his eyes, reflecting on this. Kyogre truly was a legendary Pokémon that continuously set itself up for mockery. Only Ash gently patted Pikachu, who looked tormented under the control. Pikachu exclaimed, Pika Pika. Yes, yes. But this situation has yet to unfold, so there's no need to worry. Pikachu nuzzled against Ash, who swiftly cast aside his concerns for the future. Lone troubles? Such matters were never on Ash's agenda. May and Steven exchanged glances, sighing deeply as they observed the trio from Hoenn making the leaderboard without exception. How foolish of me. I've known all along. Why did I engage in reckless negativity? May shed tears, then tightly grasped Steven's arm. I don't care. You absolutely cannot escape this time. Leaving me to handle everything alone, working myself to the bone? That's out of the question. May looked at Steven with hopeful eyes, for he was her last hope. Then, she watched as he effortlessly pried her fingers apart one by one. Not happening. I'll simply dive into my own world. Can you find me? As Steven's words echoed, he caught sight of the expression on May's face, nearly bringing him to tears. What a sight for a grown man. Such a pitiful display. As for lending a hand, it's not entirely impossible. The voice from the Multiverse Dimension website rang out, capturing everyone's attention. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations. You have received Primordial Reversion 1. At any time, in any place, you can independently, without any external assistance, execute a primordial reversion at your own discretion. This could be said to be nearly identical to Kyogre's reward. Just moments ago, Kyogre, who had been mocking Kyogre, suddenly found its mood soured. Am I not worthy of possessing a unique reward? Granting both me and that individual a primordial reversion is surely an invitation for conflict. Kyogre's mood darkened considerably. This grudge would not be forgotten. It was all Kyogre's fault. Yes, that was undoubtedly the case. Kyogre's spirits were low, but Kyogre's were even lower. What does this reward mean? It's not that primordial reversion is undesirable, but why does he receive the same reward as Kyogre with the same frequency? Regardless, should he not be granted 2 occurrences at the very least? Kyogre muttered in discontent. Humph, it's all that fat-headed fish Kyogre's fault. Today marks yet another day of unspoken understanding between Kyogre and Kyogre. In the Pokémon League conference room, this reward, oh. I hope Kyogre and Kyogre 1T cause a ruckus. Otherwise, the Hoenn region may find itself in dire straits. Damalanchi could only feel a headache upon seeing the term primordial reversion. Is it a disdain for legendary Pokémon's lack of strength? Do they wish to compel them to clash with the heavens and earth? Looking on the bright side, perhaps none of them would want to squander the hard-earned opportunity for primordial reversion on each other. Yulongdu's words did little to ease Damalanchi's anxiety. Watching videos. I want to think about it anymore. Chapter 189, The Adorable Sister. The white screen gradually illuminated. The next legendary Pokémon to be featured was about to be revealed. Yet, the chatroom remained abuzz with activity from Kyogre and Kyogre. Latios, your bond is quite remarkable. Latias, indeed. It's almost comparable to my bond with my brother. Kyogre, ugh. Did I just hear something utterly revolting? Kyogre, pfft. I would rather perish than have a bond with one who cannot fly. Kyogre, what did you just say, fat-headed fish? If you have the guts, say it again. Everyone chimed in, remarking that such a bond surely surpassed any other. The synergy between them was truly commendable. Kyogre never anticipated that the one who had perpetually tormented Kyogre would also experience persecution one day. Truly, the wheel of karma turns, sparing none. Amidst the bustling, playful atmosphere, the white screen flickered to life once more. The backdrop was shrouded in darkness, accompanied by the sound of wind being swiftly torn apart. 3 lines of text emerged on the screen. She is a legendary Pokémon of both dragon and psychic types. She resembles a bird-like dragon Pokémon. She possesses a streamlined body and glass-like feathers. Latias's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, look, this must be me. Observing the description in the 3 lines of text, along with the specified gender, Latios remarked, though you are my sister, seeing you this happy makes me feel I have much to express. Latias was utterly oblivious to Latios' sentiments, reveling in her joy. Hee. Whatever the reward may be, I will gladly accept. In the future, my companions, Ash and Pikachu, are quite engaging. They are not like us. Not that we lack interest, but I am genuinely curious to witness their lives. Adios stifled the acerbic remarks he initially intended to voice. Well, how could he not understand the temperament of his own sister? What other choice did he have but to endure? The scene continued, a familiar night, a well-known battlefield. Confronted by the punitive Hoopa, Ash and Pikachu gazed upon the summoned legendary Pokémon. Latias, please lend us your strength. Ash called out loudly to the deities. Latios and Latias responded to Ash's plea. Facing the ferocious Hoopa, Ash, accompanied by little Hoopa, rode upon Latios's back, while his smaller sister, Latias, allowed Pikachu to perch upon her own. With a rallying cry, they surged forth like arrows released from a bow. Observing the conclusion of the scene, Latios's heart was profoundly pained. Latios, woe is me. Why, despite my presence, the true center of attention is my sister. Latias, brother, do not be envious. It's merely luck. Zapdos, perhaps that Latias isn't truly yours? After all, your family has a whole lineage. Articuno, I've noticed you particularly enjoy stirring the pot. Mew, jealousy is indeed a most unbecoming trait. Are Latios and Latias siblings? Ash observed the lively chatter in the chat room, and his focus remained Askew. What legendary mounts? They are simply friends offering genuine assistance. Misty and Brock discerned Ash's true thoughts and shared a knowing glance. It seems these 2 legendary beings in the chat room are indeed siblings. Generally, legendary Pokémon are not bound by gender. Latios and Latias are rather intriguing. Some powerful legendaries are devoid of classification or gender, as their lifespans and existence are extraordinarily prolonged. And beings like Latios and Latias, it can only be said that this world is truly vast. There exists every conceivable type of legendary. The voice of the Multiverse Dimension website resonated, ranking the top 10 legendary Pokémon to ride Pikachu. Latias, reason for ranking, assisting Ash and Pikachu? Isn't that only natural? Latias' gaze fell upon the phrase, only natural, tilting her head in contemplation. Brother, does this imply that we will meet Ash and Pikachu at another point in time? They appear to be quite fascinating. If they could come to the Water City, I would certainly seek them out to play. Latias lowered her body, adopting a comfortable position with a smile as she watched the scenes on the white screen. Latios lay down beside her. This was his sister, though her words were a tad fierce. What could he do? If it were truly so, then it was quite agreeable. Latios held a favorable impression of Ash and Pikachu, kind, righteous, and courageous trainers. Who could possibly resist such qualities? Mutwo, humans are but humans. They will forever remain distinct from us legendary beings. You are all willingly descending into depravity. Mutwo truly is excessively verbose. One should simply enjoy. At last, Mutwo, with a darkened expression, found Mew fluttering around, blissfully unaware of the tension surrounding them. Mew appeared to be having the time of its life, seemingly unaffected by Mutwo's palpable hostility. Mutwo's frustration only intensified as it surveyed the chatroom, filled with seemingly depraved legendary beings. What is so admirable about humans? They only seek to control us. Mutwo's tone was irritable and harsh. Even having witnessed the previous videos depicting its future encounters and emotional moments with Ash, it was, after all, merely a video. Events yet to transpire and unexperienced emotions cannot easily alter Mutwo's perceptions of humanity. At most, there exists a slight, minuscule fondness for Ash. Yet the proud Mutwo would never concede to such a notion. Mew flitted around Mutwo, exuding a cheerful atmosphere. Although many humans are despicable and cunning, there remain numerous interesting and admirable individuals among them. One must not generalize. However, that does not mean we shall allow them to ride upon our backs. Such a thing shall never occur with me. Mutwo's thoughts remained unchanged. Moreover, individuals like that Go character are certainly not isolated cases. Mew suddenly recalled, oh, there's that Go. I wonder how that human is faring. Should I seek him out to play? Mew's little eyes sparkled with mischief, clearly concocting a scheme. Chapter 190, Ideals and Reality. Unaware of Mew's intentions, Mutwo naively believed Mew could remain honest for a spell. Clearly, it was a child unscathed by the harsh realities of society. Regardless of how powerful or obstinate one may be, all shall eventually encounter beings that naturally counter them. Mutwo would come to deeply understand this truth in the time to come. Mutwo was silenced by Mew's retort after a single statement, and the other legendary beings paid no mind to Mutwo's words. Everyone had viewed the video rankings. Who does not know who? Mutwo, after all, was artificially birthed from a petri dish. Having a few screws loose is quite normal. One can easily understand a child experiencing a bit of chinibyu. It is best to simply ignore it. Thankfully, Mutwo remained oblivious to the thoughts of the other legendary beings. Otherwise, it would surely have another explosive episode. The Pokemon League found Mutwo's comments rather peculiar. Mutwo, I had thought he had stopped watching the videos. He certainly had not shown any reaction during the Dark History segment. Why, then, does he appear more agitated now? Yolanda truly could not comprehend Mutwo's actions. It was truly bewildering. One should not attempt to decipher the thoughts of a Pokemon likely suffering from mental issues, even if it is a legendary being. After all, they are not particularly clever, and I fear overthinking may lead one into a predicament. Damaranch's voice echoed softly. Beside him, Shiba and Kono were unable to contain their laughter. I can't take it anymore. The hefty Dragonite patted Yolanda on the head from behind. Oh, why bother? Let us just enjoy the video. Sporting a hairstyle that resembled a bird's nest thanks to the hefty Dragonite, Yolanda maintained an expressionless demeanor. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations on receiving the soulbound armor, already bound. A specialized item from the world, automatically adjusted for this realm. The appearance of the soulbound armor can be set prior to each use. When activated, all states will be suppressed to match that of a human, rendering identification impossible. However, the duration cannot exceed 1 day and night, and a cooldown of 2 days and nights is required after use. Brother, this is precisely prepared for me to venture out and play. Latias nearly leapt with joy. She just knew it. This Latias must surely be her. Imagining the freedom to explore, Latias was eager to take to the skies once more. Latios could only watch his sister with a bittersweet heart. Yet he felt compelled to express his genuine happiness for her. Then you shall masquerade as a human while I will act as your Pokemon. You must not utilize any abilities. There are still dangers. I will accompany you. Latias nuzzled against her brother in a gesture of gratitude. Truly, her brother is the epitome of kindness. Long live her brother. Latios lamented. One suffers while the other weeps. My plight is truly disheartening. Within the headquarters of Team Rocket, the office buzzed with curiosity. Are there such rewards? Does this imply that legendary Pokemon can assume human forms? Perhaps that is indeed the case. Satoshi had long recognized that the rewards from the Multiverse Dimension website were not entirely devoid of pattern. For instance, his bloodline certificate revealed to him that silver still existed in this world. To others, such a reward may seem trivial, but to him, it is an invaluable treasure. Latias's reward carries a semblance of this notion as well. Would a legendary Pokemon's transformation into human form yield distinctive traits? Regrettably, there are no precedents to study, otherwise. I could conduct thorough research. Perhaps I could even capture some legendary Pokémon. After all, such endeavors could yield substantial profits. Hidden within the crowd may lie a stranger one might inadvertently brush past. Satoshi deemed this project promising. It could be initiated first, followed by an investigation into relevant legends. Satoshi is perpetually on the path to profit. The Pokémon League remains oblivious to Satoshi's ambitions. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly chastise him for perpetuating competition while others are at ease. Wondering why he alone is so relentlessly driven. Isn't it better for everyone to relax together? Satoshi would reply no. It is safe to say that the League is yet unaware of Satoshi's frenzied aspirations. Thus, they remain blissfully ignorant, gazing at the slowly illuminating white screen. They were in high spirits discussing which legendary Pokémon would next serve as the shared steed of Ash and Pikachu. After all, most of the time, it is Ash alongside Pikachu. Just think. Aside from Groudon, Ash has yet to ride any other legendary Pokémon. The League has come to terms with Ash's allure towards legendary Pokémon. The name Ash signifies boundless potential and unfathomable wonders. Anything associated with Ash is deemed possible. Even if a ranking of the 10 legendary Pokémon captured by Ash were to be presented, they would hardly be surprised, would they? The white screen flickered to life. 3 lines of text gradually emerged. He is a legendary Pokémon of Dragon and Electric types. He is a legendary Pokémon of Dragon and Fire types. He is a Pokémon that believes in ideals, spreading hope throughout the world. He is a Pokémon that believes in truth, spreading kindness throughout the world. They, after falling into a deep slumber, transformed into dragon stones over a long period. The identities are unmistakable. But what does it mean for both to appear at once? Could it be that Pikachu has ridden both of these legendary Pokémon? Within the Pokémon League, expressions of bewilderment were evident. Wait a moment. If I am not mistaken, these 2 legendary Pokémon should be Zekrom and Reshiram, correct? Yolongdu gazed at the bold inscription of Dragon type with a hint of excitement. Indeed, there is also Kyurem. However, it has already received its reward and is likely enjoying the show now. There is something noteworthy here. Kona stroked his chin and remarked, these 2 legendary Pokémon, along with Kyurem, are all from the Unova region. Adak should be more informed on this matter. For now, they could only continue watching. After all, by observing, they would eventually uncover everything, wouldn't they? Meanwhile, the woeful leader of the first unfortunate evil organization, Getsis, was watching the white screen from behind iron bars. Zekrom, Reshiram, the dragon of ideals and the dragon of truth? To saddle an ordinary yellow rat with such a burden? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe it. Who bears the brunt of the black and white dragon's revelation? Without a doubt, it is the ambitious Getsis. Yet, despite his cries of disbelief, the video began to play. Chapter 191, The Heartache of Mikoli. The screen bizarrely split into 2 halves. The backdrop was a serene blue sky adorned with white clouds, high above in the imperceptible heavens. The 2 legendary Pokémon standing in confrontation were indistinguishable from one another. Zekrom, the black dragon representing ideals, and Reshiram, the white dragon representing truth. This is the clash between reality and ideals, a war between Zekrom and Reshiram. The only difference between the 2 videos is that in one, Ash and Pikachu ride upon the black dragon of ideals, Zekrom, while in the other, they ride upon the white dragon of truth, Reshiram, each charging towards the other in a battle poised to erupt. The scene concluded at this juncture. The imagery on the white screen dimmed. Everyone remained in a state of confusion. What is happening? Why do Ash and Pikachu suddenly appear on Zekrom's side, then on Reshiram's? Yolongdu. I initially thought this was akin to the previous predicament of Team Aqua and Team Magma, entangled too deeply to be introduced separately. But what on earth is this? Mikoli, parallel worlds? It is not impossible that a single thought could lead to differences. Karuna, the concept of parallel worlds does seem plausible. The struggle between reality and ideals is inherently a challenging belief to navigate. Adak, haha. This is the founding myth of the Unova region. The dragon of ideals and the dragon of truth cannot battle one another. If such a day were to arrive, it would signify their utter disillusionment. Sharona, it should be fine. After all, that person is Ash. The Pokémon League, observing the dimming video, found it to be extraordinarily intriguing. It was confirmed that aside from the differences in the legendary Pokémon ridden by Ash and Pikachu, the content of the 2 videos was entirely consistent. Kona adjusted his glasses. After careful consideration, he arrived at a rigorous conclusion. This revelation only left everyone exchanging puzzled glances. How can this be explained? Well, as the saying goes, anything that occurs regarding Ash is deemed normal? Yolongdu scratched his head as he spoke. Everyone exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. So be it. What else could they do? Go and ask Ash how he managed to be so remarkable. One moment riding Zekrom, the next riding Reshiram? At that moment, The voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed. A countdown of the top 10 legendary Pokémon that became Pikachu's steed, Zekrom and Reshiram. Reason for inclusion, as the steeds of the warriors of truth and ideals. Is this not to be expected? Misty, upon seeing the reasoning for the inclusion of the black and white dragons, could no longer suppress her urge to voice her discontent. The previous legendary Pokémon could still be considered Pikachu's steeds. However, Zekrom and Reshiram are clearly Ash's steeds. How can this ranking be labeled as Pikachu's steeds? This is blatant favoritism. A serious protest. Brock, opening his half-closed eyes, regarded Misty with a look of pity. Do you still not see the essence of this ranking? Is there really a significant difference between Ash and Pikachu? Regardless of whose video it is, there is always an abundance of footage featuring the other. This bond between the two is undeniably solidified. Misty mournfully covered her face. Perhaps her understanding has been too limited. Meanwhile, Ash and Pikachu gazed in awe at the majestic black and white dragons. Both Zekrom and Reshiram are undeniably striking. Pikachu exclaimed, "Pika Pika." Pikachu exuberantly echoed in agreement. As they were merely watching a video, the palpable tension of the moment was lost on Ash and Pikachu, leaving them both overwhelmed with excitement. How splendid! What exhilaration! I yearned to soar. In the chat room, the legendary Pokémon were all laughing. Groudon, what about those two? Have they vanished together? Zapdos, exactly. Come forth and face our judgment. Whether it be Reshiram or Zekrom, it's quite likely they have yet to fully awaken. Their forms are still amiss. Latios, what a pity. Latios, there is no spectacle left to behold. Observing the absence of the main characters, the legendary Pokémon sighed in disappointment. Meanwhile, having regained his freedom, wandered through the world, wishing to assist the Pokémon. Upon witnessing Ash riding Zekrom, symbolizing ideals, and Reshiram, representing truth, paused momentarily, then broke into a smile. Truly, he is remarkable. I knew there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. The love Ash harbors for Pokémon is evident even through the video. Thus, it seems entirely fitting for such a person to be the chosen one, does it not? Adjusting his hat, resolutely continued on his path. As Zekrom and Reshiram have not yet transformed into their complete forms, rewards are on hold. Zekrom and Reshiram will inquire again upon awakening. The voice from the Multiverse Dimension website confirmed to everyone that this uproar would indeed be out of reach. Retreat, retreat. Otherwise, I would have genuinely been curious about how a human could ride both of them. What thoughts would they harbor upon witnessing that? Such a crowd, reveling in the chaos. But thankfully, they haven't awakened yet. That makes it none of my concern. ADK yawned languidly and cast this matter aside. Macaulay had already shed tears of envy. How fortunate ADK is. I've heard that the leader of Team Plasma has been captured, and the remaining members want to escape far. Unova is in turmoil. Hoenn has stirred up too much trouble. Macaulay transitioned from feigned tears to genuine sobs, while Daigo remained unfazed. In truth, the villainous organizations and legendary Pokémon of Hoenn aren't so bad. Although numerous, they are primarily engaged in constant internal strife. The League need not intervene. They might very well implode on their own. Macaulay felt a sense of unfairness in his heart. Best not to dwell on it. Let us watch the video instead. Observing the legendary Pokémon squabbling, his spirits would surely lift. Daigo stated calmly. Indeed, all eyes were drawn to the white screen. If Zekrom and Reshiram are considered the same legendary Pokémon, then there are still 3 remaining? Although rankings aren't officially acknowledged, this certainly places them in the top 3. Let us see who else makes the list. The screen gradually illuminated. Chapter 192. A familiar face suspected of time travel. The white screen flickered to life, revealing a grass-green silhouette, accompanied by the sound of a howling wind. He is the embodiment of the North Wind. He is the purifier of water sources traversing the globe. He is the legendary Pokémon we are familiar with, who ought to be expelled. Ahem. Macaulay couldn't help but cough a couple of times. What has Suicune done to deserve such relentless mockery? Alright. Being ensnared by a poacher's net and voluntarily entering a Pokeball is indeed a bit absurd. As the embodiment of the North Wind, Suicune's former grandeur has been completely tarnished by the videos of its dark history. Upon seeing the video, Suicune was momentarily taken aback. While racing to purify water sources, Suicune slightly slowed its pace. After all, it was him. Let us take a look. The scene shifted to a vast forest, captured by the dark ball. Celebi became exceedingly ferocious, wreaking havoc under the control of Hunter J. Even when faced with Ash and his companions trying to intervene, Jay abruptly waved her hand. Celebi, silence them. Without hesitation, the controlled Celebi opened its mouth wide, gathering immense energy. Ash, Pikachu, and Snowpoint had no means of evading it. Just then, as if a gust of the North Wind swept through, a water-blue legendary Pokémon flashed past. A tremendous explosion erupted in the forest. Suicune, carrying Ash, Pikachu, and Snowpoint, leapt gracefully out of the explosion, instead lunging toward Jay. Could you lend me your power? Take us to where Shalebi is. Ack. The scene froze on the amicable interaction between Ash and Suicune. Professor Oak rubbed his eyes. Am I mistaken, or does that child behind Ash seem somewhat familiar? A bit like Gary? This thought made Professor Oak feel he had grasped something significant. However, for someone of his age, events from over 40 years ago felt too distant. Moreover, what transpired in that forest was but a dream for young Snowpoint. His cherished memories remain hazy. Thus, Professor Oak shook his head, dismissing the notion. Such a thing is impossible. Gary crossed his arms, adopting an impassive expression. What other expression could he possibly wear? The legendary Pokémon Ash has encountered, and the ones he has ridden, are simply too numerous. I have a premonition that Ash's encounters with legendary Pokémon are far from over. Gary was not envious or resentful. He was genuinely puzzled as to how Ash could encounter so many legendary Pokémon. Do they all congregate around him? Gary found himself at a loss, relegating this as a mystery to be pondered later. Just then, the voice from the Multiverse Dimension website chimed in, counting down the top 10 legendary Pokémon that became Pikachu's mount. Suicune. Reason for ranking. The embodiment of the North Wind, making a timely appearance. The chat room buzzed with excitement. Groudon, you are quite proactive, just as you were when you entered the Pokeball. Suicune, as if anyone is more proactive than you. Kyogre, well said. I support you. As long as you take on Groudon, we shall be good friends. Suicune, is it shameful to let a human ride me? I see nothing wrong with it. Zapdos, you're absolutely right. So, grant me a chance to make the list as well. Suicune, reflecting on the video that had concluded, subconsciously quickened its pace once more. The sensation was entirely different from the dark history that had once plagued Suicune. Captured by Pokemon hunters, struggling to escape, and ultimately voluntarily entering the Pokeball of a rather eccentric human, Suicune could not fathom how its future self could commit such acts. However, rescuing Ash, Pikachu, and another child was an entirely different matter. Even agreeing to lend Ash its power, allowing Ash to temporarily command it, did not seem problematic to Suicune. It was a member of the legendary Beast Guard. Choosing to assist an upright and kind-hearted child, what fault lies in that? None. Suicune's gaze rested upon Ash. If the day ever came when it faced peril and was to be captured, Suicune would prefer that person to be Ash. Let there be no connection to that previous doghouse. In the Pokemon League conference room, Grandmother Jiziko's eyes had widened to an astonishing roundness. Though she could not recall precisely when this transformation occurred, the child accompanying young Zhi bore an uncanny resemblance to someone she could not quite place. The more she observed, the stronger the conviction grew within her. Yet, this was merely a fleeting video segment that did not explicitly reveal the child's name, leaving Grandmother Jiziko in a state of uncertainty regarding whether it was indeed the individual she suspected. In frustration, she could only stamp her cane against the ground. It certainly could not be that old codger. Yolanda gazed at Grandmother Jiziko with a perplexed expression. Grandma, who are you talking about? Mind your own business. Grandmother Jiziko shot him a sharp glare. All these men are nothing but trouble. This remark inadvertently implicated Shiba and Damaranchi, who were nearby, while only Kina, by virtue of his gender, remained untouched by the discourse. Observing the sudden emergence of Grandmother Jiziko's sharp tongue, Kina silently suppressed his curiosity. Women. There are always certain untouchable pasts. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations on receiving 10 scattered wind god eyes. A magical item that can enhance either stamina or any attribute of your choice. Looking at the ethereal azure entity that appeared beside him, Shui Jun's eyes sparkled with awe. While it may not be an item of limitless enhancement, it was still exceedingly rare in his eyes. Accepting this exquisite reward, Shui Jun once again transformed into the North Wind, setting forth towards his next destination. Emperor Yan, hey, we are all three holy beasts. Why does Shui Jun have such a high presence? Thunderlord, 1. Shui Jun, hee, how about I share my black history of being number 1 with you? Emperor Yan, never mind. Thunderlord, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Phoenix King, how embarrassing. Truly, it was too humiliating. Witnessing the performance of the so-called Phoenix King's guard, the three holy beasts, the Phoenix King covered his eyes with his wings. He saw nothing. Time to continue sleeping. Rolling over on the Polonia wood, the Phoenix King refused to confront such a reality. Chapter 193, A Stroke of Luck. The Phoenix King resisted acknowledging this fact. Yet, the Spirit Alliance beheld the undeniable reality of the three holy beasts. What a headache. Damaranchi pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a deep sense of concern. It was genuinely distressing. Damaranchi believed it was even more agonizing than watching the previous Black History videos of the Divine Beasts. After all, everyone was aware that those videos were embarrassing. Everyone had their pride, but this time was different. A mere ride could yield rewards. What was this? One by one, the Divine Beasts who had no chance of ranking began to showcase their lowly antics. Just look at the messages they were posting in the chat room. Damaranchi genuinely feared he might faint from holding his breath. Even more frustrating was that none of the nearby 4 kings regarded him with any seriousness. Are you angry again? Calm down slowly, Damaranchi declared. One day, I shall replace all of you. As for the trainers below, hurry and challenge these rascals. Damaranchi felt utterly drained. At that moment, a white screen illuminated, immediately capturing Damaranchi's attention. No matter how upset he was, he still needed to watch the video. He was counting on this to help him unwind a bit. The illuminated screen gradually revealed 3 lines of text. He was expelled for his brutish nature. He lives in a world of destruction. He quietly observes the outside world from the shadows of this realm. This isn't that what's his name, Giratina, is it? If memory serves, that should be his name. Ever since the 3 foolish ones from Hoenn made their appearance, Macaulay had come to believe that there was nothing he could not endure. So what if it was Giratina? None of the divine beasts from the Sinnoh region had made the list. What was there to fear? Previously, when he obtained a spatial portal, none of the divine beasts dared to speak ill of him in the chat room. Therefore, if one was not afraid of death, they could certainly give it a try. Dagu's eyes remained fixed on the white screen as he spoke without turning his head. Try it, and you shall perish. Macaulay shook his head vigorously. No. He cherished his life too dearly. He would resolutely avoid engaging in such self-destructive behavior. Not only were Macaulay and his companions curious, but even the dual deities of time and space were intrigued. Why is it always you? Can it be our turn for once? Dialga and Palkia wore expressions of discontent. Giratina, are you all out of your minds? Regardless of how others and the divine beasts perceived the situation, the visuals continued to play. The realm of destruction appeared to have suffered severe damage. Shimi, along with Xiaowang and Xiaojing, had all been cast out. However, Ash and Pikachu remained within the world of destruction, just as everyone outside was filled with concern for Ash. A massive ripple formed on the mirror-like surface of an ice mountain. A colossal figure, illuminated with a radiant glow, burst forth, carrying Ash and Pikachu atop its head. Everyone. Ash and Pikachu excitedly waved at those below. Meanwhile, Giratina revealed its complete form, soaring through the skies. As the white screen dimmed, a singular thought echoed in everyone's minds. What other divine beasts have Ash and Pikachu not ridden? The Phoenix King? Arceus? Cough. No more thinking about it. Dialga, I refuse to accept this quietly. Why does Giratina get to rank twice? Palkia, well, I want to curse as well. Just thinking about that guy being able to crawl through the network. Zapdos, this truly is cheating. Groudon, it sounds as if you all fear him. Giratina, to those above, one and all, your names are now etched in my memory. I am currently watching you from the world of destruction. Just you wait. In the Spirit Alliance conference room, Giratina was truly. Yolongdu had the words on the tip of his tongue, but ultimately swallowed them down like those in the chat room. There was no choice. This fellow truly was the epitome of cheating. While Giratina could not traverse to other worlds, within this realm, there was nowhere Giratina could not arrive in an instant. Just so you know, if you provoke Giratina, the Flying King will have no escape. If it were Groudon, you could simply fly away. As Shiba spoke, he inadvertently brought up the most frequently mentioned joke about Groudon in the chat room. Even Shiba himself was taken aback. Cough, he truly did not mean to. Damaranchi's expression darkened. It was over. The last seemingly honest individual in their alliance had been corrupted. Shiba had never genuinely been honest. What are you talking about? The wind is too strong. I can't hear you. As Damaranchi gasped for breath, the voice of the Infinite Dimensions website rang out, counting down the top 10 divine beasts that have become Pikachu's mounts. Giratina. Reason for ranking, daily riding of divine beasts. Mount list increased by 1. Xiaoxiao wore an expression of incredulity. I can say with utmost certainty, this so-called website is undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. Mount list? Whose mount list? Pikachu's? I see it as Ash's. Xiaoxia's talent for sarcasm had reached new heights. The expressionless demeanor of Xiaojing left him in utter admiration. Initially, when he saw Xiaoji and Pikachu make the rankings, both were quite astonished. However, after a series of relentless maneuvers, their initial fervor had long since dissipated. Now, they observed with a rigid and numb disposition, tinged with a hint of curiosity about what further feats might unfold. The relentless waves of actions orchestrated by Xiaoji and Pikachu indeed provided a formidable workout for their hearts. Yolongdu, the maneuver with Giratina, cough, let us not delve into that. I merely wish to commend Pikachu. Xiaoji is remarkable. Michele, indeed quite impressive. Legendary Pokémon delivered right to their doorstep as a mount. Why can't I encounter such fortune? Xiaomao, who besides Xiaoji could casually stumble upon such occurrences? Xiaomao rolled his eyes in exasperation. I've come to realize that these champions are all yearning for a taste of luck. Just what kind of fortune does Xiaoji possess that they can only dream of? Xiaomao had lost much of his earlier respect for these dreamers of the Alliance. They may be impressive, but surely, one day he would surpass them. Yet, speaking of which, Xiaoji does seem rather ill-fated when it comes to being a champion. Could it be that all his luck has been spent in encounters with legendary Pokémon? Chapter 194, The Proactive Legendary Pokémon. After Xiao Mao finished speaking, he covered his face in dismay. No, this won't do. I cannot be reduced to mere comic relief. I must not continue down this path. As Xiao Mao felt his inclination for sarcasm intensifying, his gaze transformed into that of a standard deadpan stare. It's all Xiaoji's fault. What can I say? He is undeniably a source of endless material. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations on receiving Illusory Array, a formation from the world capable of concealing and isolating against external scrutiny, making entry exceedingly difficult. Extraordinary measures cannot circumvent. A multitude of question marks adorned Giratina's head. This is my exclusive space. Who besides myself could possibly enter? Giratina disdainfully twisted its body. Dialga and Palkia? Those two lack the audacity. Yet, despite such thoughts, Giratina accepted the reward. After all, having something is better than having nothing. It desired to witness Dialga and Palkia's envy. Giratina lazily turned over, its visage dripping with derision. As long as I, Giratina, exist, you two shall never grace the rankings. Meanwhile, someone furiously smashed their high-tech device. The ability to hide a world of destruction from Giratina? I too shall uncover that entrance. I will become the true ruler of the world of ruin. Team Galaxy. Chiri's expression betrayed no concern whatsoever. My teleportation ticket is a direct reward from the Multiverse Dimension website. Regardless, it holds no bearing on me. Chiri's face remained expressionless, yet he appeared remarkably relaxed. Why shouldn't he be? After all, the ticket to the new world he seeks is firmly in his grasp. What is there to fear? Chiri has long since shed all trepidation. But what of that fellow named Dogao? Have you yet to locate him? Chiri cast a casual glance at the nearby Zhengzhi and others. Lord Chiri, it is not just us. Others are searching for him alongside Mutwo. Hence, the mere thought of Mutwo's brutality darkened Zhengzhi and Suishing's expressions considerably. They had long been aware of Dogao's propensity to attract animosity. Yet who could have predicted that he would garner such intense ire? Zhengzhi's words were abruptly interrupted by Chiri. Spare me your useless chatter. Regardless of what others intend to do with him, you must ensure he is captured. Chiri has not forgotten the necessity of personally dealing with Dogao. This is a matter of paramount importance for his ability to coexist within the world of destruction. In the Pokémon Alliance conference room, the final first-place contender should be announced shortly, right? I wonder which legendary Pokémon will secure the top spot. Surely, there must be some criteria. The first-place title ought to possess some distinguishing feature. Yolongdu's barrage of questions left everyone's minds in a whirl. Shiba felt the veins on his forehead nearly pulsating. Why ponder so much? The rewards have been distributed. It's about time the video commenced. Who cares about the reasons? Once it's shown, the truth shall be revealed. Shiba's thought process was delightfully straightforward. Yolongdu, for reasons unknown, felt a surge of intellectual superiority watching Shiba's simplicity. It appears I am indeed the more astute one. Kona, Grandma Jakuko, and Damaranchi, where does this foolish confidence of yours stem from? The white screen gradually illuminated. The backdrop was a vast expanse of white. He is a legendary Pokémon of psychic and flying types. He is a large Pokémon. He resides in the depths of the ocean due to his overwhelming power. In the chat room, the relentless Zapdos once more popped its head up. Zapdos, why does this description sound so familiar? I feel it must be a bird. Articuno, stop dreaming. No one could possibly be you. Just because it can fly doesn't mean it's a bird. And thus, it was promptly silenced by Articuno. The final slot, regardless of who it is, will not be yours. Zapdos shed tears of sorrow. Woe is me. All I desire is to grace the rankings at least once in my lifetime. Why must this reward be so elusive? Surely, we are all birds. Why does Ho-Oh enjoy such fortune? No one paid Zapdos's feigned cries any mind. Watching Zapdos's antics pales in comparison to viewing the video. The prestige of the legendary birds? Besides the remaining molters, haven't the other two already been nearly shattered? The screen came to life. The backdrop revealed a glacial landscape. The legendary birds, molters, Zapdos, and Articuno, clashed in a chaotic frenzy. Under Pikachu's guidance, Xiaoji and Team Rocket raced towards a singular direction. The majestic, white creature with a pale blue underbelly, Lugia, observed the rapidly sprinting Xiaoji. Where's the treasure? Here. Xiaoji produced a pale blue orb from his possession, and Lugia nodded in acknowledgement. Gradually, it lowered its altitude, deliberately adjusting its speed for Xiaoji. Come aboard. Lugia beckoned to Xiaoji. With Pikachu in his arms, Xiaoji effortlessly leapt onto Lugia's head. Behind him, the raucous voices of Team Rocket echoed. What about us? Seeing they were on the verge of being left behind, Team Rocket leapt up in unison, clinging tightly to Lugia's legs. Hold on tight. Lugia exclaimed as it began to accelerate. Just another ordinary day riding a legendary Pokémon. Observing this scene, everyone had grown accustomed to the spectacle. Is this really how it is? Quite normal, isn't it? Thus, it was previously stated that this was not merely a showcase of Pikachu's legendary mounts. It was, in fact, a compilation of Xiaoji's legendary companions. Michele had long abandoned any restraint on his desire to comment. Why refrain? Xiaoji's youthful adventures are simply too numerous. Just look at how these rare legendary Pokémon are so proactively drawn to him. They seem eager to leap straight into Xiaoji's Pokeball. Facing Michele's envious expression, Daigo offered a candid remark. It's not that extraordinary. It's not so exaggerated. Most of these legendary Pokémon sought Ash's assistance, which compelled them to approach him in turn. However, the video did not showcase this aspect extensively, leading to the impression that these legendary beings willingly presented themselves. Upon hearing Daigo's explanation, Michele cast a disdainful glance in his direction. I wouldn't be surprised if, in the near future, a ranking of legendary Pokémon who voluntarily approached Ash emerges. Chapter 195, Dogao. You are a demon. You truly are a demon. Daigo found himself at a loss for words. This notion seemed utterly absurd. Yet, when considering Ash as a youth, it somehow appeared entirely plausible. Daigo fell silent. Michele, reveling in his triumph, smirked. Daigo scoffed. Enjoy your moment of pride while you can. After the video concludes, we'll see if you still feel that way. The video isn't finished yet? Both were momentarily taken aback. What? Is there to be another surprise? The scene shifted, no longer set in the icy expanse, but rather in a familiar dark night. The backdrop of the legendary battle summoned by Hoopa. The immense judgment energy from Hoopa targeted Ash, Pikachu, and Hoopa, unleashing a torrent of power. Just as Ash, Pikachu, and Hoopa seemed cornered, the previously summoned Lugia descended from the heavens. In a dramatic moment, it soared low, allowing two Pokémon to leap onto its back before ascending swiftly. As they evaded the explosive chaos below, Ash beamed at Lugia. Thank you, Lugia. Their reunion and shared struggle brought smiles to their faces. As the screen faded, the audience finally realized the video had concluded. Zapdos. So, the reason Lugia ranks first is that it was written twice? I even helped it make the list? No. I refuse to believe it. Articuno, foolish bird, accept reality. Moltres, haven't you realized? Your ability to fly doesn't grant you the privilege. With that thunderous appearance of yours, who would dare ride you? You're overthinking it. Zapdos wept uncontrollably. Wah, I just can't accept this as truth. Even if you have video evidence, what of it? I refuse to believe it exists. At that moment, the voice of the Multiverse Dimension website echoed, counting down the top 10 legendary Pokémon that became Pikachu's mounts. Lugia. Reason for ranking. It was mentioned twice. Lugia. I find no fault in this. It's quite splendid. Latios, indeed. No fault. Quite splendid. Latias. Brother, don't be envious. Look at me. Groudon, a bunch of fallen beings. Kyogre. What audacity you have to criticize others. As Groudon spoke, all attention shifted to him. What? Groudon has arrived? Focus your fire on him. Once again under fire, Groudon stood resolute. The legendary Pokémon vowed never to become the steed of any human or Pokémon. I shall change this wretched future. Today, Groudon remained defiantly obstinate. The trio from Team Rocket, witnessing their camaraderie in the video, were filled with confusion. Why would we venture to such a perilous place? But there's Pikachu. Yet this place seems dreadfully dangerous. But there's Pikachu. Indeed. The three exchanged glances. All right. To obtain Pikachu, we shall stop at nothing. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations on obtaining a strangely shaped amplifier. From the amplifier, a universal enhancement for psychic-type Pokémon. Once equipped, it significantly boosts psychic abilities, enhancing both strength and stamina. Gazing at the pink, supposedly useful amplifier, Lugia fell into silence. For the first time, it wished for a thick coat of fur. If only it could conceal this item within its plumage. Otherwise, wearing it on its head or body felt inherently awkward. Lugia, what a dilemma. A practical item, yet this color is far too pastel. Should I use it? Let me ponder a bit longer. Latias, oh dear. Brother, there's someone being rather unfair. Zapdos. All you European dogs can perish. I shall unleash my lightning upon you. Driven to madness, Zapdos finally snapped. Lugia chuckled at the frenzied Zapdos. Though uncertain why it would be pursued by them in the future, it harbored a grudge. In a devilish tone, Lugia donned the amplifier on one side of its head. You think it's ugly? That's of no concern, as long as it proves effective. When next I encounter Zapdos, I shall overpower it. If a mere ordinary Pokémon can subdue Zapdos, I refuse to believe I cannot. After growing stronger, I shall certainly achieve it. Beware Zapdos. At last, this segment of the video concluded, the screen displaying the familiar hourglass. This indicated the collection of emotional data. Across various parts of the world, Different individuals echoed a common lament. I don't want to go to work. I don't want to labor. I don't want to witness their antics. I just want to watch the video. Who wants to work? What use is it? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy ourselves together? The joyful moments are always fleeting. For others, their time of happiness had come to an end. Yet for Dogao, the torment akin to that of a demon had finally ceased. Save for the nearby Chansey. Previously, Chansey had force-fed him medicine, prompting Dogao to roll his eyes and foam at the mouth. Startled, Chansey found itself helpless until Nurse Joy arrived, rescuing the frantic Chansey. As for Dogao, surviving was enough. However, this Chansey seemed oblivious to the situation, as if unaware of Dogao's temperament. Day after day, it would approach him, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Lackey. Chansey hid behind a wall, peeking at Dogao, though most of its body remained visible. From Dogao's perspective, it was entirely clear. His inner turmoil reached a breaking point. I finally escaped the torment of the video. Why have you reappeared? Is it because there is no video to watch that you come to torment me? Dogao closed his eyes in anguish. He could not bear to see. What Pokemon? He knew not. Chansey appeared, even more aggrieved. Wah, I merely thought this human looked pitiful. Why does he detest me so, feeling sad? Surely, I must not be good enough. I must strive harder. Drawing upon my efforts from nursing school, I shall certainly succeed. A single Chansey silently resolved to make this human feel her warmth. Dogao, demon. You are a demon. Chapter 196. Dogao, once again. I hope for a world devoid of Pokemon. The unfortunate plight of Dogao will not reach anyone's ears in the short term. Faced with such a determined Happiny, no matter what Miss Joy says, it proves futile. Happiny remains resolute in its decision. In the end, Miss Joy is left with no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce. Observing Dogao, she notices his eyes filled with wariness, as if fearing that, with a moment's lapse, Dogao might inflict some harm upon Happiny. Happiny, you must be cautious of this individual. He may pose a danger to Pokemon. If you ever feel overwhelmed, do not hesitate to let me know, alright? Miss Joy's demeanor towards her Happiny is exceedingly gentle. Yet, when she turns her gaze towards Dogao, her expression becomes subdued. It carries no malice, yet lacks the warmth of spring's embrace. Should you dare to engage in any nefarious activities within the Pokemon Center, I shall surely ensure you are sent to Miss Junsha. In light of Miss Joy's threat, Dogao yearns to shout aloud, let me out. I do not require a Happiny to take care of me. However, deemed mentally unstable, Dogao remains confined to his bed, receiving tranquilizers to prevent any potential outbursts that might threaten the Pokemon. Thus, he remains a feeble wretch, powerless to do anything but watch Miss Joy depart alongside a beaming Happiny, eager to forge a good relationship with him. With a heart heavy with despair, Dogao closes his eyes, longing to escape this world. Grant him a chance. He must flee from this realm teeming with Pokemon. In the real world, Zheng Zhi stifles a yawn. Another day has passed. Time truly flies in the mountains. I scarcely realize how long it has been. Gazing at the well-edited video on his computer, Zheng Zhi stretches widely. A glance at the website's backend brings a satisfied smile to his face. Excellent. Once I upload this video, I should be able to elevate my skills to an intermediate level. That will enhance my safety. Life in the remote mountains is delightful. Yet Zheng Zhi feels a persistent unease due to his insufficient strength. He resolves to create another compilation video featuring ordinary Pokemon. There are numerous intriguing Pokemon to discuss, making it impossible to cover them all in one sitting. Next time, he plans to focus on Pokemon related to Master Zhi. With determination, Zheng Zhi quickly devises his next video project. Accessing the website's backend, he smoothly uploads the edited video using the internet he acquired. After a gentle massage to his unstrained shoulders, he decides to indulge in a restful slumber, intending to address other matters upon awakening. In the Pokémon World, Macaulay watches helplessly as Dawu finishes his tasks and dives into another realm that he cannot possibly follow. He attempts to grasp Dawu's leg, pleading that this individual cannot abandon him even in winter. Dawu moves at an astonishing speed. Glancing at the mountain of documents and pending tasks sent by the Pokémon League, Macaulay sheds tears of sorrow. Wah! I no longer wish to be the champion of the Hoenn region. Whoever desires that title may take it. Though he mutters curses under his breath, Macaulay's body obediently springs into action. What other choice does he have? The grievances he previously harbored against Dawu must now be repaid in full. Meanwhile, Mutwo and Mew, two legendary Pokemon, are embroiled in a quarrel. You want to go out and play again? Absolutely not. There are still many tasks to complete. Mutwo contemplates its lofty aspirations. Not to mention transforming the entire world, Mutwo yearns to create a paradise for Pokemon. Realizing such a dream is no simple feat, Mutwo resolves to enlist Mew's assistance. Mew, also a legendary Pokemon, possesses the genetic makeup of all Pokemon, making it easy to gain their trust. Compared to Mutwo's stern demeanor, this is indeed the case. While Mutwo harbors grand ambitions, Mew does not share the same sentiment. Mew. Mew protests incessantly. No, I refuse to work. I want to go out and play. Let me out. You overbearing Mewtwo. Mew flickers in and out of existence, appearing in the sky one moment and atop a tree the next. Yet, it cannot escape Mewtwo, which shares a significant portion of its genetic makeup. Mewtwo watches Mew's antics with a cold smile, shadowing its every move, conveying a singular message. Planning to flee? That is utterly impossible. Mew, feeling utterly wronged, expresses its grievances. I've never endured such indignities. Mewtwo scoffs. I am merely a divine intervention sent to keep you in check. After some time spent observing human society, Mewtwo has learned to keep pace with Mew's logic. The two legendary Pokémon exchange glances, seeking a perfect resolution. With a pitiful expression, Mew clutches its tail and softly pleads, Mew Mew Mew. I just want to go out and play for a little while. Just a moment. I wish to see how Dogao is faring. Mew blinks its large, sparkling eyes at Mewtwo. After a prolonged silence, just as Mew is about to instigate another ruckus, Mewtwo finally nods begrudgingly. Dogao, you say? Very well. I, too, wish to see how he is doing. I wonder if his perspective on Pokémon has changed at all. Recalling the gift it bestowed upon Dogao before departing, Mewtwo's face lights up with anticipation. Mew, I sense that you are up to something unknown to me. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Mew, Dogao is currently engaged in a battle of wits with Happiny. Once again, it is a day filled with hopes of a world devoid of Pokémon. Both the Pokémon League and the evil organization have been tirelessly at work for several days, watching the hourglass on the white screen nearing its limit. Both sides are racing against time. Evil organization, let us stir up some trouble. We must act quickly. I cannot afford to miss my video. Pokémon League, damn it. Can't you evil organizations be a bit quieter? We have to clean up your mess afterward. This is exhausting. Then, at the moment the progress bar reaches completion, the world returns to the tranquility it once knew. Ash and his companions have captured new Pokémon and earned a new badge, the Leaf Badge. It is truly splendid. Faced with Raichu's continued reluctance to evolve, Ash perfectly understands Pikachu's sentiments and remains steadfast in his belief in Pikachu. As we promised, I will support your decision no matter what. Chapter 197. A countdown of the top 10 non-legendary unique Pokémon in the Pokémon World. Observing the close bond between Ash and Pikachu, Misty feels an overwhelming urge to look away. These two are simply too affectionate. In exasperation, Misty shifts her gaze, only to find Brock seemingly unfazed, busy preparing food for the Pokémon. Misty, such a mindset is truly admirable. I bow to your resilience. Oh dear. The video seems poised to begin again. Ash, stop being so lovey-dovey with Pikachu and come over here. As the white screen is about to light up once more, Misty's expression transforms into one of joyous anticipation, and she shouts towards Ash and Pikachu. It's starting. It's starting. Pikachu, Pikachu. In the Pokémon League, a figure enters through the window, defying convention. Yulongdu leaps down from the back of a hefty Dragonite. Then he collapsed onto the nearby sofa. Why? Why are these nefarious organizations so idly restless? Yulongdu genuinely yearned to extend heartfelt greetings to them. They are truly excessively idle. Yulongdu felt a sense of helplessness. He was left to clean up the mess, apprehending the members of these wicked organizations, overwhelmed with the chaos. Now, he could finally relax. All because the evil organizations had returned to watch videos. Only then could Yulongdu finally unwind. Haha. Who told you to be one of the 4 kings of Guandu and the champion? Bearing such a significant identity, who else would take on the responsibility if not you? Shiba crossed his arms, though he too was utterly exhausted. Yet he could not resist hurling a few scathing remarks at Yulongdu, as if it would lighten his mood. Oh, the youth of today? Granny Josie tapped her cane and huffed a couple of times, maintaining her composure while seated gracefully in a chair. She too yearned to let loose. But no, she must maintain her dignity. Kinna, sitting nearby, stifled a soft chuckle. Everyone was quite fatigued. Yet at last, they could rest. Hooray. A few of them squeezed together on the sofa. When Damaranchi entered, he was greeted by the sight of the 4 kings, all except Granny Josie, lounging languidly. Damaranchi, what sorcery is this? Where has my dashing and beautiful 4 kings gone? After glancing at Granny Josie, who wore an envious expression, Damaranchi conceded. All right. I understand. Let it be. He paid no heed to their postures and casually found a spot to sit nearby. Granny Josie cast him a glance, her once rigid back finally relaxing slightly. She appeared much more at ease. The white screen flickered twice, and amidst everyone's anticipation, elegant cursive letters illuminated the display, ranking the top 10 extraordinary Pokémon of the Pokémon World. Extraordinary? Pokémon League. Had they previously ranked the legendary Pokémon, and now followed up with a wave of ordinary Pokémon? However, I am curious as to what this extraordinary entails. Does it refer to something special? In comparison to other Pokémon of the same type, is it deemed extraordinary? Yulongdu, reclining lazily, spoke in a languid tone. Shiba stared vacantly, mindlessly gazing at the white screen. Ah, who cares? As long as we can watch, that suffices, right? The dreaded evil organizations will inevitably return. His entire being felt as if it had been hollowed out. Observing the four kings, each more drained than the last, Damaranchi finally felt a twinge of conscience. Had he assigned them too many tasks? But who could blame him? Given the vastness of the Guandu region and the limited number of individuals in charge, Damaranchi could only choose to be a bit miserly. Ahem, perhaps next time, he should allocate fewer tasks to them. Feeling guilty, Damaranchi quietly turned away. At Team Rocket's headquarters, Sakaki found the title intriguing. Extraordinary? For instance, an ordinary Pokémon whose power surpasses that of the weakest legendary. Would that count? Sakaki's eyes lit up as he gazed at the ranking. He had a premonition. There must be a place for his Pokémon on this list. However, this ranking should be based on the degree of uniqueness of each Pokémon. He was curious. Let's take a look at one or two to see what extraordinary traits those Pokémon possess. Meanwhile, Sharona had spent the past few days with her Garchomp challenging all the Elite Four in the Sinnoh region. The Elite Four of Sinnoh could only watch helplessly as Sharona came to their doorstep, then endured a thorough beating from her Garchomp, before they cheerfully sent Sharona and her Garchomp on their way. I can hardly imagine the scene at the next tournament. Sharona and her Garchomp have yet to reach their limits. Do we truly stand a chance of wresting her champion title from her? Aliu Wusong Day and Jui displayed expressions of despair. Exhausted. Truly, it is overwhelmingly tiring. There was already a gap, yet Sharona still felt she was not strong enough. What does that leave for us, the Elite Four? What else can we do? We must continue on this path, mustn't we? Otherwise, what other choice do we have? I fear that in the not-so-distant future, Sharona's Garchomp might even manage to sweep through us all in one go. Upon hearing this, the Elite Four couldn't help but envision that scenario, and they shuddered. No. Such a thing must not happen. What would become of their pride? Grow stronger. Grow stronger. They must expedite their training. They too must become stronger. As the Elite Four of Sinnoh began to mobilize, Sharona arrived in the Kalos region. Oh. Karuna smiled brightly and waved at Sharona. I heard you've been particularly diligent these past few days. Garchomp also needs rest. Let us go shopping together. We can have afternoon tea later and then watch some videos. Sharona nodded in response to Karuna's enthusiasm, her aura softening considerably. If the Elite Four of Sinnoh were to witness this, they would surely be taken aback. Is this still the same demon who tormented them just days ago? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The two girls linked arms, happily drawing close, and eventually found a place to sit down. They chatted about recent events while gazing at the white screen before them. This was the only time they could truly relax. Once this video is finished, I'll take you to challenge the Kalos Elite Four, Karuna said with a warm smile. Sharona responded with gratitude, flashing a smile at Karuna. Thank you so much. Kalos Elite Four, what have we done wrong? Please don't come near us. Chapter 198 Extraordinary Pokémon, Rank 10, Hypnosis Song. Yet at this moment, the Kalos Elite Four remained blissfully unaware of the fate that awaited them. Each of them was quite leisurely. The Kalos region is truly splendid. Flottily of Team Flare has not appeared for quite some time. His research progress is always just a tad short, perpetually stuck at that nearly there point. It would be best to keep him stuck for a while longer. Meanwhile, Karuna watched as Sharona sat across from her, pondering a dessert menu in silence for an entire hour. Finally, she made her choice. This one, Sharona said calmly, showing no signs of concern. Karuna rubbed her forehead. Calm down. As long as we don't delay watching the video, it's fine. The drinks and desserts were served, and the two began their delightful afternoon tea. The white screen, amidst everyone's anticipation, lit up punctually. The background music played, evoking a sense of drowsiness. She is a Pokémon of both normal and fairy types. She is a round, pink, spherical Pokémon. She possesses a vocal range exceeding 12 octaves, renowned for her lullaby that can induce sleep in nearly anything. Macaulay lay sprawled on the sofa, his eyes vacant. Ah, this must be Jigglypuff, right? Macaulay's voice was weak. Next to him, Daigo's forehead twitched with a vein. Surely, things in the Hoenn region weren't this exaggerated? Daigo remarked, though he had hastily fled after completing his obligatory tasks without a shred of remorse. However, he still bore a significant portion of the workload for Macaulay, didn't he? Yet, why does Macaulay still appear so utterly exhausted? How exaggerated? Or could it be that Macaulay is attempting to ensnare him once again? Oh, what do you think? The moniker Fingyuan's Dual Fools certainly isn't just for show. Shortly after your departure, Groudon and Kyogre nearly erupted into chaos. Moreover, Team Aqua and Team Magma were embroiled in the fray. The term overwhelmed scarcely captures the extent of Macaulay's weariness at that moment. Daigo has now come to understand. Apologetically rubbing his nose, Daigo gazed at Macaulay with an expression of regret. He had genuinely intended to return sooner. Yet, that world was simply too captivating. He even encountered other beings. Daigo was reluctant to leave. It wasn't until time ran out that he was forcibly extracted. I assure you, Next time I shall lend you my assistance, Daigo proactively promised. Yet Mikoli still bore the expression of one who had been thoroughly toyed with, showing no inclination to stir. Daigo was now more convinced than ever that Mikoli was not attempting to deceive him. Speaking of which, how did you resolve this situation? Daigo was genuinely curious. Mikoli cast a sidelong glance at him. What other resolution could there be? Both sides attempting to mediate was utterly futile. They only ceased when the video was about to commence. A disgrace. A monumental humiliation. The esteemed champion, reduced to mediating, yet lacking the allure of a mere video. Very well. Indeed, it is lacking. Mikoli had completely surrendered to the situation. No matter how Groudon and Kyogre chose to wreak havoc, the moment things escalated, their elder brother would be waiting to intervene. Contemplating this, Mikoli directed his gaze towards the white screen. I feel it is particularly fitting to listen to Jigglypuff's song now. A delightful slumber awaits. All ailments would vanish. No, he can still work. He can still contribute. The League requires him. Due to the tumultuous tides of the Hoenn region, Mikoli has finally lost his sanity. The scene shifts. Ash and his companions arrived in a place called Neon Town. The inhabitants were exceedingly irritable. Even Miss Junsha was no exception. Ash and his friends hurriedly sought to escape this uncomfortable town. They then encountered a Jigglypuff that could not sing. Misty and Brock exerted great effort to restore the Jigglypuff's voice. Team Rocket abruptly appeared, attempting to capture the Jigglypuff's attention with a karaoke-style duet, only to hastily flee afterward. However, no matter how hard Misty sang, it was to no avail. Pikachu sang a couple of Pika Pika lines and received Ash's praise, which only fueled Jigglypuff's jealousy. Sneaking behind, it kicked Pikachu before soaring away. Fortunately, Brock discovered some fruit beneficial for the voice, and after consuming it, Jigglypuff regained its singing ability. So, is the peculiarity of this Jigglypuff that it couldn't sing? That doesn't seem right. In the end, it did regain its voice. Curiously, Karuna observed this Jigglypuff, unable to discern any remarkable traits. Perhaps a sweet cake would be a fitting accompaniment to continue watching. The scene continues. Once Jigglypuff's voice was restored, at Misty's earnest request, it began to sing. Wigglytuff, Wigglytuff, Wigglytuff. Jigglypuff softly sang its song. However, the moment Jigglypuff opened its eyes, everyone around had already fallen asleep. Seeing that no one respected her song, Jigglypuff puffed up its cheeks in anger. It pulled out an oil paintbrush from Ash and his friends' bags and began to doodle on their faces. As for Team Rocket, hiding in the grass, their fate was even more dire. First, they received a barrage of slaps from Jigglypuff, followed by having their faces painted. Jigglypuff was furious, extremely furious. It longed for someone who could listen to her song in its entirety. Yet, there was not a single soul. Not the Pokémon. Not the residents of Neon Town. However, Jigglypuff's song possessed a soothing effect. The previously irritable townsfolk, after listening to Jigglypuff's lullaby, awoke to find themselves calmer. The faces of the entire town were adorned with oil paint. Jigglypuff's figure vanished. Ash and his companions could only depart. Perhaps Jigglypuff would forever be deprived of finding someone who could fully appreciate her song. Ash optimistically mused. Behind him, a Jigglypuff held a nefarious marker, wearing an expression of keen interest. Thus began Jigglypuff's path of mischief. In the Pokémon League, a group of individuals awoke. Jigglypuff's song is truly hypnotic. Even the Elite Four slumped in disarray, and Granny Jacuko couldn't help but stretch. Jigglypuff's melody truly feels like a soothing artifact. A little mischief isn't a problem at all. It's merely a hint of playful interest. Granny Jacuko nonchalantly remarked. After all, they were not in front of Jigglypuff, so there was no concern about their image being tarnished. I'm quite curious if anyone can endure listening to Jigglypuff's song in its entirety. Ryulong scratched his messy hair, leaning against the portly Dragonite, chuckling as he spoke. Chapter 199, Special Protection Mechanism. Listening to Jigglypuff sing, everyone felt quite content. Even the nefarious organizations yawned lazily. Damn Team Magma. Damn Flannery. He can't control Groudon, who keeps interrupting my plans. It's utterly infuriating. Swearin rubbed her still sleepy eyes. There's nothing to be done. Jigglypuff's song possesses that kind of allure. Even through video, in this world, Jigglypuff's melody is a skill. Just hearing it will plunge one into slumber. This is a power that even earplugs cannot hinder. Lord Swearin, I too believe your plan lacks sufficient detail. Kyogre is not so easily controlled. Izumi cast a glance at Swearin. Upon learning that Kyogre could revert to its primal form, Swearin became exceedingly anxious. Wishing to seize control of Kyogre immediately, a single primal return could transform the entire world into a vast ocean. Swearin let out a long sigh. How could I not know? But what else can be done? The longer we delay, the more formidable Kyogre becomes, making it increasingly challenging to control him. Swearin was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. As the sovereign of the oceans, would he willingly accept being controlled by a mere human? And with the getting fatter, getting stronger buff, Kyogre's strength would only increase day by day. Izumi felt helpless as well. Lord Swearin is indeed correct. The scene shifts. Jigglypuff embarks on her journey of graffiti. She would often appear by Ash and his friend's sides. Although she had not been captured by Misty, they would serendipitously cross paths in peculiar places. She would also frequently assist Ash. Of course, if they fell asleep, her doodling was inevitable. Even when Ash and his friends ventured to Icefall Cave in search of Articuno, they spotted Jigglypuff frozen in place, microphone in hand. Truly remarkable. In pursuit of someone who could endure listening to her song and her Pokémon, there was nothing Jigglypuff wouldn't dare to do. By a twist of fate, Jigglypuff's journey continued in the Alola region, furthering her graffiti endeavors. The path of graffiti is an endless one. As the scene concluded, all were left in admiration of this Jigglypuff. Yet, simultaneously, many felt a sense of foreboding. Yulong do. Clearly, Ash's Pokémon is not the young Ash himself. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that his role seems a bit excessive. Macaulay, blind one, you have discerned the essence. Karuna, perhaps it is merely a coincidence? It shouldn't be as extreme as last time, right? Karuna set down her coffee cup. Upon hearing Yulong Du's words, her emotions unexpectedly grew somewhat complicated. She had not forgotten the fear instilled by the young Ash and Pikachu. It was simply an unimaginable exaggeration. Pikachu is rather adorable, and Jigglypuff is charming as well. Sharona, while indulging in her dessert, gazed expressionlessly at the white screen. Indeed, they are all quite endearing. Karuna nodded thoughtfully at Sharona. Musashi and Kojiro stroked their chins. This Jigglypuff seems to possess a certain prowess. Can we record her voice and wear headphones? The notorious trio of Team Rocket exchanged glances, suddenly finding this to be a rather splendid idea. Today, Team Rocket has once again chosen the path destined for failure. Kasumi was covering her face. This Jigglypuff is truly adorable. If I encounter her, I must capture her. Just recently awakened, Kasumi still had not fully grasped the unique qualities of this Jigglypuff. Setting a grand flag for herself, Ash scratched his head, utterly oblivious to the subtleties, and remarked, I doubt you will last long enough to hear this Jigglypuff's song. Capturing her seems rather unlikely. Ash's candid truth was met with a swift reprimanding punch from Kasumi. Brock, observing from the side, shook his head. Why should one shatter a woman's dreams? Let her continue to dream. Reality will deliver a harsh slap eventually. I believe you are certainly muttering ill of me in your heart. Kasumi appeared behind the pensive Brock without him noticing. Thus, Brock too fell victim to Kasumi's punitive fist. Both were vanquished. Pikachu cautiously nestled on Ash's shoulder. The sight of a woman in anger is indeed terrifying. At that moment, the voice from the Multiverse Dimension website rang out, capturing everyone's attention. Kasumi finally spared Ash and Brock, her face alight with excitement as she looked over. Let us see what reward Jigglypuff will receive. Perhaps in the not-so-distant future, I might capture a remarkably powerful Pokémon. Kasumi gazed with starry eyes. Ash remarked, the reward is rather lackluster. Kasumi didn't even wish to roll her eyes at Ash. Heh, indeed. It is inconsequential for you. Isn't it? The Pokémon you could potentially reward yourself with could easily form the starting lineup for a grand tournament. Counting down the top 10 unique Pokémon of the Pokémon World that are not legendary. 10th place. A Jigglypuff that loves to doodle. Reason for ranking. Many Jigglypuffs can sing. But it is rare to find one that does not utilize singing as an attack method and seeks a listener who genuinely appreciates her art. Perhaps you are the only one, Polly? In the forest, a Jigglypuff tilted her head. Is this her? Jigglypuff jumped down from the tree. If that is the case, then she shall seek fruits on her own. The Jigglypuff that cannot sing decided to be self-sufficient. Polly. However, that Pikachu looks quite entertaining. Why should humans praise his singing? Once she is well, she must show this Pikachu a different hue. The Jigglypuff wobbled onto a path diverging from her original future. Yet, in a subtle manner, she would still encounter Ash and his companions through another means, ultimately captivated by their unique charisma. Congratulations to Jigglypuff for earning the title of one of the top 10 unique Pokémon that are not legendary. Greetings, Jigglypuff. We have prepared a random reward gift pack for you. Would you like to receive it? Note, some Pokémon have never been captured since the beginning. Hence, the Multiverse Dimension website provides protection. It is impossible to forcibly capture the listed Pokémon against their will and destiny, except for trainers destined to meet them. The Jigglypuff, having just eaten a fruit, puffed out her cheeks. Jigglypuff, Polly wants. Why would Jigglypuff refuse her own belongings?